Reborn into my college summer break, I became a top-tier rich second generation with a net worth in the trillions. Just as I was about to give up and enjoy life, the perfect life entry system activated. It started me off with $1 billion in cash, and every purchase gives double cash back. While others are still struggling for a living, I'm already driving a McLaren P1, holding a black card, ready to smash open every corner of this world with money. BZZ, BZZ. Amidst the sharp sound of an alarm, Wang Chen opened his eyes to a lavish 100-square-meter bedroom. He turned off the alarm, looked at the date on his phone, August 15, 2018, and the 50 million plus balance in his Industrial and Commercial Bank of China app, and finally confirmed he wasn't dreaming. He was reborn. In his previous life, he was an ordinary person, attended an ordinary university, had a few girlfriends who left him for being poor, struggled for a living after graduation, and eventually died from a cardiac arrest after a bout of heavy drinking. In this life, he was reborn back to the summer of his sophomore year. The history and culture hadn't changed, dashing his hopes of getting rich through foreknowledge. But his family had undergone a tremendous transformation. His father, who used to be a DD driver, was now a trillionaire chairman of a heavy industry conglomerate. His mother, who ran a small clothing store, was now a top pharmaceutical tycoon. He had become a top-tier rich second generation. Just as Wang Chen, who had once harbored great ambitions, decided to give up and embrace this life of luxury, a cold, mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully transmigrating to a parallel world and binding the perfect life entry system. Ding! The world background has been fully optimized. Ding! This system is dedicated to helping the host enjoy a perfect life. Please strive to enjoy life and live it to the fullest. A system. Wang Chen was thrilled. A light blue virtual screen appeared before him. Host, Wang Chen, age, 20, height, 186, charm, 89, constitution, 85, endurance, 95, entries, none. So, it was all the system's doing. Having a system that could alter his background that seemed reasonable. In his past life, he was crushed by money and reality. In this life, he stood at the pinnacle of the pyramid. What did the view from the top look like? The life of lavish spending and nightly revelry. He was determined to experience it all. Ding! Novice reward has been loaded and is being sent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 billion Huaxia currency. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the entry, double cashback. All reasonable expenses of the host will be returned twofold. Ding! Spending money grants points, which can be used for the system's lottery wheel. Wang Chen's eyes lit up. His phone immediately received a bank notification. Your account has received a deposit of 1 billion. Your new balance is 1,051,255,000 Huaxia currency. 1 billion in cash. Even for someone who had lived 2 lives, Wang Chen felt a bit dizzy. After washing up, Wang Chen came down to the first-floor dining room. His usually busy mother, Xia Huilan, was surprisingly at home. Mom, I'm thinking of going to Modu, Shanghai, recently, Wang Chen said while eating his breakfast. Good idea, go out and have some fun. Xia Huilan nodded and transferred him some money. I've sent you 500,000 for pocket money. Ask me for more if it's not enough. Thanks, Mom. Wang Chen gave a playful salute. After saying goodbye to his mother, Wang Chen had the driver take him to the largest shopping center in Jincheng IFS. He walked into the Louis Vuitton flagship store, randomly picked out a few outfits and shoes, and spent 430,000 at checkout. Ding! Detected host's consumption of 430,000. Double cashback of 860,000 has been transferred to the host's bank card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 43 system points. It really works, Wang Chen thought gleefully. Next, he walked into the Patek Philippe boutique. Show me the best watch in your store. The saleswoman brought out the Sky Moon Tourbillon series. Wang Chen tried on the 6104, and his reflection in the mirror instantly looked more distinguished. How much is this watch? 8 million. I'll take it. Ding! Detected host's consumption of 8 million. Double cashback of 6 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 480 system points. With his new points, Wang Chen immediately tried the primary lottery wheel 5 times, only to get 100,000 in cash, a carton of Zhonghua cigarettes, and 3 thank you for playing. Looks like I can't expect much from the primary prize pool. He had the driver take his purchases back to the villa, then booked the earliest flight to Modu, business class, for 4,182 yuan. In the VIP lounge at Tianfu International Airport, an elegant flight attendant led him through the priority boarding lane. As soon as he settled into his spacious business class seat, another taller and even more beautiful flight attendant, Xinxingya, knelt beside him, softly introducing the services. Her slender legs wrapped in black stockings and her sweet, gentle voice stirred something in Wang Chen. I'll have the Dan Dan noodles and a glass of juice. After ordering, he looked at the lovely flight attendant and raised an eyebrow. What about services beyond your duties? Shen Xingya's expression didn't change as she smiled. That would depend on what kind of problem you're referring to. For example, getting your contact information and inviting you to dinner tonight, Wang Chen said, his gaze clear and direct, meeting hers. Money gives a man courage. The current him was no longer the awkward young man who would blush and stammer in front of a beautiful woman. Shen Xingya's cheeks instantly turned crimson, her heart racing. The young man before her was handsome, composed, and wore a Patek Philippe, clearly from an extraordinary family. To be asked for her number by such a man was flattering, yet she worried about seeming too casual. If it's inconvenient, then never mind, Wang Chen said calmly when she hesitated, as if he didn't care at all. This, however, made Shen Xingya make up her mind. She nervously looked around, then quickly scribbled a string of numbers on a notepad and stuffed it into Wang Chen's hand. This is my phone number. Contact me later, she whispered, then hurried away shyly. Wang Chen looked at the note in his hand, a slight smile playing on his lips. 2.5 hours later, the plane landed at Pudong International Airport in Modu. Wang Chen took a taxi straight to the McLaren dealership in the Huangpu district. Can I buy a McLaren P1? Money is not an issue, he said directly to the sales consultant, Zhang Ro, who came to greet him in the empty showroom. Zhang Ro was stunned. She had only been working for a month and was still in her probation period. She hadn't expected to encounter such a direct customer. Wang Chen looked too young and had arrived by taxi. She hadn't held out much hope. Of course, you can, Mr. Wang. We happen to have one in stock. I'll take you to see it. Mr. Wang, you are truly lucky. We just received a McLaren P1 today. We've been waiting for this car for half a year from headquarters. Let me show you. Under Zhang Ro's guidance, the two stopped in front of a car. The orange-yellow paint gleamed with a dazzling luster under the showroom lights. Zhang Ro gently raised her hand, her fingertips gliding along the car's elegant curves as she introduced it to Wang Chen. Mr. Wang, the McLaren P1 before you is a legendary masterpiece in the supercar world. It's not just about stunning looks, its performance is extraordinary. Zhang Ro turned slightly, pointing to the car's unique aerodynamic kit at the front. This meticulously designed front splitter and air intake grille can precisely guide airflow at high speeds, providing the vehicle with immense downforce, ensuring the wheels grip the ground tightly. Even if you're racing on the track at breakneck speeds, it remains as steady as a mountain. With an 8-liter V8 twin-turbocharged engine working in tandem with an electric motor, it boasts a combined power of over 900 horsepower, accelerating from 0 to 100 km per hour in just 2.8 seconds. You can imagine the thrill when you press the accelerator. Currently, this model is priced at 14.8 million. Zhang Ro paused briefly, smiling at Wang Chen as she said, there are many supercars on the market, but few can perfectly blend technology, performance, and design like the McLaren P1. Why not sit inside and experience it? As she spoke, Zhang Ro gently opened the classic butterfly doors of the McLaren, making an inviting gesture. Wang Chen looked at the McLaren P1 before him, his eyes shining with excitement. Without hesitation, he accepted Zhang Ro's invitation and sat down inside. The racing seat wrapped tightly around him, its form-fitting design felt custom-made for him. The slightly raised sides of the seat secured him firmly in place, instantly igniting his excitement at the thought of commanding this beast on the road. Wang Chen instinctively grasped the steering wheel. The moment his palms touched it, the delicate leather texture conveyed a sense of luxury, while the perfectly placed grooves and bulges on the steering wheel enhanced the driving experience. His gaze swept forward. The center console was sleek yet high-tech, featuring a large touchscreen multimedia system embedded within, its interface intuitive and easy to understand. At this moment, Zhang Ro also slid into the passenger seat and softly asked, Mr. Wang, what do you think? The roof of this car. Wang Chen nodded slightly, looking up at the roof. This is a panoramic roof made with special technology. It not only provides excellent lighting but also performs exceptionally in heat insulation and soundproofing. Even under the blazing sun or pouring rain outside, the interior remains comfortable and pleasant. Wang Chen couldn't help but look up through the roof at the showroom ceiling, imagining the blue sky and white clouds or a dazzling starry night while driving outdoors. His desire to own this car surged within him. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chen turned to Zhang Ro and said, I want a McLaren P1. I want to drive it away right now. Full payment, registration, and then hand it over to me. Can it be done in an afternoon? In 2018, getting a license plate in the Magic City wasn't as difficult as it would be in later years, but it wasn't easy either. However, that was only for ordinary people. Wang Chen knew that luxury car dealerships like McLaren had their ways. No problem, Mr. Wang. An afternoon is more than enough. Zhang Ro felt a bit dizzy, not expecting Wang Chen to be so straightforward. Her smile became even more enthusiastic as she quickly said to Wang Chen, Mr. Wang, this way please, I'll take you To the configuration room. Wang Chen nodded and followed Zhang Rou's footsteps to the configuration room. In his previous life he had only bought a car worth around 100,000. In this life he was strictly controlled by his family. Apart from having a driver's license, he didn't even own a car. At this moment, Wang Chen wasn't in a hurry to choose configurations. He was carefully examining the selection workshop. Aerodynamic kits, carbon fiber steering wheels, personalized rims, all displayed on the counters. The walls around were adorned with various genuine leather fabrics. It was dazzling to behold. Everything one could imagine was there. Wang Chen curiously asked, "How much is this car emblem?" Zhang Rou took out her tablet and checked. It costs 186,880. Wang Chen was somewhat taken aback. Just for a car emblem, it costs 18,000? Is it gold-plated? With 18,000, an ordinary person could buy a family car for commuting. No wonder people say big brands only rip off the wealthy. Ordinary folks simply can't afford it. Wang Chen wasn't afraid to show his hesitation in front of Zhang Rou. Only those who are broke fear being seen through by salespeople. When you have enough funds, even farting feels noble. Just be yourself and show your true self. Zhang Rou had no unusual expression on her face. She was just waiting behind Wang Chen. After Wang Chen finished his careful observation, Zhang Rou also took out her tablet and tapped a few times on it. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a roar, the sound system erupted with the growl of a McLaren P1 engine. On the large LCD TV behind, an orange-yellow McLaren P1 raced into everyone's view like lightning. Do you need the carbon fiber steering wheel? Yes. What about the rims? Yes. The calipers? Yes. Select everything, I want the best. Zhang Rou's cheeks felt somewhat numb. It turned out that the lives of the wealthy were so plain and unadorned. With configurations costing hundreds of thousands, Wang Chen didn't even blink and directly selected them all. There was no so-called personalized customization. It was just about maxing everything out. She didn't spend as extravagantly on discounted items at the supermarket. Even when ordering takeout, she checked for coupons first. When the vehicle configuration list came out, Zhang Rou looked at the displayed number and was also taken aback. Mr. Wang, the total is 23,500,000. Here's the configuration list. Please take a look. Zhang Rou handed the configuration list to Wang Chen. The starting price of the car was over 10 million, and with the selected options, it added nearly another 10 million. With a little more money, he could buy another McLaren P1. Wang Chen just glanced at the configuration list and immediately said, "Prepare the contract." "Okay, Mr. Wang, rest assured, I will give you the best price. I will prepare the relevant contract for you. Please wait here for a moment." Before long, Zhang Rou walked in with a thick stack of contracts. She also had a POS machine with her. Adding up all the various miscellaneous fees, after discounts, and rounding down, the total came to 22,600,000. Wang Chen took out his bank card and said casually, "Swipe the card." Zhang Rou took the bank card, then took out the prepared POS machine and swiped it. "Please enter your password." Zhang Rou half-kneeled and handed the POS machine to Wang Chen. Ziz, ziz. A second later, the POS machine spat out the payment receipt. Payment successful. Ding. The system detected that the host spent 22,600,000 huaxia coins, double cashback of 45,200,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for earning 2,260 system points. In the exclusive McLaren lounge, the decor style exuded luxury and modernity, with soft sofas, exquisite coffee tables, and photos on the walls showcasing the brand's history, all revealing an air of high-end fashion. Zhang Rou smiled, her eyes filled with gratitude and joy, and softly said to Wang Chen, "Mr. Wang, the vehicle will take some time to prepare. Would you like something to eat? A cup of tea, please?" Wang Chen nodded in response. "Please wait a moment," Zhang Rou replied, turning and quickly leaving. Before long, Zhang Rou returned with an exquisite tray filled with fruits and nuts. Various fresh fruits were cut into tempting pieces, arranged neatly. Of course, there was also the tea that Wang Chen requested. Zhang Rou gently sat beside Wang Chen, her gaze sincere and filled with appreciation as she looked at him and said, "Mr. Wang, thank you so much for making this deal for me. Without you, I definitely wouldn't pass my internship this month." As a newcomer in sales, in the fiercely competitive McLaren sales team, if it weren't for Wang Chen buying this McLaren P1, she would absolutely fail to meet her performance assessment this month, and her internship would come to an end. The commission from a McLaren P1 is at least several hundred thousand. For Zhang Rou, who was financially strapped, this was already a significant sum. Wang Chen took a sip of tea, the fragrance spreading across his lips, and looked at Zhang Rou with interest, asking, "What made you think of doing sales?" "Well, it must be to make money," Zhang Rou said, slightly lowering her head, feeling a bit shy. "I just graduated from university and don't have any special skills. The only thing is, oh, anyway, just focus on making a living through sales for now." Wang Chen chuckled lightly, his gaze lingering on Zhang Rou. It seemed she was aware of her good looks. In the sales industry, being attractive is also a form of capital. Most top salespeople are women. A beautiful face and elegant demeanor can often captivate clients right from the first interaction. This is a unique advantage for women. I still have to thank you. With this bonus, I can continue living in the Magic City, otherwise, I would have to pack up and go back home next month. Zhang Ro stuck out her tongue, looking adorably innocent. The high housing prices in the Magic City had significantly increased her living costs. Most of her hard-earned salary went to the landlord, leaving her with very little. Actually, with your qualifications, you could take it a bit easier. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he said meaningfully, No, women can just rely on their boyfriends. Ah! Zhang Ro exclaimed, I don't rely on men. As she spoke, her voice grew softer, and her cheeks quickly flushed, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Wang Chen simply looked at her, not saying anything further. Zhang Ro then stole a glance at Wang Chen, suddenly realizing something. What does he mean by that? Could it be that he has that kind of thought? Zhang Ro was startled by her own thought, shaking her head in disbelief. Wang Chen was so young and wealthy. He was also very gentle and didn't act high and mighty. He was handsome and tall, completely resembling the dream man from a novel. She told herself that this was unrealistic, yet on the other hand, she couldn't help but start to daydream. Taking advantage of Wang Chen's inattention, Zhang Ro secretly looked at him. If Wang Chen asked her to be his girlfriend, would she agree, or would she delay her answer? Zhang Ro inevitably began to let her imagination run wild. 2 hours later, the McLaren sales center lobby was bustling with activity. The staff had beautifully decorated the venue with colorful flowers clustered together, forming various exquisite shapes, and balloons floated in the air, their ribbons dancing in the wind. A grand handover ceremony was about to begin. Manager Li Feng, with a beaming smile, walked steadily up to Wang Chen and solemnly handed him 2 gleaming metallic keys and the vehicle certificate. With a broad smile, he said, Mr. Wang, thank you for your support of McLaren and welcome to the McLaren family. May you enjoy every acceleration and every curve that this supercar brings you. Every McLaren carries passion and dreams, and now this passion will accompany you on every journey. I hope it helps you create countless wonderful memories. Bang, bang, bang. As his words fell, the electronic fireworks erupted. Colorful confetti instantly filled the air, falling like a brilliant rain. Cheers and applause erupted from the sales team present. Many of the salespeople looked on, in shock and a hint of regret. If they had known Wang Chen was this wealthy, they wouldn't have let Zhang Ro handle the reception. This was a McLaren P1, and the commission would have been at least several $100,000. Was it too late to regret now? Wang Chen smiled as he took the keys and certificate, then pulled off the cover draped over the car. The orange McLaren P1 sat quietly there. Its streamlined body, under the sunlight, exuded an irresistible luxurious charm. With an imposing aura, it was hard to believe any man could resist its allure. Wang Chen pressed the unlock button. The narrow headlights flickered. Zhang Ro hurried over, guiding Wang Chen through the various functions of the car. In his previous life, Wang Chen had only driven ordinary fuel cars worth around $100,000. He had never even sat in such an expensive car, let alone driven one. He opened the cool butterfly doors and sat inside the cockpit, which was filled with a combat-like atmosphere reminiscent of an aircraft cabin. He pressed the brake, opened the cover, pressed the start button. V-room. In an instant, the 8-liter V8 twin-turbocharged engine and electric motor of the McLaren P1 roared to life, unleashing a deafening wave of sound. The thunderous noise echoed throughout the entire sales center hall. It was as if a beast was gathering strength, ready to pounce. To Wang Chen's ears, however, it was a beautiful sound, sending a rush of adrenaline through his veins. His heart raced, the excitement and thrill were indescribable. Supercars were the romance of men. Although he had not yet reached his ultimate goal of driving a LaFerrari, this McLaren P1 still met his psychological expectations. Wang Chen suddenly turned to Zhang Ro. Do you have anything to do this afternoon? Zhang Ro, still immersed in the festive atmosphere of the handover, was momentarily taken aback by Wang Chen's question. Once she regained her composure, she hurriedly replied, I still need to work this afternoon. Having signed such a big deal, you should be able to take a few days off, right? Although Wang Chen was looking at Zhang Ro, he was speaking to manager Li Feng, his tone carrying a hint of undeniable authority. Of course, no problem. As long as Xiao Zhang agrees, I can give her a day and a half off and she can come back to work the day after tomorrow. Li Feng, having navigated the workplace for over a decade, was astute enough to understand Wang Chen's intention and readily agreed, not wanting to offend this wealthy young man. The personalities of rich people could be quite peculiar. One wrong word could easily upset Wang Chen. What are you still standing there for? Wang Chen said to Zhang Ro, who was still standing there. Get in the car. Where to? Zhang Ro asked, looking bewildered, her heart racing like a little rabbit, jumping up and down. Come with me for a spin. Let me show you the performance of the McLaren P1. Upon hearing Wang Chen's invitation, Zhang Ro hesitated slightly, her expression revealing a hint of nervousness, but She still raised her hand to open the car door. He slid into the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt. Wang Chen lightly pressed the accelerator. V-room. In an instant, the car roared to life like a awakened beast, its powerful engine surging forth as the McLaren P1 smoothly drove out of the sales center's gate. The car sped along, and after a while, it was getting farther and farther away. Zhang Ro tightly clutched the hem of her clothes, glancing at Wang Chen, whose expression seemed a bit tense, and asked, "Where are we headed?" "It's getting late, and to thank you for accompanying me for a drive, let me treat you to dinner," Wang Chen said calmly, holding the steering wheel. "I wonder if Miss Zhang would be willing. I should be the one thanking you, after all, you helped me secure such a big deal. How could it be right for you to treat me to dinner?" Zhang Ro opened her mouth but held back some words. Having graduated from university in this age of advanced internet, how could she not understand the underlying meaning of Wang Chen's words? Since she was willing to go out with Wang Chen, it indicated that she had some feelings for him. She slightly lowered her head and did not respond further. Clearly, she had tacitly accepted Wang Chen's decision. The car soon arrived at Hongqiao Road, Dongleju, the only Michelin hotpot restaurant in the entire Magic City. Having eaten too much of the old hotpot from Rome province, this was Wang Chen's first time trying a Michelin-level hotpot. V-room, V-room. At the entrance of Dongleju, there was a line of cars at the parking lot. Entrance. Wang Chen drove the McLaren P1 slowly closer, attracting curious glances from people in the surrounding vehicles. "Looks like business is good here," Zhang Ro remarked, looking at the cars lined up ahead. Wang Chen nodded but felt a bit nervous. After all, his driving skills weren't that great. Finally, it was their turn to enter the parking lot. However, the layout of the parking spaces was quite tight, presenting a significant challenge for a novice like Wang Chen. He carefully maneuvered the steering wheel, struggling to move the car in the cramped space. Suddenly, a car next to them reversed too quickly, and it looked like it was about to crash into the McLaren P1. Wang Chen jerked the steering wheel, and the car instantly accelerated, the tires screeching against the pavement. "Phew, that was a close call," Wang Chen sighed in relief, while Zhang Ro's face turned a bit pale from the scare. The driver of the near-miss car hurriedly got out. He was a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean look. Wearing a gold chain around his neck and dressed in designer clothes, he got out with a pale face and said gratefully, "Bro, I'm really sorry. I was in a hurry to park and didn't pay attention. Fortunately, we didn't crash. That was a McLaren. Thank goodness there was no collision, otherwise, the loss would have been significant." "It's fine," Wang Chen frowned and waved his hand, not taking it too seriously since they hadn't actually collided. The middle-aged man then drove away, thanking him profusely. After this incident, Wang Chen decided not to park the car himself. He got out and waved to a nearby security guard. The guard jogged over, first giving a standard salute, then respectfully said, "Sir, how can I assist you?" Wang Chen pointed to the McLaren P1 in front of him and said helplessly, "Could you please help me park the car? My parking skills are really not great, and I almost had an accident just now." "You can leave it to me, I'll make sure to park it safely for you," the guard said, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. It was a rare opportunity for him to handle such a top-tier luxury car. After saying that, the guard took the car keys from Wang Chen's hand. He quickly circled the car to check it, confirming that there were no issues with the exterior before opening the door and sitting in the driver's seat. Wang Chen and Zhang Ro stood by, watching the guard skillfully adjust the seat, rearview mirror, and fasten his seatbelt. The security guard started the car, smoothly maneuvering the steering wheel. Under his control, the McLaren P1 slowly backed into the parking space, the entire process seamless. After parking, the security guard got out and returned the keys to Wang Chen, smiling as he said, "Sir, the car is parked. How do you find this spot?" "All right." Wang Chen nodded, then turned to Zhang Ro. "Do you have cash on you?" "I do, just over 300. How much do you need?" Zhang Ro replied, taking out the cash from her bag. 300. With no cash on him, Wang Chen could only take 300 from Zhang Ro and handed it to the security guard. "Thanks, buddy." The security guard accepted the cash, his smile widening. "No need to thank me, boss. When you finish your meal and come out, just let me know, and I'll bring the car out for you." Wang Chen was quite speechless. Did he really think he was a novice? Parking was a bit tricky, but getting it out was easy. Anyone could do it, even with their eyes closed. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 300 yuan, double rebate 600 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 0.03 system points. System, in the future, if the spending is below 100,000, don't prompt me. Ding! Understood, host. You can check it in the system records if needed. Does borrowed money count? Wang Chen pondered for a moment, said nothing, and simply nodded lightly. After taking the keys, he led Zhang Ro into a private room at Dongleju Hotpot Restaurant. At this time, the hotpot restaurant wasn't too crowded. However, with its top-notch flavors and luxurious dining environment, it still attracted quite a few diners, and there were scattered patrons. In the lobby, Just as they sat down in the private room, Zhang Ro couldn't hold back her laughter any longer and burst out, "I really didn't expect you to be so rich, yet your driving skills are so average. Aren't rich second-generation kids supposed to be familiar with luxury cars from a young age? Does being a rich second generation mean you must have good driving skills?" Wang Chen looked at her expressionlessly, feeling a bit embarrassed. He had just taken a girl out for a meal and lost face. How could he continue with the rest of the process? That's true. Zhang Ro wasn't intimidated by Wang Chen's expression and continued to smile. After spending an afternoon together, she felt she had grasped Wang Chen's personality. Although he was very wealthy, he didn't have an arrogant demeanor and was quite gentle. Generally, he wouldn't get angry or lose his temper. So, she felt comfortable joking with him now. "Let's order." Wang Chen stopped talking, picked up the menu, and began to order. He didn't ask for Zhang Ro's opinion. Zhang Ro didn't mind. Instead, she felt relieved. She had never been to such a high-end restaurant. If she were to order, she wouldn't know what to choose. Wang Chen flipped through the menu and then ordered the signature broth of Dong Lai Ju, flame shrimp, soup base. He casually ordered some signature dishes. As the dishes arrived one after another, a fragrant aroma filled the private room. Breezy, golden bullfrog, chilled noble shrimp, foie gras fried egg rice. As Zhang Ro ate the bullfrog, she couldn't help but exclaim, "So delicious. Today feels like a real treat at a high-end restaurant. Do rich people eat this every day? That's too blissful." In just half a day with Wang Chen, Zhang Ro felt her worldview had been completely refreshed. She had broadened her horizons and encountered many things she had never experienced before. Wang Chen picked up a piece of tripe from the hot pot, chewed it a few times, swallowed, and smiled as he said, "Actually, it's not that special. I'm not too picky about food. Have you ever thought about living this kind of life? No more worrying about money. I can buy whatever I want." "Of course I've thought about it," Zhang Ro said with a hint of frustration, pouting. Who wouldn't want to live like a rich person? In this city of Magic City, having money makes you feel like you belong here. It's a world of excess, with parties every night. That's what Magic City is all about. Without money, all you have is endless takeout and overcrowded subways, making you feel isolated by this city. You simply don't belong here. Zhang Ro mumbled, as if she wanted to vent all the grievances and dissatisfaction she had accumulated since struggling in Magic City. Still, as I said, with your conditions, living that kind of life is quite easy. It all depends on your choices. Wang Chen just smiled faintly. Zhang Ro understood the implication in his words and fell silent for a long time, not saying anything. She just lowered her head, quietly nibbling on her food. Wang Chen didn't continue the conversation either. Instead, he focused on filling his own stomach first. To be honest, the Michelin food really tasted great, but the portions were just too small. They spent nearly 2 hours enjoying a hot pot meal. Finally, the two of them went to the cashier to settle the bill, which totaled 3,827 yuan. Zhang Ro was shocked and covered her mouth. Over 3,000 for a meal, that was her salary for half a month. It was simply too extravagant. Wang Chen, however, looked indifferent. To him, the taste alone was worth it. By the time Wang Chen and Zhang Ro walked out of the hot pot restaurant, it was already around 9 o'clock in the evening. The streets of Magic City were still brightly lit. The Dongbleju hot pot restaurant was becoming increasingly lively and noisy. Wang Chen took out his car keys, unlocked the car, and then Zhang Ro got in as well. A luxury car with a beautiful woman made for an eye-catching scene. V-room. Under the envious gazes of passers-by, Wang Chen pressed the accelerator, smoothly driving the McLaren P1 out. This left the security guard waiting at the entrance disappointed. As he had hoped for a tip, the yellow McLaren P1 unleashed its performance on the roads of Magic City, like a streak of yellow lightning cutting through the sky. "Where are we going now?" Zhang Ro asked Wang Chen as the car got closer to the bund. "To the International Finance Center." Wang Chen replied casually while driving. The International Finance Center is a landmark shopping center in Magic City, adjacent to the Oriental Pearl Tower and several city parks. 40 minutes later, Wang Chen drove the car into the underground parking lot of the shopping center. Although he didn't see luxury sports cars like McLarens, Ferraris, or Lamborghinis, there were plenty of other BBA cars. The International Finance Center truly lived up to its reputation as one of the most prosperous places in Magic City. He saw everything from BMW 5 Series to Mercedes-Benz S-Class, and even spotted a Maybach GLS 480, though he wasn't sure if it had been modified. However, that car might not be easy to drive in a few years. "Let's go, we'll go upstairs to buy some things first." Wang Chen and Zhang Ro got out of the car, locked the doors, and he said, "Let's buy something you like first, and then we can head back later." Zhang Ro nodded silently, taking the initiative to hold Wang Chen's hand and walking beside him. The two of them held hands and took the elevator upstairs. The bright lights and luxurious decor of the mall made it feel like they were in a fashion palace. Louis Vuitton, Gucci, Chanel, Balenciaga. They first arrived at a flagship Hermès clothing store. The store's clothing Styles were all summer new arrivals full of fashion vibes and unique designs. Have you been here before? No. Zhang Ro shook her head, playfully, sticking out her tongue. I've only passed by here before, but I didn't dare to go in. This place is beyond what I can afford. Wang Chen didn't say anything but directly led Zhang Ro inside. The sales assistant in the store immediately greeted them warmly, asking, "Welcome to Hermes, do you have an appointment?" "No." "Alright, is there anything I can assist you with?" Wang Chen replied casually, just looking around for now. Zhang Ro felt a bit awkward following Wang Chen, her eyes occasionally glancing at the exquisite clothing, but she didn't dare to show too much interest. As a top luxury brand, Hermes has a classic, elegant design style with a unique artistic flair. Wang Chen turned to Zhang Ro and asked, "Do you see anything you like?" Zhang Ro quickly shook her head. "No, the clothes here are so expensive." Wang Chen frowned slightly. "Don't worry about the price, if you like it, just try it on." Zhang Ro still hesitated. At that moment, the sales assistant cleverly brought over a light purple silk dress, simple yet elegant. "Miss, this dress is a new arrival for the season. It suits your temperament perfectly. Would you like to try it on?" Zhang Ro looked at Wang Chen, who nodded, and only then did she take the dress to the fitting room. "This way is the fitting room, please follow me." Before long, when Zhang Ro came out after changing, Wang Chen felt as if his eyes had been brightened. The soft lighting in the store fell upon her, as if draping her in a dreamlike halo, making everything around her seem dull in comparison. The hem of the dress swayed gently with her steps, drawing all eyes in the store to her. "Does it look good?" Zhang Ro slightly lowered her head, turning in place to showcase her perfect figure. To Wang Chen, "Not bad, I'll take this one." Zhang Ro felt a bit shy. "Isn't it too expensive?" Wang Chen ignored her words and directly told the sales assistant, "Wrap this one up. And this one, get me the same sizes for all of these, wrap them up." The sales assistant beamed with joy, going to select the right sizes. "Alright, sir, you have a great eye, these are all our new arrivals at Hermes. No need for so many. One is enough." Zhang Ro looked at Wang Chen buying her so many clothes and said anxiously, "You should look at bags, see which one you like." Wang Chen ignored Zhang Ro's words. "Alright," Zhang Ro said, feeling conflicted. Her gaze swept over the few Hermes bags in the store, and the sales assistant, being perceptive, said, "Ma'am, our classic Hermes bags require a matching item. Currently, we only have these few in stock. You might want to look at this one, the Birkin 35, in a milkshake white color with soft and delicate leather. This bag is handcrafted by skilled artisans, with every detail reflecting extraordinary craftsmanship, making you the center of attention in any occasion. See if you like it," the sales assistant said as she handed the bag to Zhang Ro. Zhang Ro caressed the exquisite bag in her hands, a glimmer of desire flashing in her eyes. No woman can resist the allure of a bag. If they can, it can only mean it's not expensive enough. Surely, no woman can refuse the Hermes Birkin series. "How much is this bag?" Zhang Ro asked, her eyes filled with longing. "Currently, this bag is priced at 98,000. The sales assistant smiled and said, "This is a classic style from Hermes. It usually gets sold within a few days of arriving in the store." "Ma'am, not only do you have good taste, but you also have great luck. 98,000 for a bag." Before this, Zhang Ro wouldn't even dare to think about it. Zhang Ro silently put the bag down and said, "I think I'll look at other bags." Even though Wang Chen was paying for tonight's expenses, her long-standing spending habits made it hard for Zhang Ro to justify buying such an expensive bag, and she was not the kind of woman who was blinded by money. Wang Chen saw this and directly said, "Just wrap it up, and add up the cost of those clothes from before." The sales assistant's smile grew even wider. "Sure, sir, I'll help you pack." However, Zhang Ro leaned closer to Wang Chen's ear and whispered, "Actually, I don't really like this bag that much, I can look at others." Wang Chen knew this girl was being insincere and didn't dare to buy anything too expensive. He reached out and hugged Zhang Ro, saying, "It's okay, if we find something we like later, we'll buy it." "Hello, sir. This bag is priced at 98,000, and with these few outfits, the total comes to 154,888 yuan. How would you like to pay?" The sales assistant skillfully and quickly packed the clothes and bag. "Card," Wang Chen said as he handed over his bank card. "Payment successful." Ding! The system checked that the host spent 154,888 yuan with a double cashback of 309,776 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 15 system points. Hello, sir, you can sign up for our Hermes membership. If you want to purchase our classic Hermes bags next time, we can reserve them for you in advance. The sales assistant handed over the bank card and receipt with a smile. "You should sign up, I think you'll need it later," Wang Chen said to Zhang Ro. "Oh, am I signing up?" Zhang Ro stared blankly at the sales assistant and left her phone number. "Alright, ma'am, I'll register your information. I will add you on FeiXin, and I will notify you as soon as new styles are launched. If you need anything, you can also contact me, and I will do my best to assist you." The sales assistant smiled. "Welcome back to Hermes." With the sales assistant's voice, the two walked out of the Hermes flagship store. Zhang Ro linked one arm with Wang Chen while holding a shopping bag in the other hand. Her mind was in a daze, her legs felt weak, as if she were walking on clouds. Everything felt so unreal. In the past 20+ years of her life, Zhang Ro never imagined that one day she would spend at Hermes and that she would spend 150,000 yuan in one go. She finally understood why so many people in the world would bow down for money. Let's browse some other stores. Wang Chen's expression was calm. Under his guidance, they went to Louis Vuitton, Chanel, and other high-end brand stores. However, Zhang Ro stubbornly refused to go in, not wanting Wang Chen to spend more money on her. Wang Chen had no choice but to end the shopping for the night. He drove away from the Global Harbor Shopping Center. The night in the Magic City resembled a dazzling ocean. Neon lights, street lights, car lights, and various lights from the Oriental Pearl Tower shone together. They illuminated both sides of the Pujiang River. Zhang Ro could tell that this was not the direction to take her home, simply because Wang Chen hadn't even asked where she lived. 30 minutes later, boom, boom, boom. With the roar of the McLaren engine, the car drove straight into the entrance of the Bulgari Hotel, located in the Jing'an district of the Magic City. As soon as they got out of the car, a hotel bellboy jogged over, took the keys, and went to park the car. Zhang Ro followed Wang Chen into the hotel. He glanced around the hotel lobby, which was very luxurious, with a black imported wooden floor and the Bulgari logo hanging on the wall. Wang Chen stood at the front desk and said to the sweet-looking receptionist, "Please help me book the best room at Bulgari." The beautiful receptionist looked at Wang Chen's young and handsome face and then asked, "Hello, sir. Our best room at the hotel is the Bulgari Presidential Suite, which has a private terrace where you can enjoy the view of the Bund while savoring fine wine at night. One night is 280,088 yuan. How many days would you like to book?" "Let's book it for a month." Wang Chen thought for a moment and handed over his bank card. There was still more than a month before school started. The Bulgari room was quite nice. He would stay here for the month. After all, he wasn't short on money. With the discount, the total cost for a month is 7,560,000 yuan. "I will process your card now. Please enter your bank password." Ding! The system detected that the host spent 7,560,000 yuan and received double rewards, totaling 1,512,000 yuan. Ding! The system congratulates the host for earning 756 system points. Ding! Your current points balance is 3,091 points. PS. Please automatically ignore the decimal point. Zhang Ro watched as Wang Chen casually spent over 7 million again. Even though she had felt the extravagance of his spending today, she was still shocked once more. Buying a car is one thing, but booking a hotel room is pure consumption. Once spent, it's gone. However, thinking of the 10-digit number in Wang Chen's bank card, if he wanted to, he could probably stay here for decades. Not just Zhang Ro, even the receptionist working here felt a tremendous impact in the face of such a situation. It was rare for someone to choose to stay in a Bulgari hotel suite for an entire month. That was over 7 million, enough to buy a flashy sports car. So young, handsome, and tall, he was simply the perfect man she had always dreamed of. She felt her heart flutter instantly, but when she saw Zhang Ro standing next to Wang Chen, her gaze dimmed immediately. A quality guy like Wang Chen would surely never lack beautiful women around him. The upper class is never short of beautiful women. What they often lack are hard-working individuals from the lower class. Zhang Ro's figure and looks were far superior to hers. "Hello, sir. Your room is ready. A dedicated staff member will take you up, and the Bulgari suite includes 24-hour personal butler service, providing you with one-on-one personalized services. The room also has a private SPA room, allowing you to enjoy a full-body relaxation SPA service without leaving your room. Welcome to the Bulgari Hotel. We hope you have a pleasant stay and an unforgettable experience." The receptionist suppressed her inner disappointment and smiled as she handed the room card to Wang Chen. Wang Chen took the room card and turned to head towards the elevator. Behind him, Zhang Ro's voice came. "How about I head home first? It's late, you should rest early." At that moment, Zhang Ro hesitated, and as soon as she finished speaking, Wang Chen grabbed her hand. Zhang Ro looked a bit flustered. "You don't have to see me off, I can take a taxi back myself." But Wang Chen just looked at her and said calmly, "Aren't you going to take a look? After all, this is a 300,000 yuan a night room. I believe you haven't stayed in one before." Wang Chen's voice was very calm as he spoke softly. Zhang Ro lowered her head and fell silent, no longer mentioning going home. She simply allowed Wang Chen to hold her hand as they walked towards the hotel elevator. It was unclear when the grip changed to holding hands. A staff member was already waiting at the elevator door. They pressed the elevator button for them. The Bulgari suite was on the 48th floor. The elevator was fast, taking less than 30 seconds to reach the 48th floor. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Standing at the entrance was an elderly man in his 60s, with graying hair at the temples, looking very much like a finely dressed butler from a novel. He was dressed in a butler's uniform, wearing white gloves and a pair of black-framed glasses. His hair was slicked back, each strand perfectly in place. He exuded cleanliness and meticulousness from head to toe. Upon seeing Wang Chen and Zhang Rou come out, he slightly bowed and said, "Hello, Mr. Wang. I am your personal butler, you can call me Butler Lin. Welcome to the Bulgari Hotel. During your stay, if you have any questions, please feel free to contact me. I will do my utmost to serve you, striving for a perfect experience during your time at the hotel. Here are your car keys." Butler Lin handed the McLaren keys to Wang Chen. Wang Chen took them and casually tucked them into his pocket. "Allow me to take you to your room." Butler Lin stepped aside and gestured for them to follow. Wang Chen nodded, taking Zhang Rou's hand as they walked toward the room. They swiped the room card. Pushing open the door, they were greeted by the stunning view of the Bund and the iconic Peace Hotel. These buildings carried the history and culture of the Magic City. Under the neon lights of the night, they appeared particularly vibrant, showcasing the unique charm and cultural depth of the city. The room was themed with modern decorative art featuring a living room, a private study, a library, a walk-in closet, and a master bedroom with an imported stone bathroom, among other spaces. The living room was furnished with a long sofa for watching movies and an independent leather sofa for receiving guests, each with its own floor lamp behind it, and all the furniture was from top global brands. The entire room spanned over 400 square meters. However, at that moment, Wang Chen clearly had no interest in admiring the night view of the Magic City. Instead, his attention was focused on Zhang Rou. Butler Lin, sensing the situation, said, "I won't disturb your rest any longer. If you need anything, you can call me through the room phone at any time." With that, Butler Lin stepped out and closed the door. The room immediately fell silent. Zhang Rou felt an inexplicable tension in her heart. She swallowed hard. Raising her head, she met Wang Chen's gaze. Unlike his previously clear eyes, there was now a hint of red in Wang Chen's eyes. Zhang Rou quickly turned her head away, not daring to meet his gaze. Wang Chen stepped forward and picked her up. Zhang Rou instinctively struggled but found she couldn't muster any strength. Wang Chen's hands were like iron hoops firmly binding her. After a while, Zhang Rou stopped struggling. The room was once again eerily quiet. The only sounds were their hearts beating faster, one after another, as if fine electric currents were coursing through their bodies. "I'm going to take a shower first," Zhang Rou said softly, patting Wang Chen. "Okay," Wang Chen replied, releasing his hold on her. Half an hour later, Zhang Rou emerged from the shower, her face flushed with shyness. She gently pushed open the bathroom door, wrapped only in a white towel, the edges slightly damp, clinging to her freshly bathed skin. The steam swirled around her cool body like a light veil, and her cheeks were flushed from the warm water. She slightly lowered her head, her gaze evasive, not daring to look directly into his eyes, her feet seemingly rooted in place, feeling a bit at a loss. "I'm going to take a shower first. You change into the clothes and shoes you just bought. I really like you in this outfit," Wang Chen said before turning to the bathroom. He quickly washed up and eagerly came out. Click. He pressed the rest button in the room. The lights in the room immediately went out one by one. Only the corridor and the bathroom remained dimly lit. The curtains in the room automatically drew closed. The night in the Magic City was still bright with lights, bustling with traffic. On the crisscrossing streets, vehicles flowed continuously, like rivers of light in motion. Ordinary people continue to enjoy their mundane lives, while the wealthy indulge in nightly revelries. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, softly spilling onto the bed like threads of silk, the glaring rays pouring in through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the balcony. Wang Chen slowly awakened, his consciousness still hazy. He felt as if a heavy weight was pressing down on him, half of his body numb. He opened his eyes. Lowering his head slightly, his gaze was instantly locked onto the scene before him. What met his eyes was Zhang Rou, sound asleep. Her entire body was wrapped around Wang Chen like an octopus, clinging tightly to him. She lay on his chest like a lazy kitten, obediently nestled there. A few playful strands of hair swayed gently with her even breathing, softly tugging at his heartstrings. She was in a deep sleep, her brows slightly furrowed, clearly a result of last night's exhaustion. Wang Chen picked up his phone and saw that it was already past 10 in the morning, almost noon. He couldn't help but marvel at the vitality of youth. He felt invigorated. Wang Chen did not wake Zhang Rou. He slowly withdrew his arm, got up, and put on a robe before heading to the living room. With a rumbling stomach, he prepared to call room service to have some food sent up. "Hello, Mr. Wang, this is the front desk of the Bulgari Hotel. Is there anything you need?" A sweet voice came from the other end of the line. "Please send 2 lunch meals up. I want Chinese food," Wang Chen replied. "All right, Mr. Wang. We have a luxurious double-set meal. The total price is 6,888 yuan. Does that work for you?" "That's fine. Do you have any dietary restrictions, Mr. Wang?" "No, just send your restaurant's signature dishes. Please hold on. I will notify the restaurant to prepare it right away. It will take about 30 minutes and lunch will be delivered to your room." "Thank you. You're welcome. Providing good service is my duty. If you need anything else, feel free to contact me." Just as Wang Chen hung up the phone, he felt someone hug him tightly from behind. "I woke up and found you missing. I Thought you didn't want me anymore, I was so scared. Zhang Rou's plaintive voice came from behind. How could that be? You are now, and will always be, my woman. Wang Chen turned around and hugged Zhang Rou tightly, laughing as he said, It's getting late. I just called the front desk to have some food sent up. You must be hungry too. Zhang Rou nodded, pouting and acting coy. I just woke up because I was hungry, and when I opened my eyes, you were gone. After spending the night together, Zhang Rou had changed significantly, no longer appearing as distant as before. She was starting to cling to Wang Chen. Alright, after lunch, I'll take you shopping to make it up to you. That should be fine, right? Wang Chen smiled slightly. No need, Zhang Rou shook her head. I have no strength right now. I can't even muster the energy to go shopping. Then we'll wait until you're feeling better. Wang Chen didn't press the issue. After all, accompanying a woman shopping could be quite tiring. Just don't back out. So what is our relationship now? At that moment, Zhang Rou lifted her head, her bright eyes blinking as she looked at Wang Chen, her expression unusually serious. We should be considered boyfriend and girlfriend, right? Wang Chen's expression stiffened at her words, and he fell silent for a moment. In his past life, he had been a pushover, unable to even find a woman to marry. Now, living a second life, he enjoyed a carefree existence, and it was impossible for him to be bound by a woman. To mingle among flowers was what he desired. Of course, you are my girlfriend, Wang Chen did not refute. It was just a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship after all. There was no law stating that one could only have one girlfriend. Right. After receiving a definite answer, Zhang Rou wasn't particularly happy. Instead, she kept saying, I know, a man like you, handsome and so wealthy, young and vigorous, good at poker at night, there are plenty of women who like you. You're so outstanding, I can't possibly keep you all to myself, right? But at least you should give me a title, so I can feel a bit better inside. Zhang Rou's expression was tense as she bit her lip and said, This request shouldn't be too much, right? Of course it's not too much. Wang Chen smiled slightly. I knew it. You must not be that honest. Zhang Rou looked at Wang Chen with a resentful gaze, glaring at him like a wronged wife. Scumbag. Wang Chen wasn't angry. He reached out and hugged Zhang Rou, kissing her on her bouncy cheek, then turned her head to face him. Wang Chen looked at her seriously. I can promise you, as long as you want, you can always stay by my side. Houses, cars, anything you want, I can give you. Of course. If you ever decide to leave me, I'll also give you a sum of money, enough for you to live on, so we can part on good terms. I will also give you enough love and spend time with you. Wang Chen paused for a moment and then said, Of course, my heart has shattered into countless pieces, so my love may seem even richer. I believe you can understand. Scumbag. I understand. You, my foot. Zhang Rou was furious upon hearing this, grinding her back teeth. She grabbed Wang Chen's arm and bit down. But when she did, Wang Chen felt as if a kitten was nibbling him. Like a tickle. Then Zhang Rou released Wang Chen's arm and dove into his embrace, whispering, I won't leave you. Okay, we won't part for a lifetime. Wang Chen patted her back. I'm going to take a shower, you be good. Okay. After a while, Wang Chen kissed Zhang Rou's face and released his embrace. Suddenly he eagerly turned and walked into the bathroom. Because Wang Chen suddenly remembered that the system points were enough to draw from the intermediate price pool. He almost forgot to draw. He wondered how likely it was to draw a good entry from the intermediate price pool. Wang Chen was incredibly excited about this. After all, the power of the entries had already been vividly demonstrated with the double return entry from the novice rewards. An ordinary person with such an entry could already control their life and traverse the world. Splash! Wang Chen, bare-chested, turned on the Kohler brand shower facilities. The bathroom was decorated with exquisite marble walls and floors paired with a delicate showerhead, exuding a luxurious atmosphere. The lighting was soft and warm, creating an overall feeling of relaxation. System, open the personal panel. Ding! The personal panel has been opened for the host. Host, Wang Chen age, 20 height, 186 charm, 89. Physique, 85 stamina, 94 entry, double cashback, entry effect, all reasonable expenses will be refunded double. Points, 3092 points. Why has my stamina decreased a bit? Is it because I was too tired last night? Wang Chen looked at the light blue screen that appeared before him. The panel showed a slight decrease in stamina and he pondered. He felt a bit worried. It had only been one night, and his stamina had already dropped a bit. If he had more women in the future, wouldn't that be the end of him? It's fine while he's young, but what if in 10 years, his body can't keep up? Money won't help then. System, let's negotiate. Give me an entry that enhances my physique. Points are negotiable, just deduct as you see fit. Wang Chen eagerly spoke to the system. Ding, the lottery is entirely determined by the host's luck. Host, don't think about bribing this system. The system must adhere to the conventions of the system realm. We in the system realm abide by 3 principles: non-interference, non-abandonment, and non-responsibility. Wang Chen secretly gave a middle finger upon hearing the system's response, unable to help but chuckle bitterly in his heart. He had only intended to make a joke, but he didn't expect the system to take it so seriously. However, this only made him more curious and eager. Alright, since that's the case, I'll rely on my luck to give it a try. Open the intermediate roulette. Start the lottery. As Wang Chen spoke, a silver-white roulette appeared before him, radiating a silvery glow. Mysterious patterns danced across the roulette, exuding an air of mystery. He kept silently chanting in his heart, strengthen, physique, enhance physique, super physique would be fine too. Then he clicked the lottery button. The silver-white roulette began to spin, emitting an even more dazzling light. As the roulette slowly came to a stop, only one symbol continued to flicker with a silvery sheen. Ding! Consumed 1,000 points, starting the intermediate prize pool lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won 500 million Huaxia coins. The Huawei Industrial and Commercial Bank reminds you that your account 2846 has been credited with 50 million, and your balance is 1,587,675,270 Huaxia coins. Wang Chen was taken aback. Although winning 500 million Huaxia coins was worth celebrating, he didn't get the physique-related entry he wanted the most. There was still some regret. System, draw again from the intermediate roulette. Ding! Consumed 1,000 points, starting the intermediate roulette lottery. As Wang Chen's voice fell, the silver-white roulette began a new round of spinning on the light blue screen. Thank you for your patronage, and thank you for your participation. Wang Chen's face darkened. As he said, continue. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the entry Extreme Physique. Yes, I knew you could do it, system. Wang Chen quickly looked at the effects of the Extreme Physique entry. Extreme Physique, from this moment on, you are the pinnacle of human physique. Ding! With the help of this system, your bodily changes will not attract others. Attention, please rest assured to use it, host. Wang Chen was extremely excited. Judging from the entry's effects, Extreme Physique was incredibly powerful. As he donned the Extreme Physique entry, he felt a tremendous change in his body. His body became stronger, and it seemed he had grown taller. The slightly fatty belly now displayed clear 8-pack abs. His previously somewhat nearsighted eyes became incredibly clear, as if the world before him had been wiped clean with a towel. System, open personal panel. Host, Wang Chen, age, 20, height 188, charm, 92, physique, 120, normal human limit is 100, stamina, 120, normal human limit is 100, entries, double cashback, entry effect, all reasonable expenses will be refunded double. Extreme Physique, entry effect, from this moment on, you are the pinnacle of human physique. Points, 92. Wang Chen smiled broadly after reading the system panel information. He closed the system panel. After taking a shower and drying off, he casually grabbed a bathrobe and walked out. Hey, why do you seem taller and even more handsome? Zhang Ro, who was bored playing on her phone in the living room, noticed Wang Chen had changed after his shower and couldn't help but feel puzzled. However, under the system's great power, she inexplicably found it quite reasonable and soon stopped thinking about it. Ding dong! At that moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Hearing the sound, Zhang Ro got up, put on some clothes, and went to open the door. Butler Lin was respectfully standing at the door. Behind him were two female waitstaff pushing a dining cart. Good afternoon, ma'am. Your lunch is ready. Upon seeing Zhang Ro open the door, Butler Lin smiled and greeted her. Is lunch here? A voice from inside the room said, if it's here, just bring it in. Butler Lin personally took the dining cart from behind and pushed it straight into the living room. Wang Chen was sitting on the sofa, boredly playing with his phone. Mr. Wang, hello. This is the lunch you ordered, prepared by our restaurant's head chef. I hope you enjoy it. Butler Lin said, bowing slightly, then sequentially lifted the lids off the dishes and introduced them. The first course, rose soy sauce, chicken, golden silk chrysanthemum jellyfish and conch slices. The main courses, 3 onion lobster braised chicken pot, steamed East Star grouper, braised pork trotters in abalone sauce, crispy fresh shrimp rolls. The desserts, mango sago cotton candy. And finally, the sweet almond tofu and handmade durian pastry. Exquisite dishes were presented, one after another in front of Wang Chen and Zhang Ro. A feast for the eyes. The aroma of the food instantly filled the entire dining room. Although the portions didn't seem too large, each dish was just enough to satisfy the two of them. Zhang Ro showed a look of surprise. The Chinese cuisine at Bagley Hotel was so luxurious. Looking at the colorful and fragrant dishes before her, Zhang Ro unconsciously swallowed. Gurgle. Zhang Ro felt her stomach protesting. Butler Lin smiled and said, since I wasn't sure about Mr. Wang and this lady's tastes, I brought our hotel's signature dishes. If they don't suit your palate, feel free to let me know, and I can have the chef prepare something else for you. No problem, let's keep it as is. Wang Chen replied casually, by the way, bring me a bottle of red wine. Sure. Butler Lin inquired, do you have any preferences for the brand and vintage? Just choose whatever you think is good, nothing too fancy. A regular red wine worth a few thousand is fine. Wang Chen replied lightly. He could afford to spend hundreds of thousands on wine, but he felt that there was little difference between that and a few thousand. He wouldn't be able to tell the difference anyway. Moreover, choosing $1 million wine for an ordinary lunch felt somewhat out of place. Such wines were usually reserved for important occasions. The restaurant happens to have a 10-year vintage Grand Cru red wine from Domaine de la Romanée-Conti, priced at 68,888. Would that be acceptable? All right. Wang Chan replied indifferently. Great, I'll prepare that for you right away. Butler Lin whispered a few words into his earpiece. In a short while, a waiter brought over a bottle of Romanée-Conti red wine. Butler Lin took the wine, displayed the label and brand in front of Wang Chen, and after confirming it was correct, opened the bottle. Pouring it into a decanter, a fragrant aroma mixed with the scent of elm began to waft as the deep purple liquid flowed in. It was intoxicating. Butler Lin poured wine for both of them, then placed the tall glasses in front of them, quietly leaving to not disturb their meal. Let's eat. Wang Chen was the first to pick up his chopsticks, ready to dig in. However, he noticed that Zhang Rou sitting beside him had not reacted. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why aren't you eating? Didn't your stomach just growl? You were even secretly swallowing just now? Zhang Rou's face turned red. She hadn't expected her little actions to be noticed by Wang Chen. I just have never seen such beautiful and exquisite Chinese food before. It's so stunning that I feel a bit reluctant to dig in. Zhang Rou explained, and a bottle of wine costs 68,000. That's so much money, it's too extravagant. I really can't bring myself to spend that. What's there to be afraid of? Wang Chen raised an eyebrow. Aren't you a McLaren salesperson? You deal with wealthy people all the time. You should have seen this kind of scene plenty of times. No matter how rich they are, it's still someone else's money. It has nothing to do with me. Zhang Rou pouted and said in a delicate voice, even though I work at the McLaren sales center, it doesn't mean I can buy a McLaren or step into the upper class. Isn't that so? Wang Chen was quite surprised that Zhang Rou was so clear-headed. After all, many salespeople working in luxury stores or high-end venues, after a long time, tend to develop a sense of superiority, feeling that they have transcended their original class and look down on the customers who come to spend. Don't overthink it. Wang Chen reached out and gently touched Zhang Rou's head, looking at her with affection. This is just an ordinary lunch, it's nothing remarkable. And now that you're with me, you need to get used to this kind of life. Money is just a string of numbers, it's only yours when you enjoy it. Treating a bottle of wine worth over 60,000 as a regular dining wine is indeed a bit ordinary. Zhang Rou's expression stiffened slightly, although she tried to force a smile, it couldn't hide the slight twitch of discomfort. Wang Chen couldn't help but chuckle, and he didn't say anything more, just nodded. Let's eat first, it'll get cold. Wait. Let me take a picture first. Zhang Rou quickly took out her phone, snapping more than 10 photos, and then, casually, took a picture showing the view outside the window. She inadvertently revealed the location of the Bulgari Hotel. Beauty filter, retouching. Then she clicked send. Only then did Zhang Rou put down her phone with satisfaction. Women are, after all, creatures of contradiction. People are inherently vain. Normally, when people go out to play or eat, they would post on social media, so Wang Chen didn't think there was anything wrong. After they were full, Zhang Rou lay contentedly on the sofa, her little belly sticking out, the perfect figure subtly hinted at beneath her pajamas, incredibly tempting. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen immediately felt interested and moved closer. You should be well rested now. You were a bit rusty with the little games we played last night. Let me help you get the hang of it. No, if we keep playing, I'm going to fall apart. Zhang Rou was instantly frightened, her face losing color. But unable to resist Wang Chen, she had no choice but to continue playing the little games with him. An hour later. Ahem. Zhang Rou, who had choked while playing the sports game, glanced at Wang Chen and gave him a flirtatious eye roll before covering her mouth and heading to the bathroom to wash up and brush her teeth. After a while, Zhang Rou came out of the bathroom. However, to Wang Chen's surprise, Zhang Rou had actually put on the purple dress she bought yesterday. Her hair was neatly styled, and her makeup was slightly touched up. Zhang Rou stood there, gently tossing her hair, having just bathed. Her skin looked particularly radiant. It's all your fault, I can't wear this outfit anymore. Zhang Rou sat on Wang Chen, pointing at her McLaren sales uniform, and said irritably, it's all dirty. I don't know if I can wear it after washing it for work tomorrow. Wang Chen chuckled at her words. Then just don't go to work. That won't do, my supervisor just gave me a day and a half off. Zhang Rou shook her head and said, if I don't go to work, will you support me? I'll support you, Wang Chen said without hesitation. Zhang Rou gazed at Wang Chen for a moment, feeling a warmth in her heart. She didn't really want to part ways with him either. When a couple first gets together, they always wish they could stick together for 24 hours a day. Zhang Rou was no exception. However, she still said, if I don't go to work, I would feel like I'm being kept by you. Only when I'm working can I have a little bit of myself in front of you. So I have to go home now. Alright, if work isn't enjoyable, just change jobs, find something easier, as long as you feel happy. Wang Chen pondered for a moment and said. Zhang Rou stood up, looking at Wang Chen with a face full of resentment, and said, just right to give you a little personal space, allowing you the chance to flirt outside, and I won't be bothered if I don't see it. Wang Chen suddenly felt that what Zhang Rou said made a lot of sense. If they stayed together, where would he find the time to look for other girls? He also really wanted time to do his own things. Okay then, I'll take you home. I'll transfer 200,000 to your card. Buy whatever you want, don't hold back. Tell me when you run out. Wang Chen didn't transfer too much money to Zhang Rou. After all, giving money also requires skill. Too little is bad, and too much definitely won't do. Otherwise, he would just become a fool. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 200,000, double cashback of 400,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 20 system points. Moi. Upon hearing this, Zhang Rou's eyes instantly curved into crescents, and she became happy again, hugging Wang Chen's face and giving him a hard kiss. You're so good. Zhang Rou looked at the young and handsome man in front of her and suddenly realized that she had completely fallen in love with Wang Chen. Of course, it wasn't just because of the money. Wang Chen just smiled at this, casually wrapping his arms around Zhang Rou's waist, gently pulling her body tightly against his. He slowly lowered his head and gently covered her soft lips with his. Their eyes were tightly closed, immersed in this passionate and affectionate kiss, as if the whole world had been reduced to just the two of them. It wasn't until they both gasped for air that they reluctantly ended this lingering kiss, yet their gazes remained tightly intertwined. In the afternoon, the two arrived at the underground parking lot of the Bulgari Hotel, where Wang Chen started his beloved car, the McLaren P1V room. With a press of the accelerator, the McLaren P1's engine roared to life. The car smoothly drove out of the underground parking lot, heading towards the apartment where Zhang Rou rented. Half an hour later, Wang Chen arrived at the destination, located in the northern area of the Magic City. The rent here is relatively low, but the transportation is still convenient, and many recent graduates choose to rent here. The community where Zhang Rou lived had a decent environment. At least his sports car was able to park smoothly downstairs after raising the chassis. Moi. Darling, do you want to come up for a bit? I'm sharing the apartment with friends. She should be at work now, so there shouldn't be anyone at home. Zhang Rou got out of the car with her shopping bag, suddenly leaned in and kissed Wang Chen on the cheek. Then asked, "Sure, let's go check out your place." Wang Chen replied casually. He was quite interested in visiting a woman's apartment. After all, it was his first time. "Let's go, I'll take you up." Wang Chen stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Zhang Rou's waist, walking while casually surveying the environment of the community. Although this community wasn't old, it clearly lacked maintenance. The green belts were overgrown with weeds, trash was scattered around the garbage bins, and an unpleasant smell lingered in the air. When they arrived at Zhang Rou's place, she took out her keys and opened the door. Wang Chen followed her into the room. The entire layout was compact, with simple and practical furniture, and the equipment wasn't very complete. There was no one at home. It seemed they had gone to work. "This is my little nest, although it's not big, it's very cozy," Zhang Rou smiled as she introduced. Rou, Wang Chen said softly, a hint of concern in his tone. "I think you should consider finding a new place to live. The environment here really isn't good, it's too much of a compromise for you." Zhang Rou was taken aback for a moment and replied softly, "Actually, I've been thinking about this too, but I just haven't found a suitable place. I think the agency will solve this problem," Wang Chen said casually. He then took out his phone, opened the app to contact the agency, found a high-end apartment, and also helped to contact a moving company. After sorting these things out, he finally chose to go downstairs to leave. Wang Chen arrived at the parking area of the community. He saw two girls standing in front of his car, one of them sitting on the hood of a McLaren P1 taking pictures. These two girls looked very young and were quite attractive. They both had great figures, tall and slim, but their faces looked somewhat unnatural, clearly having undergone cosmetic surgery. One girl had dyed blonde hair, wearing a tight short skirt paired with black stockings and a short crop top that exposed her slender waist and flat abdomen. The other girl wore a black dress that reached mid-thigh, showcasing her long legs, wearing sunglasses and carrying a black Chanel bag of uncertain authenticity. The one taking pictures was dressed like a socialite. Wang Chen raised his eyebrows but did not urge them to move along. Instead, he stood by, watching them take photos with interest. Noticing the onlookers, the two girls remained unfazed, continuing to do as they pleased. He did not linger any longer and walked straight to his car. At this time, it was just the peak travel period in the Magic City, and he did not want to be stuck on the road for hours. That would be counterproductive. Unexpectedly, as Wang Chen approached the car, the socialite in the black dress, posing on the car hood, glanced at him and said, "No contact information. Also, you're really creepy staring at me like that." The other girl chimed in, "Yeah, creepy guy. You look like a local loser." Wang Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect that just standing by for a moment, not wanting to disturb them, would lead to such a misunderstanding. At that moment, a trendy young man walked up. He was covered in brand logos and had dyed yellow hair. "Hi, beautiful ladies, this is my car. Want to hop in for a bit?" The girl in the black dress immediately lit up, excitedly saying, "Really? Big brother, would it be too much trouble?" The young man pretended to be cool, saying, "Add me on Feishin, I'm nearby handling some business, I'll take you for a ride another day." "Thank you, big brother, let me scan you," she replied. "Big brother, add me on Feishin too," the blonde girl said. Wang Chen was stunned. Where did these oddballs come from? He didn't bother to explain much. He had nothing to say to these fake socialites in the Magic City. He took out his car key and pressed the unlock button. The McLaren's roof lit up immediately. Wang Chen opened the cool door of the McLaren and got in. The two socialites' expressions changed instantly upon seeing this. Sorry, big brother, sorry. Damn, you loser, what are you pretending for? Get lost. The trendy guy, realizing he had encountered the real owner, quickly ran away without daring to stay a moment longer. The girl in the black dress hurried to the driver's side window, quickly apologizing. It's just that so many people usually ask for my contact information, so we misunderstood. Just now. I didn't expect you to be the owner of this car. Alright, I got it. Wang Chen nodded lightly, then prepared to close the car door but was stopped by another woman. Brother, don't be angry. What kind of car is this? It's so cool. This faux socialite was acting cute, trying to create a very innocent image. I saw this car was different from others, so I took a few photos here with my friends. Wang Chen looked at her, a smile in his eyes, but he didn't respond. What kind of car is this? Doesn't she know? This group of faux socialites in the Magic City probably knows more about the car's specifications than he does. After all, the socialite classes aren't taken for nothing. I just happen to be going home. I wonder if brother can give me a ride? Sitting in this car must be different from other cars, right? The blonde faux socialite kept talking, her eyes radiating a desire. Take me, big brother. I can accompany you for a meal. The other faux socialite, dressed in a black dress, was not to be outdone. To express my apologies, I'll treat you to dinner. You can come to my house. My cooking is quite good. No, thanks. Wang Chen directly refused. I have things to do, so I'll be leaving. Although he felt disgusted by these faux socialites, he didn't want to tear his face with them. Ignoring them was enough. Of course, even if Wang Chen offended them, it wouldn't affect him at all. Then do you want to add me on Feishin? The girl in the black dress quickly took out her phone, smiling. Whenever you have time, you can come to my house. I'm always free. Maybe next time. Wang Chen waved his hand, no longer giving the two a chance to speak, and closed the car door. He started the car. V-room. With a press of the accelerator, the car sped away like a bullet, leaving only a trail of dust in the air. The two faux socialites stood there, stamping their feet in frustration. Their lifelong dream was to marry into a wealthy family, to catch a rich husband, and become a wealthy lady. They never expected that the opportunity would be right in front of them, yet they let it slip away. It's all your fault. How was he being lewd? You just talked nonsense. You're blaming me? You should. See what you just said, local little brat? How ridiculous. Anyway, it's all your fault. It's your fault. Ah, you hit me. I'll hit you. It's all your fault. Otherwise, the big brother would have had dinner with me tonight. The two faux socialites were arguing about each other's faults, and in the end, they ended up pulling at each other. After a while, they stopped their tussle. They took out their phones, edited the photos of the McLaren they had just taken, and sent them to the Magic City socialite group and their Feishin moments. Oh my gosh. This is a McLaren P1. It's worth millions. Sister, where did you find such a high-quality guy? Introduce one to me too. Sisters, if there are high-quality gatherings, don't forget to take me along. Sister, can you talk to your boyfriend and let me take a few photos too? Goddess, you're still so beautiful. This McLaren should be your own, right? Not your boyfriend's. It can't be. It can't be. After a while, there were many comments from the socialite group and admirers under the posts. Of course, the comments from the admirers were directly ignored by the two. Standing in the community parking lot, they browsed through the compliments from their friends in the group, feeling extremely satisfied. Each secretly vowed to find a way to win over such a high-quality guy. Wang Chen was driving the McLaren P1 on the road, completely unaware that he had caught the attention of these two socialites. He was currently driving towards the Magic City University of Finance and Economics. As the car gradually approached the school gate, a long-lost yet familiar feeling arose within him. Memories of my alma mater are like old photos sealed away in an ancient album by the passage of time. They still linger in the form they took over a decade ago. The security guard was clearly attracted by the luxury car but did not obstruct it too much. He simply registered some information before letting it pass. Then Wang Chen parked the car in the North Road parking lot. As he walked towards Chunshui Lake, the fish swam freely in the water, and the willows by the shore swayed gently, just as he remembered. However, it was currently summer vacation, and the campus was devoid of the usual hustle and bustle. There were hardly any people around. Normally, the woods beside Chunshui Lake would be crowded with couples, as this was a holy land for dating. He then strolled around Sakura Path and Yuhong Building. It's a pity that those guys in the dormitory aren't here. It's been many years since I've seen them. Wang Chen sighed slightly, feeling a bit regretful. In his previous life, he had a good relationship with his three roommates. They often brought each other meals and called each other sons, but after graduation, everyone got busy with their lives and their contact gradually dwindled. After that, Wang Chen left the campus and arrived at the snack street near the financial university. This snack street is close to Fuda and Financial University, and on the other end, it connects to a shopping plaza and the Magic City Stadium. Even during the summer vacation, the foot traffic was still considerable. As he approached, the noisy clamor surged like a tide. The streets were lined with a dazzling array of snack stalls. Zhou Ji, roasted pigs, trotters, lamb skewers, Xinjiang lamb skewers, delicious and not expensive Jianbing Guizi fragrant spicy squid. Don't miss it as you pass by. Stinky tofu. The bustling atmosphere of the human world is the most comforting to ordinary hearts. The vendors on the street continuously called out, enticing passers-by. Wang Chen walked while eating, his mouth full of grease. It had been many years since he had tasted the snacks at the school gate. He couldn't help but feel nostalgic. He then stopped in front of an old snail noodle shop. Uncle Zhang, 1 bowl of snail noodles, add an egg and pig's trotters. Wang Chen said to the busy middle-aged couple in front of him. Hey, it's you, kid. Aren't you on summer vacation? Why haven't you gone home? Uncle Zhang's eyes lit up as he looked at Wang Chen. I just wanted to eat the snail noodles made by you, Uncle Zhang, so I came specifically to Magic City. You kid really knows how to talk. Alright, hurry up and sit down, I'll make it for you right away. I'm not bragging, your Uncle Zhang's snail noodles are a specialty. On this street, Uncle Zhang's face beamed with a hearty smile, and his eyes sparkled with warmth as he spoke, quickly starting to prepare the ingredients. Xiao Yu hasn't been here for a long time, hurry and find a seat. Uncle Zhang's wife also came over to greet him. Wang Chen casually found an empty spot and sat down. In his previous life he had eaten Uncle Zhang's snail noodles for 4 years during college, and in this life he had eaten them for another 2 years. He had been craving this taste for a long time. Uncle Zhang and his wife were nearly 50 years old and had a son in his 20s, but he had never seen him come to help out. The couple was honest and had always adhered to using genuine ingredients in their business, so they had many loyal customers, making them particularly busy at this moment. Before long, the snail noodles were served, and Uncle Zhang said with a hearty smile, "Alright, eat up. Let the fried eggs soak in the broth a bit longer before you eat." "Okay, you keep busy," Wang Chen said as he picked up his chopsticks, eagerly reaching for the bowl of snail noodles. The rice noodles were distinct, stretching freely in the rich, bright broth. The broth was deep and enticing in color, with the freshness of the snails, the spiciness of the chili, the richness of the sour bamboo shoots, and the unique aroma of various spices perfectly blended together, creating an irresistible rich flavor that made one drool just from the smell. Delicious, still that taste, Wang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He took a bite of the perfectly soaked fried egg, and the broth burst open in his mouth, intertwining the aroma of the egg with the deliciousness of the river snail soup, intoxicating him. The soft and glutinous pig's trotters melted in his mouth. Before long, a large bowl of river snail noodles was completely devoured. Burp, Uncle Zhang, I've transferred the money. Wang Chen stood up, his belly sticking out, showing no airs of a rich second generation. He took out his phone and transferred 100 yuan to the QR code, then continued to stroll through the snack street with the crowd. Why did you transfer too much? Quickly take out your QR code and I'll send you the extra. Uncle Zhang, hearing the payment voice report 100 yuan, quickly took out his phone and said, "You keep it for now, Uncle Zhang, I'll come back to eat later." It wasn't that he didn't want to transfer a little more, but he was afraid the old couple wouldn't accept his money. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future to come and eat more. When he returned to the parking lot of the university, it was already past 10. The campus was shrouded in night, tranquil and peaceful, with only the streetlights casting a dim yellow glow, adding a touch of hazy poetry to the area. Wang Chen strolled leisurely, pressed the unlock button, and got into the car. Leaning comfortably against the driver's seat, he adjusted his sitting posture to make himself more comfortable. Boom! After a moment, he slowly placed his foot on the gas pedal, and with a gentle press, the car roared to life. Like a beast awakened, emitting a deep and powerful rumble as it smoothly drove out of the university gate. The car gradually moved away, leaving only the glow of the taillights fading into the night. Half an hour later, Wang Chen parked the car at the entrance of the Bulgari Hotel. As soon as he got out, a doorman quickly approached, took the car keys, and went to park his car. Back in the room, the lighting and the positions of the sheets and pillows had already been adjusted. A pot of hot drink was also prepared on the tea table. To be honest, the service at the Bulgari Hotel was quite impressive. Although it was a bit expensive, the stay was indeed comfortable. A night of sweet dreams. By noon, the sunlight, like golden threads, filtered through the soft curtain gaps, quietly spilling onto the spacious and luxurious bed of the Bulgari Hotel. Wang Chen slowly awakened from his dreams under the gentle light. He lazily stretched, feeling the pleasant sensation of his body gradually waking from slumber. The bedding was as smooth as silk, and the ceiling mattress was extremely soft, making him greedily lie there a little longer in its softness. I slept so well. It's almost noon. Wang Chen got up and walked to the window, pulling back the curtains. Instantly, a flood of sunlight poured into the room, dyeing everything in bright gold. Outside the window was the beautiful street scene of this bustling metropolis, with boats traversing the river and the busy streets already bustling in the morning. Wang Chen enjoyed the snacks sent by the hotel on the room's terrace, quietly appreciating it all. His heart was filled with comfort and relaxation. Damn, how could I forget one thing? Wang Chen suddenly showed an embarrassed expression. Damn, how could I forget one thing? Wang Chen suddenly showed an embarrassed expression. He remembered something, his date with the flight attendant Xinxingya, which he seemed to have forgotten. Then he patted the small note in his pants pocket. Fortunately, it was still in his pocket and hadn't fallen out. He then dialed the number on it. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. The phone emitted a pleasant sound. After a moment, the call connected, and a familiar and pleasant voice came from the other end. Hello, may I ask who this is? It was none other than Xinxingya, the flight attendant he met on the Ronghan flight. This is Wang Chen. On the other end of the line, Xinxingya was silent for a moment, then her tone became somewhat stiff. Mr. Wang, may I ask what you need? Xinxingya was clearly angry. Even though Wang Chen was somewhat of a straightforward guy and not very good at analyzing a girl's feelings, he could still hear the stiffness in Xinxingya's tone. He rubbed his nose, it was unavoidable. After all, he had run into Zhang Ro later, which made him forget about his date with her and stand her up. It wasn't until 2 whole days later that he remembered and called her. Didn't we agree on the plane that you would take me around Magic City as my guide and I would treat you to dinner? Wang Chen said with a smile. It seems like Mr. Wang doesn't really need me, she replied. After all, anyone can be a tour guide, and you've been in Magic City for so long, you should be quite familiar with it by now. My vacation time is also running out. I have to catch a flight back to Rong Province early tomorrow morning. Even through the phone, Wang Chen could hear the deep resentment in Xinxingya's voice. I don't have much time either. Let's talk later when I'm free. I had something to deal with, and once it was done, I called you, Wang Chen explained, quietly putting down his breakfast. I only have time today thinking about our agreement. See, it's almost noon, and I contacted you right away. Really? Xinxingya was somewhat swayed by Wang Chen's words. After all, she didn't want to miss out on a date with such an outstanding man. Of course it's true. Wang Chen smiled slightly, not giving Xinxingya a chance to refuse. Where do you live? I'll drive over to pick you up. Maybe. It's better to forget it. I'm staying with my colleagues and we're out shopping right now. Xinxingya seemed very hesitant, feeling a mix of excitement and conflict. If she agreed too easily, would Wang Chen misunderstand her as a casual woman? But she also felt reluctant to refuse. Just give me the address. Consider this meal as my apology to you. Wang Chen's words easily dissolved Xinxingya's lingering resentment. Alright then, I'll give you the address and you can come pick me up. Xinxingya's voice had lowered quite a bit. Okay, I'll need about 40 minutes to get there. Once I arrive, I'll call you, and you can come down, Wang Chen said before hanging up the phone. At Tudong Airport in Magic City, the Dazhong Airport Hotel. It was relatively close to the airport and considered a decent airline hotel, specifically arranged for flight attendants by the airline. The hotel was well equipped, and the surrounding facilities were also quite complete, making it a good choice. At a brand name store next to Magic City Airport, Xinxingya and her colleague Nana were shopping. She put down her phone, slightly biting her lip, and frustratedly ruffled her hair. Seeing Xinxingya like this, her colleague couldn't help but ask, Xingya, what's wrong? Why the long face? Xinxingya was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering without being able to say anything, while her ears turned red first. You're not dating a boyfriend, are you? Nana exclaimed as if she had discovered a new continent, her eyes sparkling. Your ears are red, don't deny it. Of course not. Xinxingya blushed deeply from Nana's teasing, shyly saying, he's just an ordinary friend. Is he a guy or a girl? A guy. Xinxingya's voice grew even less confident. We all agreed to have dinner together. Why are you standing me up at this time and saying he's not your boyfriend? Nana looked incredulous. He's not my boyfriend, he's really just an ordinary friend. Xinxingya stomped her foot in frustration. How did you meet? Is he handsome? What does his family do? He must be very wealthy, otherwise, how could he quietly win over the most beautiful flight attendant in our crew? Why don't you introduce us to him later? I'm quite curious about what he looks like. Nana completely ignored Xinxingya's words, her inner gossip flame igniting, her spirit of snacking on drama instantly activated. Oh, stop it, Nana. Xinxingya's face had already turned a ripe shade of red. If you keep talking like this, I won't talk to you anymore. Which one? I need to head back to the dorm for a bit. Colleague Nana rolled her eyes and didn't press further. Turning around, she secretly took out her phone and sent a message in their sister group. Breaking news. Come quick for the gossip. What news? What's going on? Where's the drama? Soon, a flurry of messages popped up in the group. Colleague Nana smirked. Xingya is in a relationship, I just found out. Her boyfriend is coming to pick her up soon. Do you all want to go down and meet him? See what kind of person can win over our most beautiful flight attendant? As soon as this news broke, the group exploded. Like a bomb had been dropped. Countless messages flooded in, all expressing a desire to go downstairs and see who this person was that could catch Xinxingya's attention. Xinxingya was completely unaware of this. She silently walked towards the dorm, preparing to tidy up her makeup. In fact, Wang Chen was the first contact she received after starting work. She was still filled with anticipation. After just landing and arriving at the hotel, she began to freshen up and apply makeup. However, she waited until 11 at night without receiving a call from Wang Chen. This made her particularly angry. A man's words are like a ghost's. It seemed that everything Wang Chen said on the plane was just a lie. He had forgotten about her the moment he got off the plane. Just after receiving Wang Chen's call, her anger was quickly dissipated by his few words, and instead, she felt a bit of joy. 10 minutes later, inside the Dazhong Airport Hotel, Shen Xingya was cursing herself for being so useless while hurriedly fixing her makeup in front of the mirror. Buzz buzz. Suddenly, a ringtone rang out. Shen Xingya looked. It was indeed Wang Chen calling, and she quickly answered. Hello? I'm downstairs. Come down when you're ready. Okay, I'll be right down. Shen Xingya hung up the phone, only to find colleague Nana secretly standing nearby, eavesdropping. When Nana realized that Shen Xingya had caught her in the act, she didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, she laughed and said, the person you just talked to on the phone is your boyfriend who's taking you out, right? It's just a simple meal with a friend, not a boyfriend. Shen Xingya reiterated her stance. If he's not your boyfriend, then why not eat with me? You already made plans and it's just the two of you going out? Nana countered. Shen Xingya was at a loss for words. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. She couldn't possibly reveal what had happened on the plane, or else they would tease her for a long time. Thinking of this, her face turned red again. Hurry up, let's go downstairs, don't keep him waiting. Nana didn't give Shen Xingya a chance to argue, pushing her down the stairs. Aren't you going down too, sister? Shen Xingya asked in surprise. Oh, I'm just going down to take a look, to keep an eye on you. Hurry up, stop rambling. Nana's spirit of gossip was burning fiercely. Her eyes were sparkling. Shen Xingya was also a bit anxious. She couldn't let Wang Chen wait too long and couldn't stop Nana from going down, so she could only agree. You can come down, but you can't talk nonsense. I'm not very familiar with him yet. Shen Xingya reminded her again, feeling uneasy. Alright, I got it. Hurry up and go down. Nana directly pushed Shen Xingya. Shen Xingya could only walk towards the hotel elevator, but she found that the other three sisters were already standing at the door. When they saw Shen Xingya come out, their eyes instantly lit up, and they all surrounded her. Chattering excitedly, they wanted to go see her boyfriend. At this moment, Shen Xingya couldn't help but realize what was happening. She could only glare at Nana with annoyance. Nana, knowing she was in the wrong, shrank her neck and hid at the back of the crowd like a turtle. With the situation at hand, Shen Xingya had no way to stop it and could only sigh in resignation. She accepted her fate. She stood expressionless in the elevator, silently praying that this group wouldn't say anything out of line. Otherwise, it would ruin Wang Chen's impression of her. Ding! The elevator successfully arrived at the hotel lobby on the first floor. Nana immediately poked her head out, looking around. The hotel lobby. Xingya, where is he? I don't see him. Shen Xingya also frowned, searching for Wang Chen's figure. Xingya, over here. Wang Chen's voice came from the entrance of the lobby. Everyone looked up and a wave of surprise erupted. Their expressions were filled with shock. There stood Wang Chen, who was 1.88 meters tall, dressed in a white casual outfit, wearing a Patek Philippe Starry Sky 6104, standing by the roadside opposite the lobby. He looked fresh and clean. With his youthful face, paired with a sunny and handsome demeanor, he stood out in the crowd, making it impossible not to notice him. Of course, it was also thanks to the watch on his wrist, the Patek Philippe, and the McLaren P1 behind him that contributed to the strong visual impact. Is that a McLaren? This model must cost at least 10 million, right? Probably more. With the options, it might be around 20 million. Look, isn't that a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist? It really is a Patek Philippe. Xingya, where did you find such a great boyfriend? I'm so envious. He's so handsome, and on top of that, he's so tall and rich. After a flurry of chatter, Shen Xingya's sisters finally quieted down. They looked excited, their eyes constantly scanning the McLaren and the Patek Philippe watch. Shen Xingya also didn't expect that Wang Chen would arrive in a McLaren. However, seeing the envious gazes of her sisters, she couldn't help but feel delighted inside. Although a bit embarrassed, it greatly satisfied her vanity. She walked up to Wang Chen and shyly said, "These are my colleagues and also my good friends. They insisted on coming down to see you, and I couldn't stop them, so here we are." "It's fine." Wang Chen just smiled upon hearing this and turned to greet them. "Hello, I'm Wang Chen." "Hello, you must be Qingya's boyfriend. When did you two get together?" Nana stepped forward, grinning broadly as she said to Wang Chen, "I'm Li Na, Qingya's colleague and good friend. You're really handsome, no wonder. You could win over our flight attendant beauty." "Nana, shut up." Before Li Na could finish her sentence, Shen Xingya panicked. She quickly stepped forward and covered Li Na's mouth. Her face flushed as she explained to Wang Chen, "She just likes to talk nonsense, don't listen to her." Shen Xingya glared at Li Na and said, "I already said we're just ordinary friends. It's not like that at all." "Ordinary friends?" Li Na looked at Wang Chen, her face full of smiles. "That just proves you haven't won her over yet. Wang Chen, you need to step up your game and try to win this high and mighty flower. Why don't you bribe us?" You can. Take Xingya out to play later, and in the evening, bring us along. As your best friends, we'll help you whisper sweet nothings in her ear, and things will be much simpler. Woo woo, woo woo. Lina still wanted to say something, but Xingya quickly covered her mouth, preventing her from continuing. The other sisters were also joining in the fun. Na is right. If you take us out to have fun, we guarantee you'll achieve twice the result with half the effort. Little Xingya capturing her will be a piece of cake. If she's unwilling, we'll tie her to the bed. Yes, exactly. Xingya was overwhelmed and couldn't stop them. So she shouted, if you keep this up, I'm really going to get angry. No problem. Just as her words fell, Wang Chen's voice came over. Wang Chen smiled and said, after Xingya and I finish eating, I'll book a spot at the bar later. Let's all go and have some fun together. Is that for real? Lina and the others' eyes instantly lit up. They had just graduated from university and become flight attendants, all very young, naturally possessing the heart of youth. It was the perfect age for fun. Of course. Wang Chen confirmed, when I book the spot, I'll have Xingya send you the details. Then it's settled. Lina pushed the shy Xingya next to Wang Chen, saying, since you're so generous, I'll leave Xingya in your care. You better take good care of her. Nah. Xingya panicked. How could Lina say such embarrassing things? She buried her head in her ample bosom, not daring to look up for a long time. Her earlobes, as translucent as jade, had already turned red. She stole a glance at Wang Chen. Did his arrangement mean he was already pursuing her? At that moment, Lina leaned close to Xingya's ear, biting her ear and whispering, silly. Are you stupid? I'm helping you. Can't you see those little vixens with their eyes all red? Where can you find such a rich, young, and handsome man? If you don't seize the opportunity, they'll soon replace you and go on a date with Wang Chen. You better hold on tight. A quality man like this, if you miss him, you might not meet another in this lifetime. Xingya froze, looking around. Sure enough, the gazes of the other three sisters were fixed on Wang Chen, not blinking. As a girl, she knew exactly what they were thinking. One by one, they looked like wolves eyeing a lamb, wishing they could devour Wang Chen. It was just that, with her present, they felt too shy to act. She feared that if she hesitated even slightly, they would pounce on him. A handsome and wealthy man was hard to come by. Xingya's heart raced. She also had feelings for Wang Chen, otherwise she wouldn't have agreed to go out to dinner with him. But with her personality, it was impossible for her to take the initiative to ask a guy out. Xingya could only bite her lip and silently get into the car. Seeing this, Wang Chen waved to Lina and the others, then started the McLaren P1. Vroom. The engine of the McLaren P1 roared with waves of sound. Then, the car smoothly drove out of everyone's sight. Inside the car, the atmosphere was slightly awkward. Xingya felt like she was sitting on pins and needles, her expression full of discomfort. Only then did Wang Chen have the time to carefully observe Xingya. Today, Xingya wasn't wearing her flight attendant uniform. Her hair was down her back, making her look even more youthful and vibrant. She wore a white shawl over a light pink sports tank top. The tank top seemed tailor-made for her, tightly hugging her upper body curves, perfectly outlining her full and elastic chest. The full curves of her figure, illuminated by the sunlight, were quite tempting and charming. Her delicate collarbone was fully visible. She wore a pair of small silver earrings on her ears. The lower half was paired with a knee-length white pleated skirt, showcasing a pair of long, straight legs, and on her feet were a pair of off-white flat sandals. Her skin glowed, smooth as milk. Standing at 1.70 m, even in flat sandals, her figure remained tall and shapely. With light makeup, Xingya exuded a blend of purity and cuteness, yet retained a hint of sensuality. She radiated an aura of innocent desire. Wang Chen was surprised by Xingya's allure, but his gaze was drawn to her long legs. These legs could be said to be the most beautiful he had ever seen in his 2 lifetimes. One could never tire of such legs. Xingya, who was already a bit shy, felt uneasy when she noticed Wang Chen's gaze wandering over her, finally settling on her legs. She instinctively closed her legs and adjusted her sitting posture. Biting her lip tightly, she lowered her head in silence. However, Wang Chen's gaze felt almost tangible, making her feel as if invisible hands were caressing her legs. Have you looked enough? Can you please focus on driving? While secretly pleased with her own charm, her shyness made her body feel uncomfortable. Xingya couldn't help but pout. I thought you were a decent person, but it turns out you're just a lecher. Wang Chen, caught out, showed no sign of embarrassment on his face. He smiled lightly and said, when faced with beautiful things, it's only natural for people to look at them with admiration. It's beautiful, but you can't just keep staring. Xingya's body trembled slightly as she lowered her head and said, you're still driving. Focus. What if something dangerous happens? Just look up and you'll know. Wang Chen suddenly said something inexplicable, causing Xingya to look up in confusion. What she saw next astonished her. It was noon, and there were quite a few cars on the road. However, around Wang Chen's car, there was a clear path. Wang Chen was not skilled at driving, let alone handling a McLaren P1, a supercar. The drivers on either side of the road, seeing Wang Chan's poor driving skills, instinctively kept their distance from the McLaren, creating an inexplicably large open space on what should have been a congested road. Even if other drivers wanted to overtake, they kept a safe distance from Wang Chan's car. After all, the yellow McLaren P1 was highly recognizable. Passing cars stayed far away, fearing a careless scrape. If it was Wang Chan's fault, that would be one thing, but if it was their problem, even with insurance, their wallets would take a significant hit. This was still the Magic City. In a smaller city, the situation would be even more exaggerated. Xinxingya couldn't help but shake her head. Indeed, when you have money, everything around you seems beautiful. Is this car new? It looks really expensive, she asked after a moment of silence. That's right, I just bought it yesterday. About 20 million, right? After receiving Wang Chan's confirmation, Xinxingya fell silent, puzzled. Aren't you just visiting the Magic City? How are you going back to Jincheng? Wang Chen looked at the car, paying attention to the passing vehicles. I start school in September. My school is in the Magic City. What? Xinxingya exclaimed in surprise. You're still a student? To be precise, I'm a sophomore, currently studying at the Magic City University of Finance. Wang Chen replied calmly. He looked very young, but after interacting with him, one could sense a unique calmness about him. Xinxingya could clearly feel this inherent steadiness, which made it easy to overlook his youthful appearance. Xinxingya mistakenly thought that Wang Chen's age should be about the same as hers. In any case, he couldn't possibly be younger than her. She never expected that Wang Chen was still a sophomore. So how old are you this year? Xinxingya asked tentatively, her expression tense. Just turned 20, Wang Chen replied with a playful smile, revealing a set of bright, white teeth. Xinxingya felt her mindset crumbling. It felt like life had lost its meaning. She was already 24 this year, had graduated from university and had been working for 2 years. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to get into an airline company. At this age, women are somewhat sensitive. By 25 or 26, they start to feel anxious. 24 is the last and most beautiful age in a girl's youth. In a few years, she would be considered a leftover woman. The pressure from her family to marry, along with the sense of crisis that comes with age, made Xinxingya entertain the idea of love, which is why she gave Wang Chen a chance. But who would have thought that the first person she gave her contact information to would only be 20 years old? Although it said that older women can attract younger men, she was 4 years older than Wang Chen. Would he think less of her for being older? By the time Wang Chen graduated from university and got married, would she be nearly 30? She often teased greasy middle-aged men who wanted to date younger women. Who would have thought that she would find herself in such a situation? Xinxingya fell into a spiral of thoughts, her head buzzing. If her friends found out she was dating a younger man, they would surely laugh at her. She couldn't help but feel like backing out, but at the same time, she felt a bit reluctant. After all, with Wang Chen's conditions, being only a sophomore and already having a McLaren P1 luxury car arranged by his family, it was clear his background was quite good. Looking back now, she realized she had been too conservative. But if she just gave up like this, she might never meet someone like Wang Chen again. Is age important? Wang Chen glanced at Xinxingya and asked, Isn't it important? Xinxingya retorted. After all, women are very sensitive about their age. If the two of them were to continue together, age would become particularly significant. She recalled the way her friends looked at Wang Chen. Even if they knew his age, they would probably rush in without hesitation. Not to mention, Wang Chen was so wealthy and handsome. Xinxingya fell silent for a moment, choosing not to dwell on the topic any longer. Instead, she looked at Wang Chen and said, Where are we going to eat? At this time, it's mealtime, and those nearby restaurants with good reputations are probably already packed. How about we just find a random place to eat? It's okay, I've already booked a restaurant, we just need to go there. Wang Chen glanced at the navigation and said it would take about 10 more minutes to arrive. As he spoke, his hand naturally rested on Xinxingya's long leg. Xinxingya felt a bit shy. Wang Chen's warm palm on her leg felt large and slightly rough. Her face instantly turned red. She reached out to push Wang Chen's hand away, wanting to move it. Don't do that, we just met not long ago, and I'm not that kind of person. Hearing this, Wang Chen smiled. It was just that hint of green tea flavor. Quite fitting. However, Xinxingya's skills were clearly not up to par. She could only be considered a novice in the tea game. After pushing for a while, Wang Chen's hand still remained on her thigh. After several attempts, she decided to just let it be. Not long after, Wang Chen arrived at the restaurant he had booked before coming. Lunette by Amanda. This was a restaurant with a very romantic atmosphere. Although the prices were a bit high, it was still a popular spot for couples to check in. So Wang Chen booked this restaurant, thinking it would be a bit more romantic for their first date. After parking the car, the two got out. Wang Chen directly took Xinxingya's small hand, which was particularly soft, like a delicate and warm piece of mutton fat jade, tender and boneless. After struggling for a moment, she quieted down, choosing to go with the flow. Only then did he head towards the restaurant. The Xianyue Window restaurant is located by the Bund Its exterior is a solemn and classical historical building in Pushi, and the interior is elegantly decorated. The floor-to-ceiling windows showcase the picturesque riverside view. At the entrance stood a young waitress in uniform. Upon seeing Wang Chen holding Xinxingya's hand, her eyes lit up and she enthusiastically approached them, asking, "Hello, do you have a reservation? My surname is Wang." Upon hearing this, the waitress immediately checked the records. "Hello, Mr. Wang, you have reserved a windowside view at our Xianyue window restaurant. Please follow me." The two then followed her and sat down at a windowside table. "Take a look at the menu and see what you want to eat." Wang Chen picked up the menu, flipping through the dishes, casually ordering a few signature items before pushing the menu in front of Xinxingya. The dishes here were quite expensive, and since Xinxingya had never eaten here before, she didn't know what to order. She could only choose a few items that looked good based on the menu's recommendations. Since he had to drive, Wang Chen didn't order any wine. As the dishes came one after another, the waitress introduced, "Hello, Mr. Wang, here are the dishes you ordered. Please enjoy, and I hope you like them." With each meticulously prepared dish presented like a work of art, the air in the restaurant seemed to be infused with a tantalizing aroma. Red heart egg with ham and black truffle, 7-day aged squab, Wellington steak with foie gras and caviar, charcoal grilled aged sea bass. The main dish was North Arctic deep sea king crab meat risotto. Exquisite dishes were laid out before Wang Chen and Xinxingya. The presentation was meticulous, with every detail showcasing the restaurant's care and refinement. "The food here is quite good," Wang Chen said, clearing his throat to break the slightly awkward atmosphere. Xinxingya nodded slightly in response. "Yes, the environment is very elegant, the view outside is nice, and the music is soothing. I saw many people recommending this restaurant online before, so I thought I'd bring you to try it." Wang Chen looked at Xinxingya and continued, "It's really nice, you have a good eye." Xinxingya smiled and replied, "You should try this black truffle, the aroma is particularly rich. By the way, do you have a flight tomorrow?" Wang Chen asked with a smile. "Yes, I have to work again tomorrow," Xinxingya said, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her bright eyes, causing her to pause with her utensils. "Do you fly for Rome Province Airlines regularly?" "Yes, I only fly the routes from Rome Province to the Magic City," Wang Chen said, using a serving spoon to scoop some black truffle onto her plate. "From your accent, you must be from Jincheng too." "Yes, my family is local to Jincheng, but we don't live in the city center," Xinxingya said while eating the delicious food, making her cheeks puff out. Her greedy appearance made Wang Chen smile slightly and say, "Then we should have plenty of time to meet in the future." Wang Chen didn't continue the conversation, focusing on filling his stomach first. The food at this restaurant was indeed quite good. The meal lasted over an hour. "Sir, your total bill is 5,888 yuan. How would you like to pay?" "By card," Wang Chen said, pulling out his bank card. Xinxingya exclaimed that it was outrageous, but Wang Chen thought it was nothing. After all, with the restaurant's location, the prices couldn't be low. After settling the bill, the two stood up and left the restaurant. The afternoon sun gently bathed the streets of the Bund. Wang Chen suggested taking a stroll along the Bund to help with digestion, and Xinxingya readily agreed. The river sparkled with light as boats moved back and forth. Across the river, the most prosperous area of the Magic City was filled with towering skyscrapers, creating a magnificent modern tableau. "Handsome brother, buy a bouquet of flowers for pretty sister, okay?" At that moment, a little girl tugged at Wang Chen's pants. The girl looked about 6 or 7 years old, with big eyes and an exceptionally cute appearance. "Little friend, you're so adorable. What's your name, and how old are you?" Xinxingya bent down and smiled. "My name is Meng Meng. I'm 7 this year. Can the big sister buy a bouquet of flowers? My mom is sick, and I want to earn money for her medicine," Meng Meng said earnestly. Wang Chen was taken aback. The little girl was dressed neatly, her clothes exquisite and cute, looking nothing like a child from a poor family. "Where's your dad? Why isn't he with you?" "Dad is over there being a bear." "Dad, I'm here," Meng Meng happily shouted, bouncing as she called for her father. "Meng Meng, wait for me, don't run too far." Just then, a young man dressed in a bear costume, holding a flower balloon, ran over. "I'm sorry for the trouble, this child has been lively since she was little, and she insisted on coming with me while I work part-time." The young man took off his headpiece, scratched his head, and said apologetically, "It's fine, the little friend is very cute." Wang Chen smiled and asked, "May I ask, what happened to the little friend's mother?" There's nothing I can't say. Originally, I was in a young love with her mother, and we got married relatively early. Her family is from the Magic City and looks down on me, this poor guy from out of town, and has always opposed us being together. We finally managed to get married and have a child, but Yanzi developed heart disease and needs a valve replacement." The young man looked at Meng Meng with affection and spoke to Wang Chen. "You don't look like you're short on money. Why not buy flowers on the street?" "To be honest, my name is Li Kai. I used to work at a financial company nearby, and my income was barely okay. But before the new year, my father-in-law fell seriously ill, and now money is indeed tight. Yanzi's surgery still lacks 300,000 Yanzi's condition can't be delayed any longer. The doctor has issued an emergency notice. I really have no way out. I spend all my spare time working, part-time, even during lunch breaks, selling flowers, hoping to earn a little more, so Yanzi has a bit more hope. After Li Kai finished speaking, a look of pain crossed his face. Then give me a flower. How much? After listening, Wang Chen thought for a moment and asked Li Kai, where's the QR code? Where do I scan? Thank you. 10 yuan each. Li Kai showed a grateful expression as he took out the QR code he had on him. Ding! Feishin received 300,000. Wang Chen took out his phone and transferred 300,000 into the QR code. P.S. Don't ask why the QR code can transfer large amounts, just think of it as a parallel world. Ha! Did you transfer the wrong amount? This flower is only 10 yuan. It's fine, it's 300,000. Just take it. Meng Meng is still young and needs her mother. A childhood without a mother is incomplete. Such a lovely Meng Meng should always be happy in the future. Wang Chen said as he gently touched Meng Meng's little face, smiling, though little. One looked at Wang Chen with a dazed expression, curious about why this handsome brother was touching her. This is too much, I can't accept it. Li Kai's face showed a conflicted expression. He was reluctant to part with the 300,000. With that money he could get Yanzi the surgery. He wouldn't lose the love of his life. Meng Meng wouldn't be without her mother. But, do I look like someone who lacks money? Money is just a string of numbers to me. 300,000 can save a life. And I think that's worth it. Look over there at that McLaren P1, worth over 20 million, just bought yesterday. So just accept it. It's really not much money for me. As Wang Chen spoke, he pointed to the McLaren P1 parked by the roadside. Then, he gently shook his wrist, revealing the Patek Philippe Starry Skywatch on his wrist. Thank you, thank you. Li Kai's eyes instantly welled up, tears swirling in his eyes. His voice became hoarse with excitement, tinged with a hint of choked emotion. He stepped forward, suddenly kneeling and tightly grasping Wang Chen's hand, saying, "Can I have your name? I will repay you in the future, and I will return the money, it just needs time." Woo woo. As he spoke, Li Kai suddenly burst into tears. Who says men don't shed tears easily? It's just that they haven't reached the point of sorrow. Since ancient times, heroes have often been righteous, but they just haven't encountered the bitter words that make them weep. Shedding tears doesn't mean one isn't a real man. The pressure of this time had left him gasping for breath. Before the new year, his father-in-law fell ill, and the treatment cost over $1 million, leaving him in debt to relatives and friends for hundreds of thousands. After the new year, even Yanzi fell ill. Coming from a rural background, he had borrowed all he could, yet still fell short of money. It was truly helpless. Money is indeed a bastard, capable of making a dignified man kneel. Dad, what's wrong? Please don't cry. Whoa. At that moment, Meng Meng saw her father crying and started to cry as well, drawing the attention of passers-by around the bund. My name is Wang Chen. I will remember you, and hopefully, we will meet again. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled. After saying that, he turned and took Shen Xingya's hand, continuing to walk forward. Meng Meng, quickly thank your brother, Mom is saved. Woo. Thank you, brother. Meng Meng was still crying but instinctively expressed her gratitude, still not quite understanding what had just happened. You looked so cool just now. Shen Xingya let Wang Chen hold her hand obediently, smiling. Wasn't I cool before? Wang Chen's lips curled up as he handed the flowers to Shen Xingya. You were cool before, but now you're even cooler. Shen Xingya lowered her head to smell the flowers, then turned to look at Wang Chen, her eyes sparkling with charm. She hadn't expected Wang Chen to transfer 300,000 to the little girl's father. 300,000 might not mean much to Wang Chen, but for an ordinary person, it was an astronomical figure, something that would take 5, 10, or even 20 years to save up. Because of this 300,000, Meng Meng might not lose her mother, and Li Kai wouldn't lose his wife. Moreover, Wang Chen's kind heart made Shen Xingya even more moved. She secretly glanced at Wang Chen, a blush gradually appearing on her face. She was smitten. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 300,000 and double cashback of 600,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 30 system points. Wang Chen heard the system's announcement. Although the 300,000 he just donated came back, he felt that it was not as satisfying as helping someone in need. Wealthy heirs indulge in extravagance and excess, letting wealth flow freely amidst the neon lights. Meanwhile, the impoverished often struggle with a lack of even a penny. Even with grand ambitions, it is difficult to realize one's aspirations, like a trapped beast sighing helplessly. Wang Chen seemed to have found some direction in life. His money would only multiply as he spent it. So, why not do something more meaningful for this country and its people? The history of Huagua and the earth in his past life had hardly changed. The people here still flowed with the blood of Yin and Huang, having experienced a century of vicissitudes and struggles, still enduring a painful past. Of course, that is not now. After all, he is still just a college student, and he has a date with the beauty in front of him. The bund is bustling with people from all over the world drawn here to witness the charm of the magic city. The bund boasts numerous European-style historical buildings, each with its own unique character, while across the river stands the modern skyscrapers of the Pudong New area. They rise in a staggered fashion. Boats traverse the river, with leisurely cruise ships gliding by and cargo ships busily transporting goods. The river breeze brushes against the face, refreshing and uplifting. Aren't you my tour guide? We can't just wander around here all afternoon, Wang Chen said lightly. I often come to the Magic City, but I haven't really explored it properly. The only places I know are Disney and the Oriental Pearl Tower, the more famous spots, Xinxingya replied, a bit embarrassed. Then let's go to Disney. I'm sure you girls would love it, Wang Chen smiled. Ah, but I'm not here to play with you. Going to Disney might not be a good idea. It's decided then, Wang Chen said, taking Xinxingya's hand and walking away. Just like that, it's a happy decision, Wang Chen said, leading Xinxingya forward with big strides. Xinxingya's face turned slightly red, but she obediently let him pull her along. Wang Chen then took out his phone. He dialed the number of the private butler assigned to him by the hotel, Butler Lin. On the other end of the line, Butler Lin's respectful and professional voice soon came through. Mr. Wang, how may I assist you today? Please help me order 2 VIP tickets for Disney, Wang Chen said straightforwardly. Butler Lin immediately responded respectfully, certainly, Mr. Wang. The Bulgari private butler service will surely meet your expectations. I will handle the Disney ticket arrangements promptly. The Bulgari private butler service can take care of many things, such as transportation or any special privileges needed. They are the right choice for that. They can arrange for most general matters. Before long, at the Disney Town parking lot, Wang Chen got out of the car, holding Xinxingya's hand. At this time, the tour guide arranged by Butler Lin had already been waiting for a while. She appeared to be a girl in her 20s, likely a college student working part-time. She looked fresh and sweet, with her hair styled in a bun, wearing a Disney tour guide uniform. Hello, Mr. Wang, I'm your tour guide for today, Yang Ziqian. You can just call me Xiao Yang. The young guide introduced herself very professionally, exuding the unique vitality of youth. You have booked our Disney 8888 couples exclusive tickets, which allow you to enjoy all attractions without waiting in line. I will take you both there. Great, I mainly brought my girlfriend here to have fun. Do you have any recommended attractions? Wang Chen nodded slightly. Xinxingya didn't object, her face flushed, quietly standing behind Wang Chen. At the entrance of Disney, various cartoon characters like Snow White, Donald Duck, and Judy stood proudly. Tourists surged in from all directions like a tide, colorful balloons floated in the air, and children bounced with excitement, occasionally stopping to take photos in front of the cartoon character statues. I'll take you inside first. The carousel is quite suitable for couples, Xiao Yang said with a smile. The carousel is one of Disney's classic attractions, and with the music playing, it feels like being in a dreamy fairy tale world, especially perfect for couples to experience. And every time we visit a place, we can get a stamp, which is a popular way for many young people to collect memories. Saying this, the guide handed over 2 maps of the park, which included detailed descriptions of the attractions. At this time, there were still quite a few people in the park, most of whom were there with young children. The ticket gate was lined with a long queue, but fortunately, they had Disney VIP tickets, so they didn't have to waste time waiting. When they arrived in front of the carousel, Xinxingya's eyes instantly lit up. Wow, it's so beautiful. Looking at the exquisite wooden horses in the dazzling lights, Xinxingya couldn't help but exclaim softly, "Do you like it? We'll ride it together in a bit," Wang Chen said, gently squeezing her hand as he spoke tenderly. Yes, I like it, Xinxingya nodded vigorously. Thanks to the arrangements made by their guide, Xiao Yang, they were able to board the next carousel without waiting in line. He. As the carousel began to turn slowly, Xinxingya let out a tinkling laugh. Accompanied by music, the colorful horses rose and fell in a circle. Wang Chen sat behind Xinxingya, wrapping his arms around her waist, quietly observing the surroundings. Besides the children, most of the riders on the carousel were young people. It made sense. This was indeed a suitable attraction for college students, unlike extreme roller coasters or spinning motorcycles, which felt too childish. Next, I'll take you to experience Frozen. The scenery there is simply breathtaking, as if the Ice Kingdom from the movie has been brought to life. You will be deeply impressed, Xiao Yang said enthusiastically right after they got off the carousel. I've always loved Frozen so much, I can't wait to experience it, Xinxingya said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Alright, let's hurry up and go. Go, Wang Chen smiled. Under the guide's lead, they boarded a special shuttle bus and soon they arrived at the Frozen venue. The realistic ice and snow scene instantly captured the attention of Wang Chen and Xinxingya. Wang Chen, look, it's just like in the movie, it's amazing. Xinxingya tightly grasped Wang Chen's hand, her expression filled with excitement. Every girl has a princess dream, and she was no exception. It's indeed stunning, but in my heart, you're even more beautiful than Elsa, Wang Chen said, looking directly at Xinxingya. Xinxingya, unable to meet his gaze, felt her cheeks grow even redder. The entire Frozen performance lasted about 18 minutes, with artificial snow falling throughout to enhance the atmosphere. Xinxingya watched with excitement, taking photos continuously and occasionally bursting into happy laughter. Wang Chen, on the other hand, felt drowsy and wasn't very interested. They played and took photos along the way, experiencing various attractions. After spending most of the day enjoying themselves, their guide Xiaoyang enthusiastically recommended some Disney snacks: fish and chips, Barbassa's barbecue pork ribs rice, seafood barbecue platter, Mickey-shaped ice cream, corn cheese sticks, fish balls. They bought everything Xinxingya wanted to eat. In total, they spent 2,865 yuan, and Wang Chen only felt about 3/4 full. Ever since he gained the extreme physique trait, his appetite had increased significantly, and this was just a warm-up. In the evening, the sky was painted in a brilliant orange-red, resembling a stunning painting. Wang Chen and Xinxingya stepped into the cabin of the Disney Ferris wheel. As the Ferris wheel slowly ascended, Xinxingya gently leaned on Wang Chen's shoulder and softly said, "I'm really happy today, thank you for bringing me here. I will always remember this day." "As long as you're happy, that's all that matters," Wang Chen said, gently holding her close. Under her gaze, he slowly leaned down towards her. What does he want? Is he going to kiss me? Should I resist?" Xinxingya felt a bit flustered and helpless, closing her eyes tightly. Her mind was in chaos, her head buzzing. "Xingya, be my girlfriend. From now on, you will be my princess." "Well, I agree in principle." "What do you mean by in principle?" Wang Chen asked, puzzled. "Let's see how you perform later. He. Xinxingya playfully looked at Wang Chen and started to laugh. In fact, she had already decided to agree to Wang Chen's request. It was just that her modesty as a girl made her reluctant to accept so quickly. She was also afraid that Wang Chen would think she was a casual girl. She feared disappointing him, so she said something so ambiguous. At 8 o'clock in the evening, inside the Peace Hotel in Magic City, the magnificent chandelier cast a soft light, reflecting on the marble floor. The lobby's decor was filled with Art Deco style, with geometric patterns that were simple and smooth, showcasing a perfect blend of vintage and modern fashion. The old photographs on the walls told the stories of what had happened here. When in Magic City, one must experience the Peace Hotel. Otherwise, it would be a wasted trip. Wang Chen and Xinxingya, guided by a waiter, arrived at their reserved table. The dishes at the Peace Hotel are renowned for their exquisite culinary skills and high-quality ingredients. Since they had to drive, they didn't order any wine. Wang Chen only ordered a few signature dishes. "Xingya, you probably haven't eaten here before, right? Try the braised pork, I've heard it's exceptional." Wang Chen placed a piece of braised pork into her bowl. This dish of braised pork was made from carefully selected and cooked pieces of meat, with a bright red color, rich but not greasy, melting in the mouth. Of course, the price was also quite steep. "I've never been here, this isn't a place for a little flight attendant like me." "Yeah, it's really delicious, rich but not greasy," Xinxingya said with a satisfied smile. "Ha, if it's good, we should come often." "Don't. It's fine to eat here occasionally, but if I come too often, my stomach from Jincheng can't handle it." "True. By the way, send a message to your sisters in a bit, let's meet at Master Bar." Xinxingya was momentarily stunned, unable to react. "What are you dawdling for? Send the message. Didn't you promise your sisters you'd take them out tonight? They'll get ready and head out. We should be done with dinner by then, so the timing should be about right," Wang Chen said casually. Bribing Xinxingya's friends to go to the bar was a small expense for him. With their support, there might be surprises tonight. Moreover, the Master Bar in Magic City is reputed to be the only top nightclub in Asia with over 3,000 spotlights. It is said that the electricity bill for one night can reach hundreds of thousands. The ultimate light show has attracted social celebrities and internet influencers to check in. The wealthy women and socialites of Magic City love to go there. There are even rumors that Principal Wang Sikong has invested in this bar. Wang Chen was looking forward to it. He had never experienced such things in his past life. "They're just joking around, they might not go. How about we switch to another bar? Just choose a cheaper one." Xinxingya hesitated. After all, Master Bar is notoriously high-priced. "It's fine, just send them the address directly. When they arrive, have them mention my name." "Hey, Butler Lin, please help me book a booth at Master Bar," Wang Chen said as he took out his phone and dialed Butler Lin's number. "Okay, Mr. Wang, do you have any specific requirements for the booth location?" Butler Lin's respectful voice came from the other end of the line. "I want the best location, a bit larger." "Understood, I will arrange it for you right away." Wang Chen hung up and continued eating. Before long, he received a message from Butler Lin saying that the reservation had been made. Xinxingya felt a bit embarrassed. After all, it was just a joke from her sisters that led Wang Chen to arrange a night out at Master Bar. She sent the bar's location to their group chat. Suddenly, a wave of exclamations erupted. "It's actually Master Bar. I've heard the minimum spend there is several thousand. Young Master Wang is quite generous. Xingya's boyfriend is so extravagant. Thank you, Xingya, otherwise, I wouldn't dare to go in and spend." "What kind of status does young Master Wang have? Can he even manage the minimum spend? It seems like you need at least 100,000 tonight." I wonder if we might run into Wang Sikong. I've heard he often comes to this bar and even has investments in it. Maybe we could even see some celebrities. Ah, I'm so envious that Xingya found a rich and handsome boyfriend. I want one too. A flurry of discussions instantly filled the group chat. Xingya couldn't keep up with all the messages. This time, she didn't bother to refute the identity of being his girlfriend. She glanced up at Wang Chen, who was eating, and her vanity was greatly satisfied. Today, on her date with Wang Chen, she witnessed his kind and gentle side, as well as his strength. What occupied her mind the most now was no longer just being his girlfriend, but how to become a wealthy lady. After dinner, Wang Chen went to the cashier to settle the bill. Another expenditure of 4,920 yuan. Wang Chen bought some cigarettes and alcohol at a convenience store at the entrance, spending 100,000. He also withdrew 50,000 in cash from the bank, as the bar was a mixed crowd, just in case. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 100,000 yuan, and a double cashback of 200,000 yuan is granted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 10 system points. Manhwa Industrial and Commercial Bank reminds you that your account 2846 has received a deposit of 4,920 yuan with a balance of 1,588,266,819 yuan. Manhwa Industrial and Commercial Bank reminds you that your account 2846 has received a deposit of 100,000 yuan with a balance of 1,588,366,819 yuan. Wang Chen glanced at the balance, turned, and took Xingya's hand. Their fingers intertwined as they walked towards the parking lot. The bright moon hung high, and the stars sparkled. The entire magic city was enveloped in colorful neon lights. The night view of the Bund was particularly enchanting. Wang Chen drove a yellow McLaren P1, the car slicing through the traffic like a bolt of yellow lightning. His right hand never left Xingya's smooth thigh. After just over 10 minutes of driving, they arrived at the entrance of Master Bar. As the top bar in all of Asia, it could only be described as a place of dazzling lights and intoxicating pleasures. Whether it was working-class white-collar workers or student celebrities, everyone wanted to come here to relax. At this moment, the bar entrance was already packed with people. Various luxury cars were parked outside, with models like Mercedes, BMW, and Land Rover being the most common. There were also some luxury supercars like Porsche, McLaren, and Lamborghini, but they were few and mostly entry-level sports cars. Wang Chen's McLaren P1 was undoubtedly the star of the show. He glanced at the parking lot in front of the bar. There were hardly any good parking spots available. Wang Chen frowned. This was clearly a challenge for a newcomer like him. His arrival noticeably stirred the crowd. The cool body of the McLaren P1 attracted the attention of most people present. He waved to the security guard directing traffic at the bar entrance. "Boss, is there something you need?" The security guard, who had been directing traffic, took a look at Wang Chen's McLaren and walked over. Wang Chen took out 1,000 yuan from the car and handed the money and the keys to the security guard. "Please help me park the car. This money is for you." In a place like this bar, where people from all walks of life mingled, it was more convenient to get things done and avoid trouble. He had specifically withdrawn some cash before coming. After all, gifts pave the way, and drinks open doors. This is a traditional custom in Manhwa. The security guard looked at a stack of bright red huaxia coins, and his face immediately broke into a smile as he nodded respectfully, saying, "Boss, have fun. You can rest assured, just park your car here, and I guarantee no one will scratch it." As he spoke, he directly brought over several plastic barriers and placed them around the car. "Ah, great. You have good eyes. When you have time, get someone to wash my car." Wang Chen saw that the security guard looked to be in his 20s and was quite talented, laughing heartily. The guard's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied, "Don't worry, boss, I'll make sure it's spotless when you come out." Wang Chen smiled slightly and walked in with Xingya. Just as they were about to enter, they could hear a wave of dynamic music coming from inside. The young security guard felt secretly pleased. Today he had encountered a benefactor, and for just parking the car, he had received 1,000. How much would he get for washing it? It certainly wouldn't be less than 1,000. The young guard watched as Wang Chen and Xingya entered the bar, signaling the cleaning staff on standby to bring towels for the car wash. He then pressed the earpiece clip to his ear and said, "Manager, a couple just came in at the entrance. The man is driving a McLaren P1 and wearing a Patek Philippe. He's clearly a wealthy young master." "Good, report any developments." Manager Lang, who was patrolling the bar, heard his subordinates report and hurried to the entrance to greet Wang Chen and his companion. "Hello, sir, I'm the manager, Lung Wei-jun. Do you have a reservation?" Manager Lang spotted Wang Chen and his companion from a distance and approached them with a warm smile. "Yes, my surname is Wang." He then provided the last few digits of his phone number. Manager Lang immediately opened his tablet to check and exclaimed in surprise, "You are Mr. Wang?" He quickly nodded and bowed, his face beaming with smiles. "Mr. Wang, please this way, your booth has been prepared for you. I'll take you there right now." "All right." The nightclub was bustling, the air thick with the mingled scents of smoke, alcohol, and perfume, particularly overwhelming for someone visiting for the first time. The lights were dazzling and painful to the eyes. "Let's get hyped up!" Scream. The deafening sound of the DJ singing and dancing filled the air. The expressions of the men and women below were filled with passion and fervor, the scent of hormones enveloping the entire nightclub. It was now 10 o'clock at night. Ordinary people were likely at home, playing on their phones, preparing to rest. For the bar, this was just the beginning, yet the venue was already packed to capacity. There were no empty seats. Manager Lang respectfully led the way, and although Wang Chen didn't understand why the manager was so enthusiastic, he had a rough idea. It must be due to the connection with the Bulgari Hotel and the McLaren P1 parked at the entrance. These factors combined were likely why Manager Ling treated him this way. They walked all the way to the beverage area. The bartenders were busy mixing various drinks behind the bar, and the display shelves were filled with a dazzling array of bottles shimmering under the lights. He had never seen such a variety of drinks. Manager Lang led the two of them through the beverage hall and dance floor to the reserved spot. The minimum consumption for the dance floor booth was 100,000. He smiled at Wang Chen and said, "Mr. Wang, this is your reserved booth number 01. It's the best booth in the entire dance floor, with a wide view right across from the stage." Wang Chen looked at the spacious booth marked 01, which could easily accommodate 10 or so people. Many envious glances were cast from below the dance floor. Several girls who frequented the nightclub stared at Wang Chen. If it weren't for Xin Xingye standing beside him, they would have approached him long ago. As regulars in the hotel scene, they had sharp eyes. Besides the booth with a minimum consumption of 100,000, they also noticed the Patek Philippe on Wang Chen's wrist. They recognized the Patek Philippe Starry Sky 6104 series at a glance, a watch priced at over 4 million. Moreover, Wang Chen was young and handsome, just their type. Wang Chen looked up, and right in front of him was the DJ performance stage, almost occupying the best view. On stage, a performer dressed in traditional attire was dancing passionately, eliciting screams from the audience below. "By the way, today we have invited the internet celebrity Little Dragon Cat with millions of fans to DJ live here. If you need anything, feel free to contact me." Manager Lang winked, revealing an expression that any man would understand as he handed over the drink menu. "Mr. Wang, here's the drink menu. Take a look and see what you'd like." Wang Chen glanced at the drink list. It featured the 888 Spade Dragon set as well as even more expensive champagne packages. Having only heard of Spade, Wang Chen didn't know if the other drinks were good, but with such a big name, it should be decent. Wang Chen then said to Manager Lang, "Let's start with 3 sets of the Dragon set." "Alright, Mr. Wang, I'll arrange that for you right away." Manager Lang's face lit up with surprise as he hurried off to make arrangements. He then instructed several waiters to be on standby at the booth. "Isn't that too much? We won't finish all that alcohol, and my sisters can't drink much. Plus, it's a bit too expensive," Xin Xingye said anxiously to Wang Chen upon seeing him order so much. "My sisters rarely go to bars, and this is my first time. I really can't drink much." "It's fine, I'm also here for the first time. Just have fun, and if we can't finish it later, we can leave it here," Wang Chen reassured her. He knew that bars allowed you to store drinks, so he wasn't worried about wasting any. Besides, with hundreds of thousands worth of drinks, if they didn't finish, they simply wouldn't. Wang Chen wasn't short on money. Shen Qingyao was a bit surprised. Someone of Wang Chen's status was actually visiting a bar for the first time? He didn't seem to be lying, which made her curious about Wang Chen's family background. Were wealthy families really that strict with their children? At that moment, Manager Lang approached Wang Chen again, leaning in to whisper, "A few girls are outside looking for you." Wang Chen nodded. "They're all my friends, let them in." "Okay." After saying that, Manager Lang spoke a few words into his earpiece. Before long, Wang Chen saw Li Na leading 2 other flight attendants into the bar. Their arrival attracted a lot of attention in the bar. After all, as flight attendants, even if they weren't as beautiful as Xin Xingye, they were at least on the same level. Online, they would all be considered goddess-level figures. Soon, they were brought to the booth by the dance floor. "Mr. Wang, your friends have arrived. I'll take my leave now. Call me if you need anything," Manager Lang said, giving a knowing glance to the waiters beside the booth. Before leaving, Li Na stepped forward and smiled at Wang Chen. Wang Chen, it's great to see you again. You really invited us out to have fun." "It's just a small thing. You're Qingya's friends, so it's only right," Wang Chen replied. "Please, sit down, don't just stand there." Hearing this, Li Na was the first to sit down, and the others quickly followed suit. "You 3 still don't know each other's names?" Wang Chen asked the other flight attendants. "I'm Zhou Jing, you can just call me Jingjing. I'm Xiao Xiao. You can also call me Xiao Xiao. I'm Chen Mengyao." Wang Chen couldn't help but glance at Xiao Xiao a bit longer. She was quite well endowed, not small at all. Jingjing asked, "Wang Chen, do you come here often?" "I noticed the marketing guy who brought us called him manager." Xiao Xiao was also curious. "Yeah, that manager was really nice to you just now." Chen Mengyao didn't speak, but her gaze towards Xin Xingye held a hint of envy. Suddenly, all the lights in the bar dimmed, and the music softened. The crowd below, who were bouncing with excitement, were suddenly bewildered. What's going on? We were just getting into it, someone shouted loudly. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Just a brief pause, and then a wave of sound erupted in the crowd like an explosion. As the rhythm of the sound intensified in the pitch-black nightclub, a beam of light slowly emerged from the bar's backstage. Some regulars who frequented nightclubs immediately understood that a big shot had ordered an expensive drink. Bang! As the lights came back on, a loud explosion echoed above the dance floor, and colorful confetti filled the air. At that moment, the host appeared in front of everyone in the center of the dance floor. The bar's massive LED screen also displayed a video of Booth 01, showing the figures of Wang Chen and others. On the screen, the numbers 566 and 666 stood out prominently. The line of servers, illuminated by the winding lights, passed through the dance floor and finally stood in a row in front of Wang Chen. 18 girls, dressed brightly, each holding a box of wine, bowed at a 90-degree angle in front of several people while loudly proclaiming, "Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your generous support of our master bar. Wishing Mr. Wang smooth sailing and abundant wealth." The stage host also said, "Dear esteemed guests, good evening. Tonight, we are very honored to open these 3 sets of dragon bundles. For the guests of Booth 01, let us witness this luxurious moment together. Once again, thank you to all the guests for your presence. We hope the dragon bundles will bring you wonderful memories. Let us continue to enjoy this marvelous night, wishing everyone a great time and plenty to drink. Let's rock this night together." Scream! The host's words were highly provocative. His booming voice reached everyone's ears, making all those in the dance floor aware of the extravagant spending at Booth 01. Wow! The crowd gasped, and the flight attendant sitting next to Wang Chen had a change of expression. Looking again at Xinxingya, her gaze was filled with envy, mixed with other emotions. 3 sets of dragon bundles? How much money does one need to have such a display? For the flight attendants present, they often encountered many rich second-generation heirs, but these heirs were usually under their family's strict control. They hardly had any money on them. Some rich heirs couldn't even afford to fill their cars with gas when going out. Yet Wang Chen not only drove a McLaren P1 but was also so generous. This proved that Wang Chen's family background was exceptionally good. A few of them began to consider pursuing Wang Chen, but with Xinxingya present, it was awkward to talk to him too much. At that moment, Manager Lang approached, signaling with his eyes. The 18 young ladies neatly placed the wine boxes on the table. "Mr. Wang, should we open all these bottles?" Manager Lang asked with a beaming smile. As a manager, he knew the value of big clients too well. Ensuring the guests had a good time was his job. The most important thing for a bar was to retain customers, especially big clients. Wang Chen glanced at Manager Lang and had to admit that this person had some standards. He replied lightly, "Open them all. Then I won't disturb you any further, Mr. Wang." After saying that, he stepped back, leaving the servers to open the bottles one by one. Li now looked at the numerous bottles of wine in front of her and couldn't help but click her tongue. "So much wine, it would be such a waste if we can't finish it all." Wang Chen smiled and said, "We're here to have fun, don't worry about the value of the wine." Hearing this, Li now picked up a glass and toasted Wang Chen loudly, saying, "Then I won't be polite. Let me toast to young Master Wang first. Thank you for your hospitality, young Master Wang." After saying that, she downed the drink in one go. The other sisters stood up one by one, simultaneously saying, "Thank you, young Master Wang." Wang Chen, seeing this, could only hold up his wine glass and drink with them. After a glass of champagne went down, Wang Chen felt it was quite ordinary. A set of Shenlong suits selling for 188,000 was indeed expensive. "Don't all drink with me, you can drink freely, and if it's not enough, just order more," Wang Chen said quickly as he saw Zhou Jing lift her glass to look at him again. "Then let's toast to Qingya. If it weren't for Qingya, we wouldn't be able to drink such expensive wine." Zhou Jing turned to Xinxingya and said. Li Na poured herself another glass, grinning mischievously. "Thank you, Qingya." Chen Mengyao and Xiao Xiao raised their glasses simultaneously. "No need, no need." Xinxingya quickly waved her hand, feeling a bit shy. However, in the end, she still clinked glasses with them. After another glass of champagne, a slight blush appeared on Xinxingya's face. Under the dim lights of the bar, she looked even more alluring. Wang Chen watched them drink with a smile, and his left hand naturally reached over to wrap around Xinxingya's waist. Feeling Wang Chen's little gesture, Xinxingya leaned into his embrace. "Brother Wang Chen, I want to toast you alone," Xinxingya said, her eyes sparkling with flirtation. Alright, if Qingya toasts, I have to drink." Wang Chen laughed, downing the champagne in his glass. Xinxingya set down her glass, her eyes dreamy, and naturally wrapped her arms around Wang Chen's arm. Perhaps under the influence of alcohol, she felt that Wang Chen was even more masculine. Her entire body was almost glued to Wang Chen, and her 2 ample curves pressed tightly against his arm. She secretly vowed to hold on to such an excellent man tightly. She was well aware of her advantages. Her looks and figure were her bargaining chips. Not to mention other women, even the few plastic sisters in front of her would likely have their eyes on Wang Chen. Strands of hair fell onto Wang Chen's face, causing a slight itch. The other sisters looked at Wang Chen and Xinxingya, some happy for her, while others were envious. These flight attendants had wasted their prime youth on flying. Aside from their faces, there was nothing else to commend. The best outcome in life was to find a rich man to marry, even if he was older. Otherwise, when they grew old and faded, it would be hard to find someone to marry. Young Master Wang, you can't just drink with Qingya and ignore us. I'll toast you a glass too, don't refuse. Chen Mengyao took the initiative to step forward, her eyes charming, sitting sideways next to Wang Chen. Alright, let's all drink a glass together, Wang Chen said with an inscrutable expression, unconsciously touching his pocket. Interesting. He suddenly understood why wealthy people liked to come to bars for fun. It wasn't that the drinks here were particularly good, but in this environment, people's vanity and desire to compare would grow infinitely. Drunk on paper and gold, mesmerizing. The eyes, leading to decadence. Of course, for Wang Chen, this was a good thing. He raised his glass, and the champagne sparkled under the light, emitting a charming glow. He snapped back to reality, smiled faintly, and drank it all in one go. He discovered, with the enhancement of the extreme physique attribute, alcohol had no effect on him at all, like drinking fruit juice. Inside the bar, the music was deafening, and people in the dance floor swayed to the rhythm. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from below the stage, accompanied by increasingly loud crackling sounds. This immediately drew many people over to see the excitement. In the center of the crowd below the dance floor, a young man stood out remarkably. Dressed in luxurious designer clothing, his body was covered in logos like a starry sky, making it clear at a glance that he was either rich or noble. At this moment, he was engaged in a fierce tug-of-war with others. The flushed face was filled with a mix of anger and embarrassment, and the mouth kept shouting, I want to see who stole my thunder. Let go of me, you jerk. Young Master Chen, you're drunk. Let me take you to rest. Manager Lang was behind him, tightly gripping young Master Chen's arm, sweating profusely. His once neat shirt was now soaked with sweat, clinging to his back. He was trying to bring this already frantic young master back to the private room, hoping to calm this farce down quickly. A few of young Master Chen's followers were also agitated, threateningly looking at Manager Lang. What the hell are you? Young Master Chen calls you manager out of respect for your boss, and you really think you're something? Chen Mingxian also started to shout in anger, his voice hoarse and high-pitched. From the alcohol, exactly, what are you? I just came over to have a drink and make a friend. Why are you pulling me? Our young Master Chen is a prominent figure in the Magic City, don't be ungrateful. Saying this, with the help of his subordinates, young Master Chen suddenly exerted force and broke free from Manager Lang's grip. He staggered a few steps and rushed over to Wang Chen's booth. His name was Chen Mingxian, a regular at Master Bar. Since the opening of Master Bar, the consumption record showing millions was enough to prove he was one of the bigger clients here. Always the center of attention, upon seeing Wang Chen making such a scene, and with beautiful companions at the booth, he became increasingly furious under the encouragement of his friends. Being a top figure in the Magic City, he was familiar with the various families there. Wang Chen? Just a local bumpkin from out of town. Manager Lang's face changed colors, turning from green to white, knowing something was about to happen. Both people present were either rich or noble. He couldn't afford any trouble. He quickly called for the security team, trying to control the situation while frantically taking out his phone to report to the boss. Wang Chen was chatting happily with a few flight attendants nearby, originally thinking the farce on the dance floor would end soon, but unexpectedly, the other party had come to his booth. Hey girl, come have a drink with me. Chen Mingxian swaggered over to the booth, plopping down arrogantly. The words were directed at Xinxingya, but his gaze, intentionally or unintentionally, flicked towards Wang Chen. The provocation was quite obvious. Xinxingya's face showed no concealment of her disgust. She looked to Wang Chen for help. The others remained silent, as this was Wang Chen's reserved booth, his territory. The other party's behavior was already a blatant provocation. They were curious about how Wang Chen would handle it. Wang Chen looked at Manager Lang and asked, who is this? Young Master Wang, this is Chen Mingxian, young Master Chen, the only son of the Chen family. Manager Lang hurriedly stepped forward, wearing a flattering smile, but his eyes were filled with pleading, hoping Wang Chen would not clash with Chen Mingxian. This small bar manager couldn't handle such trouble. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at Chen Mingxian with a half smile. Young Master Chen? Drinking should be about mutual consent. Being so direct might not be appropriate. Chen Mingxian snorted coldly. Kid, don't play dumb with me. I just want to have a drink with this girl. What? Are you reluctant? Wang Chen gently shook his head. What you said is rather uninteresting. However, since young Master Chen is so interested, I, Wang Chen, can't spoil your fun. How about this? It's just drinking. Why don't we have a contest? Whoever falls first loses, and the loser has to roll from here to the door. How about that? Chen Mingxuan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He was no stranger to drinking games and wasn't afraid of this outsider, so he immediately replied, all right, but remember, you said it, don't come crying for mercy later. Speak, how do we drink? Wang Chen said, 1 cup per person, whoever falls first loses, how about that? Chen Mingxian provocatively looked at Wang Chen. Alright. Manager Lang, pour some stronger liquor, champagne is boring. This, alright, just a moment. Manager Lang immediately spoke a few words into his earpiece, and upon his indication he agreed to Chen Mingxuan's request. Soon, the waiter quickly brought over bottles of strong liquor. Chen Mingxian raised his glass and tilted his head back, the liquor flowing down the corners of his mouth, soaking his expensive collar. After finishing one glass, he slammed the glass down on the table as if to show off. It's your turn. Wang Chen, however, remained calm, a faint smile on his lips as he slowly raised his glass and drank it all in one go. It was as if he was savoring a fine wine, rather than this spicy liquor. After 6 rounds, Chen Mingxuan's steps began to sway and his gaze became hazy. But he still stubbornly held on, mumbling, again, I'm not drunk yet. Manager Lang worriedly said, young Master Chen, maybe you should stop drinking. Wang Chen, however, still looked as usual, as if the strong liquor was nothing more than plain water to him. After another round, Chen Mingxian finally couldn't hold it in anymore, and while he vomited, the mess splattering on the ground, emitting a pungent smell. Chen Mingxian was furious and embarrassed. He considered himself a dignified person. Today, he had lost face in front of everyone, especially in front of this local bumpkin in his eyes. With his extreme physique, he wasn't afraid of drinking. Anyone who came had to kneel. Wang Chen held his glass, savoring a sip, and said, hee hee. With this drinking capacity, go to the children's table. Put. Lina couldn't help but laugh when she saw Chen Mingxian vomit everywhere. The nearby flight attendants also wore amused expressions. Are you laughing at me? Chen Mingxian stepped closer, his face dark, staring hard at Lina. His status was noble, and the girls in the bar would do everything to please and respect him when they met him. Wang Chen's sarcasm made him feel even more humiliated, especially in front of this filthy woman who dared to laugh at him. Chen Mingxian, who already felt embarrassed in front of everyone, was now seething with rage. Lina waved her hand, shaking her head. I just remembered something happy. Bitch. Chen Mingxian was furious, looking around before finally landing on Wang Chen. I remember you, local bumpkin, daring to humiliate me. Let me tell you, this matter is not over. Wang Chen, right. I will make sure you can't stay in Magic City. Seeing Chen Mingxuan's furious expression, Lina nervously leaned closer to Wang Chen. Threatening me? Wang Chen laughed heartily, sitting in the booth, looking at him as if he were a clown. Wang Chen had a gentle temperament, but that didn't mean he didn't have a temper. You're just pretending. You have to learn to show off like others, spend a little money, and think everyone should accommodate you? With this drinking capacity, you dare to compete with me? Who gave you the courage? Wang Chen stood up, pointing at Chen Mingxuan's nose and scolding. What do you think you are? You're nothing. Poor bastard. Wang Chen's words pierced Chen Mingxuan's heart deeply. Chen Mingxuan's eyes instantly turned red. Although the Chen family was considered wealthy, they were still nouveau riche. In the elite circles of Magic City, where the rich gathered and hierarchies were strict, they were always looked down upon by those old families due to their lack of heritage. The thing Chen Mingxian hated most was being told he had no money. He couldn't stand this humiliation. Damn it! Chen Mingxian, with red eyes, picked up the liquor bottle on the table, ready to smash it on Wang Chen's head. But the security team watching closely would never give him the chance to harm anyone. This made Wang Chen feel a bit regretful. He still wanted to test his skills after being enhanced by the extreme physique. Bang! Ah! The wine bottle smashed to the ground, shattering and causing liquor to spray everywhere, leaving the scene in disarray. Chen Mingxian was also pinned to the sofa by the security, held firmly in place. Let me go. Do you know who I am? Amidst Chen Mingxuan's struggles, chaos erupted around them. Let go of young Master Chen. If anything happens to young Master Chen, you won't get away with it. Let's talk this out first. Let young Master Chen go. A few of the younger brothers blocked by the security at the dance floor were anxiously pacing back and forth like ants on a hot pan. Their faces were filled with worry and panic, their eyes fixed helplessly on Chen Mingxian, who was pinned to the sofa. Wang Chen, however, remained calm, picking up a tissue from the table to wipe his phone, which had been splashed with liquor. He then stood up, looking down at Chen Mingxian. Why bother? I was too lazy to pay attention to someone like you. But you insisted on making a scene in front of me. I'm going to kill you. Ah, let me go. Chen Mingxuan's eyes widened in anger as he struggled to get up from the sofa. But the security held him down tightly. You wait. This isn't over. I'll make you regret coming to Magic City. Chen Mingxian had completely lost his rationality. He had never experienced such humiliation in his life. I'll be waiting for you, Wang Chen said expressionlessly. Money? Connections? Or resources? No matter what you want to compete with, I'll accompany you to the end. I just hope you won't be like now, pinned down like a dog, only able to rage helplessly. Competing in money? Competing in background? He had plenty of that, not to mention the system, just his background alone. There were hardly a few in the whole of Huagua that could compare with him. Even the richest man's son in Huagua wouldn't dare to act arrogantly in front of him. Not to mention he still had his grandfather and maternal grandfather around. In Huagua, what was there to fear? Since his rebirth, knowing his family background, he understood that in this life he would stand at the top of the world's pyramid. He hadn't revealed his background before because he felt it unnecessary. If someone dared to stir trouble under his feet, Wang Chen wouldn't mind playing with them. What was Chen Mingxian in front of him? Chen Mingxian roared, wishing he could kill Wang Chen right there. Ah! As he struggled, he fell to the ground, his face landing on the shards of glass. Instantly, blood flowed from his face, which was covered in glass, making him look terrifying, like a demon. He felt like he was about to explode with rage. Manager Lang, seeing Chen Mingxian collapse on the ground with glass embedded in his face and blood gushing out, turned pale with fright. He was anxious and hurried forward, shouting loudly, "Young Master Chen, are you okay? Quickly help young Master Chen up." At the bottom of the dance floor, a few younger brothers, seeing this, could no longer care about the security's obstruction and rushed up frantically. They clumsily helped Chen Mingxian up, only to see his face covered in blood, yet his eyes still burned with the flames of anger. "What the hell are you doing? Can't you see I'm being attacked? Kill this kid for me, I'll take responsibility for anything that happens." Chen Mingxuan's gaze was sinister, his expression increasingly deranged, and due to the pain on his face, his voice was somewhat distorted. At this moment, he had completely lost his rationality, with only hatred for Wang Chen in his heart. "Quick, stop them. Young Master Chen, let's leave here first and take care of your wounds in the private room." Manager Lang, seeing the situation getting more out of control, quickly directed the security to stop the younger brothers who were about to act. He knew that if this continued and Chen Mingxian did something extreme, the consequences would be unimaginable, and his career as a manager would be over. Under the control of the security, Chen Mingxian and a few of his younger brothers were taken away from the booth. Chen Mingxian roared loudly at the dance floor, refusing to return to his private room. "You guys need to strengthen security at your bar. Don't let just anyone in, or you'll lower the bar's standards." Wang Chen looked at Manager Lang calmly and said, "Just because you've had a few drinks, you think you're something special, like you're the Prince of Magic City." Although he had a conflict with Chen Mingxian, it was still the bar's responsibility to ensure safety. He was there as a customer, and the bar had a duty to protect him. He was fully justified in saying such things to Manager Lang. "You're right." Manager Lang nodded repeatedly. "I'll handle this matter immediately. No matter what, it's our bar's fault for not managing the order properly. Sorry, Mr. Wang, for disturbing your elegance. You go take care of it. It looks like he won't let this go easily." Wang Chen didn't blame Manager Lang for this small matter. Watching Chen Mingxian, who was still refusing to return to the private room, he knew there would be more drama to come. "Are you blind? I'm the one who's hurt, not him. Why are you stopping me?" Chen Mingxian struggled to break through the security's blockade, venting his anger on the guards and manager Lang, pointing at them and cursing, "I'm a VIP in your bar. I've spent so much money, and this is how you treat me? Let me through. I want to beat that outsider to a pulp." Manager Lang glanced at Chen Mingxian without caring about his shouting. Although Chen Mingxian was a regular here, the boss had just instructed him to take care of Wang Chen. So Manager Lang naturally sided with Wang Chen. The crowd was growing larger. With such a commotion, many people gathered to watch, pointing and commenting as Chen Mingxian yelled and raged. "Young Master Wang, there are too many people here. Why not go to a private room? I'll handle this," Manager Lang said to Wang Chen, noticing the increasing crowd. "No need." Wang Chen waved his hand, pointing at Chen Mingxian below. "I'll stay right here. Doesn't he want me to regret coming to Magic City? I want to see what else he can do." Hearing this, Manager Lang felt a headache coming on, unsure of how to handle the situation. "Get down here. I'll make you pay. You, Lung, come over here too. If I can't deal with you today, I won't be called Chen. You think your bar can keep running after offending the Chen family?" Chen Mingxian continued to curse below, then turned to his underlings and said, "Smash it. If you don't let me have a good time, then none of you will. Destroy this broken place." He roared madly, grabbing a bottle and smashing it on the ground. His underlings exchanged glances. They knew whose territory this bar was. It was clear they were with Chen Xiao. Chen Mingxian was drunk, but they were not. However, seeing the madness in Chen Mingxuan's eyes, they didn't dare disobey his orders. They all began to smash the bottles and stools around them. In an instant, chaos erupted. The sound of shattering bottles, clashing tables and chairs, and women's screams intertwined. The bar's patrons were terrified by this sudden turn of events, screaming and fleeing far from Chen Mingxian and his group. The lively music in the dance floor came to a halt. The scene turned into utter chaos. "Quick! Stop them! Everyone, halt!" Manager Lang's forehead was bulging with veins as he tried to stop the crazed group, but his voice was completely drowned out by the noise. "Hey, why bother? You'll regret it once you're sober." Helpless, he could only stand there, watching the mad Chen Mingxian, silently lamenting as he watched the chaos unfold. This incident was so big that he wondered if he could still keep his managerial position. Meanwhile, Wang Chen sat on the sofa in the booth, watching the chaotic scene with a calm demeanor as if observing a clown. He said to the few women beside him, "Keep drinking, don't let anyone ruin the mood." With that, he downed the champagne in his hand. Shen Xingya and the others exchanged glances, fearfully inching closer to Wang Chen, raising their glasses to toast. At that moment, a lazy yet imposing voice suddenly came from behind, who was so bold as to disrupt. "My bar? Boss." Manager Leng turned around as if he had seen a lifeline, respectfully calling out to a young man. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, turning with interest to look. A young man was approaching, walking with a relaxed gait. He appeared to be around 27 or 28, tall and lean, standing at about 1 meter 80, and it was hard to tell if he weighed over 120. Following him were several bodyguards in black suits, each with a sturdy build, wearing earpieces, scanning the surroundings with vigilant eyes, clearly very professional. This was none other than the internet sensation, the national husband Wang Xikong, known as the Entertainment Industry's Disciplinary Committee. It's Wang Xikong. Husband, I love you. Principal, look this way. Hello, thank you all for supporting Master Bar. Please continue to enjoy yourselves. The crowd became even more fervent, rushing forward to take photos with Wang Xikong. The year 2018 was a breakout year for Wang Xikong. With countless fans nationwide, the popularity was unimaginable. The security on site, along with the bodyguards Wang Xikong brought, barely managed to maintain order. Wang Xikong surveyed the chaotic scene. Broken bottles scattered everywhere, and a few people entangled with the security. A flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes. Chen Mingxian, still shouting, saw the young man approaching and felt a shiver run down his spine, swallowing back the insults he was about to hurl, instinctively shrinking his neck back. His mind cleared instantly, regretting how he had caused trouble in his bar. What are you doing? It's a mess and you're just standing there. Manager Leng trembled, lowering his head. To explain, boss, this happened too suddenly, we didn't have time to. Shut up. You go handle your business, clean up the scene, and don't let any photos leak out. Leave the rest to me. Yes, boss. Wang Xikong waved for Manager Ling to leave, then turned his gaze to Chen Mingxian, saying, I was wondering who it was, turns out it's you, Chen Mingxian. Do you dare to cause trouble in my territory? Wang Xikong stepped up to Chen Mingxian, patting his still bleeding face with his hand, looking at him with a mocking expression. Brother Wang, it hurts, please be gentle. I was just drunk, I'm sorry, I'll take responsibility for all the losses. Please let me off this time. Chen Mingxuan's face was already bleeding, and Wang Xikong deliberately patted the wound, causing him to grimace in pain, but he stubbornly remained still, allowing Wang Xikong to continue. After hearing Chen Mingxuan's pleas, Wang Xikong's expression suddenly darkened. If I remember correctly, this should be the second time you've caused trouble in my bar, right? Last time it was because of a woman, and this time it's again because of a woman. If you can't control the 2 inches below, I don't mind cutting it off for you, so you won't cause me trouble next time. Chen Mingxuan's face changed at these words, instinctively protecting his groin and shrinking back. Wang Xikong continued, I've already cleaned up after you once, didn't hold you accountable, but I warned you there wouldn't be a next time. It seems you didn't take my words seriously. Wang Xikong's tone was low, his hands still moving. Chen Mingxian, bloodied, dared not move an inch. At this moment he had lost all his previous arrogance. Enduring the pain, he forced a flattering smile and said, Brother Wang, it's all my fault, I apologize. This time, I was mainly provoked by an outsider, and I can't just let it go. Brother Wang, please let me off this time, I guarantee there won't be a next time. In a moment of desperation, Chen Mingxian pulled a Lamborghini car key from his pocket and handed it to Wang Xikong, saying, Brother Wang, take this as compensation for tonight's losses. He felt a pang in his heart. This was something his father had reluctantly agreed to buy for him. Wang Xikong toyed with the key in his hand and casually tossed it to the bodyguard behind him, saying, Get lost, and behave yourself from now on. If there's a next time, 1 car won't be enough to settle it. Don't worry, Brother Wang, there won't be a next time. Hurry up and leave. Chen Mingxian looked at Wang Xikong with gratitude and quickly called a few of his subordinates to leave the bar. His dignity had already been thrown into the Pacific Ocean. He clearly understood that people are not the same. He could provoke Wang Chen, even think about hitting him. But in front of Wang Xikong, he didn't dare to say a harsh word. He knew his own family background. He wasn't even worthy of carrying Wang Xikong's shoes. As for calling the police, Chen Mingxian couldn't bring himself to do that, and it would be useless anyway. The second-generation rich have many unspoken rules in their circles. If you cross the line, you ruin the game. Chen Mingxian wouldn't be able to survive in the Magic City. Damn it, what a joke. Someone without power is even more arrogant than me every day. Damn. Wang Xikong looked at the departing Chen Mingxian and the others, sneering. He then stopped caring about the situation here. Manager Lang and others would handle it. The crowd that had been watching the excitement felt disappointed when there was no more drama to witness. Woke up New York City. In a funky cheap hotel. She took my heart and she took my money. The live music started again, and the bar DJ, Little Dragon Cat, took the stage to liven up the atmosphere. No wonder he was a multi-million follower internet celebrity. His enchanting figure, combined with his dance moves, made the atmosphere in the venue heat up once more. Wang Sikong saw that the scene had returned to normal and turned to the VIP booth number 01. With a smile on his face, he extended his hand and said, "You must be Wang Chen, the one they mentioned from the Bulgari Hotel. I'm Wang Sikong, one of the shareholders of Master Bar." Wang Chen stood up in response, shook hands with Wang Sikong, and said, "I've heard so much about you. Meeting you today is indeed a privilege. Ha ha, it's just a name, nothing to mention. Please, sit down, waiter, pour the wine. I know you're from Rong Province." After sitting down, Wang Sikong raised his eyebrows and smiled at Wang Chen. "You know me?" Wang Chen couldn't help but show a look of surprise. It's worth noting that his personal information had been kept under strict confidentiality. There was hardly a trace of him online. However, it wasn't too surprising for Wang Sikong, the son of the richest man, to know his identity. Families that reach a certain level always pay attention to gathering and integrating information. After all, when nurturing the next generation, knowing who can be offended and who can be befriended is essential. Otherwise, if you provoke the wrong person, a family could be ruined overnight. And that's no joke. Even if Wang Chen's personal information was kept strictly confidential, it was as transparent as glass in front of these prominent families. Of course, the young master of the Xianfeng Heavy Industry Group, the only heir of the Wang and Xiao families, currently a sophomore at the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. Right? I always thought about making some connections, but I never expected to meet under such circumstances. Wang Xizong's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile as he continued, "We are both young people and should understand that in this circle, information is a resource. As a junior from a prominent family like yours, I will naturally pay extra attention to you. So you are the son of the Pioneer Heavy Industry Group. No wonder you are so generous." Yes, both Pioneer Heavy Industry Group and Yida Group are among the top enterprises in our country. Xinxingya and the other girls, including Li Na, suddenly realized, as if waking from a dream. No wonder Wang Chen was so young yet so wealthy. He was actually the son of the Pioneer Group. That made sense. Chen Mengyao's face gradually turned red, her eyes flickering, and she instinctively clenched her fingers, secretly vowing to find a way to snatch Wang Chen away from Xinxingya. Even if she had to settle for second best, she had to be part of it. After hearing this, Wang Chen admired Wang Xizong's keen insight and extensive connections. He realized that befriending someone like Wang Sikong, a national husband, might help him integrate into the wealthy second-generation circle of Shanghai. The current Wang Sikong was not the same as the disheartened version he would become in a few years. Although Yida Group would face a crisis years later, his father managed to pull through and gradually paid off the debts, which was truly admirable. Unlike some other companies that only exploited the hard-earned money of ordinary people. "You are quite well informed," Wang Chen said calmly in response. "However, I still hope that our acquaintance is not solely based on family background." It didn't matter if his background was known, it might even have some benefits when he was out. At least incidents like tonight would be less likely to happen. Of course. Ha ha. Speaking of which, I should thank Chen Mingxian properly. If it weren't for him, we might not have met. Wang Sikong laughed heartily. "By the way, we both share the surname Wang and are from Rong Province. Perhaps we were family 500 years ago. I consider you my friend from today." Delighted, Wang Chen raised an eyebrow and suddenly asked, "By the way, where does Chen Mingxian get the confidence to act so arrogantly in your bar?" Wang Sikong scoffed, "It's really nothing much. His family is in the construction business, picking up scraps behind another real estate company to make a little money. The entire Chen family doesn't even have a net worth of 10 billion, but he supports a group of people. He is the only one in his generation, so he has gotten used to being arrogant. He has caused trouble in my bar more than once. I usually let him be since he spends quite a bit, but I didn't expect him to hit a wall this time. I thought he was someone important, making threats that I wouldn't be able to stay in Shanghai. Turns out, it's just a joke." Wang Chen also chuckled, "I want to see what tricks he has up his sleeve next. These are all small matters. With me around, he won't dare to be arrogant again. What happened just now was also a way to give you some relief," Wang Sikong said with a hint of schadenfreude. "But even if I didn't intervene, it would still be bad luck for him to run into you. Does he really think he can walk all over Shanghai just because he has some status? He will eventually be finished. I haven't even revealed your identity as the son of the Pioneer Group. Otherwise, he would probably be scared out of his wits. If his father knew he had provoked you, he would probably rush over to apologize overnight. This guy usually tries to get close to me, wanting to hitch a ride on the Wang family's big ship. Teaching him a lesson this time is also to make him remember." Wang Sikong usually couldn't stand him either, so he had hidden his hand earlier and didn't remind Wang Chen of his identity. "Ha, you are quite cunning," Wang Chen said with a smile. Wang Sikong laughed heartily and said, "You're still in a good mood with me. Tonight, we won't leave until we're drunk." "Not leaving until we're drunk," Wang Chen replied. He had never been afraid of anyone when it came to drinking. Suddenly, Wang Xizon's expression changed as he looked at Xinxingya, who was holding Wang Chen's arm, and with a hint of curiosity he asked Wang Chen, "Who is this?" "This is my girlfriend, Xinxingya, and these are her close friends," Wang Chen said, pulling Xinxingya's hand and generously introducing her to Wang Xizong. "Hello, Principal," Xinxingya said softly, a shy blush appearing on her face. She was filled with joy. Wang Chen's initiative to introduce her to his friends was undoubtedly a recognition of her by him. "Hello?" Wang Xizong nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the four charming women beside Wang Chen, then teasingly said to Wang Chen, "Your sister-in-law is so beautiful, but you need to be careful. Although she's still young, don't ruin her health." "Get lost. Even if I break, I won't ruin her," Wang Chen retorted unhappily. What a joke, not to mention just Zhang Rou and Xinxingya. Even if 3 or 5 more women were added, he was confident he could handle it with ease. "Come on, everyone, let's have a toast first," Wang Xizong said with a beaming smile. "This first cup is for the acquaintance between Wang Chen and me. Cheers." Everyone raised their glasses, and the crisp sound of clinking glasses echoed in the luxurious space. Wang Chen tilted his head back and drank it all in one go, while Xinxingya took a small sip. She wasn't good at drinking and didn't want to spoil the mood. After 3 rounds of drinks, Wang Xizong's chatter was fully opened. He began to recount his glorious achievements and some interesting stories from the wealthy families in the Magic City. Everyone listened with great interest, and Li Na was laughing so hard she could hardly close her mouth. The sound of her clear laughter continued to resonate. At this moment, Xinxingya felt someone tugging at her clothes. She turned to see Li Na giving her a knowing look. "What's wrong?" "I want to go to the bathroom. This place is too big, and I'm afraid I'll get lost." "Can you come with me?" "Sure, I need to go too." Then, Xinxingya whispered in Wang Chen's ear, "Dear, Li Na and I are going to the restroom. We'll be back soon." Wang Chen smiled and nodded, indicating he understood. Splash, splash, splash. Inside the restroom, Xinxingya and Li Na were touching up their makeup in front of the mirror. Li Na suddenly said to Xinxingya, "Xingya, I didn't expect Wang Chen to be the son of the Xianfeng Heavy Industry Group." "Yeah, I didn't expect it either. I only knew his background was probably not simple. But I didn't realize it was really not simple." Xinxingya sighed about her good fortune and said to Li Na, "Do you think I'm particularly lucky? Don't get too happy too soon," Li Na said helplessly. "The reason I asked you to come to the restroom is to remind you that men like Wang Chen, who are wealthy, don't lack women. As long as he wants, there will be plenty of women flocking to him." "Did you not see Chen Mengyao's eyes? She looked like she wanted to eat Wang Chen alive." Xinxingya frowned and asked, "Are you sure?" "How could I not be sure? I know her little thoughts well enough," Li Na said just as Xinxingya became anxious. Xinxingya didn't expect that even her most trusted sister would betray her. Saying this, she was about to go find Chen Mengyao to clarify things. "Hey, wait a minute, don't be in such a hurry." Li Na quickly reached out to stop her, looking at Xinxingya with a teasing expression. "Don't rush, there are many women eyeing Wang Chen. Are you going to find trouble with all of them? Besides, a wealthy man like Wang Chen is unlikely to have only one woman. What you need to do is leverage your advantages and at least secure a place in Wang Chen's heart." As she spoke, Li Na seemed to be encouraging Xinxingya, clenching her fist tightly and cheering her on. "Your looks and figure are your greatest assets and advantages, but nothing is absolute. It's better to take the initiative. Alright, tomorrow I'll help you take a day off and switch your shift to the day after. You need to win over Wang Chen tonight." Li Na looked straight at Xinxingya, speaking earnestly. Xinxingya was taken aback, staring blankly at Li Na in front of her, suddenly feeling that the other person seemed so unfamiliar. The friend who once laughed and played with her now appeared to have a completely different face, making her hesitant to recognize her. Was this still her funny girlfriend? People are realistic. Do you know? I dream of finding a rich person like Wang Chen. Li Na sighed lightly, glancing at Xinxingya with helplessness, and continued, "You're just my best friend. I won't compete with you, but if Wang Chen gives me a chance, don't blame me. Don't think of Wang Chen as an ordinary person. Just because he's young doesn't mean you can underestimate him. People like him have seen more tricks than you've had meals. Never try to be clever in front of Wang Chen. You just need to obediently follow him, and that's how you can stay by his side. Do you understand?" Xinxingya stood there as if petrified, motionless for a long time, then raised her head and said, "I understand, thank you, Na. If Wang Chen really has feelings for you, I won't blame you." Her words were sincere. Although what Li Na said was very realistic, it was somewhat hard for Xinxingya to accept at the moment, but she knew that the other person genuinely wanted the best for her, hoping she could find a good place to belong. "Don't worry, Na, it's not that easy for other women to take Wang Chen away. After all, I met Wang Chen first, and he pursued me actively," Xinxingya said, slightly raising her chin. She had absolute confidence in her appearance and figure. "However, let's go out first. Wang Chen must have been waiting for a long time." Xinxingya hurriedly touched up her makeup in the mirror and rushed out of the restroom. Li Na watched her back and laughed heartily, waving her hand. At the booth, the atmosphere was lively. The DJ, Little Dragon Cat, who was supposed to be performing on stage, was now energetically performing in front of Wang Chen and Wang Xikong. Her captivating dance moves and alluring figure swayed like willow branches in the wind. Paired with the subtly visible black stockings, it added a touch of seductive charm. The dynamic music made the atmosphere at the venue explosive. Colorful lights flickered across Little Dragon Cat, outlining her enchanting silhouette, while the people around cheered and screamed, immersed in this intoxicating revelry. Little Dragon Cat's exquisite features appeared even more alluring under the ambiguous lighting, her captivating big eyes constantly throwing flirtatious glances at Wang Chen and Wang Xikong. Those eyes seemed to carry threads of affection, capable of stealing one's soul. Wang Chen held a wineglass, sipping slowly with Wang Xikong, who wore a teasing smile, jokingly said, "This little dragon cat has captivated a lot of fans online with her sexiness. Don't you think she seems a bit interested in us brothers?" Wang Chen chuckled lightly. "Don't jump to conclusions, maybe she's just performing." Wang Chen had no interest in Little Dragon Cat, his target tonight was not her. He glanced at Xinxingya, who was nestled in his arms, feeling increasingly excited. Xinxingya appeared tipsy, her soft body leaning against Wang Chen's chest, seemingly in a drunken stupor. Just performing? Don't be fooled by her appearance. Wang Xizong raised an eyebrow, his gaze filled with amusement. Wang Chen's eyes slowly roamed over Little Dragon Cat. So what? After all, in this face value era, relationships sometimes feel like a social business card. Little Dragon Cat's performance gradually reached its climax, ending with an extremely seductive pose. In an instant, the entire bar felt like a powder keg had been ignited. Awesome! Do another one! A wave of cheers and sharp whistles erupted from the crowd, loud enough to seem like it would lift the roof off the bar. Colorful lights danced on the little Totoro, outlining her incredibly alluring figure, while the surrounding crowd appeared to be under a spell, completely immersed in this intoxicating wave of revelry. Soon, the little Totoro walked towards Wang Chen and Wang Xikong. Her swaying steps resembled those of a nimble little kitten. She held a glass of wine in her hand, which sparkled enticingly under the lights. "Young Master Wang, young Master Yu." Little Totoro raises a glass to both of you, thanking Master Bar for inviting me to perform tonight. And I also appreciate both of you for taking the time to watch my performance. The little Totoro's voice was like a nightingale, melodious with a hint of allure and charm, tugging at the heartstrings. Her gaze flitted between the two, but lingered more on Wang Xizong, as if her eyes held a captivating magic. "Not bad. Tonight's star is our young Master Yu. Don't neglect the guests." A playful smile curled at the corner of Wang Xizong's mouth. He had already drunk quite a bit before coming to the booth and was feeling a bit tipsy. Seeing Wang Chen looking sober, he thought to let him drink a little more. The little Totoro playfully smiled, clinked glasses with Wang Xizong, and turned to Wang Chen, saying, "Young Master Yu, you should have a drink, too." Wang Chen initially intended to brush it off casually. However, the little Totoro's enchanting appearance and delicate demeanor compelled him to drink several glasses. This action, however, drew the displeasure of Xinxingya, who frowned, her eyes filled with annoyance, as she lay softly in Wang Chen's arms, seemingly asserting her claim. The little Totoro, seemingly oblivious to Xinxingya's discontent, leaned even closer to Wang Chen, her gaze toward Xinxingya filled with provocation. That look seemed to say, "What can you do about it?" Although Xinxingya was filled with anger, she could only hold it in, shooting a fierce glare at the little Totoro. Wang Chen, feeling helpless, looked at Lina and the others, saying, "Don't you see the principal drinking alone? It's not easy for ordinary people to have a drink with him. This is a rare opportunity." Hearing this, Lina and the others raised their glasses, all turning to Wang Xizong, saying, "Principal, don't drink alone, sisters are here." With Wang Chen's cue, Zhou Jing and Xiao Xiao stepped up first. They had long wanted to drink with Wang Xizong, but the difference in status made them hesitate. Now, they gathered their courage, fearing to provoke Wang Xizong's displeasure. Saying this, they took turns clinking glasses with Wang Xizong and downing their drinks. Wang Xizong laughed, saying, "Don't be so polite." Xinxingya, seeing Wang Chen and the little Totoro getting closer, couldn't take it anymore and said, "Can't you see he's already drunk so much? Why are you still pouring drinks for him? Wang Chen, you shouldn't drink anymore." "Miss Shen, I'm just expressing my respect for young Master Yu. Why are you so nervous? Is it a lack of confidence in yourself?" The little Totoro said nonchalantly, still wearing that alluring smile, provocatively looking at Xinxingya. Xinxingya's face turned slightly pale with anger. "Don't stir up trouble here, it's not your place as a dancer to worry about this." "Wang Chen, look at her." Xinxingya pouted in Wang Chen's arms. Wang Chen sensed the situation was getting out of hand and quickly intervened, saying, "Everyone, stop arguing. We're here to relax tonight, let's all cool down and not ruin the mood." Although Xinxingya still felt angry, she temporarily held back her outburst under Wang Chen's soothing words, merely shooting a fierce glare at the little Totoro. Amidst the clinking of glasses, the atmosphere reached its peak. At this moment, Wang Chen said to the little Totoro, who was close to him, "Go tell them that I'll cover all the expenses for tonight." "What?" Little Totoro was shocked, thinking she must have misheard. It should be known that Master Bar, as one of the top bars in the Magic City, has a nightly revenue of at least tens of millions. Although Wang Chen is the young master of the Pioneer Group, he shouldn't be able to spend money like this, especially since he is only 20 years old and has not yet taken over his family's business. To her, being able to spend hundreds of thousands tonight already made him one of the wealthier second-generation rich kids. After all, many rich second-generation kids look glamorous and take girls out to play, but in reality, they often make the girls pay for the hotel rooms. This is not uncommon. I said, tonight's expenses for the entire venue will be on me. Did you hear that clearly? Wang Chen shouted helplessly. Money really didn't mean much to Wang Chen. After all, with the double cashback effect, no matter how much he spent, it could multiply. Before reaching a certain amount, a little more or less didn't make much difference. The important thing was to earn system points through spending. That was the most crucial part. The reason he could indulge in such a lavish lifestyle was due to the double cashback effect and his extreme physique. The former provided financial support, while the latter ensured health protection. So spending money was the hard truth. However, the points he earned were still too few, so Wang Chen could only be a bit more ostentatious. The few people sitting nearby drinking were shocked. No way, dude. Wang Xisong was stunned. He had been playing for so many years and was used to spending money like dirt, but he had never seen anyone as extravagant as Wang Chen. After all, no one's money comes from the wind. As one of the shareholders of Master Bar, he knew very well that the bar's nightly revenue reached tens of millions. He couldn't bear to spend that money. Shen Xingya was also surprised, covering her mouth and staring blankly at Wang Chen. Is there a problem? Wang Chen asked Wang Xikong. No. Bro, you're still awesome. Wang Xisong shook his head repeatedly and waved to Manager Lang, who was standing at a distance. Manager Lang immediately jogged over. He bowed in front of Wang Xisong and said, Boss, what can I do for you? Arrange it so that tonight's expenses for the entire venue will be covered by young Master Yu. Make sure to elevate the status, don't lose face. Entire venue expenses? Manager Lang doubted whether his ears were broken. This news truly shocked him. He had worked in bars for so many years and had seen many wealthy people, but he had never encountered someone as extravagant as Wang Chen. It was even a bit foolish. Is there a problem? Just serve a full set of the Divine Dragon package to all the VIP tables, including the scattered tables. Ensure everyone can drink, and if it's not enough, let them order more themselves, just don't waste it. Wang Chen said lightly. Manager Lang shook his head repeatedly. He then turned and walked down from the VIP table to arrange the relevant matters. Before long, as the music in the bar softened, the lights focused on the area where Wang Chen and the others were seated. Intense lights and dazzling beams surrounded them, creating a unique visual focal point. What's going on? Again? Suddenly, a chaotic whispering arose around. Boom! Bang! 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 Accompanied by the beat of the music and the sound of fireworks exploding. Several lines of large characters appeared on the massive naked eye 3D display on stage, along with the lights and music. Thanks to Wang Chen, young Master Wang, for covering tonight's expenses for the entire venue. Wishing young Master Wang smooth sailing and abundant wealth. May fortune roll in and joy fill the door. May he earn gold daily and have a long and prosperous journey. Everyone, tonight's expenses for the entire venue are covered by young Master Wang. Let's all thank young Master Yu and wish him a night of revelry. The stage host, visibly excited, shouted hoarsely, screams, cheers. Ah! The already noisy bar erupted into a frenzy. With Wang Xisong's pull, Wang Chen stood up. Beside him, waving to the crowd below. Strands of light snaked out from backstage, as over 100 young women, dressed in cool and sexy outfits, gracefully made their way to every corner of the venue, holding boxes of drinks. Colorful confetti filled the air. Golden ribbons fell like they were free. At that moment, the stage's display screen switched to show Wang Chen and Wang Xikong. Ah, that's the ace of spades. I haven't had that yet. Young Master Wang is so impressive. The guests moved their bodies with increasing excitement. One by one, bunny girls with rabbit ears, sexy figures, and glowing white skin surrounded Wang Chen's booth, dancing freely to the music. The host's invigorating voice echoed throughout the venue, and everyone in the bar began to shout Yu Xiao's name. The atmosphere was almost about to break through the venue, soaring into the sky. Wang Chen's handsome face and calm demeanor made all the girls scream in delight, going wild. So handsome and young, he was simply the dream man. If it weren't for Manager Lang having anticipated this early on and arranging for security to surround the booth, Wang Chen and Wang Xikong would likely have been overwhelmed by the wave of girls. Even so, some girls, like star chasers, were incredibly crazy, desperately trying to break through the security line, shouting loudly, Young Master Wang, add me on Feishin, I can do any pose, I won't disappoint you. Principal, I love you. Principal, let me in, I can do anything tonight. Some girls' comments were bold enough to catch Wang Chen off guard. Ha ha, Wang Xikong laughed heartily upon seeing Wang Chen's troubled expression. Wang Chen turned to a few flight attendants and said calmly, drink freely, if you can't finish it, just pour it on the floor. Xingya, pour some into my hands to wash. He had always wanted to try this classic scene from the movies. Wang Chen's calm words excited the flight attendants present. They secretly crossed their legs. This version of Wang Chen was full of masculine charm. If he beckoned them with a finger, they would undoubtedly lean on him and never get up again. Xinxingya, pouring drinks, also gazed at Wang Chen with dreamy eyes. She had to admit Wang Chen's charm was off the charts. She was losing control, wanting to end the bar gathering quickly and just return to the hotel with Wang Chen. It's nothing much, Wang Chen said while washing his hands, sighing. He looked at the crowd around him, lost in madness. Money and desire. Since ancient times, they have been humanity's ultimate pursuits. Lacking a desire for money and ambition for power, one could end up with nothing in the magic city. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 29,860,000 yuan with a double cashback of 59,720,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 2,986 system points. Midnight. The cold moonlight spilled onto the street. Master Bar. Not far from the entrance, there was a cacophony and the ground was filthy. You shall, we're leaving first. Chen Mengyao smiled, waved at Wang Chen, and then threw him a look that only the two of them could understand. After that, a few people helped the drunken Li Na into the nanny car arranged by Manager Lang, disappearing from everyone's sight. Wang Chen felt a stir in his heart and discreetly touched the small note in his pocket. Let's go back too. Xinxingyao's face was flushed, holding Wang Chen's arm, her body pressed tightly against him, following his every step. At that moment, a pink Rolls-Royce Cullinan stopped in front of Wang Chen. Manager Lang got out of the car and opened the door for Wang Chen, saying, "Young master, our boss has had too much to drink. He has already left, and since you've been drinking as well, it's not good for you to drive. Before leaving, the boss specifically instructed us to drive you home in his car. If you don't mind, we can take your beloved car back for you, or you can come back to drive it whenever you have time." Hearing this, Wang Chen thought that Wang Xikon was quite considerate, not only arranging for someone to take Li Na and the others back but also sending his beloved car for himself. He was still thinking about calling a designated driver. It seemed that wouldn't be necessary now. All right. Wang Chen didn't hesitate and handed the car keys to Manager Lang, saying, "Then I won't be polite. You are a friend of our boss, this is what we should do." Manager Lang smiled and said, "Young master, please, get in the car first and just tell the driver your destination." Wang Chen nodded and said to Xinxingya beside him, "Let's go back." Just as he was about to get in the car, he suddenly remembered something and said to Manager Lang, "When I arrived, there was a security guard who helped me park. Can you call him over?" Manager Lang was a bit puzzled, but still called him through the earpiece. After a while, a young security guard hurried over, looking at Wang Chen with anticipation and asking, "Boss, what can I do for you?" Wang Chen looked at Manager Lang and said, "Just let him drive my car back." Manager Lang handed the keys to the security guard and said, "Drive young master Yu's car back. Just follow the car in front, don't lose it. Don't worry, I guarantee I'll complete the task." The young security guard stood straight, took the keys, and saluted. "You kid. Interesting." Wang Chen nodded and pulled Xinxingya into the pink Cullinan. The car door closed automatically. The young driver in a black suit turned around respectfully and asked, "Young master where are we going?" "To the Bulgari Hotel." "Okay." Then, the driver said no more and pressed a button. Suddenly, a partition slowly descended in the middle of the car. The back seats became a private space, and the driver could no longer see anything behind. The car slowly drove out of the bar's entrance. The security guard also drove Wang Chen's McLaren P1, following closely behind. The car was very quiet. Xinxingya kept her legs together, quietly watching Wang Chen, feeling a mix of fear and anticipation about what was to come. Suddenly, Wang Chen turned her face towards him. His teeth pried her tightly closed ones apart. Wang Chen's domineering kiss made Xinxingya lose her will to resist, her gaze gradually becoming hazy, only making her body press closer to Wang Chen. Their breaths became increasingly rapid. After an unknown amount of time, Xinxingya felt Wang Chen's hands unbuttoning her clothes, and she instantly snapped back to reality. She quickly reached out and patted Wang Chen, saying, "No, not in the car. This isn't right." Wang Chen opened the car window, taking a deep breath of the cold morning air to calm himself down. Xinxingya took deep breaths of fresh air while looking at the partition, realizing it was tightly sealed and the driver couldn't see anything behind, which made her feel a bit relieved. Just as she turned her head back, she found Wang Chen looking at her with a half-smile, saying, "If it's not okay in the car, then it can be done at the hotel later?" Xinxingya's fair face instantly turned bright red and she bit her lip, saying, "I never said that. You naughty boy," Xinxingya said, clenching her fist and punching Wang Chen's chest. She looked at him with affectionate eyes. Xinxingya's coy demeanor made Wang Chen feel his blood boiling. He immediately took a deep breath, afraid he might lose control. "Yao Shao, we have arrived." In the middle of the night, the bustling city was free of traffic. Before long, the car came to a steady stop in front of the Bulgari Hotel. The driver's voice came from the front. "Okay." Xinxingya hurriedly tidied her wrinkled clothes and got out of the car. She felt her legs were a bit weak. Just thinking about what had happened in the car made her feel like she wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. "Boss, your car keys." As he got out, a young security guard parked his car in the Bulgari Hotel's parking space and handed over the keys with both hands. Wang Chen took the keys and then pulled out 3 stacks of cash from the car. He handed 2 stacks to the young man in front of him and said, "Thank you." The young man instantly beamed with joy, his face full of smiles as he replied, "Thank you, boss. Have fun." Wang Chen nodded, then walked to the driver's side of the Cullinan and handed the remaining stack of cash to the driver. "Please thank your boss for me." "Yao Xiao, I can't accept this." The driver shook his head repeatedly. "Take it, it's a hassle late at night." After Wang Chen finished speaking, he patted the driver's shoulder, turned around and took Xinxingya's hand as they walked towards the hotel. Just as they exited the elevator, Butler Lin was standing there, slightly bowing to Wang Chen and saying, "Mr. Wang, welcome home." Wang Chen replied lightly. Inside the Bulgari suite, the dim lights were soft, illuminating their eager figures. Wang Chen stepped closer, gently wrapping Xinxingya in his arms, lowering his head to softly kiss her lips. Sometimes gentle, sometimes passionate. Wang Chen's warm palm glided over Xinxingya's curvy hips, gently pressing her down, bringing her closer to him. Everything became blurry, leaving only their existence. Wang Chen's lips gradually moved down, filled with endless tenderness and desire. Xinxingya wrapped her arms around Wang Chen's descending head, gazing at his face, her eyes filled with love. "Wang Chen, will you be responsible for me? Do you love me? As long as you don't leave me, you will always be my woman." What people call love in this world is merely the desire that arises at first sight. Xinxingya looked at Wang Chen, wrinkling her cute little nose. "So you were attracted to me at first sight? You just want my body." Wang Chen continued, "What's the difference between being attracted and wanting your body? If you follow me, I can provide you with enough material security to live the life you desire. Do you think that's enough love?" Xinxingya pondered for a moment, then her face broke into a smile as she hugged Wang Chen tightly. "That counts. I love you too. In this lifetime, you can never think of leaving me." At 3 in the morning, the bustling city had also fallen into silence. Wang Chen, however, was wide awake, sitting quietly on the living room sofa. His gaze fell on the already sleeping Xinxingya, who looked like a little kitten, her face showing a sweet and happy smile in her dreams. Wang Chen's thoughts drifted a bit, and he unconsciously reached into his pocket, pulling out a small piece of paper. It had a string of phone numbers written on it. This was the small note that Chen Mengyao had secretly slipped into his pocket while toasting him at the bar. Wang Chen chuckled softly, took out his phone, searched for the number, and added it on Feishin. On the other side, it seemed like someone had been waiting, and the friend request was instantly accepted. Soon after, a message popped up. "Brother Wang Chen, it's Chen Mengyao." What is this? Wang Chen was a bit curious about what this girl would say next. Would it be what he guessed? "Brother Wang Chen, please don't reject me right away. Give me a chance, okay? I want to be your woman too. I can do everything Xinxingya can do. What she can't do, I can do too. I don't want much." Chen Mengyao's playful voice came through the phone clearly. Simple and direct, she stated. Exactly what she wanted. Interesting, Wang Chen chuckled softly, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Wait until I have time." After a moment of thought, he replied. Although Chen Mengyao couldn't compare to Xinxingya in terms of figure and looks, in the eyes of ordinary people, she was undoubtedly a goddess-level beauty, in her barefaced state. According to the system's scoring criteria, she could easily score above 90. In his past life, Wang Chen would have never even had the chance to interact with a girl of this caliber. But now, Wang Chen felt no discomfort or disdain towards Chen Mengyao's proactive behavior. In his view, if one wanted to be the woman beside a wealthy man, they should have such awareness. The mindset Chen Mengyao displayed was quite broad and open-minded. Compared to spending time trying to woo her, this kind of initiative was much more appealing. After that, Wang Chen stopped paying attention to the messages Chen Mengyao sent and opened the DY live streaming room instead. The points were still increasing, but it was a bit slow. Wang Chen thought it would be faster to find a girl in the live stream to give him some rewards. Soon, a sweet-looking streamer dressed in white stockings dancing caught Wang Chen's attention. She looked to be in her 20s, performing the dance Seely Seely, which had been all the rage in 2018. Zile EU alert. Girl. Ale mile pe my done. As the dance concluded, the streamer, named Dodo Doesn't Eat Cilantro, stopped dancing and began chatting with her fans in the live stream. "Hey family, how did the dance go? If you like the streamer, send a little heart and follow me. I love you." Dodo Doesn't Eat Cilantro was a main streamer with hundreds of thousands of fans, but there were very few viewers in her live stream, only a little over 1,000. Wang Chen could see she was working hard, her dance was good, and she looked decent too. So, he linked his bank card, opened the gift section, and directly sent out 100 carnivals. Woyo sent out carnival times 100. In an instant, the live stream was flooded with gift effects. Dodo, who was chatting with her fans, was momentarily stunned. Wow, where did this big shot come from? How is he only level 1? The streamer is really lucky today. She met a big shot. Hurry up and flatter him. Woyo sent out carnival times 100. Dodo pinched her thigh hard. This isn't a dream. This isn't a dream. Realizing what was happening, she quickly said, "Thank you, Brother Woyo, for the 200 carnivals. I love you, Brother Woyo. This is the first time Do has received so many gifts. Brother Woyo is so handsome. Dodo will dance a song for Brother Woyo. Whatever dance you like, Dodo can do it." The atmosphere in the live stream was instantly ignited. Bystander A big shot actually came to the live stream. Looks like Dodo was about to rise. Bystander B chimed in, "Streamer, do a seductive and sexy one." It's over, the streamer is going to change into someone else's shape. As the gifts continued to pour in, a crowd of bystanders was attracted, and the number of viewers in the live stream quickly climbed to 10,000. Dodo's eyes turned red with excitement. Her voice slightly choked as she said, "Thank you, Brother Woyo, for the gifts. Family, please follow me, the streamer will dance soon. Woyo, let's jump to the pure land of ultimate bliss." "Okay, Brother Woyo." Dao saw the barrage sent by Wang Chen and immediately began to dance. Accompanied by the music, Dao danced with utmost seriousness. The gift effects in the live broadcast room flooded the screen like a tide. Woyo sent out carnival times 1000. Woyo sent out carnival times 1000. Woyo sent out dream castle times 1000. With the gifts being sent, Wang Chen's D account level also reached the prestigious level 70. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 9,488,800 double cashback 18,977 600. Ding! The system congratulates the host for obtaining 948 system points. Ding! To facilitate the host's intuitive view of the balance, the host's bank card balance has been added to the system panel. Please check it yourself. Wang Chen was curious and immediately opened the system panel to check. A light blue screen instantly appeared before him. Host, Wang Chen. Age, 20 years. Height, 188 cm. Charm, 92 Physique, 120. The limit for normal people is 100. Stamina, 120. The limit for normal people is 100. Entry, double cashback. Entry effect, all reasonable expenses will be refunded double. Extreme Physique, entry effect. From this moment on, you are the ceiling of human physique. Points, 4,099 points. Huaxia coins. 1, 627, 746, 619. This is indeed much more intuitive. Wang Chen shook his slightly sore hand from clicking on the gifts. "Thank you, Brother Woyo, for the gifts, I really appreciate it." After finishing the dance of the pure land of ultimate bliss, Dao smiled and said, "Woyo, I'm leaving now, I'll come again next time." "Ah, is Brother Woyo leaving already? I still have many performances to show." "Brother Woyo, remember to check your private messages. Dao is waiting for you." Seeing Wang Chen about to leave, Dao didn't want to keep him. After all, this rich guy was visiting her live broadcast room for the first time and had sent so many gifts. She couldn't be too greedy, lest she leave a bad impression on Wang Chen. To catch this wealthy big brother, she couldn't care less about her usual reserved demeanor and directly told him in the live room to check his private messages. She could only silently pray in her heart that Wang Chen would visit her live room again. After all, with this wave of gifts, she could at least earn over 1 million. This was more than she had earned since she started broadcasting. Wang Chen casually clicked to follow and then exited the live room, heading to the next one. Wang Chen changed his position, comfortably lying on the Flexorm brand sofa. He continued browsing live videos, looking for the next lucky person to shower with gifts. "Wolf smoke and sand at the pass. Please drink less, General. The road ahead is difficult. I will wait at home." A hoarse female voice came from the video, causing Wang Chen's scrolling fingers to stop. The live room was called Esku. On the screen was a girl dressed innocently, singing "My General, into the microphone. The number of people in the live room reached hundreds of thousands, with gifts filling the screen, and the atmosphere was lively. She wore a tight black dress with black thigh-high stockings paired with black high heels, showcasing her graceful figure. With a pure and sweet appearance, her two beautiful eyes sparkled, and combined with her unique smoky voice, it created a striking contrast. Esgu? Did I just stumble upon an ancient true god? In 2 years, her presence online might be hard to find. Wang Chen clicked to enter the live room, and instantly, the sky was filled with twinkling stars and vibrant petals dancing. Various gorgeous effects in the live room displayed Wang Chen's arrival. "Welcome, Brother Woyo." SGE was a bit surprised. It was rare to see a level 70 expert. A charming smile appeared on his face as he spoke into the microphone. "Brother Woyo, is there a song you want to hear?" "Another one, General." 98k, heart like still water. Before Wang Chen could say anything, the barrage in the live stream was already racing by. "Woyo, just watch me sing. Then I'll sing My General again." Seeing this, SGE took out his famous song, My General. Wang Chen opened the gift list and began to send gifts one by one. The live stream was instantly filled with various gift effects, cluttering the screen. Woyo sent Carnival times 1000. Woyo sent Volcanic Eruption times 1000. Woyo sent Romantic Carriage times 1000. Woyo sent Douyin number 1 times 1000. With each gift sent, different effects lit up on the screen: romantic, cool, and various explosions. Accompanied by background music, the phone screen vibrated intensely. The entire live stream began to lag. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 8,202,900, double. Cashback 16,405,800. Ding! The system congratulates the host for earning 820 system points. The fans in the livestream were all stunned by this wave of gifts. Big shot, do you still need pendants on your legs? Every day is just small hearts. Today I finally saw some expensive gifts. Seeking to be supported. Oh my god, how much is this? Looking at the screen filled with flattery, Wang Chen felt quite pleased. No wonder so many wealthy people love to splurge in livestreams. In his past life, he could only watch others flaunt their gifts. His main focus was on companionship, not spending coins. Sometimes, while watching livestreams, he couldn't help but send a few small hearts. With this massive wave of gifts, SGE clearly couldn't handle it anymore. Ah, thank you, Brother Woyo, for sending the carnival, volcanic eruption, romantic carriage, and Douyin number 1. SGE was extremely excited, her voice trembling. What attracts streamers the most? It must be the wealthy big shots. As long as there's support from a big shot, even newcomers can soar to great heights. Not to mention she already had a lot of traffic. What she lacked was the support of a wealthy big shot. SGE's eyes sparkled, and a smile appeared on her lips as she said in a melodious voice, Brother Woyo, what song do you want to hear? Feel free to request. Tonight, I'll leave it to you. Woyo. Anything goes, you decide. Singing, dancing, or PK is all fine. The show goes on, and the gifts keep coming. SGE saw the barrage Wang Chen sent and felt even more excited. She knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and she had to seize it well. So she adjusted her excited emotions and smiled at the camera, saying, Alright, Brother Woyo, let's start with Heart Like Still Water. As the music began, SGE started her performance. The barrage was filled with compliments and many people followed the rhythm, sending small hearts and other gifts. You opened the gift list and began sending gifts. Woyo sent Carnival times 2000. Woyo sent Dream Castle times 2000. Woyo sent Romantic Carriage times 2000. Wang Chen's fingers were getting sore, and his Douyin account level finally reached the max level of 75. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 175,552,000, double. Cashback 35,110,400. Ding! The system congratulates the host for earning 1755 system points. System, open the personal panel. Age, 20, height, 188, charm, 92, physique, 120, the limit for normal people is 100, stamina, 120, the limit for normal people is 100, entry, double cashback, entry effect, all reasonable expenses will be refunded. Double. Extreme physique, entry effect. From this moment on, you are the ceiling of human physique. Points, 6,674. Huaxia coins, 1,653,504,719. Wang Chen propped his chin up with one hand inside. This way of sending gifts is still too slow. I need to think of a way. As the song ended, Escu quickly expressed his gratitude. Brother Woyo is mighty. With so many gift effects dazzling his eyes, he felt like he had reached the peak of his life since starting the livestream. At that moment, another streamer suddenly applied for a live PK. She hesitated a bit. After all, the one applying for the PK was also a big streamer. She was worried that after this PK, regardless of the outcome, she might regret it if Wang Chen ended up on the opposing side. After all, everyone wants a powerful big brother. Woyo, go for the PK. With me here, you won't lose. Escu smiled helplessly and could only agree to the other party's request. The opponent was also a top streamer on Douyin with a number 1 guardian. The gifts in the live stream room never ceased as both sides exchanged blows. In the end, it was still Wang Chen's strong financial backing that led to the opponent's defeat. Escu won this PK. There might have been some tricks involved, but for Wang Chen, his goal was achieved. The opponent might have made a killing, but Wang Chen would never lose. As the last 1,000 carnival gifts were sent out, the system announcement rang out on time. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 38,566,000, double cashback 77,132,000. Ding! The system congratulates the host for obtaining 3,856 system points. System, open the personal panel. Wang Chen's voice couldn't hide his anticipation. He had been looking forward to this lottery for a long time. In an instant, a light blue screen, visible only to him, quietly appeared before his eyes, clearly displaying his personal information: age, 20, height, 188, charm, 92, physique, 120, the limit for normal people is 100, stamina, 120, the limit for normal people is 100, entry, double cashback, entry effect, all reasonable expenses will be refunded double. Extreme physique, entry effect. From this moment on, you are the ceiling of human physique. Points, 10531. Huaxia coins, 1,692,070,719. Looking at the unprecedented over 10,000 points, a satisfied smile curved at the corners of Wang Chen's mouth. He silently prayed that tonight's lottery would be fruitful. With many excellent entries coming in, he hoped the system could be a bit more generous. After calming himself down, he steadied his mind and silently said, "System, open the intermediate roulette. I want to go all in, 10 consecutive draws." The light blue personal panel vanished like a bubble, replaced by an ancient silver roulette. It quietly floated in midair, surrounded by a layer of silvery light, exuding a sense of distant profundity. Mysterious patterns continuously roamed on the roulette, emanating an enigmatic aura. As the roulette spun, the strange light flickering on the mysterious patterns became increasingly dazzling, as if the patterns had come to life, each line shimmering with peculiar brilliance. Wang Chen's expression was tense to the extreme, his eyes fixed on the spinning roulette. It felt as if the entire world had frozen at that moment, with only the rotation of the roulette tugging at every nerve in his body. Ding! Detected that the host has consumed 10,000 points, now opening the intermediate roulette for a 10 consecutive draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 133,333,333 Huaxia coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 66,666,666 Huaxia coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pack of toilet paper. Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the entry solidification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 billion Huaxia coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of black stockings. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a leading-edge device. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the entry Eye of Truth. Seeing this, Wang Chen casually tossed the abrupt black stockings aside and eagerly checked the effects of the newly acquired entries. Solidification, your physical condition will always be at its peak. Eye of Truth unlocks the mysterious power of the door to truth. All buried disguises will be exposed under its gaze. Note, observing different things will yield different information. Ding! Huawei Industrial and Commercial Bank reminds you, your account has been credited 2,199,999,999. Your balance is 3,892,070,718 Huaxia coins. Yes, the system is awesome. Wang Chen couldn't hide his excitement and cheered loudly. He quickly opened his personal panel to take a detailed look. Age, 20. Height, 188. Charm, 92. Physique, 120. Normal. Human limit is 100, stamina, 120, normal human limit is 100, entries, double cashback, entry effect, all reasonable expenses will be refunded double. Extreme physique. Entry effect, from this moment on, you are the ceiling of human physique. Solidification, entry effect, your physical condition will always be at its peak. Eye of Truth. Entry effect, unlocks the mysterious power of the door to truth. All buried disguises will be exposed under its gaze. Points, 531. Huaxia coins 3,892,070, 718. 3,892,000,000 Huaxia coins. He couldn't help but gasp in shock. This was undoubtedly a jaw-dropping fortune. Recalling the days when Lei Bus was supposedly destitute, he had only 40 billion cold cash left in his wallet. Now he also has nearly 40 billion. Why does it feel so warm? After a while, Wang Chen slowly shifted his gaze away from that tempting balance number. Solidification and Eye of Truth from the panel description were clearly rare and practical entries. Solidification would allow his physical data to remain undeclined. After all, as one ages, men generally start to feel their bodies weaken after 30, and bodily functions often gradually decline. But with the solidification entry, he could maintain his peak condition at all times. With the existence of the solidification entry, he would no longer have to worry about this aspect. The Eye of Truth was even more useful. The lies and disguises of the world would be laid bare before it, and he would no longer have to worry about being deceived. Wang Chen's expression unconsciously relaxed as he stood up and returned to the master bedroom. He saw a faint golden light flash in his eyes, and Xinxingya's information instantly appeared clearly on the system panel. Name, Xinxingya. Age, 24. Height, 170 cm. Charm, 95. Physique, 82. Favorability, 99. Skills, basic singing, advanced etiquette, intermediate yoga. A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. He truly hadn't expected Xinxingya's favorability towards him to be so high. Through the system's introduction, Wang Chen found it easy to understand that the higher the favorability points, the more loyal one would be. Once the favorability reached 100 points, it would no longer decrease. Similarly, the lower the favorability, the greater the malice in one's heart towards him, and vice versa. Xinxingya's favorability of 99 points left him both surprised and delighted. Wang Chen stood quietly in place, his thoughts surging like tides. He knew well that with the Eye of Truth, his world would become clearer and more transparent. Back in bed, Wang Chen was filled with affection as he gently kissed Xinxingya's soft lips. Xinxingya seemed to be touched by this sudden display of intimacy, instantly wrapping around him like an octopus. Their bodies embraced tightly, as if wanting to merge each other into the depths of their souls. The sun was high in the sky. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, spilling onto Wang Chen and Xinxingya's bed. Wang Chen woke up first. Glancing at the time, it was already 12:30. Looking at Xinxingya, who was still sound asleep in his arms, his heart was filled with tenderness. He gently brushed aside the hair from her forehead and placed a kiss on it. This subtle action, however, still startled Xinxingya awake. She opened her eyes groggily and mumbled, "What are you doing, waking me up so early? The sun is already shining on your backside, little lazy cat," Wang Chen said with a smile. Xinxingya huffed in dissatisfaction, snuggling closer into Wang Chen's embrace, and coquettishly said, "Just let me sleep a little longer, you wore me out last night." Ahem. Wang Chen's face turned slightly red and he picked up the guest room phone to tell Xinxingya, "So, what do you want for breakfast? You can order it yourself. Magic City, Hanglong Plaza." Here, it holds the title of the #1 shopping center in Magic City, a name that is indeed well known. It boasts the most comprehensive collection of luxury brand stores in all of Huaguo. As the top shopping center in Magic City, Hanglong Plaza gathers over 100 renowned luxury brands from around the world, such as Louis Vuitton, Hermes, Chanel, and many more. Wealthy people love to shop here. The sweltering summer heat is dispelled by the cool air inside the mall. Xinxingya was dressed in a refreshing outfit. However, her legs felt a bit awkward as she walked. She clung to Wang Chen's arm like a little bird, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of confusion. "Brother Wang Chen, what are we doing at the mall? Since you performed well last night, you can buy anything you like in the mall," Wang Chen replied casually. Xinxingya's cheeks instantly flushed with a shy red and she shook her head slightly, saying in a soft voice, "I don't want to, I just want you to spend more time with me. You're such a fool." "Just right, I also want to buy some new clothes you can help me pick," Wang Chen said somewhat helplessly. Hearing Wang Chen's request, Xinxingya's eyes lit up, her heart filled with joy. Being needed by Wang Chen and participating in his life affairs, even if it was just choosing clothes, held a different significance for her. Her mind began to race, imagining how Wang Chen would look in different styles of clothing. The two of them then made their way to a men's clothing brand store. With Xinxingya's help, Wang Chen casually picked out a few pieces of clothing, spending 88,000. Before taking Xinxingya to a women's clothing brand store. "Welcome to the Dior flagship store." As soon as they stepped into the Dior flagship store, a smiling sales assistant greeted them warmly and politely asked, "May I ask what you two are looking to choose?" "Just browsing for now." Xinxingya felt a bit restrained, as it was her first time in such a place. Under Wang Chen's insistence, Xinxingya eventually found a dress she liked. Moments later, Xinxingya emerged from the fitting room wearing a flowing white spaghetti strap long dress. As soon as she stepped out, both Wang Chen and the store staff were thoroughly amazed. The white spaghetti strap long dress on her transformed her entire aura, as if she had undergone a magnificent metamorphosis. The once competent image of a flight attendant was instantly replaced by the noble and elegant demeanor of a wealthy young lady, as if she had switched souls. It's no wonder that these luxury items are priced so high. There's a reason for it. "Brother Wang Chen, what do you think?" Xinxingya twirled lightly in place, resembling a fairy that had just floated in from a fairy tale realm, radiating charm. The sales assistant wore a professionally sweet smile, praising her. "Madam, you truly have an eye for fashion. This outfit looks as if it was tailor-made for you." Wang Chen stroked his chin, scrutinizing her carefully, and replied lightly, "It's quite beautiful. However, this one is too plain. Let's pick a few more." "That one with the pure desire style looks good." Hearing Wang Chen's praise, Xinxingya felt sweet inside and responded, "Okay, I'll try this one on. I'll be waiting." Wang Chen smiled slightly. Before long, Xinxingya stepped out of the fitting room again. At this moment, she wore a noble and cool black bodycon dress that perfectly outlined her tall and flawless figure. Her S-shaped graceful silhouette was fully displayed, intertwining sweetness and sensuality, exuding a breathtaking charm. This version of Xinxingya left Wang Chen mesmerized. Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Very beautiful, it suits you perfectly. How much is this dress?" Xinxingya asked. "Madam, this is our Dior summer new model, so the price is relatively high. This dress is priced at 59,998 yuan, the sales assistant smiled. Xinxingya was taken aback. Chuckling awkwardly, she said, "I think I'll look around some more. 59,000. Just for a dress." The price truly made her heart ache. "Madam, I really think this dress suits you. Wearing this bodycon dress makes your aura even more extraordinary, both elegant and understated. Many have purchased this dress, but it's rare to see someone wear it as beautifully as you do," the sales assistant earnestly praised, trying to close the sale. But she was speaking from the heart. Xinxingya did look good in it. Xinxingya carefully examined herself in the mirror. It was indeed beautiful, but the price still made her hesitate. She could only look at Wang Chen, letting him decide. Wang Chen nodded and said to the sales assistant, "Wrap this one and the white one from earlier together." "All right, sir." The sales assistant's smile grew even brighter upon hearing this. "I'll wrap them up for you right away." "Hello, sir, the total is 79,996 yuan. How would you like to pay?" "Card." Wang Chen said as he handed over his bank card. The two walked out of the Dior flagship store and turned to head to the Chanel store. Let me take a look at this bag. Of course, sir. The Chanel sales assistant skillfully took out a black bag from the counter and enthusiastically introduced. This small flat bag is our latest model from Chanel 2018, meticulously crafted by top designers in the industry, made with classic lambskin material. The current selling price is 119,998. Please see if it suits you. Xinxingya took the bag, her eyelids twitching. A bag daring to sell for over 100,000. It looked unassuming, yet it was indeed so expensive, exceeding her imagination. Wang Chen nodded in approval. Xinxingya's outfit paired with this bag looked fashionable and elegant. It truly matched. Alright, I'll buy it. Card. Wang Chen directly pulled out his bank card. Okay, sir, I'll wrap it up for you right away. The salesgirl beamed with a smile, quickly pulling out a packaging bag to start wrapping. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 119,998 yuan, double cashback of 239,996 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 12 points. The system's announcement echoed in Wang Chen's mind at just the right moment. Stepping out of the store, Xinxingya linked her arm with Wang Chen while carrying shopping bags, feeling as if she were dreaming. In just a short span of a few dozen minutes, they had splurged nearly 200,000. Everything felt so unreal. Like a dream, like an illusion. Let's check out that store. Wang Chen's eyes lit up as he glanced at Xinxingya's delicate wrist and said, since we're at the Cartier flagship store, let's buy a watch too. Aren't flight attendants supposed to wear watches? I see you don't seem to have one on. As a flight attendant, she couldn't use mobile phones or other communication tools on the plane. Watches became the choice for most flight attendants. Naturally, Xinxingya would wear one while working. However, it wasn't a branded watch, so there was no need to wear it when going out. Hello, sir, welcome to the Cartier flagship store. How may I assist you today? The Cartier sales associate wore a broad smile, eagerly greeting Wang Chen and Xinxingya. As a Cartier sales associate, she immediately recognized the Patek Philippe Starry Sky 6010 watch on Wang Chen's wrist. Wang Chen pointed at Xinxingya and said to the sales associate, pick a watch that suits her. No problem, sir. Please have a seat here while I take this lady to choose. The sales associate guided Wang Chen to the seating area before leading Xinxingya to the counter. The counter displayed a variety of stylish watches, adorned with diamonds of various sizes, dazzling to the eye. Xinxingya was instantly captivated. At that moment, the sales associate picked up a delicate watch and introduced it. Ma'am, do you like this watch? This watch is from our Cartier Ballon Bleu WJBB0082 series, featuring a three-dimensional design on the bezel, a sapphire glass mirror, and crafted with top-quality diamonds and exquisite setting techniques, showcasing ultimate luxury. This series of watches has become popular worldwide due to its simple, elegant design style and high-quality craftsmanship, making it comfortable to wear and fitting snugly on the wrist. The sales associate enthusiastically took the watch off, saying, let me put it on you to try. Your hand shape is particularly beautiful, and it will definitely enhance your look. Xinxingya looked at the watch on her wrist. It was indeed beautiful. How much is this watch? The sales associate smiled broadly and said, this watch is priced at 2968.80. Xinxingya's hand trembled, instinctively wanting to take the watch off. Do you like this watch? Wang Chen appeared by her side without her noticing. Xinxingya hesitated for a moment and then said, I do like it, but it's just too expensive. Swipe the card, let's pay. Wang Chen didn't hesitate and directly handed his bank card to the sales associate. Alright, sir, I'll pack it up for you right away. The sales associate was overjoyed. This transaction was too easy. This was a watch worth 300,000. Usually, even wealthy people would think long and hard before buying a watch. Unlike Wang Chen, who was so straightforward. How about we choose a cheaper one? As the sales associate took the watch to wrap it, Xinxingya said to Wang Chen, that was 300,000, even selling her wouldn't be worth that much. Since you like it, let's buy it. Consider it a celebration for you becoming my girlfriend. Wang Chen smiled, looking at her with a grin. Xinxingya's face flushed, and she softly said, okay, alright. Her eyes curved into crescent moons, her face filled with joy. With the successful deduction of the payment, the sales assistant handed the bank card and receipt to Wang Chen, saying, thank you very much for your support of Cartier. We hope to see you again next time. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 296,880 with double cashback of 593,760. Ding! The system congratulates the host for earning 29 system points. Night fell. A cool McLaren P1 sped through the streets of the Magic City. Before long, Wang Chen and Xinxingya arrived at a Japanese restaurant, Korogi, a traditional kaiseki restaurant, the best dining place in the Magic City, though the average price is not cheap. The overall decor style leaned towards black, paired with warm yellow lighting, exuding an air of sophistication and elegance. The interior was exquisitely decorated, with tatami rooms distributed in an orderly manner and the walls adorned with unappreciated ukiyo-e from Japan. A waitress dressed in traditional Japanese kimono approached, bowed slightly, and led them to a private room. The two casually sat down on the tatami. Just as the waitress was about to hand over the menu, Wang Chen waved his hand and asked, "What are your signature dishes?" The waitress smiled and replied, "Today we have a tuna sashimi platter, grilled eel, salmon belly, rice, and white truffle with wagyu. Let's have one of each." Wang Chen nodded. The portion sizes of Japanese cuisine are well known. Ever since Wang Chen acquired the extreme physique attribute, his appetite had greatly increased, and he was genuinely worried about not ordering enough to fill him up. The waitress smiled and nodded, and soon brought over tea and appetizers. Before long, exquisite dishes were served one after another. Delicate and small portions: beef with sea urchin caviar, foie gras with sesame, tofu, salmon belly rice, grilled eel. The sashimi platter was particularly eye-catching, with the tuna having a firm texture and a hint of pink, the salmon slices a vibrant orange with clear marbling, and the sweet shrimp crystal clear, seemingly radiating an enticing sheen. However, the flour inserted on top was somewhat tacky. At the same time, a chef dressed in traditional attire followed, carrying some unprocessed ingredients and wearing gloves, preparing dishes on site. "Sea urchin sushi, please enjoy." "Thank you." The chef, with a serious expression, handed it to Wang Chen, and soon prepared another sushi on site, saying, "Salmon roast sushi, please enjoy." Xinxingya hesitated for a moment before taking the sushi, slightly opening her mouth and gently biting a small piece. After chewing a few times, her eyes instantly lit up as she exclaimed, "Wow, this is really delicious. The texture is so wonderful." "If you like it, eat more," Wang Chen said, feeling indifferent. He still preferred Chinese cuisine. He could still eat it now, but in a few years, after Japan discharges nuclear wastewater, he wouldn't want to eat seafood from Japanese waters. After the sushi was prepared, the chef continued to make white truffle with wagyu on site. He took out a blowtorch and seared a piece of beef until both sides were slightly charred, placed it on a plate, drizzled it with a special sauce, and sprinkled white truffle slices on top. Instantly, a unique truffle aroma wafted over. "White truffle with wagyu, please enjoy." Xinxingya didn't miss this rare opportunity and took many photos from the side. While savoring the tender beef, she gazed dreamily and asked, "Do rich people usually eat this?" "Of course not. What are you thinking?" Wang Chen chuckled. "I'm just an ordinary person. How could I eat this every meal? I chose this place because I wanted to treat you. After all, I thought you might not have eaten at this restaurant." "Just right. I haven't eaten here either, so I brought you to try." Although in this life he had become a wealthy person, able to squander freely and eat whatever he wanted, Wang Chen always felt that being detached from the food of the working class carried a hint of superficiality. This meal was just a taste. In his heart, it couldn't compare to the satisfaction of a bowl of spicy hot pot from a street vendor. After finishing the meal, the bill came to 35,860 huaxia coins. The next day, at 1 o'clock in the morning, Wang Chen dropped Xinxingya off at the airport in the Magic City. At this moment, Xinxingya had returned to her former flight attendant appearance, looking aloof and dignified. "Wang Chen, I'm leaving," she said, taking the initiative to hug him, feeling extremely reluctant. However, her flight had already been rescheduled, and asking for more leave wasn't very realistic. She still needed this job. Wang Chen looked serious as he said to Xinxingya, "Xingya, if you don't want to work, I can help you buy an apartment nearby. You can do what you want without wasting time on a job." Let's forget it for now, we'll talk about it later." Xinxingya thought it over and ultimately declined. Wang Chen was still in school, and he didn't have much time to accompany her. It was better for her to keep working, with Lina and other friends around, rather than guarding an empty house. So, she felt it was better to keep her job. Besides, who knows what the future holds? "Alright then." Wang Chen leaned in close to Xinxingya's ear and whispered, "Call me if you miss me." "Got it." Xinxingya replied with a hint of melancholy, "You're all alone in the Magic City, just be honest. Do whatever you want, just don't let me find out. Otherwise, I'll be angry." She knew Wang Chen couldn't possibly have only her as a woman. It was better not to see or know. Wang Chen smiled. What a joke, he had been reborn. How could he listen to her? That would be a waste of his rebirth. However, to reassure her, he naturally agreed wholeheartedly. Wang Chen stood still, watching Xinxingya walk into the airport. Then he turned around and started the McLaren P1, driving towards an apartment. Wang Chen drove his yellow McLaren P1 slowly into the underground parking lot of a high-end apartment. This was the new place he had rented for Zhang Rou. The apartment was located in the Yangpu district of the Magic City, right next to the Magic City University of Finance and Economics, showcasing its advantageous location. This was considered one of the better apartments in the Magic City. The environment was much better than the previous community, a stark contrast. However, with that came the slightly expensive rent. At a staggering 30,000 per month, it was enough to deter most ordinary workers. Wang Chen entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 22nd floor. After reaching the 12th floor, he skillfully entered the password, and with a ding, the door to the room opened. Zhang Rou had told Wang Chen the password as soon as she moved in. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the room was pitch black. Wang Chen gently pressed the light switch in the living room, and the soft light instantly dispelled the darkness. He walked straight to the bedroom and saw Zhang Rou immersed in sweet dreams. Her hair was casually spread across the pillow, looking a bit messy yet beautiful, adding a touch of lazy charm to her. To Wang Chen's surprise, the usually aloof Zhang Rou was wearing a cute little bunny pajama set, the stark contrast making him pause for a moment. A glimmer of gold flashed in Wang Chen's eyes as he activated the true eye, curious about Zhang Rou's feelings towards him. Soon, Zhang Rou's information appeared on the system panel. Name, Zhang Rou. Age, 23, height, 165 centimeters, charm, 91, physique, 86, affection level, 93, skills, intermediate painting, intermediate sales techniques. The affection level was quite good. It seemed he had left a deep impression on her. The corners of Wang Chen's mouth involuntarily lifted. He truly loved this stat. The glaring light woke Zhang Rou up. Zhang Rou rubbed her eyes, looking at Wang Chen in surprise, and said, "Dear, what are you doing here? It's already midnight." Wang Chen stepped forward and hugged Zhang Rou, apologetically saying, "I missed you, so I came to see you." "I missed you too, dear." Zhang Rou glanced at the time. It was 2 in the morning. "Why didn't you let me know before? You came? You scared me. It's my fault for coming so late. Let's sleep." "Ah, what are you doing?" As Wang Chen spoke, he flipped onto the bed, giving Zhang Rou no chance to refuse. An hour later, the room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Zhang Rou, lazily nestled in Wang Chen's arms, breathed in the fresh air deeply, the sheets marked with traces of sweat, leaving behind patches of stains. Usually not one to exercise, she now lacked the strength to even move a finger. It took a while for her to gradually recover. She slightly raised her hand, gently drawing circles on Wang Chen's chest, and with a hint of a spoiled tone said, "Dear, let me off this time. I'll take a day off tomorrow, and we can work out together." Wang Chen held her fragrant, soft body tightly, burying his nose in her hair, savoring the enchanting scent, and softly replied, "Okay, I won't bother you anymore, but your skills are really rusty. Just wait and see how I teach you tomorrow." The next noon, sunlight streamed through the window onto the sofa in the living room. "Ah." Wang Chen sat on the sofa, frowning as he looked into the kitchen, where thick smoke was rising and Zhang Rou's screams could be heard. He couldn't help but wonder, is cooking really that hard? Zhang Rou had gone out early in the morning to buy a lot of ingredients, saying she wanted him to try her heartfelt breakfast. After a morning of fussing around, Wang Chen shook his head helplessly, feeling that he wouldn't be getting that heartfelt breakfast after all. "Fine, let's have lunch instead." He took out his phone and chose a nearby restaurant with a high rating. He placed an order, paying 688 yuan. At that moment in the kitchen, Zhang Rou looked at the scene before her with a face full of despair. She hadn't expected cooking to be so difficult. The cooking videos online looked so simple. Where did it go wrong? She dumped a lump of blackened, unrecognizable food into the trash can. Dejected, she walked out of the kitchen and said to Wang Chen, "Dear, I'm sorry, I messed up. How about we order takeout?" "I knew it. I've already ordered takeout. It should be here soon." Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, lounging leisurely on the sofa. "Humph. I refuse to believe I can't do it. Next time you come over, I will definitely succeed." After saying this, a surge of determination rose within Zhang Rou, and she silently encouraged herself. She remembered her mother telling her that to win a man's heart, one must first win his stomach. "Then it's perfect. I'll stay here a few more days and see if your cooking skills improve." Zhang Rou's expression stiffened, and she playfully blinked. "No problem, you'll be able to eat my heartfelt breakfast tomorrow." Then she hurried into the bathroom to wash up quickly. What surprised Wang Chen was that Zhang Rou's cooking skills seemed to have been magically enhanced, improving day by day. At the same time, her gaming skills were also becoming increasingly proficient through constant practice. This made Wang Chen feel blissfully content. Life in this apartment became more and more pleasant for him. Wang Chen decided to stay a few more days at Zhang Rou's place. Although it was convenient to stay at the Bulgari Hotel, nothing compared to the comfort of home. On the living room sofa, Wang Chen pressed one hand on Zhang Rou, sitting on the sofa deep in thought. A flash of golden light crossed his eyes. He looked down at the busy Zhang Rou. Suddenly, a faint blue light screen appeared before Wang Chen. Name, Zhang Rou. Age, 23, height, 165 centimeters, charm, 91, physique, 86, affection level, 96, skills, intermediate painting, intermediate sales skills, intermediate gaming. It seems that the hard work of these past few days hasn't been in vain, Wang Chen thought to himself. Living in hotels all the time isn't a solution. It looks like I need to buy myself a house. Staying at Zhang Rou's place has been so comfortable that it sparked Wang Chen's desire to purchase a home. He still has 2 years left in college, and he will be spending a lot of time in the Magic City afterward. Besides, he can't possibly live in the student dorms forever, right? However, when the time comes, he will have to buy a place for both Zhang Rou and Xinxingya. But that's not necessary for now. Wang Chen isn't worried. With the system, his money will only keep increasing. Moreover, with the property prices in the Magic City, buying a few more places for appreciation is also a good idea. After all, in the future, the property prices in the Magic City remain strong. And so it was. More than half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Chen had also stayed at Zhang Ro's place for over half a month. During this time, he would occasionally return to the Bulgari Hotel to accompany Shinxinya, who had flown to the Magic City. However, their time together was always fleeting. Shinxinya would soon be flying back to Rong Province, which filled Wang Chen's heart with regret and reluctance. During this period, Shinxinya's best friend, Chen Mangyao, had been constantly contacting Wang Chen on Feishin. Every day, she would send messages calling him hubby and brother, wishing him good morning and good night. This was a stark contrast to her initially aloof and quiet demeanor. The difference was striking. With Chen Mengyao's efforts, their relationship gradually warmed up, and today she even took a day off to come to the Magic City. Seeing her so eager to entice him, Wang Chen decided to give her a chance. It would be up to her to seize it. The next day, 9 in the morning, the sultry summer weather made people feel irritable. At Pudong Airport in the Magic City, people came and went, most of them in a hurry. Hubby, I'm over here. As soon as Chen Mengyao walked out, she waved at Wang Chen. Her delicate oval face and bright almond-shaped eyes were full of charm. Standing at 171 centimeters, she wore a tight-fitting purple dress. The material of the dress was as smooth as silk, hugging her body closely and showcasing her curvaceous figure perfectly. On her feet were a pair of black stiletto heels, her long legs straight and elegant, making her appear graceful and outstanding. She carried a small black suitcase and rushed straight into Wang Chen's arms. Wang Chen felt a wave of fragrance as her soft body embraced him tightly. He reached out to wrap his arms around her slender waist, and Chen Mengyao, unfazed by the gazes of those around them, clung to Wang Chen's arm, chatting and laughing as they walked outside. Without Shinxinya and her other friends around, Chen Mengyao seemed particularly different. Even though she knew there was more than one woman by Wang Chen's side, she still hoped for a pleasant date with him. To outsiders, this scene looked just like any ordinary couple. The two got into the car. Igniting the engine, they took off smoothly. Boom! The car, under Wang Chen's control, drove steadily out. Wang Chen activated his true eye to look at Chen Mengyao. A light screen instantly appeared before him. Name, Chen Mengyao, age, 24, height, 171 centimeters, charm, 93, physique, 82, affection level, 78. Skills, advanced etiquette, advanced fashion, advanced makeup. To have a self-assessed affection level of 78, she truly is a good sister. Wang Chen felt secretly pleased. Hubby, what are we going to do later? This is my first time riding in such a luxury car, Chen Mengyao exclaimed. She sat in the passenger seat of the McLaren P1, curiously surveying the car's interior decor. There will be plenty of opportunities like this in the future. Wang Chen shot a glance at Chen Mengyao and said, "You haven't had breakfast yet, right? Let's grab a bite first, then I'll take you to experience what you want." He drove the McLaren P1, bringing Chen Mengyao to their usual spot, Guojin Shopping Center. After breakfast, the two quickly arrived in front of an exaggeratedly designed glass structure. Inside, luxury goods were abundant, with countless major brands. Chen Mengyao stood in front of them all, looking up with eyes full of longing and anticipation. "Have you been here before?" Wang Chen asked upon seeing her reaction. "No." Chen Mengyao shook her head and said, "I've only passed by here before and browsed outside the stores. The prices here are too high. I didn't dare to go in. This is not somewhere I can afford." Wang Chen didn't say anything further but drove the car into the mall's underground parking lot. After turning off the engine, the two took the elevator to the first floor of the mall. At this time, the spacious mall felt somewhat desolate. Louis Vuitton, Chanel, Cartier, Dior, Versace. Chen Mengyao's gaze was firmly captured by the luxurious stores before her. Her excitement barely contained. Her heart raced. It felt as if she were in a beautiful dream. How many times had she come here to shop, only able to look from afar? She never imagined that today she could fulfill this long-held dream. This was reality. Surely, not many women could resist this place. "What do you want the most?" Wang Chen asked casually. Chen Mengyao looked at the luxurious brand stores. She wanted everything, but could only think about it. "I don't know." Chen Mengyao shook her head. "How about this? Choose anything within $1 million. "Really, honey?" Chen Mengyao appeared very excited. Wang Chen opened his arms as if to embrace the entire mall. "You can choose any brand here, but the limit is $1 million. How about that? Are you satisfied?" $1 million was no small amount. Although Wang Chen was financially strong, he couldn't let a woman spend without restraint, otherwise he would just be a fool. "Honey, I really love you. Mwah." Chen Mengyao was very pleased with Wang Chen's arrangement. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek. For their first date, Wang Chen could buy her such expensive things. She was already very satisfied. "In that case, let's go to the store you like and start shopping." Wang Chen's lips curled slightly, a smile on his face as he asked, "Which brand store are you planning to go to first?" "Chanel." Chen Mangyao looked around and pointed decisively at the Chanel store. After all, no woman could resist the allure of Chanel. Alright, let's go. Chen Mangyao linked her arm with Wang Chen's and walked towards the Chanel store. Welcome to the Chanel flagship store. As soon as they entered, a young Chanel sales associate approached them with a smile, saying, "Good morning, sir and madam. How may I assist you today?" The sales associate politely greeted the two. Wang Chen waved his hand and said to Chen Mangyao, "You, go ahead and pick." Chen Mangyao felt a bit shy as she began to browse the store. "Madam, this dress is our summer new arrival from Chanel. I believe it would look great on you," the sales associate said as she stepped forward to introduce it. "Would you like to try it on? With your figure, I'm sure you would look stunning in it." Chen Mangyao looked at the light pink dress. It was indeed beautiful. She instinctively asked, "How much is this dress?" "This dress is a summer new arrival, so the price is a bit higher. It's currently priced at 18,888 yuan. The sales assistant smiled and said, "Why don't you try it on first and see if you like it? If you like it, just give it a try," Wang Chen said lightly from the side. "Then I'll go to the fitting room first." Chen Mangyao was also taken aback by the price. Although Wang Chen had told her to spend 1,000,000 freely, she still found it hard to adjust to the idea of a dress being sold for such a high price. Moments later, Chen Mangyao emerged wearing a light pink dress. Her fair skin paired with the light pink dress made her look exceptionally radiant, showcasing her body curves perfectly. Her long thighs peeked out from under the hem of the dress, and every move she made was filled with endless allure. Wang Chen nodded in praise, saying, "It really looks beautiful. Ma'am, you look absolutely stunning in that dress, as if it was tailor-made just for you. Look, everyone's eyes around you are drawn to you." The sales assistant immediately complimented her, stepping forward to help Chen Mangyao adjust the hem and neckline of the dress. Chen Mangyao noticed the gazes around her, all focused on her, especially Wang Chen's admiration. Looking at herself in the mirror, she felt as if she had truly transformed into a wealthy heiress. Then, under the enthusiastic recommendation of the sales assistant, Chen Mangyao selected a few pieces of Chanel clothing, bought several bottles of perfume, and a limited edition Chanel handbag. These items further enhanced her elegance, blending fashion and sensuality. Seeing that Chen Mangyao had chosen enough, Wang Chen nodded and said to the sales assistant, "That'll be all. How much is it?" "Sir, the total for these items is 462,888 yuan. How would you like to pay?" "Card." "Alright, sir, please hold on a moment." The sales assistant took the bank card, her smile growing even more radiant. She had served many wealthy clients before, but few were as generous and extravagant as Wang Chen. "Sir, here is your bank card, please keep it safe." The sales assistant handed it over with both hands. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 462,888 yuan with a double cashback of 925,776 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 46 system points. Thank you for your visit. The two then walked out of the Chanel flagship store and turned to step into the Dior flagship store. The lighting inside Dior was soft yet bright, reflecting the charming sheen of various fashionable items. With the enthusiastic and attentive service and recommendations from the sales assistant, Chen Mangyao ended up picking 3 items, spending a total of 128,500 yuan. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 128,500 yuan with a double cashback of 25,700 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 12 system points. "Let's go, let's browse elsewhere," Chen Mangyao said cautiously, holding her items, her expression as if she were in a dream, though her heart felt a bit hesitant. Although she was somewhat materialistic, she wasn't the kind of woman who was insatiably greedy. Today's spending was already quite substantial, far exceeding her usual shopping standards. She felt quite satisfied. Balenciaga? Chen Mangyao looked at the Balenciaga store in front of her, its uniquely designed storefront sign catching her attention. She turned to Wang Chen and said, "Let's check out Balenciaga." "Sure. Welcome to Balenciaga. How can I assist you?" As soon as they stepped inside, a unique fashion atmosphere enveloped them. The store's decor was ingeniously designed, with a cool color scheme creating a shopping environment that was both stylish and slightly aloof. The sales assistant immediately approached them with a professional smile. "Can I see the stockings in your store?" Chen Mengyao's face flushed slightly, her expression a bit shy as she spoke hesitantly. Wang Chen's previously calm gaze instantly brightened upon hearing this. He finally understood. The stockings from Balenciaga are truly exceptional in the world of hosiery. Stockings with letters, I believe no man can resist such temptation. The green tea sister is the best, so understanding, so considerate. "Alright, ma'am." The sales assistant took out various exquisitely packaged stockings from the counter. Black, white, gray, nude, lace, everything you could want. Wang Chen waved his hand gracefully and said, "I'll take them all, give me a few of each. I want that one too." Chen Mangyao couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears, wondering when she would ever finish wearing so many stockings. Men often lose their rationality when faced with certain specific items. Most men are like this, their eyes lighting up at the sight of stockings. That's enough, get a pair of high heels too. Chen Mengyao shook her head helplessly and picked up a pair of black high heels with red soles, handing them to the sales assistant. With so many stockings, she'd be wearing them until next year. These are all consumables, buy a few more to have on hand, so you won't be caught without when you need them. Wang Chen still felt unsatisfied and continued speaking to the sales assistant. Pack up that polka dot one too. Chen Mengyao suddenly thought of something, her face turning pale, a wave of inexplicable unease rising in her heart. She suddenly worried whether she had walked into a tiger's den. Was it still too late to escape now? In the end, Wang Chen selected over 20 pairs of stockings before stopping. Sir, these stockings and high heels total 86,500 yuan. How would you like to pay? Card. Wang Chen replied calmly. After the payment was completed, the sales assistant smiled and handed him the bank card, saying, Sir, please keep your bank card safe. Welcome to visit Balenciaga. Again. After leaving the Balenciaga flagship store, the two strolled through the mall's corridor, surrounded by well-known brand stores. Their figures soon reappeared inside the Louis Vuitton store. Hello, ma'am, this necklace is our latest style from Louis Vuitton this year, made entirely of 18K gold, meticulously crafted, with 144 diamonds set in. The pendant totaling approximately 2.3 carats. The design inspiration for this necklace comes from the classic monogram floral pattern, exuding luxury and artistry. The sales assistant introduced in detail and professionally. The current selling price for this necklace is 266,600 yuan. As she spoke, she slowly turned the necklace, allowing Chen Mengyao to appreciate its beauty from all angles. Wang Chen remained calm and softly said, Card. Chen Mengyao wore the necklace, looking at her sparkling reflection in the mirror. She truly felt like a princess. The two continued shopping in the mall, as if they were grocery shopping, buying everything they liked. With Chen Mengyao's careful selection, she matched several outfits for Wang Chen from head to toe. The total expenditure was 599,800 yuan. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 599,800, double. Cashback 199,600. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 60 system points. System, open the personal panel. Okay, host. Host, Wang Chen, age 20 years, height 188 cm, charm 92, physique 120, the normal human limit is 100, stamina 120, the normal human limit is 100, entries double, cashback entry effect, all reasonable expenditures will be refunded double. Limitless physique, entry effect, from this moment on, you are the pinnacle of human physique, points 712 points. Hua Xia. Currency 3893, 881, 828. Wang Chen thought to himself, it seems that buying a house needs to be put on the agenda. Due to the excessive number of purchased items, Wang Chen's McLaren P1 could no longer accommodate them. He could only leave his phone number and address for the mall to deliver the items to the Bulgari Hotel. Approaching noon, the two exited the International Finance Center. Wang Chen, accompanied by Chen Mengyao, chose a high-end Western restaurant for lunch. The total bill came to 12,800 yuan. After the meal, Wang Chen took out his phone and dialed Butler Lin's number. Soon, the call was answered. Hello, Mr. Wang, how can I assist you? Butler Lin's respectful voice came through the phone. Please help me contact a real estate agent. Sure, I'll send the information to your phone shortly. After hearing this, Wang Chen hung up. Some good properties were not accessible to ordinary agents. High-end agencies could provide wealthy clients with comprehensive, customized services. They could also assist in handling complex financial and legal matters during the transaction. To avoid trouble, Wang Chen had to ask Bulgari to help him make the connection again. Soon, the information was sent to his phone, and the address was conveniently located not far from the International Finance Center. Wang Chen pulled Chen Mengyao back to the car, and she asked in confusion, What are we doing now? Buying a house. After Wang Chen finished speaking, he started the car and drove into the bustling traffic of the Magic City. 3 minutes later, Lujiazui, Magic City. Next to Binjiang Avenue, the Kofco Seaview No. 1 sales center. This area was filled with luxurious commercial districts where every inch was precious. Wang Chen parked the car by the roadside, and the staff, who had been on high alert, immediately came forward. At the front stood a middle-aged man dressed in a black suit, his hair neatly combed. Behind him stood a row of men and women in uniforms, all smiling at Wang Chen. Once Wang Chen and Chen Mengyao got out of the car, the middle-aged man quickly stepped forward, extending his hands warmly towards Wang Chen, his face wearing a professional smile as he said, You must be the esteemed guest Mr. Wang that Bulgari contacted. I didn't expect you to be so young, truly impressive. I am the sales manager introduced by Butler Lin, Xiaoyan. Thank you very much for choosing Kofco Seaview No. 1. I will take you to the property now. I wonder if there is a layout you prefer. The Bulgari private butler had directly scheduled a viewing for them. They naturally knew Wang Chen's basic information, as he was a major client who had booked a Bulgari suite for a month. For a high-quality customer like Wang Chen, Xiao Yan did not dare to be negligent. After receiving the news, he hurriedly brought his sales team to the entrance to welcome Wang Chen. Fortunately, they arrived just in time before Wang Chen showed up. "You're too kind," Wang Chen replied lightly, "just take me to see your best layout." In the reception room, Xiao Yan took out his treasured Longjing tea and asked his secretary to brew it. He pulled out a tablet, flipped through the relevant materials, and handed them to Wang Chen, saying, "Mr. Wang, our Kofco Seaview No. 1 has been very popular since its launch in 2012. It is located in a prime area between Lujiazui and Binjiang, adjacent to Binjiang Avenue, facing the Pujiang River, offering a panoramic view of the century-old scenery on both sides of the river, with the Bun's International Architectural Complex in full view, making it exceptionally advantageous in terms of landscape. The community is well equipped with living facilities such as hospitals and shopping malls nearby, and the green area of the community reaches 12,400 square meters." Xiao Yan smiled slightly and said, "The community also features dual clubhouses, equipped with indoor and outdoor swimming pools, multifunctional halls, fitness and massage facilities, and entertainment amenities, providing residents with a rich array of leisure and entertainment options." Mr. Wang, as you can see, our Kofco Seaview No. 1 includes various large layouts such as 4-bedroom, 5-bedroom, and 6-bedroom units, with areas ranging from 308 square meters to 1,080 square meters. The current average price is around 160,000. You could say that in the entire Magic City, there are hardly a few properties that can compare to our Kofco Seaview No. 1, Manager Li confidently said to Wang Chen while showcasing the floor plan on his tablet. "Mr. Wang, Miss Chen, please enjoy some tea." The secretary brought over 2 cups of tea and said softly, "Mr. Wang, please try this, it's my treasured pre-rain Longjing. Good tea." Wang Chen reached out to take it, sipped lightly, and nodded slightly. For him, it felt no different from ordinary tea. At an average price of 160,000, buying a small 300 square meter unit would only cost a mere 40 million. Just a lottery ticket. The prices of houses in Lujiazui have remained high even in later years. Now, whether for personal residence or investment, it's a good time to buy at this price. Compared to the ubiquitous Thomson Riviera Online, Kofco Seaview No. 1 appears much more understated and luxurious. At least it carries some prestige when mentioned. Chen Mengyao sat to the side, watching Manager Li and Wang Chen chat happily, feeling a mix of anxiety and excitement. A house priced at 160,000, even in the best location of the Magic City, seemed outrageous to her. Wang Chen would certainly not buy the smallest unit. She feared that the last available house would cost tens of millions. The key point was that Wang Chen seemed to agree with this price. She truly couldn't understand the world of the wealthy, which was extravagantly unimaginable. "Mr. Wang, do you have a preferred unit? If not, I can take you to see it in person. After all, it's not as intuitive to view on video," Manager Xiao said with a smile. Normally, as a sales manager, showing properties would be handled by the sales team. However, since Wang Chen was introduced by Bulgari, such a high-quality client was rare, and the chances of closing a deal were extremely high. Who knows, they might even sell the penthouse of Kofco Seaview No. 1 today. If it sells, the commission would be substantial. It's no wonder Manager Xiao was so proactive. "Just take me to see the 6-bedroom penthouse," Wang Chen said, pointing to a floor plan on the video, his expression calm. For Wang Chen, if he could buy the best, he wouldn't settle for less. He wasn't short on money. Moreover, he had taken a liking to this penthouse duplex at first sight. An expansive 1,080 square meter sky mansion. Located on the top floor of the building, it offered a panoramic view of the entire Magic City. Chen Mengyao was taken aback. She hadn't expected Wang Chen to directly request to see this 1,080 square meter 6-bedroom unit. This was a property worth over 100 million. She wouldn't even dare to dream about it. Chen Mengyao picked up her teacup, took a sip, and steadied her emotions. "All right, Mr. Wang, I'll take you to see it right away, Manager Xiao said, his face lighting up. Wang Chen was indeed not an ordinary person. He immediately wanted to see the penthouse. He stood up and said, "Please, this unit is located on the 45th floor." Wang Chen followed Manager Li's lead as they made their way to the side of the building. The building was grand and towering, like a sharp sword piercing the clouds. Soon, they entered the building. The living room was luxuriously decorated, with the bulbs of the crystal chandelier flickering, casting light reflections onto the walls and floor, creating patches of light. The entire living room seemed enveloped in the luster of gold and diamonds, dazzling to the point of being hard to look at directly. Manager Li introduced, "Our units are designed with private elevators to ensure the owner's privacy and convenience while also reflecting the exclusive prestige of high-end residences." "Please, after you," Manager Xiao said, pressing the button for the 45th floor. The elevator was bright, clean, and tidy, accommodating more than a dozen people. In no time, they arrived at the 45th floor. Ding! As Wang Chen stepped out of the elevator, he immediately saw a large black door approaching him. The door was intricately patterned, embedded with some unknown gemstones. It exuded a sense of heaviness. Manager Xiao stepped forward to input the password and said, "This grand door was designed by a world-renowned designer, crafted entirely from expensive stone materials with manufacturing costs exceeding 3 million. Mr. Wang, Miss Chen, please come in." Manager Xiao opened the door, stood aside, and slightly bowed as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen stepped inside, and his eyes instantly brightened. The luxurious decor inside the room complemented the view of the Huangpu River outside, creating a refreshing atmosphere. Wang Chen walked to the window, spread his arms wide, and savored the unique perspective. From high above, at a height of 45 floors, nearly 200 meters, it was a true overlook of the Magic City. Chen Mengyao followed Wang Chen into the room. She was immediately stunned by the luxurious decor and the spacious living room. Moreover, there was not just one such living room. The opulent living room and the night view of both banks of the river outside intertwined, sketching a captivating picture. Chen Mengyao felt her head spinning. The scene before her truly overturned her previous perceptions. She never imagined that someone could live in such a large, luxurious house. What did her current few dozen square meters count for? A doghouse? Chen Mengyao unconsciously walked to the panoramic glass window, reaching out to touch the night view outside. The Oriental Pearl Tower and other iconic buildings of the Magic City appeared before her, dreamlike and surreal. This scene deeply stimulated her. Everything that had happened today made Chen Mengyao yearn for more. This was the life she desired. She wanted to be the mistress of this house. She no longer wanted to worry about money. She wanted to stand at the pinnacle of the Magic City, to be the woman everyone envied. But all of this hinged on winning over Wang Chen. In her mind, an image of her and Wang Chen indulging in pleasure within this house, eventually stepping into the hall of marriage and growing old together, unconsciously surfaced. Lost in thought, as if in a dream. "Mr. Wang, this is the top floor of our Kofco Seaview number 1. You can sit here, enjoy a glass of red wine, and overlook the scenery of both banks of the Huangpu River." When it comes to river views, Kofco Seaview number 1 has never lost. Over here, the interior is also equipped with an oversized luxury heated swimming pool, allowing you and your wife to enjoy the utmost comfort without leaving home after work. "Mr. Wang, please follow me." This 300 square meter terrace landscape was designed exclusively by a world-renowned designer for Kofco Seaview number 1, with flowers and plants meticulously crafted by the master. The spacious area provides ample room for you to host gatherings with friends and family. It is also equipped with a professional telescope, allowing you to see stars that are light years away from the comfort of your home. With an enormous space of 1080 square meters, a ceiling height of 6 meters, 6 parking spaces, dual kitchens for Chinese and Western cuisine, an independent collection area, a low-key luxurious reception room, bathrooms and furniture from European luxury brands, smart home technology, a private gym, and a billiard room, you can enjoy top-notch services without stepping outside. Moreover, your neighbors are all celebrities from various fields, including top-tier stars. This is the true celestial palace, a place that belongs only to true kings. Mr. Wang, as long as you purchase this house, all of this will belong to you. You can enjoy fine wine with this beautiful lady beside you tonight on the terrace, admiring the scenery of both banks of the Huangpu. The entire introduction took half an hour. Manager Zhao's presentation was professional and full of passion. It made Chen Mengyao feel as if she truly belonged here. Who said this house was expensive? Where was it expensive? Not at all. This house was worth every penny, but unfortunately, she could only dream about it. With a unit price of 160,000 for 1080 square meters, the price would exceed 200 million. Let alone buying a house, she couldn't even afford the property management fees. "Mr. Wang, what do you think? Does this house meet your needs?" Manager Xiao asked, looking at Wang Chen, who stood by the window with his hands behind his back. Wang Chen gazed out the window, somewhat lost in thought. The luxury mansion he could only view online in his past life was now just a small target of 200 million for him. In his previous life, after working hard for half his life, he had only managed to buy a small apartment of less than 100 square meters with his parents' help, and that had drained half of his parents' life savings. Ridiculous. Sad. Regrettable. Manager Xiao noticed that Wang Chen had not responded for a long time. Although he still wore a smile, his heart sank. It seemed Wang Chen was not too satisfied with this house. Understandably so. A small target of nearly 200 million. Even if Wang Xizong came, he would probably think it over several times before daring to make a purchase. Sigh. Manager Xiao sighed inwardly. It seemed today's efforts would be in vain. The building king was afraid it wouldn't sell. Indeed, if it were that easy to sell, it wouldn't have taken so many years since the opening for Wang Chen to have a chance. It would have been snatched up by other wealthy individuals long ago. "Mr. Wang, if this layout doesn't meet your requirements, I can show you other layouts. What do you think?" Manager Xiao continued respectfully. After all, Wang Chen was a quality client, and buying a few hundred square meters of property shouldn't be a problem. It wouldn't be a waste of his efforts. "How about I introduce you to see which layout better meets your needs?" No need for an introduction. Wang Chen came back to his senses and waved his hand. Manager Zhao's heart sank. Was he not going to buy? After all, Wang Chen was still too young. Although his family background was not simple, he looked to be only in his 20s. Other rich second-generation kids at his age, let alone buying such a luxury mansion, were struggling to fill their cars with gas. By the end of the month, "It's okay, Mr. Wang. If you have time next time, I can introduce you again." Manager Zhao suppressed his disappointment and made his smile even more enthusiastic. He dared not show a bad face to the wealthy, otherwise he wouldn't know how he would be dealt with. The public sea was not far from here. "I'll take this one." Wang Chen's voice came again. "Manager Zhao, calculate the total cost for me, give me the lowest price, and prepare the contract for me, full payment." "What?" Manager Zhao was taken aback, somewhat unable to react. "I said I want this one, full payment." Wang Chen frowned and said. Manager Zhao's eyes were filled with surprise, and he quickly replied, "Mr. Wang, don't worry, I'll prepare the contract right now and guarantee you the best discount, absolutely to your satisfaction. You can rest here for now, I'll have the relevant procedures prepared immediately. Please wait." Manager Zhao hurriedly turned and left. Once outside the door, he took out his phone, trying to steady his emotions. Manager Zhao felt his heart racing, his face flushed. If this deal went through, the commission plus his previous savings would be enough to pay off his mortgage. It had been over 10 years. Millions in mortgage weighed heavily on him, making it hard to breathe. He truly couldn't afford to stop for a moment. He had come from a small county to the magic city, struggling for so many years. At this moment, he finally felt he truly belonged here. His hand holding the phone was still trembling slightly. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Soon, the call connected. "Manager Zhao, is there something wrong?" Manager Zhao stood by the window, feeling the breeze, trying to make his voice sound calmer. "Xiao Lu, you need to prepare a quotation for the house I brought someone to see." "What? Has the client already booked it?" A gasp came from the other end of the phone. "Xiao Lu, how many times have I told you to stay calm in a situation? Look at how you are acting. What if a client sees you? You need to send it over as soon as possible. We can't keep the guests waiting." "Yes, Manager Zhao, I understand. I'll send it right away." "Good." After Manager Zhao finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Turning back into the living room, he couldn't hide his excitement and respectfully said to Wang Chen, "Mr. Wang, I've arranged everything, and the contract will be sent over shortly." Before long, several salespeople dressed in black suits rushed in, holding a thick stack of documents. Manager Zhao quickly stepped forward to greet them. After taking the documents, he respectfully placed them in front of Wang Chen, his face beaming with enthusiasm as he said, "Mr. Wang, please take a look. The current price for this sky palace is 166,000 per square meter, and for 1,080.6 square meters, the total comes to 179,379,600 huaxia coins." Manager Zhao paused for a moment and continued, "As a valued guest of our Zhanliang Haijing number 1, I took the liberty of waiving the extra amount of over 300,000 for you, and on top of that, I'm offering you a 5% discount. So, the total would be 170,050,000. I'll also waive the remaining 50,000, so in total, you only need to pay 1.7 billion to secure this sky palace." "Mr. Wang, considering that you are making a full payment, I have specially applied for the highest benefits from the company. If you purchase this sky palace, in addition to the original 6 parking spaces, we will also gift you 2 additional parking spaces and waive your property fees for 5 years. Not only that, but we will also provide you with private butler services and exclusive regular house cleaning to ensure your comfort." He seemed worried that Wang Chen might still be unsatisfied and quickly added, "This is already the best offer we have at Zhanliang Haijing number 1. You can secure this sky palace for just 1.7 billion. What do you think, Mr. Wang?" Manager Zhao leaned slightly forward, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at Wang Chen. Until the payment was successfully completed, he didn't dare to relax. After all, 1.7 billion was no small amount. This was a huge sum of cash that not just any boss could easily come up with. Moreover, Wang Chen was still so young. "Swipe the card, full payment," Wang Chen said calmly, nodding as he took out his bank card. For Wang Chen, spending 1.7 billion to buy this sky palace was definitely a profitable deal. Not to mention the 1.7 billion cashback from the system. Just considering the property. In 2 years, the price would surely rise above 200 million. This deal was a steal. Plus, Wang Chen was very satisfied with this sky palace. It was located in the most prosperous area of the Magic City, only 10 kilometers away from the financial university. "Mr. Wang, I will handle the relevant procedures for you right away. It may take a little time, so please sit down and enjoy some tea. I promise to process it as quickly as possible," Manager Zhao assured as he took the bank card. Wang Chen nodded slightly and replied calmly. Manager Zhao immediately took his team to handle the relevant procedures. For such a big client, time was money. He couldn't afford to be slow. Chen Mengyao still found it hard to believe. Although Wang Chen was the son of the Pioneer Heavy Industry Group, this was 1.7 billion. He just bought it outright? At the sales center, after Wang Chen signed the contract. Under the expectant gaze of manager Xiao and the sales team, he entered his bank card password. Transfer has been processed. Ding ding. Ding. At that moment, Wang Chen's phone rang. He answered the call, and a sweet female voice came from the other end. Hello, is this Mr. Wang? This is the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. There is a transaction of 170 million yuan on your bank card, and the purpose shows it is for purchasing real estate. We would like to verify if this was done by you. It was me, Wang Chen replied. Alright, Mr. Wang. Thank you for your response. Ding. The system detected that the host spent 170 million, with a double cashback of 340 million. Ding. Congratulations, the host has earned 17,000 system points. With the successful transfer, manager Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately, a wave of excitement surged within him. He couldn't help but secretly calculate how much commission he could earn from this deal. Bang! At that moment, a salesperson excitedly brought out firecrackers and champagne. With a loud bang, colorful ribbons danced wildly in the air. The sound of the firecrackers was deafening, and champagne foam sprayed everywhere. The sales staff on site cheered, their faces brimming with uncontrollable excitement and joy. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your support of our Kafko seed, you know. One, manager Xiao shouted, his voice trembling slightly, a remnant of the intertwining excitement and nervousness. He quickly walked towards Wang Chen, respectfully handing over the room card and purchase contract along with other relevant documents, smiling broadly as he said, Mr. Wang, here are all your materials, please keep them safe. From now on, this remarkable sky palace is exclusively yours. Wang Chen nodded slightly and reached out to take the documents. Mr. Wang, you truly have an eye for quality and courage. This house is simply tailor-made for you. Young Master Wang, you are so handsome. Many of the salesgirls on site gazed at Wang Chen with admiration in their eyes. Handsome, young, and wealthy. He was like a Prince Charming stepping out of a fairy tale into reality. System, open the personal panel, Wang Chen thought to himself. In an instant, a light blue screen appeared before his eyes. Host, Wang Chen age, 20 height, 188 charm, 92 physique, 120, the limit for normal people is 100, stamina, 120, the limit for normal people is 100, entries, double cashback, entry effect, all reasonable expenses will be refunded double. Limitless physique, entry effect. From this moment on, you are the pinnacle of human physique. Solidification, entry effect. Eye of Truth, entry effect. Points, 17,713. Huaxia currency, 4063,894, 628. Finally, the points have exceeded 10,000. But this can only be used for one high-level draw. Wang Chen thought, reaching out to pull the still confused Chen Mengyao beside him, and turned to walk outside. Then, driving his cool McLaren P1, he slowly exited Kafko CDU number 1. Wang Chen pondered that he needed to buy a few more things to gather enough points to reach 20,000. After all, a single draw at the bottom might yield something good if done again. Guojin Shopping Center. In the bright corridor of the mall. Why are we here again? We just bought the Sky Palace, shouldn't we enjoy it? Chen Mengyao asked, puzzled as she linked arms with Wang Chen. To buy a watch, Wang Chen replied casually. Chen Mengyao simply couldn't understand Wang Chen's thought process. A normal person would be thrilled after spending a fortune on the Sky Palace. Yet, Wang Chen brought her shopping while maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. Is this what it means to have a wealthy mindset? Hello, sir, welcome to the Vacheron Constantine flagship store. As soon as the two entered the store, a salesgirl in uniform slightly bowed to welcome them. The store was brightly lit, and a faint scent of incense lingered in the air, exuding elegance everywhere. The classic Maltese cross-element logo and the slogan, you can easily own time, but you cannot easily own Vacheron Constantine, left a deep impression on Wang Chen. Hello, sir, I am Cici, the sales associate at the Vacheron Constantine flagship store. Do you have an appointment? The salesgirl said. With a smile. No appointment, Wang Chen replied. At that moment, a young girl walked in, linking arms with a Mediterranean man. The middle-aged man spoke directly, my surname is Chen, I have an appointment at 5. Mr. Chen, we've been waiting for you, Cici said apologetically to Wang Chen. I'm sorry, sir, I need to attend to this guest who made an appointment. Originally, she was supposed to attend to Wang Chen, but now she left him to serve the couple. Cici knew that this Mediterranean man had a high spending level. He was in real estate and often brought young girls to shop. Moreover, seeing how young Wang Chen was, even if he were a rich second generation, he would only spend a few 100,000 at most. She certainly chose to maintain good relations with her old clients, as her commission would be higher. Wang Chen saw that others had appointments but didn't take it to heart. He wandered around the store with Chen Mengyao. Hello, sir, I am the sales associate Zhao Siyuan, you can call me Xiao Zhao. Do you have a watch you like? Zhao Siyuan was a new part-time sales associate at Vacheron Constantine. As a newcomer, she could only choose from the remaining customers of the old employees to make a sale. Regardless of the commission, she just wanted to close a deal. Wang Chen looked up at the sales associate in front of him, his gaze scanning her from head to toe. She wore the Vacheron Constantin employee uniform, yet she appeared quite extraordinary. Her ample bosom and the fitted uniform tightly wrapped around her long legs, outlining an alluring curve. With fair skin and delicate three-dimensional features, her large, bright eyes revealed a hint of youthful naivety. This stirred a feeling in Wang Chen, a desire to tease her. Open the eye of truth. Name, Zhao Siyuan. Age, 21. Height, 175 cm. Charm, 96 physique, 90 favorability, 25 skills, advanced Sanda, intermediate Wing Chun. Advanced accounting, a charm value of 96. No wonder she's so beautiful. Wang Chen was secretly surprised that her combat skills were so high. Advanced Sanda, intermediate Wing Chun, a violent girl? It was completely unnoticeable. He then nodded and said, show me the most expensive watch in your store. Zhao Siyuan felt helpless based on her sales experience from the past few days. Wang Chen was likely just bringing his girlfriend to experience the store. However, in the spirit of honing her sales skills, Zhao Siyuan still led Wang Chen to the counter. Sir, these few watches are the best sellers this year. This Vacheron Constantin Traditionnel 4020T/000R with an automatic mechanical movement, full calendar engraving, and crocodile leather strap is currently priced at 255,880. This Vacheron Constantin Overseas 47450/000W9511, trendy and stylish, combines leisure, sports, high luxury, and business, is currently priced at 88,888. This Vacheron Constantin KDLL 85050/000D is priced at 128,000. Do you see any watch you like? Zhao Siyuan said with a professional smile. It wasn't that Zhao Siyuan didn't introduce more expensive watches, she just thought Wang Chen was so young that, even if he wanted to buy, he definitely couldn't afford anything too pricey. She didn't want this handsome young man to lose face because he couldn't afford it. Wang Chen frowned. These watches were too cheap. How many would he have to buy to accumulate 20,000 points? Zhao Siyuan noticed and softly said, Sir, are these watches not suitable? These are not suitable for me. Don't show me these low-end goods. Bring out the most expensive watches in your store. Wang Chen nodded and said lightly. Cici, who had already completed a transaction, stood aside, watching Wang Chen insist on seeing the most expensive Vacheron Constantin watches, feeling a bit amused. The most expensive watch in their store was priced over 10 million. It was a price that someone like Wang Chen, a naive young man, could hardly afford. She was curious to see how Wang Chen would handle this. Later, Zhao Siyuan, feeling helpless, could only lead Wang Chen to a separate counter. Sir, this watch is the most expensive one in the store, the Vacheron Constantin Artisan Series 6620C/000 or B656, currently priced at 18,888,888. The case is made of 18K5N pink gold, and the dial color is blue, with a strap made from Mississippi alligator leather. This one is the Vacheron Constantin Multi Series 30682/S21G9477, a classic tourbillon style, using the Calpoint 1795 or movement, with a diameter of 27.37 mm and a thickness of 6.1 mm. The case is made of 18K white gold set with diamonds, currently priced at 9,998,000. This one is the Vacheron Constantin Heritage Series 30020/000P7596 with a diameter of 37 mm, and the case is made of 950 platinum, currently priced at 6,888,000. Zhao Siyuan introduced three expensive watches in one breath, then smiled at Wang Chen and said, so expensive. Chen Mangyao covered her mouth with her delicate hand, unable to suppress her exclamation. A watch selling for over 10 million left her completely stunned. Was it really that outrageous? This watch was even more expensive than Wang Chen's McLaren P1. She simply couldn't understand how a watch could be worth 18,888,888. Even if it was gold and diamonds, it didn't seem worth it. Poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. The added value of watches is too high. Any price could be possible. Can I try on this 18,880,000 one? Wang Chen pointed to the most expensive watch. Of course, Zhao Siyuan replied. For safety reasons, I need to help you put it on. She hesitated slightly before carefully taking the watch from the counter. She didn't dare to be careless. If something went wrong, she couldn't afford it. Wang Chen understood, as he was wearing a Patek Philippe on his left wrist, so he could only extend his right hand, signaling Zhao Siyuan to assist. Zhao Siyuan gently held the watch with both hands and placed it on Wang Chen's wrist. After confirming it was correct, she finally let go. Wang Chen raised his right hand and looked closely. It really was beautiful. It perfectly matched his aesthetic. Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction, took out his bank card, and said to Zhao Siyuan, calculate the total. I want all three of these watches. I'll pay by card. Ah? Zhao Siyuan was stunned, not even taking the bank card Wang Chen handed her. He was buying them just like that? The three most expensive watches in the store? She was a bit worried whether Wang Chen had heard the prices clearly and confirmed again. Sir, the current price of this watch is 18,888,888. Are you sure you want all three watches? You heard me right, I want all 3 watches, Wang Chen said. Boom! Zhao Siyuan felt her head explode. She couldn't believe it. Wang Chen really wanted to buy these 3 watches. As a newcomer, she could potentially earn hundreds of thousands in commission from a sale of several million. Cece also looked at Wang Chen with a face full of skepticism. Not just Cece, but all the salespeople in the store, including the customers, couldn't believe that Wang Chen could come up with over 30 million. The total is 35,774,888. After the discount, it's 35,500,000. I'll process it for you right away. Zhao Siyuan's hands trembled slightly as she took the bank card and pulled out the POS machine to swipe it. Then, half kneeling in front of Wang Chen, she said, "Please enter your password." Wang Chen raised his hand and entered the password. Payment successful. Zhao Siyuan let out a sigh of relief. The onlookers not far away in the store gasped in shock, contributing to global warming. They never expected that Wang Chen was not just showing off, he was genuinely wealthy. Especially Cece, the salesperson, who at this moment felt an overwhelming sense of regret. But was it too late to regret? Now, Wang Chen was the first customer she attended to, and logically, the commission should have belonged to her. If only she hadn't looked down on Wang Chen, convinced that his spending power couldn't match that of the Mediterranean man, she wouldn't have given up on attending to him. Now, it was all gone, like a cooked duck flying away. She stood there, as if her soul had been lost, dazed, and frozen in place. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 35,500,000, double cashback 71,000,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 3,350 system points. Thank you very much for your strong support of Jaeger LeCoultre. Let me add you on FeixIN, and you can contact me anytime if you have any questions. Zhao Siyuan packed the 3 watches neatly into a beautiful shopping bag and handed it to Wang Chen with both hands. At that moment, her head was still spinning, her reaction sluggish. This was a performance of 35 million. Just the commission alone would be hundreds of thousands. For a junior college student like her, this was an astronomical figure. And it was earned by her own hands. Just thinking about it felt unbelievable. Wang Chen couldn't help but chuckle, finding it somewhat amusing that Zhao Siyuan had come to him herself. He took out his phone and added her on FeixIN. Wang Chen smiled and said, "You did a good job. Let's keep in touch if there's a chance." In the future, the two walked out of the International Finance Center. Looking up, they saw that it was getting late, so they found a well-reviewed restaurant nearby to dine. The meal cost 2,688 yuan. After dinner, Wang Chen took Chen Mengyao back to the Tianmu Palace. In the spacious living room, the deep blue and light purple ambient lights intertwined, weaving a dreamlike web of light and shadow, the changing lights dancing like fairies. Chen Mengyao stood in front of the panoramic wall, deeply captivated by the dazzling night view of the magical city outside, lost in thought. "Do you like it here?" Wang Chen said, handing her a glass of red wine from behind. Chen Mengyao took the glass, her eyes revealing a hint of daze, and softly said, "I love it. It's so beautiful, everything feels like a dream, so unreal." Wang Chen took the opportunity to wrap his arms around Chen Mengyao's waist, his nose close to her hair, gently inhaling the enchanting scent. "As long as you want, you can stay here forever." Upon hearing this, Chen Mengyao felt a bit ridiculous inside. Could Wang Chen really belong to her completely? Obviously not. As a third party intruding into her friend's relationship, what right did she have to stay here long term? She knew very well that a man like Wang Chen could never have just one woman, nor could he be monopolized by one. Yet, deep down, she couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment. After all, which girl wouldn't want to have an outstanding man like Wang Chen all to herself? However, being able to be Wang Chen's woman, she was already satisfied. "I'm going to take a shower first. Wait for me here, I want to give you a surprise." Chen Mengyao made an effort to sort out her emotions, lowered her head, and took a sip of the red wine in her glass, as if she had made a certain decision. What surprise? Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit curious. Chen Mengyao, a little shy, pouted playfully at Wang Chen and said, "You'll find out soon enough, and it will definitely satisfy you." Wang Chen looked at the charming Chen Mengyao in his arms, feeling an overwhelming excitement inside. He was eager to see what this surprise was that could satisfy him. "Go on, don't keep me waiting too long. More, wait for me." Chen Mengyao left behind a sweet kiss and turned towards the bathroom. Wang Chen gazed out at the colorful night view of Huangpu, softly murmuring, "Interesting, I'm actually looking forward to it." System, open personal panel. Ding! The personal panel has been opened. For the host. Host, Wang Chen, age 20 years, height 188 cm, charm 92, physique 120, the limit for normal people is 100. Stamina 120, the limit for normal people is 100. Entries, double cashback entry effect, all reasonable expenses will be refunded. Double. Extreme physique, entry effect. From this moment on, you are the pinnacle of human physique. Solidification, entry effect. Your physical state will always be at its peak. Eye of Truth, entry effect, unlocks the mysterious power of the door to truth. All buried disguises will be exposed under its gaze. Points, 21, 264. Huaxia coins, 4099, 397, 316. Wang Chen side finally reached 20,000 points. Let's see what the advanced roulette has to offer. System, open the advanced roulette. As Wang Chen's voice fell, a dazzling golden light erupted on the system's screen, flickering continuously, seemingly enveloped in an indescribable, mysterious aura, appearing solemn and vast. As the light dimmed, an ancient and mysterious roulette appeared before him, with intricate patterns spinning around it. Wang Chen was stung by the intense light, unable to help but complain, "Damn, this special effect is too exaggerated. The entries in this golden roulette can't be overpowered, can they? System, draw once from the advanced roulette." As Wang Chen's words fell, the golden roulette began to spin rapidly like a wild horse. The golden light flickered unpredictably, and he stared intently, growing more and more excited. As the roulette slowly came to a stop, only one pattern remained shining with golden light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 billion Huaxia coins. Wang Chen's face instantly darkened. Although 3 billion was an unimaginable sum for most people, for Wang Chen, 3 billion was just enough to buy a few more houses. System, don't make me slap you. Ding! What you draw is entirely due to the host's luck. The system cannot interfere or decide. The system's cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Wang Chen looked at the system with a resentful expression and said, "Draw again. You better be careful." The golden roulette began to spin slowly again, radiating light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the entry, Machine Soul Delight. Machine Soul Delight, when you operate any machinery, you will achieve a state of unity between man and machine. You are in the machine, and the machine is in you. Young man, don't underestimate the bond between you. What the hell? Wang Chen's face darkened again. What is this nonsense? You are in the machine, and the machine is in you. Is this a serious entry? Whose entry is described like this? However, this entry seems to be not too bad. At least, when he drove his beloved McLaren P1 again, he no longer had to crawl along at a snail's pace. China Industrial and Commercial Bank reminds you, your account has been credited with 3 billion, and the balance is 7,099,397,316 Huaxia coins. An hour later, Wang Chen had nearly finished a bottle of red wine, while Chen Mengyao was still in the bathroom, not yet emerged. This made Wang Chen furrow his brows. What on earth was Chen Mengyao doing in there? Suddenly, all the lights in the room turned on. There stood Chen Mengyao, dressed in a Ronghong flight attendant uniform, a red silk scarf tied around her neck, and a distinctive flight attendant hat that accentuated her delicate facial features. She wore black stockings with the Balenciaga logo and stepped out of the room in red-soled high heels. Chen Mengyao's face was flushed, her eyes enchanting. Wang Chen immediately inhaled sharply, unable to maintain his composure any longer. She slowly approached Wang Chen, wrapping her arms around him with a smile, and softly said, "Honey, are you satisfied with this surprise?" "Very satisfied, extremely satisfied." Wang Chen smiled, his hands unconsciously beginning to roam up and down. Chen Mengyao, in her flight attendant uniform, looked incredibly charming, even more alluring than usual. What a thoughtful little sister, knowing exactly what Wang Chen liked. Chen Mengyao shifted her body slightly, but it wasn't to escape Wang Chen's wandering hands, it was to make it easier for him. Her long legs, clad in Balenciaga black stockings, brushed against Wang Chen's legs. Chen Mengyao leaned close to Wang Chen's ear and said, "Mr. Wang, welcome aboard the flight from Jincheng to Modu. I am the chief flight attendant, Chen Mengyao, and it's my honor to serve you. During this flight, I will do my utmost to provide you with a safe and comfortable journey. Please feel free to make any requests." "Ah." Chen Mengyao let out a soft, delicate sound. Wang Chen suddenly hugged Chen Mengyao tightly and said, "Chief attendant, the plane is about to take off. Why aren't you sitting down and fastening your seatbelt?" "It's all right, Mr. Wang. Our mission is to serve our passengers well. Now relax, let me take you to your seat to lie down." Chen Mengyao tugged at Wang Chen's collar, leading him further into the room. "I just wonder how Mr. Wang's physical condition is, whether he can handle a long flight. After all, the flight time is 2.5 hours. Wang Chen smiled and said, "I'm in great shape, often taking international flights that last over 10 hours. I just wonder if the chief attendant can handle it. This passenger has quite a tough mouth. Let's hope he doesn't get airsick as soon as the plane takes off." Chen Mengyao smiled sweetly, becoming even more enchanting. The two walked into the room, and Chen Mengyao slowly pushed Wang Chen down onto the bed. Wang Chen stopped talking nonsense and pulled Chen Mengyao down onto himself. Wrapping his arms tightly around her slender waist, his eyes filled with heat. Chen Mengyao did not resist, gently resting on Wang Chen's chest, her fingers tracing circles on his chest, her warm breath brushing against his neck. "Now, please relax and enjoy this flight. Chief attendant, you must take good care of me on this long flight. I'm afraid I'll get bored." Wang Chen teased. One hand slowly moved up along Chen Mengyao's thigh clad in black stockings. This part is omitted for 10,000 words. The sun was high in the sky. "Honey, good morning." Wang Chen felt a tickle in his nose, suddenly opened his eyes, and woke up. After a moment, he complexly said to Chen Mengyao, "You're still." He thought a woman as proactive as Chen Mengyao, who played so openly, should have long lost her virginity. But unexpectedly, she was still a pure white lotus, spotless and flawless. He didn't expect that, did you? Chen Mengyao lay in Wang Chen's arms, pouting and giggling. "Do you think I'm very casual? You must think a woman like me should have lost her virginity long ago. It is indeed a bit unexpected. Aren't you regretting it?" Wang Chen fell silent for a moment before speaking. He never expected to take Chen Mengyao's first blood. This woman was too clever. A glimmer of gold flashed before Wang Chen's eyes, and suddenly, Chen Mengyao's information appeared before him. Name, Chen Mengyao. Age, 24 years. Height, 171 cm. Charm, 93 physique, 82 affection, 95 skills, advanced etiquette, advanced fashion, advanced makeup. Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction. A 95-point affection level was worth the hard work he put in all night. It seemed he had completely conquered this little green tea. There's nothing to regret, girls always have to become women. Chen Mengyao smiled and said, "I don't regret it at all, at least I've achieved my goal." Wang Chen curiously asked, "What goal?" "Since I went to college and saw the life of real wealthy people, I've thought that I must find a rich man in my life and live the life of a wealthy lady. Of course, it would be best if he were handsome and young. After all, I can't accept those middle-aged greasy men." Wang Chen looked at Chen Mengyao without speaking, but she happily giggled. "Actually, just meeting you makes me feel very happy. Hubby, you're really handsome, I like you so much." Before Wang Chen could respond, Chen Mengyao suddenly looked downcast and said, "Do you look down on women like me, thinking I'm too materialistic and only care about money? But I'm already 24 this year, and I've been working for 2 years. Being a flight attendant looks glamorous on the outside, a job everyone envies, but the hardships are known only to oneself. The best years of life are spent on airplanes, greeting and sending off all kinds of passengers every day, having to keep smiling even when faced with the most unreasonable customers. During holidays, while others reunite with their families and enjoy festive meals, I mostly spend my time on planes with strangers. Most flight attendants live this way year after year, eventually marrying an ordinary person, starting a family, and living a mundane life. I've had enough of this predictable life. I don't want to live like that." Tears vaguely appeared in Chen Mengyao's eyes. Her voice choked, yet flight attendants mostly meet wealthy people, and seeing so much changes one's mindset. Most flight attendants think about finding a rich man to live a wealthy life. I clearly know that. My body is my most important bargaining chip, so I protect it well. Chen Mengyao's eyes reddened, holding back tears. She feigned ease and said, "Hubby, luckily I met you in the end. Otherwise, I wouldn't know when I would break down. I feel a bit sorry for Qingya." After saying that, Chen Mengyao put on a pitiful expression and looked at Wang Chen. "Hubby, you won't abandon me, right?" Wang Chen pretended to be silent, watching Chen Mengyao until she was about to cry, then smiled and said, "Of course not. Wanting to live a prosperous life is very normal. Everyone yearns for a beautiful life, and what I lack the least is money and power. As the heir of the Pioneer Group and Huayao Group, I believe there are few people in Huagua who can compare with me. Whatever you want, I will give you. If you want to live a superior life, I will give you a superior life. As long as you behave and listen in the future, all of this will be yours." Chen Mengyao was overjoyed upon hearing this and sweetly said, "Love you, hubby, *******. Now that you've rested well, let's take off again. Last night's flight was still too short. The flight attendant must cooperate well." The smile on Chen Mengyao's face instantly vanished. She quickly pleaded, "I can't take it anymore. Please spare me, hubby. We were at it all night last night. Can we take a day off today, pretty please?" "That's not up to you. Who told you to question me?" The next day, at 6:30 in the morning, the sky was just beginning to lighten, with faint morning light filtering through the thin clouds, casting a dreamy veil over the earth. The magic city had not yet fully awakened from its slumber, and a light mist hung over the streets, creating a somewhat hazy atmosphere. Wang Chen, looking drowsy, drove the McLaren P1, taking Chen Mengyao to Pudong International Airport in the Magic City. Her vacation had come to an end, and she had to return to work. At this moment, Chen Mengyao had put on her flight attendant uniform again, looking dignified and aloof, completely different from the person she was yesterday. As soon as she got out of the car, she felt her legs go weak and nearly fell. With a resentful expression, she looked at Wang Chen and said, "Hubby, I'm off to work now." In fact, Wang Chen had mentioned last night that he could buy her a house in the Magic City so she wouldn't have to work anymore. But in the end, she still decided to go to work. After all, being a flight attendant came with a special nature and professional perks. She was afraid that without this aura, over time, Wang Chen would grow tired of her, his heart being lured away by another woman, no longer needing her. Then she would truly regret it. Moreover, wasn't Xinxingya still working at the airline? She had to find a way to make Xinxingya accept her presence. Years of close friendship combined with her constant brainwashing made her unafraid that Xinxingya wouldn't be moved. If they both worked together, she believed they could secure their positions in Wang Chen's heart. Surely no man could resist such temptation, not even Wang Chen. Alright, message me when you arrive. Wang Chen took out his phone and said, I transferred 200,000. To you, spend it as you like, and if it runs out, come to me for more. Does this mean I'm officially being kept? Chen Mengyao looked at the balance on her phone. What do you think? It's too late to regret now. I'm not. Chen Mengyao shook her head and said, I was just feeling a bit emotional, afraid you might not want me anymore. As long as you don't want to leave, I won't abandon you. Wang Chen smiled faintly. I'll trust you this once. Chen Mengyao looked at Wang Chen standing in front of her, stood on her tiptoes, and gently placed a sweet kiss on his lips. I'm off now, remember to think of me, love you. With that, she turned gracefully and walked towards the terminal. This woman. Wang Chen smiled faintly. Old buddy, let me see your limits. Wang Chen patted his beloved car, then returned to the vehicle and pressed the accelerator. The McLaren P1 instantly sped out of Pudong Airport at an incredible speed. Boom, boom. Oh yeah, this is the feeling of driving a supercar. A yellow lightning bolt raced down the expressway in the Magic City, continuously accelerating, weaving left and right to overtake one car after another. Damn, driving this fast is suicidal. What's so great about a sports car? F***CKU. Behind him came a chorus of curses. Clearly, the people of the Magic City did not let Wang Chen off just because he was driving a McLaren P1. With the blessing of the spirit of the machine entry, Wang Chen felt as if he and the McLaren P1 had become one, as if he had been a top racer for a lifetime, maneuvering it with ease. The feeling of being a novice was gone. Ding ding ding. At that moment, Wang Chen's phone rang. He slowed down the car and answered it. Hello, Mr. Wang. Who is this? A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the line. The voice of Bank President Liu Yanqing came through the phone, sounding particularly sincere. Hello, Mr. Wang. I am the president of the Jinchang branch of the Industrial and Commercial Bank. My name is Liu Yanqing. You recently transferred a sum of 30 billion and we are very grateful for your support of our bank as well as your trust in us. To express our gratitude and to better understand your needs, I wonder if you have some free time. Recently, we could arrange a meeting. What do you think? Wang Chen was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting such an invitation. However, it made sense. Wang Chen's deposits in the bank were nearing 100 billion. This was over 70 billion in cash flow. And no matter which bank it was, having such a large client meant maintaining a good relationship. After all, that over 70 billion could generate enormous interest every day, filling the bank's coffers. The Industrial and Commercial Bank naturally feared he might transfer his money elsewhere. Liu Yanqing's call was clearly a way to build rapport. After thinking for a moment, Wang Chen said, President Liu, you are too polite. However, I am currently in the Magic City and cannot return to Jincheng for the time being. What do you think? Mr. Wang, isn't this a coincidence? I just happened to be on a business trip to the Magic City and have just landed. Wang Chen smiled helplessly and said, Alright then, you pick a place, I am free today. That's wonderful. Liu Yanqing's tone carried a hint of joy. How about today at noon? I know a restaurant with great dishes. I believe you will like it. Okay, see you at noon. Then, I won't disturb you any longer. I will send the restaurant's address to your phone shortly. Alright. Wang Chen hung up the phone and focused on enjoying the thrill brought by the supercar. He was quite looking forward to President Liu's invitation. He had heard about the bank's private VIP services in his previous life. Various matters requiring privileges or connections could be handled, as long as one had money. Perhaps the LaFerrari he had always wanted could be arranged through the bank. Before long, the restaurant address was sent to Wang Chen's phone. Jingxi Hui Bund Branch, in Huangpu District. He sped along the way. 2 hours later, after having his fun, Wang Chen returned to the Tianmu Palace to continue his nap. As noon approached, the McLaren P1 drove into the entrance of the Magic City Financial Center. Wang Chen parked the car perfectly. Then he got out and walked towards the entrance. Jingxi Hui is located on the 4th floor of the financial center. It has received the Michelin 1-star honor for 7 consecutive years. From the lobby to the private rooms, it boasts iconic views of the Bund, with the dazzling scenery along the Pujiang River in full view, and some spots even offer a first-line river view. At the entrance of the financial center stood a young woman in a bank uniform. She glanced at her watch from time to time, looking around. As Wang Chen approached, her eyes lit up and she quickly walked forward, happily saying, Hello, you must be Mr. Wang. That's me. Wang Chen nodded and replied, Mr. Wang, I am the private steward of the Industrial and Commercial Bank. Long Lily, you can just call me Lily. Long Lily introduced herself with a smile. President Liu specifically instructed me to wait for you downstairs. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen looked the woman up and down. She appeared to be about 168 centimeters tall, with a palm-sized face that was as fair as snow, delicate and flawless. Her peach blossom eyes sparkled with charm, exuding endless allure. The fitted bank uniform tightly wrapped around her curvaceous figure. Beneath her, she wore black stockings. that clung to her long, straight legs like a second skin, glimmering enticingly. Each step taken in her high heels exuded a sensual charm, and every gesture radiated an irresistible allure. Wang Chen thought to himself, what a fairy she is. He lifted his head, a glint of gold flashing in his eyes, and suddenly the personal information of Long Lily appeared before him. Name, Long Lily. Age, 26. Height, 168 cm. Charm, 93. Physique, 81. Favorability, 65. Skills, senior accountant, senior butler, senior etiquette. President Liu is waiting for you in the private room. I'll take you up now, Long Lily suggested with a smile. All right, Wang Chen. Then followed Long Lily into the elevator, arriving at the 4th floor of the financial center. As the elevator doors opened, two elegantly poised ladies in exquisite kipeos gracefully bowed to them. Welcome to Jinshi Club, please come in. Passing through the door, they were bathed in the glow of Italian handmade crystal chandeliers, exuding an air of refinement and luxury. A blend of Chinese elegance and Western grace, a perfect fusion of East and West. A wine cellar over 6 meters tall, an 8-meter tea table crafted from blue jadeite. Under Long Lily's guidance, they arrived at the private room. A middle-aged man in a black suit was seated at the dining table. President, Mr. Wang has arrived, Long Lily reported, standing before President Liu. Liu Yanqing stood up, extending his hands warmly with a smile, saying, Hello, Mr. Wang, I am Liu Yanqing, the president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank branch in Jincheng. Hello, President Liu, Wang Chen responded, shaking hands while expressing his apologies. I was delayed on the way, sorry to have kept you waiting. Despite the apology in Wang Chen's words, his expression remained quite calm. After all, President Liu was not simply inviting him to deposit money at the bank. His family background also gave him the capital to remain composed, considering the asset scale of the pioneer heavy industry group reached trillions. Not at all, I just arrived not long ago. The traffic in the Magic City is like this, delays are common, Liu said. Please, have a seat. President Liu smiled broadly and then instructed Long Lily, you can sit next to Mr. Wang. Okay, Long Lily replied, promptly taking his seat beside Wang Chen. Just as they settled down, a waitress in a cheapao entered with dishes one after another. 3-head butterfly glue, chaozhou puning tofu, flour glue oil crab braised, sunflower chicken, signature old goose head. As the dishes were placed on the table, they shimmered enticingly under the light. The aroma wafted through the air. President Liu introduced, I wasn't sure of your taste, Mr. Wang, so I randomly ordered some of the restaurant's signature dishes. You are very considerate, President Liu, Wang Chen nodded. In his previous life, Wang Chen had never enjoyed such service. A bank president was a figure unattainable for ordinary people, yet now he was here to curry favor with Wang Chen. Truly, fate plays tricks. The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Mr. Wang is so young, yet your deposits reach billions. I wonder what your family does? President Liu asked tentatively. I think President Liu has already grasped my information. Since you came to see me today, Wang Chen replied lightly. Ah, Mr. Wang, you may not know, but I haven't been able to find any information about you. I feel ashamed. Oh, President Liu's gaze flickered, continuing, may I ask which family in Rome province you are from? A small micro-enterprise, my surname is Wang. Wang Chen responded, saying no more. Ahem. Long Lily, sitting beside them, coughed, drawing their attention, and immediately apologized. Sorry, Mr. Wang. Over 7 billion in deposits, and it's still a small business? Long Lily rolled her eyes inwardly. In Rome province, when it comes to small businesses, it's still the Wang family. Apart from the pioneer heavy industry group, there's no other. President Liu immediately realized. Indeed, in Rome province, which company of that scale could give someone like Wang Chen hundreds of billions in pocket money at his age? For such top-tier enterprises, if they wanted to conceal something, it was normal that he couldn't find any information on Wang Chen. I apologize, young Master Wang, President Liu quickly said. After all, it was somewhat inappropriate for him to privately investigate Wang Chen's information. Most wealthy individuals place great importance on personal privacy. If it were someone who valued privacy more, whether this meal could be enjoyed would be another matter. It's fine, Wang Chen waved his hand, not minding it. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were served, the atmosphere in the private room gradually warmed up. President Liu raised his glass again to toast Wang Chen, smiling, young Master Wang, I believe you have already guessed the purpose of this invitation. President Liu beamed, first, to thank you for your support and trust in our industrial and commercial bank, and second, to get to know the young talents of Rome province. Of course, the most important thing is to invite you to join our bank's private VIP program. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen nodded at President Liu, signaling him to continue. President Liu introduced, our bank's VIPs are categorized from quasi-star clients, 3-star clients, all the way to 7-star clients. With your deposits, young Master Wang, you have far exceeded the standard for 7-star clients and belong to the private banking VIP category. President Liu said proudly, as a private banking client, each one is indispensable to our bank. We tailor asset allocation plans specifically for you based on your risk preferences, investment goals, and financial situation, helping clients preserve and increase their assets. As long as you join our bank's private banking clients, we will do our utmost to protect your rights. Wang Chen said lightly. Is that all? That might not be enough. These rights might seem sufficient to an ordinary person, but for Wang Chen, they were like a chicken rib. Of course, these don't match young Master Wang's status. President Lu remained composed, his gaze fixed on Wang Chen as he said, these ordinary services you naturally have no shortage of, nor do you value them. In response, our bank has tailored a one-on-one private banking steward service for you, providing personalized and professional financial services. We also offer some private services, such as private club memberships, high-end travel customization, art appreciation and investment, private jet rentals, high-end medical services, etc., to meet your various needs in enhancing your quality of life and social interactions. Whenever you need, our bank will do its utmost to integrate resources for you, assisting you in global asset allocation, establishing your prestigious identity. Now that sounds interesting. Wang Chen smiled faintly and took a sip from his glass. Beside him, Long Lily, with keen insight, immediately stood up to pour him more wine. After all, he was going to be her boss for the next few years, or even decades. She had to pay attention. Wang Chen pondered for a moment. Undoubtedly, President Lu's words had touched him. Resources and connections are the most scarce things in this society. Even with his identity and background, Wang Chen would never think he had too many connections and resources. He didn't want to trouble his family with everything. Having lived another life with the top-tier background and system at his disposal, he still needed to achieve something. Only then would it be worth the rebirth. President Lu, I might not return to Rome province much in the next few years. This private service. President Lu's eyes lit up, smiling as he said, rest assured, the reason I brought Lily this time is to alleviate your concerns. She will stay by your side as a private banker from ICBC, solving any problems you may have. Whenever you need anything, just contact Lily directly and she will integrate all the resources of ICBC for you. Young Master Wang, if it's convenient, let's add each other on Feishin. If you have any issues, I will provide you with 24-hour service. Upon hearing this, Long Lily immediately stood up and respectfully handed over her Feishin QR code. Wang Chen took out his phone, opened Feishin, and scanned the QR code. It was no surprise that he would be dealing with Long Lily for a long time to come. Young Master Wang, having a private banker is a privilege reserved for the best clients of ICBC. If you have any requests, just let Lily know, and she will fulfill them. President Lu explained again. He looked directly at Wang Chen, their eyes met, and then they exchanged a smile, revealing a grin that only men understand. Wang Chen slightly raised his chin, a hint of amusement in his eyes. President Lu, I truly felt the weight of this arrangement. Today, it's quite impressive. As he spoke, his phone chimed, indicating that he had successfully added Long Lily as a friend. Long Lily bowed slightly, her face adorned with a perfectly professional smile. She raised her glass and softly said, Young Master Wang, I toast to you. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Sounds good. However, I have high standards, things must be done to my liking. As long as you do well, the benefits will naturally come your way. Wang Chen also picked up his glass, gently clinking it with Long Lily's, producing a crisp sound, and drank it all in one go. Long Lily nodded slightly, a glimmer of joy in her eyes. Young Master Wang, rest assured, I will do my utmost. Your satisfaction is my greatest pursuit. Seeing this, President Lu quickly raised his glass and said, Come, young Master Wang, let's toast to a pleasant cooperation. From now on, ICBC will accompany you on your journey to wealth. The meal lasted for over an hour. Glasses clinked, and both hosts and guests enjoyed themselves. Wang Chen glanced at his Vacheron Constantin watch. The hour hand quietly pointed to 1 o'clock, and he lazily stood up. President Lu, I really enjoyed this meal today, thank you. Wang Chen's gaze swept over President Lu and then landed on Long Lily, who was quietly waiting nearby, and he said lightly, Miss Long, I will trouble you in the future. President Lu quickly stood up, smiling, Young Master, you're being too polite, this is just common courtesy. Long Lily also stepped forward quickly, her hands clasped in front of her, slightly bowing as she said, Young Master Wang, I will see you out. The group arrived at the entrance of the financial center. Downstairs, where the pre-arranged chauffeur had been waiting for a long time, President Lu shook Wang Chen's hand, his face beaming. With a smile, Young Master, this time in the Magic City was rushed, and I hope it met your expectations. When you have time to return to Jinchang, I will definitely treat you well and ensure your satisfaction. You're too kind, President Lu. We're both from the same hometown, no need for such formalities. When I return to Jinchang, I will surely trouble you. Wang Chen smiled back. There are 3 joys in life. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land counts as one joy. Being able to dine with a fellow townsman from afar in the bustling Magic City made Wang Chen quite happy. After exchanging pleasantries for a moment, Wang Chen got into the passenger seat of the McLaren P1. The car slowly started and drove into the busy streets of the Magic City. President Liu and Long Lily stood at the entrance of the financial center, watching the McLaren P1 disappear into the distance, and President Liu let out a long sigh of relief. He turned to Long Lily and said, "Lily, young Master Wang is a key client for our bank. You must take good care of him. This is crucial for our performance at ICBC. Don't worry, President, I know what to do," Long Lily said firmly, watching the McLaren P1 grow increasingly distant. She knew in her heart that following a major client like Wang Chen was both an opportunity and a challenge. As long as she handled it well, her position in the bank and even her entire career would experience a qualitative leap. It was even possible to soar to great heights and become a phoenix. Wang Chen was young and handsome, with a strong family background. In her eyes, there were hardly a few in the world who could compare. It was only natural for her to feel a flutter in her heart. The two stood still, watching the car gradually fade away until it disappeared from sight. After a moment, both turned and returned to the hotel, each lost in their own thoughts. 3 days later, at 10 o'clock in the morning, in the Jing'an district of the Magic City, at the Ferrari sales center, Wang Chen drove Long Lily and parked the car at the entrance of the Ferrari sales center. Since the banquet ended that day, Wang Chen had asked Long Lily to help him contact and purchase a Ferrari LaFerrari that was available. He didn't expect to receive news today. The connections from ICBC truly amazed Wang Chen. It was indeed the #1 bank in the universe. The value of ICBC was not just talk. At this moment, at the entrance of the Ferrari sales center, 2 neat rows of sales staff were already standing. At the forefront was a woman in her 30s, dressed in a well-tailored gray suit. The fitted style showcased her curvaceous figure perfectly. A slender belt of the same color not only outlined her waist but also highlighted a sense of sharpness and competence. Her slightly curled, short hair fell neatly behind her ears, and a pair of small pearl earrings exuded an elegant aura in their understated way. As Wang Chen and Long Lily got out of the car, she stepped forward, her silver high heels clicking against the ground, producing a crisp and powerful sound. She exuded a strong aura of sophistication. "Hello, Mr. Wang, Miss Long, I am Li Yan, the owner of the Ferrari sales center. Welcome to our establishment." Li Yan greeted them with a smile, extending her right hand warmly to Wang Chen. Seeing this, Wang Chen extended his hand and said, "Hello, Manager Yan." "Hello, Manager Yan." Long Lily also smiled. A flash of gold appeared in Wang Chen's eyes, and suddenly a system panel materialized before him. Name, Li Yan. Age, 38 years. Height, 170 cm. Charm, 85. Physique, 83. Favorability, 72. Skills, advanced social skills, advanced management, intermediate taekwondo. Wang Chen came back to his senses and said, "I believe you know the purpose of our visit today, but I wonder, with the connections from ICBC, you can rest assured about the LaFerrari." "Let's go to the meeting room and talk," she replied. "Mr. Wang, you are really young. You don't have to call me Manager Yan. I'm only a few years older than you. You can call me Sister Lu or Sister Yan." Lu Yan was secretly surprised by Wang Chen's youth. Having worked in the Magic City for so many years, she had seen her fair share of private VIP clients from ICBC, but she had never met someone as young as Wang Chen. This was enough to prove how powerful the forces behind Wang Chen were. At least, they were not something she could afford to offend. Since ICBC contacted her the day before yesterday, Li Yan had not dared to be careless and urgently coordinated a LaFerrari from the headquarters. The seemingly unbreakable rules in the eyes of ordinary people were merely a formality for the wealthy. My rules are my rules. Even if Wang Chen wanted an available car, it could be done within 3 days. Normally, the process from placing an order to delivery would take at least half a year. Let's go, Wang Chen said with a beaming face, unable to contain his excitement. "Then I'll call you Sister Yan, and you don't have to call me Mr. Wang, just call me Wang Chen." Inside the luxurious meeting room of the Ferrari sales center, the entire space was open and bright. A giant chandelier, made of Swarovski crystals, hung down, illuminating every inch of the room with a dazzling glow. Underfoot, a thick, hand-woven wool carpet felt soft to the touch, with the exquisite Ferrari prancing horse logo intricately woven into it, striking and flamboyant, showcasing the brand's prestige. In the corner, there was also a small indoor fountain, the gentle sound of flowing water adding a touch of liveliness and elegance to the room. "Our reception room is quite well decorated, isn't it?" Li Yan confidently said, noticing that the two were captivated by the luxurious decor. "This was designed by a famous French designer I hired, using only the best materials and furniture. Don't be fooled by the size of this room, it cost me over 20 million. It really is nice." Wang Chen smiled and replied. Just as they settled down, Li Yan was about to speak when Wang Chen's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw it was a call from Wang Song, whom Wang Chen was a bit surprised. Since their last meeting at the bar, they had exchanged contact information, but it had been almost a month without any communication. He had originally thought about using Wang Song to integrate into the wealthy second-generation circle of the Magic City and introduce him to some friends. However, Wang Song had not reached out to him. Since then, Wang Chen had already stopped worrying about it. After all, it was normal for a top-tier rich second generation like Wang Song to be busy and neglectful. He didn't expect to hear from him today. It caught him off guard. Is there something going on? Lu Yan asked curiously. Nothing, I'll take this call first. Wang Chen shook his head and then answered the phone. Wang Chen, where? Have you been making money lately? Wang Song's voice came through the phone, teasingly saying, dude, you didn't contact me, and I didn't hear from you either. You really hurt my feelings. You're the busy one, your news is everywhere online. How could I dare to contact you? Wang Chen replied nonchalantly. Recently, the owner of a certain company had been set up and accused of sexual assault, sparking widespread attention and discussion among netizens. Wang Song had been quite active online, making comments that attracted a lot of viewers. It was quite the spectacle. Don't even get me started. Because of this, I got warned by my old man, Wang Song said irritably. If you ask me, it's just that the money wasn't enough. If he had given a few million, could that woman really accuse him of rape? A few million isn't enough, surely tens of millions would do. Such a big boss being so stingy. Now look, he even ended up in jail, losing face all the way to the Pacific. Wang Song laughed heartily, reveling in the misfortune. He suddenly asked, how's your kidney doing lately? It's good, 7 times a night is no problem, Wang Chen replied casually. Dude, just because you're young doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Wang Song said, speechless. When you reach my age, you'll understand. Young people need to practice moderation. If you indulge too much, you'll regret it sooner or later. Don't worry about me, I could still manage at 80. What? Wang Chen asked curiously. You can't do it now? You better watch out. I heard the goji berries from Ning province are pretty good. Want me to get you some? Get lost, Wang Song said, exasperated. If I can do it, you can too. How could I possibly not manage? I'm only 30, the prime of a man's life, what do you know? Haha, speaking of which, how does such a busy person have time to call me? Wang Chen laughed. I've indeed been quite busy lately, overwhelmed with various matters. It's not like you, living carefree every day, Wang Song said, a bit of a headache. Cherish your last days of college. Once you graduate, you'll understand that being a rich second generation isn't that easy. Just give up. My family says I'm not working hard enough. If I do try, I still wouldn't be cut out for it. The business world is like a battlefield full of dangers and surprises. Wang Song sighed deeply and then said seriously, since we parted ways at the bar last time, I've been wanting to find an opportunity to introduce you to some friends. The day after tomorrow, there will be a highly private auction held in the international waters not far from Huagua, featuring various antiques, calligraphy, paintings, and private collections. I believe you will be interested. Moreover, some top second-generation heirs from Moda will also be attending. Do you have time the day after tomorrow? If you do, come along, and I'll introduce you to a few friends. Wang Chen pondered for a moment and then asked, it's being held in international waters, is it safe? Don't worry, Wang Song replied, everyone attending will be big shots and celebrities from various fields. If you're still concerned, you can bring a bodyguard. This auction is Christie's private auction held every 3 years, not announced to the public, and it will definitely not disappoint you, so just relax. Alright, send me the time and address, and I'll be there the day after tomorrow. Wang Chen responded. I have time until school starts. How long will we be staying in international waters? You can come back anytime. It's a coincidence that this year's timing is earlier, otherwise, you wouldn't make it before school starts. Wang Song smiled as, well, that's perfect. Wang Chen couldn't help but feel excited about it. After chatting casually for a few moments, Wang Song concluded the topic, saying, then it's settled. We'll have a good chat when we meet the day after tomorrow. Okay, see you the day after. Tomorrow. Wang Chen promptly hung up the phone. The circle of rich second-generation heirs in Modu is a mysterious existence in the eyes of others. For him, as long as he wants, he can fully integrate into any circle, and it would be the top tier. This confidence comes from the system and the background behind him. He befriended Wang Song because he saw that he was a decent person. Wang Chen generally had no interest in getting to know ordinary people. Sitting beside him, Li Yan rolled her eyes and looked at Wang Chen, saying, from the voice on the other end, is that Wang Song? Sister Yan, do you know Wang Song? Wang Chen asked curiously. I've met him a few times, but we're not too familiar. It seems you two have a good relationship. He's willing to take you to Christie's private auction held every 3 years. Is there a problem with that? I've never attended Christie's private auction either. I heard you need to be recommended by a member to qualify. In recent years, many world-class collectibles have appeared at Christie's auctions. Last time, a painting by Da Vinci, Salvator Mundi, sold for a staggering $450.3 million, breaking the previous record for the highest price at an art auction, Li Yan exclaimed. It seems there are quite a few good items. After some thought, Wang Chen became even more eager. His money-making venture might just be realized at this auction. Spending $450 million on a painting is truly a case of rich people being foolish with their money. One can only imagine how much of it is inflated. However, for Wang Chen, money is not an issue. He can buy as many collectibles as there are, which is a decent investment. Christie's, as a world-class auction house, values its reputation more than life itself. They have professional appraisal teams to verify the authenticity of the auction items, so Wang Chen finds it trustworthy. Coming back to his senses, Wang Chen said to Lu Yan, "Sister Yan, has the LaFerrari arrived in Modu yet?" "It's currently at customs handling the relevant procedures. It should arrive at the store in less than an hour." Lu Yan smiled and said, "As per your request, it's in a bright red color and everything else is fully equipped." LaFerrari, along with McLaren P1 and Porsche 918, it is known as one of the three divine cars, limited to 499 units worldwide with a starting price exceeding 20 million yuan. Adding in custom options and import taxes, the final cost could exceed 50 million. A small target of 0.5. The divine car that he could only see online in his past life, now Wang Chen is also able to acquire it. In this life, Wang Chen has enough capital and confidence. Although the LaFerrari is a level of car that everyone seems to have online, in reality, the number sold in Huawei is pitifully small. To date, it has not exceeded 20 vehicles. It's hard to spot even one in Modu throughout the year, let alone in other cities. In the world of supercars, the Ferrari LaFerrari is undoubtedly the most dazzling star. It represents ultimate speed, dreams, and luxurious craftsmanship, captivating countless car enthusiasts. Wang Chen, having acquired immense wealth in this life, is determined to get his hands on one. You may not know, but usually, the threshold for ordering a LaFerrari is quite high. Typically, you need to own at least 2 limited edition Ferrari supercars or 5 flagship models to be eligible to order a LaFerrari. Lu Yan, with a beaming smile, patiently explained to Wang Chen. Her eyes reflected a reverence and pride for this top luxury car brand. Moreover, the ordering process is extremely complicated. It starts with placing an order with us, then sending the specifications to Ferrari's headquarters, which arranges the production. The entire process takes at least 6 months, if not longer, before you can get the car. Lu Yan paused, slightly sighing. However, during this long wait, some orders inevitably face changes due to the prolonged waiting time. Some clients may find their funds tied up and, in desperation, have no choice but to abandon their orders. As a result, those LaFerraris that are halfway through production or already completed end up in an awkward situation of being unclaimed. When such orders arise, many buyers still flock to them, often leading to a bidding frenzy, and even then, it's a case of having a price but no market, making it hard to secure an order. Fortunately, with your connection through ICBC, you were able to directly contact Ferrari's headquarters, which transferred the available order to you and even added the specifications you needed overnight, allowing it to be airlifted to you. So that's how it is. Wang Chen finally understood, and his doubts dissipated instantly. Ordering a Ferrari is inherently a complicated affair. Not to mention it's a LaFerrari. As a world-class luxury car model, each one is crafted with the utmost care by the finest artisans of the Ferrari family, meticulously handmade. From the contours of the body to the selection of interior materials, every detail is tailored to the owner's unique preferences and personality, with each aspect engraved with a personal mark. But precisely because of this, the time cost is extremely high, with production cycles of 6 months to a year being quite normal. These modern technological marvels, combining speed and luxury, are valued in the tens of millions, which is no small sum. Clients ordering a LaFerrari may face a winter in their business, leading to a break in their cash flow, urgently needing substantial funds for turnover. Under the pressure of reality, even if they are reluctant, they can only grit their teeth, forgo the final payment, and cancel the order, leaving behind a sense of regret. Money is not an issue. Whatever amount is needed, I can swipe my card immediately. Wang Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. Since this is a resale order, there will inevitably be some markup on the price, and with various taxes and fees calculated, you will need to pay a total of 68,880,000 yuan. Lu Yan took out a tablet and handed it to Wang Chen, saying, "Here's the detailed bill, take a look." Swiped the card. Wang Chen took the tablet, glanced at it briefly, then pulled out his bank card and said, decisively, "All right." Lu Yan took the bank card, then pulled out the POS machine she had prepared earlier and swiped it. "Please enter your password." Lu Yan then presented the POS to Wang Chen. Wang Chen raised his hand and entered the password. Payment successful. Zizizi. With the successful payment, the POS machine spat out the transaction receipt. With Long Lily, the private banker from the Industrial and Commercial Bank, by his side, there was naturally no awkward situation like the last time when he purchased the Sky Palace, where the transfer had already been processed. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 68,880,000, with a double cashback of 137,760,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 6,888 system points. Almost simultaneously, the cold mechanical voice of the system echoed in Wang Chen's mind. However, he remained expressionless. He was no longer the excited youth who had just crossed over, thrilled at the prospect of 50 million. The cold 70 billion cash in his bank account no longer stirred his heart easily with the accumulation of wealth. Lu Yan smiled brightly upon seeing the successful payment. She could earn quite a bit from this. Order. Of course, being able to befriend someone like Wang Chen, a top-tier rich second generation, was the most important thing for her. Long Lily watched as Wang Chen paid over 60 million without blinking, and she was taken aback. Even though she was a private banker, accustomed to interacting with numerous wealthy elites, she had seen all kinds of rich people. She couldn't help but marvel at Wang Chen's extravagance. In the afternoon, a special transport vehicle smoothly stopped at the entrance of the Ferrari sales center. This type of vehicle was designed to meet special transport needs, equipped with a high-end shock absorption system, which performed better than ordinary trucks. Inside the vehicle, there were special fixing devices. It could also be precisely customized according to the specific shape of the sports car, ensuring that the car would not shift even slightly during transport. Because the car is quite expensive, to avoid any issues on the road, we drove slowly all the way, Li Yan said with a smile. Please wait a moment, the car will be unloaded shortly. Lu Yan stepped forward and entered the password on the truck's door. The staff, who had been on standby, moved into action with trained precision, carefully unloading the LaFerrari from the transport vehicle. Then, a professional driver steadily drove the car to the already prepared delivery ceremony site. Before long, under the lights, a bright red LaFerrari appeared before Wang Chen. The smooth, flowing lines of the car's body extended from the front to the rear, showcasing the beauty of speed. The yellow calipers and the brake discs filled with violent aesthetics complemented the proud stallion galloping on the front. The red doors bore the initials of Wang Chen's name. Everything about it highlighted its noble status. The LaFerrari, Ferrari's top-tier sports car, exemplified its premier design. As the pinnacle masterpiece of the Ferrari family, each car was a rare, custom-made treasure, with no two identical in the world. It even bore the license plate 8.66666. This plate was procured by Wang Chen through the bank, requiring considerable effort. A luxury car paired with the best license plate. In a metropolis like Magic City, a purely numerical license plate was already extremely rare, let alone a 5-6 combination like this. Buying a luxury car only required sufficient funds. However, to match it with a good license plate, one needed enough identity and status. If you drove a luxury car, others might look down on you, saying you were just a rich second generation living off your family's wealth. What a waste. But if you had a top-tier license plate, everyone who saw it would say, that's impressive. This guy is definitely not simple. I believe you can't wait any longer. Go experience it, Lu Yan said with a beaming smile. She didn't provide much introduction, simply taking out the key and handing it to Wang Chen. Since Wang Chen was willing to pay such a premium for the LaFerrari, she believed he was already well aware of its performance and specifications. The performance and configuration of a car at this level are top-notch. As long as Wang Chen likes it, that's enough, no need for further explanation. Wang Chen took the keys. He opened the classic butterfly doors of the Ferrari and sat down in the driver's seat, closing the door behind him. The red interior and the iconic prancing horse logo came into view. Wang Chen's signature was visible throughout the car. The central panel was made of carbon fiber, and with the D-shaped steering wheel, the LaFerrari's cockpit was filled with a strong racing vibe. Wang Chen gripped the steering wheel, and a feeling of unity with the machine surged within him. Under the influence of the machine's soul delight entry, he found himself momentarily lost, feeling as if he was already driving this LaFerrari through countless racetracks, familiar with the car's temperament and performance as if he understood his own body. He gently pressed the start button. Vroom. In an instant, the LaFerrari beneath him roared to life like a long-dormant beast. Awakened, the slender headlights suddenly illuminating. The car trembled slightly, and the engine let out a series of furious roars, the deafening growl striking the hearts of everyone present like heavy hammers. The entire sales center was filled with the LaFerrari's angry roar, overwhelming. Wang Chen sat in the car. Aside from the engine's roar, he could hear nothing else. Under the glow of the lights, the LaFerrari shone like a sun. It was not a family car, it belonged on the racetrack, freely roaming the world's top circuits. Wang Chen turned off the car. He got out. Could you ask Sister Yen to find someone to drive this McLaren P1 back for me? Wang Chen said. No problem, I'll arrange for someone to follow your LaFerrari shortly, Lu Yen replied with a smile on her delicate, fair face. I was thinking of having dinner with you, this little fresh meat, but it seems you can't wait. Ha, Sister Yen has plans. How could I refuse? You've helped me a lot, it's my turn to treat you, Wang Chen chuckled lightly. To be honest, there was indeed a bit of an age gap between him and Lu Yan, and she wasn't exactly his type. However, she had just helped him secure the LaFerrari, so it was only right to express his gratitude with a meal. As the lights began to glow, they arrived at the Bund Xin Rongji restaurant. The warm yellow light spilled through the intricately carved window frames. The three entered the restaurant, greeted by a scene of ancient elegance in the decor, with solid wood tables and chairs arranged neatly and the tableware glimmering softly under the light. The air was filled with a subtle fragrance of tea and a faint aroma of food. A melodious guzheng tune played softly in the background, like a gentle stream, instantly calming the heart. The waiter led them to an excellent table by the window, where they could overlook the bustling scenery of the Oriental Pearl Tower. People came and went, all in a hurry. Some were rushing for their livelihoods, others were chasing their dreams. The insatiable desires left them unable to find relief. As soon as they sat down, a waiter dressed in traditional attire presented the menu. Wang Chen leaned slightly forward, indicating to hand the menu to Lu Yen with both hands, displaying his gentlemanly demeanor. Sister Yen, you go ahead and order. Lu Yen was not polite, lightly flipping through the menu. They have quite a few signature dishes here. This garlic bean noodle is a must-try, and that tender and flavorful home-cooked pomfret, tsk, just thinking about it makes my mouth water. After saying that, she skillfully ordered several dishes and then turned to Wang Chen, saying, Xiaoyu, see if there's anything else you want to eat. Don't be shy with your sister. Lily, you decide. I'm good with anything. Wang Chen smiled as he took the menu, handed it directly to Long Lily, and casually added a few of the restaurant's signature dishes before the waiter quietly retreated. Xiaoyu, are you getting used to life in the Magic City? Lu Yan asked. With a smile. It's alright, Wang Chen replied with a smile. I heard you are from Rome province. I wonder what your family does. Lu Yan tilted her head to look at Wang Chen, a seemingly casual smile on her face as she asked. It appeared to be ordinary small talk, but a hint of subtle inquiry flashed in her eyes. Wang Chen was so young yet could become a VIP at the Industrial and Commercial Bank. She was genuinely curious about Wang Chen's family background. Nothing much, just doing a small business, Wang Chen replied with a gentle smile, speaking nonchalantly. Lu Yan's lips curled slightly as she gently shook the wine glass in her hand, half-jokingly saying, Small business? Don't try to fool me, sister. For someone your age to be so carefree, surrounded by luxury cars and beautiful women, that small business must be quite something. Wang Chen remained unhurried, lifting his teacup to take a sip, his expression calm as he said, Sister Yen, it's really not as exaggerated as you think. My family just runs a traditional small business in Rong province. Lu Yen listened, still skeptical in her heart, but she didn't press further. She couldn't help but silently complain. What the hell is a small business? Which small business can reach the scale of a VIP at the Industrial and Commercial Bank? Before long, a series of exquisite dishes were served to the table in an orderly manner by the waitstaff. The first dish was garlic braised bean noodles, steaming hot, with the freshness of the garlic perfectly blending with the richness of the bean noodles, filling the air with a delightful aroma. Lu Yen smiled at Wang Chen and said, Xiaoyu, try this. It's their specialty, and I guarantee you'll want more after tasting. It's Wang Chen also smiled in response, picking up a bite and savoring it before praising. It really is delicious. The flavor is so fresh it feels like my eyebrows might fall off. Next, the home-cooked pomfret was served. The fish was beautifully roasted to a bright red color, with a slightly crispy skin, while the flesh inside was incredibly tender, melting in the mouth. Lu Yen skillfully picked out a piece of fish belly and placed it in Long Lily's bowl, saying, Lily, this fish belly is the softest, you should eat more. Long Lily quickly thanked her, and the three chatted while eating, the atmosphere growing increasingly harmonious. At that moment, the guzheng music in the restaurant changed to fishing boats singing at dusk, the melodious tune complementing the bustling yet tranquil night scene outside the window. A young lady in traditional attire danced gracefully by the window, her skirt swirling like blooming flowers, capturing the attention of many diners in the restaurant. As they spoke, the other signature dishes they ordered were also served one after another. Golden crispy ribbon fish, crispy skinned pigeon, boiled silken tofu, honey-glazed sweet potatoes. After a satisfying meal, the three of them enjoyed the honey-glazed sweet potatoes while gazing out the window. At this moment, the bund was illuminated by the night and lights, with neon flickering, and the surrounding streets were still bustling with people and traffic. Sister Yen, it's getting late. Thank you for today, I'll treat you another time, Wang Chen said after checking the time. And standing up, Lu Yen waved her hand. Don't mention it, let's just gather more often in the future. Long Lily also stood up, and the three of them walked out of the restaurant together. The night breeze outside brought a slight chill but also refreshed the spirit. The driver arranged by Lu Yen was already waiting at the door. After bidding farewell to Lu Yen, Wang Chen and Long Lily got into the car. Wang Chen took out the key to unlock the LaFerrari. As he opened the door, the red door of the LaFerrari unfolded like the wings of a butterfly. Long Lily, wearing high heels, slid into the passenger seat. She fastened her seatbelt, feeling a bit constricted around her chest, and adjusted it down a bit. After closing the door, Wang Chen pressed the brake and hit the ignition button. Boom! Instantly, the entire LaFerrari roared to life like a waking beast, emitting a deafening roar that sent adrenaline surging. Wang Chen's eyebrows kept rising. Even though he had driven a McLaren P1, the Ferrari LaFerrari gave him an extraordinary feeling. It was as thrilling as driving for the first time. Wang Chen skillfully shifted gears and the LaFerrari sped out of the street, heading towards the Sky Palace. Under the glow of the streetlights in the Magic City, the LaFerrari streaked through the night like a red lightning bolt. Wang Chen steadily increased the speed, always keeping it within the speed limit. With the effect of the machine's sole delight. Entry, the LaFerrari felt like a tamed steed under his command. It responded to his every gesture. The McLaren P1 driver closely followed behind, not daring to be careless, fully focused, fearing that a moment's inattention would cause him to fall behind. After more than 10 minutes, Wang Chen returned to the Sky Palace and instructed the driver to park the McLaren P1 in his spot. He opened the hood of the McLaren P1, took out a stack of cash from the storage compartment and handed it to the driver, saying, "Thanks, brother. Please convey my gratitude to Sister Yin." The driver accepted the cash, instantly beaming, "Thank you, boss. I'll definitely pass on the message." After finishing, Wang Chen returned to the LaFerrari. "Help me contact a reliable bodyguard company tomorrow. It needs to be professional, preferably with veterans who have over 10 years of experience," he said casually to Long Lily. "Bodyguard?" Long Lily seemed a bit puzzled but replied, "No problem, I'll help you contact one as soon as I get back." Wang Chen was filled with anticipation for the upcoming trip to the high seas. Although it was an invitation from Wang Xikong, safety had to be considered. Wang Chen was strong, but he lacked real combat experience. After all, it was the high seas, and even if a few people died, no one would know. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Hiring a bodyguard was imperative. As a private banker at ICBC, Long Lily had access to numerous banking resources. Therefore, Wang Chen didn't need to run around for bodyguards. He could just wait for her to screen them, and then he would decide. "Where do you live? I'll take you back first," Wang Chen said flatly. "No need to trouble yourself, I can just take a taxi back," Long Lily said nervously, waving her hands repeatedly. "Let's go, it's still early. I'll drive you back." Wang Chen started the car and drove out of the Kafko Seaview number 1. "Alright then, I live in the central apartment, not far from here." Returning alone to the Sky Palace, Wang Chen appeared calm and composed, showing no signs of urgency. As his private banker, Long Lily was firmly within his grasp. He just needed to wait a little while. Wang Chen took out his phone, opened Feishin, and found Zhang Ro's avatar. He dialed a video call. In the dead of night, the Sky Palace was dimly lit, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. The room was a mess, clothes scattered everywhere, and torn black stockings carelessly tossed about. Zhang Ro lay breathlessly in Wang Chen's arms, her eyes hazy, her body drenched in sweat, and the sheets beneath her soaked. It took her a long time to regain her composure. After a while, she seemed to recover some strength. Only then did she feel like she was alive again. At this moment, Zhang Ro finally had the time to carefully examine the luxurious mansion that exceeded her understanding. What met her eyes was a collection of high-end furniture she had never seen before, with every detail showcasing elegance and luxury, especially the panoramic glass skylight, which displayed the most bustling night view of the Bund in the Magic City without reservation, making one feel as if they were in a dream. Zhang Ro's heart was greatly shaken. She had never imagined a house could be so extravagant. She had just arrived at the Sky Palace and hadn't had time to take it all in before Wang Chen pulled her into a game. Now she finally had the time to notice the details of the room. The more she looked, the more she liked it. Zhang Ro was bare-skinned, tightly nestled in Wang Chen's embrace, her eyes filled with curiosity as she softly asked, "Honey, this apartment is really beautiful. When did you buy it?" "Just a few days ago," Wang Chen replied with a smile, his tone casual. "This place is so big. It feels like it could easily accommodate 10 people, especially in such a prime location in Lujiazui. How much did it cost?" Wang Chen said lightly, "Not much, nearly 200 million. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ro's expression froze. Her already weak body suddenly softened, almost slipping from Wang Chen's arms. 200 million. Zhang Ro's voice trembled noticeably. This figure was an astronomical number, utterly unattainable for her. In her past life, she had never dared to harbor such extravagant wishes, let alone purchase property for 200 million. Zhang Ro came from an ordinary family, and her family had always lived in a small 3-bedroom apartment. Compared to this nearly 200 million mansion, the difference was like heaven and earth. Although she knew Wang Chen was wealthy, able to casually buy luxury cars like McLarens, the extent of his wealth far exceeded her imagination. He casually bought this 200 million house. For someone Wang Chen's age, it was truly unexpected. Buying a house is a significant event for most people, requiring careful consideration and deliberation before making a decision. Yet Wang Chen bought it outright. From what Zhang Ro understood, the entire process took him no more than a day. The gap between them was undeniably vast. Zhang Ro looked up, the blush on her fair face still lingering, and curiously asked, "Honey, what does your family do?" Wang Chen replied nonchalantly, "Why, do you want to know?" Oh, I'm just curious. Zhang Ro pouted. Playfully. Have you heard of Rong Province Pioneer Heavy Industry Group? My last name is Wang. Ah. Zhang Ro couldn't help but cover her mouth, her face filled with shock. The Pioneer Heavy Industry Group is one of the top enterprises in all of Huagua, and even on a global scale, it is a leading presence. She never expected that Wang Chen was the young master of the Pioneer Group. This identity truly astonished her. Zhang Ro felt her heart race as if it might leap out of her chest at any moment. At that moment, she found the man before her even more charming. Zhang Ro put on a coat, stood up, and walked to the balcony, feeling the cool breeze blowing from both sides of the Huangpu River. It took her a while to calm down. At over 200 meters high, overlooking the night view of the Magic City, the lights below were dazzling, and the neon flickered. Only standing here could one truly feel the prosperity and charm of the Magic City. What a wonderful feeling. No wonder it's a 200 million mansion. Standing here feels like the entire Magic City is in my embrace. Zhang Ro gazed at the night view of the Magic City, unable to help but exclaim, "You feel fresh now, but after living here for a while, it'll just be like any other place," Wang Chen said, coming up behind Zhang Ro and looking out at the scenery. "How could that be? A house like this, I wouldn't even dare to dream of it. I bet I wouldn't get tired of living here no matter how long." Zhang Ro turned around, her eyes sparkling, and said, "This is a nearly 200 million house. How extravagant. If you want to live here, you can move in tomorrow," Wang Chen said with a smile. "Ah, honey, you want me to move in?" Zhang Ro looked at Wang Chen with surprise. "Of course, you are my woman, which makes you the mistress of this house. If I don't let you live here, who else would I let?" Wang Chen said gently with a smile. Zhang Ro playfully called out, "Honey him?" Wang Chen looked at Zhang Ro in front of him, her bright eyes gazing directly at him, filled with affection. The gentle, watery gaze had already misted over. "You're so good to me, I love you." Zhang Ro tightly embraced Wang Chen, burying her head in his chest, her heart brimming with emotion. Although she knew deep down that she was just one of Wang Chen's many women, his kindness made her truly feel happiness. She thought that even if she could not ultimately walk into the halls of marriage with Wang Chen, having these beautiful memories was already enough. "If you don't treat me well, who will you treat well?" Wang Chen looked out the window, his gaze deepened somewhat meaningful as he spoke. Zhang Ro wrapped her arms around Wang Chen's strong waist, standing on her tiptoes to gently kiss his face. Her eyes sparkled with charm as she sweetly said, "Hubby, I feel like my gaming skills are still a bit rusty. Can you teach me again?" Wang Chen was slightly taken aback, looking down at Zhang Ro. This was the first time she had actively sought a challenge, and he couldn't help but ask, "Can you still handle it?" I'm all rested up," Zhang Ro replied with a beaming smile. "Are you sure?" "I love you." Zhang Ro pressed her head against Wang Chen's chest, the sound of his strong heartbeat echoing in her ears. Despite the intimate contact from earlier in the night leaving her utterly exhausted, she now had only one thought in her mind: to completely melt her body into Wang Chen's embrace. To become one, inseparable. This was an incredibly happy thing for a couple. Faced with such passionate Zhang Ro, Wang Chen found it hard to refuse. So, he picked Zhang Ro up in his arms and walked towards the bedroom. After a night of entanglement, when Wang Chen woke up again, it was already 10 in the morning. He got out of bed and stretched, feeling refreshed. Wang Chen turned back to look at Zhang Ro, who was still fast asleep. He hadn't expected her to be so enthusiastic this time. Taking this opportunity, Wang Chen had also unlocked quite a few gameplay features. Although it ultimately ended due to Zhang Ro's exhaustion, it still surprised Wang Chen. That small body could actually unleash such tremendous energy. A glimmer of gold flashed in Wang Chen's eyes, and the system panel immediately appeared before him. Name: Zhang Ro. Age: 23. Height: 165 cm. Charm: 91. Physique: 83. Affection level: 100. Skills: Intermediate painting, intermediate sales skills. Wang Chen looked at Zhang Ro with a doting gaze. With a full affection level, he no longer needed to worry about it decreasing. From body to soul, this woman before him completely belonged to him. A night of labor had also left Zhang Ro utterly exhausted. She didn't wake up until noon. "This isn't my fault. You were the one who seduced me first," Wang Chen said, raising his hands in a shrug as he looked at Zhang Ro's mournful eyes. "You bad guy, you don't even know how to cherish me. If you scare me away, just see if you regret it." A charming blush appeared on Zhang Ro's fair, dewy face, making her look enchanting. Wang Chen chuckled and said, "Isn't it you who provoked me first, being both inexperienced and playful? You rest up. Today I'll take you out for some shopping to make it up to you. Just wait a bit longer. I feel like I'm completely worn out." Zhang Ro lay on the bed, feeling utterly weak, wanting to lie there in a daze, not wanting to go anywhere. Even the innate desire of women to shop didn't pique her interest. Wang Chen could only helplessly order a bunch of takeout to eat at home. To help Zhang Ro recover, there was everything from bird's nest and shark fin to abalone and sea cucumber. The meal cost 18,890 yuan. After the meal, Wang Chen's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Long Lily. "Young Master Wang, the bodyguard arrangements have been made. Please come and take a look." "Okay, send me the address. I'll be there soon." I'm right next to your LaFerrari. Alright. Wang Chen hung up the phone and turned to Zhang Ro, saying, I'm going out to take care of something, you rest well at home. I'll wait for you to come back, Zhang Ro said gently, her little head tucked under the blanket. In the underground parking lot of the Tianmu Palace, Wang Chen exited the elevator, and Long Lily was standing next to the LaFerrari, holding a lot of documents. Wang Chen walked over, unlocking the car while asking, since we're here, why not go up and sit for a bit? Long Lily smiled, I just arrived too. After all, Wang Chen was her boss, so she felt a bit shy about going up directly. Long Lily slid into the passenger seat of the LaFerrari and fastened her seatbelt. Seeing this, Wang Chen started the car and smoothly drove out of the underground garage. At this moment, Long Lily was organizing the documents in her hands and said, Young Master Wang, I've compiled 3 professional bodyguard companies in Magic City. Let me read them to you. Jean Dun Company, all bodyguard personnel. Come from retired special forces soldiers from various military districts, as well as outstanding fighters from martial arts and sports schools providing various types of bodyguard services. GNN Security Service Company, Limited, is a company licensed by the Magic City Public Security Bureau, which has grown strong relying on its social and police power in Magic City. Its bodyguard team is composed of veterans from Special Forces and the Central Guard Bureau, capable of providing VIP private bodyguard services for important domestic and foreign figures, business executives, and entertainment stars. Xingho Special Guard Company, most members are recent veterans from Special Forces who meet 27 international standards, with a strict teaching and assessment elimination mechanism. They have a comprehensive training support center, conducting thorough background checks and multiple security measures for bodyguard personnel to ensure service quality. Among these 3 companies, GNN's strength is the most robust. Which one do you think we should go to first? After pondering for a moment, Wang Chen said, then let's go to GNN. Half an hour later, Wang Chen parked the car downstairs at GNN Security Service Company, Limited. In front of the GNN company, General Manager Lin Shen was already waiting with several executives. Upon seeing Wang Chen's LaFerrari slowly drive in, he immediately greeted them with a beaming smile. Young Master Wang, your esteemed presence is a great honor. I am Lin Shen, the General Manager of GNN, and these are our key staff members. Lin Shen warmly extended his hand. Wang Chen turned off the engine and got out of the car, shaking hands politely. Manager Lin, I apologize for making you wait personally. Long Lily followed behind, also nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Young Master Wang, Miss Long, please come in. I've prepared some fine Longjing tea for us to enjoy while we chat. Lin Shen gestured for them to enter. Before Wang Chen arrived, Long Lily had already contacted him and learned that Wang Chen was a private VIP client of the Industrial and Commercial Bank, so he didn't dare to be negligent. He had brought several executives to welcome them downstairs. Once everyone arrived in the reception room, the interior was elegantly decorated, with the fragrance of tea wafting through the air. After everyone took their seats, Lin Shen personally poured tea for the 2 of them and then began to enthusiastically introduce his company's bodyguard services. Young Master Wang, you've come to the right place. Our GNN has a well-known reputation in Magic City. As I mentioned to Miss Long earlier, our bodyguard team consists of retired veterans from Special Forces and the Central Guard Bureau, the elite among elites, each one formidable. Saying this, Lin Shen handed over a detailed brochure. This contains a detailed introduction to our various services, along with some classic cases for your review. Wang Chen took the brochure. Bodyguard, Special Services, Emergency Crisis Management, Risk Assessment, Security Strategy Formulation, Information Security Assurance, etc. He casually flipped through a few pages, nodding in acknowledgement. Lin Shen observed the expressions and gestures, then said, as for the price, young Master Wang, you can rest assured that we will definitely offer you the most favorable rate. We won't speak empty words. You get what you pay for. If you want top-notch security, we will provide top-notch service, and you will never spend a penny more than necessary. President Lin, I trust you, otherwise, I wouldn't have come directly to your company, John. However, I still want to see the personnel first. After all, when it comes to bodyguards, the key lies in their skills and experience, Wang Chen said, putting down the information booklet with a smile. Of course, Lin Shen quickly stood up and called out at the door. Before long, 6 tall bodyguards marched in with synchronized steps, standing in a row, each with a stern expression, exuding a fierce aura. Report, Wolf Fong team assembled, please give instructions. The leader stepped forward and reported loudly. Wang Chen's gaze fell on the leader. He saw a fit figure, muscles taut, with a look of determination and decisiveness in his eyes, clearly a seasoned warrior. Wang Chen activated his true eye to take a look. Name, Lung Feng, age, 32. Height, 185 centimeters, charm, 80, physique, 96, favorability, 50, skills, advanced combat, advanced reconnaissance, advanced marksmanship, intermediate demolition. The other members were all around 30 years old, with physiques above 90, and proficient in various specialized skills. Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction and asked, what is your name? Report, my name is Li Jining, codename Lang Feng. Lung Feng's voice was loud and full of energy. Tell me about your team's specialties. How would you respond to an emergency situation? Wang Chen leaned back on the sofa, seemingly casually asking, but in reality, he was carefully observing their reactions. Lung Feng stood straight and answered clearly, Young Master Wang, all members of our team have undergone rigorous training in anti-terrorism, hostage rescue, and emergency response, and we excel at handling various complex and changing environments. In the event of an emergency, our first priority is to ensure your personal safety, swiftly relocating you to a secure area while taking appropriate countermeasures based on the situation, never engaging in prolonged combat, with your safety as our top priority. Wang Chen nodded slightly, somewhat satisfied with Long Feng's response. He stood up and walked in front of the bodyguards, scrutinizing each one carefully, occasionally reaching out to squeeze their arms to test their strength. Long Lily added from the side, Young Master Wang, I have also looked into this. John's bodyguards have thorough background checks and no negative records. Moreover, there will be regular psychological and skill assessments to ensure that the bodyguard's physical condition remains at its best. Lin Shin was pleased to see Wang Chen's initial approval of the bodyguard candidates. He quickly seized the opportunity to introduce the service details. Young Master Wang, our bodyguard service is comprehensive and customized. Take this 6-member team in front of you, for instance, they are assigned to provide 24-hour dedicated service. Regardless of day or night, as soon as you give the order, they can respond immediately, fully safeguarding your safety. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, how is the price calculated? Young Master Wang, as a VIP of ICBC, we won't beat around the bush. The service fee for this team is 680,000 a month. Don't be misled by the price, every penny is well spent. This team has clearly defined roles, with some responsible for close protection, others for scouting routes and assessing risks in advance, and those skilled in operating various security equipment capable of setting up a safety perimeter at any time, ensuring that no matter where you are, you can feel as safe as a fortress. Wang Chen crossed his arms and gestured for him to continue. Seeing this, Lin added, our company currently has over 3,000 long-term security personnel and can mobilize more than 1,000 temporary security staff. All of them are from special forces and retired personnel from the Central Guard Bureau. In case of special situations, such as needing to temporarily increase manpower or deploy special equipment, our company has an emergency allocation mechanism and will definitely cooperate fully, without any ambiguity. What the hell? Wang Chen was taken aback, standing up and saying loudly, is your company serious? Why hire so many veterans? A real protection umbrella company? It was no wonder Wang Chen was surprised. Over 4,000 veterans, especially those from Special Forces and the Central Guard Bureau. Equipping these people with the relevant gear could take down a weaker small country. If they were further equipped with heavy armored combined brigade gear, a group of over 4,000 could form a reinforced heavy armored combined regiment and, if sent to the neighboring monkey country, could probably seize a considerable amount of territory. Manager Lin waved his hand, giving a bitter smile as he said, rest assured, Young Master Wang, we are licensed by the Public Security Bureau of Magic City, otherwise we wouldn't dare to hire so many people. Hiring so many is also unavoidable. So many veterans retire each year, and without relevant survival skills in society, many veterans can't earn money and can only work as security guards or in factories, unable even to marry. For those coming from special forces, those with professional skills are a bit better off. They can become bodyguards, earning a decent salary to support their families. Now the market isn't doing well, supporting so many people is tough, and the company's finances are quite tight. The price of 6.8 million is already very favorable. Long Lily quietly said from the side, Young Master Wang, Jian's qualifications are absolutely fine. They have been registered with the Ministry of Public Security. In terms of cost effectiveness, Jian's quote is reasonable in the industry. For security teams of the same level, other companies' prices are only higher, and they may not even provide such comprehensive follow-up services. Wang Chen pondered for a moment upon hearing this, gently patting Lin Feng's shoulder, then turned to Manager Lin and said, let's sign for a year. Swipe the card. Manager Lin's eyes widened instantly upon hearing this. A year? How long has it been since such a large order? The surprise on his face was evident. He paused for a moment before reacting, quickly saying, all right, young master. Wang, you are truly generous. I'll go prepare the relevant documents right away. After a while, Manager Lin returned with a pile of documents and a POS machine. Young Master Wang, the annual fee is 8.16 million, but I'll give you a discount, so let's say 8 million, as friends. Take a look. Saying this, he handed the documents to Wang Chen. Wang Chen took them and carefully reviewed the relevant service terms, nodding as he said, swipe the card. Manager Lin felt a surge of joy in his heart, hurriedly taking out the POS machine, his hands slightly trembling as he presented it to Wang Chen. His eyes were fixed on Wang Chen's card swiping action, as if fearing that this deal might fall through. Payment successful. Ding. The system detected that the host spent 8 million with a double cashback of 16,000,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 800 system points. Only when the successful card swipe notification chimed did he let out a long breath, his face filled with smiles as he repeatedly thanked young Master Wang. Thank you so much. Rest assured, from now on, the Wolf Fong team will be on standby for your orders 24/7, ensuring your satisfaction. Lung Fong stepped forward, standing tall, and with a crisp salute, looked firmly at Wang Chen and said, Young Master Wang, thank you for your trust. Our Wolf Fong team will vow to protect your safety at all costs, ready to face any danger. Ready to face any danger. The other 5 team members shouted in unison. The sound echoed in the reception room, a momentum like a rainbow. After finishing their business, Wang Chen and Long Lily stood up, preparing to leave. Manager Lin jogged ahead, leading the way and escorting them to the company entrance. Along the way, his mouth never stopped, expressing gratitude and promising that follow-up services would be absolutely in place, while occasionally turning to Wang Chen to introduce some other security facilities of the company, displaying his attentiveness. When they reached the LaFerrari, Manager Lin personally opened the car door for Wang Chen. Young Master Wang, take care, and if you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me. Meanwhile, the Wolf Fong team quickly sprang into action, their movements synchronized. At Captain Lang Feng's command, 2 members ran to the parking lot to bring the pre-prepared professional security vehicles to the entrance. The vehicles were equipped with the most advanced communication devices, protective equipment, and emergency rescue tools. The other 3 returned to the company's equipment room to quickly collect specialized bulletproof vests, close combat weapons, and other personal gear, skillfully putting them on. Lang Feng stayed at the entrance, checking his walkie-talkie, bulletproof vest, and other key equipment once more to ensure everything was flawless. Then he stopped Wang Chen, who was about to get in the car, saying, Young Master Wang, please wait a moment, I need to check the vehicle first. Wang Chen immediately halted, curiously watching Lun Feng inspect the car. After finishing, Lun Feng began a meticulous examination around the LaFerrari, not overlooking any tiny crevice, searching for any potential hidden dangers. Then, he opened the hood and, using his professional knowledge and experience, systematically checked the engine, wiring, and other critical parts, occasionally feeling the temperature with his hand and listening to the sounds of operation. After a moment, Lung Feng stood up facing Wang Chen and confidently reported, Young Master Wang, the vehicle is fine and can safely hit the road. Wang Chen stood by, taking it all in, and couldn't help but nod slightly, secretly admiring the professionalism of the Wolf Fong team. He turned to Long Lily, a smile on his lips, and said with satisfaction, This money is well spent. I feel much more at ease going to the high seas tomorrow. After all, they are professionals, Long Lily replied. Manager Lin smiled in agreement, Young Master Wang, your safety is of utmost importance. With the Wolf Fong team providing protection, you can rest assured when going out. Only then did Wang Chen feel at ease as he got into the LaFerrari. Seeing this, Lung Feng quickly directed the team members to take their positions. In both vehicles, the security personnel remained vigilant, constantly alert to their surroundings. As the roar of the LaFerrari's engine sounded, the convoy slowly drove out of the Jian Company, heading towards the Tianmu Palace. Upon returning to the Tianmu Palace, they found that Zhang Rou was no longer in the bedroom, only leaving a message on Feixin saying she was shopping in the mall. Under Captain Lang Feng's arrangement, the Wolf Fong team conducted a thorough inspection of the Tianmu Palace, ensuring there were no issues, leaving 2 members on duty at the entrance while the rest returned to the vehicle, ready at any moment. Wang Chen pondered for a moment and said to Long Lily, Lily, contact the sales manager of Zhonglian Haijing Number 1 and buy a set of apartments downstairs. Why buy a house? Long Lily asked curiously. They can't just stay in the car, it's not a solution. If something really happens, by the time they come up, it will be too late. We have plenty of time ahead. Forget it, just call him over. I'll buy a few more sets. Okay, I'll contact him right away. Long Lily thought to herself, feeling quite exasperated. What a spendthrift, buying apartments in Zhongliang Haijing number 1 for the bodyguards to live in. That's just too extravagant. Before long, the sales manager of Zhongliang Haijing number 1, manager Xiao, jogged in. His face was full of enthusiastic smiles. Slightly bowing, he respectfully said, Young Master Wang, long time no see. Do you remember me? I am the sales manager of Zhongliang Haijing number 1. We just saw each other a few days ago. I remember you, Xiao Yan. Just remember. Do you know why young Master Wang called me over? Manager Xiao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and smiled as he spoke. This was a top-tier young master. He couldn't afford to be careless. Wang Chen said lightly, how many units are still unsold on the floor below? Manager Zhao's spirit jolted. Was the young master going to buy more properties? Coming back to his senses, he quickly began to explain in detail, Young Master Wang, there is a 210 square meter 3-bedroom unit available on the floor below. It faces south, is fully renovated, and ready to move in. There are also 2 units around 300 square meters, 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, with good lighting. They are scenic units that offer a view of the night scenery of the Magic City. On the 43rd floor below, there is also a 3-bedroom unit of about 300 square meters that hasn't been sold. Wang Chen listened, nodded. slightly, and waved his hand gently, saying, "Alright, no need for further introductions. I want all the unit types on these 2 floors. Give me a favorable price and you can prepare the relevant paperwork." As soon as he said this, Long Lily's eyes widened in disbelief. She never expected that Wang Chen would be so extravagant, directly buying all the available unit types on 2 floors. Manager Xiao was also momentarily stunned. Then the surprise on his face could no longer be contained, and his voice trembled slightly with excitement. "Wang, young Master Wang, you are truly generous. I will hurry to prepare the relevant documents. I guarantee you the best price. Please wait a moment, I will be right back," Manager Xiao said as he hurriedly exited the room to prepare the purchase contract and other documents. His speed was even faster than when he arrived, as if afraid Wang Chen would change his mind. Soon, Manager Xiao returned to the Tianmu Palace with several colleagues. He held the quotation sheet and handed it to Wang Chen, saying, "Young Master Wang, please take a look. The 2 floors below have 4 units that haven't been sold, totaling 1232 square meters, priced at 166,000 per square meter. The total comes to 204,512,000. Young Master Wang, you are our most distinguished guest at Zhongliang Haijing No. 1. I have done my utmost to secure a 9.3% discount for you. And after rounding down, you only need 190 million to acquire these 4 units, plus a parking space and 5 years of waived property fees. This is already our highest sincerity at Zhongliang Haijing No. 1, what do you think?" Wang Chen nodded upon hearing this, took out his bank card, and said, "Swipe the card, full payment. I will handle it for you immediately. I will do my best to ensure the property certificate reaches you as quickly as possible." Manager Xiao took a deep breath and trembled as he accepted the bank card. With Manager Zhao's arrangements, the entire sales team began to operate at high speed. 2.5 hours later, Wang Chen finished signing the contract. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he entered the password on the POS machine. With the payment successful, a system prompt sounded in Wang Chen's mind. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 190 million, with a double cashback of 380 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 19,000 system points. Manager Xiao stepped forward, beaming, and said, "Thank you, young Master Wang, for your continued support of Zhongliang Haijing No. 1. As long as you are satisfied living here, that is our greatest honor." He felt that Wang Chen was his life benefactor. Properties that used to take half a year to sell one, Wang Chen bought 5 in just a few days. And they were all large units. He didn't dare to say, "Congratulations to Wang Chen for becoming a distinguished member of Zhongliang Haijing No. 1. That would be too belittling of Wang Chen's esteemed status. I'm afraid the entire Zhongliang Haijing No. 1 combined doesn't match Wang Chen's noble status." Manager Xiao, after so many years in sales, finally witnessed what true wealth looks like today. Buying a house is like buying cabbage, even after purchasing. For apartments, Wang Chen still felt it wasn't enough. He had so many women to take care of, so to avoid future troubles, he decided to buy a few more today. Wang Chen pulled the still dazed Long Lily along, driving the Ferrari LaFerrari out of Zhongliang Haijing No. 1. He then bought an apartment at Tangchen Ipin not far away. A small unit of over 300 square meters. The price was around 200,000 per square meter. After discounts, it cost 63 million. He then went to Binjiang Kaichunmen and Feitsui Binjiang, purchasing an apartment at each place. Both were small units. Together, they totaled over 700 square meters. The total expenditure was 1.31 billion. Since he needed to keep canaries, he had to prepare several apartments. Moreover, they couldn't be close together. He had to buy them separately. It wasn't that Wang Chen was afraid of a love triangle, but rather to avoid unnecessary trouble. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 194 million, double cashback of 388 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 19,400 system points. System, open personal panel. A light blue screen appeared before Wang Chen. Host, Wang Chen, age, 20, height 188, charm, 92, physique, 120, the limit for normal people is 100, stamina, 120, the limit for normal people is 100, entries, double cashback, entry effect, all reasonable expenditures will be refunded. Double limit physique, entry effect, from this moment on, you are the ceiling of human physique. Solidification, entry effect, eye of truth, entry effect, soul of the machine. Delighted, entry effect, points, 47,357 points. Huaxia currency, 7,560,506,206. Wang Chen gazed at the astonishing numbers on the screen, feeling a sense of calm within. 7.5 billion. Once, these astronomical figures were nothing but distant dreams to him, but now, they were vividly before him. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. This feeling is truly addictive. Wang Chen murmured. The light in his eyes burned as if it could ignite the air. Wang Chen turned to the still somewhat dazed Long Lily beside him, his smile deepening. With a beautiful companion by his side and wealth overflowing in his account, the days ahead were destined to be a wild, intoxicating revelry. As the lights began to glow, the night was as dark as ink. By the time Wang Chen and Long Lily completed all the necessary procedures and returned to the Tianmu Palace, the night had quietly enveloped everything. At the entrance of the palace, two burly, cold-eyed bodyguards stood like statues, dutifully guarding. Upon seeing Wang Chen arrive, the bodyguard slightly bowed and said, "Young Master Wang." Wang Chen nodded and stepped into the palace. Inside, it was quiet. Zhang Rou had not yet returned from shopping. The Wolfang six-man team had already been arranged by Wang Chen to reside in a 4-bedroom apartment on the 44th floor below him, ensuring they could respond quickly. "Lily, why have you been standing by the window for so long?" Wang Chen asked as he noticed Long Lily, lost in the night view outside, her figure graceful. "It feels too beautiful." Long Lily's beautiful eyes sparkled, a hint of daze in her voice. "The night here is so beautiful, I only truly felt the charm of the magic city standing here. Since you like it here, you can live here." Wang Chen's lips curled into a meaningful arc as he said meaningfully, "Me? Live here? Wang Chen, don't joke around." Long Lily's body stiffened, and a slightly awkward smile tugged at her lips as she spoke. She understood the deeper meaning behind Wang Chen's words. Being adults, how could she not? A blush quietly crept up her cheeks and her heart began to race involuntarily. "I'm not joking. My door is always open for you," Wang Chen said with a faint smile, his tone surprisingly serious. You must have a girlfriend, right?" Long Lily asked instinctively. After all, someone like Wang Chen, who was wealthy, surely wouldn't lack for girlfriends. And he was so young and handsome. After she asked, she didn't dare to meet his gaze and hurriedly lowered her head. Her heart raced. Inside, she felt a surge of joy. Wang Chen saying such things proved that her charm had caught his attention. To be liked by a quality guy like Wang Chen was something any girl would be thrilled about. A woman beautifies herself for the one she loves. "Yes, I have many girlfriends, not just one," Wang Chen shrugged, saying it with a calm expression. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Long Lily, forgetting her shyness, looked up at him in astonishment. She had never seen someone so brazen. Wang Chen spoke so nonchalantly about having many girlfriends, his expression unchanged, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Originally, Long Lily had been imagining a scene of living together with Wang Chen. Now it seemed she couldn't even be the third party, the fourth, or the fifth. Long Lily looked at Wang Chen with a complex expression. She wanted to climb to a higher branch and become a phoenix, but she never thought about being the fourth or fifth. Wang Chen stood in front of the panoramic wall, hands behind his back, his voice deep and magnetic as he said, "You know, in this world, some people are born at the top of the pyramid, looking down on the masses." Long Lily nodded in agreement. "There's a saying online that goes well. If you can't drive a Rolls Royce when you're born, you're unlikely to drive one in your lifetime. You study hard for 10 years, how can that compare to someone else's 3 generations of business? The resources in this society are destined to be in the hands of a small number of people. If you want to climb up, you always have to pay some price." A hint of bitterness crossed Long Lily's face. Although Wang Chen's words were harsh, they were very real. "You're not wrong, but matters of the heart can't be compared to these," Long Lily softly retorted. Hee, aren't quality men and women also a kind of resource?" Wang Chen turned around, his gaze burning as he stared at her. Regardless of gender, quality resources do not belong to the lower class. Wang Chen's words struck a nerve, leaving Long Lily momentarily speechless, unable to respond. Wang Chen took a step forward, gently wrapping his arm around Long Lily's slender waist. Long Lily's delicate body trembled. She didn't resist, only lowered her head and weakly said, "Wang Chen, don't do this. I'm a bank employee and you're my boss. We can't do this. I could get fired. Do you think President Liu would dare? And even if you got fired, it wouldn't matter. I'm just starting a company and need a secretary like you. I can't let go of such a professional talent." Long Lily raised her eyes, her big watery eyes shimmering, reflecting Wang Chen's face. Wang Chen's head slowly leaned closer. Long Lily's eyes slightly closed, her breathing becoming heavy, her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, and her hands unconsciously wrapped around Wang Chen. Time seemed to stand still, the noise of the world excluded, leaving only their chaotic heartbeats intertwining in resonance. Long Lily felt her mind go blank, her body softening. She could only respond instinctively, their breaths mingling, that breath like sweet poison, causing her to completely sink. A few minutes later, Long Lily, flustered, pushed Wang Chen away, her cheeks flushed and her gaze evasive. "I'm feeling a bit confused right now. Let me think about it when I get home." "You don't need to see me off," Long Lily said, ready to leave. Wang Chen quickly replied, "You can stay in the 3-bedroom apartment downstairs. After all, you're my private banker. It's better for you to be nearby to serve me 24 hours a day." "All right." Long Lily bit her lip and ultimately did not refuse. After saying that, she hurriedly left the Tianmu Palace. Wang Chen watched Long Lily's departing figure, his expression calm. Long Lily had already accepted herself. What he just said was merely a way to give her an out. Girls are always creatures of contradiction. The bait had already been cast. What Wang Chen needed to do now was to wait a little longer. He had plenty of patience. Not long after, Zhang Ro returned from shopping. Seeing two tall, stern-looking bodyguards standing at the door, she couldn't help but pause, her eyes filled with confusion. The bodyguards, aware of her identity, slightly stepped aside to let her pass. Zhang Ro hesitated for a moment, then walked in, and upon seeing Wang Chen, immediately asked, "Honey, why are there two more bodyguards at the door?" Wang Chen looked up, calmly explaining, "They were just arranged this afternoon. They'll be stationed here from now on a 24-hour shift to handle any emergencies." Zhang Ro nodded slightly, still a bit curious but didn't ask further. Instead, she began to sort through the large bags of shopping spoils. Wang Chen stepped forward, watching Zhang Ro busy herself, and softly said, "Did you have fun shopping today?" "Yeah, I bought some things I like, but shopping can be really tiring," Zhang Ro replied with a smile. "I felt so bored after you left, I had no choice but to go shopping without you." Wang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he took out his phone and operated it a few times in front of Zhang Ro. "To make it up to you, I've transferred 300,000. Buy whatever you like, don't worry about the money, as long as you're happy, that's what matters." Ding! The system detected that the host spent 300,000 and double cashback of 600,000 is granted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 30 system points. Zhang Ro's phone chimed, and upon seeing the transfer notification, her eyes widened in surprise and joy. "Honey, you are spoiling me too much." Wang Chen gently wrapped his arm around her waist and whispered in her ear, "You deserve it." The warm breath brushed against Zhang Ro's neck, causing her cheeks to flush. That night, the moonlight was like water. Wang Chen and Zhang Ro lay entwined in each other's arms. For a moment, the room was filled with romance, a whirlwind of passion. As the fervor faded, Zhang Ro nestled in Wang Chen's embrace, a satisfied smile playing on her lips as she drifted into a deep sleep. Strands of sunlight streamed in like golden threads. They gently passed through the thin gauzy curtains, silently entering the bedroom and illuminating Wang Chen's face. Wang Chen, still half asleep, opened his eyes under the sunlight. He lazily reached for his phone on the bedside table. The screen lit up, revealing that it was already 12:30. There were quite a few messages on Xin, including the address and time for today's gathering, which Wang Xisong had sent 2 hours ago. Wang Chen turned over, tidied up the messy bed, slipped on his slippers, and walked to the bedroom door to find his pants. He strolled back to the bedside and gently nudged the still sleeping Zhang Ro, but she showed no response, only furrowing her brow slightly, mumbling a few indistinct words in her sleep before turning over and falling back into a deep slumber. Wang Chen chuckled softly, a hint of helplessness mixed with affection in his smile, and decided not to disturb her any further. After freshening up in the shower, Wang Chen went downstairs alone to the popular Shibei Yaomian Village restaurant for a meal. Shibei Yaomian Village specializes in Northwest cuisine, with simple cooking methods that preserve the original flavor and essence of the ingredients. Wang Chen ordered a few signature dishes. There were roasted lamb chops, Mongolian beef bones, grilled lamb skewers, yellow millet cold cakes, and shibei gluten, among others. The tender and juicy roasted lamb chops exuded a rich aroma, the firm meat of the Mongolian beef bones was satisfying to gnaw on. Wang Chen savored the authentic Northwest cuisine, his mouth full of grease. After a hearty meal, he thoughtfully packed a meal for Zhang Ro, thinking she would enjoy it when she woke up. The total bill came to 1,688 yuan. At 2:30 in the afternoon, by the Huangpu River, the sunlight spilled over the shimmering surface of the river, casting fragmented golden rays that reflected the bustling scenery along the shore. Boom! Wang Chen drove his red LaFerrari, racing to the private yacht dock. Behind him, a cold front accompanied by 2 bodyguards followed in their car. Just as Wang Chen got out of the car, he was about to call Wang Xisong when he heard that unmistakable shout from afar, "Wang Chen, over here." Wang Chen looked up to see a luxurious 3-story yacht docked not far away. The yacht was as white as snow, reflecting a luxurious sheen under the sunlight, surrounded by several well-dressed individuals standing nearby. A group of bodyguards in black suits were scattered around. Wang Xisong quickly approached. "Wang Chen, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you. It's still early, isn't it?" "It's only 2:30, Wang Chen glanced at his Vacheron Constantine watch and said lightly, "Damn, you're really punctual." Wang Xisong's gaze was immediately drawn to the LaFerrari, his eyes filled with envy. "LaFerrari? You changed cars again? Just bought it yesterday." Wang Xisong looked at him with envy. He wanted a LaFerrari too. He playfully punched Wang Chen on the shoulder. "Wow, this is solid. You must be a beast." He shook his hand and then glanced at the watch on his wrist, surprised as he said, "Vacheron Constantine's atelier artisan? You know it?" Wang Chen was a bit taken aback. He hadn't heard that Wang Xisong had an interest in watches. "Do you think I'm some bumpkin who's never seen the world?" Wang Xisong looked at Wang Chen with a hint of grievance. "I have quite a collection of luxury watches, including the Vacheron Constantine Atelier Artisan series worth 20 million, of course. It seems you're also a watch enthusiast." Wang Xisong wasn't surprised by this. Most rich second-generation kids pursued these things. Beautiful women, luxury cars, famous watches, it was all quite normal. The poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. The losers play with computers, the tycoons play with yachts. The value of watches can be absurdly high compared to cars. Not bad, but I prefer supercars over watches. Of course, I like limited edition watches too, Wang Chen said lightly. Wang Xikong felt that he and Wang Chen shared the same taste. He excitedly threw an arm over Wang Chen's shoulder and said, "Come on, let me introduce you to some friends. You came at the right time today. Wait until you see what's in store for you." Wang Xikong teased, winking at Wang Chen. The two of them walked shoulder to shoulder toward the dock. "This is my good brother, Wang Chen. He's from my hometown, Rong Province, Jincheng. Everyone, say hello." Wang Xikong pointed at Wang Chen and introduced him to the crowd. "Don't be fooled by his youth. His family is no less than mine. The Pioneer Heavy Industry Group is his family's." Upon hearing this, everyone present had their eyes glimmering. Pioneer Heavy Industry Group. Who in Huagwa didn't know it? Its industrial footprint spanned numerous fields, making it a true industry giant. The people present quickly stepped forward to greet him. Wang Xikong smiled as he introduced Wang Chen to each one. He pointed to a young man in a black short-sleeve shirt who was 180 centimeters tall but as thin as a monkey, and said, "This is Chen Su, from Luzhou. His family is in logistics, and he, like you, loves supercars." "Hey, buddy." Chen Su's personality was clearly that of a sociable person. He had none of the airs of a rich second generation, wearing a broad smile as he took the initiative to greet Wang Chen. "Hello." Wang Chen smiled back and nodded. "Wow, a Vacheron Constantin craftsman. If I remember correctly, that watch is worth nearly 20 million, right?" Chen Su's gaze was immediately drawn to the watch on Wang Chen's wrist, raising an eyebrow as he said, "I've always wanted to buy this watch, but unfortunately, I don't have enough money." 1,800, not quite 2,000, Wang Chen added. "That's still damn expensive." Chen Su clicked his tongue, looking enviously at Wang Chen. "No wonder it's Pioneer Heavy Industries Group. Their cash flow is just abundant. When I was 20, I wanted to buy a Lamborghini, but my family absolutely refused. It took a long time before they finally agreed to buy it for me." Wang Xitsong put his arm around Wang Chen's shoulder, teasing, "What's a Lamborghini? Last time he drove a McLaren P1, and today he's in a Ferrari LaFerrari." Chen Su's face immediately fell, and he said dejectedly, "Why is there such a big gap between people? I'll compete with you rich folks. Just a small micro-enterprise, not worth mentioning." Wang Chen waved his hand dismissively. Chen Su's eyes widened in disbelief. "By your logic, making cigarettes counts as a micro-enterprise too?" "It actually does." At that moment, the chubby guy next to them, who was round and particularly friendly when he smiled, chimed in, "Believe it or not, the cigarette group is indeed a micro-enterprise. It's just that very few people know about it." "Damn." Chen Su took out his phone to search, and after reading, he couldn't help but comment, "It really is." The chubby guy then looked at Wang Chen. "If I remember correctly, Huayao Group is also part of your family, right?" "Just a small business." Wang Chen shook his head repeatedly, being overly modest. "Buddy, if you keep being this humble, it'll come off as pretentious," Chen Su said with a look of grievance at Wang Chen. Everyone burst into laughter at Chen Su's antics. Wang Chen laughed along, waving his hand, "Keep it low-key, keep it low-key." Chen Su was clearly a lively character. With him around, the atmosphere instantly became more vibrant. "This is Li Xiang, from Jiling, his family is in finance," Wang Xitsong introduced the chubby guy he had just mentioned to Wang Chen. The chubby guy wore a friendly smile and extended his hand to Wang Chen, saying, "Young Master Wang, nice to meet you." Wang Chen shook his hand and replied, "Nice to meet you. You should know this one. He's been dominating the internet hot search rankings for years." As Wang Xitsong spoke, he pointed to another young man. The young man was slightly thin but exuded a unique charm, standing about 170, with tattoos and ear studs showcasing his distinct personality. The young man looked over at Wang Chen. Seeing this, Wang Chen smiled and nodded at him, saying, "Of course I know him. After all, he's so popular online that it's hard not to know him." The young man smiled slightly, appearing very friendly, and he extended his hand, saying, "Hello, I'm Qin Fun." The tattooed young man before them was indeed Qin Fun, known as the Emperor of Magic City. In 2018, he was extremely famous. The internet was filled with rumors of his extravagant spending and flings with internet celebrities. That photo of him calmly sitting in a wrecked Porsche 918 playing on his phone in the rain made a lasting impression on many netizens, which catapulted him to internet stardom. With his privileged family background and relatively handsome appearance, Qin became a prince charming in the eyes of many girls online. However, his background was also the subject of much speculation. Various rumors circulated wildly, claiming that Qin father was a shareholder of the Macau David Group. There are also rumors that his father opened a casino in Macau, along with real estate and financial companies. The Qin family has an annual cash flow of up to tens of billions of Huaxia coins, and their family assets are substantial. Some even compare him online to Wang Xikong, the son of the richest man But Wang Chen knows in his heart that most of these are just rumors. Xinfan's background is not as mysterious as it seems. Before his rebirth, someone had already uncovered the truth about Xinfan's family. Background: the previous generation of the Qin family made their fortune through gambling. Later, relying on the connections they accumulated, they gradually built a vast business empire that spans many industries. Heroes do not ask about their origins. In this era, it's better to be rich than to be poor. As long as you have money, connections, and resources, that's real skill. Hello, Emperor of Shanghai, I am Wang Chen. Wang Chen smiled and shook hands with Xinfan, not forgetting to tease him a bit. Upon hearing this, Xinfan quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't joke with me, I can't take that title, it's all made up by netizens. There are many people in Magic City who are much more capable than I am. I'm just a bit better off than the average person. Don't mention me, even Chen Su and Li Xiang are wealthier than I am," Xinfan continued. "I find it funny that you rich people are all so low-key. One can pretend better than the other." Chen Su couldn't help but comment from the side. First, there's Wang Chen's small micro-enterprise, and then comes Xinfan, who's just a bit better off than the average person. So it seems it's just me and Li Xiang who are rich. Can't you be a little humble? Xinfan retorted with annoyance. What do you mean by we rich people? Your family is already richer than mine. My family's little business can't compare to yours, it's just hard-earned money. Chen Su chuckled in response. You really can talk nonsense, you're the best at pretending. Xinfan glanced at Chen Su, then turned to Wang Chen to introduce him. His family owns the largest logistics company in Luzhou with over 1,000 large trucks. Then, Wang Xikong introduced Wang Chen to the other three. One was Su Yuza, whose family was in the real estate business in Magic City, another was Lin Hao, who worked in retail, and the last was Wei Jinglan, who was in foreign trade. Let's board the boat first. After the introductions, Wang Xikong said to Wang Chen, "It's about time, there will be activities on the boat later." "What? Activities?" Wang Chen asked, looking at the yacht docked in front of him. "You'll find out soon," Wang Xikong raised an eyebrow and said. Mysteriously, the auction will be held in the evening. It's still early to go over now. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen felt a surge of anticipation. Generally, in Hollywood movies, rich second-generation kids go out to sea for fun. They gather a group of models in bikinis, drink champagne, eat barbecues, and party to their heart's content. He just didn't know what kind of activities Wang Xikong was referring to. "Then I'll leave it to your arrangements," Wang Chen said with a smile. "Otherwise, going out to sea with you big guys, I really can't muster any interest. It seems we are kindred spirits. Let's have a good discussion once we're on the boat." Xinfan's tone became noticeably friendlier. In his previous life, it was said online that his love life was extremely chaotic, having dated many internet celebrities. Now it seems that the rumors might indeed be true. Wang Chen, saying that hurts a brother's feelings, Wang Xikong said with a look of grievance. "Women are just embellishments. Having fun with brothers is what truly makes one happy." "Damn, old Wang, be normal for once." Xinfan looked at Wang Xikong with disdain and turned to Wang Chen, saying, "Wang Chen, you should be careful of old Wang. You're so handsome and young, who knows, he might have a thing for you." "Exactly, if this gets out online, you'll be a laughingstock all over the internet." Chen Su chimed in from the side. Wang Chen, upon hearing this, quickly took a few steps back, looking at Wang Xizong with a wary expression, and said, "Old Wang, what's going on? Although we both come from Jinchang, I'm straight." Wang Xizong felt utterly frustrated, as if a breath was stuck in his chest, unable to go up or down. After a long while, he helplessly shouted, "For heaven's sake, in broad daylight, you three actually dare to tarnish someone's innocence." The group then walked towards the yacht, chatting and laughing, playfully jostling each other. Lung Feng and his companions, along with Wang Xizong's bodyguards, closely followed behind them, not leaving an inch. Upon boarding the yacht, the teak floor beneath their feet gleamed, reflecting everyone's figures. The interior of the yacht was even more luxurious, with dazzling crystal chandeliers, soft and comfortable leather sofas, and artistic paintings adorning the walls. Wang Chen stood on the deck of the yacht, quietly gazing at the scenery along both banks of the Huangpu River. The daytime view was somewhat different. From the night, it had more hustle and bustle, but less of the opulent luxury. As the yacht slowly started, the deep rumble of the engine instantly echoed throughout the dock. The riverside breeze blew towards them, bringing the refreshing scent of the sea, alleviating much of the summer heat. The yacht soon sailed to the center of the river. It then began to turn its bow, heading towards the East China Sea. Only when no other boats were visible within sight did the yacht gradually pick up speed. The waves rhythmically slapped against the yacht, creating layers of white foam. The sunlight poured down without reservation, penetrating the water, revealing the sandy bottom, swaying seaweed, and colorful little fish darting about. A flock of seagulls circled overhead, their white wings shimmering in the sunlight. They spread their wings and glided gracefully, occasionally flapping briefly, emitting crisp calls. Some seagulls playfully skimmed close to the water's surface, their sharp beaks occasionally tapping the sea, splashing up sparkling droplets. Then they soared high again, merging into the azure sky. For Wang Chen, who came from the mountains, all of this was truly shocking. The boundless sea stretched all the way to the horizon, forming a stark contrast with the limited view surrounded by mountains. It is often said that only mountains and the sea can broaden a man's horizons. The more one sees, the wider one's perspective becomes, and naturally, one's vision expands. This saying holds true. When does the auction start? Wang Chen asked Wang Sitsong while standing on the yacht's deck. It doesn't start until 9 o'clock tonight, so don't rush, Wang Sitsong replied with a slight smirk, giving Chen Su a knowing glance. Chen nodded, also chuckling mischievously, then stood up from the lounge chair and walked to the deck staircase. He leaned over and called down to the cabin below. Immediately, the sound of high heels clicking echoed from inside the cabin. Following that, a group of more than 10 girls, all scoring above 80 in looks and figure, emerged in bikinis. One by one, they walked in front of Wang Chen and the others, turning around for a full circle. Then, with smiles on their faces, they lined up on the deck in front of them. In an instant, the surrounding sea breeze seemed to carry the fragrance of the girls. Their figures were all incredibly alluring. With slender waists that could be grasped with a single hand, they appeared delicate yet cleverly outlined seductive curves. Following the flat abdomen, it gracefully tapered down to perfectly rounded hips, which, wrapped in bikinis, looked even more firm and enticing. Their fair skin glistened under the sunlight, radiating a delicate sheen. They stood side by side, some alluring, some pure, exuding an irresistible charm. You prepared this too? Su Yuzo was somewhat surprised as he spoke to Wang Sikong. He hadn't expected the eye-catching scene before him. Of course, Wang Sikong said proudly, smiling. Fortunately, I arranged the event in advance, otherwise, after getting off the boat, who knows what you guys would have said about me. If this gets out, how am I supposed to mix in later? How's my arrangement? It should be enough to shut you all up, but if I hear any rumors later, you guys will be in for it. Xinfen lazily lay back in his chair, stroking his chin, and said to Wang Chen beside him, with just these few people, it seems a bit insufficient. I think so too, it's not enough for us to share. If the foreigners next door see this, they'll think we can't afford to play. Wang Chen nodded in agreement. Exactly, the people coming tonight are the wealthiest in all of Asia. Old Wang, you're being a bit stingy, Chen Su said with a mischievous smile. Since old Wang is so insincere, don't blame us for being rude. Let's go back and spread the word online that old Wang is gay, so those girls keep their distance from him. At this moment, the chubby guy quietly said, what if this just happens to fulfill old Wang's wishes? The scene suddenly fell silent. After a moment, the entire place erupted in laughter. You guys are all my good brothers. Don't do this to me, Wang Sikong said, his composure breaking. Chubby, we've known each other for so many years, and you're pulling this on me. Wang Chen just arrived, and you guys are already colluding with him? No way, the chubby guy shook his head and said, we're brothers, dear friends. So you want more money, huh? Chen Su chimed in. Then the few of them exchanged glances and burst into laughter at Wang Sikong. Alright, enough of that. Xinfen said seriously, if we keep this up, old Wang might just have to prove something to us right here. I don't want to be a target. Wang Sikong shot a glare at Xinfen and said to Wang Chen, you pick two first. They'll accompany you later. As top tier second generation heirs, they were already used to scenes like this. There was no rush. Wang Chen didn't hesitate and began to assess the row of girls in front of him. He casually selected two. One was tall and had a pure appearance, with long, straight legs. The other had a curvy figure, especially her prominent chest, which was quite eye-catching. Just these two, Wang Chen said. The two girls' eyes lit up when they realized Wang Chen had chosen them. They smiled and, without needing to be told, approached Wang Chen on their own. The other girls on the deck looked on with some envy. They knew the identities of the people before them. These were all top young masters from Huagua. If they served well, money was guaranteed. Among them, Wang Chen stood out. With his handsome face and 188 centimeters height, no girl would refuse him. Being able to accompany such a handsome and wealthy second-generation heir was certainly much better than being with anyone else. You have good taste, Wang Sikong praised as he looked at the girls Wang Chen had chosen. He was quite satisfied with these two and hadn't expected Wang Chen to pick them first. But he didn't mind, it only proved that their tastes were aligned. Wang Sikong immediately introduced the girls in front of him. This is Wang Chen, you can call him young master you. He's my brother. Treat him well, and if he's happy, you won't miss out on the benefits. The two girls nodded obediently, swaying their alluring hips as they walked to Wang Chen's side, eagerly wrapping their arms around his. A girl with a pure expression said, you can just call me Lele, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I'm called Tang Tang, the girl from Delhi said in a sweet voice. Wang Chen smiled and pulled both of them into his embrace. Lele looked a bit shy, but offered no resistance, obediently allowing Wang Chen to hold her, appearing delicate and dependent. Tang Tang, however, cooperatively shrank closer, with the two girls pressing tightly against Wang Chen. They were all willing to be on the yacht, fully aware of what they should do. Once Wang Chen finished choosing, Wang Sikong and Qin Fen also began selecting their favorite girls, followed by Chen Su and Li Xiang. Although they were chatting and joking around happily, this detail revealed the disparity in their social standings. It was Wang Chen's first time joining their circle, so let's set aside the fact that he got to choose first. Wang Xikong and Qin Fen held the highest positions in this circle, occupying the role of leaders. In society, there are strict hierarchies among people. Among the rich second generation, class distinctions are even more pronounced. Otherwise, how could it be reflected in these minute details? Come on, let's go relax. For a bit, Qin Fen called to Wang Chen, casually wrapping an arm around a blonde, blue-eyed bikini beauty. Wang Chen followed suit and walked to the front of the yacht's deck. Here was a small swimming pool, with plenty of water guns and fishing rods nearby. In this hot summer, especially out at sea, playing in the water was a must. Qin Fen and the others picked up water guns and filled them with water. Then, they exchanged glances and mischievously aimed at the girls. Instantly, the scant fabric on the girls got soaked, revealing hints of skin. Oh no! Xin Xiao, you're so bad. Stop it, Chen Xiao. The girls giggled, occasionally sidestepping to avoid the spray. The yacht was suddenly filled with a lively atmosphere, a sight to behold. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen also began to entertain the thought of buying a yacht. He could invite a few close friends and head out to sea. Blue skies, white clouds, the ocean, beautiful women, champagne, barbecues. Hosting a grand party would definitely be a great enjoyment in life. Xiaoyu, why don't you join in the fun? Tang Tang asked, curiously, looking at Wang Chen, who was standing aside. What, do you want to join in? Wang Chen raised an eyebrow and asked. Lei Lei glanced at the girl by the pool, who was smiling sweetly but looked somewhat flustered, and quickly shook her head, saying, I'll just stay by your side. Wherever you go, I go. Tantan's eyes sparkled as she echoed, whatever Xiaoyu says goes, I'll stay by your side. Wang Chen nodded, smiled, and said nothing. The sea breeze carried the unique scent of the ocean, intensifying the intoxicating atmosphere. At this moment, the bodyguards were scattered around, their expressions stern, always alert to any unusual occurrences. This formed a stark contrast to the lavish, laughter-filled scene at the center of the deck. Wang Xikong sank into the soft sofa, snapping his fingers at a nearby waiter. The waiter understood immediately and promptly presented a carefully crafted cocktail. Wang Xikong picked up the cocktail, swirled it, and called out to Wang Chen, who was not far away. Wang Chen, are you getting used to it on my boat? Is my arrangement satisfactory? With the principal's generosity, of course, it's quite lavish. This setup is just perfect, Wang Chen replied, slightly turning his body. With a smile, Wang Xikong laughed heartily, stood up, and grabbed a bottle of champagne. Of course, when you come out to play, you have to enjoy it to the fullest. Saying this, he suddenly popped the cork and sprayed it towards the crowd. Ah, how annoying. He, do it again. Champagne bubbles scattered in the air, the girls' gasps and laughter intertwining in a chorus. In an instant, the lively atmosphere surged to a new climax. Wang Xikong shouted while spraying, everyone, get hyped. The DJ, already prepared, began spinning records, and cheerful music filled the venue. The club isn't the best place to find a lover, so the bar is where I go. Me and my friends at the table doing. This part of the scene is hard to write. Please imagine the plot from movies like The Wolf of Wall Street and immerse yourself. Wang Chen watched the bustling scene, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. The smile at the corner of his mouth grew more pronounced as he casually picked up a bottle of champagne from the ice bucket nearby. Lei Lei and Tang Tang, standing beside him, were momentarily taken aback. Then, their eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement. Wang Chen walked towards Wang Xikong, raising his hand to pop the champagne cork. With a bang, the cork flew out. The splashing liquid drenched Wang Xikong, drawing the attention of those around them. The two exchanged a glance and burst into laughter, then simultaneously raised their champagne bottles, spraying the contents into the air. The sparkling champagne fell like fine rain, drenching the cheering crowd. Wang Chen swayed gently to the rhythm of the music, his usually indifferent expression now filled with wild abandon and joy. 25 minutes later, when Wang Xikong and Qin Fen were somewhat exhausted from the revelry, they decided to end the celebration. They then wrapped their arms around their respective partners and headed towards the cabin rooms. Wang Xikong approached Wang Chen and casually said, I'm heading to the room first. There are plenty of empty rooms here, so if you go in later and see one that's not occupied, just go right in. You know what to do. I'm off. After Chen, Su, Qin Fen, and the others exchanged knowing glances with Wang Chen, they gradually entered the rooms. Soon, only Wang Chen, Lei Lei, and Tang Tang remained on the deck, along with the bodyguards scattered around. Wang Chen walked to the bow of the ship, gazing at the scenery for a while and feeling the sea breeze. Then he found it rather dull. He turned to Lei Lei and Tang Tang and said, shall we go in too? Lei Lei blushed slightly and softly replied, Yao Xiao, I can't wait any longer, let's go. Tang Tang stepped forward, linking her arm with Wang Chen's, deliberately using a teasing and somewhat flirtatious tone. As she spoke, she didn't forget to wink at Lei Lei, her eyes full of mischief. Her carefree demeanor seemed to downplay the significance of what was about to happen, yet a hint of barely perceptible anticipation flickered in her gaze. She tugged Wang Chen towards the cabin, her high heels clicking crisply on the deck, her figure swaying, exuding charm. 2 hours later, when Wang Chen emerged from the room, he found Qinfen, Wang Xikong, and the others chatting in the living room. A group of girls occasionally lifted their glasses to feed them drinks. As soon as they saw Wang Chen, all eyes turned to him. Wang Chen, you little rascal, you weren't sleeping in there, were you? Wang Xikong teased, you're still young, there's no need to overdo it. We're all men here, just be yourself, no need to force it. Yeah, Wang Chen, we're all buddies, so don't pretend, Chen Su said, his face beaming with a smile as he looked at Wang Chen. Qinfen joked, it's fine to fool your brothers, just don't fool yourself. We all know what's going on, we just don't want to expose you, so stop pretending. How strange. Wang Chen said with a calm expression, I'll go to the restroom first. Wait, I'll go too. Chen Su immediately stood up and walked into the bathroom with Wang Chen. As a luxury yacht, the facilities in the restroom were extremely lavish, featuring top-of-the-line home amenities. The decor looked no different from a five-star hotel, though the space was limited and not as spacious as a hotel. There were only 2 urinals. Wang Chen and Chen Su could only stand side by side. Just as Chen Su was about to relieve himself, he inadvertently glanced over at Wang Chen. His eyes widened in shock. Chen Su exclaimed, what the hell? How can you be like this? Calm down. Wang Chen calmly pulled up his pants. Chen Su held his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache as he returned to the living room with Wang Chen, his gaze filled with indignation. Why should it be like this? Wang Chen, this kid, is young, handsome, and comes from a good family, and that's fine. But why does he also have such a huge Wang Chen must be the illegitimate child of heaven, otherwise how could all the good things in the world be bestowed upon him? Why are you taking so long? Just as Chen Su and Wang Chen sat down, Qinfen asked curiously, what about your 2 female companions? Why haven't they come out? His female companion probably needs to rest for a while, this guy is too much, who can handle it? Chen Su's voice drifted from the side. The gazes of Wang Xizong and the others instantly fell on Wang Chen. The girls around were secretly sizing up Wang Chen. Their faces filled with curiosity, their hearts full of envy. Lei and Tang Tang are so lucky. Damn, you're hiding your talents well. Why do all the good things go to you? Wang Xizong said with a laugh. Wang Chen remained indifferent, merely smiling slightly without saying anything. Continuing would be impolite. Isn't it about time? Wang Xizong slightly raised his wrist, glancing at his Patek Philippe, then looked up at Qinfen and asked, Qinfen nodded slightly, though a hint of frustration was hard to conceal in his expression as he softly replied, it should be about time. Let's go, we'll head up together. Wang Xizong turned around first, striding towards the upper deck of the yacht. Seeing this, Qinfen took a deep breath and followed closely behind. Once everyone boarded the yacht deck, the night had already descended like a massive piece of dark satin, surging from the horizon and completely enveloping the entire Miyako Strait. At this moment, this area of the sea, which should have been very quiet, was bustling with activity, resembling a city that never sleeps. On the sea, on the ocean, scattered lights twinkled and intertwined. Wang Chen looked closely and realized that those were the lights emitted by the boats anchored here. These boats varied in shape but all showcased luxury. As far as the eye could see, they were all lavish yachts. Unable to help himself, Wang Chen asked, what are these? Like us, they're all rich young masters or social elites. Wang Xizong said with a hint of inexplicable emotion in his eyes, letting out a light sigh. In all of Asia, or even the world, most of the qualified, wealthy people are here. What about the people from the Christie's auction? Wang Xizong pointed towards the depths of the Miyako Strait and said, look over there. Wang Chen followed the direction of his finger and gazed into the distance. In an instant, he couldn't help but gasp. He saw a giant luxury cruise ship, as if it had sailed out of a dream, majestically standing on the distant sea. Its massive body, against the backdrop of the night and the sea, resembled a floating city, quietly exuding a stunning aura of majesty. Like a giant koan, floating on the surface of the sea. The entire ship was surrounded by soft and bright lights, outlining every detail of its structure. The whole cruise ship shone brilliantly in the darkness, like a brilliant pearl rising from the depths of the sea. Wang Xikong leaned forward, raised his hand to point at the giant ship, and said, this is the largest and most luxurious cruise ship in the world, the Symphony of the Seas. This giant ship was crafted by the world's top shipyard, measuring a full 362 meters in length, 66 meters in width, and standing at a total height of 108 meters, with a total tonnage of 228,081 tons. It is said to accommodate 8,880 passengers, with 4,200 professional staff providing meticulous service to the guests. With such a scale, it is undoubtedly a behemoth on the sea. Wang Chen listened in shock, unable to suppress his exclamation. The facilities inside this giant ship are simply extraordinary. Wang Xikong paused, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes, and continued, this ship has a total of 18 decks, from the entertainment and leisure area on the bottom deck to the observation suites on the top deck, each level featuring a different theme. Dozens of unique and diverse restaurants, escape rooms, a royal theater, and it even boasts the highest waterslide at sea, Ultimate Abyss, and the water park Perfect Storm. 2 decks for surfing, a mini golf course, a 9-story high aerial zipline, seaside swimming, pools, and more. It has everything. Wang Chen listened, dumbfounded, his mouth slightly agape, and after a long while, he finally came to his senses and said, "It's like moving an entire city onto a ship. It's simply unbelievable. How much did it cost to build this?" Once he regained his composure, Wang Chen curiously asked. Xin had been gazing at the distant symphony of the seas, and at this moment, he spoke softly. "According to public information, the cost of the Symphony of the Seas is about $1.8 billion. $1.8 billion. Converted to Chinese currency, that's a staggering 12.2 billion. Over 100 billion Chinese yuan, just to build such a ship. That's incredibly luxurious." Wang Chen's eyes were filled with awe as he said, "It's like a palace on the sea, more extravagant than one can imagine." Wang Xikong smiled and reached out, giving Wang Chen's shoulder a hearty pat, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Of course, Christie's auction house has really pulled out all the stops for this auction, bringing out their hidden treasures. Tonight, you'll definitely witness what a true grand spectacle looks like." As the yacht slowly approached, the surroundings became increasingly lively and bustling. The Symphony of the Seas gradually lowered its boarding deck. Those who had arrived earlier and docked nearby could no longer wait to step aboard. Each one was dressed impeccably, either rich or noble. With every gesture, the glint of gold and silver jewelry sparkled, surrounded by a dazzling halo built from wealth. The yacht where Wang Chen and the others were also moved orderly towards the boarding deck. They were about to dock. Bang! Suddenly, a yacht came crashing in, rudely shoving Wang Chen's yacht aside. The yacht shook violently. Qinfen stumbled, nearly falling, his face instantly filled with anger. Wang Xizong's eyes widened, and a surge of rage shot up from his heart. "What the hell? Who is this? TMD, can't they drive a boat?" Qinfen shouted angrily. Wang Xikong also cursed, "Are they blind? Rushing around like this, trying to reincarnate? Damn, that idiot." The chubby guy rubbed his waist and cursed. Just as the words left his mouth, a person leisurely walked out from the opposite yacht. This person was short, with shifty eyes, looking around with a lewd expression. Dressed in loose, flashy casual wear, he appeared nonchalant. He even held a cigar in his hand, the swirling smoke adding to his annoying arrogance. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He shouted something in Japanese, and although the specific content was unintelligible, the tone was undeniably provocative. Wang Xikong, puzzled, asked, "What did he say?" The attendant beside him quickly stepped in and whispered a translation. He said, "They should go first, and you Chinese should wait at the back. This little Japanese brat must be deliberately looking for trouble. He doesn't come with good intentions." Wang Xizong's forehead bulged with veins, his face filled with anger. "Damn, this idiot, let's see what tricks he can pull." Wang Chen also wore a face of fury, snorting coldly as he spoke. Wang Xikong stepped forward, pointing at the little man, and shouted in Chinese, "You dog of a little man, what nonsense are you talking? This sea isn't your playground yet. Hurry up and apologize and get out of my way." His face was full of rage, as if he were about to charge at the other party. The Japanese man, however, seemed unfazed, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he took another puff of his cigar and blew out a smoke ring. Then, leisurely, he retorted in broken Chinese, "Baka, what can you do? This is the sea of our great Japanese empire. You outsiders better behave if you want to benefit." Wang Chen laughed in anger, a chilling glare in his eyes as he said loudly, "You must still be dreaming. When did the Miyako Strait become yours? Open your dog eyes and take a look, idiot." Wang Chen felt his blood boiling, his hands itching, wanting nothing more than to rip the little man's head off and kick it like a ball. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense, thick with hostility over the sea. The bodyguards on the deck stood on high alert, watching the Japanese man warily. The two sides faced off, and even the sea breeze seemed to sense the tension, howling more fiercely. The Miyako Strait, also known as the Miyako Waterway, is located between Miyako Island and Kyum Island in the Ryukyu Islands, between Okinawa Island, and is an international waterway where ships and aircraft have the freedom to navigate and fly over. It is an important passage for vessels and aircraft from various countries and an ideal international waterway for Huagua's training in and out of the Western Pacific. "Captain, ram it up, I'll take all the losses." Wang Chen frowned, feeling a surge of extreme anger rising in his heart. The captain hesitated, turning to look at Wang Xikong. Wang Xikong directly cursed, "Can't you hear? Damn it, give it full power and ram it. Those little Japanese brats are bullying me. Sank that yacht over there, and I'll reward you 10 million when we get back." "Alright, young Master Wang, I've been wanting to do this for a long time, let's go." The captain immediately stopped hesitating, revving up the engine, preparing to ram the yacht ahead. At that moment, ding, ding beep beep, a series of urgent alarms sounded from the ocean symphony. A group of white men in navy uniforms quickly walked onto the boarding deck, armed and pointing their weapons at everyone. The leader, with a stern face and sharp eyes like an eagle, shouted loudly, "Everyone, stop. This area is under the protection of the Royal Navy. It's not a place for you to cause trouble. I warn you not to make a scene." This sudden reprimand left both sides momentarily stunned, gradually calming down. Although Wang Xikong and the others were filled with rage, they understood that it was not the time to act impulsively and held back for the moment. After all, principle was in someone else's hands. It was not the time to act rashly. The short Japanese man flashed a look of unwillingness, but he also seemed to have some reservations. He glared fiercely at Wang Chen and the others, then snorted coldly, muttering a few words in Japanese to his companion. The attendant immediately smiled obsequiously, stepping forward and loudly declaring, "Our young master has said that he is Shota Koizumi, the heir of the renowned Koizumi family from the great Yamato nation. Today, he does not wish to argue with you Chinese people and will let you off the hook for now." After saying this, he deliberately puffed out his chest as if the name he mentioned held immense power. Shota Koizumi tilted his head back, striding arrogantly towards the boarding deck of the Ocean Symphony. "That bastard, just wait until I catch him. I'll deal with him sooner or later." Wang Xikong gritted his teeth and muttered angrily. Wang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze fixed tightly on Shota Koizumi's back. With Shota Koizumi being so arrogant, there was bound to be more trouble on this ship today. Don't let him catch an opportunity. What's going on with the Royal Navy? Xinfen frowned and began to explain. "You may not know, but this Christie's auction house is no simple matter. I've heard that it has the backing of the French royal family, and the Ocean Symphony is said to belong to a certain prince. Since the guests attending the auction are either rich or noble, to ensure safety, the Navy maintains order on the Ocean Symphony, and there's also a fleet of the French Royal Navy stationed in the adjacent international waters." Wang Xikong pointed to the surrounding sea and continued, "The geopolitical situation in the Miyako Strait is quite sensitive. It has always been a focal area of concern for all parties. Our Huagua has also dispatched a fleet to patrol the surrounding waters to maintain safety. Yamato and the Kinchi nation also have their own little schemes. However, because of this, the Christie's auction is still able to ensure a certain level of security. After all, there are so many eyes watching. I just didn't expect to run into such a person right upon arrival. It's really bad luck." After listening to Qin Fun and Wang Xizong's explanations, Wang Chen gained a deeper understanding of the complex situation. He nodded slightly and said, "We need to be more vigilant today and find an opportunity to take him down a peg." "Exactly, we can't let him bully us," Wang Xikong said with a face full of indignation. "We need to keep a close eye on him. On the ship, if he dares to pull any tricks again, we'll make sure he regrets it." As they spoke, the group continued to walk towards the boarding deck of the Ocean Symphony amidst the crowd. The bodyguards and female companions were left on the yacht. The Ocean Symphony was not a place they could enter. Wang Xikong and the others had a more cautious look in their eyes, alert to the various situations that might arise next. After all, there was a troublemaker like Shota Koizumi on board. In such a complex and sensitive environment, no one knew what else they might encounter. After undergoing strict checks, they boarded the Ocean Symphony one after another. As soon as they stepped inside, it felt as if they had entered a luxurious palace on the sea. Beneath their feet was a gleaming Italian-imported marble floor. Above their heads, a Swarovski crystal chandelier cascaded down like falling stars, illuminating the entire entrance hall as bright as day, dazzling enough to make one squint. Not far away, a reception desk carved from a single block of jade emitted a warm glow. Fresh flowers, air lifted in, were arranged on the desk, blooming vibrantly. Elegant classical music softly echoed in their ears, with violins and pianos intertwining to create a captivating melody. Waiters in tuxedos stood tall, holding champagne and exquisite snacks, smiling as they weaved through the crowd. Navy patrols were visible everywhere, vigilantly watching the scene. Wealthy individuals from across Asia gathered in small groups, savoring fine wine. Some people were discussing the latest business investments, drawing gasps of admiration from those nearby. Others were talking about the latest international situations, speaking confidently. The ladies were dressed in glamorous evening gowns, their jewelry sparkling under the lights. They laughed and chatted, exuding elegance in every gesture. In fact, most people came here to make friends and connect with the powerful. It was rare for someone like Wang Chen and his companions to simply attend an auction. "Looks like there are quite a few people from other countries," Wang Chen remarked, listening to the various languages around him. Wang Xizong and the others were gazing around the luxurious Ocean Symphony, their eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. Suddenly, Xin Fen's eyes lit up and he raised his hand excitedly, shouting, "Hey, Xiang Zhao, over here, what a coincidence." The crowd turned to look. A tall, muscular young man strode over confidently. However, his outfit was somewhat exaggerated. He wore a flashy sequin suit on top, paired with ripped jeans, and sported a pair of shiny sneakers. His overall style was unique and eye-catching. His hair was deliberately tousled as if he had just been blown by a typhoon, and he wore his signature smile. He grinned and replied, "Wow, isn't this old Xin and old Wang? Long time no see. I didn't expect to run into you guys." Wang Song, beaming with joy, quickly walked over to give Xiang Zhao a bear hug, patting his back vigorously. The sound was like beating a drum. He then turned to Wang Chen and the others, introducing, "Come, let me introduce you all. This is Xiang Zhao, a well-known figure in Hong Kong Island. He's thriving in the film industry and stirring up the business world, and the key is, he's quite funny." Wang Song then looked at Xiang Zhao and said, "This is Wang Chen, my brother, who is as solid as they come. The Pioneer Heavy Industry Group in Rong Province is his family's." Upon hearing this, Xiang Zhao's eyes widened in shock, his mouth slightly agape. His face was filled with astonishment. Countless pieces of information about the Pioneer Heavy Industry Group flashed through his mind. It was an enormous entity. That was the Pioneer Heavy Industry Group. It was something that even the most glorious days of the Xiang family couldn't compare to. "I've heard so much about you, your name is indeed well known. Meeting you today is truly special." Wang Chen quickly stepped forward, extending his hand with a beaming smile. Xiang Zhao had skyrocketed to fame in 2024 thanks to his absurd comedic talent, gaining the affection of many on Douyin. However, he hadn't expected that in 2018, Xiang Zhao already had this look. To be honest, one wouldn't think that this outfit could be pulled off by just anyone. "Hello, I'm Xiang Zhao." Xiang Zhao snapped back to reality, enthusiastically extending both hands. He grasped Wang Chen's hand tightly and deliberately shook it vigorously. "Whether my name is big or not, it's all thanks to my friend's kindness, just messing around." He smirked, a hint of rebelliousness in his tone. "Don't bother with all that formal stuff, since we've run into each other, we're friends, so let's just have fun." "Did you just arrive?" Wang Song pouted, looking annoyed as he said, "You wouldn't believe it, we just got here and ran into a short, squat Japanese guy named Koizumi Shota. That guy was incredibly arrogant, coming up to pick a fight. If the Royal Navy hadn't arrived promptly, he would have ended up as a corpse in international waters today." "Koizumi Shota?" Xiang Zhao frowned, angrily saying, "That name sounds like a pile of crap. He's probably just flaunting his family's money here." "Exactly, isn't he just a big pile of dung?" Wang Chen stifled a laugh, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, and chimed in, "By the way, Xiangzhua, did you come here for the auction?" "Of course. I heard that this auction has quite a few national treasures from our Huadhua that have been lost abroad." Xiangzhua nodded his head vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice, and said earnestly, "I'm hoping to see if I can bid on a few. At least it counts as doing my part for the country." Upon hearing this, Wang Sitsong's brows instantly furrowed. The anger on his face faded, and he sighed heavily, saying, "Sigh, just mentioning this makes me feel so blocked up inside. Back in the day, our country suffered a century of humiliation, with foreign powers invading, burning, killing, and plundering. How many precious cultural relics were just taken away like that? Although our motherland is growing stronger now, these treasures that have drifted abroad have been unable to return home. Just thinking about it makes me furious." Wang Chen also sighed, his eyes filled with melancholy. He spoke with a hint of indignation. "Yes, every time I see those Huadhua cultural relics displayed in foreign museums, it's just unbearable. These are treasures left by our ancestors, and they are just displayed in foreign lands for people to gawk at, and some are even bought and sold casually. It's truly a great humiliation." Xiang Zhua clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, his teeth grinding together. He gritted his teeth and said, "Our ancestors shed blood and sacrificed their lives to achieve the prosperous era we have today. I absolutely cannot just stand by and watch these national treasures continue to drift abroad. Although I may not be able to change this situation by myself, saving even one piece is better than nothing. I came this time to do my part, and if I can successfully bid on a few, it will be worth it." Wang Chen also raised his head, his eyes shining with determination as he said, "Count me in. No matter whether we succeed in bidding or not, at least we tried. How could I be left out of something like this? If we work together, who knows, we might really be able to bring these national treasures back home." Wang Song patted Xiang Zhuo on the shoulder and said, "With our family background, it shouldn't be a problem to win the bids." Qin Fen also chimed in. Wang Chen secretly vowed to do something for these national treasures that have drifted abroad. With the system in hand, his wealth would only grow. He wanted to bid on all the national treasures possible, bringing these treasures that have wandered for hundreds of years back into the embrace of their homeland. For a moment, the atmosphere became a bit quiet. Xiang Zhuo reached for a glass of champagne on the table, tilted his neck back and drank it all in one go, then casually wiped his mouth. His face returned to that playful demeanor, and he grinned, saying, "All right, let's not think about these worries for now. Since we're here, let's just enjoy it and see how the auction goes." At this point, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes as he said fiercely, "But if that little Quan Xiangta comes to cause trouble again, I'll make sure he goes back lying down. I've trained for this, and I won't hold back. Ada." After saying this, Xiang Zhuo playfully waved his fists a few times. "Ha ha ha." Wang Song and Wang Chen exchanged glances, both amused by Xiang Zhuo's antics. In an instant, the earlier tense atmosphere was dispelled. In the evening, after Wang Chen and the others had Dinner in the restaurant, Xiang Zhua, Wang Chen, and Wang Sikong, led by the attendants, stepped into the auction venue. As soon as they entered the venue, everyone was struck by its grandeur and luxury. The hall, which could accommodate 1,800 people, was filled to capacity, with multiple tiers of seating. The lights were dazzling, and the huge crystal chandeliers cast brilliant light, illuminating rows of neatly arranged seats. And in front was a magnificent stage specifically designed for displaying the auction items. Thousands of people gathered here, most of whom were top tycoons from Asia. Dressed in luxurious attire and adorned with various precious jewelry, every gesture exuded an air of wealth. Among them were a few white tycoons and Middle Eastern magnates wearing headscarves. If terrorists were to attack here, it could set the global economy back decades, plunging it into a recession even worse than that of 2008. Xiang Zhua and a few others, guided by attendants, took their seats in the front row. Wang Chen inadvertently looked up and spotted the distant figure of Koizumi Shota. He saw Koizumi Shota making various provocative gestures towards them with an arrogant expression. Although the distance made it impossible to hear what he was saying, his ugly face and haughty movements suggested it was nothing good. This little squirt dares to provoke us, he really doesn't know when he's in over his head. Xiang Zhua frowned, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes as he muttered. Don't be fooled by Xiang Zhua's usual nonchalance. The Xiang family is not to be trifled with. They were once involved in both the underworld and legitimate business when they first made their fortune. His grandfather established the Yayan Industrial and Commercial Association before the founding of the nation to protect Chinese laborers, with membership peaking at nearly 100,000. Later, they were even honored as the Emperor of Kowloon on Hong Kong Island. In recent years, under Xiang Zhua's father's leadership, the Xiang family has gradually moved towards a more formalized operation. Xiang Zhua himself is particularly passionate about filmmaking and charitable activities. However, that does not mean just anyone has the right to provoke the Xiang family. In certain specific fields and among the older generation, the Xiang family's past influence still lingers. This guy, I wanted to beat him up just now, and now he's coming to provoke us again. Does he really think we're easy to bully? Wang Sikong said, his face filled with anger. Wang Chen coldly stared at Koizumi Shota and said in a deep voice, "Ignore him, we're here for the auction, don't let him ruin our mood." However, Koizumi Shota, seeing that they did not respond, became even more brazen. He swaggered over to them, followed by a few lackeys, looking arrogant. "Baka, aren't those the Chinese guys from earlier? Why don't they come over to greet me?" Koizumi Shota said in a mocking tone, his face full of smugness. Xiang Zhua instantly felt a surge of rage, standing up abruptly and glaring at Koizumi Shota, saying, "You little brat who doesn't know your place, I have no time for you, and you still want to provoke me. If you have the guts, hit me." Koizumi Shota, unafraid, burst into laughter. "What's wrong? Not convinced? Back in the day, our great Yamato Empire beat you to a pulp, and now you can only pretend to be tough here. You." Xiang Zhua trembled with anger. His tightly clenched fists crackled, wishing he could rush over and teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Chen Su directly cursed, "Fuck you, whose dog is barking nonsense here, you idiot." The commotion drew the attention of many, who cast curious glances their way. The Navy personnel maintaining order also noticed the chaos and looked over. Wang Sikong held Xiang Zhua's hand down, pointing at Koizumi Shota and cursing, "You MOB, you dare to provoke us again, do you really think we won't hit you?" Wang Chen also slowly stood up, a hint of coldness in his gaze as he said coldly, "Koizumi Shota, is all you can do is spew nonsense? How about this, let's make a bet," Koizumi Shota said curiously. "What bet? Let's hear it. I bet you won't win a single auction item tonight." Wang Chen extended a finger, provocatively saying, "Nanny." Upon hearing this, Koizumi Shota's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a fierce expression. "Baka, do you know what the Koizumi family does?" The Koizumi family, have been in the arms business for over 100 years. The wealth we've accumulated is beyond your imagination. Just wait for today's auction. All those treasures from Huagua will ultimately fall into my hands. None of you can snatch them away. You're dreaming. Xiang Zhao roared, "Those national treasures belong to our Huagua, and we will never let you succeed." Wang Chen merely replied calmly, "Then let's wait and see." At that moment, a squad of naval guards armed with firearms approached. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Koizumi Shota snorted coldly and returned to his position with his followers. Don't be angry, it's not worth it to get upset over such people." Wang Chen patted Xiang Zha's shoulder, comforting him. Xiang Zha took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, and said, "I'm fine, I just can't help but want to hit him when I hear him say those things. That's right, it's really hard to swallow. But let's hold back for now. When the auction starts, we'll have a good contest with him." Wang Sitsong nodded in agreement. The group sat back down, their eyes revealing a determined look. Wang Sitsong, Jinfun, and Xiang Zha took out their phones, starting to raise funds in preparation for the upcoming auction. This was no longer just a matter of rivalry among a few people. It had escalated into a contest over the ownership of national treasures, a struggle for national and ethnic dignity. If they lost, they would truly never be able to hold their heads high again. They would have no face to show to their fellow villagers. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the Christie's auction commenced on time. The entire venue was solemn and dignified. Under the massive dome, thousands of crystal chandeliers emitted a soft yet bright light, illuminating the venue as if it were daytime. However, the dark-colored decorations around created a mysterious and slightly oppressive black atmosphere. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the stage. A middle-aged auctioneer in a sharp suit walked steadily onto the stage, his hair meticulously combed and his shoes polished to a shine, exuding professionalism in every gesture. He first bowed slightly, paying respect to the guests below. Then, clearing his throat, he spoke. In a steady and powerful voice, "Dear guests, welcome to this extraordinary auction. I am Lin Cheng, a senior auctioneer at Christie's, and it is a great honor to host this auction for you. Today, we gather here to witness a grand competition of rare treasures. Each of these auction items carries a rich history, transcending time and space to meet you here. Before we begin the auction, I would like to briefly introduce the rules of this auction. We will use huaxia coins as the currency for tonight, with a minimum increment of 1 million for each bid. When I ask 3 times and no one raises the bid, the item will be sold to the highest bidder, and all transactions will be settled after the auction ends. At the same time, I hope all bidders can adhere to the order of the auction, bid rationally, and respect every bid. This auction is guaranteed by Christie's and the Royal French, ensuring authenticity and security, so you can bid with confidence. Above the stage, there was a panoramic display screen providing instant translation in different languages. At this moment, a squad of Royal Naval Guards, standing tall, emerged from behind the stage. They held firearms, their expressions stern, closely surrounding the stage to ensure the auction proceeded without a hitch. Without further ado, let's bring out the first auction item. As the auctioneer's voice fell, several young women dressed in elegant kipeos gracefully stepped forward, each carrying a tray that steadily held the first auction item, slowly walking onto the stage. The auction item was carefully covered with red silk, further piquing everyone's curiosity. Xiang Zhuo, Wang Chen, and Wang Xizong sat in the front row, their eyes fixed intently on the first auction item on stage. They were both nervous and expectant. Xiang Zhuo clenched his fist slightly, his knuckles turning white, while Wang Xizong continuously scrolled through his phone screen, making the most of the last moments to gather funds. Wang Chen, on the other hand, lay lazily on the sofa, quietly surveying his surroundings. For him, this auction was a sure thing. Compared to cash, he felt no pressure from anyone present. He intended to make Shota Koizumi leave empty-handed tonight. Not far away, Shota Koizumi was huddled with several men dressed in traditional Japanese attire, whispering to each other, occasionally bursting into loud, boisterous laughter. His gaze frequently darted towards Wang Chen and the others, filled with disdain. At that moment, on stage, the auctioneer gently unveiled the red silk cloth. An item appeared before everyone's eyes, a beautifully crafted ancient jade sculpture. The warm jade quality and the exquisitely detailed craftsmanship sparkled under the lights, instantly drawing gasps of admiration from the audience. This jade sculpture, originating from ancient Huagua, boasts unparalleled craftsmanship, with a history tracing back to the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty. This piece has traveled through time to be presented before you today, which is truly remarkable. Without further ado, the starting bid is 5 million, the auctioneer announced passionately. As soon as the words left his mouth, a flurry of bidding paddles shot up from the audience. 6 million. Xiang Zhuo raised his paddle without hesitation, shouting loudly. He fixed his gaze on the jade sculpture, exuding a determination to win it at all costs. Seeing this, Shota Koizumi smirked slightly, a cold smile creeping onto his face, and raised his paddle, calling out, 7 million. Wang Chen snorted coldly and immediately raised the bid, 10 million. 12 million. As the price soared, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and heated, as if invisible gunpowder filled the air. Each paddle raised felt like a silent declaration of war, tightening everyone's hearts. The auctioneer's gaze darted quickly between the bidders, his voice rising in excitement. 18 million once, 18 million twice, 20 million. At that moment, Shota Koizumi suddenly stood up, his expression brimming with arrogance as he shouted loudly. He looked provocatively at Wang Chen and the others, his demeanor suggesting he was already certain that this item would belong to him. Xiang Zhuo gritted his teeth in anger, about to raise his paddle again, but Wang Chen pressed down on his hand and then raised the bid, 50 million. Wang Chen's gaze was calm as he whispered, leave it to me, the main event is still to come. Xiang Zhuo suppressed his inner fury and slowly lowered his hand. The auctioneer's gaze shifted to Wang Chen, his voice excited as he said, 50 million once, 50 million twice. Then he loudly inquired, is there a higher bid? Baka. Although Shota Koizumi was unwilling, he could only sit down in frustration. Despite the Koizumi family's substantial wealth, spending 50 million on a mediocre jade sculpture seemed like a wasteful act. Although he was the heir of the next generation of the Koizumi family, he didn't dare to spend money so recklessly. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the jade sculpture from the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty. As the auctioneer's gavel fell, the bidding for the first item came to a close. The auction continued in an orderly fashion. Shota-kun, they won't be proud for long, a young man beside Shota. Koizumi whispered. Don't worry, we'll find a chance to turn the tables later, the funds are almost ready. Another man, thin as a straw, leaned in and lowered his voice. Hey! What Kenichi-kun and Tetsuya-kun said, it was my impatience. Just then, Abe Sakurako walked over with a light and graceful step. She was dressed in a traditional Japanese outfit, the Junaitan, with large, vibrant blooms of red spider lilies sprawling across the fabric, stunningly beautiful and eye-catching. The wide belt at her waist perfectly accentuated her slender figure, adding a touch of elegance. Her chest rose high, and beneath the deep V neckline, it was half-covered, resembling a mysterious and alluring ravine that inevitably sparked countless fantasies. Her petite red lips looked as if they had just fed on fresh blood, glistening and tempting. The glimmer in her eyes seemed to possess a captivating magic, and just the charm in her gaze could easily ensnare souls, drawing people in and making it hard to escape. Abe Sakurako elegantly sat down beside the others, a hint of playful amusement at the corner of her mouth. She turned her gaze towards Wang Chen in the distance and said, Brother, the Samsung Lee family has already been contacted, so you can rest assured. Upon hearing this, Abe Tetsuya nodded slightly and said, Yoshi, with the support of the Samsung Lee family, Shota-kun can relax now, right? Hey! I was too cautious, thank you, Miss Sakurako. Koizumi Shota's eyes revealed a hint of lewdness, his greedy gaze occasionally sweeping over Abe Sakurako's high chest. Abe Sakurako shot a glance at Koizumi Shota, her face filled with disgust as she disdainfully said, These few Chinese people, do they even deserve our families to join forces? What a waste! Don't underestimate those in the middle, the son of China's richest man, Wang Xikong, Wang Chen from Rong Province, and Xiang Zhuo from the Xiang family, these three are not to be trifled with. Sato Kenichi said seriously. Wang Chen? Abe Sakurako looked thoughtfully at Wang Chen, unconsciously murmuring his name. At that moment, several young women in kipayos walked out from backstage, steadily holding a tray. On the tray lay the second auction item. The auctioneer paused slightly on stage, and after the first item was properly taken away, he stepped forward to gently unveil a piece of golden brocade. On the tray, in an instant, a dazzling light flashed before the eyes of the audience, revealing a mysterious treasure from ancient Egypt, the golden scepter of the pharaoh. Ladies and gentlemen, the treasure presented before you has a significant history. It comes from the ancient and mysterious Egypt, symbolizing the power of the pharaoh. The auctioneer passionately introduced, the scepter is made entirely of pure gold, with a rare green gemstone embedded at the top. This gemstone is said to possess mysterious powers capable of protecting its holder. This golden scepter is 1.5 meters long, with a fan-shaped head, and has endured thousands of years of history, carrying the immense glory and honor of the ancient Egyptian dynasty. This treasure comes from an English nobleman, and through our professional appraisal, we confirm that this golden scepter belonged to Pharaoh Tutankhamun. We are 100% certain that this is an authentic piece. The auctioneer grew more excited as he spoke, the scepter in his hand reflecting dazzling light under the spotlight. The audience was deeply captivated, with gasps of amazement rising one after another. I believe everyone understands the value of this treasure. The starting bid is 88 million, the auctioneer shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience erupted in a commotion. Everyone rolling up their sleeves, ready to bid. The first to raise a paddle was a wealthy man of Middle Eastern appearance. Dressed in a white long robe and wearing a white, checkered headscarf, he exuded grandeur with every gesture. He shouted loudly, 100 million huaxia coins. Koizumi Shota was not willing to back down. After the previous round's defeat, he was filled with determination. At this moment, seeing someone start, he immediately raised his paddle and shouted, 120 million. He turned to provoke Wang Chen and the others, his eyes revealing a hint of ferocity, as if he was determined to win. Wang Chen looked at the golden scepter on the stage, stroked his chin, and after a moment of contemplation, his heart stirred. He wondered if the eye of truth could discern the authenticity of this golden scepter. A glimmer of gold flashed in his eyes, and he promptly activated the eye of truth to look at the stage. Item: Pharaoh's golden scepter, from Pharaoh Tutankhamun, dating back to 1331 BC. Made entirely of gold, it is inlaid with emeralds said to protect the holder. Wang Chen felt a surge of joy inside, but his face remained impassive. The eye of truth could actually reveal information about these treasures. He had previously regarded the eye of truth as merely a tool to gauge favorability, but now it seemed to be vastly underutilized. If it could see these treasures, could it also discern lottery tickets, gambling stones, even the commonplace items everywhere? Wang Chen's gaze shifted to the Vacheron Constantin watch on his wrist. Item: Vacheron Constantin Artisan Series. As a legendary model in the watchmaking industry, its design blends classic and modern styles, crafted by the world's top artisans. Wang Chen nodded to himself. It was indeed the correct way to use the eye of truth. He slightly turned to whisper a few words to Xiang Zhuo, then raised his paddle with a calm smile, saying, 150 million. Wang Song, standing nearby, was also staring at the Stage, looking tense as he fiddled with his phone. Shota Koizumi shot Wang Chen a fierce glare and raised his paddle again, shouting, 160 million. 180 million. Wang Chen replied leisurely. As the bidding continued to rise, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. A European man also joined the fray. Speaking in pure British English, 200 million. I'm going to secure this ancient Egyptian pharaoh scepter. This wealthy white man was dressed in a black tailcoat, with a finely tied bow tie, and his eyes behind gold-rimmed glasses shone with a fervent desire for this treasure. Wang Chen raised his paddle again, shouting, 250 million. Seeing this, Qinfun tugged at Wang Chen's arm and said, Wang Chen, take it easy. Although this golden scepter is precious, it's not worth more than 300 million. It's fine, Wang Chen replied lightly. This ancient Egyptian golden scepter was indeed rare, and he was quite fond of it. Moreover, he had a bet with Shota Koizumi, and he was determined to win it. 300 million. Shota Koizumi, looking tense, raised his paddle again. The auctioneer's gaze instantly shifted to Shota Koizumi, excitedly announcing 300 million once, 300 million twice. Is there a higher bid? Wang Chen raised his paddle and shouted, 350 million. You little Japanese, if you have the guts, keep up. Shota Koizumi shouted angrily, 355 million. 380 million. Wang Chen provocatively glanced at him and raised his paddle again. The auctioneer excitedly announced, 380 million. Once. 380 million once. Is there a higher bid? Bang. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the golden scepter of Pharaoh Tutankhamun. As the auctioneer's hammer fell, the golden scepter was secured by Wang Chen. Shensu and the chubby guy immediately raised their middle fingers towards Shota Koizumi. Baka. This is too much. Shota Koizumi angrily slammed his fist on the armrest. Abe Tetsuya calmly picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and said, this golden scepter is worth at most 350 million. Since he wants it, let him have it. You're right, Tetsuya-kun. I heard that the highlight of this auction is a rare treasure. From Huagua. Sato Kenichi said, let them be arrogant for a while. As more auction items appeared, the atmosphere in the room became increasingly heated, with bidding, voices rising and falling like surging waves. Wang Chen, with his substantial financial resources, successively acquired several treasures, including a bronze sword from the Warring States period, which he secured for a staggering 21 million, drawing envious glances from those around him. Xiang Zuo and Wang Sitsom also made a few purchases. However, with Koizumi Shota causing trouble nearby, they ultimately paid a hefty price for their acquisitions. At this moment, the lights on stage refocused, and several elegantly dressed attendants slowly brought out a new auction item. Ladies and gentlemen, before you is this gold and silver flat guqin, manufactured during the Tang dynasty in Huagua, later brought to Wakyuni and lost due to war. The guqin measures 114.5 centimeters in length, with its surface inlaid with gold and silver patterns. The body is made of copper and wood, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship, and despite the passage of time, it remains in perfect condition, truly a rare treasure. The auctioneer passionately introduced the item, and the panoramic display screen showed detailed information about the treasure. I believe everyone understands the value of this treasure. The starting bid is 40 million. As soon as the words left his mouth, many people in the audience stirred with excitement. Wang Chen opened his eye of truth and focused intently. Item, gold and silver flat guqin manufactured in the 23rd year of the Kaiyuan era during the Tang dynasty. The body is made of copper and wood, with a black lacquer finish, and features linyu and longwei rosewood. It has ice patterns, and the back of the guqin displays a silver pattern of twin dragons on both sides of the longqi, while the fengzhou sides feature a silver pattern of twin phoenixes, adorned with flowers and grass above and below. 50 million. Koizumi Shota was the first to make a move, raising his bidding paddle with a swift motion and shouting loudly. After all, this was a treasure from his own country, and he was unwilling to let it go easily. Seeing this, Wang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he leisurely raised his paddle and said, 60 million. Although this gold and silver flat guqin had been in Wakyuni for over 1,000 years, it was time to return home. Koizumi Shota's expression changed slightly, and he gritted his teeth. Raising his paddle again, 70 million. This is something from my Wakyuni, you can't just take it away easily. He turned to Wang Sitsong and Wang Chen, his face darkening. At this moment, Wang Sitsong also became interested, staring at the guqin on stage while fiddling with his phone. After a moment of contemplation, he joined the bidding war. He immediately raised his paddle and shouted, 80 million. Wang Chen and Wang Sitsong exchanged a glance and shared a knowing smile. At this time, an elderly man with white hair slowly raised his paddle, speaking in an ancient-sounding Japanese, 90 million. The crowd turned to look, seeing the old man dressed in traditional Wakyuni attire, elegantly made of cotton and linen, with a dark woven belt securely fastening his kimono, occasionally adorned with a small wooden or bone accessory. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense, with the frequency of bids accelerating and prices skyrocketing like a rocket. Sweat began to bead on Koizumi Shota's forehead, and with a determined heart, he shouted, 100 million. Wang Chen raised his paddle again, 130 million. Whoever buys this Guqin is fine. But it cannot be Koizumi Shota. Otherwise, where would he put his face? Koizumi Shota's face turned ashen as he raised his paddle and shouted, 200 million. Wang Chen raised his paddle once more, 250 million. 300 million. 350 million. Baka, how much money does this kid have? Koizumi Shota clenched his fists tightly, helplessly retreating. The auctioneer's voice grew increasingly high-pitched as he scanned the crowd, calling out 350 million once, 350 million twice. Congratulations to this gentleman. Bang! With the fall of the auctioneer's hammer, Wang Chen successfully acquired the item once again. Shinsu and the chubby boy were so excited that they danced with joy, and the chubby boy even shook his butt at Shota Koizumi. He looked so proud. Baka! Bang! Shota Koizumi was furious, kicking over the chair in front of him. This Chin is a treasure of my Yamato country, and now it has been taken away by them. I can't accept it. Abe Tetsuya remained calm as ever. He gently set down his teacup, stood up, patted Shota Koizumi on the shoulder, and comforted him. Shota-kun, don't be too angry. There are still more exciting performances to come. Let's see how long they can be proud. As the auction for the Jinin Ping Wenqin came to a close, the atmosphere in the room remained electric, with everyone eagerly anticipating the next heavyweight item to be unveiled. At that moment, the stage light suddenly became dazzling, with all the beams of light converging precisely in one spot. Several staff members in black uniforms entered the stage, their expressions solemn as they carefully pushed a specially made, temperature and humidity-controlled display case. The display case was crystal clear, and through it, a piece of calligraphy resembling a painting came into view for everyone. The auctioneer, dressed in a black suit, stood tall beside the display case, his face beaming with barely contained excitement. He raised his hand slightly, gently signaling for silence, and his deep, resonant voice echoed throughout the auction hall. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item to be presented is a pinnacle masterpiece of Chinese cultural heritage, an insurmountable monument in the history of calligraphy. It is the authentic work of Wang Shiji's Lantingyi Su. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire auction scene erupted like an exploding oil pan. What the hell? It's the Lantingyi Su. Wasn't it said to have been buried with Emperor Taizong of Tang? I heard it's still in Xianling. Has Christie's really got the guts to dig it out from somewhere? Gasps, discussions, and exclamations intertwined, and the scene instantly descended into chaos. On the panoramic display screen, the flowing characters of Lantingyi Su appeared one by one, each stroke seemingly infused with life, dancing gracefully on the screen, telling the world of the elegance and ease of that gathering from 1,000 years ago. Please, everyone, quiet down. I know you are all very excited. I am excited too. As a Chinese person, this is the most thrilling moment of my auctioneer career. This piece of calligraphy by Wang Shiji comes from the collection of a member of the French royal family who claims it dates back to that turbulent era of the last century. This precious item has been authenticated by our Christie's auction house and several other top auction houses, and we guarantee it is absolutely genuine. The starting price is 300 million. The auctioneer's voice pierced through the noisy scene, striking the eardrums of the crowd. In the front row, a middle-aged man from China, wearing glasses and exuding an elegant demeanor, had a fiery look in his eyes. Almost instantly, he raised his bidding paddle and shouted 400 million. Clearly, no Chinese person could resist the allure of a masterpiece like Lantingyi Su. Wang Chen sat in his seat, his gaze piercing through the crowd, fixated on Lantingyi Su in the display case, his eyes filled with obsession and shock. Item, Lantingyi Su on the third day of the third month in the 9th year of Yonghua during the Eastern Jin Dynasty, AD 353, Wang Shiji, along with Xian, Sun Chua, and others, drank wine and composed a preface which became Lantingyi Su. Next to him, Xiang Zhua shook his arm vigorously and exclaimed, Wang Chen, this is Wang Shiji's divine work. The price is likely to skyrocket. Wang Chen nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and slowly raised his paddle. 500 million. The top-tier masterpiece of running script, lost for many years, had been sought after by countless emperors throughout history. He was determined to acquire it. At this moment, Shota Koizumi could no longer contain himself. He suddenly stood up, his face flushed red, and shouted loudly, 600 million. Such an unparalleled masterpiece should also have a chance to be collected by our Yamato nation. Do you think you can lay your hands on the Lantingyi Su? I offer 700 million. Wang Xizong's expression was excited, and with a cold laugh he cursed. The bidding voices at the scene rose and fell, the prices galloping like wild horses. A petroleum tycoon from the Middle East also joined the fray, dressed in a white robe and wearing a traditional Arab headdress, raising his bidding paddle. Hi, 800 million. I am willing to use the wealth earned from this oil to protect this brilliant crystallization of human civilization. Wang Chen fixed his gaze on the Lantingyi Su and raised his paddle again. 1 billion. This piece of art carries the cultural heritage of Huaxia civilization for thousands of years. How could he bear to watch it fall into foreign hands? At this moment, the atmosphere in the auction hall had reached a peak of tension, the air seemingly solidified by the fierce bidding. The eyes of the crowd darted back and forth among the bidders, their heartbeats quickening with the rising prices. Shota Koizumi exchanged a few low whispers. With those beside him, his eyes filled with unwillingness, and he shouted hoarsely, 1,100,000,000. This is my final bottom line. Wang Chen immediately raised his paddle and said, is that not enough? 1,500,000,000. The auctioneer's voice trembled slightly with excitement as he looked around and shouted, 1,500,000,000 once, is there a higher bid? 1,500,000,000 twice. 1,500,000,000 three times. Sold. Congratulations to this gentleman. Bang! With the heavy fall of the auctioneer's gavel, the entire auction hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After a moment, many people sighed deeply, repeatedly pounding their chests, regretting that they hadn't prepared a bit more funds. This is the Lantingi Su, a treasure that countless emperors in history have sought but could not obtain. Many present would remember it even into their old age. Until the end of time, Shen Su and the chubby boy were so excited that tears filled their eyes as they rushed forward to embrace Wang Chen tightly. Wang Shiji's Lantingi Su, after 1,000 years of twists and turns, was finally acquired by Wang Chen at the astronomical price of 1,500,000,000. Back to Huaxia. Applause erupted in the hall. This precious item had almost fallen into Shota Koizumi's hands. Who knows how many years it would take to return to Huaxia again. Little Wang Xizong's expression was excited as he hugged Wang Chen and said, dude, you have to let me borrow it to show off when we get home. If my old man finds out I brought back the Lantingi Su, he'll be over the moon. Sure. Wang Chen, relieved as the auctioneer's gavel fell, said lightly. Shota Koizumi's expression was one of unwillingness. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white, his chest heaving violently. He turned to look at the few friends beside him, his eyes seemingly ready to spit fire, his voice hoarse and sharp with anger and resentment. Baka. This Lantingi Su should have been mine. It was just a little bit away. Do you know what this means? This is the pinnacle of Huaxia's cultural treasures. If we could bring it back to our Yamato nation, what an honor that would be, enough to make us proud throughout the entire Yamato Empire. Shota-kun, don't be too angry. The price has really skyrocketed, our budget isn't unlimited. Abe Tetsuya patted his shoulder and advised. There's no other auction item after this, no matter how high the Lantingi Su goes, I will exhaust my family's wealth and sell everything to get it. Shota Koizumi suddenly shook off his friend's hand, his eyes wide, as he shouted. Sato Kenichi looked troubled and muttered softly, Shota-kun, the next auction item is also very important, the task assigned to us. Humph. Kazumi Shota snorted coldly, interrupting him, and said, what do those up top understand? Can they appreciate the true value of the Lantingi Su? If we miss this opportunity, who knows when the next one will come, maybe we'll never get the chance again. After saying this, he looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh, feeling a lump stuck in his chest. At that moment, the laughter and chatter of Xiang Zhao, Wang Xikon, and others floated over from a distance. The sound was even more grating to Kazumi Shota's ears, and he gritted his teeth, squeezing out a sentence through clenched jaws. Wang Chen, I've noted this down. Don't think it's over just like that. The Lantingi Su won't escape my grasp. A surge of wicked fire burned in Kazumi Shota's chest, causing him heartache, and with all his pent-up frustration having no outlet, he could only glare. Just then, the lights on the stage began to change again. The originally bright white light slowly took on a layer of mysterious and solemn golden glow. Everyone held their breath, anticipating the final highlight auction item. Several staff members carefully brought out a temperature and humidity-controlled display case. Ladies and gentlemen, today's auction has been spectacular. But what's about to be unveiled is the final auction item, a treasure so precious it can be considered the most dazzling pearl on the crown, a monumental work in the treasure trove of human knowledge. The auctioneer solemnly concluded and stepped forward to introduce. Inside the case, resting on thick brocade, lay 68 ancient tomes. Please take a look. This is the original Yonla Dadayan, compiled with the full strength of the nation during the Yonla period of the Ming dynasty. This grand work gathers around 7,000 to 8,000 types of ancient and modern books covering various fields such as classics, history, philosophy, astronomy, geography, medicine, divination, Buddhist and Taoist scriptures, drama, crafts, and agriculture, making it a truly encyclopedic collection. Though it has endured the ravages of time, war, and fire, only 68 volumes remain in the world today, yet each page carries the infinite wisdom and effort of human civilization, a culmination of Chinese culture, and a pride of all humanity. The auctioneer's passionate introduction ignited the enthusiasm of the entire audience like a roaring fire. The stage display screen showcased high-definition images of the inner pages of the Yonla Dadayan. The tiny, neat script and exquisite illustrations made one feel as if they were traversing time, immersed in the flourishing cultural era of the great Ming dynasty. It was also accompanied by numerous beautiful illustrations and paintings. Starting bid, 880 million. In the front row, an elderly scholar with white hair but a spirited demeanor was the first to tremble as he raised his bidding paddle, his voice shaking slightly. 1 billion. I have dedicated my life to the study of ancient texts, and if I can bring back a portion of the original Yonla Dadayan to my country, it would be a small contribution to the inheritance of Chinese culture. Kazumi Shota immediately raised his paddle and said, 1.2 billion. He had waited all night and finally got to this highlight item. Yongle Dadayan, completed in the 6th year of the Yongle reign 1408 of the Ming dynasty, presided over by the Crown Prince's tutor Yao Guangxiu and Hanlin scholar Xie Jin, with over 3,000 people participating in its compilation, totaling 11,095 volumes, approximately 370 million characters, gathering nearly 8,000 types of ancient and modern books. The largest encyclopedia in the history of the world, a treasure of human civilization. Wang Chen looked gravely at the Yongle Dadayan. He wasn't particularly fond of the Yongle Dadayan, but he knew how important it was for Chinese civilization. Wang Chen sneered. I bid 1.5 billion. Our Chinese treasures are not for outsiders to covet. 1.6 billion. The Yongle Encyclopedia not only belongs to China but is also a cultural heritage of all humanity. Placed in our top museums in Europe, it can allow more people to appreciate the charm of Eastern civilization. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen turned to look. Not far away, an elderly white man in a sharp black suit spoke in fluent French. Wang Chen fixed his gaze on the Yongle Encyclopedia on the stage and raised his paddle again. 2 billion. Suddenly, a voice with a Korean accent rang out from the crowd. How can this thing be without our Republic of Korea? Everyone turned to see a young man stand up, dressed in a sharp suit, his hair slicked back in a middle part, exuding a unique confidence and arrogance. He shouted loudly, 2.1 billion, this Yongle Encyclopedia is going to my Samsung Lee family. It's someone from Samsung. This is troublesome. I wonder how high the price will go. The bidding voices in the auction hall surged like waves, one after another, rising and falling, with prices skyrocketing as if on a rocket. The atmosphere in the auction hall was so tense it felt like it could spark, making it hard to breathe. People's gazes darted like lightning between the various bidders. Heartbeats quickened with the rising prices, thumping like drums, feeling as if they would burst from their throats. Xiaoquan Xiangta and a few others beside him were like ants on a hot pan, anxiously muttering, shouting, 3 billion. Wang Chen did not hesitate and immediately raised his paddle. 3.5 billion. 3.6 billion. Li Zai-sun also refused to back down, frowning and gritting his teeth, shouting loudly in Korean. The auctioneer's voice trembled with excitement, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His gaze swept back and forth between Wang Chen and the other bidders, shouting hoarsely, 3.6 billion once, 3.6 billion twice. Is there a higher price? Wang Chen raised his paddle again. 3.8 billion. A direct increase of 2 billion. This treasure, 3.8 billion, was definitely not its true value. 4 billion, 4.2 billion, 4.3 billion. Wang Chen, helpless, not caring whether the money in his bank card was enough, could only raise his paddle again. I bid 6 billion. After saying this, he looked at Xiaoquan Xiangta and said, if you have the guts, keep going. Xiaoquan Xiangta's face turned pale, staring fiercely at Wang Chen, squeezing out a sentence through clenched teeth. Wang Chen, you have repeatedly ruined my good deeds. I will remember this. Debt, let's see how it goes. The auctioneer excitedly shouted, 6 billion once, 6 billion the second time. Is there a higher bid? 6 billion the third time. Sold. Bang. With the heavy fall of the auctioneer's hammer, the entire auction hall first fell into a deathly silence, then erupted like a boiling pot, bursting into thunderous applause. The 68 volumes of the Yongle Encyclopedia, after enduring the vicissitudes of time and drifting in a foreign land, reappeared in the world. History will remember this day. Li Zai-sun also looked frustrated, glaring at Wang Chen, cursing a few words in Korean, then waved his hand and turned to leave the venue. After the auction ended, the crowd gradually dispersed. At this moment, the elderly scholar slowly walked towards him. Young people are formidable. His voice was filled with excitement, his eyes full of emotion and appreciation, extending his hand to Wang Chen and saying, I am Professor Wei Qiming from Huqing University. Thank you for your contribution to the country. This is truly a great achievement. Professor Wei, you flatter me. Wang Chen quickly stood up, extended his hand, and respectfully said, my name is Wang Chen, you can just call me Xiao Wang. I only did what I thought was right. This Yongle Dadayan originally belongs to Huaxia and I absolutely cannot let it fall into foreign hands. Professor Wei nodded slightly and said, do you know the significance of this Yongle Dadayan for our country and for Huaxia culture? Wang Chen scratched his head and awkwardly replied, not really. The Yongle Dadayan was created during the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty when the court gathered countless scholars and skilled craftsmen who poured their heart and soul into it. At the time of its compilation, it brought together 7,000 to 8,000 types of ancient and modern books, covering astronomy, geography, classics, history, medicine, and crafts, making it a monumental work of Huaxia culture. Professor Wei paused, a hint of melancholy flashing in his eyes. Unfortunately, after enduring the trials of time, wars, fires, and plundering, it has vanished from history, and now only these 68 volumes remain. But even so, every page, every line, every word is a key to understanding ancient Huaxia culture. Professor Wei turned to Wang Chen, looking at him with great Anticipation. I have spent my life studying ancient texts, and if they could enter a professional academic institution, the value they could provide would be immeasurable. I implore you, could you consider lending this young Ladadayan to the relevant national departments for research for a while, so that more scholars and experts can have the opportunity to touch history and uncover the hidden culture within? Listening to the scholar's heartfelt words, a surge of warmth rose in Wang Chen's heart. After pondering for a moment, he replied solemnly, Professor Wei, rest assured, I didn't take it for personal collection. Since you have spoken, I will definitely cooperate fully. Tears shimmered in Professor Wei's eyes as he tightly grasped Wang Chen's hand. Good. With your word, I can rest easy. Once his emotions calmed down a bit, Professor Wei finally took a closer look at the young man before him. So young, yet so extraordinary in action. Which family's young master could this be? Unable to contain his curiosity, Professor Wei gently asked, Young Wang, may I ask, judging by your demeanor, you are certainly not an ordinary person, you must have an extraordinary family background, right? Wang Chen wore his usual gentle and humble smile, speaking without any airs. Professor Wei, my family just runs a small business, nothing worth mentioning. Professor Wei raised an eyebrow slightly, a knowing smile on his face. Your small business is anything but simple. Being able to decisively win the auction for the young Ladadayan is not something an ordinary family can achieve. Just luck. Ah, little sly one. Afterward, Wang Chen and a few others went to the backstage of the auction to handle the relevant procedures. The staff wore professional smiles and politely said to Wang Chen, Mr. Wang, congratulations on winning these rare treasures. You need to pay 8.4 billion huaxia coins. According to the process, we now need to complete the payment settlement, so please provide your payment method. Credit card. Wang Chen nodded slightly, took out his bank card, and first paid 6 billion for the young Ladadayan. He then paid the remaining 2.4 billion. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 8.4 billion and a double cashback of 16.8 billion was issued. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 840,000 system points. Wang Chen's expression was excited. 840,000 points was unprecedented. He had never been this wealthy since his rebirth. System, open the personal panel. Age, 20 years. Height, 188 cm. Charm, 92 physique, 120. The normal limit for humans is 100. Stamina, 120. The normal limit for humans is 100. Attributes, double. Cashback, attribute effect, all reasonable expenditures will be refunded double. Limitless physique, attribute effect. From this moment on, you are the pinnacle of human physique. Solidification, entry effect. Points, 887,387 points. Huaxia coins, 15, 960, 807, 894. Yes. Wang Chen fiercely waved his fist, the joy in his heart nearly overflowing. 1,590,000,000 huaxia coins, 888,000 system points. He had never fought such a wealthy battle. After the payment process was smoothly completed, Christie's auction house displayed a high level of professionalism and efficiency. They quickly arranged for a naval escort to carefully transport the many treasures Wang Chen had bid onto their yacht docked nearby. These treasures were properly secured by bodyguards, layered with protection to ensure absolute safety. Once everything was handed over, Wang Chen, along with Wang Xikong and Xiang Zhua, stood on the deck of the ship, the sea breeze gently brushing past, carrying a hint of saltiness that stirred their hair. Xiang Zhua stepped forward, patted Wang Chen's shoulder firmly, and laughed heartily. Wang Chen, this time it's a complete victory. But you all need to hurry back and properly settle these things to avoid any long nights filled with dreams. We'll meet again. Wang Chen nodded heavily, grasping Xiang Zhua's hand as he said, Definitely, once we return to Magic City, we should gather properly. What a pity, there are so many fun things on the Ocean Symphony, but we can only give them up. Chen Su chimed in from the side. Afterwards, to prevent any accidents, Wang Chen and the others had to part ways with Xiang Zhua and board their own yacht first. The yacht slowly started, cutting through the calm sea, racing towards the direction of Magic City. Wang Chen stood on the deck of the yacht, looking back at the gradually receding Ocean Symphony, feeling a surge of emotions. The scene of this night was truly spectacular. The scenes from the novel in his past life were happening in reality, especially meeting Xiang Zhua, which brought Wang Chen a wave of joy. More friends mean more paths, and the Xiang family has many connections. Under the nightfall, the Miyako Strait, the dark blue sea gently rippled, sparkling with fragmented silver waves. The early morning sea breeze carried a hint of chill, mingling with the sea's unique salty scent, freely weaving between the yachts, stirring people's hair. The yacht beneath them was cutting through the waves in this sea area, and the deck was already a scene of lively celebration. A group of youthful and beautiful girls laughed and chatted, gracefully weaving through the crowd. In the center of the deck, a girl with long hair down to her waist and a beautiful face, wearing a pink bikini, swayed her slender body to the rhythm of the dynamic music. She wasn't throwing flirtatious glances at anyone. Chen Su held a glass of champagne, spraying it carelessly. He turned his head, eyes wide, and shouted at Wang Xikong, who was leisurely smoking beside him, Look at today's scene, this setup My goodness, it's even more exciting than a movie. This time we went out. It felt like we were on a cheat mode. All those extraordinary treasures were taken by us. Once we return to Magic City, I have to show off properly. Wang Sitsong's lips curled slightly, wisps of blue smoke rising leisurely. He took a slow deep breath, looking at Chen Su with a hint of teasing in his response. Look at you, this little setup. Has you all shaken up? If you ask me, it's all thanks to Wang Chen. That courage, that vision, simply amazing. All those treasures, not a single one was missed. This kind of operation, ordinary people can't pull off. Xin Fen sighed. After spending this night together, especially after the auction, Wang Chen had already gained their recognition. Even though they knew about Wang Chen's family background, the financial power he displayed was still shocking. Xin Fen and Wang Sikong were fine, but Chen Su and the others had already shown a hint of respect towards Wang Chen. The other girls on the deck didn't think too much about it. They only knew that Wang Chen had always been at the center of this group of rich second-generation heirs. He held a high status, was handsome, and wealthy. Tonight he had even splurged, buying quite a few treasures. Their eyes were all fixed on Wang Chen, like hungry wolves, wishing they could swallow him whole. They were especially envious of Lei and Tang Tang. Boss, we have a situation. At that moment, the captain suddenly shouted at Wang Sikong. Hearing this, Wang Sikong turned to look at the sea. In the distance, 3 yachts raced towards them like black phantoms cutting through the waves. Leading the pack on the deck were Koizumi Shota, Abe Tetsuya, and Sato Kenichi. Koizumi Shota was dressed in a black trench coat. The corners of his coat danced wildly in the wind, and combined with his short stature, it looked quite out of place. Koizumi Shota's face was terrifyingly dark, with a twisted sneer on his features, glaring fiercely at Wang Chen and the other's yacht. Behind him, over 100 subordinates dressed in identical black combat uniforms, armed with rifles, exuded an intimidating aura. The 3 yachts suddenly stopped, blocking Wang Chen and the others' path, splashing water everywhere. Yo, Wang Chen, you don't take the road to heaven, yet you crash into hell. Didn't expect to see you again out here on the high seas, did you? Jia, Koizumi Shota strode to the bow, looking down at Wang Chen and the others from a height, letting out a chilling laugh. What do we do now? They have guns. A girl exclaimed, her face pale with fear, her voice trembling. Wang Chen's eyes narrowed, and he coldly said, Koizumi Shota, what do you want? Aren't you afraid of international opinion for openly using force on the high seas? Koizumi Shota scoffed, his smugness growing stronger. Opinion? This is international waters. Who would know what happens here? My Koizumi family is a family of arms dealers. We have plenty of ways to make everything go unnoticed. You've repeatedly thwarted my plans. Do you really think you can escape unscathed and return to Huagua? At this moment, Chinsu also stepped forward, glaring angrily, pointing at Koizumi Shota and cursing, you little Japanese brat. Don't be so arrogant. Competing fairly at the auction, and when you can't match up, you want to resort to underhanded tactics. Do you still have any shame? Abe Tetsuya shook his head and said, that's not right. It's just a matter of who has the better means. Sato Kenichi shrugged and said, you're at death's door and still so stubborn. I'll give you one more chance. If you're smart, hand over everything quickly and I might spare your lives. Otherwise, next year on this day will be your death anniversary. Try moving against us. Warships from various countries are patrolling nearby. As soon as you fire a shot, within minutes, the warships from Huagua will arrive. By then, it will be too late for you to leave. Wang Sikong glared back defiantly. He gestured to the captain with his hands behind his back. The captain understood, nodded slightly, and quietly pressed a button. You and your GB, little Japanese brat. You dare to openly rob our Huagua's things. Do you think we're pushovers? The chubby boy also suppressed his fear and shouted angrily. Baka, still so stubborn at death's door. Koizumi Shota was enraged by this, his face turning red, veins bulging on his forehead, and he roared, shoot. I want to see how tough your bones are. I want you to kneel and bow to me. In an instant, on the ship, over 100 subordinates in combat uniforms raised their rifles, spreading out to shoot at them from various angles. Then, a series of deafening gunshots rang out, bullets whistling like raindrops, shattering tables, chairs, and railings on the deck. The girls were so scared that their faces turned pale, screams rising and falling like waves, huddling on the ground, trembling. Lung Feng reacted quickly, leaping to shield Wang Chen beneath him. With a resolute gaze, he vigilantly scanned the surroundings, undeterred by the bullets whistling overhead. He softly reassured Wang Chen, it's okay for now, watch out for the bullets. In an instant, gunfire erupted, smoke billowing, the calm sea turned into a tumultuous storm. Under the protection of the bodyguards, everyone bent low, using the yacht's facilities as cover. The bodyguards retaliated with compound bows and other equipment. But unfortunately, their efforts yielded little effect. Xin Fen crouched behind a stone pillar, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, anxiously shouting at Wang Sikong, Wold Wang, this won't do, we need to think of a way. Captain, hurry and accelerate in the opposite direction. Wang Sikong shouted. Got it, boss. The captain crouched low, drenched in sweat, carefully dodging the bullets fired from the opposite side, turning the boat's bow to speed away. Bang! Baka, they're trying to escape. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and chase them down. Koizumi Shota threw a big slap in the captain's face. Hi! The captain felt a stinging pain on his face, a surge of anger rising within him, but he held it back. After all, in Japan, the workplace hierarchy is very strong, and he couldn't afford to offend his superior easily. He could only vent his anger on Wang Chen and the others. He immediately pushed the yacht to its maximum speed. Seeing that they couldn't shake off the pursuers, Wang Sikong scanned the surroundings and decisively shouted, "Bodyguards, go to my room and get the weapons. They're under my bed, hurry." A few bodyguards near the stairs exchanged glances, quickly crawling on the ground, one flipping back down to the cabin under the stairs. In no time, they returned with submachine guns and other gear hanging from their waists, struggling to carry several heavy boxes. The boxes hit the ground with a dull thud. The bodyguards quickly opened the boxes, revealing the weapons inside. To everyone, handguns, rifles, submachine guns, grenades, there was even a menacing rocket launcher. Everyone stared in shock. Damn, old one, you have these treasures. Where did you get them? A rocket launcher. This isn't a joke. Qin Fen's eyes widened in excitement as he spoke. Wang Sikong scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face, explaining, "After all, we're in international waters, better safe than sorry. I thought it would be good to prepare more weapons just in case. Who would have thought we'd actually run into this kind of situation? Isn't it just perfect?" At that moment, the gunfire from the opposite side grew more intense, bullets hitting the cover and sparking everywhere. The bodyguards who had come out first quickly fired their submachine guns at the enemy. Under their cover, the bodyguards on the yacht gradually retreated, picking up weapons to fight back. Wang Sikong gritted his teeth, picked up a submachine gun, skillfully checked the magazine, pulled the bolt, and excitedly shouted, "Brothers, it's life or death, let's go all out. 1 kill breaks even, 2 kills make a profit." Wang Chen also stood up, took a rifle, squinted his eyes slightly, aimed at the enemies on the opposite yacht, and calmly said, "Everyone be careful, just think of it as playing real-life CS." With that, he pulled the trigger. The bullet shot out, accurately hitting an enemy in the head, splattering blood everywhere. For the first time killing someone, Wang Chen felt surprisingly calm. There was none of the nausea or vomiting reaction often depicted in movies when a protagonist kills for the first time. He only felt a surge of adrenaline. The fierce gunfight continued, the situation growing increasingly tense. Koizumi Shota hid behind a pillar on the opposite yacht's deck, shouting arrogantly, "Wang Chen, you can't escape today. Hand over the treasures obediently, and I might leave your corpses intact." Wang Chen snorted coldly and retorted, "Koizumi Shota, you're daydreaming. If you have the ability, come at me with your real skills. Using these despicable tactics, aren't you ashamed?" Boom! At that moment, Lung Feng seized the opportunity, crouching low, and quickly hoisted the rocket launcher during a lull in the gunfire, swiftly adjusting the angle and decisively pulling the trigger. With a loud whoosh, a rocket propelled by fury and a howling sound shot out. In an instant, it exploded on the opposite deck, creating a large crater, flames shooting into the sky, smoke swirling, and debris flying everywhere. What? How do they have heavy weapons? Isn't gun ownership banned in Huadwa? A rocket launcher has come out? This is impossible. Koizumi Shota and his group were taken aback, their eyes wide with terror as he shouted. Wang Sikong, seeing this, burst into laughter. "Koizumi Shota, didn't expect this, did you? This sea area has a nice view, you'll be staying here today. Give it everything you've got. We can't let them escape." Koizumi Shota shouted in a fit of rage. Upon hearing this, his subordinates went wild, unleashing a torrent of firepower towards Wang Chen and the others. Bullets rained down like a storm. After firing a rocket, Lung Feng quickly rolled back to cover, changing the magazine while shouting, "Our firepower isn't enough, everyone be careful." The fierce battle was in full swing. Gunfire intertwined into a deadly web, bullets whizzing across the surface of the sea. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder mixed with the sea breeze, making one feel nauseous. At first, Wang Chen and his group were at a disadvantage in firepower, but with the sudden appearance of heavy weapons, they finally gained some ground. Koizumi Shota's gang, undeterred, continued their fierce assault, showing no signs of retreat. At this critical moment, ding ding ding, Wang Sitson's satellite phone in his pocket suddenly rang with an urgent tone. Seizing the moment while changing magazines, he hurriedly pulled out the phone. The signal on the other end seemed unstable, mixed with crackling noises. As soon as he answered, a commanding voice came through, saying, "Wang kid, we are rushing to your aid at full speed, expected to arrive in 3 minutes. You must hold on." Wang Sitson's eyes lit up as he responded loudly, "Great. With you here, those little devils won't escape. We can definitely hold on." At that moment, Wang Sitson's voice was filled with confidence. The tense nerves from before relaxed a bit. After hanging up, he excitedly shouted to everyone, "Brothers, our naval fleet is about to arrive. Hold on for these last 3 minutes. Koizumi Shota's time is up." Upon hearing this, everyone's morale surged, and their counterattack became even fiercer. Koizumi Shota faintly heard the alarm sound coming from afar. The sharp, urgent noise pierced the night sky, making his heart skip a beat. Koizumi Shota turned to look out. at the distant sea and then asked Abe Tetsuya beside him, "What is that sound? Could it be that the Hwagwa Navy is really coming? From the sound, it's likely true. We need to think of a way quickly," Abe Tetsuya said, panic appearing on his calm face, his complexion pale as he stammered. At that moment, the alarm grew louder and the massive form of the Hwagwa Navy fleet appeared on the horizon. 3 destroyers led the charge, cutting through the waves like sword-wielding guards, their momentum overwhelming. The lights on the ships pierced through the darkness like sharp blades. As the distance closed, the alarm sounded from the fleet, ringing painfully in their ears, as if issuing the sternest warning to Kazumi Shota and his gang. Kazumi Shota was completely thrown into a panic, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he shouted hoarsely, "Quick, stop firing! Retreat, hurry, and retreat!" Sato Kenichi still tried to act tough, saying, "Are we just going to run away like this? Our plan." Before he could finish, he was shot a fierce glare by Abe Tetsuya, who said, "What more is there to plan? If we don't run now, are we just waiting to be wrapped up by the Chinese Navy? This is international waters. Even if we die here, no one will care." Wang Shen saw that Koizumi Shota and the others were in disarray and seized the opportunity to mock. "Koizumi Shota, why aren't you so arrogant now? Weren't you going to make us kneel and beg for mercy? Are you scared now?" Koizumi Shota, furious and helpless, could only grit his teeth and reply, "Don't get cocky, we won't let this go today." The Chinese Navy fleet quickly approached, and a stern voice came from the destroyer's loudspeaker. "Unidentified vessel ahead, immediately cease all hostile actions and submit to inspection. Otherwise, we will take coercive measures." Unidentified vessel ahead, immediately cease all hostile actions and submit to inspection. Unidentified vessel ahead. The serious voice echoed across the sea, thunderous and clear. Koizumi Shota's yacht hurriedly turned its bow. His subordinates scrambled to put away their weapons, the engine roared, and the 3 yachts fled like frightened dogs. But the Chinese Navy would not let them off easily. The fleet fanned out in a wedge formation and accelerated in pursuit. In an instant, splashes erupted on the sea surface, and the warship's wake intertwined like silver ribbons. Wang Chen and the others stood on the yacht, watching Koizumi Shota and his group retreating and the rapidly approaching naval fleet, finally feeling relieved. Wang Sikon let out a long breath and said with emotion, "Thanks to our navy arriving in time. We don't have much ammunition left, otherwise, today would have been a huge mess. Yeah, this is right at our doorstep. How could we let these little devils bully us?" Qin Fen rubbed his trembling legs and said. After a while, the naval fleet dispatched a speedboat towards Wang Chen's yacht. A soldier boarded the yacht. He looked quite young, dressed in a smart military uniform, standing tall like a pine tree with shoulder epaulets gleaming in the sunlight. He saluted the group and asked with concern, "Is everyone all right?" "We received the alarm and rushed over immediately." Wang Sikong stepped forward, gratefully shaking the young soldier's hand, saying, "Thank you for coming so quickly, we're all fine, just a bit shaken." He then exchanged a glance with the bodyguard beside him. The bodyguard immediately understood, gestured, and the surrounding bodyguards quickly put away their firearms. "No one is injured, right?" The group looked at each other, checking for injuries. Wang Sikong said, "Just some minor scrapes, it's nothing." The officer nodded, his face serious, and said, "That's good to hear. This area of the sea has been unstable lately. You must pay attention to safety on your subsequent journey. If anything happens, contact us at any time." He paused and continued, "I won't care what you have on board in international waters, but if you return to Chinese waters, I hope you can handle your cargo properly, otherwise, severe punishment will follow." After giving his instructions, the officer returned to the speedboat and went back to the fleet. He then dispatched a frigate to escort Wang Chen's yacht towards the Magic City, providing them with protection. Under the escort of the naval fleet, the yacht moved steadily forward, gradually approaching Chinese waters. Wang Chen and the others sat together on the yacht, their moods gradually calming from the earlier tension and excitement. Wang Sikon looked around and quietly said to the bodyguard, "Throw the firearms into the sea. We can't bring these things back home. Don't stir up trouble." The bodyguards nodded in agreement, quickly taking action to bind the firearms and ammunition and sink them to the seabed. Everyone understood Wang Sitsun's intention upon seeing this scene. After all, the domestic control over firearms is strict. Bringing these things back would only invite unnecessary trouble. The smoke from the gunfire on the deck had not yet completely dissipated, mingling with the salty sea breeze. It lingered in the air. The girls were huddled together in a corner of the deck at this moment. They clung tightly to each other, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, as if they had not yet recovered from the intense gunfight that had just occurred. Lele had her eyes tightly shut, her long eyelashes dampened by tears, sticking together, while tears streamed down her cheeks, dripping onto her companion's shoulder and soaking a patch of clothing. Their hair was disheveled, with a few strands blown onto their faces by the sea breeze, and they had no heart to tidy up. They merely gripped their companion's arms mechanically, their nails turning white from the force. One short-haired girl was chattering her teeth, trembling as she whispered, I thought we were going to die here today." Before she could finish, her words were interrupted by a fresh wave of sobs. The long-haired girl next to her gently patted her back, trying to comfort her, but her own voice was tinged with tears. Don't be afraid, it's all over now. However, the slight tremor in her tone betrayed her inner unease. On the deck, tables and chairs had long been smashed to pieces, debris scattered everywhere. Some wooden planks were still smoking, remnants of bullets that had grazed them. The railings were twisted and deformed, revealing jagged gaps. Shell casings were strewn all over the ground. As the sea breeze blew, the smell of gunpowder, blood, and the ocean intertwined, causing a churn in the stomach. Although Wang Chen and the others were still shaken, seeing the girls in such a state prompted them to step forward and offer comfort. Don't be afraid, you're safe now, it's all okay. Wang Chen softly reassured Lele as he approached her. Whoa whoa, Lele and Tang Tang immediately collapsed into Wang Chen's arms, crying loudly. Wang Xikong, usually so nonchalant, looked at the girls with genuine concern and said, don't be afraid, we're here. Once we get back to the Magic City, everyone will get a red envelope, and then I'll have someone take you to buy the latest bags and jewelry. Pick whatever you like, just to help you feel better. As he spoke, Wang Xikong made exaggerated gestures, trying to cheer the girls up and help them escape their fear. He knew in his heart that these girls had just experienced a life and death crisis. They needed something tangible to give them a sense of security and comfort. Exactly, everyone was startled today. The principal will definitely be generous. Let's put this behind us for now and think about what big meal we want to have when we get ashore, to treat ourselves well. Xinfen chimed in from the side. Chen Su and the chubby boy nodded repeatedly, with the chubby boy pulling out a few pieces of chocolate from his pocket and offering them to the girls, saying, have some sweets first, eating chocolate will lift your spirits. This is my special stash. As the girls listened to them, their cries gradually softened. Although there were still tears in their eyes, their emotions slowly calmed down. They began to whisper to each other about the gifts they desired and the delicious food they wanted to eat. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning, the clouds at the horizon were painted in vibrant colors by the sunlight, and birds flew by, chirping melodiously. By the Bund. In the Yuyuan Bund restaurant, Wang Xikong and the others had booked the largest banquet hall here. The girls, bodyguards, and service staff from the ship casually took their seats nearby. Wang Chen and the others sat around a table. Shall we have something to calm our nerves? Qinfen asked Wang Chen. Let's do it. Wang Chen replied decisively. He was not the type to drink excessively. He would occasionally have a little when the mood struck, but he had never drunk as much as he had in the past few days. Mainly, the gunfight last night had stimulated his nerves, and he was still buzzing with excitement. It's good to have a drink to calm the mood. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, Qinfen's cheeks were flushed, and his eyes still sparkled with lingering excitement as he slapped the table and said, last night's commotion, we'll be talking about it for a lifetime. Those bullets were flying everywhere, my heart was in my throat, I thought. I was done for. This is way more exhilarating than drinking and chasing women, isn't it? The chubby Li Xiang, with a piece of beef stuffed in his mouth, mumbled. In agreement, I even saw the Grim Reaper waving at me, and then when our mom showed up, that scene was just too shocking. The battleship looked like it came straight out of a sci-fi movie. As soon as it appeared, that piece of shit was so scared it ran home crying for its mom. Ha ha ha. I can't understand why they made such a big deal over these antiques. Maybe the Japanese government wants to take this opportunity to undermine the confidence of the Chinese people. Damn, the imperialists never give up on their ambitions to destroy us, Qinfen said angrily. If it weren't for the fact that it was too close to the Japanese waters, we could have caught their ship and made them pay. What a pity. Wang Xikong swirled the wine in his glass, creating ripples, and said regretfully. Suddenly, Qinfen's eyes lit up, and he suggested, how about we go to Old One's bar tonight to celebrate everyone's safe return? What do you think? Sounds good. The chubby one was the first to respond. These past few days have been too thrilling. We need to party all night to relax. Wang Xikong put down his glass and waved his hand, saying, you guys go ahead, I won't be joining. I've had enough of the hustle these past few days. I want to rest and recharge. Old Wang, are you getting old? Why so dull? Shut up. Everyone's gaze turned to Wang Chen. What are you all looking at me for? Wang Chen nodded and smiled. Let's wait a few days. Everyone should go home and rest up before hitting the bar. That works. Qinfen didn't press the issue and smiled. Old Wang, you have to bring out your prized wine for everyone to taste then. You usually treasure it so much. You can't refuse this time, right? Wang Xikong smiled lightly. No problem. Old Wang, how's that live streaming platform of yours doing lately? Qinfen continued. It's just okay, not too hot or cold. Wang Xikong said helplessly, unfortunately, I got into the industry too late. It's already developed industry leaders, and I can only scrape by on the leftovers. Yeah, that's true. Qinfen nodded. I've invested in quite a few industries, but not many are making money. How's the market investment situation lately? Wang Chen asked casually as the two gradually shifted to discussing investments. Are you interested? Wang Xikong turned to Wang Chen, curious. Just getting a feel for it. If there's a suitable project, I'll invest. Wang Chen said directly. After last night's life and death moment, the few of them had clearly become true brothers. so there was no need to hide anything from them. Moreover, it was only a matter of time before he invested in starting a company. They were all in China, and it was impossible to keep it from them. He said it outright to avoid affecting their feelings. Besides, who knows, he might get some useful information from them. No way. Dude, Shinfen said exaggeratedly, you're only in your second year of college. Instead of enjoying these years, you're already thinking about starting a business? This was also what Chinsu, the chubby one, and the others wanted to ask. When they were in their 20s, who among them wasn't having a blast? Starting a business? Not a chance. Wouldn't it be better to be a carefree rich kid living off his family's wealth? The current investment market environment in Huawei is not something that a few rich, second-generation heirs can easily navigate. It requires real money to be thrown in. In recent years, these internet battles online have involved investments of tens of billions, yet not a single ripple can be seen. You can play anytime. I still have quite a bit of capital in hand. Keeping it in the bank is too much of a loss. Investing. It is definitely better than leaving it in a bank card. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, took a sip from his glass, and said, besides, I think this year's investment environment is pretty good. It's fine to invest a little and test the waters. Really, buddy? You still have money to invest? Didn't you just spend over 8 billion last night? At this moment, Wang Xizong couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Although Wang Chen had the backing of the Pioneer Heavy Industry Group and wouldn't lack funds, he had indeed spent 84 billion last night on a bunch of treasures, which was not the same as the false financial bubbles in the stock market. 84 billion in cash. How many people in all of Huagua could come up with that? Damn, how do you still have money? Shinfen, who had just stood up, grabbed Wang Chen by the neck and said, give us a hint, how much capital do you really have? Let go, let go. Wang Chen gasped for air as Shinfen tightened his grip. Once he released him, Wang Chen said, I never said I wouldn't tell you. Why are you so excited? Shinfen awkwardly smiled and shrank his neck. Wang Chen took a big gulp from his glass, finally feeling a bit of relief, only to see everyone at the table stretching their necks, eagerly watching him. I still have about 100 billion in my account, Wang Chen said. Helplessly. The expressions of Wang Xizong and Shinfen froze. The little fatty, who was eating lobster, unconsciously stopped. 100 billion? Is it 100 billion? Or more than 100 billion? Everyone became unsettled. Wang Xizong and Shinfen were the second richest after Wang Chen, with Wang Xizong being the son of the current richest man in Huagua. Their assets couldn't compare to Wang Chen's at all, not to mention Chen Su, the little fatty, and others. Su Yuza, Lin Hao, and Wei Jinglan, who were in foreign trade, didn't even have the qualifications to hold Wang Chen's pants. I tried to think of it as being more, but I didn't expect your capital to be even more than I imagined. Wang Xizong looked deeply at Wang Chen, his gaze somewhat complicated. He didn't doubt what Wang Chen said. The daily turnover of the Pioneer Heavy Industry Group was astronomical. Wang Chen had the capability to pull out hundreds of billions in cash. At their level, there was no need to boast about their assets to gain others' attention. What mattered more to them were the connections and resources behind it, the core elements that could bring them benefits. Over 100 billion in cash. Wang Xizong's family's company had a high market value, but he couldn't come up with over 100 billion in cash. Many assets were not liquid, and even if they could be liquidated, it would take time and significantly reduce their value. Billionaire tycoons were common in Modu, but how many in the entire Modu could actually produce 100 billion in cash? Wang Xizong didn't know, but he certainly couldn't. Wang Chen, besides the Pioneer Group and Huayao Group, are you sure you don't have any other industries? Shinfen said in shock, looking at Wang Chen. I thought Lao Wang and I were already the top second-generation heirs of the younger generation in Huagua, but I didn't expect you to be the most impressive. 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 Chen Su and the little fatty exchanged glances, clasped their hands, and said, in unison, me too. Wang Chen's words brought them immense shock. There's an old saying, golden bridges and silver roads, and considering it also involves the energy sector, such a large heavy industry enterprise is quite low-key. Otherwise, the richest man in Huagua wouldn't be my old man, Wang Xizong sighed. If you ask me, this richest man in Huagua should be Wang Chen's father. That's just terrifying. Shinfen gradually calmed down and said, it really is terrifying. How is this any different from those wealthy characters in novels, who casually have hundreds of billions? Chen Su's eyes lit up and he slapped his thigh excitedly, saying, I got it. What did you get? Wang Xizong and Shinfen turned to look curious. Chen Su, with an excited expression and sparkling eyes, looked at Wang Chen and said, I know Wang Chen's secret. Spill it. Is your family one of those hidden aristocratic families from the novels, now coming to Modu for university, just to play dumb and eat the tiger? Then, when you encounter an arrogant rich second generation who provokes you, you slap him in the face in front of the once-in-a-century campus beauty, and in the end, you win her over and swallow his family? Shinsu said, still looking at Wang Chen with a vigilant expression, and jokingly patted his chest, saying, good thing I didn't offend you. Otherwise, my family would be doomed. If it weren't for old Wang introducing you to us with my usual arrogance, wouldn't I already be kneeling and begging for mercy in front of you? Wang Chen felt a bit tense hearing Chen Su's words. Did this guy discover he had a system? But then, are you watching too many novels? Hidden aristocratic family? Do I also practice ancient martial arts? If I really did, I wouldn't have to wait for the Navy fleet to arrive. I could sink those 3 yachts myself. Wang Chen looked at Chen Su with disdain, as if he were looking at a fool, and said, "Wake up, kid, you should go to the hospital for a checkup." Damn, how did he not notice before that this guy was such a joker? His thought process is just too absurd. True. Chen Su scratched his head and chuckled. Wang Xikong, however, was deep in thought. With so much cash, if Wang Chen were to invest, the chances of success seemed quite high. After all, this was over 100 billion in funds. It wasn't a small matter. And the nature was different. Since his family was willing to give him so much money, could it be that they had some insider information? Otherwise, which family would trust a college student with so much money? As Wang Xikong thought of this, he suddenly jolted and quickly said, "Wang Chen, do you have some special connections?" What Wang Xikong didn't know was that Wang Chen indeed had information that others didn't, and it wasn't given by anyone else. It was the historical insight he retained from his past life. With an investment foresight akin to predicting the future, how could he be afraid of not making money? Wang Chen replied calmly, "There are no special connections. But our Huawei is developing so well right now, there are plenty of investment opportunities." Wow, I still don't get it. Chen Su first looked enlightened, then awkwardly said. Wang Chen glanced at him and helplessly said, "I really. Now that Huawei has fully entered the internet era, ever since 4G appeared, internet speeds have greatly improved, leading to a series of transformations. The first impact was the e-commerce sector on the physical retail industry. Look, in recent years, during Double 11 and Double 12, the annual sales have multiplied. How many industries have been reshuffled, and how many billionaires have emerged from it?" Wang Xikong nodded in understanding. He certainly understood these principles and had thought about trying to enter the market. But it was too late. The internet was no longer a blue ocean, and his strength wasn't enough to get a piece of the pie. Isn't it hard to enter the internet market? Now, the 3 major giants firmly control every aspect of the internet, and Wang Xikong pondered for a moment and said, "Over the years, I haven't seen anyone break through the checks and balances of these 3 internet companies. Those who dared to challenge their authority have all met with disastrous ends." Wang Chen smiled faintly and said, "Times are changing, nothing is set in stone. Those who cannot keep up with the pace of the times are destined to perish in the tide of the era. Moreover, with such a large population in Huagua, it is bound to have many unseen opportunities in the internet age. Since the last century, after decades of explosive technological advancement entering a new era, the development of science and technology has slowed down. Now, with the vigorous development of the internet, various emerging scientific technologies and concepts are emerging one after another. These are merely innovations and combinations of existing technologies. In this era, innovation is the most important, but mixing can also lead to success." After Wang Chen finished speaking, he smiled mysteriously. In a few years, Wang Xikong, Jinfen, and others would understand what mixing truly meant. How many companies have become the vanguards of the times by accurately grasping the pulse of the era? And how many companies have thrived through mixing? For example, companies like Moshi and Dami have successfully found their market positioning and can be considered based on the concept of mixing, especially with the sudden emergence of DY, which has devastated the entire network. DY Company is based on a combination of various types of content, filming techniques and special effects, algorithm recommendations and social interaction functions, advertising and content mixing, and other groundbreaking concepts. In just a few years, it has created a massive business empire. As for a certain company based on innovative development, let's not mention it for now. Just look at shared bicycles and shared power banks. These have stirred up a frenzy in the Huagua market. A certain group has even captured more than half of the market share in Huagua. Even the Penguin's dominant position in the gaming field has been breached by Genshin Impact. In a few years, the release of the AAA masterpiece Black Myth: Wukong will further teach the world a lesson. It will make those arrogant Westerners understand what true Eastern culture and Eastern aesthetics are. The explosive release of Neza 2 has similarly shocked the global film and television market, showcasing the unique charm and profound heritage of Eastern mythological stories. What belongs to the nation is what belongs to the world. Innovation? Mixing? Wang Xikong was confused, his face blank. He asked, "So which company are you planning to invest in? Which company can compete with these 3 giants?" There are too many excellent companies in various industries. However, like Wang Chen said, he truly couldn't think of any company that has the potential to topple the 3 giants. At first, Wang Xikong simply thought Wang Chen was young and reckless, unaware of the heights of the world. But now it seems that Wang Chen clearly has a profound understanding of the market. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such deep analysis. Isn't there a saying by an internet tycoon? As long as you stand at the wind outlet, even pigs can fly. Wang Chen raised His glass took a sip and continued, innovation and mixing are the themes of this era, the wind outlet of this era. As long as you find the right direction, even a pig can take off. Shinfun scratched his head and anxiously said, Wang Chen, stop keeping us in suspense. What do you mean? Wang Chen helplessly said, from the current market analysis, the development prospects of the film and television and live streaming, e-commerce industries are quite good and worth digging deeper. The film industry has indeed developed well in recent years. With the development of the internet age, the star effect is becoming increasingly significant, and the fan economy is becoming more and more outrageous. Wang Xikong, upon hearing this, said, those female celebrities used to beg the investors, casually sleeping with anyone for resources. Now, they hold themselves with such pretentious dignity, acting all high and mighty. It's disgusting. But, live streaming and e-commerce, I just can't understand, aren't these two industries monopolized by the big players? 2018 was the craziest year for live streaming and e-commerce. With a massive influx of capital, it led to a wild expansion of related industries. However, this was followed by chaotic management within the industry. The government promptly issued relevant laws and regulations to rectify the disorderly conduct in these sectors. This dealt a significant blow to the related industries. In this situation, some companies seized the opportunity to rise, like a spark igniting a prairie fire. Shinfun said, live streaming isn't easy now, right? Old Wang's global live streaming platform invested so much money, and now it's barely hanging on. Yeah, the shareholders only care about fighting for power and profit, completely indifferent to global live streaming survival. I've been overwhelmed lately, Wang Xikong replied helplessly. The chubby guy nodded, grinning lewdly, and said, how much value can these internet celebrities really generate? If it were me, with that much money, I'd rather find a few good-looking stars and shoot some short films, much more practical. I have quite a few friends who invested in the film and entertainment industry, and they've made a decent profit over the years. If you ask me, investing in films is the way to go, Wang Chen said with a faint smile. He didn't elaborate further. Now, in their eyes, the internet celebrities who couldn't make it to the stage had achieved such high social status after the emergence of Douyin, even making it onto CCTV. Live streaming sales had created numerous sales legends. Major institutions, backed by the big tree of Douyin, were raking in profits. Moreover, Douyin's rise overseas made Chinese culture popular both domestically and internationally, with countless companies joining in to earn a fortune in US dollars. But how many people could actually spot such opportunities? He wouldn't look down on Wang Xikong and Shinfun for their short-sightedness. In his past life, Wang Chen was even less than they were. What right did he have to mock them? Wang Xikong pondered for a moment, still unable to comprehend, and could only helplessly say, brother, when you establish your investment company, don't forget to bring your brother along. If you need anything, just let me know. In this area of Modu, I can still have a say. Sure, just that I don't have time right now, school is starting soon. Wang Chen smiled slightly and said, with school approaching, he didn't have much time to deal with setting up an investment company. Investing is a cautious matter, and one must be fully prepared before starting. As for why he agreed to let Wang Xikong and the others join, it was naturally because, in this relationship-oriented huagua, one inevitably offends certain people. Having capable partners could help avoid unnecessary troubles. Of course, he intended to firmly hold the absolute controlling stake in the company. Alright, we'll talk about this later. After you start school, we can get together, Shinfun said, looking at Wang Chen. If it's feasible, I can chip in too. The domestic situation might be lacking, but I still have some connections in Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. As long as my brother can get a taste, that's all I ask. Of course, no problem. There's no end to making money, we can all earn together. Wang Chen laughed heartily. Who knows, our startup might even break out of Asia and go global. Wang Xikong and Shinfun immediately burst into laughter. They didn't dare to think about going global. But it didn't stop them from dreaming of punching double horse and kicking Wang Jianlin. Just as this breakfast was nearing its end, more than a dozen bodyguards, dressed in black suits, tall and imposing, approached, each carrying several heavy, specially made bank bags. The bodyguards walked straight to Wang Chen and the others, respectfully placing the bags down gently, which immediately produced a dull sound. They then uniformly stepped aside, each standing tall and looking straight ahead. Wang Xizong smiled as he stood up, walked over to pat one of the bags, and said to Wang Chen, you're so generous, we can't be stingy either. With the 10 million you gave, that makes a total of 25 million here. Wang Chen waved his hand, a calm smile on his face, and said, last night, we all went through a life and death crisis, so this money is just to help everyone feel a bit more at ease. Money is something that you can't take with you when you die. What matters is that it can provide some comfort in critical times. Shaoquan Xiangtai was able to rob them last night because he bought the young La Dadayan, so it was only right for Wang Chen to take out 10 million to share with everyone. Upon hearing this, Wang Xizong said to the bodyguard beside him, take it and distribute it to everyone, 300,000 each. Yes, boss. The bodyguards picked up the bags and moved aside to start handing out the money. The others in the private room expressed their gratitude, and for a moment, the atmosphere in the banquet hall became increasingly lively. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 10 million and double cashback of 20 million is granted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 1000 system points. After the meal, a few people arrived at the parking lot. Wang Chen had already become the center of attention among them, with Wang Song and Qin Fan standing on either side. Unconsciously, Wang Chen had become the core of this small group. Wang Chen glanced at the time and said, "That's it for today, I'll head back first." Zhang Ro was still waiting for him at the hotel. As for Lei Lei and Tang Tang, it was just a night of indulgence. Zhang Ro, whom he had personally nurtured, was the one he truly knew. "All right," Wang Song said, "next time, let's gather at my bar. Everyone must have a great time." Then, Wang Chen nodded, then opened the storage compartment of the LaFerrari, took out 400,000 and placed it in Lei Lei and Tang Tang's arms, softly saying, "I won't see you off. Each of you take 200,000 and head back. Rest well." The two girls held the cash, feeling quite disappointed but could only obediently nod and say, "Okay." They had thought too much. A wealthy person like Wang Chen would never accept them, these women of the night. If they could, Lei Lei and Tang Tang would definitely want to go with Wang Chen. After all, Wang Chen was tall, handsome, skilled at gaming, and so rich, as long as they could cling to his leg, they wouldn't have to worry for the rest of their lives. The other girls present looked at the cash in their arms, feeling a mix of envy and schadenfreude. Seeing that Wang Chen let the two of them leave on their own, they all threw flirtatious glances at him, hoping he would notice them. If it weren't for the bodyguards around Wang Chen, they would have probably rushed at him by now. Wang Chen pretended not to see. He directly opened the stylish butterfly doors of the LaFerrari. Then, starting the car, he drove towards the Tianmu Palace under the reluctant gazes of many girls. The bodyguards started the car and closely followed behind. As for the treasures Wang Chen had purchased, they had already been safely delivered to the Tianmu Palace when the yacht docked. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 400,000 and double cashback of 800,000 is granted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 40 system points. Before long, Wang Chen returned to the Tianmu Palace. As soon as he set foot inside, he had the bodyguard stationed at the door notify Lung Feng to come over. Lung Feng stood tall, walked in, and with a pop stood at attention, giving a standard military salute, saying, "Boss, you called for me." Wang Chen stepped forward, his face full of sincerity as he patted Lung Feng's shoulder, sighing, "Lung Feng, we all worked hard this time, risking our lives at sea." "I remember all of this," Lung Feng replied. As he spoke, Wang Chen took out his phone and quickly operated it. Lung Feng's phone immediately rang with a notification. Wang Chen smiled and said, "I transferred 2 million to you. You should treat the brothers, you can decide how to handle it." Ding! The system detected that the host spent 2 million, doubling the cashback to 4 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 200 system points. Lung Feng's eyes reddened slightly, his voice a bit hoarse as he said, "Boss, this is too much. The brothers are just doing their duty. Besides, we already received something at the restaurant." Wang Chen waved his hand and said, "Stop the nonsense. The restaurant is the restaurant, just take it. You know I'm not short on money." He understood the concept of nurturing followers. Ancient clans would support a large group of retainers, providing them with good food and drink, so that their families wouldn't have to worry about clothing and expenses. This would last for years or even decades, waiting for them to play their roles at critical moments. The example of the Wei state during the Warring States period, the nobleman Xinling Jun, is a prime illustration. Xinling Jun was known for his kindness and generosity, treating his retainers with respect regardless of their background, which attracted many talented individuals to him, such as Hoang, Zhu Hai, Mao Gong, and Shui Gong. These retainers would offer strategies and serve him loyally at crucial times, also helping the Wei state recruit a large number of talents, enriching its talent pool. At its peak, there were over 3,000 retainers, and his reputation was so great that other feudal states dared not easily wage war against Wei for over a decade. Unlike some company bosses today, who pay a salary of 3,000 yet expect their employees to risk their lives, Wang Chen did not want to encounter problems when he needed his bodyguards to risk their lives one day. He had plenty of money, but life was only one. Lang Feng straightened his posture, feet together, and with a snap he rendered a standard military salute. However, his raised right arm trembled slightly, revealing the turmoil within him. He looked directly into Wang Chen's eyes and said, "Boss, on behalf of the brothers, thank you. Our Wolf Fong team follows you and we will not hesitate to face any danger." "Lang Feng, don't stand on ceremony with me. I've seen everything along the way and I remember it all," Wang Chen said, gently patting his shoulder. Wang Chen's gaze deepened, his tone increasingly sincere. "Money is just an external thing. To me, the bond with my brothers is far more precious. I'm giving everyone this money not for any other reason but to let the brothers know that following me, Wang Chen, means that there will be rewards for their efforts. I will never shortchange anyone who truly works hard for me." After saying this, Wang Chen patted Lung Feng's shoulder again with more force. Yes, boss, I'll take my leave now. Go ahead. Lang Feng saluted again and then walked out of the room. Honey, what happened? Wang Chen turned to see Zhang Ro slowly walking out of the bedroom. She was wearing a plain silk robe, her long hair loosely draped over her shoulders, her face still showing signs of sleepiness, but her eyes were filled with concern. Zhang Ro quickly walked up to Wang Chen, gently wrapping her arms around his, looking up at him with worry in her eyes, and softly asked, I just woke up and heard you returned from the sea. Did anything happen on the way? I saw the bodyguards had injuries. Wang Chen looked at her and felt warmth in his heart. He reached out to gently stroke her cheek and said softly, It's nothing, we just encountered a little storm, but it was resolved smoothly. Don't worry. Really just a little storm? Don't hide anything from me. Zhang Ro frowned slightly, clearly not quite believing it, and pressed further. Wang Chen smiled as he pulled her into his arms, resting his chin on the top of her head, softly reassuring her, Really, would I lie to you? Zhang Ro gently nodded in his embrace, feeling a bit more at ease. Wang Chen tenderly cupped her face and leaned down to kiss her. Zhang Ro let out a soft moan, her body trembling slightly, and the desire in her eyes grew stronger. She stood on her tiptoes, actively offering her red lips. Wang Chen responded passionately, their tongues intertwining as their breaths quickened. He lifted her up in one swift motion and strode toward the master bedroom, then gently set her down, leaning in to kiss her again, leaving fiery traces from her cheeks to her neck. Zhang Ro clutched the sheets tightly, her back arching slightly, her legs instinctively wrapping around Wang Chen as she murmured, Hubby. Wang Chen's hands roamed over her body, each touch eliciting soft gasps from her. The two were immersed in this passionate moment, fully releasing the longing and love that had built up over the past few days, the room filled with an ambiguous and enchanting atmosphere. The headboard swayed gently. It took a long time for them to gradually return to calm. Night fell. The pool at the Tianmu Palace was illuminated, shimmering with light. The water in the pool was comfortably warm, and Wang Chen lazily soaked in it, enjoying this rare moment of relaxation. At that moment, Zhang Ro swam over from one side of the pool, wearing a red swimsuit that perfectly accentuated her curvy figure. She floated up beside Wang Chen, shaking her head lightly, a playful smile on her face. Wang Chen, come down and swim for a bit. Zhang Ro giggled, her eyes filled with affection as she looked at Wang Chen. Wang Chen smiled and shook his head, his gaze lingering on her, then said, I'll soak for a while, you swim by yourself. I can't bear to miss such a beautiful scene. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ro's face flushed slightly, a hint of shyness in her eyes. She straightened up, gracefully turning in the water to showcase her elegant figure. Then you better enjoy it. Wang Chen nodded, watching Zhang Ro swim freely in the water. He then called up the system. System, open personal panel. Host, Wang Chen age, 20 height, 188 charm, 92 physique, 120, normal human limit is 100, stamina, 120, normal human limit is 100, entries, double cashback, entry effect. All reasonable expenses will be refunded double. Extreme physique, entry effect. From this moment on, you are the pinnacle of human physique. Solidification, entry effect, Eye of Truth, entry effect, Soul of the Machine Delighted, entry effect, points, 888, 627. Huaxia coins, 15,973, 207,894. Wang Chen's gaze swept over the string of Huaxia coin numbers on the personal panel, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of astonishment. Nearly 16 billion in cash. In 2018, I can also be considered a cash king in the Magic City, Wang Chen murmured to himself. The double cashback he received after each expenditure had caused his wealth to grow exponentially. He believed that in the near future, his cash would surpass that of any cash king in Beijing Online. Then, Wang Chen looked at the impressive 880,000 points and summoned the advanced roulette. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light erupted from the system's light screen, flickering continuously, and an indescribable mysterious aura spread out, appearing solemn and vast. As the light diminished, an ancient and mysterious roulette appeared before him, spinning continuously. Wang Chen's eyes were once again stung by the intense light, and he couldn't help but complain, damn, these special effects are still so exaggerated, can't they change it a bit? System, do a 10 consecutive draws. As soon as Wang Chen finished speaking, the golden roulette in front of him began to spin rapidly. The golden light flickered erratically, and as the roulette slowly came to a stop, only a few patterns remained shining with golden light. Ding! Consumed 100,000 points. The system begins the lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won 1 billion. Huaxia coins. Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won a limited edition model, 1 Apollo IE. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won 1,200,000,000 Huaxia coins. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won 1,800,000,000 Huaxia coins. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won a limited edition model, 1 Lamborghini Aventador. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won a limited edition model, 1 Porsche 918. Thank you for your patronage. The vehicles have been placed in your parking space, please check. Wang Chen's face darkened. He didn't draw the entry he wanted the most. However, winning 3 limited edition sports cars provided him with some psychological comfort. He had also managed to collect 3 divine items. System, let me go all in. Consumed 780,000 points. The system begins the lottery. The golden roulette in front of him began to slowly spin again, radiating light. Wang Chen's face flushed, and he stared intently at the roulette, silently praying, Jade Emperor, Taishan Laojun, Buddha, Jesus, no matter who, give me some strength. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won the entry Living Succubus. Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won 2,999,999,999 Huaxia coins. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won 1% of Penguin Company shares. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won the entry King of Games. Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won 666,666,666 Huaxia coins. Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won 6,666,666,666 Huaxia coins. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won the entry Basketball Star. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won Memory Master. Thank you for your patronage. Huawei Industrial and Commercial Bank reminds you, your account has been credited with 14,333,333,331, and the balance is 30,306,541,225 Huaxia coins. Wang Chen quickly looked at the effects of the entries and saw the system panel displaying, host, Wang Chen age, 20 years height, 188 cm. Charm, 120, the limit for normal people is 100, physique, 120, the limit for normal people is 100, endurance, 120, the limit for normal people is 100, entries. Living Succubus, entry effect, your charm is irresistible, girls will be drawn to your extraordinary allure. Young man, it's not just girls who will be attracted. King of Games, entry effect, your hand speed, awareness, and other skills will reach the level of world-class professional players. Basketball Star, entry effect, basketball will no longer be a challenge for you, the next basketball star is you. Memory Master, entry effect, when knowledge passes through your mind, it will be deeply engraved in your memory, you will never forget, the Memory Master is you. Points, 8627. Huaxia coins, 3306, 541, 225. Seeing this, Wang Chen couldn't help but gasp. The entries he drew this time were all very practical. The worldly succubus has pushed his charm value beyond human limits, reaching 120 points. From now on, even the most beautiful women will fall at his feet beneath his genes. The Memory Master allows him to have an impeccable memory. Everything that happened in his past life will be deeply engraved in his mind, and Wang Chen no longer has to worry about forgetting. This attribute is crucial for his future investment company. As for King of Games and Basketball Star, they are even more impressive. If an ordinary person were to obtain these 2 attributes, they could dominate in both fields and become the brightest stars. Unfortunately, these 2 attributes are dispensable for Wang Chen. With a staggering 30 billion in his bank account, he certainly doesn't need to become a basketball star or stream games. However, these attributes might come in handy in other aspects. Who knows when they might prove their worth? Wang Chen's mind flashed with various scenes from his past life, those experiences and memories surging like a tide, making his thoughts increasingly active. He stared at the information on the system panel, contemplating his future plans, especially since he still holds 1% of Penguin's shares. Afterward, Wang Chen put away the system panel and turned his gaze to Zhang Ro, who was still playing in the pool. Zhang Ro swam gracefully in the water. Her red swimsuit looked particularly enchanting under the lights, her figure light and graceful, with delicate curves, her skin shimmering with a glistening sheen in the water. Wang Chen dove into the water with a splash, quickly swimming towards Zhang Ro. When Zhang Ro saw Wang Chen approaching, a sweet smile appeared on her face. She swam to his side, wrapped her arms around his neck, and asked with a hint of confusion, "Darling, what were you thinking just now? I feel like you've become even more handsome." Wang Chen smiled slightly, kissing her cheek, and said, "Nothing, just thinking about some things. But right now, I want to explore something more interesting with you." With that, Wang Chen gently kissed Zhang Ro's soft lips, and she closed her eyes, responding passionately. The 2 embraced tightly in the water, their bodies swaying gently with the waves. Wang Chen's hand slowly slid towards her swimsuit, his fingers gently probing the edge, feeling the warmth of her skin. Then, he gently guided Zhang Ro to the edge of the pool, letting her lean against the wall. Wang Chen felt the buoyancy and resistance of the water, and he couldn't help but marvel at the unique sensations it brought. Water splashed everywhere, passion surged. Another sleepless night. 2018, September 6. Today is the day of enrollment at the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. As a 211 university, it attracts countless talented individuals to study here. At this moment, the school gate is bustling with people. Many freshmen, accompanied by their parents, crowd at the registration area. Luxury cars are everywhere. Lamborghinis, Bentleys, Mercedes, Porsches. Some students are dropped off by their parents in luxury cars, exuding an air of arrogance. Most of these are locals from Shanghai. There are also some who are alone, dragging their suitcases, arriving from out of town to register. High school is a relatively simple period in life. Once in college, from the moment of registration, the concept of social class becomes clear. University is a complex microsociety, and very few can handle all aspects perfectly. At this moment, Zhao Siyuan, at the freshman reception desk at the school gate, is welcoming the new students. Her hair is tied in a high ponytail and she wears a white casual outfit. On her feet are a pair of ordinary white canvas shoes, exuding youthful vitality. Siyuan, look over there. There's a freshman driving a Ferrari. Beside her, Zhao Siyuan's friend, LV Meng, was excitedly shaking her arm and said, no matter how you look at it, a Ferrari costs at least a few million. If a freshman can drive a Ferrari, it definitely means their family is well off. Seeing that it still had a local Shanghai license plate made LV Meng even more thrilled. She eagerly awaited the arrival of this freshman so she could welcome them and take the opportunity to add them on Fei. Xin. Nyoben was dragging his suitcase along with a box of fruit and a roast chicken, instinctively glancing at the Ferrari parked by the roadside. Not for any other reason, but to appreciate the allure of a supercar. The attraction of a supercar to men is simply immense. There were many luxury cars parked at the entrance of the university, but very few could boast of driving a Ferrari. Many girls on the scene were drawn to the Ferrari, wanting to see what this classmate looked like. A few self-proclaimed pretty senior sisters even took the initiative to step forward, ready to get to know this classmate who drove a Ferrari. Zhang Haoren, wearing sunglasses, stepped out of the car with an air of arrogance. As a local from Shanghai, driving a Ferrari to school gave him an inexplicable sense of nobility. He surveyed his surroundings, feeling the eyes of those around him on him, which made him feel a bit elated. Zhang Haoren stood by the car, watching the youthful and beautiful senior sisters, waiting for them to come forward and ask for his contact information. Hey, old Nyo, you're here so early. Nyo Ben felt a heavy blow from behind, causing him to cough repeatedly. Turning around, he saw his brother Guo Chuanqing and couldn't help but angrily say, what are you doing, you big guy? Guo Chuanqing scratched his head and replied, I saw you looking so seriously, thought I'd scare you a bit. Bang! A loud noise rang out. Nyo Ben's suitcase, fruit, and roast chicken all fell onto the Ferrari. He instinctively let go of what he was holding. After being elbowed by Guo Chuanqing, and the dozens of pounds of luggage rolled down the slanted roadside, it crashed right into the Ferrari's door. The tremendous impact left marks on the car door, and the roast chicken spilled all over the car, leaving it covered in grease. What the hell? Whose roast chicken is this? Step forward. Zhang Haoren looked at his beloved car in disarray, his eyes bloodshot as he shouted in anger. This Ferrari Portofino was a special reward from his father for getting into Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. Although it was just a second-hand car, he cherished it immensely. He drove it everywhere, even to buy groceries. Because of this Ferrari Portofino, he had charmed quite a few girls over the summer, feeling like he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Now, however, his beloved car was damaged, and it was covered in grease, which made Zhang Haoren furious. That idiot, step forward. This is quite a hit. I'm afraid it'll cost a lot to fix, right? What a pity for this roast chicken. It was too delicious. Who says it's not? This roast chicken is such a waste. Isn't this roast chicken important? Parents and new students watching the scene unfold were buzzing with discussion. Nyo Ben didn't have time to mourn his roast chicken. All he knew was that he was doomed. This was a Ferrari. How much would he have to pay to cover the repair costs? Nyo Ben came from a poor county in Hunan province, and his family conditions were not good. He needed to work part-time during his spare time to cover more than half of his living expenses for a year in college. Nyo Ben snapped back to reality, walking dejectedly in front of Zhang Haoren, and helplessly said, the luggage and roast chicken are mine. You see how much it costs to repair the car. I'll pay you. Pay? Can you afford it? Zhang Haoren grabbed Nyo Ben's collar and shouted angrily, this is a Ferrari Portofino. It cost me several million. You poor loser, can you afford to pay for it? Hurry up and contact your friends and parents. You can't afford the repair costs. Boom! Nyo Ben felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Good heavens, why did he have to encounter such a situation? A luxury car worth millions, the repair costs would definitely be high. How could he pay for it? It's fine. The tall guy stepped forward and said seriously, this is mainly my responsibility. I'll take care of the compensation. You. Nyo Ben stood helplessly in place, feeling even more dizzy. Guo Chuanqing, standing at a height of nearly 2 meters and built like a bear, was known as the tall guy. Despite his imposing appearance, he was the top scorer in their county's college entrance examination and smoothly got into the Shanghai University of finance and economics. His family's situation wasn't much better than Nyoben's. What could he use to compensate? An aunt who couldn't bear to watch spoke up, "Child, you seem educated, you can't extort people like this. It's just a small scratch, it won't cost much. Yeah, I think we should call the police first. It's not a big deal. And you're driving a Ferrari? Have some grace. I think at most it would be a few thousand." Jung Haoran grew even angrier upon hearing the discussions from the aunts around him. He shouted furiously, "You know nothing. This is a Ferrari Portofino, do you understand? This car cost several million to buy, and you're just talking nonsense." Someone knowledgeable in the crowd said, "This car looks like a second-hand one. It's not worth millions. You could get it for 1 or 2 million at most." "I don't care. You have to pay me 300,000 for the repairs," Jung Haoran said, exasperated. Nyoben didn't know much about cars, but hearing he had to pay 300,000 felt like the sky was falling. 300,000. Even if he sold himself, he couldn't afford it. Nyoben helplessly said, "How about this? Let's have someone come and assess the damage. Whatever the cost, I'll pay you by selling everything I have." Although he didn't understand cars, he wasn't going to believe Jung Haoran's arbitrary figure. It needed a professional assessment. "I don't care, you owe me 300,000 for the repairs, or I'll call your parents," Jung Haoran said, throwing a tantrum. This was the supercar he had finally managed to own. He was always careful when driving it, and he wanted to take this opportunity to extort him. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a roar of engines erupted, deafening everyone. Amidst the roar of the engines, a stunning platinum-colored Apollo IE approached from afar. Under the sunlight, it attracted countless gazes. The gradient white paint shimmered with golden hues from different angles, the streamlined body and the racing wing at the back filled the entire car with a sense of beauty, like a graceful dancer. The powerful sound waves of the engine roared like a fierce beast, firmly capturing everyone's attention. This was the world-class supercar, Apollo IE, that Wang Chen had won in a lottery. Limited to only 10 units worldwide, each costing over 20 million, it was highly collectible, a luxury car that even the wealthy couldn't easily buy. Even with countless luxury cars on site, they all paled in comparison to the Apollo IE. Jung Haoran's Ferrari Portofino was even less comparable. He looked at the speeding Apollo IE, his eyes filled with deep envy. This was a supercar, and his Ferrari was nothing in its presence. The light of a firefly could not compare to the brightness of the moon. Wow, what kind of car is that? It's still the license plate of the Magic City 88,888, Apollo IE, with a starting price of over 20 million. Over 20 million? That's so expensive. You could buy a large flat in the Magic City for that. Only someone extraordinary can drive an Apollo IE. If I remember correctly, there are only 10 in the world. This must be a super big shot. It can't be a newcomer, right? Who would drive this car if they were normal? Amidst the envious gazes on site, the platinum-colored Apollo IE's door slowly opened, resembling the wings of a soaring seagull. This was its unique gull-wing design. After the door fully lifted, Wang Chen calmly stepped out of the car. He wore a black short-sleeved t-shirt from Givenchy, paired with black straight-leg jeans from Acne Studios, making his legs appear long and straight. On his feet were a pair of black and white checkered Vans sneakers, with a classic design that was simple yet stylish. On his wrist he wore a Vacheron Constantine 6620C, with an exquisite dial adorned with dazzling diamonds shining brilliantly under the sunlight. He looked vibrant and full of youthful energy. More importantly, he was handsome and wealthy. After the recent gunfight and the increasing balance in his bank account, a calm aura naturally emanated from Wang Chen. He had already shed the loser vibe from his past life. As soon as he got out of the car, he spotted his college roommate from his previous life and walked over, saying, "Lanyo, big guy, what are you guys up to?" "Damn, Wang Chen, is that really you?" Nyoben rubbed his eyes, uncertainly saying, "When did you start driving a supercar? I can't believe it's you." "I'm not pretending anymore, I'm revealing my true identity, I'm a rich second generation," Wang Chen shrugged and said. The trajectory of his life in this world was exactly the same as in his past life. His roommates thought he was an ordinary person, so it was no wonder Nyoben couldn't believe. "It's no way, dude," Big Guy said, somewhat incredulously. "If you're a rich second generation, can we still have fun together? That doesn't exist, it's still the same as before. What about you guys?" Wang Chen smiled helplessly and said. Hearing this, Nyoben said dejectedly, "I left my suitcase in his car. It got scratched, and he insists on 30,000 for repairs. He's causing a scene here." Wang Chen glanced over. It was a 2017 Ferrari model. There was a small scratch near the door, just a bit of paint chipped off. And he dares to ask for 30,000? The new Ferrari Portofino from 2017 had a starting price of only 260,000. Jung Haoran was already envious of Wang Chen's Apollo IE. Seeing that Wang Chen was still Nyoben's friend and looked so handsome, he couldn't help but feel even angrier as Wang Chen stole his thunder. "You're his friend, right? I see you're driving a nice car. Why don't you pay him the 30,000? A poor loser has such friends. Consider yourself lucky, or you won't be leaving today." Jung Haoran's crazy words drew discontented murmurs from many people present. Several aunties frowned, showing their dissatisfaction with Zhang Haoran's foul mouth and began to criticize him. Meanwhile, Zhao Siyuan, watching all this from a distance, showed a look of surprise and softly said, "Is it him?" After observing the situation, Wang Chen turned his gaze towards Zhang Haoran and slowly said, "This car, is it yours?" Faced with Wang Chen, who was driving the Apollo IE, Zhang Haoran felt a pressure from Wang Chen's aura and he was somewhat afraid. However, in front of so many people, he couldn't back down, otherwise, his 4 years of college would become a laughingstock and he wouldn't be able to hold his head up. "It's mine, what's wrong?" Zhang Haoran replied defiantly, his neck stiff. He then turned to Niu Ben and Wu Chuanxing, shouting, "What are you two pretending to be innocent for? You damaged my car and still want to play tricks? Hurry up and pay for the damages." After saying that, he reached out to grab Niu Ben's collar again. The big guy, seeing this, pushed his hand away, causing Zhang Haoran to stumble back uncontrollably. Wang Chen said sternly, "You dare to ask for 300,000 for the repair of a mere Ferrari Portofino? You really have some guts, bullying my friend." Zhang Haoran, now furious, exclaimed, "What's wrong with my car? This is a brand new car I just picked up and I've only driven it for less than a month. Asking for 300,000 is outrageous. For the sake of being your friend, let's settle for 200,000, Wang Chen said, knowing that the Apollo IE he drove indicated his wealth, which made Zhang Haoran feel intimidated, so he voluntarily lowered the amount by 100,000. Seeing that he still dared to ask for so much, Wang Chen looked down and scanned the surroundings. He picked up a pebble from the ground and smashed it directly onto the Ferrari's front hood. The already dirty Ferrari now looked even more like a second-hand car. Wang Chen clapped his hands and smiled with satisfaction. "Now it's worth 200,000. You're going too far." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's smile slowly faded, and he said, "I am bullying you, so what? Just wait, this isn't over. I'm going to call the police." "Call the police? I'm waiting." Wang Chen waved his hand behind him. The bodyguard who had been protecting Wang Chen in the shadows immediately rushed forward. Long Feng said coldly, "Boss, what are your orders?" "Smash this car for me." "What a piece of work, so arrogant." Without hesitation, Lang Feng pulled out a baton from his waist and struck the Ferrari in front of him. The other bodyguards also showed no mercy, swinging their batons relentlessly at the Ferrari. The sounds of shattering glass and twisting metal intertwined, echoing in the air. Zhang Haoran watched the bodyguard in a black suit. His legs went weak, and he fell to his knees with a thud, his hands trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. He pleaded, "Please stop, I beg you, I was wrong, I shouldn't have asked for such an outrageous amount. I won't dare again." After a while, the one school Ferrari Portofino was left unrecognizable, its body dented, parts scattered everywhere, looking like a pile of scrap metal. Wang Chen looked at the battered Ferrari Portofino with a faint smile. He turned back to his car, took out 500,000 in cash, and threw it on the ground, coldly saying, "This is for the repairs, take it. If there's anything else in the future, feel free to come find me, I'm Wang Chen. But you'd better think carefully about the consequences of provoking me." Zhang Haoran trembled as he picked up the money from the ground, his eyes filled with fear and regret. He lowered his head, not daring to meet Wang Chen's gaze, stammering, "I understand, I won't dare again." Even if Zhang Haoran had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to retaliate against Wang Chen. He knew very well that someone like Wang Chen, a rich second generation, had plenty of ways to deal with him. If he angered Wang Chen, who knows, there might be a body floating in the Huangpu River by tomorrow. At this moment he felt regret deep in his gut, realizing he shouldn't have been greedy and asked for such an exorbitant repair fee. Regret for not thinking it through. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 500,000 and a double cashback of 1 million is granted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 50 system points. Having money is a person's greatest confidence. With 3 billion lying in his bank account, the daily interest alone amounts to several million. Don't say it's just a Ferrari Portofino. Even if it were 100 or 200, Wang Chen would still smash them without hesitation. This is too cool. So reassuring, he's overflowing with boyfriend energy. Is he a freshman too? So the domineering CEOs in novels really exist. I'm in love. I can't even look anymore, so handsome and rich, my legs are weak. The girls around were filled with admiration for Wang Chen, wishing he could be their boyfriend. Which girl would refuse Wang Chen as her boyfriend? Handsome, wealthy, and standing at 188 centimeters tall, he might even be great at poker. Niu Ben looked at Wang Chen with gratitude, his heart full of emotion but also a bit uneasy. He tightly grasped Wang Chen's hand and said, "Wang Chen, thank you so much, I really don't know what to do. I will find a way to pay you back the 500,000. Wang Chen gestured for the bodyguard to step back, smiling as he patted Niu Ben's shoulder, casually saying, "Old Niu, don't be so polite, we're brothers, this money is nothing. Don't forget, I'm a second-generation rich kid." Niu Ben shook his head, sighed, and said firmly, "No, I must pay this money back. I can't accept your help for no reason. I know you're a rich kid and don't lack this money, but it's my principle. Alright, if you wanna pay it back, then go ahead, but there's no rush. Let's talk about it after you graduate, Wang Chen said with a helpless smile. In his previous life, after graduating from university, Niuben, like Wang Chen, stayed in the Magic City to develop, living a life of toil, unable to finish the pie drawn by the boss. After wasting a few years, resigned, Niuben could only return to his hometown in the county. The current Niuben was still full of innocence. He thought that after graduating, as a top student from the Magic City's finance university, earning 500,000 would be a piece of cake. The young man was full of ambition. But now, as spring fades, he was filled with melancholy. Truly, fate plays tricks on people. At this moment, Zhao Siyuan walked up to Wang Chen, smiling as she said, "Mr. Wang, we meet again. Are you here to register as a new student?" Wang Chen turned to look, surprised as he said, "What are you doing here? Are you also here to register as a new student?" Zhao Siyuan smiled brightly, "I'm a student at the Finance University. In my senior year, I'm your senior." Wang Chen suddenly felt that fate was so wonderfully inexplicable. After their last encounter at the Vacheron Constantine store, they hadn't been in touch and he didn't expect to meet her here today. However, Wang Chen couldn't recall any information about her from his previous life. Logically, someone as beautiful as Zhao Siyuan should be quite famous at the Finance University. "I really didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence," Wang Chen exclaimed. "I'm a junior, so I really have to call you senior. And don't call me Mr. Wang, just call me Wang Chen." Zhao Siyuan said regretfully, "I didn't realize you were already a junior. I was still thinking of helping you with your enrollment procedures." After saying that, Zhao Siyuan playfully stuck out her tongue. Wang Chen looked at Zhao Siyuan in front of him, seeing her hair tied in a high ponytail, dressed in a white casual outfit. She appeared spirited and graceful. Name, Zhao Siyuan. Age, 21. Height, 175 cm. Charm, 96 physique, 91 favorability, 65 skills, advanced Sanda. Intermediate Wing Chun, advanced accounting. Wang Chen looked at his favorability rating rising to 65 points and couldn't help but nod. "After our last parting, we agreed to keep in touch, but you didn't contact me," Zhao Siyuan said, looking at Wang Chen with a hint of grievance. Wang Chen smiled awkwardly. Zhao Siyuan wasn't this proactive last time. Could it be the effect of the term succubus reborn? Wang Chen touched his nose and said awkwardly, "I've been quite busy lately. Let me know when you're free and I'll treat you to dinner." Zhao Siyuan immediately beamed. "Then it's settled, don't go back on your word." Wang Chen replied seriously, "No problem. I'll remember that." Zhao Siyuan said, "First, then I'll take my leave. I still need to welcome the new students." "All right." Wang Chen, along with Niuben and the tall guy, returned to the dormitory they had lived in for 2 years. Wang Chen looked at the familiar dormitory in front of him and smiled slightly before walking inside. Sunlight streamed through the window, making the dorm bright and spacious. The floor was spotless, and there were 4 wooden beds arranged inside, each with light blue sheets and blankets. As soon as the tall guy entered, he exclaimed, "Finally back. After sitting in a car all day, our dorm is the most comfortable." Niuben tossed his luggage onto the bed and plopped down, laughing. "Look, the dorm has already been cleaned. Old Zhang must have arrived early." Just then, the dorm door was pushed open, and a slender boy walked in. His bright eyes sparkled, and a cheerful smile hung beneath his high nose. He was the last roommate, Zhang, who immediately said loudly, "Goodness, I just finished cleaning when you guys came back." Wang Chen stood up with a smile, patted Zhang on the shoulder, and said, "Old Zhang, thanks for your hard work. I'll treat you to a meal in the cafeteria later." Zhang chuckled and replied, "Wow, you're really generous treating us in the cafeteria." The tall guy suddenly stood up and said, "Let's go out for a meal tonight, to celebrate the start of the new semester." Niuben quickly nodded, and Zhang excitedly added, "Sure, let's just make do with lunch in the cafeteria. I know a hot pot restaurant nearby that is great food. We can go there for dinner." After discussing, they tidied up and prepared to head out. Niuben suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, we still need some daily necessities for the dorm. Let's buy them together when we pass by the supermarket." Wang Chen nodded. "I probably won't be living in the dorm this semester." "What do you mean?" Zhang asked, puzzled. Niuben laughed heartily. "Old Zhang, you still don't know? Wang Chen has been hiding it from us for 2 years. This guy is actually a rich second generation. His information must have spread like wildfire on the campus network by now." After hearing this, Zhang, looking surprised, took out his phone and opened the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics campus network. Sure enough, on the homepage's Campus Hot Topics section, there was a video and images of Wang Chen's bodyguards smashing a car, accompanied by a striking headline, "Shocking. Our school's mysterious rich second generation spends lavishly, turning luxury cars into scrap metal." In the video, Wang Chen stood among a group of bodyguards, calmly watching as a Ferrari was smashed, surrounded by students screaming and cheering. The images captured this shocking scene from various angles. There was a handsome profile of Wang Chen, the Ferrari that was utterly destroyed, and the starry-eyed expressions of the girls around. The comments below the post exploded. Wow, this is too handsome. I wish I could get to know him. I didn't expect our school had such a super rich second generation. How did we not notice before? Shocking. On the first day of school, a rich second generation angrily smashes a Ferrari. Shocking. The Ferrari guy boasts about the exorbitant repair costs. Seeking the young man's contact information. Local license plate from Magic City, and it's a 5/8 leopard number. Who is this person? On the campus network of Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, various posts were flying around, and, with it being the start of the school season, the attention was even higher. In this era of advanced technology, within just a short time, Wang Chen's photos and videos began circulating on the forums. The Apollo IE worth tens of millions. The local license plate of MOA 88888. The bodyguards accompanying him. The millions spent on a Ferrari just like that. All of these highlight Wang Chen's identity and status. Many students were speculating about who Wang Chen really was. Some online claimed that Wang Chen was the son of a chairman from an internet company who had previously kept a low profile. Now that the Dragon King has returned, he is determined to reclaim everything he lost. Others said Wang Chen was the illegitimate son of a powerful family, a noble born with a silver spoon, too precious to describe. There were also whispers that he belonged to a hidden aristocracy, wealthy enough to rival nations, with a family fortune that could buy the entire pickled vegetable country. The more they talked, the more outrageous it became. Countless female students wanted to get to know this handsome and wealthy second-generation rich kid. So handsome and rich, am I dreaming? How can someone be this perfect? Driving a Ferrari and still trying to show off in front of my idol. What a typical nouveau riche who has my idol's xin. I'll pay a high price for it. As more posts appeared, Wang Chen quickly stirred up a storm among the female students. Some girls even offered high rewards to obtain Wang Chen's contact information. I declare, Wang Chen is our #1 idol at the Financial University of Magic City. Who opposes? Who agrees? I agree. Anyone but Wang Chen can be the campus heartthrob, and I oppose. It was only the first day of school. Wang Chen had already become the universally recognized most handsome idol at the Financial University. Zheng Jin watched, unable to resist reading a few comments aloud, his face filled with shock. Wow, Apollo IE, what a luxury car, I've never even heard of it. He then turned to Wang Chen, his eyes filled with teasing and envy, saying, Wang Chen, you've become a campus celebrity. Look at these comments, all praising you, and so many girls want to add you on xin. The tall guy also leaned in, looking at the phone screen, laughing. If I could drive a car like that, picking up girls would be a piece of cake. Wang Chen waved his hand, helplessly saying, I didn't expect this to happen. I just wanted to help Niu Ben vent his frustrations, who knew someone would snap a picture and post it online. Alright, Wang Chen, you usually seem so low-key. I didn't expect you to be a hidden rich kid. Zheng Jin closed his phone, smiling. But tonight's dinner, you're treating, just to celebrate your newfound fame. Sure. The group burst into laughter and then walked out of the dormitory, heading to the cafeteria for lunch. Although Zhang Jin's family wasn't particularly wealthy, with his father working in the education and training industry, they had saved up a decent amount over the years. Regarding Wang Chen being a rich second generation, he felt envious but not to the point of jealousy. He was just happy that his brother was a rich kid. It was a shared honor. In his previous life, Wang Chen had a good relationship with these roommates, unlike the scheming in the girls' dormitory. Unfortunately, after graduating from university and entering society, they gradually lost contact. At this moment, in the girls' dormitory, come quick, there's a guy named Wang Chen driving an Apollo IE to school, and his license plate is MOA 88888. He's so handsome. A girl with an ordinary appearance and a sturdy build excitedly told the other girls in the dormitory while holding her phone. I saw it too, he's really handsome. I have no chance, a guy like that wouldn't look at me. The other girls in the dormitory began to chatter. A girl with average looks and figure said, no way, starting today I'm going to start losing weight. Another girl sighed dreamily, if only Wang Chen could notice me, then I could marry him and never worry again. Don't dream, with looks like yours, how could Wang Chen ever notice you? If it were Ning Shuang, maybe there would be a chance. The dormitory fell silent. The gazes of several girls turned to a quiet girl sitting nearby who had not spoken. Ning Shuang, have you seen the posts on the forum? The girl named Ning Shuang was quietly sitting on her bed, looking at her phone. Her long, jet black hair cascaded casually over her shoulders. Her skin was as delicate as snow, glowing with a faint pink hue under the light, resembling freshly bloomed petals. Her eyebrows were like ink, and beneath them, her bright eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, filled with vitality and clarity. Below her high nose bridge was a pair of slightly pouted lips, cherry red and inviting, making one want to gently kiss them. She wore a light blue nightgown, the loose neckline slightly open, revealing her exquisite collarbone. Hearing the comments, Ning Shuang put down her phone and said lightly, I saw it too, he really is quite handsome. As she spoke, she got off the bed and stretched her body. Instantly, her curvaceous figure was fully revealed, making the other girls in the dorm envious. Although the other 3 girls had seen her like this many times, they were still captivated. The sturdy girl said, "Ning Shuang, if it were you, I believe Wang Chen wouldn't refuse." "Yeah, Ning Shuang, with your looks and figure, even we girls are envious. If Wang Chen saw you, he might even pursue you actively." Ning Shuang smiled slightly, not saying much more, and turned to grab a change of clothes, heading to the bathroom to freshen up. Before long, Ning Shuang emerged in a new outfit. A white short-sleeve top paired with a necklace highlighted her delicate collarbone. The big thunder was particularly eye-catching. She wore a black short skirt and white sneakers, showcasing her long, straight, fair legs to perfection. Pure yet alluring. Just standing there, even with light makeup, Ning Shuang surpassed 99% of beauties in the world. The phrases "closing the moon" and "shaming flowers" and "sinking fish" and "falling geese" were no longer sufficient to describe her beauty. "Ning Shuang, it's so hot outside, where are you going?" Her roommates, seeing her dressed up and ready to go out, couldn't help but ask curiously. She usually never went out in such weather. Ning Shuang replied lightly, "I've been cooped up in the dorm all day, I want to go for a walk." "Isn't today the new student registration? The cafeteria will probably be packed with new students later, so I want to go eat early to avoid the crowd." "Yeah, today is the new student registration. I can't imagine how crowded the cafeteria will be." Upon hearing this, the plain-looking girl hurriedly changed her clothes, preparing to go eat with Ning Shuang. "I'll go too. Maybe I can see Wang Chen in the cafeteria." "That's not certain, with his wealth. How could he possibly eat in the cafeteria? He can't just stay in the dorm all the time, he must run into people outside. Even if he's not in the cafeteria, he could be on campus, and then I'll pretend to trip and take the chance to add my idol on Fei Xan, hee. Hey. During the day, stop daydreaming. Who knows how many women are eyeing him? It's not your turn. You never know. What if the idol likes someone like me?" The remaining 2 roommates changed their clothes, ready to head out with Ning Shuang. Ning Shuang leaned against the dormitory door, listening to their occasional frivolous remarks, lost in thought. Before long, the corners of her rosy lips curled up slightly, a mysterious smile appearing on her face. Wang Chen and a few others walked through the campus of the Financial University. On the path, groups of girls strolled together, their fair, long legs visible everywhere, and those pairs of white legs looked particularly elongated against the backdrop of white sneakers brimming with youthful vitality. Their faces radiated bright smiles, occasionally bursting into clear, bell-like laughter. Having been reborn and returned to his alma mater, Wang Chen's mindset was completely different. University life is wonderful. This is the last joyful time of one's life. Carefree, with no worries other than studying. After 4 years of university, stepping into society, one would feel the harshness of the world. The boss's arbitrary exploitation and oppression are everywhere. No matter how many companies you switch to, it's always the same. The essence of capitalism is to save every bit of cost and seize more profit. Wang Chen had a deep understanding of this from his past life. Although he no longer had these worries in this life, he still wanted to fully experience university life. University life is so good, it shouldn't be wasted. Soon, they arrived at the cafeteria. Wang Chen ordered a few familiar dishes at the window, preparing to reminisce about the bitterness he hadn't tasted in over a decade. The total cost was 35 yuan. Wang Chen and Nioban got their dishes and found an empty table to sit down and eat. Just as he took a bite of the braised pork, Wang Chen was instantly speechless and couldn't help but say, "Damn, why is it still so bad?" The familiar taste, the familiar recipe. It was exactly the same as he remembered. Wang Chen, having lived again, couldn't understand how they could make the ingredients taste so terrible. Is cooking really that hard? They say the school cafeteria wastes so much food every day, calling for everyone to save. Wang Chen felt that making these ingredients taste so bad was the biggest waste. If they just hired a good chef, would these students still leave food on their plates? "I think it's okay, pretty good," Nioben said nonchalantly, taking big bites of his meal. For kids from poor families, the taste of food doesn't matter, being full is what counts. The tall guy, with a beaming smile, proudly said, "As long as there's my favorite fried chicken, I'm happy. I just love fried chicken." "Just eat a little, we'll have something good for dinner," Zheng Jin said helplessly. Wang Chen took a few more bites but helplessly put down his chopsticks. It was just too unappetizing, and he planned to go out for a bite later. Suddenly, a commotion came from the entrance of the cafeteria. Many people stopped eating and looked towards the door. There stood a girl at the entrance, accompanied by 3 friends. A pair of long, jade-like legs immediately caught Wang Chen's eye, and the 3 girls beside her looked like green leaves next to a flower. She appeared exceptionally beautiful. In terms of both temperament and outfit, she was the most beautiful girl Wang Chen had ever seen. However, her expression was somewhat cold, making it hard for people to approach her. Wang Chen activated his true eye, and her personal information appeared on the system panel. Name, Ren Ningxiang, age, 23 years, height, 172 cm. Charm, 98 physique, 90 favorability, 70 skills, advanced yoga, advanced dance, advanced business English, intermediate singing. Who is she? She's so beautiful, a curious new student asked. You don't know her? You must be a freshman, a boy said excitedly. This is Ren Ningxiang, who has topped our financial university's beauty list for 3 consecutive years. She is the goddess of the entire school, a senior this year. Since her freshman year, she has been recognized as the top beauty by all students, her cold temperament making countless boys and girls lose sleep. I heard her family isn't well off. She's been working part-time all along. Countless rich second-generation kids have pursued her over the past 3 years, but she has never agreed. Rumor has it that she can do everything, excels at dancing and singing, and performs at the freshman gala every year. I'm in love, I have to pursue her. Many freshmen fell into a fantasy, gazing obsessively at Ren Ningxiang. Ren Ningxiang stood at the entrance of the cafeteria, peering inside. Ningxiang, why don't you go in? Her roommate asked, puzzled. Suddenly, Ren Ningxiang's gaze stopped at a certain spot. She then walked over. A boy looked around, pointed to himself and excitedly said, Is the goddess here to find me? Ahem, ahem. He nervously cleared his throat, ran his hand through his hair, and anxiously waited for Ren Ningxiang to approach. As Ren Ningxiang got closer, he stood up straight. A charming smile appeared on his face as he extended his right hand and said, Hello, I'm Yang Wei, a freshman. Nice to meet. Before he could finish, Ren Ningxiang walked right past him. His smile instantly froze and his face turned bright red. Countless people burst into laughter, mocking him for overestimating himself, thinking the goddess was looking for him with that appearance. Wang Chen paid little attention to the commotion in the cafeteria. After a few of them finished eating and returned their plates to the sink, they prepared to leave. At that moment, they noticed the girl from earlier standing right in front of them. With a rosy face and a smile, she extended her fair little hand to Wang Chen. Hello, let's get to know each other. My name is Ren Ningxiang, a senior from the Foreign Languages College. Let's be friends. The cafeteria fell silent instantly. The boys who had been excitedly discussing stopped their animated gestures with their chopsticks, feeling as if their hearts had stopped beating. What did the goddess just say? After 3 years of university, Ren Ningxiang, who had shown no interest in men, was actively asking Wang Chen to be friends. Moreover, she was smiling brightly in front of him, her smile uncontainable. Many boys felt greatly impacted. Was this still the same aloof campus beauty they knew? Wang Chen looked at Ren Ningxiang's outstretched hand but made no move. He calmly said, Sorry, I'm someone who prefers to be alone. He had to admit, Ren Ningxiang was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. Among the girls he knew, her charm was unmatched, none of his women could compare to her. But that didn't mean Wang Chen wanted to have any relationship with her. Of course, this was mainly because in his past life, Wang Chen knew Ren Ningxiang. During her university years, she showed no interest in men, but unexpectedly, as graduation approached, she accepted the pursuit of a rich second-generation heir. Normally, that wouldn't be a big deal. However, this rich heir later went bankrupt, and without a moment's hesitation, Ren Ningxiang accepted the pursuit of another rich heir, later changing boyfriends countless times. Before Wang Chen was reborn, he heard in the class group that she ultimately got her wish, successfully marrying into a wealthy family and becoming a wealthy lady. Wang Chen acknowledged Ren Ningxiang's looks, but upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Ren Ningxiang's smile faltered. She didn't expect Wang Chen to reject her outright, without any hesitation. Ren Ningxiang secretly wondered if her outfit or makeup today was off, and that was why Wang Chen didn't like her. She was momentarily lost in thought, but her smile remained unchanged as she continued, It's impolite to refuse others. I might just become your best friend. Besides, it's just getting to know each other. We don't necessarily have to become friends, or perhaps even something more. Ren Ningxiang kept smiling, enthusiastically saying to Wang Chen, So, what do you think? Want to give it a try, and be friends with a senior? No, thanks. Wang Chen said. My time and energy are very precious. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. After finishing, Wang Chen turned and left directly. Ren Ningxiang's smile instantly vanished as she quickly stepped forward to block Wang Chen, saying, Why? What? Ren Ningxiang pointed at the boys in the cafeteria and said, I'm the campus belle of Kaida for 3 consecutive years. Don't you recognize me? Am I not pretty enough? You are beautiful, with long legs and a big chest. Wang Chen nodded and replied, Then why did you reject me? Ren Ningxiang looked at Wang Chen in confusion and said, Is it because there are too many people here, and you don't like being too high profile, or do you already have a girl you like? You don't like boys, do you? Wang Chen was suddenly filled with black lines, speechless as he said, My rejection of you has nothing to do with how pretty you are, nor does it relate to whether I have a girl I like. Just because you look good doesn't mean I have to be friends with you or that we must have some kind of relationship. There are many who want to be friends with me, and if I agreed to all of them, how would I live? Are you clear? He was not the type to be unable to move when he saw a beautiful girl. He would naturally pursue those he liked. Those he didn't like were irrelevant. To him, between men and women, it's not about who looks better that gives them the upper hand or the initiative. In most couples, the girl usually takes the initiative, while the boy is often more humble. But this does not include Wang Chen. He had the confidence and qualifications not to bow and scrape before girls. Girls with outstanding looks and figures are a scarce resource in society, something that ordinary boys yearn for but cannot attain. And someone with Wang Chen's family background is a rare existence, one that cannot be found in the world. There are those with better family backgrounds, but none as young and handsome as him. Those younger than him also cannot compare to Wang Chen's family background. Wang Chen looked at Ren Ningxiang expressionlessly and said, "Senior, do you understand now?" Ren Ningxiang stood there, her mind blank. By the time she came to her senses, Wang Chen had already walked far away. She hurriedly shouted, "Can't we just get to know each other and at each other on Fei Xin?" Wang Chen waved his hand behind him in response, saying no more. Under the gaze of everyone in the cafeteria, Wang Chen and his companions left the entrance of the cafeteria. Ren Ningxiang stared blankly at Wang Chen's departing figure, deep in thought. Recalling what Wang Chen had just said, a smile slowly appeared at the corner of her mouth. Wang Chen was completely different from what she had imagined, very special, yet also very interesting. This kind of Wang Chen piqued her curiosity, making Ren Ningxiang want to get to know him even more. She walked over to her three roommates, acting as if nothing had happened, showing no signs of embarrassment. She said calmly, "Let's go, see what the cafeteria is serving today." Her three roommates looked at Ren Ningxiang with strange expressions. Was this still their aloof roommate? Ren Ningxiang's proactive behavior just now was completely different from the Ren Ningxiang they knew. Having lived with Ren Ningxiang for 3 years, they could say they understood her well. Usually, when rich second-generation boys pursued her, she would look on coldly and had never been moved. They never expected that their goddess would also like a man, that she would have a day of budding feelings and even take the initiative to flirt with Wang Chen. The most astonishing part was that she was rejected by Wang Chen. The three roommates cautiously watched Ren Ningxiang, fearing she wouldn't be able to handle being rejected by Wang Chen. But Ren Ningxiang had a calm expression, as if nothing had happened. Then the four of them went to the window to order. The people in the cafeteria finally came to their senses. What did they just see? The goddess took the initiative to flirt with Wang Chen and was then rejected by him. How dare he? If it were them being approached by Ren Ningxiang, they would probably be overly excited. Who exactly is Wang Chen, that even the goddess can refuse him? He really isn't a male tone, is he? In the cafeteria, a wave of discussions erupted. One was the handsome guy who had angrily smashed a luxury car today. He had stolen the spotlight and was voted the new male god of the university. The other was Ren Ningxiang, the campus belle who had held the title for 3 consecutive years. It was expected that she would still be the top belle this year. Rumors spread rapidly, surging onto the university's online forum at lightning speed. They quickly became a hot topic. Someone immediately edited a long post and shared it in related threads. Goddess Ren Ningxiang actively approached male god Wang Chen, only to be brutally rejected. Male god suspected of disliking women. No way, Ren Ningxiang has been our university's belle for 3 years, and she got rejected? Who is this Wang Chen? Such posts were everywhere, and once released, they caused a huge stir. In a short time, the news spread throughout the university. What if the male god doesn't like girls? My dreams are shattered. Goddess, what were you thinking? How could you like Wang Chen? I'm so angry I could grind my back teeth. Goddess, look at me, I'm handsome too, okay. Hey, if the male god doesn't like girls, doesn't that mean I have a chance? Among them seemed to be some strange comments. Countless people who secretly or openly admired Ren Ningxiang had their hearts broken. Their aloof goddess had now fallen from grace, being so proactive in front of Wang Chen. This was a significant blow to them. They had originally thought that with Ren Ningxiang's cold demeanor, like an otherworldly fairy, she was destined to be lonely forever. Unexpectedly, she still succumbed to reality, lowering her noble head. For a rich second generation like Wang Chen, some students were devastated. In the comments of related posts, there were rampant slanders and insults. I knew it. How could anyone not like a rich second generation? Turns out she just isn't rich enough. Ha, you guys don't know. I've heard she does that outside. She deserves to be rejected by my male god, thinking just because she's a bit pretty, everyone in the world should like her? It's Ren Ningxiang who seduced my boyfriend. She should just die. Wait until the British police come to Belgium, then she'll behave. Countless rumors and baseless comments appeared under the related posts. No one knew if they were true, and no one cared. Most just followed the rhythm set by those with ulterior motives, speaking recklessly. Although some comments stemmed from love turning to hate, most of the slander came from girls. They were already jealous of Ren Ningxiang's beauty. While they pretended to disdain her high-mindedness, deep down they envied how many people liked her. Every time the school held a belle election, Ren Ningxiang was always first. Most of them, however, were not even glanced at by the boys. They couldn't let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip by, joining the crowd to insult and slander Ren Ningxiang. Even some comments were so outrageous that many couldn't bear to read them, and quietly exited the campus forum. Why must women make things difficult for other women? When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. In the girls' dormitory, a rather sturdy girl said, "You guys, look at the campus forum, it's full of bad comments about Ningxiang. Yeah, these people know nothing and are just talking nonsense, it's infuriating. Ningxiang, did you see? Aren't you? They all said that. About you. What's there to be angry about?" Ren Ningxiang said, "If you don't attract jealousy, you're mediocre." The more viciously they curse, the more it shows they're jealous of me, envious of me. Let them say what they want, their mouths are their own, I can't stop them from talking. But we can't just let it go unchecked, the chubby girl said. "I've noticed more and more people online cursing you. Shouldn't you post a video to clarify that it's all just rumors made up by netizens, that there's no truth to it?" Yeah, Ningxiang. Hurry up and post a video, it'll be too late if you wait." Upon hearing this, Ren Ningxiang's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness, then she said, "Isn't that just falling into the trap of self-justification? Those who want to curse you will find a way to attack, and a single video won't solve anything. These people are like rats in the gutter, afraid of the sunlight. Now that they've finally found a bit of presence, let them make a fuss. If I go out now and post a video, who would even listen? It would only add fuel to the fire, and they would only get more excited." Her roommates fell silent for a long time. They all agreed that releasing a statement now was not a good choice. They looked at Ren Ningxiang with pity. Her reputation would be completely ruined from now on. "Ningxiang, why did you think to go find Wang Chen? You shouldn't have been so proactive. Yeah, Ningxiang, you shouldn't have been so rash." To them, Ren Ningxiang's actions today were undoubtedly self-inflicted. In front of so many people in the cafeteria, she had approached Wang Chen without any disguise. It would have been fine if she succeeded. But Wang Chen rejected her. Undoubtedly, this gave them a handle to grasp, which led to so much criticism. Rash? I don't think so. I actually find Wang Chen quite interesting. If he had directly agreed, I would have thought he was no different from other men, just another one who was easily swayed by looks. Ren Ningxiang said. With a hint of a smile in her eyes, Ren Ningxiang said, "After our brief interaction just now, I found him quite interesting. I really want to date him." "Ningxiang, do you really want to date?" "Well, it's true that not dating for 4 years in college makes life feel incomplete." "Then why choose Wang Chen?" a roommate asked in confusion. "Hasn't he already rejected you? With so many rich second-generation kids in school, I believe if you just waved your hand, they would all rush to you like dogs. Why bother looking for a clueless Wang Chen? Other rich second-generation kids?" Ren Ningxiang shook her head and said, "Which rich second-generation kid can drive an Apollo, i.e., which rich second-generation kid is as tall and handsome as Wang Chen? I think every girl wants to find someone like Wang Chen. Don't say you haven't thought about it. Wang Chen rejected me once, but I don't believe he can reject me a second time. I won't give up. I can fail countless times, but as long as the last time is successful, that's enough. I don't want to regret it after another girl snatches Wang Chen away." In front of her roommates, Ren Ningxiang appeared very calm, not hiding her feelings for Wang Chen. Her words made the dormitory fall silent again. Ren Ningxiang's words made them feel that, after 3 years of living together in college, they didn't really know each other at all. Was this still their school beauty roommate who looked down on men? It felt so unfamiliar. This version of Ren Ningxiang was undoubtedly like a different person. At that moment, Ren Ningxiang glanced at the time, then stood up, changed her clothes, and walked out of the dormitory door. Her roommates looked at Ren Ningxiang and asked in confusion, "Ningxiang, are you going to tutor students again? Recently, haven't you only been going at 3 in the afternoon? Why so early today?" "Yes, Ningxiang, why don't you take a break? You work part-time during the day and also at night. That's too much effort, making us look useless." Her roommate said with concern, "Ningxiang, just rest for a day. Working part-time every day will wear you out. Besides, everyone is talking about you outside. Why not wait until tomorrow to work?" Ren Ningxiang turned to look inside the dormitory, revealing a beautiful smile as she said, "I'll go to work early, finish early, and then I can go find Wang Chen. What if that girl takes advantage of my absence? I would regret it too late. I'm off now, see you tonight." With that, Ren Ningxiang gracefully turned and left. The remaining few in the dorm exchanged glances. The afternoon sun poured down on the basketball court. Wang Chen and a few tall guys were sweating profusely on the court. Wang Chen skillfully dribbled the ball, easily breaking through the defense, and with a powerful dunk he successfully scored. Under the influence of the entry basketball star, Wang Chen seemed to embody Kobe, unstoppable on the court. After an intense basketball game, everyone sat around the sidelines to rest. Nyoben was panting heavily, while the tall guy wiped his sweat with a towel. Zhenjin leaned closer to Wang Chen and said, "When did you get so good at basketball? Did you secretly practice alone during the summer?" I was just letting you guys win, Wang Chen replied casually. Keep pretending, Zhang Jin said, speechless. By the way, that was Ren Ningxuang just now, the recognized goddess of Kaida. You just rejected her advance like that? Don't you regret it? I definitely wouldn't have turned her down. Wang Chen smiled, took a sip of mineral water, and said, what's there to regret? I don't like her. She's the goddess of Kaida. So many people dream of getting close to her, and you just let her slip away. Yo Ben chimed in. The tall guy looked at his muscular arms and then said, Wang Chen doesn't like her, so rejecting her isn't wrong. But she's the goddess of Kaida. How many people wish they had a chance to get close to her? Zhang Jin said, somewhat confused. Clearly, he didn't understand Wang Chen's thoughts. There are plenty of women in the world, it doesn't have to be her, right? Wang Chen shook his head. Zhang Jin pouted and said, if I had the chance to talk to her, I definitely wouldn't let it go. Wang Chen stood up, looking towards the court, and said, right. Now, I care more about how to play basketball. He then dribbled the ball quickly towards the court, leaped high, and smoothly sent the ball into the hoop. A beautiful three-pointer. Wow, the male god is so handsome. I saw the male god's abs, I'm going to faint. Wang Chen's handsome figure drew screams from many girls present. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. Wang Chen, over here. Wang Chen turned his head at the sound. Not far from the court, under the shade of a tree, stood a woman in a light pink long dress, waving at him. It was Ren Ningxuang, who had hurried back after tutoring students. Wang Chen frowned. Why was she here again? He had already rejected her so clearly, yet Ren Ningxuang still shamelessly approached him. Wang Chen couldn't help but admire her thick skin. No wonder she could marry into a wealthy family in her past life. Ren Ningxuang kept waving at Wang Chen, but he had no intention of going over. She pouted, holding a bottle of water, and somewhat dejectedly covered her skirt with her hand before jogging over to Wang Chen. By the time she reached him, she was already a bit out of breath. Her originally fair face had turned rosy and a layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. Wang Chen couldn't help but want to mock her. This girl's acting skills were impressive. With a physique score of 90, she was stronger than many men, and she was really putting on a good show. Isn't that Ren Ningxuang? Why is she here again? For the past few years, everyone has said that Ren Ningxuang is not interested in men, but when she meets a wealthy person, she still shamelessly approaches them, right? Yeah, she's been criticized so much in the posts, yet she still has the face to come looking for my idol. The posts say that Ren Ningxuang is quite extravagant when she's out. As long as someone has money, they can support her. You all misunderstood her. She and Wang Chen are childhood friends, but later she fell for someone else and Wang Chen was disappointed in her. By the time Ren Ningxuang regretted it, Wang Chen no longer liked her. Now it's like a husband-chasing funeral plot. Bro, your imagination is great. It's a pity you don't write novels. The students around who were watching Wang Chen and the others play basketball also noticed Ren Ningxuang's arrival. They couldn't help but start discussing among themselves. Their voices were loud, showing no intention of avoiding the presence of Ren Ningxuang, the main subject. Both Wang Chen and Ren Ningxuang heard clearly, and Ren Ningxuang appeared very calm, as if she hadn't heard anything. She smiled brightly, looking up at Wang Chen and said, I just greeted you, why didn't you come over? It's such a hot sun, making me run over here. Wang Chen looked at her slightly flushed cheeks, her clear and bright eyes resembling a clear spring, pure and untainted. With her long, shiny black hair casually draped over her shoulders. Her cherry-like lips were moist and bright red, like a ripe cherry, alluring and dripping with charm. Wang Chen pointed at the crowd around them and said lightly, what are they saying? Just some bored people talking nonsense online, you don't need to pay attention, Ren Ningxuang replied with a beaming smile. Wang Chen listened to the voices around him. The school forum. He hadn't been paying attention, so he naturally didn't know what had happened. However, from what these people were saying, it was easy for Wang Chen to analyze that the criticism was all directed at Ren Ningxuang. It seemed her reputation was completely ruined. It appeared that the cause of all this was his refusal of Ren Ningxuang at noon, which had brought her this controversy. Ren Ningxuang seemed unfazed, smiling as she said, are you concerned about me? You're overthinking it. Wang Chen replied, speechless. I'll take that as you caring about me, Ren Ningxuang said, shyly lowering her head, her fair little hands twisting together, her tone carrying a hint of bashfulness as she said, how annoying, I'm a bit embarrassed now. Before Wang Chen could react, Ren Ningxuang pulled out a bottle of sports drink from behind her and handed it to him, saying, I know you must be tired from playing, so I prepared a bottle of cold drink for you. Hurry and drink it. Wang Chen looked at her coldly. This woman was truly difficult to deal with. You should take it, or it won't be cold in a bit, Ren Ningxuang smiled. Wang Chen looked at the chilled drink in front of him, instinctively swallowed, and, although he really wanted to drink it, he didn't reach out to take it. Seeing Ren Ningxuang's expectant expression, he raised his head and warned her with a glance, saying, what exactly do you want? Wang Chen directly asked the question that puzzled him. In his previous life, Run Ningxuan didn't start dating until she was about to graduate from university. Why was it happening so early now? Could it be the effect of the entry? Was his charm really that great now? Ren Ningxuan's behavior was too unusual. She didn't seem like a purely materialistic woman, nor did she appear to be solely attracted by his charm. On the contrary, Ren Ningxuan exuded a sense of cunning. The more she acted this way, the more Wang Chen felt something was off. So he directly asked his question, wanting to see what she was really after. I like you, Ren Ningxuan said straightforwardly. Just give me a chance. I've already found out that you don't have a girlfriend in college. Didn't I just reject you? I know. Before Wang Chen could finish his sentence, Ren Ningxiang interrupted him. Just like you said before. Whether I like you or not is my business, and whether I pursue you is also my business. And am I not good looking? If I were your girlfriend, wouldn't it be quite impressive to take me out? Aren't you even a little moved? I'm the school beauty. Ren Ningxiang playfully blinked her eyes and pouted her rosy lips, saying, I don't care whether you agree or not, I'm determined to pursue you, and no one can stop me. No way, sister. Wang Chen was completely stunned. He never expected Ren Ningxiang to be so shameless, showing no signs of being the prestigious school beauty. Ren Ningxiang, you are something else. His thinking of this, Wang Chen couldn't help but take a sharp breath. This girl is terrifying. I must not be careless. I'm your senior, you know. If we were to date, you'd definitely have a lot of face at the university. Ren Ningxiang looked at him with her big, round eyes and said seriously, you should drink your beverage first, it's getting warm. Wang Chen stared at her, frowning. Ren Ningxiang looked straight into Wang Chen's eyes, a smile on her face, her slightly upturned lips exuding confidence and a hint of playfulness. Wang Chen reached out to take the drink, saying lightly, thanks. He was still soft-hearted. Of course, it was mainly because the summer heat in the Magic City was stifling, and he believed no one could refuse a cold drink. After taking the drink, Wang Chen unscrewed the cap and took a sip. The coolness mixed with a hint of lime flavor instantly chased away the summer heat. It was a taste he liked. He let out a long breath, feeling energized immediately. How is it? Tasty, right? Ren Ningxiang watched Wang Chen drink the beverage she gave him, her face lighting up with joy as she smiled and said, this is my favorite. Lime flavor, I wonder if you like it. After saying that, she looked at Wang Chen with eager anticipation. Wang Chen looked down at Ren Ningxiang, his expression inadvertently softening. He wasn't Lu Xiaowei. Faced with such a beautiful girl who was so attentive and welcoming, he found it hard to refuse. It was inevitable that he felt a little moved. It's pretty good, you're thoughtful. Wang Chen's tone softened a bit. As long as it's good. Seeing Wang Chen's attitude improve, Ren Ningxiang's eyes curved into crescent moons as she happily said, since you like it, I'll bring you some next time. No need. Wang Chen instinctively wanted to refuse. However, Ren Ningxiang didn't give him a chance to respond, saying directly, it's settled then, I'll be watching you play under the shade of the tree. Good luck. After saying that, Ren Ningxiang gave Wang Chen a thumbs up and quickly turned to run towards the shade. She left behind only a light silhouette. The gentle breeze brushed past, her long hair flowing like lively black satin, dancing freely in the wind. It left a faint fragrance in the air. Wang Chen looked at the drink in his hand, his expression somewhat complicated. He originally didn't want to have any interactions with Ren Ningxiang, but facing such a youthful and vibrant beauty, it was truly hard to refuse. Wang Chen took out his phone, logged onto the university's campus network, and was instantly drawn in by the flood of posts on the screen. He scrolled down and quickly browsed through them. The situation arose because of him, and there were quite a few attacks directed at him. He couldn't just pretend he didn't see them. However, from Ren Ningxiang's demeanor, it seemed like she wasn't affected by these negative comments. Was her mental fortitude that strong? Or? Wang Chen shook his head and turned back to the basketball court. Wang Chen and Niuben were sweating it out on the court, while Ren Ningxiang watched intently from the sidelines. Every time Wang Chen made a successful shot, Ren Ningxiang would scream like a little fangirl, continuously cheering him on. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the court as a group of people in sportswear walked in. Leading them was a muscular man standing nearly 2 meters tall, dressed in loose athletic gear, broad-shouldered and thick-backed, his gaze scanning the area. Sha Wenchuan's eyes landed on Ren Ningxiang. He stared at her with an infatuated look on his face. Then, Sha Wenchuan withdrew his gaze and, accompanied by his group, walked straight up to Wang Chen, crossing his arms and saying with a face full of anger, kid, I heard you're pursuing Ningxiang? Wang Chen frowned but remained silent. Who doesn't know about the wealth of the university? I've been pursuing Ningxiang all along. How dare you pursue her too? You really don't know your place. Sha Wenchuan continued. Zheng immediately stood up upon hearing this, shouting, who are you to meddle in our business? Sha Wenchuan didn't even glance at Zheng, disdainfully saying, I'm Sha Wenchuan, you'd better know your place. Who the hell is Sha Wenchuan? Never heard of him, Niuben scoffed. Sha Wenchuan's expression turned cold as he looked at Wang Chen, saying, my dad is a leader in the business school, so if you know what's good for you, keep your distance from Ningxiang. I'm not someone you can provoke. Wang Chen looked at him as if he were a fool, then said, lightly, who I want to be friends with is not up to you to decide. Humph. Sha Wenchuan snorted coldly, saying, do you really think Ningxiang would like you? Stop dreaming. I'm the man who deserves her the most. Whether you deserve her or not is not for you to say, Wang Chen replied calmly. UTM. Sha Wenchuan clenched his fists and said, if that's the case, let's see who's better on the court. If you're a man, let's have a match. Consider yourself lucky, Wang Chen nodded and said, I was just getting bored, so let's have a few games. The group in front of him looked like a basketball team, each one muscular. He felt that playing with Zhang Jin and the others wasn't enough, and he hadn't fully unleashed the ability of the basketball star entry. Hopefully, this group has some skill, otherwise, it wouldn't be fun. Soon, Wang Chen and Sha Wenchuan each took their teams and stood on the court. Nyoben patted Wang Chen on the shoulder, looking nervous as he said, don't worry, old Wang, we can definitely win. Don't worry, we won't lose, Wang Chen nodded. The game began, and Sha Wenchuan took the first serve, quickly charging towards the basket with the ball. He barreled through, every move filled with provocation, his gaze occasionally casting a contemptuous glance at Wang Chen and his teammates. He dribbled to the basket, leaped high, and executed a beautiful dunk, the basketball crashing into the hoop. Did you see that? This is strength. Sha Wenchuan shouted, his face full of pride. Ever since the cafeteria rumors spread that Ren Ningxiang was pursuing Wang Chen, he had been holding his breath, thinking, why should I, the one who can't, have the goddess, see you throw her away like trash? Upon hearing that Wang Chen was playing here, he brought his friends from the university basketball team just to vent his frustration. So what if he has money? He'll still lose to me. What does he have to compete with? Let Ningxiang know that this kid is nothing but rich. Ningxiang will eventually belong to me. Ren Ningxiang, seeing Sha Wenchuan score a point, looked anxious, shouting loudly, Wang Chen, go for it, go for it. She clenched her hands tightly, her eyes fixed on the court. Upon hearing Ren Ningxiang's cheers, Sha Wenchuan's face darkened. His hatred for Wang Chen deepened. Wang Chen looked at Sha Wenchuan's arrogant demeanor, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up, saying, you got 1 point, and you're already so proud. In an instant, Sha Wenchuan felt the aura around Wang Chen change, suddenly becoming sharp like a sword drawn from its sheath. After catching the ball, Wang Chen skillfully dribbled a few steps back, retreating to beyond the three-point line. The basketball arced beautifully, precisely piercing through the net. Beautiful, Niu Ben exclaimed. Looks like I underestimated you. Sha Wenchuan's expression grew serious as he watched Wang Chen make a precise shot. Wang Chen nimbly weaved through the court, effortlessly breaking through the defenses of Sha Wenchuan and the others with his superb skills and keen insight. Wang Chen pressed on, scoring several consecutive baskets, each one leaving Sha Wenchuan in shock. Dunk, dunk, and another dunk. The male god looks so handsome when he plays. I really like him. He's handsome even when he's not playing. Wang Chen, go for it. Cheers from the audience echoed outside the court. Watching Wang Chen score repeatedly, Sha Wenchuan's face turned extremely ugly, his eyes revealing a hint of jealousy and resentment. Why was it that Wang Chen was both handsome and wealthy, and played basketball so well? He couldn't accept it. Swish! Another basket. The final score was 5-1. After Wang Chen scored again, he looked at Sha Wenchuan, his eyes filled with provocation. Do you still need to compete? Sha Wenchuan looked at Wang Chen, feeling helpless and desperate. Wang Chen looked at Sha Wenchuan, his eyes showing disdain as he said lightly, you lost. Sha Wenchuan's heart was filled with anger and unwillingness, feeling as if the world was spinning, the echo in his mind repeating, you lost, you completely lost. You embarrassed yourself in front of Ning Shuang. Sha Wenchuan's face gradually turned red, his body radiating heat. Sha Wenchuan's face grew increasingly flushed, filled with humiliation and rage, signaling his basketball teammates to take action. The nearby teammates exchanged glances and nodded slightly. What do you want to do? Nyoben keenly sensed their intentions and shouted loudly. However, Sha Wenchuan's teammates completely ignored Nyoben and quickly charged towards Wang Chen. Damn, are you idiots? You can't win at basketball, and now you're resorting to fighting. Zhang Jin was caught off guard and received a punch to the face, causing him to cover his face and retreat in pain. Seeing this, Wang Chen was about to step in and teach these guys a lesson, testing his extraordinary skills. Just then, a tall guy roared like an angry bull and charged forward. He stood at nearly 2 meters tall, muscular from years of working out. The big guy rushed in front of Sha Wenchuan, swinging his fist towards Sha Wenchuan's face. Bang! Blood immediately gushed from Sha Wenchuan's face, and he staggered back from the blow. Seeing the big guy had already made a move, Wang Chen immediately joined the fight. He was agile, throwing punch after punch, causing Sha Wenchuan's teammates to bleed profusely. Under Wang Chen's immense strength, no one could withstand a single punch. Before long, the entire basketball team lay on the scorching floor, wailing in agony. Damn, how is he so strong? Be careful. Sha Wenchuan watched his teammates being beaten helplessly by Wang Chen and the big guy, feeling both angry and anxious. seeing Wang Chen land punch after punch. He knew he was no match and dared not step forward, only able to shout angrily, "If you dare to fight, my dad is the department head, just wait to be expelled." Wang Chen, hearing Sha Wenchuan's words, sneered coldly. Not to mention they were the ones who started the fight. Even if Wang Chen was the one to strike first, so what? He had money and power. Could he really be afraid of this so-called department head? If he really backed down, he might as well just end it all himself. It was a disgrace to all the vast number of travelers. Niu Ben glared at them and said, "We were acting in self-defense. You should be punished for attacking us without reason. Even if your dad is the king of heaven, you can't bully us today." The big guy shouted loudly as well. Sha Wenchuan wanted to continue resisting. However, he had already been beaten to the point of dizziness by the big guy and had no strength left to stand up. Lying on the ground, Sha Wenchuan could only groan in pain, his face filled with anger and unwillingness. Wang Chen looked at Sha Wenchuan lying on the ground and coldly said, "Don't think that just because your dad is only the department head or even the principal, I won't hit you today. If you dare to provoke me again in the future, it won't be so simple." Ren Ningxuang rushed over from the side of the court, her eyes filled with worry and anxiety. She ran to Wang Chen's side, grabbed his hand, and carefully examined him for injuries, her gaze full of concern. "Wang Chen, are you okay?" Her voice trembled slightly and her eyes were already glistening with tears. Wang Chen looked at Ren Ningxuang, feeling a bit touched, and said, "I'm fine, don't worry." Ren Ningxuang looked up at Wang Chen's face, her eyes scanning him back and forth, continuously saying, "Are you really okay? With so many of them, did you get hurt anywhere?" As she spoke, she gently stroked Wang Chen's arm with her hand, as if afraid he was injured. Seeing Ren Ningxuang's nervousness seem genuine, Wang Chen felt warm inside. He reassured her, "Really, I'm fine. Don't worry." Sha Wenchuan struggled to get up from the ground, glaring fiercely as he said, "Wang Chen, just you wait, this isn't over." Seeing Ren Ningxuang's concern for Wang Chen, jealousy burned in his heart and his eyes nearly spat fire. Hearing Sha Wenchuan's words, Ren Ningxuang turned to look at him, her eyes filled with disgust. She tightly held Wang Chen's hand and said, "Sha Wenchuan, stop making a scene. I like Wang Chen and this has nothing to do with you." Sha Wenchuan's face twisted in anger as he shouted, "Ningxuang, how can you like him? I'm the one who deserves you the most. What does he have that I don't?" "Sha Wenchuan, stop deceiving yourself. You're just a clown," Wang Chen said with a cold laugh. Ren Ningxuang coldly added, "Please don't bother me anymore. I will never like you." Wang Chen ignored Sha Wenchuan's harsh words and turned to leave the court with Ren Ningxuang and Zhang Jin. Ren Ningxuang anxiously said to Wang Chen, "I have nothing to do with him. It's Sha Wenchuan who has been pursuing me. I've rejected him many times, but he still won't let go. It's okay," Wang Chen said lightly. The chaos on the basketball court attracted quite a few people's attention. Many were interested in Wang Chen, the rising star who had become popular at school since the beginning of the semester. Whispers floated around Wang Chen and the others. "That's Wang Chen. Apart from being good at fighting, he doesn't seem that special. So handsome. Wang Chen is truly the campus god of Kaide, well deserved. Look, Ren Ningxuang is over there too. Did Wang Chen fight because of her? Woo, are Wang Chen and Ren Ningxuang together? I have no chance now. I have high-definition photos of Wang Chen, 100 yuan each. You won't regret it. High definition. A must-have for practicing hand speed. Girls who need it, come quickly." Wang Chen paid no attention to these voices. As they just walked out of the court, preparing to return to the dormitory, they heard Sha Wenchuan's cries from behind. "Dad, it was these few who beat me." "Stop. Which department are you from? You think you can run after hitting someone?" Wang Chen heard the furious roar of the department head, Sha Ruijin, from behind and stopped, slowly turning around. Shuai Jin was striding towards them with a face full of anger, while Wen Xian was beside him, adding fuel to the fire with his complaints. Shuai Jin pointed at Wang Chen and the others, shouting, "You have some nerve fighting in broad daylight at school. This is simply lawless. I will make you pay the price. I demand your expulsion." Director Sha, with his hands behind his back, walked in front of everyone. He wore a stern expression, glaring at Wang Chen and the others. The students around the basketball court involuntarily fell silent, instinctively standing up straight, curious about how Director Sha would handle the situation. Wang Chen looked at Director Sha, furrowing his brows, realizing that Wen Xian was Shuai Jin's son, which explained his arrogance. He knew that this matter had to be settled today. In his previous life, Wang Chen had an extreme dislike for Director Sha. He often used his power to deliberately suppress and bully impoverished students, even withholding their scholarships. He would verbally attack the self-esteem of ordinary-looking impoverished female students. When faced with those who were somewhat attractive, he would use his power to create opportunities for inappropriate physical contact. Impoverished students were already sensitive at heart. Many girls, feeling timid, would choose to endure as long as things didn't go too far, just to secure their scholarships. Some girls, unable to tolerate such treatment, would retaliate in anger. However, Director Shah would leverage his connections within the institution to report the school, claiming that the students openly insulted their superiors and had extremely poor moral character. In the end, they would face disciplinary actions or even expulsion. The remaining impoverished students could only swallow their grievances and continue to endure, seeing how Director Shah held all the power. After this ink, when the big guy heard this, he immediately exploded with rage and stepped forward, saying, "Director Shah, the situation is not at all as you see it. Clearly, Shah Wenchuan and the others provoked us first and even took the initiative to beat Zhang Jin to a pulp. We were merely acting in self-defense." Wang Chen, however, merely cast a faint glance at Sha Ruijin. That gaze seemed to penetrate his soul, calm as water yet seemingly containing endless power, causing Sha Ruijin to shiver inexplicably. This indifferent look was like a sharp dagger piercing deep into the fragile and sensitive pride of Sha Ruijin. He had climbed from a small county town to where he was today. Coming from an ordinary family, he felt like an ugly duckling among the rich kids at the prestigious Financial University of Magic City, a sense of not belonging gnawing at him like a thorn in his back. The cold stares and disdain he had suffered in the past gradually eroded his heart, ultimately twisting it into this detestable form. He vented all his long-suppressed resentment onto the more vulnerable group of impoverished students. Watching them dare not speak out despite their anger, his vanity was greatly satisfied. The forbearance of the poor students only further fueled his arrogance. Wang Chen? He had long noticed him. He had no intention of provoking the wealthy. But now that Wang Chen had made a mistake and the evidence was in his hands, it thrilled him. So what if he was rich? So what if he drove an Apollo? He would still be expelled by him. Therefore, when he heard that his son had been beaten by Wang Chen, he couldn't wait to find trouble with him. But all he received in return was a calm glance from Wang Chen. There was no contempt nor any other implication. There was only indifference, the posture of a superior, as if looking at an ant. The facade he had built up over half his life seemed to be completely seen through by Wang Chen. In that instant, Sha Ruijin felt as if he had been struck by lightning, as if he had returned to the time when he first arrived at the university, feeling so weak, inferior, and helpless. Sha Ruijin was utterly furious. "You?" Sha Ruijin's lips trembled with anger, and after a long pause, he squeezed out a sentence through clenched teeth. "Even if he struck first, the school will handle it. It's not up to you to take action. Director Shah, you can't be so biased towards your son. This matter was initiated by Sha Wenchuan. We did nothing wrong." Ren Ningxuang couldn't help but speak up. Sha Ruijin shot a glare at Ren Ningxuang and said, "Mind your own business. I see you're not a good person either. Mingling with them, you'll be expelled too. Director Shah, how can you be so unreasonable?" Ren Ningxuang said angrily. Niu Ben, hearing Sha Ruijin's unreasonable stance, felt a surge of anger. He stepped forward and said, "Department head, aren't you afraid of being talked about for doing this? I believe there are fair people in the school who won't let you act recklessly." Sha Ruijin completely ignored Wang Chen's words and turned to the people beside him, saying, "Take them all to my office. I need to handle this matter properly." Just then, an elderly man stepped out of the crowd, his voice booming, "Director Shah, I saw the whole thing. It was Sha Wenchuan and his group who struck first. Wang Chen and the others were acting in self-defense. As the department head, you cannot be so biased towards your son." Upon seeing this person, Sha Ruijin was instantly stunned. The newcomer was none other than the highly respected Professor Qin Shiming. This old professor had devoted his life to academia, single-mindedly pursuing knowledge, and scoffed at fame and fortune. He had cultivated students at the Financial University for decades, with a vast network of alumni, and held immense prestige. Even Sha Ruijin, as the department head, had to show some deference to Professor Qin in daily interactions. "Director Shah, this matter concerns the students' innocence and fairness. You must handle it with caution and cannot make a decision that goes against the ethics of teaching and disregards justice due to personal interests. Otherwise, it won't just be the hearts of these few students that are chilled, but the trust of all the students in the school." Professor Qin looked at Sha Ruijin with a serious expression and said. Upon hearing Professor Qin's words, Sha Ruijin's face changed colors, alternating between green and white, as if he were performing a dramatic face change. He opened his mouth, wanting to argue, but found no words to say. He could only snort coldly in front of everyone, forcing a facade and saying, "In that case, I will investigate thoroughly before making a decision. You all can go back for now." Wang Chen looked at Sha Ruijin, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he said coldly, "Director Shah, I hope you can handle this matter fairly. Enjoy your last moments of freedom." Sha Ruijin felt inexplicably flustered at Wang Chen's words, yet he couldn't grasp the meaning, thinking Wang Chen was just bluffing and speaking nonsense. After Wang Chen finished speaking, he turned to Professor Qin, and the coldness on his face instantly transformed into a sincere gratitude. He quickly walked up to Professor Qin, slightly bowing, and said earnestly, "Professor Qin, thank you for your support." Professor Qin waved his hand with a gentle smile and said, "No need to be polite. What I detest the most is the distortion of truth. Rest assured, since I have stepped forward, this matter will be handled fairly. Ren Ningxian looked at him with full respect and said, Professor Qin, we believe in you. With Professor Qin's reassurance, the anxious hearts of Ren Ningxian, Zhang Jin, and others finally calmed down a bit. The group prepared to leave this place of controversy. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruijin stood in place, his face dark as if it could drip water. He watched Wang Chen and the others leave, feeling a myriad of unwillingness in his heart, but under Professor Qin's pressure, he could only swallow his anger for now. He was fully occupied with plans on how to regain face for his son and restore his own reputation. Little did he know, his downfall was quietly approaching. Business school. Dean's office. Wang Chen stood at the door and knocked. Come in. A deep voice came from inside. Hearing the voice, Wang Chen pushed open the door and walked in steadily. The dean's office was simply and elegantly decorated, without excessive luxurious embellishments. A deep brown solid wood desk was placed by the window, neatly arranged with a computer, documents, and a few commonly used pens. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man who looked to be around 40. He was slightly plump, with a distinctive Mediterranean hairstyle on top of his head, complemented by a round protruding belly, giving off a sense of someone who had long been in a position of power. He sat there, looking down at the documents in his hand. Seeing this, Wang Chen showed no impatience and sat down on the sofa, patiently waiting. After a moment, Dean Chen finally looked up. He saw Wang Chen sitting on the sofa, a hint of confusion crossing his eyes as he asked, Student, what can I do for you? Hello, Dean Chen, I am Wang Chen, a junior at the business school. Wang Chen stood up and introduced himself to Dean Chen. Wang Chen? Dean Chen furrowed his brows, thinking for a moment before saying, I know you. You made quite a stir when you arrived at our university in an Apollo IE at the beginning of the semester. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Wang Chen again. Did you come here for something? Yes, I have a bit of a matter to trouble you with. Wang Chen smiled slightly, speaking leisurely. As a student of the university, I have been deeply influenced by the school's educational philosophy, the teachings of the teachers, and the strong learning atmosphere over the past few years. It has made me feel a deeper sense of identity and belonging to our school. I've been thinking that I should do something tangible for the school. At this point, Wang Chen paused slightly, his gaze fixed on Dean Chen. Just so happens I have some spare money, and I thought about contributing a little to the school. Wang Chen stated directly, I plan to donate 10 million to the school to express my respect for it. I wonder, what do you think? Dean? 10 million? Dean Chen was taken aback, his expression unable to maintain its composure. He looked Wang Chen up and down. Then, Dean Chen slowly nodded, a look of gratification appearing on his face as he sighed. As a student of the school, your intention brings me great comfort as the dean of the business school. It shows that the school's investment in you over the years has not been in vain. A glimmer of insight flashed in Dean Chen's eyes as he said meaningfully, however, I would still like to know, is this donation your own idea, or is it your family's wish? It's entirely my own idea. Will your family have any objections? Wang Chen smiled lightly and replied, Dean, you worry too much. The small amount of money is something I can decide on, you can rest assured. Upon hearing this, Dean Chen's eyes lit up, and his smile grew even broader. He stood up, walked over to Wang Chen, and sat down with a beaming face, tentatively asking, Wang, thank you for your donation to the school. If you have any needs, feel free to mention them. As long as it's within the school's capabilities, we will do our best to accommodate you. Needs, well, there are indeed a few. Wang Chen didn't beat around the bush and stated frankly, of course, I donated this 10 million because I want the school to develop better. What requirements do you have? Let's hear them, Dean Chen chuckled and asked. Dean Chen, you know that people like us are expected to achieve great things by our families. Wang Chen said lightly. So during my university years, I plan to start a business, but as you know, there are many matters to attend to in a startup, and when things get busy, I might not have time. I hope the dean can be a bit lenient regarding my studies. In fact, Wang Chen had other plans in mind. His intention was to use the dean's pivotal position to expose the issues surrounding Xiao Ruijin ahead of time. He wanted to remove Xiao Ruijin from his position as department head to clear the way for a thorough investigation by the relevant authorities. After all, having that kind of protection makes it difficult to investigate. Even going through the proper procedures takes a considerable amount of time. Wang Chen thought, why not address his academic issues at the same time? After all, with the busy affairs of the company in the future, he couldn't possibly spend all his time in school studying. Dean Chen immediately understood. Wang Chen didn't want to waste time in school. He was not surprised. Every year, many rich second-generation individuals came to him with similar requests. These rich kids were used to being lazy and couldn't focus on their studies seriously. However, Wang Chen was merely offering 10 million to avoid the hardships of studying. Dean Chen was still somewhat taken aback. He instinctively glanced at the Vacheron Constantin watch on Wang Chen's wrist, his throat slightly bobbing as he licked his lips. A flash of greed crossed his eyes. Wang Chen casually mentioned 10 million, which seemed like pocket change to him. If he could extract more donations from him, such a large sum would certainly not end up in his hands, but as long as the money passed through his hands and then went back, it would be like a bank. Countless people deposit money and not a cent is lost, yet the bank profits immensely. With each transaction, the margins could be substantial. Dean Chen's mind began to race. The more money Wang Chen donates, the more benefits he will gain. Dean Chen pondered for a moment, slightly furrowing his brows, and put on a troubled expression as he said, "This matter is a bit difficult, isn't it? Student Wang, you also know that the school certainly does not want you to just waste your time here. If you graduate without learning anything, what's the point?" Wang Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. Moreover, our business school's motto is cultivating virtue and nurturing talent. For decades, our rigorous teaching philosophy has taken root in everyone's hearts. Dean Chen frowned and said helplessly, "Student Wang, I can understand your desire for special treatment, but given the current situation, it's quite challenging to operate. It's not easy." Wang Chen's expression shifted. What did Dean Chen mean by that? Not easy? To put it bluntly, it wasn't that it couldn't be done, but rather that he felt the chips Wang Chen offered were insufficient. Looking at Dean Chen, who had a prominent belly, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a cold laugh rise within him. A mere 10 million wasn't even enough to catch his eye. His appetite was rather large. Wang Chen sneered internally, though he didn't show it on his face. He curled his lips into a slight smile and said in a calm tone, "Since Dean Chen mentioned the teaching philosophy, I have one more thing to say." Wang Chen looked at Dean Chen seriously and said, "Most leaders and teachers in the school are diligent and responsible, and I deeply admire this. However, there's an old saying that goes, in a big forest, there are all kinds of birds. In any group, it's inevitable that a few incompetent individuals slip in. There are a few morally corrupt scoundrels who, relying on their power, act recklessly, oppressing and even humiliating students for a long time. To take the rights granted by the people and turn them against the people is simply atrocious." Wang Chen continued, "I also hope the dean can report this to the school's disciplinary committee for a thorough investigation of the teaching staff. Our business school absolutely cannot allow such people to exist, otherwise the prestige the school has built over the decades might be destroyed." In an instant, Dean Chen, who had initially worn a somewhat perfunctory expression, gradually became serious. He straightened his posture slightly and asked with a solemn face, "Is there really such a thing?" Wang Chen didn't know what he didn't know before he spoke, but now he could be sure. This Dean Chen in front of him definitely knew some things, but he hadn't taken action. Perhaps for his own interests, he was even involved in or covering for Xia Ruijin. It made sense. Xia Ruijin had been bullying others in the department for so many years, without any issues. If no one was covering for him, that would be strange. In his previous life, Wang Chen had never interacted with Dean Chen, and even after Xia Ruijin's matters were thoroughly exposed, he hadn't been implicated. Wang Chen didn't understand Dean Chen's character. Now it seemed that this old man wasn't a good person either. A den of thieves. Compared to someone as blatant as Xia Ruijin, a person like Dean Chen was the real parasite. Hidden in the shadows, finding evidence of his crimes would be much harder than with Xia Ruijin. If the dean can thoroughly investigate the teaching staff, I'm willing to increase my donation by another 10 million. Wang Chen paused and said lightly, "A total of 20 million in donations. I believe this would be considered a significant achievement for Dean Chen as well." 20 million. Dean Chen's eyes flickered uncertainly. He was somewhat tempted, but ultimately managed to remain calm. "This matter, even without the donation, I would report to the school. It concerns all the teachers and students of our business school, so you can rest assured about that." Dean Chen said with righteous indignation, "As the dean of the business school, I will definitely handle this fairly." Sigh. Suddenly, Dean Chen let out a heavy sigh and said, "It's quite embarrassing to admit, but I had no idea such a significant event occurred, and it took you, Wang, to remind me." Dean Chen spoke solemnly, "However, since it involves the entire teaching staff, I can't handle it directly. I can only report it to the school for them to address it." "Wang, your donation of 20 million to the school is greatly appreciated on behalf of the institution. After all, students like you, who care about the school, are truly rare." Dean Chen sighed again and said, "Unfortunately, while 20 million seems like a lot, we have even more impoverished students at our school. This won't even catch the principal's attention to resolve the matter immediately. By the time I report it layer by layer, who knows when it will be addressed." "Not enough?" Wang Chen straightened up, crossed his legs, and said, "Then what does Dean Chen think I need to donate to catch the principal's attention?" Although he wore a smile, his eyes were icy. This Dean Chen had quite the appetite. 20 million wasn't enough for him. Wang Chen felt a wave of irritation. His patience was wearing thin with this Dean Chen. After a moment of contemplation, Dean Chen helplessly said, 20 million is already quite a lot. We can't have you, a single student, worrying about these matters. Rest assured, as the dean, I will handle this matter well. No matter what difficulties I encounter, I will root out this troublemaker and restore a clear sky for the students." Wang Chen immediately laughed. Dean Chen's words sounded nice, but he wasn't doing anything practical. By the time he dealt with this issue, it would probably be after Wang Chen graduated and Xia Ruijin would still be in the school wielding power. Wang Chen felt his fists clench. He took a deep breath to calm himself. He then waved his hand and said, "It's fine, Dean, just give me a number. I know my own limits." Hearing Wang Chen's words, Dean Chen's face lit up with joy. He trembled as he reached out both hands to grasp Wang Chen's hand and said, "Good child, the school is fortunate to have a student like you." After a pause, Dean Chen continued, "I think, if we could have 1 or 200 million, that should be enough." Wang Chen's face darkened like water. He shook off Dean Chen's hand, stood up, and grabbed his collar. In the face of his superhuman strength, Dean Chen was like a chick lifted off the ground by Wang Chen. Wang Chen's gaze was filled with coldness. "You fool, am I giving you face? You're trying to extort me now? 200 million? Greedy pig. Do you really think I'm a child? Don't you know what I'm thinking?" He hadn't wanted to act this way, but Dean Chen's demeanor was truly disgusting. With his greasy hair and big ears, a mind full of gluttony, as the dean of the business school, he managed the entire college, hundreds of teachers, and thousands of students. His thoughts and actions would influence tens of thousands of people. In his position, he should be working for the benefit of the students. Dean Chen was the exact opposite. In his position, he was not fulfilling his duties. In this role, he should be thinking about how to better benefit the students and provide them with a better learning environment. Instead, his mind was filled with how to make money and how to use his power for personal gain. Such a person, in a high position at the school, was nothing but a tumor. This affected the entire teaching staff. The reality is cruel. What should be a pure campus is filled with countless filth. What impact will this have on the students? What impact will it have on Huagua when they enter society? A strong youth means a strong Huagua. A weak youth means a weak Huagua. Dean Chen's face turned bright red, but it was of no use. In his prime, he had neglected exercise, often indulging in drinking and socializing at the table, and was also addicted to wine and women. How could he possibly be a match for Wang Chen? Even if he exerted all his strength, Wang Chen's hand remained unmoved, as if forged from steel. Wang Chen effortlessly threw Dean Chen onto the sofa, leaving him in a disheveled state. "How dare you!" After regaining his composure, Dean Chen's face was filled with immense anger, his rage soaring to the heavens. Ever since he became the dean, everyone had treated him with utmost respect. Yet today, he had suffered such humiliation at the hands of Wang Chen. He shouted furiously, "You are too audacious. As your dean, how dare you lay a hand on me as a student of this academy? This is outrageous. Who is your teacher? How were you taught? You show no respect for your elders or the teachings. What use will such a student be in society? You will only become a parasite, a tumor. If you dare to lay a hand on me again, I will report you to the school and have you expelled." "Just you?" Upon hearing this, Wang Chen revealed a look of disdain and said, "You still remember you are the dean? In your high position, as a role model, instead of thinking about how to do something for the school and the students, you only think about how to make money." Wang Chen reached out and patted Dean Chen's face, saying, "Do you really think I don't know what you're up to? You really have the audacity to ask for 200 million? Can you even swallow that?" Wang Chen then leaned closer to Dean Chen's ear and whispered, "You were involved in those things that Xia Ruijin did, right?" He. Upon hearing this, Dean Chen instantly fell silent, his expression changing rapidly. Finally, he sighed and said, "Wang, I think there may be some misunderstanding between us. The 200 million I mentioned earlier was just to help you resolve the issue quickly. This money has nothing to do with me. As the dean of the academy, my responsibility is to solve problems for the students. That is my duty. How could I think of profiting from you? This matter is not that I don't want to handle it, but reporting to the school takes time. I am just a dean. This is not something I can manage. Moreover, I only provided you with a way to solve the problem. Whether to donate or not is your freedom. I have no right to interfere." Dean Chen took a deep breath and said earnestly, "Of course, I may not have been clear earlier, which led to your misunderstanding. It is my fault for causing you to misinterpret my meaning. It is normal for young people to be a bit hot-headed. I can understand that. If there are any misunderstandings, we can sit down and talk slowly. You have time, right? Academic matters are easy to discuss." Wang Chen looked at Dean Chen's performance and sneered. No wonder he had survived in the political arena for decades. His words were indeed impeccable, managing to twist things around. If it weren't for Wang Chen's certainty that Xia Ruijin had issues, he might have been convinced by this act. "Misunderstanding? Not necessarily," Wang Chen said lightly. "You do not fulfill your responsibilities as a dean at all, yet you are quite adept at the political game. Anyone else hearing your words would likely be fooled by you." Wang Chen, seeing that his words had no effect on him, Dean Chen could only adopt his position as dean and sternly admonish Wang Chen. "Do you know what you have done? Entering the dean's office without permission and daring to lay a hand on the dean is enough to earn you a serious reprimand. It could even lead to expulsion. Do you understand the consequences of this?" Will your parents be disappointed in you? Will this have unnecessary repercussions for you? After finishing, Dean Chen's voice lowered as he said, let's leave it at that. I will pretend nothing happened. Young people make mistakes, that is normal. As your teacher, I also bear some responsibility. You wouldn't want your parents to know you were expelled from school, or even have a record, would you? What now? Wang Chen raised an eyebrow and said with a laugh, soft doesn't work, so how about something hard? Director Chen's expression darkened again and he shouted angrily, Wang Chen, don't push your luck. I'm giving you one last chance. Bang! Crack! Ah! Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Chen kicked out. With a crack, Director Chen let out a terrible scream. He felt a sharp pain in his thigh, as if it had been broken, and he couldn't help but scream like a pig being slaughtered. Director Chen covered his thigh with both hands, the intense pain driving him to madness. He never expected Wang Chen would dare to strike him. The excruciating pain made him tremble all over, and he roared, you dare hit me? A student like you, who disregards the law and shows no respect for teachers, doesn't deserve to attend the financial university. I will expel you and notify the entire school. Director Chen said furiously. I will also call the police to have you arrested. You will face legal consequences. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might consider it. Slap. Before Director Chen could finish his words, Wang Chen slapped him across the face. Director Chen's face immediately swelled up and he was taken aback, stumbling backward while shouting, help! Security! Security, come quickly! Wang Chen looked at the disheveled Director Chen with a sharp gaze. Even at this point, he still thought he could threaten him. It was laughable. With a swift kick, Wang Chen sent Director Chen crashing to the ground like trash. He struggled to get up, bloodied all over, and his already grotesque face looked even more hideous. Wang Chen brushed off his pants and straightened his clothes, and seeing that he hadn't gotten any blood on himself, he plopped down onto the sofa. Looking at the moaning Director Chen, he said casually, let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Chen. Of course, you might not know much about me. My dad is Wang Jiangwo. You can look him up online. Use whatever means and connections you have while you still can. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have time to act and you'll be eating from the cafeteria's big pot tonight. Enjoy your last moments of freedom. Wang Chen kicked Director Chen in the face, insulting him wantonly. He was genuinely angry. Since Director Chen wanted to use his power to oppress him, Wang Chen would play along. Let's see whose background is stronger. With Wang Chen's family background, as long as he didn't provoke someone of equal standing, he could still walk tall in Huagua. Dealing with a mere college dean was naturally a piece of cake. After that, Wang Chen stepped out of the dean's office, leaving behind a series of wails. He took out his phone from his pocket and dialed his father's number. Beep beep beep. After a moment, the call connected. Xiao Yu, what made you think to call me? Wang Jiangwo's deep voice came through, and he asked with concern, are you short on money? How much do you need? I can transfer it to you. Dad, I have enough money on me. It's just that something happened. Wang Chen directly recounted what had just happened, leaving nothing out, including his initial intention to donate 20 million and the altercation with Director Chen. Every detail. After Wang Chen finished speaking, there was a moment of silence on the other end. Then Wang Jiangwo's calm voice came through, you're not hurt, are you? No. Wang Chen shook his head and replied, as long as you're not hurt, that's good. Wang Jiangwo continued, I'll handle this matter. Just be careful, and if you run out of money, let me know, understood? Okay. Wang Chen responded. Then he hung up the phone. His father didn't say much more, he just kept sending money. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Wang Chen's mouth. Father, as always, was worried that he wouldn't have enough money to spend. Perhaps this is the mindset of the older generation. Although he was deeply concerned, when the words came to his lips, they transformed into questions about whether there was enough money to spend or if he had eaten enough. As for the rest, Wang Chen didn't need to worry about it anymore. Wang Jiangwo had made it very clear that he would handle this matter, which meant that Dean Chan and Xia Ruijin were completely finished. Everything would soon settle down. Father was still the same father. Even knowing that he was in the wrong for hitting his superior first, he still stood firmly on Wang Chen's side without hesitation. In this life and the last, no matter how their life trajectories changed, the kindness towards Wang Chen remained unchanged. He was still so protective. In the dean's office, Dean Chen stopped his pig-like screams. He touched the blood on his face and stood up. He realized he had only sustained minor injuries and was not seriously hurt, which relieved him. He took out his phone, preparing to call the school's security office to have Wang Chen detained. Dean Chen was furious to the extreme. How dare a student hit a teacher? It was simply outrageous. Once Wang Chen was caught, he would be dealt with properly. Wait a minute. Just as the call connected and the other side hadn't even had a chance to answer, Dean Chen hung up. He recalled Wang Chen's words before leaving. Wang Chen appeared particularly calm, as if he hadn't taken the act of hitting him to heart at all. Most people wouldn't dare to insult, let alone hit the school dean. To dare to hit him and then remain completely composed afterward, without a trace of panic. This person was either insane or utterly fearless. Clearly, Wang Chen was not mentally ill. He had some backing. Dean Chen remembered Wang Chen arriving at school in an Apollo IE along with the Vacheron Constantine on his wrist and his designer outfit. All of this indicated that Wang Chen was either rich or noble. I must be overthinking. Dean Chen felt his heart start to race, blood rushing to his head, feeling somewhat flustered. He had initially thought Wang Chen was just a wealthy young master, but upon reflection, it might not be that simple. Dean Chen, disregarding the bloodstains on him, hurried back to his desk and opened the computer browser. Wang Jiangwo? This should be the name? After some contemplation, Dean Chen uncertainly typed this name into the browser. Then he clicked the mouse. The internet speed, which had always been smooth, now felt agonizingly slow. He wished he could smash the computer on the spot. Dean Chen felt as if time was dragging on. A few seconds later, the computer displayed all the people named Wang Jiangwo and Huagua. The first entry was Wang Jiangwo, male, born in 1971 in Rong Province, Jincheng City, graduated from Huqing University, joined the organization in 1990, started working in 1992. 1992.07 to 1992.12, served as assistant manager of the Israeli branch of Huagua Construction Engineering Corporation. 1994.04 to 2005.3, served as general manager of Jincheng City Investment Company, chairman of the City Investment Company. 2008.06 to 2009.02, served as vice mayor of Jincheng City, Rong Province. 2010.06 went into business, founded Pioneer Heavy Industry Group, chairman of Pioneer Heavy Industry Group Company, limited representative of the National People's Congress, vice chairman of the Political Consultative Conference, chairman of the Municipal Federation of Industry and Commerce, chairman of the National Federation of Industry and Commerce. Pioneer Heavy Industry Group encompasses multiple industries, including bridge construction, road repair, energy, aerospace, and more. It is one of the important equipment manufacturing and energy production companies and suppliers in the world. According to assessments from relevant agencies, the valuation of Pioneer Heavy Industries Group has surpassed $1 trillion US dollars. The shares held by Chairman Wang Jiangwo are worth at least over 1 trillion Huaxia coins. Aside from this well-known information, there is nothing more to say. Dean Chen slumped in his chair, trembling all over, and finally collapsed onto the floor. Chairman of Pioneer Heavy Industries Group, a net worth of trillions, a representative of the National People's Congress, vice chairman of the Political Consultative Conference, president of the Municipal Federation of Industry and Commerce, president of the National Federation of Industry and Commerce. Each title felt like a heavy hammer striking down on Dean Chen. He understood all too well what this represented. It was something he could not bear. The wealthy Dean Chen was not afraid. After all, he was the dean of the business school at Magic City University of Finance. A position at the department level was not low. In some places, it was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with a county magistrate. Ordinary wealthy people would bow and scrape in front of him. That's why he dared to propose a donation of 200 million in front of Wang Chen. Even if Wang Chen got angry and reported him, it wouldn't affect him much. However, all of this was predicated on the fact that they were ordinary wealthy people. Wang Jiangwo was clearly not one of them. Not to mention that long list of titles, there was not a single one he could provoke. Even that net worth of trillions. This was not something Dean Chen could afford to offend. When money reaches a certain level, it undergoes a qualitative change. Money can indeed open doors, and this is not just a saying. Wang Chen, merely based on such a family background, was not someone Dean Chen could afford to offend. Most importantly, in just 8 short years, Wang Jiangwo had built such a massive business empire as Pioneer Heavy Industries Group from nothing. Moreover, it involved key fields, such as energy, equipment manufacturing, and aerospace. What this entails is self-evident. This is not an industry that can be entered simply by having the capability, nor is it something anyone can just decide to do. This proves that the Wang family has the most original shares. Their ancestors were among that small group who traversed the grasslands and snow mountains. And even now, the Wang family has the strongest connections and means throughout Huaxia. Only this can ensure that other forces cannot reach out to snatch the sweet cake. No wonder Wang Chen is so confident, not putting himself in anyone's eyes. From beginning to end, he has maintained an air of indifference. This time, it was not just stepping on a hot iron plate, it was like directly kicking the king of hell. Death was imminent. As Dean Chen thought of this, he was instantly dumbfounded. He sat on the floor, pale-faced, unable to stop saying, "It's over, everything is over." "Dean, is there something wrong?" The security guard who received Dean Chen's call rushed over in a hurry. As soon as he entered, he was taken aback and exclaimed, "Dean Chen, who did this to you?" Dean Chen, however, did not respond to him, merely staring blankly at the introduction of Wang Jiangwo on the computer in front of him. Seeing Dean Shen's dazed expression, the security guard hurriedly helped him sit on the sofa and said, "Dean Shen, wait a moment, I'll go call a doctor right away." After saying that, he quickly ran out of the dean's office. After a long while, Dean Shen came back to his senses and suddenly felt a piercing pain all over his body. Yet, he seemed to be oblivious, his mind filled with thoughts of how to get through this difficult time. He knew very well what he had done. He did not seek to keep his position as the dean of the business school. He only hoped not to end up in prison for the rest of his life. He no longer wanted to take revenge on Wang Chen. He just hoped Wang Chen could let him off the hook. Dean Chen was truly scared. This time, I have really provoked a big shot. Find the principal. A spark ignited in Dean Chen's eyes, only to quickly fade away. No, the principal can't protect me either. Putting aside whether the principal could protect him, just the things he had done would make him lose his position as dean if the principal found out. After thinking it over, Dean Chen realized he had no way out. In front of someone like Wang Jiangwo, he felt like an ant, easily squashed at any moment. After hesitating for a moment, he could only take a dead horse as a live one and pulled out his phone, dialing the number of the director of the Public Security Bureau in Magic City. "Hello, old Zhao, are you busy right now?" The afternoon sun was warm but not scorching, gently filtering through the mottled leaves, casting a ground of scattered gold. At the Finance University, in the principal's office, Zhang Weiguo, nearing 60, had a head full of white hair that stood out even more under the sunlight. He was sitting behind a large desk, gently massaging his temples, his gaze fixed on a stack of documents in his hand, lost in thought. "Principal, all the students have arrived at school. Except for a few individual reasons, the freshmen are basically all here, and the dormitory supplies and cafeteria cards have all been distributed." Across from the principal's desk, Director Li of the school was reporting on the work. "The military training instructors will all arrive by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and the military training uniforms have been notified to each class's counselors for collection." Zhang Weiguo looked up at Director Li, who was reporting, nodded, and said, "This time, the military training must be thoroughly implemented. It absolutely cannot become a formality. We need to ensure that after 18 days of military training, the freshmen can gain something. One important point to pay attention to is too," Zhang Weiguo said seriously, "I do not want any students to suffer from heatstroke during these 18 days. The logistics for heat prevention must be prepared properly." "Understood." Director Li nodded and said, "The logistics for heat prevention medications have been purchased and will be distributed to all students, rest assured, Principal." Zhang Weiguo's expression softened as he said, "The school doctors must also be on standby at all times. In case of an emergency, they must ensure they can reach the scene as quickly as possible." "Understood," Director Li responded. Suddenly, the landline on the desk rang. Zhang Weiguo gestured for Director Li to sit and wait a moment, then picked up the phone. "Hello, this is Zhang Weiguo." "Xiao Jiang, it's me." An elderly man's voice came from the other end of the line. "Old leader." Zhang Weiguo's spirit immediately lifted, instinctively straightening his back, a smile on his face as he said, "Old leader, it's been a long time since we last met. When are you free? I'd like to pay you a visit. The reason I called today is..." "Xiao Jiang, I'm calling to remind you." The voice on the other end paused for a moment before continuing, "As the principal of Magic City Finance University, you must lead by example and fulfill your responsibilities. These children in the school are the flowers of the motherland. The burden on your shoulders is not light, and you must not develop a sense of complacency." Zhang Weiguo felt a bit puzzled. Why was the old leader saying this? After thinking for a moment, he assured, "Old leader, rest assured, I have always kept your teachings in mind during my years as principal. I have always been hands-on and have never dared to slack off for a moment. It's not easy for you to maintain this original intention." The old leader coughed and said, "The school is a pure land. You still need to restrain the people below you. Corruption and unhealthy practices absolutely cannot appear in the school. That is the bottom line. If these problems arise in the school, what will happen to the children? What will happen when they enter society in the future? Old leader, is there something I haven't done well? Or is there something that has happened?" Zhang Weiguo furrowed his brows tightly and asked nervously. He now understood that this phone call was unusual. Something must have gone wrong. Otherwise the old leader wouldn't have specifically called to reprimand him. The old leader had promoted him, and now he had entered the central government with a significant position. He wouldn't call him for no reason. It could only mean that he hadn't done his job well, and someone had reported it to the higher-ups. "It's not that you haven't done well. Every step you take, I see it all," the old leader continued. In a weary voice, "I still have confidence in you, but this school is so large, it's inevitable that some pests will appear. As the principal, it's understandable that you might be overwhelmed and unable to manage everything. This matter is not your responsibility. However, you still failed to detect this unhealthy trend in advance. You need to pay more attention in the future. Once you notice any signs, you must immediately nip it in the bud. Prevent problems before they arise and manage them before they become chaotic. At your position, Be cautious, as it could lead to long-term consequences. I will remember your teachings. But what exactly is this about? Jiang Weiguo felt relieved upon hearing it wasn't his fault. Don't ask too much, I only heard a bit of gossip, so I wanted to inform you in advance. Quickly check on the people around you. Those who have issues should be dealt with, and those who need to be dismissed should be dismissed. The old leader said sternly, don't delay, handle it immediately. The higher-ups have already sent a supervisory team, and once they arrive, it will be too late. Jiang Weiguo was taken aback. A supervisory team had been dispatched from above. What major incident had occurred to warrant such a commotion? It seemed more complicated than he thought. However, the old leader's words were too vague. With so many teachers and students at the university, he hadn't heard any rumors circulating. What exactly had happened to alarm the supervisory team? Jiang Weiguo suddenly felt at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. He could only seek help from the old leader, pleading, "Old leader, I was promoted step by you. I remember back in the Northwest during the snow disaster, under your leadership. I have always remembered your kindness towards me. Over the years, I have closely followed in your footsteps. This time, you must help me. What is this matter about?" The other end of the line fell silent, and there was no sound for a long time. Jiang Weiguo could only wait patiently, not daring to urge him. After a while, the old leader slowly said, "In your school, there is a young man named Wang in the junior year who seems to have had some friction with the leaders of their college, which has made this young man Wang somewhat unhappy. This matter was originally minor and didn't involve you, but now the head of the Wang family has directly called the higher-ups. They are angrily accusing the school of fostering unhealthy trends, corruption, and abuse of power. The higher-ups are now taking this matter very seriously and have already dispatched a supervisory team. If you can't handle it well, this matter will inevitably involve you. Unhealthy trends, corruption, abuse of power." Jiang Weiguo's eyes widened in shock. If this situation had occurred elsewhere, he wouldn't have been so surprised. But happening at his university, he never expected it. Since Jiang Weiguo became the principal, he had conducted a thorough investigation of everyone in the school to ensure that no pests would appear within the ranks. It is known that Huaguo has a zero-tolerance policy towards schools, absolutely not allowing any problems to arise. Students are the flowers of the motherland. Harming students is akin to stifling the future of the country. If it were just a conflict between this young lord and the academy's leadership, it would be a minor issue. But if it escalated to corruption and abuse of power, the nature of the situation would be entirely different. In such a case, if the central inspection team were to discover it, even if he had no direct involvement, he would still be labeled as someone who failed to supervise effectively. Not only would his chances for promotion be dashed, but it would also be uncertain whether he could even keep his position as principal. As Jiang Weiguo thought of this, beads of sweat the size of soybeans suddenly appeared on his forehead. He couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. Fortunately, he had been reminded by his former leader, otherwise, he would have remained in the dark. If he had waited for the central inspection team to arrive before addressing the issue, it would have truly been the end for him. Jiang Weiguo wiped the sweat from his face and sincerely said, "I really appreciate your help, old leader. Without your reminder, I fear my time as principal would have come to an end. When I return to Beijing next time, I'll bring you some good wine and cigarettes to properly thank you." Jiang Weiguo quickly expressed his gratitude. The old leader replied, "Let's talk about that later. For now, set aside your current tasks and prioritize this matter. If you handle this well, it might pave a smoother path for you in the future. The only heir of the Wang family is studying at the finance university. This is a trust in the organization and a trust in the entire Huaguo. You cannot let him feel disheartened." "I understand. I will handle this matter immediately and will not let a single troublemaker slip by." Jiang Weiguo readily agreed, then curiously asked, "Old leader, could you tell me a bit about this young lord from the Wang family? I want to be prepared so I don't say something wrong and upset him." "You really are quite the slippery one," the old leader said helplessly. "The Wang family, how many Wang families in the country can reach the heavens? Think of the Southwest, the heavy industry group. It's that Wang family." Jiang Weiguo was suddenly taken aback, his expression unable to maintain its composure. He was utterly shocked. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Weiguo grabbed a tissue to wipe the sweat from his forehead, barely managing to keep calm while his heart raced with fear. The political arena felt like a treacherous battlefield. One misstep could lead to 1,000 arrows piercing the heart. A slight mistake could leave one without a burial place. It was like walking on thin ice. Fortunately, the old leader's timely reminder saved him, otherwise, his tenure as principal would have ended today. In the southwest direction, the Wang family, still in the heavy industry. Aside from Wang Jiangwo's family, Jiang Weiguo couldn't think of any other Wang family that could reach the heavens. On the surface, Wang Jiangwo appeared to be just the chairman of a heavy industry enterprise, but anyone who truly regarded him as an ordinary businessman would not know how they met their demise. Wang Jiangwo rarely made public appearances, only showing up at central meetings, and most people would subconsciously overlook the dazzling halo surrounding him. People's Congress representative, vice chairman of the Political Consultative Conference, chairman of the All China Federation of Industry and Commerce. Zhang Weiguo, being within the system, naturally understood the significance of these titles and positions. He understood even better what the pioneer heavy industry group and the Wang family behind it represented. A single phone call from Wang Jiangwo stirred the upper echelons and directly dispatched an inspection team. This illustrates the Wang family's weight. Principal? Director Li heard the few words Zhang Weiguo uttered into the phone, and his heart surged like a stormy sea. The Wang family? How powerful must this Wang family be to instill such fear in the principal? Thinking of this, he became increasingly restless on the sofa and curiously asked, "What happened?" Zhang Weiguo didn't have time to respond to Director Li's question. The thought of Wang Jiangwo's son being wronged at the school he led and clashing with the dean below him made his heart race. It also involved corruption among the department leaders. A big shot like Wang Jiangwo wouldn't casually talk about such trivial matters. So, the college leaders who clashed with the Wang family's young master must have issues. Serious issues. Although he didn't know which leaders they were, the thought made Zhang Weiguo's anger flare up. It was precisely because of these parasites' corruption that he almost lost his position. The main issue was that those above had learned about this matter. Zhang Weiguo slammed the documents in front of him to the ground, pounded on the desk, and roared, "Director Li, notify the comrades in the Discipline Inspection Office to investigate everyone under me, leave no one out. Anyone with issues, arrest them all, no matter the cost. Corruption? This is outrageous. Get to the bottom of it." With information provided by old leaders and under Zhang Weiguo's strong pressure, the comrades from the Discipline Inspection Office quickly zeroed in on Wang Chen, Xiao Ruijin, and Dean Chen. There was no other way. Right now, the campus network was filled with Wang Chen's little fans. His fame was simply too great, driving a tens of millions Apollo IE to school, with a local Shanghai license plate worth 88,888. A Vacheron Constantine worth over 20 million, along with a bodyguard by his side. Plus, he smashed a Ferrari on his first day of school. From this, Zhang Weiguo could easily deduce that Wang Chen was Wang Jiangwo's son, the only heir of the Wang family in this generation. Once Wang Chen's identity was confirmed, the remaining matters were left for the comrades in the Discipline Inspection Office to follow the clues. They began a detailed investigation into Dean Chen and Xiao Ruijin. Soon, the conflict between Wang Chen and the father-son duo of Xiao Wenchuan and Xiao Ruijin, along with Wang Chen's visit to the business school dean's office, all came to Zhang Weiguo's attention. These were all public incidents, so there was no need for extensive investigation. Zhang Weiguo looked at the contents recorded in the documents in his hand, his brows furrowing deeply. The details were extremely thorough, covering the entire incident, and the students' evaluations of Xiao Ruijin, especially the reports from impoverished students against Xiao Ruijin. Zhang Weiguo was furious, a fire burning fiercely in his heart. Xiao Ruijin actually withheld financial aid from impoverished students right under his nose, even humiliating and molesting poor female students. Dean Chen, as the head of the college, ignored the students' reports. As Xiao Ruijin's protector, he had certainly benefited from Xiao Ruijin's kindness, even towards female students. Truly a nest of snakes and rats. It was hard to imagine that Wang Jiangwo would report this to the higher-ups, with the university rife with corruption, abuse of power, and misconduct. After decades in the political arena, Zhang Weiguo could easily imagine what Dean Chen and Xiao Ruijin had done to these students. Dean Chen, in a high position, could really look down on the meager financial aid for impoverished students? If he wanted to embezzle, with the university's annual budget in the hundreds of billions, there were countless opportunities. Zhang Weiguo trembled with rage. He had no idea about these matters, yet they were happening right on the university campus. Countless impoverished students were suffering in unbearable pain. Scum! Degenerate! Zhang Weiguo tore the documents in his hands to shreds. He stormed out, notifying the leaders of various departments, and a group of people gathered at the door of the business school dean's office. Bang! Without saying a word, Zhang Weiguo kicked the door open. Upon closer inspection, Dean Chen was sitting dazedly behind his desk, his eyes fixed on the computer screen. He still had traces of blood on him, looking utterly disheveled. He had completely lost his former authority. "It's over, old Zhao isn't answering my calls. How could it be so quick? He must have found out," Dean Chen murmured. The loud sound of the door being kicked open snapped Dean Chen back to reality. He looked up and saw Zhang Weiguo standing at the door with a group of school leaders. Zhang Weiguo's face was dark, staring at him intently. Dean Chen hurriedly said, "Principal, what are you doing here?" Zhang Weiguo strode up to Dean Chen, grabbing his collar and angrily said, "Chen Yang, you really have some nerve. Look at what you've done. I promoted you to this position because I believed in your exceptional abilities, that you could help the business school develop better. And this is how you repay me? This is how you treat these students?" Chen Yang, you really are something. Jiang Weiguo's trembling voice echoed in the corridor, and the area outside the dean's office was crowded with teachers watching the spectacle. They whispered among themselves, pointing fingers at Dean Chen. Dean Chen looked at the furious Jiang Weiguo, still holding onto a glimmer of hope, and argued, "Principal, what are you talking about? I don't understand. I have always cared for the students, haven't I done anything wrong?" Jiang Weiguo's teeth ground together, and he pushed Chen Yang to the floor, scolding, "At this point, you're still trying to argue. The calls from above are already coming down on me. Do you think I don't? No?" Dean Chen's face turned pale with fear, his whole body trembling like a leaf. He knew this matter could not be hidden any longer. He hadn't expected the news to reach Jiang Weiguo so quickly. Wang Chen's speed of action far exceeded his imagination, leaving him no time to come up with a countermeasure. Thud. Dean Chen knelt before Jiang Weiguo, like a drowning person grasping for the last straw. He clutched Jiang Weiguo's thigh, crying out loudly, "It was Wang Chen who wanted to donate to the school. I just had a fleeting thought. I haven't embezzled anything. I didn't know Wang Chen had such a powerful background. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to provoke him. Principal, please save me. I will apologize to Wang Chen. I will do anything, just let me go. I am willing to give up this dean position." At this point, Dean Chen was still desperately struggling, trying to wriggle his way out. As long as Wang Chen was willing to let him off, his dealings with Sha Ruijin would not be exposed. Otherwise, once a thorough investigation was conducted, this mistake would not be resolved. With just a suspension, he would spend the rest of his life in prison. A lifetime of reputation and effort would be ruined in an instant. That was why Chen Yang was making such a display. Ha! Still struggling to the bitter end. No wonder you've survived in the political arena. 4 decades. It seems you won't repent until the very last moment. Jiang Weiguo shook off Dean Chen's grasp, looking down at Chen Yang. His gaze filled with coldness. "Since you don't want to speak, then you can talk to the comrades from the Discipline Inspection Commission. Once the investigation is clear, whether you are wronged or not, the truth will naturally come to light. Security, take him into custody and hand him over to the Discipline Inspection Commission. Let the comrades there investigate thoroughly." The security guards immediately stepped forward, ignoring Chen Yang's struggles, and firmly held him down. "Let me go. Get lost." Chen Yang struggled violently. He knew clearly that there was still a chance to plead before Jiang Weiguo. If he was investigated by the Discipline Inspection Commission, everything would be over. He was already not clean. How could he withstand an investigation? Jiang Weiguo looked at Chen Yang, who was struggling. In front of him, the former glamour gone, like a writhing maggot. His gaze was icy, and the anger in his mind had not yet dissipated. Such scum was not worth pitying. He almost got dragged down with him. If it weren't for the timely reminder from the old leader, he would probably be finished too. Jiang Weiguo was still feeling a lingering fear. How could he help Chen Yang now? Let's talk. Facing the Wang family, this giant was something he couldn't bear. Hurry up and take him away. Jiang Weiguo disregarded Chen Yang's pleas and ordered the security to take him away quickly, lest he affect his mood. Chen Yang immediately fell silent, no longer struggling. He knew he was completely finished, all because of his momentary greed. Recalling what Wang Chen had said to him, he realized that he and Sha Ruijin's actions towards those impoverished students would be uncovered. If he had known Wang Chen's background was so significant, he wouldn't have been so eager to curry favor. He wouldn't have openly accepted bribes from Wang Chen. He felt nothing but regret. If only he had known back then how good it would have been to just be the dean steadily. Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret in this world. Not everyone is like Wang Chen, who can gain the system's favor and reverse time to start over. Notify everyone. All school leaders and teachers are to come to a meeting. Jiang Weiguo said to the group of school leaders in front of him. Everyone? The school leaders were taken aback. That's right. Jiang Weiguo's gaze was sharp as he fixed his eyes on this group of people and said, "We have a serious problem in our ranks. Everyone must attend. If you have a guilty conscience, confess voluntarily. Otherwise, it will be too late. I will root out all the pests, even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground." At the financial university, in the office of the department head, Sha Ruijin was looking at the data on his computer, which detailed the impoverished student statistics from 2018. The quality of this year's students is quite good. As usual, Sha Ruijin carefully browsed through the photos on the computer, letting out a lewd laugh. Look at this face, so tender and delicate, truly enticing. Knock, knock. Just as he was engrossed, there was a knock at the door. Sha Ruijin said unhappily, "Who is it?" But there was no response from outside, and as he wondered, the knocking continued. "Who's knocking? Can't you at least respond?" Sha Ruijin had no choice but to reluctantly close his computer and get up to open the door. What met his eyes were several middle-aged men in short-sleeved shirts, led by a man in his 40s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and having a square face. He looked at him with a serious expression. Upon seeing them, Sha Ruijin was taken aback. "Aren't these people from the school's discipline inspection office? What are they doing here?" The director Shah, who flaunted his power in front of students, felt he couldn't afford to be careless in front of these men. With a guilty conscience, he couldn't stand tall. "Hello, comrades." Shah Ruijin forced a smile and quickly said to them, "Please come in. Is there something you need?" The leading man just looked at him without responding, his expression unchanged as he said, "You are Shah Ruijin, the director of the business school, right?" "Yes, I am Shah Ruijin," he answered cautiously. Shah Ruijin felt flustered. This process felt so familiar. Could it be good? The square-faced man said, "We are from the Discipline Inspection Office. We received a report that you are suspected of embezzlement, bribery, and other illegal activities such as molestation and rape of minors. You need to come with us." "No, this is a misunderstanding." Shah Ruijin's eyes widened in shock, his forehead breaking into a cold sweat. He couldn't fathom how the Discipline Inspection Office knew about his actions. Suddenly, Wang Chen's words flashed through his mind, "Cherish your current freedom." It couldn't be him, could it? But he quickly dismissed that thought. It was impossible. Wang Chen was just a student. How could he possibly know about what he had done? Even to the extent of having the Discipline Inspection Office investigate him. The leading man said, "Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, you'll find out when you get back. Take him away." After speaking, several men behind him stepped forward and grabbed Shah Ruijin's arm, pulling him towards the exit. "This must be someone slandering me, comrade, let go of me." Shah Ruijin was terrified, struggling continuously, but his trembling limbs had no strength at all. He was dragged out of the department head's office like a dead dog. His disheveled appearance prompted many students to take out their phones to photograph him and upload the images to the campus network. Many students loathed Shah Ruijin. They wished he would die immediately. The more miserable Shah Ruijin looked, the happier they became, as if they had just downed a bottle of ice-cold Pepsi on a hot summer day. It was utterly satisfying. The leading man ignored Shah Ruijin and turned to the students in front of him, smiling as he said, "Students, please step aside. We are from the Discipline Inspection Office, and we have thoroughly investigated the offenses committed by Shah Ruijin. I guarantee he will never get out for the rest of his life." These words violated relevant regulations and were not something he should have said. However, Shah Ruijin's actions filled him with anger, prompting him to speak out. "Great! This scumbag has finally been caught. Long live the school. Go die, I'll smash you to pieces, you trash." Upon hearing this, the students erupted in cheers. Many students who had been bullied by Shah Ruijin took out whatever they had and threw it at him. They all wore excited expressions, feeling that this trash was finally going to face legal consequences. Shah Ruijin was dragged along, pointed at by passing students, allowing them to throw milk tea and other items at him. He no longer cared about his dignity. The fear inside him made it hard to breathe as he recalled the things he had done, which could easily lead to a life sentence. The words Wang Chen had said flashed through Shah Ruijin's mind again. He suddenly struggled with excitement. "It wasn't me, you must have made a mistake. Let go of me." The man with the square face looked at Shah Ruijin's hysterical state. If they hadn't already gathered all the evidence, it would have been hard to imagine that a department head of a nationally renowned university could commit such disgusting acts. After a while, they arrived at the Discipline Inspection Office. Pushing the door open, Zhang Weiguo and a few others were sitting inside. Shah Ruijin, who had been struggling continuously, suddenly quieted down. He stared intensely at one figure, his eyes filled with rage. "Wang Chen, how could he be here?" Wang Chen looked at him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. "Surprised to see me?" Wang Chen said lightly. "It's you orchestrated all of this." Shah Ruijin's legs went weak, collapsing to the ground as he looked at Wang Chen. It was indeed Wang Chen. Zhang Weiguo glanced at Shah Ruijin and then continued to flip through the documents in his hand. These were the evaluations and reports from students about Shah Ruijin that he had collected, withholding financial aid and scholarships from impoverished students, arbitrarily insulting students, molesting and coercing female students, coaxing female students to accompany Chen, Yang and other school leaders for meals and other favors. Shah Ruijin, Director Shah, truly wielded his little power to the fullest. After reading through it, Zhang Weiguo felt the weight of the students' blood, tears, and suffering contained in every line. How many youthful dreams had been ruthlessly trampled? His hands couldn't help but tremble slightly, his anger boiling inside. There was not a single positive evaluation of him in the entire text. How did he become the department head? Zhang Weiguo simply couldn't fathom that such a person was hidden under his command. According to the investigation, there were not just one or two people like Shah Ruijin in the college. Some school leaders and individual teachers are colluding with Shah Ruijin, acting in concert. Shah Ruijin is merely a typical example among them, acting recklessly and resorting to any means to satisfy his twisted desires. How many innocent girls has he harmed? The shocking records before Zhang Weiguo sent chills down his spine, making him feel the weight of responsibility heavy as 1,000 pounds. Fortunately, the old leader had reminded him in time. If the inspection team were to discover Sha Ruijin's behavior, he feared that on the day of the incident, he would be buried alongside Chen Yang and Sha Ruijin. Sha Ruijin. Jiang Weiguo threw the documents in his hand onto Sha Ruijin's desk and shouted sternly, "Do you even realize your mistakes?" Sha Ruijin trembled as he picked up the documents, his face as pale as paper, sweat rolling down his forehead, and suddenly he felt dizzy. He opened his mouth, wanting to argue a few points, but found himself utterly powerless, unable to make a sound. Those shameful deeds he had buried deep in his heart, thinking they would never be exposed, were now laid bare one by one, like sharp blades that mercilessly shattered him. The extreme fear rendered him unable to control his body. Wang Chen slowly stepped forward, crouching down to meet Sha Ruijin's gaze. "Do you think you can cover the sky with one hand?" Wang Chen's eyes were filled with coldness and disdain. "You are mistaken. Justice may be delayed, but it is never absent. From the moment you first reached for the scholarship funds, the first time you spoke disrespectfully to a student, your fate today was sealed." At this moment, more and more teachers and students gathered outside, whispering to each other, condemning Sha Ruijin's actions. "You're doing great," demanding bribes and even daring to lay hands on female students? As the department head, instead of thinking about how to benefit the students, you abuse your little power wantonly. Jiang Weiguo was furious at the sight of him, his anger growing with every word. "You think being a department head makes you important? If you don't regard the students, do you even see me as the principal, or do you think there's still law? Lucky for you, you're just a department head. If you were in my position, wouldn't you turn the entire university upside down? Don't forget, the power you hold was granted to you by whom, and what oath you took in front of the national flag." Sha Ruijin opened his mouth but remained silent. This time, Jiang Weiguo was resolute. He prepared to conduct a thorough purge among all school leaders and teachers. He absolutely could not allow such things to happen again. How should he be dealt with? Director Li of the school looked at Sha Ruijin, who was sprawled on the ground, and then spoke. Jiang Weiguo cast a disgusted glance at Sha Ruijin before shifting his gaze away. Since entering the political arena, he had remained untainted, steadfastly adhering to his principles and never succumbing to the temptations of power. As a member of the school leadership, Sha Ruijin not only lacked any awareness of serving the people but instead unleashed his personal desires upon the students. If this were the 70s or 80s, he would have drawn a gun and executed him long ago. "First, dismiss him and investigate," Jiang Weiguo said coldly. "Transfer the case to the judicial authorities. The law will deliver a fair judgment for the crimes he has committed. Comrades from the Discipline Inspection Commission, please thoroughly investigate all personnel appointments, fund flows, and project approvals in the school. We must not overlook any corner that may harbor corruption." "Principal, I was wrong. Please save me." Upon hearing this, Sha Ruijin, not knowing where he found the strength, shouted loudly. He cried out with snot and tears, "I was wrong. I won't dare again. Just let me off this time. I beg you, I truly know I was wrong." The coat of the department head, which he had relied on all along, was now stripped away by Jiang Weiguo's words. This instantly returned him to his true form. Sha Ruijin felt as if he had returned to the time when he first came to the financial university. Weak, insecure, helpless. He kept bowing his head to Jiang Weiguo, repeatedly saying that he knew he was wrong. Jiang Weiguo coldly replied, "You only know that you're finished." Sha Ruijin's vision went dark and he fainted immediately. Seeing this, Jiang Weiguo let out a long sigh. Until now, Sha Ruijin showed no sign of remorse. He was merely afraid of the investigation and punishment. Clearly, he only cared about the official hat on his head. As for the mistakes he made, he had no intention of repenting at all. Perhaps, in his heart, he considered all these actions trivial, just insignificant matters. "If I had known today, why bother in the first place?" Jiang Weiguo said coldly. Then he turned to the people in front of him and said, "Take him away." Jiang Weiguo turned to Wang Chen, who was sitting aside. Although what he did today was done in anger, a large part of it was because of Wang Chen and the Wang family behind him. If he didn't do this to show Wang Chen, how could he satisfy him? After all, regardless of what mistakes Sha Ruijin and Chen Yang made, there were laws to punish them, and there was no need for him to get so worked up. Obviously, Wang Chen's opinion was more important to Jiang Weiguo. "Wang, you can rest assured that both Sha Ruijin and Chen Yang will face legal consequences." Wang Chen smiled faintly and said, "Justice will not be absent, but it may be delayed." But is delayed justice still justice? Analyzing from a philosophical perspective, ideals and reality are constantly in conflict and balance. In an ideal state, justice is immediate, evil is punished, and social order is maintained. But in reality, everything is interconnected and complex. Human cognition and action have limitations, and justice can only move forward through twists and turns. Therefore, it is human nature. This question has no answer. The outcome for Sha Ruijin is evident. Is it pitiful? Wang Chen does not think so. Whether in his past life or this life, it is all Sha Ruijin's own doing. As an adult, one should be responsible for their actions. If you get hit, you must stand straight. If you make a mistake, you must accept punishment. In the principal's office, Wang, I have to thank you this time, Jiang Weiguo said to Wang Chen in front of him, feeling emotional. If it weren't for you reporting what these people did in time, I would still be kept in the dark. Those students, who knows how long they would have to wait to escape the harm of these demons. Fortunately, you reminded me in time, preventing more students from being affected, otherwise, I would never have peace in my life. Jiang Weiguo's gratitude towards Wang Chen was heartfelt. Wang Jiangwo's phone call reached the heavens, startling the higher-ups and prompting them to send an inspection team. But this also sounded the alarm for Jiang Weiguo. If it weren't for this reminder, by the time Sha Ruijin and Chen Yang became even more reckless and the situation exploded, any remedy he tried to implement would be too late. Fortunately, it is not too late now. Wang Chen gave him the opportunity for timely remedy. Taking this opportunity, it was just right to clean up the pests in the school to prevent future troubles. Principal, you're being too serious. As my alma mater, maintaining the financial university is also helping myself. Wang Chen smiled. It's not easy for you to have this mindset, Jiang Weiguo sighed and said, since the establishment of the financial university, it has developed for over 100 years, nurturing countless talents for the country. If it were due to my inadequate supervision, I would be letting down the country and the people. In my heart, students are like my own children. If the school had more outstanding students like you, I believe such incidents would not happen again in the future. Jiang Weiguo said, shaking his head. After saying so much, it's actually my lack of supervision that gave these people the opportunity. Wang Chen glanced at Jiang Weiguo. Damn, this old man is taking advantage of me. Wang Chen looked at Jiang Weiguo calmly and said nonchalantly, Principal, you are so busy every day managing the daily lives of tens of thousands of teachers and students at the university. It's inevitable that such things happen without timely detection as long as they are handled promptly. Student Wang, rest assured, Jiang Weiguo said with a serious expression, in the future, I will strengthen supervision. Such problems will absolutely not occur again. At least not during my tenure. Principal, I want to discuss the matter of donating to the school, and I believe you already know the reason behind it. Wang Chen smiled and said, it's just that my conversation with Dean Chen wasn't very pleasant. There were some misunderstandings in between. He just went in, so let's talk to him about it. This donation of 100 million, how do you think it should be paid? Wang Chen directly raised the donation to 100 million, also because the matter had been resolved, and he was very satisfied. Although Jiang Weiguo was so polite to him, a large part of it was due to the Wang family behind him, this colossal entity. But he also had to show some acknowledgement. Moreover, for Wang Chen, is there really a difference between 20 million and 100 million? With hundreds of billions in cash in his bank account, 100 million is just a drop in the bucket for him. What he cares about now is only the system points. However, Jiang Weiguo personally invited him to the Discipline Inspection Commission office to watch him deal with Sha Ruijin. For Wang Chen, that was giving him enough face, and he naturally reciprocated. Saying more would be empty, only money and interests are the most solid things. Student Wang, let's not mention the donation anymore. With such an incident happening, what face do I have as the principal to accept your donation? Jiang Weiguo frowned and refused. Moreover, 100 million is too much. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Wang Chen was slightly taken aback, but the smile on his face did not fade. He gently waved his hand and said, Principal, you're being too formal. No matter what happened before, my intention to donate has never changed. 100 million is just a drop in the ocean for me, but if it's invested in the university and used for the younger students, that would be extraordinary. As a part of the school, it's only right for me to contribute what I can. Jiang Weiguo showed a hesitant expression, his hands unconsciously clasping and then releasing. Finally, he sighed and said, having a student like you at the university is a great honor for both the university and me. Since you insist so much, I'll shamelessly accept it. Although the state allocates funds to the university every year, over the years, many facilities need maintenance and repair, and this is the time when money is needed. 100 million is not a small amount. I will have someone keep detailed records of how this fund is used for you to review. I will absolutely not let your money be used inappropriately. On behalf of all the teachers and students of the university, I thank you. To show my gratitude, after this matter is settled, I will hold a grand donation ceremony for you at the school. Jiang Weiguo said with a smile to Wang Chen. It's just a small matter, there's no need to let the whole school know. I prefer to keep a low profile. Wang Chen quickly waved his hand, smiling humbly. He wasn't donating to gain fame, and besides, he didn't need to become famous in this way. He was already quite popular on the campus network. Today, stepping outside, he was met with students pointing and whispering about him, which made him feel increasingly annoyed. All he wanted now was to keep a low profile, and again low profile. There's really no need for this donation ceremony. My intention was simply to do something practical for my alma mater, not to create a spectacle and attract unnecessary attention. Jiang Weiguo glanced deeply at Wang Chen said, to act without boasting, to do without relying on others, to conduct oneself humbly and courteously, that is the demeanor of a gentleman. Having a student like you at Fade University is truly a blessing for the school and a fortune for Huagua. The younger generation really surpasses the older one. Sigh. I'm getting old. Not at all, this is also thanks to the school's nurturing and the principal's hard work. Without you, how could Fade University have so many outstanding students? Wang Chen smiled shyly, his face not flushing, nor breathless. Saying a few good words wouldn't cost him anything. He still had 2 more years at Fade University and would inevitably have to deal with Jiang Weiguo. Even if Jiang Weiguo was just a small fry for the Wang family, as the principal of Fade University, his words still carried weight in this small territory. He had to be a bit more courteous. Making things convenient for others was also making things convenient for himself. Alright. Jiang Weiguo laughed heartily, clearly pleased. Wang Chen's words satisfied him greatly, making him very happy. Principal, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Wang Chen stood up and said, sit a while longer, don't rush to leave. Jiang Weiguo quickly urged, whenever you have time, come to my office to chat with me. As I grow older, I enjoy talking more with young people like you. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? After all, there are so many matters at the school that you can't handle. Wang Chen paused slightly, a hesitant look on his face as he spoke. What's the big deal? The principal's position isn't as busy as you imagine. Besides, with so many school leaders not doing anything, should I take on their work? Whenever you have free time, just come and chat with me. Don't worry about me not having time, I have plenty of it. Well, alright. Just don't mind me if I ramble on, principal. Don't call me principal, that feels too distant. I'm already the age of your father. If you don't mind, just call me Uncle Jiang. Then I'll call you Uncle Jiang. Good, don't leave just yet. Jiang Weiguo said, pulling Wang Chen over to the tea table in his office. Come, have a cup of tea. With Uncle. This is a fine tea I've treasured for many years. I usually don't take it out. You should try it. Ding. The system detected the host spending 100 million with a double cashback of 200 million. Ding. Congratulations to the host for earning 10,000 system points. 3 days later, a school-wide broadcast announcement. All faculty and students, notice on the serious disciplinary violations of Chen Yang, Xia Ruijin, and others. Chen Yang, the dean of the School of Business, should have taken on the responsibility of leading the development of the college. However, he has deviated from the educational mission, seriously violating national laws and regulations, organizational discipline, integrity discipline, and work-style discipline during his tenure. Chen Yang has lost the basic moral bottom line, having committed multiple acts of embezzlement and bribery during his time in office. His actions have violated the Huagua criminal law and other relevant laws with extremely severe nature. The school has suspended him and referred the matter to the relevant authorities for investigation. Xia Ruijin, as the department head, has also betrayed the trust of faculty and students and the organization's expectations. He had long insulted poor students, trampled on their dignity, and resorted to any means for his own selfish desires, committing serious crimes such as seduction, bullying female students. Such behavior is not only contrary to the spirit of equality and care in education. The school has suspended him and handed the case over to the relevant authorities for investigation. The occurrence of this incident is a failure on the part of the school, and we sincerely apologize to all the students. We also hope that students can provide valuable feedback and criticism to the school. As soon as the school's announcement was released, the entire faculty and student body was in an uproar. Most students had no idea what had happened. How could there be such a big scandal right at the start of the semester? It was as if an earthquake had struck the school, with deans, directors, and teachers being punished one after another. Did I miss something? Great! That idiot Xia Ruijin finally got what he deserved. I've never liked him. He flaunts his power every day. I have evidence of Xia Ruijin's insults towards me. I'm going to report it. Xia Wenchuan has been so arrogant, relying on his father being a department head. Let's see how he acts now. On the school forum, students were actively commenting, and occasionally, relevant victims came forward to share their experiences. Some students looked completely bewildered, not knowing what was going on, and hurriedly scrolled through to find out. Zhang Jin noticed that most students were clueless about the situation, and he smirked, typing a line of text on his phone and sending it out. This incident actually has something to do with Wang Chen. If it weren't for him, Xia Ruijin and Chen Yang would still be getting away with it. The forum immediately exploded. Wang Chen. Again? They were puzzled. It was bad enough that the campus news had been filled with Wang Chen's stories these past few days, but how did the corruption of Chen Yang and Xia Ruijin relate to him? How could he be involved? Wang Chen and I are roommates. Do you think I'm lying to you? Zhang Jin commented again. Wang Chen and I have been roommates for 2 years. We're buddies, and I know him pretty well. He then detailed the events leading up to the incident. Wang Chen and Xia Wenchuan fought on the basketball court in the afternoon, and then Xia Ruijin said he wanted to expel Wang Chen. After that, someone saw Wang Chen go to the dean's office. And now the announcement comes out. Did they catch them all? Wang Chen is something else. Think about it, you all think about it. Wang Chen's family is definitely not simple. He might even have connections up top. Yeah, even someone like Dean Chen got involved. As these messages broke out, they quickly climbed the trending search list. Meanwhile, Wang Chen's classmates all came out to say how good their relationship was with him. This further confirmed that he was not lying. The campus forum of the finance university saw another wave of discussion. I thought Wang Chen was just rich. I didn't expect him to be this impressive. If it weren't for him, who knows how many students would have been bullied by Sha Ruijin and his gang. This is not just impressive, this is impressive to the heavens. I declare, Wang Chen is now my male god. Hell, I feel like I'm going to melt. How can he be so perfect? He is quite handsome, but not to that extent. 10 days. Give me 10 days, and I will win over my male god. The forum was basically filled with praises for Wang Chen, and the few voices of doubt were drowned out by the wave of admiration. Especially the girls, their excited expressions were like they had encountered their idol. The downfall of Dean Chen and Sha Ruijin made many girls develop a fondness for Wang Chen. College students are at a time in their lives when they have the strongest sense of justice. In this context, Wang Chen's pursuit of justice naturally made him their idol and hero. Moreover, the Apollo IE Wang Chen drove and the local license plate 88,888 led to even more speculation about his background. Is it really that enjoyable to show off? After posting, Zhang Jin felt refreshed and couldn't help but say, Wang Chen doesn't even let us talk about it. Let's see how he can keep a low profile now. After attending a few classes, Wang Chen, unable to endure the hypnotic atmosphere, came down to the teaching building. He looked at the posts about himself on the campus forum. His expression was somewhat complex. He originally just wanted to see if anyone was still attacking Ren Ningxiang, but now the forum was filled with posts about him. On the internet, students shed their usual reserved demeanor, and the replies below were extremely bold, some even hard to look at. Among them, the girls' comments were particularly eye-catching. Hidden behind their online identities, they expressed themselves freely, showing a side of themselves that they usually kept hidden. They revealed their obsessive fangirl nature without reservation. When they got carried away, they left no room for the boys. Even he, having experienced the era of the internet's great openness, found it a bit overwhelming. Watching others gain fame online usually felt good, but when it was him being driven by countless girls, it wasn't so pleasant anymore. Wang Chen shook his head, turned off his phone, and decided not to think about it anymore. Let it be. In the internet age, information updates rapidly. In a few days, these girls would calm down on their own. Wang Chen pondered for a moment. It was almost noon. Should he go to the cafeteria for lunch before the new students' military training ended? Just thinking about the taste of the food prepared by the cafeteria chefs made him feel nauseous. Forget it. His standards for taste weren't high. He just wanted something like home-cooked meals. But the food at the university cafeteria was hardly fit for human consumption. He had been through more than a decade of struggles in society and had never eaten anything so unpalatable. There were very few things that left a lasting impression on him, and the cafeteria food was one of them. Just thinking about it made him feel sick. Wang Chen immediately turned around and walked towards the parking lot, deciding to go out for lunch instead. Before long, he arrived in front of his beloved Apollo IE. He took out his keys and was about to unlock the car. Wang Chen. At that moment, someone called his name from behind and patted him on the shoulder. You must be Wang Chen. I just went to your classroom and saw you weren't there. Turns out you're here. Wang Chen turned around. What came into view was a young man with prominent cheekbones and a gaunt face. He looked to be about 1.8 meters tall, but his frame was extremely thin, probably weighing no more than 120 pounds. A gust of wind could almost blow him away. He wore a deep gray baseball cap pulled down low, with a few strands of dry yellow hair peeking out from under the brim. On top, he had on a loose black short-sleeved t-shirt with an exaggerated graffiti skull printed on the front. Below, he wore military green cargo pants with a thin anklet that sparkled with each step. He looked excited, scratching his head as he said to Wang Chen, I also looked for you in your dorm, but you weren't there, so I thought I'd check the parking area. I didn't expect to find you here. Who are you? Wang Chen asked seriously. My name is Yao Jinglong, and I'm a freshman. What do you need from me? Wang Chen was somewhat puzzled. He didn't remember having dealt with this person before. It's like this, you eliminated the threat for all the teachers and students in the school, and I admire people like you. In our Northeast, folks like this would be beaten to death with sticks, Yao Jinglong said with a face full of satisfaction. If you hadn't acted first, I would have made sure to give Sha Ruijin and Chen Yang a good beating to vent my anger. I was just thinking, you seem to suit my taste, so I wanted to get to know you. Why aren't you wearing military training clothes as a new student? Shouldn't you be in military training right now? Who participates in military training? It's just a matter of a few words, Yao Jinglong said with excessive enthusiasm. It's mealtime, let me treat you to dinner. No need for a meal. Wang Chen looked at the young man in front of him, his expression shifting slightly. A matter of a few words? It seems this person is not simple either. Wang Chen then activated his true eye to look at Yao Jinglong. Name, Yao Jinglong, age, 19, height, 182 centimeters, charm, 72, physique, 65, favorability, 75. Skills, advanced socializing, intermediate gaming. Let's be friends and get to know each other better, Yao Jinglong said with a bit too much enthusiasm, but the 75 points of favorability also put Wang Chen at ease. It's just a small matter. Wang Chen said lightly that Sha Ruijin will inevitably meet his end for his wrongdoing. Even without me, there will be someone else to deal with him. He will be finished sooner or later. You're right. When it came to Sha Ruijin and the others, Yao Jinglong gritted his teeth and said, just a little department head and he dares to flaunt his power in the school. It's just his bad luck to run into you, otherwise, I wouldn't let him off. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at him with suspicion. Could it be that in his previous life, this guy had taken action against Sha Ruijin? Wang Chen's mind briefly recalled that in his past life, when Sha Ruijin was taken away, he had no intact place on his body, covered in blood. Could it have been this guy who did it? Are you from the northeast? Wang Chen asked, listening to his accent. In his previous life, he had kept a low profile at school and didn't know Yao Jinglong. He had only occasionally seen him on the campus forum. He was a rich second generation, and it was said that his background was not simple. Other than that, there was no other information. There were simply too many rich second generations in the school, and Wang Chen hadn't paid much attention at the time. I'm from the northeast, it's my first time in Magic City. After saying this, Yao Jinglong slapped his forehead and said, oh right, I almost forgot, let's exchange contact information. After that, he took out his phone and, after a bit of operation, showed Wang Chen the Feixin QR code. Alright, let me scan you. Wang Chen took out his phone and added Yao Jinglong as a friend. On Feixin, Yao Jinglong extended his hand and said, from now on, we are friends. Just for what you did today, if there's anything in the future, just let me know. I promise I won't be vague. Come on, let's not talk about that, I'm taking you out to eat. No need for a meal. Wang Chen shook his head and said, it's nothing, I'm just standing up for myself. Wang Chen wasn't the type to seek credit. This matter could be considered Sha Ruijin's bad luck for provoking him, otherwise, Wang Chen wouldn't have thought of dealing with him anytime soon. Let's not talk about that, at least I got to vent my anger. That Sha Ruijin and Chen Yang are in prison, and that makes me feel good. Yao Jinglong said recklessly, after all, we are classmates, give me a chance to treat you to a meal. You wouldn't refuse this opportunity, would you? Let's eat outside the school, it will also let me experience your Apollo IE. This car is a limited edition that money can't buy. I wanted to buy a Ferrari LaFerrari before, but my family absolutely refused. Today, I want to fully experience the charm of a supercar. Yao Jinglong had a very friendly personality, and facing Wang Chen, he was quite relaxed and lively. No need to eat out, let's go to the cafeteria instead. There's no need to go outside, it's too much hassle. Seeing Yao Jinglong's enthusiasm, Wang Chen couldn't refuse any longer. What's the big deal? Although I can't compare to you, I can still afford to treat you to a meal outside. Yao Jinglong said nonchalantly, how about this? You should be more familiar with Magic City than I am, so you pick the place and I'll take care of the bill. What do you think? The food at the cafeteria is hardly fit for human consumption. If I invite you to eat there, people will laugh their heads off. Then let's go. We can just grab something to eat outside. Let's go, get in the car. Wang Chen smiled and said no more, pulling out the keys to unlock the car door. Yao Jinglong looked at the cool gullwing doors in front of him. His face was filled with excitement as he admired the flashy sports car, his mouth making sounds of amazement. So cool. Yao Jinglong plopped down into the passenger seat, taking in the interior, his envy clearly visible in his eyes. He said to Wang Chen, no wonder it's a supercar worth tens of millions. Once I graduate, my dad has to get me one too. V-room. Wang Chen lightly pressed the accelerator and the Apollo IE let out a roar. They sped out of the school. However, since they were on campus, even with his excellent driving skills, Wang Chen couldn't go too fast. But Yao Jinglong was still excited, shouting in delight. After a while, the car stopped in front of a restaurant not far from the school. Yao Jinglong got out of the car, feeling a bit lightheaded under the gaze of passers-by. He threw an arm around Wang Chen's shoulder and excitedly said, come on, what do you want to eat? Order whatever you like. We're not leaving until we're drunk today. Wang Chen said somewhat speechlessly, no. Drinking, I still have to drive later. How can that be? Yao Jinglong grinned widely, showing off his big teeth, and said irritably, we just met today, we have to drink a little. Come on, let's go inside first. Wang Chen and Yao Jinglong walked toward the restaurant together. It was already mealtime, and the dining hall was packed. Yao Jinglong asked the waiter, but there were no private rooms available, so the two had to sit in the main hall. As soon as they sat down, Yao Jinglong shouted, waiter, we want to order. A girl walked over from a distance upon hearing him. She had a graceful figure, her waist so slim that it seemed two hands could easily encircle it. She had her hair in a bun and wore a simple short-sleeved shirt that couldn't hide her impressive figure. Tied around her waist was a yellow apron, which gave her a simple charm. Wang Chen's gaze met hers. She held a menu and walked over, saying, "Wang Chen, what a coincidence. What brings you here to eat?" It was none other than Ren Ningxiang, the person Wang Chen found troublesome. He couldn't help but sigh. The world was indeed small. He never expected to run into her just by casually choosing a restaurant. The first time was in the cafeteria, and now it was in a restaurant. What a twist of fate. In your impression, am I not allowed to eat in places like this? Wang Chen couldn't help but ask. You're so rich, it's indeed rare to see you in a place like this, Ren Ningxiang replied with a slight smile. Are you working part-time here? Wang Chen asked curiously. Yeah, I had no classes this morning, so I came here to work part-time, Ren Ningxiang said, placing the menu in front of Wang Chen. Her expression was very natural, showing no embarrassment about Wang Chen seeing her working part-time. I originally had a job in the school cafeteria, but recently there has been quite a bit of gossip on campus, so my boss asked me to take a few days off, Ren Ningxiang said with some frustration. There's no other way, I can only find a job outside the school for now. Wang Chen fell silent. He naturally understood what kind of gossip Ren Ningxiang was referring to. To be honest, her losing her job had a lot to do with him. Actually, it's not too bad, it's pretty close to the school and it's convenient to go back to the dorm. It just gets a bit busy during mealtimes. The rest of the time is quite relaxed and it won't interfere with my studies at all. Ren Ningxiang chuckled lightly, waved her hand dismissively, and said, although it's a bit more tiring here than working at school, the pay is a little lower, but I also have more free time. In my spare time, I can give students extra classes or take more dance lessons, and I actually earn more than before. Ren Ningxiang giggled. Do you want to try our signature dish? It tastes pretty good. I'll let the kitchen know to make something delicious for you. Ren Ningxiang looked at Wang Chen as she spoke. Sure, thanks. Wang Chen glanced at the menu, casually ordered a few signature dishes, and then handed the menu to Yao Jinglong, signaling him to order a few more items. You're so tall and strong, you must be able to eat a lot. I'll get you some rice first. Wang Chen watched Ren Ningxiang's departing figure, his brow slightly furrowed. He suddenly realized he couldn't quite see through this girl in front of him. Ren Ningxiang didn't seem to match the rumors from his past life at all. In his previous life, Wang Chen wasn't very familiar with Ren Ningxiang. He only knew her information from the campus website. After all, Ren Ningxiang was the campus beauty, while he was just a loser in school. They had no chance to intersect. They wouldn't intersect. Wang Chen only remembered that Ren Ningxiang had never had a boyfriend during her 4 years of college and had no scandals. Her cold personality made countless boys shy away from her. In the end, there were even rumors that Ren Ningxiang didn't like men and was only interested in women. This only made many boys at school like her even more. So when Ren Ningxiang greeted him in the cafeteria and took the initiative to get to know him, Wang Chen's first reaction was surprise. This was a far cry from the Ren Ningxiang in his memories, and he worried that her approach had ulterior motives. Something unusual must be afoot. However, Ren Ningxiang's high favorability towards him didn't seem to indicate any ulterior motives. Wang Chen could only attribute it to the effect of the entry succubus in the world. What puzzled Wang Chen was that even if Ren Ningxiang was materialistic, why hadn't she dated anyone during her 4 years of college? With her looks, finding a rich man would be incredibly easy. There was no need for her to work part-time in a restaurant. Her monthly salary wouldn't exceed 3,000, and that didn't even compare to other girls who could easily earn more by just having a couple of drinks at a bar. Yet in this life, she actively sought him out and kept clinging to him. Even after being rejected by Wang Chen, she acted as if nothing had happened and continued to bring him drinks. She had a look that said, I'm going to stick to you. What are you going to do about it? Wang Chen rubbed his brow and let out a bitter smile. What on earth was Ren Ningxiang thinking? Why was she so determined to fixate on him? This is the braised pork you ordered, eat it while it's hot, Ren Ningxiang said, standing beside him with a beaming smile. Should I not be here? Yao Jinglong grinned at Wang Chen, making playful expressions. Hello, I'm Ren Ningxiang. She nodded at Yao Jinglong and smiled. Are you Wang Chen's friend? Of course. Yao Jinglong replied confidently. Then he said somewhat awkwardly, at least I consider Wang Chen a brother. You just met, are you still a couple? Yao Jinglong asked curiously. He looked at Ren Ningxiang and Wang Chen, and it seemed like they had just met, but Ren Ningxuan's eyes clearly showed affection for Wang Chen. Not yet a couple. A charming blush suddenly appeared on Ren Ningxuan's face, as she said, but it will be soon. I will work hard to win Wang Chen's heart. What? Yao Jinglong's eyes nearly popped out at her words. He couldn't help but doubt if he had misheard. He uncertainly said, I must have heard wrong. It should be Wang Chen pursuing you, right? Ren Ningxuan slowly shook her head, her face growing even redder. Yao Jinglong looked at Ren Ningxuan's barefaced beauty, nearly grinding his back teeth in frustration. Damn Wang Chen, why does he get to enjoy all the good fortune? This was completely different from what he had imagined. Yao Jinglong thought it was Wang Chen who was actively pursuing Ren Ningxuan, but the reality was that Ren Ningxuan was the one pursuing Wang Chen. What a reversal of fate. Wang Chen doesn't seem too satisfied with me yet. He hasn't agreed to my pursuit, as his friend. Can you help me? If I succeed, I'll treat you to a meal. Ren Ningxuan clasped her hands behind her back, looking at Yao Jinglong with an expectant expression. Yao Jinglong felt a twitch in his heart. He looked at Ren Ningxuan in disbelief, then turned to Wang Chen. His eyes were filled with surprise. How could Wang Chen not be moved by such a stunning beauty? Are you even a man? Most importantly, she was the one chasing after him. Wang Chen, you really should be damned. I hate it. Why isn't it me? After a while, Yao Jinglong finally spat out these words. He couldn't understand why Wang Chen was so popular with girls. Meanwhile, he dressed so stylishly and looked so handsome, yet no girl paid him any attention, let alone pursued him. Is this fair? Being handsome is impressive, huh? Yao Jinglong looked at Wang Chen's extraordinarily handsome face and couldn't help but scoff. The joy in Ren Ningxuan's eyes when she looked at Wang Chen was impossible to hide. Anyone with eyes could see it. Yao Jinglong immediately wilted, feeling dejected. Being handsome really does allow one to do as they please, it's just so impressive. Don't listen to her nonsense, Wang Chen said. Somewhat speechlessly, you should go attend to the other guests. Alright then, you all eat first, call me if there's anything. Ren Ningxuan looked at them with a wronged expression, then said to Yao Jinglong, remember to help me persuade Wang Chen. No problem. Yao Jinglong naturally agreed wholeheartedly. For the happiness of his good brother, he would even be willing to stab his brother in the back. The next morning, at the school basketball court, Yao Jinglong was watching Wang Chen and the others play basketball while hiding in the shade, sipping on a cola. At that moment, during the halftime break, Ren Ningxuan ran up to Wang Chen, her delicate, rosy little hand holding a bottle of drink, which she handed to Wang Chen. Yao Jinglong was taken aback. He then heard others whispering nearby, why is Ren Ningxuan here again? Exactly, she has such thick skin. Yao Jinglong's expression changed as he turned to the others and asked, what's going on with this classmate? The person looked at Yao Jinglong, somewhat surprised, and said, you don't know? It's all over the campus forum. Bro, I really didn't know. I haven't checked the campus forum. Yao Jinglong shook his head and said, tell me, what's the situation? Well, let me tell you, on the first day of school, Ren Ningxuan openly pursued Wang Chen, but she was rejected by him. After that, Ren Ningxuan was unwilling to give up and kept bringing drinks to Wang Chen for no reason. The student shrugged and said, you have to admit that Ren Ningxuan has been the goddess at the top of the school flower rankings for 3 years. Is it really necessary to be so obsessed with someone who rejected her? She brought drinks before, didn't you notice? Yao Jinglong's expression was filled with some confusion. What was he doing yesterday at this time? It seemed like he was. Wang Chen, you really are something else. Yao Jinglong said with tears streaming down his face. Ren Ningxuan treats you like this and you're not even moved. Bro, Ren Ningxuan is pretty, but Wang Chen is handsome too. Okay, someone nearby couldn't help but retort. Under the shade of a tree not far away, Wang Chen took a sip of the drink and then pulled out his phone, saying, add me on Feishin. Really? Ren Ningxuan exclaimed in surprise, that's great. You finally felt my sincerity and want to add my contact information. Ren Ningxuan quickly took out her phone and searched for the QR code. Wang Chen took a glance. It was an old Redmi phone. It looked like it had been used for quite some time. The screen was all scratched up. However, it seemed that Ren Ningxuan took good care of it. It was clean and free of any stains. Ren Ningxuan showed no embarrassment, openly presenting her true self to Wang Chen. The Redmi phone was a bit laggy, and after a while, it finally displayed the Feishin QR code. Ren Ningxuan extended her fair, delicate hand and presented it to Wang Chen. Wang Chen didn't say much, directly scanning her QR code to add her as a friend and sent a red envelope of 200. Ren Ningxuan quickly accepted it. When Ren Ningxuan looked over curiously, only to find it was a red envelope sent by Wang Chen. Wang Chen, what do you mean by this? The smile on Ren Ningxuan's face instantly froze and she couldn't help but ask. It's nothing. You bring me drinks every day. I can't just keep drinking for free, Wang Chen said lightly. I'm not in the habit of making girls spend money on me. Just accept this red envelope, it's not much. Wang Chen took a sip of the drink and said, thanks for the drink, but don't bring it anymore. I don't usually drink much, and with the weather being so hot, you have a part-time job. Running back and forth is quite troublesome. Hee, are you concerned about me? Ren Ningxuan's eyes lit up and she smiled brightly, saying, I thought you liked drinking beverages. I usually enjoy sweet milk tea. Since you don't like it, I'll bring you something else next time. Really, no need, Wang Chen said seriously. Alright, I understand. Ren Ningxuan lowered her head and said softly. After that, Wang Chen returned to the basketball court while Ren Ningxuan wore a thoughtful expression before leaving. Noon. In the school cafeteria, Ren Ningxuan came over with half a chilled watermelon, smiling as she handed Wang Chen a spoon. Wang Chen was instantly stunned. Why are you here again? What is this? Ren Ningxuan smiled and said, you said you don't like drinks, and It's so hot, so I thought I'd bring you a chilled watermelon to cool off. She swallowed and said, you should try it, it's really sweet. Wang Chen looked at her without saying a word. Ran Ningxuan's face immediately fell. You don't like watermelon either, do you? Just try it, it's quite good. If you don't eat it, it'll go to waste. Wang Chen rubbed his forehead and sighed helplessly. Was that what he meant by what he said in the morning? Is this how Ren Ningxuan understood it? He had made himself so clear and even sent her a Feixin red envelope. He just wanted her to stop bringing things. Wang Chen looked at Ren Ningxuan in front of him, her delicate, fair face filled with confusion. She didn't know if she really didn't understand or if she was just pretending to be clueless in front of him. Ren Ningxuan shouldn't be studying at the university, she should be at an art school learning to perform. You really are, how much is it? I'll transfer it to you. Wang Chen sighed and reached out to take the watermelon. No need, it's not much. Seeing Wang Chen take the watermelon, Ren Ningxuan giggled and immediately became cheerful, waving her hand and bouncing away from there. She didn't even give Wang Chen a chance to speak. Wang Chen looked at the watermelon in his hand and could only let her be. In the following days, Ren Ningxuan would appear in front of Wang Chen on time. No matter where Wang Chen hid, Ren Ningxuan always managed to find him accurately. Every day, she would bring various refreshing items under the envious gazes of those around them. Ice-cold watermelon, green tea, even the white fungus and lotus seed soup she made herself. Although these items weren't very valuable, just some common things, the fact that they were made by the goddess of the school, Ren Ningxuan, made many boys' hearts break. Yao Jinglong followed Wang Chen, looking quite resentful. After spending so many days together, Wang Chen found that Yao Jinglong wasn't bad, they had become friends. Ren Ningxuan's reputation on the school forum gradually turned around. After all, even if it was for materialistic reasons or some other purpose, it was quite remarkable that Ren Ningxuan could persist in bringing things to Wang Chen for so long. The online sentiment shifted from criticism to anticipation of whether Ren Ningxuan could win over Wang Chen. Many were looking forward to the final outcome. Wang Chen had just arrived at the school cafeteria, ready to eat. As expected, Ren Ningxuan was already waiting for him at the entrance. She held a bottle of soda water and handed it to Wang Chen. Looking at Yao Jinglong beside her, Ren Ningxuan said somewhat shyly, sorry, I forgot your share again. I'll remember next time. It's fine. Yao Jinglong forced a smile. He had gotten used to it. Ren Ningxuan hadn't brought him anything these days, always habitually ignoring him. Wang Chen took the soda water, twisted off the cap and took a sip. Then he turned to Yao Jinglong and said, you go. Eat by yourself. I have something to take care of. Okay, Yao Jinglong nodded. Come with me, Wang Chen said to the smiling Ren Ningxuan. After that, Wang Chen walked towards the parking lot. Arriving at the Apollo IE parking spot, Wang Chen took out his car keys to unlock it. He opened the cool seagull-shaped door of the Apollo IE, sat inside, and closed the door. However, he found Ren Ningxuan standing outside, staring blankly and not coming in for a long time. What are you standing there for? Get in, Wang Chen said. I can't open it. Ren Ningxuan awkwardly pointed at the car door, looking a bit flustered. Wang Chen couldn't help but smile. The usually confident Ren Ningxuan also had her awkward moments. There's a handle on that side of the door, just pull it or press the button above and lift it up, Wang Chen explained. The Apollo IE has 3 ways to open the door: sensor, pull handle, or press the button. Ren Ningxuan tried the method Wang Chen suggested. She pressed the button and lifted it up. The door immediately lifted up like a seagull spreading its wings. Ah! Ren Ningxuan covered her mouth in surprise. This was quite novel for her. She didn't expect the door could open like this, so cool. Ren Ningxuan carefully sat inside the car and then closed the door. She looked at the luxurious interior and couldn't help but exclaim, so beautiful. Where are we going? To eat. Wang Chen only said this one sentence and then fell silent. He pressed the start button and stepped on the gas. The car roared to life, the sound of the engine echoing through the sky. The streamlined body glimmered with a platinum hue under the glow of the evening streetlights. Like a shooting star, it sped out of the campus towards the outside world. Dozens of minutes later, the car pulled into the Indigo Hotel on the Bund. The Indigo Hotel is located at Shalupu on the Bund, boasting a prime view of the Pujiang River, and it houses a restaurant specializing in Cantonese cuisine. Dongfang Xian. Wang Chen parked the car, opened the door, and stepped out in front of the building. Ren Ningxiang mimicked Wang Chen's way of opening the door, standing beside him, looking at him with a hint of confusion. Let's go. Wang Chen took a step forward and said softly, you've brought me so many things these past few days, I can't just let it go without showing my appreciation, so let's have dinner here. Eat here? Ren Ningxiang pointed at the magnificent building in front of her, surprised. A place with such style, located on the Bund, clearly the restaurants here would be quite expensive. Actually, if you want to treat me to a meal, we can go somewhere else, I'm not picky. Ren Ningxiang hesitated and said, the snack street outside of Keita is really nice, we could eat there. Eating here must be very expensive, there's no need to dine here. The spicy hot pot in the cafeteria is also very delicious, I go there often. Wang Chen glanced at Ren Ningxiang, raised an eyebrow, and said without changing his expression, 6 yuan for spicy hot pot? Ren Ningxiang replied in confusion, what? Nothing, let's go. Wang Chen just smiled and walked towards the building. The restaurant's prices weren't too high, but the food was indeed quite good. Coupled with the first-class river view, the ambience and elegance were highly sought after by many wealthy people in the Magic City. Seeing that Wang Chen had no intention of leaving, Ren Ningxiang had no choice but to follow in his footsteps, trailing behind him. Upon entering the lobby, they were greeted by a space layout full of design flair. The floor was as smooth as a mirror, laid with high-quality marble tiles, reflecting a soft glow under the lights. Unique chandeliers hung at varying heights from the ceiling. The warm yellow light cascaded down, enveloping the entire lobby in a soft and bright halo. The surrounding walls were adorned with uniquely styled art pieces or vintage photos that carried the charm of the old Magic City. One side's floor-to-ceiling windows almost occupied an entire wall. Through the clear glass, the street view and the scenery of the Pujiang River appeared faintly. They then walked into the elevator and arrived at the 3rd floor. The elevator doors slowly opened, and the first thing that caught their eye was a uniquely charming wooden sliding door with intricate carvings, showcasing an ancient elegance. In the foyer area, there was a simple yet grand Paisho sculpture. The fully transparent open kitchen displayed shiny kitchenware neatly arranged, with chefs bustling about, blending the warmth of cooking with an elegant atmosphere. Welcome to Dongfang Cyan Restaurant. May I ask if you have a reservation? As Wang Chen and Ren Ningxiang walked through the entrance, a waiter greeted them. Yes, my surname is Wang. Wang Chen replied. He had already asked Long Lily to book a private room for him in advance. This is a French-style Cantonese restaurant. The executive chef is the nationally renowned Lai Ronghui. He has held important positions in several well-known restaurants and has won numerous honors, including the Gold Award at the Hong Kong Food Expo and the Gold Award at the Long Province Culinary Competition. Alright, Mr. Wang, this way please. I see you have a reservation for the Minji Wexuan private room for 2. Please follow me. The waitress confirmed once again and then guided Wang Chen and Ren Ningxiang into the restaurant. Wang Chen's expression was calm as he followed the waitress's steps into the dining area. Ren Ningxiang carefully observed her surroundings, her face showing surprise. The ground beneath their feet was paved with stone gate bricks extending deep into the restaurant. The space, meticulously designed by a renowned foreign design company, showcased the unique charm of new Chinese style in its details. Surrounding the restaurant, wooden carved screens cleverly divided different dining areas. The exquisite patterns of flowers, birds, fish, and insects on the screens were vividly lifelike. On one side was a fully transparent open kitchen, resembling a culinary stage. Shiny kitchenware was neatly arranged, and the chefs, dressed in crisp white uniforms and tall chef hats, busily moved about in an orderly fashion. Ingredients in the pots clashed passionately with flames, and tempting aromas wafted out from time to time, instantly stirring hunger in their bellies. As they walked further, they could see floor-to-ceiling glass windows that brought the breathtaking view of the Pujiang River into the room without reservation. Ren Ningxiang followed Wang Chen and the waitress towards the private room of Mingyue Xian, her surprise deepening. After Wang Chen and Ren Ningxiang took their seats in the private room, the head chef, Lai Ronghui, walked in. He was dressed in a neat chef's uniform and greeted them with a smile, saying, "Good evening, sir and madam. Welcome to Dongfang Cyan. I am the head chef, Lai Ronghui. I heard that distinguished guests are visiting today, so I came to say hello." He slightly bowed, politely greeting them, and with a hint of an imperceptible Cantonese accent, he said, "The restaurant specializes in French Cantonese cuisine, and today we have a new batch of French Ginot oysters, all top quality. You too can give them a try. I wonder if you have any special taste preferences or dietary restrictions, so I can tailor the dishes for you." Wang Chen directly replied, "Then please take charge for us and arrange today's menu." Lai Ronghui's eyes immediately lit up, and he gave Wang Chen a thumbs up, smiling as he said, "Thank you for your trust in me. Tonight's dishes will definitely satisfy you." Finally, Chef Lai Ronghui bowed again and said, "I won't disturb you any longer. Enjoy your meal. If you have any thoughts or questions during the tasting, just ask the waitress to find me." "Alright, thank you." After Chef Lai Ronghui left, Wang Chen snapped his fingers at the waitress and said, "Bring us a bottle of wine." "Good evening, sir. Our restaurant currently has only the 1992 Lafite Rothschild red wine and the 1995 Margaux red wine, priced at 168,888 yuan and 88,888 yuan respectively. Which one would you like?" the waitress asked. Upon hearing this, Ren Ningxiang's eyes widened, her pupils contracting. "A bottle of wine costs 168,000, and this is just for a meal. It's merely for pairing with the food. Luxurious, too. Luxurious, this is a level of extravagance she couldn't imagine. What is a few thousand yuan she earns in a month worth?" Wang Chen calmly said, "Then let's have a bottle of the 1992 Lafite." "Alright, sir." The waitress turned and left the private room to fetch the wine. In a short while, the waitress carefully entered, holding a bottle of Lafite, and stopped in front of Wang Chen, presenting the label and seal to him. After Wang Chen nodded, she opened the bottle and poured it into a decanter to aerate. Soon, 2 exquisite small plates were brought in by the waitress and placed in front of Wang Chen and Ren Ningxiang. The waitress introduced, "This is the pre-meal dessert, French caramel pudding. Please enjoy." Wang Chen picked up a spoon and said to Ren Ningxiang in front of him, "Go ahead and eat." Ren Ningxiang looked at the exquisite pudding on her plate, mimicking Wang Chen's manner as she picked up a spoon and took a bite. The silky, dense texture immediately enveloped her mouth like a gentle spring breeze, spreading throughout her palate in an instant. The surface of the pudding had a slight caramelized crust. With a light bite, a crisp crunch released a sweet aroma that intertwined with the tender pudding, sweet but not cloying. The rich milky fragrance lingered between her lips and teeth, causing Ren Ningxuang's eyes to narrow slightly. Ren Ningxuang suddenly felt a bit embarrassed by the sound she had just made. Such simple ingredients, after a straightforward baking process, produced a flavor far beyond what an ordinary cake shop could compare to, especially in this environment, which was worlds apart. Sitting here, she could look up and see the exquisite decor of the private room and the night view of the Bund, all while savoring fresh ingredients from around the world. This dual enjoyment of spirit and body left Ren Ningxuang utterly enchanted. She began to understand why these high-end restaurants were so expensive yet so popular. Ren Ningxuang had once been puzzled, unable to comprehend why these wealthy people seemed foolish, spending far beyond market prices. If she were to become wealthy in the future, she certainly wouldn't waste money like they did, until now. Ren Ningxuang was starting to grasp it. She couldn't help but smile. Once thinking the rich were foolish, she now realized they simply understood the value of paying for a high-quality life, appreciating the refinement and comfort that money could bring. Just as Ren Ningxuang was coming to this realization, a waiter, dressed in traditional Chinese attire, entered the private room, carrying a tray. Lemongrass double pepper snowflake beef, 15-year Huadiao wine steamed pine leaf, crab, lotus seeds stir-fried with hand-peeled river shrimp, Jinado oysters paired with fresh shrimp and fish fillet seafood soup, smoked tenderloin, baked crab, with red pepper. For dessert there were tiramisu, cheesecake. Ren Ningxuang gazed at the array of dishes before her, many of which she had never seen before. It was truly an eye-opener. So this is how exquisite and elegant dining could be. No need to hurriedly consume food in a crowded and noisy environment. She could savor fresh ingredients from around the world the moment they were served. Ren Ningxuang gently lifted the delicate bone china teacup in front of her and took a sip of the already brewed fragrant tea. The warm tea spread across her tongue. Soothing music played softly in her ears. The food danced on her tongue, stimulating her taste buds and salivary glands. Ren Ningxuang took small bites of the dishes in front of her, appearing somewhat reserved, a contrast to her usual generous demeanor. She looked up at Wang Chen sitting beside her and murmured, "You're really handsome." Wang Chen's handsome face, illuminated by the light, became even more charming. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, his deep-set eyes were as profound as the sea. His high nose stood straight like a peak, with sharp lines that still retained a softness, giving his face a more three-dimensional quality. Ren Ningxuang couldn't help but show a look of infatuation. However, Wang Chen's manner of eating somewhat disrupted this beautiful feeling. She watched as he picked up a piece of crab meat and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing loudly. Then he scooped up a plump Jinado oyster, swallowed it whole, and downed a bowl of oyster seafood soup. Delicious. He was carefree. There was no hint of restraint one might expect in a high-end restaurant. It was as if he were eating spicy hot pot at a street stall. He only cared about his own pleasure, indifferent to the opinions of others. Wang Chen seemed to sense her gaze, slightly tilting his head, a teasing smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he said, "What's wrong? Is the food not to your taste? I see you're eating more delicately than a little kitten." "No, no." Ren Ningxiang's cheeks flushed as she quickly waved her hand and said, "It's just that the dishes are too exquisite. I can't bear to eat them in big bites." And she paused, her voice unconsciously dropping as she added, "And eating with you makes me feel like I should be more elegant." "Oh, so you're saying you find me a nuisance? If I leave, you can eat freely, right?" A glimmer of amusement flashed in Wang Chen's eyes as he deliberately teased her. "Not at all." Ren Ningxiang shot him a reproachful glance and said. Wang Chen picked up the red wine on the table and poured some into Ren Ningxiang's glass, softly saying, "Try this wine, it pairs well with the seafood, and it's quite delightful." As he spoke, he took a small sip himself, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly, exuding an indescribable sensuality. Ren Ningxiang followed his suggestion and lifted her glass. She gently sniffed, the mingling scents of fruit and wine easing her mood a bit. After taking a small sip, her eyes lit up. It's really good. I've never had such fine wine before." At that moment, the head chef, Lai Ronghui, dressed in a pristine white chef's uniform and wearing a tall hat, walked in. He wore a humble yet professional smile, slightly bowing as he said, "I apologize for interrupting your meal. The dishes I've carefully prepared for you. Both are all ready. I hope they suit your taste?" "Not bad." Wang Chen set down his wineglass and picked up a piece of smoked beef to chew on. He nodded and indicated, from the selection of ingredients to the cooking techniques, every dish shows great care. We're very satisfied with the meal. Lai Ronghui immediately beamed and said, seeing you enjoy the food so much, I'm honored to have cooked this meal for you. Your satisfaction is my greatest reward. Ren Ningxiang looked at Chef Lai Ronghui with some surprise. This was completely different from her past impressions of high-end restaurants. In her imagination, people who frequented such luxurious places must be bound by layers of rules, every gesture and movement adhering to strict etiquette. Just like in movies and novels, any slight misstep would attract strange looks. However, at this moment, reality offered her a different answer. The world of the wealthy wasn't as rule-bound and laden with heavy etiquette as depicted in films and novels. Everything was done as one pleased, one could act as freely and joyfully as they wished. Yet Ren Ningxiang, in this restaurant, dared not act with even a hint of rudeness, eating her meal with restraint. It was simply because it was her first time dining here and she feared being noticed. In contrast, Wang Chen had enough confidence. To him, so-called high-end restaurants were no different from street-side stalls. He didn't need to be cautious or care about others' opinions. He presented his most authentic self. Ren Ningxiang suddenly felt a pang of inferiority. She used to think that the lives of the wealthy were just a bit better in terms of food and amenities, and otherwise they were no different from ordinary people. Just like a small restaurant chef might think that a Michelin chef's cooking was merely about adding some high-end spices and plating it more exquisitely. Little did she know the meticulous control over ingredients and cooking times behind it. Ren Ningxiang realized her perspective had been too narrow. The calmness and confidence that wealthy people displayed in the face of any situation was something she could never learn in her lifetime. Ren Ningxiang chuckled self-deprecatingly. She laughed at her own naivety and at her previous self, like a frog in a well, gazing at the moon. After dining in this luxurious restaurant and experiencing the life of the wealthy, she realized she was like a mayfly, seeing the vast sky for the first time. A bit too oblivious to her own limitations. No wonder so many women aspire to marry into wealthy families, to rise to the branches and become phoenixes. No wonder this beautiful woman actively pursued Wang Chen, yet he remained unmoved. It wasn't that she was unattractive, nor was it because Wang Chen had no interest in pretty girls. She could only blame herself for thinking of Wang Chen like any other rich second-generation heir. Someone of his caliber had seen and experienced everything. Her most proud features, her figure and looks, were probably just ordinary in his eyes. Those girls who were also good-looking could captivate the wealthy and become the wives of affluent families, but that was only because those rich people were still far from reaching Wang Chen's level. True families with heritage and depth were likely to be like Wang Chen. He always wore a faint smile, presenting a facade of calmness. He seemed kind, but upon deeper interaction, one could sense an insurmountable distance. This meal felt like a dream to Ren Ningxiang, so unreal. It wasn't until Wang Chen paid the bill with his card that she snapped back to reality. How much? Wang Chen asked the waiter. Mr. Wang, your total is 238,600 yuan. How would you like to pay? Card, Wang Chen replied nonchalantly. Ding. The system detected that the host spent 238,600 with a double cashback of 477,200. Ding. Congratulations to the host for earning 23 system points. Ren Ningxiang stared at the number on the bill. The amount over 200,000 made her dizzy. And there was a 15% service charge on top of that. Oh my God, what kind of black shop is this? Spending over 200,000 on a meal and still being charged a 15% service fee. This is outrageous. Ren Ningxiang screamed internally, but her face remained calm. Let's go. Wang Chen wiped his mouth and stood up. Back to school? Ren Ningxiang instinctively asked. What do you think? Wang Chen raised an eyebrow and smirked. What do you think? Wang Chen raised an eyebrow and smirked. Ren Ningxiang's face flushed at his words. Let's take a stroll downstairs. Wang Chen said seriously. You probably don't come here often, right? The night view of the Bund is quite nice. And the sea breeze will help sober you up. Never drink and drive, and never drive after drinking. Wang Chen would never drive under the influence. That would be irresponsible to others and to himself. This brilliant life was just beginning. He didn't want to gamble on whether the system could bring him back to life again. The wealthier people were, the more they valued their lives. Their words and actions became increasingly cautious. You can indulge in luxury, live extravagantly, and even do as you please, but all of this must be based on not breaking the law. Otherwise, even if you have a strong background and are well connected, in front of the nation and the people, you are like an ant. The more arrogant and overbearing you are, the more tragic your end will be. Wang Chen would not be someone who bullies the weak or acts arrogantly. At the same time, he could not be weak and easily bullied. He would act according to his desires without crossing the line. This is the path Wang Chen follows. It embodies the Confucian principle of moderation that has run through Chinese civilization for thousands of years. Alright, Ren Ningxiang nodded and followed behind Wang Chen. The restaurant staff escorted Wang Chen and Ren Ningxiang to the elevator and kindly pressed the button for them. Thank you very much for choosing our restaurant. We hope you enjoyed your meal and look forward to your next visit. The waiter slightly bowed to them, and only after the elevator doors closed did he turn to leave. Arriving downstairs, the night view of the Bund unfolded like a brilliant and gorgeous painting before them. The Huangpu River shimmered, and the neon lights of the tall buildings on both sides flickered. Boats glided slowly on the river, and a gentle breeze carried a fragrant scent. In the distance, the sound of a violin floated melodiously. The two were immersed in the enchanting night. The sea breeze brought a refreshing chill, dispelling the summer night's heat. Ren Ningxuan looked up at the crowd on the river cruise, laughing and chatting, and felt that all of it was incredibly distant from her. As for Wang Chen, she also felt a sense of estrangement. The two walked along the riverbank, appearing somewhat silent. Wang Chen did not speak. Ren Ningxuan kept her head down, lost in thought, and remained silent. The previous boldness and initiative were gone. What are you thinking? You don't look very happy. Wang Chen suddenly stopped, turned, and leaned against the railing by the river, gazing at the beautiful scenery in the distance. It's nothing. The sea breeze howled past, tangling Ren Ningxuan's long hair into a mess. She smiled faintly, her fingers gently combing through her hair, and said calmly, I was just thinking, I seem to be a bit ridiculous. Wang Chen turned his head, glanced at Ren Ningxuan, and asked, Can you tell me what you're thinking now? He. Ren Ningxuan chuckled, a smile spreading across her face as she said, I told you, I just want to pursue you, nothing else. Wang Chen remained silent, just looking at her. After a while, the expression on Ren Ningxuan's face could no longer be maintained. She turned her head awkwardly and said helplessly, Actually, it's nothing. Anyway, I'm ready to give up. Give up? Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, curious. Yes, I've given up on pursuing you. Ren Ningxuan nodded. Her clear, watery eyes looked at Wang Chen, and she said with some emotion, tonight's dinner made me see the gap between us. It was my wishful thinking, a fool's dream. It's as if there's a galaxy separating us, like a chasm. Since there's no hope, why should I continue? Wang Chen looked at her in surprise and asked, Then what was your reason for actively pursuing me back then? Ren Ningxuan was silent for a moment, tugged at the corner of her mouth, and said candidly, For money. Since the day you became popular on the campus forum, I knew you were wealthy, and I need money. Wang Chen was not surprised by Ren Ningxuan's statement. Although he was charming and incredibly handsome, he had not deluded himself into thinking he could make a clear-headed woman like Ren Ningxuan go crazy over him. Since you're after money, Wang Chen raised an eyebrow and said, There are plenty of rich second-generation heirs out there, many of whom like you. Why did you specifically target me? Because my appetite is quite large. Ren Ningxuan shook her head and said softly, A large appetite? How much do you want? 800,000. Cough cough. Wang Chen couldn't help but cough upon hearing this, taking a while to recover. He thought Ren Ningxuan would ask for a lot more. Generally, rich second-generation heirs wouldn't meet her demands. A mere 800,000. Just skip 2 meals. Logically speaking, with Ren Ningxuan's looks, finding a wealthy person willing to pay that price would be incredibly easy. This was Shanghai, one of the most prosperous places in the world. In 2018, there were 16,700 households with a net worth exceeding 10 million yuan. Spending over 100,000 a month to support a college student like Ren Ningxuan would be considered quite frugal compared to their living expenses. What does a college student need that much money for? Wang Chen asked curiously. To be honest, some old clichés have happened to me. Do you really want to hear them? Ren Ningxuan turned her head to glance at Wang Chen, resting her chin on the railing, and said in a low voice, I'm all ears. Wang Chen nodded in response. Ren Ningxuan let out a light breath and continued, I'm a local from Magic City, and logically speaking, a family like mine shouldn't lack this 800,000. In fact, that was true. My family was quite decent when I was young. Considered middle class in Magic City. My family had me learn dance, violin, and calligraphy from a young age, but everything changed when I entered middle school. My dad's company went bankrupt, and he was left with a mountain of debt. After begging and pleading, we finally managed to pay it off, and I thought our family would finally be okay. But then my dad got happy, drank a bit, and had a car accident. As Ren Ningxuan spoke, her nose twitched slightly, already reddened, making her look even more delicate and pitiful. She turned her head slightly, not wanting Wang Chen to see her like this, but the tears welling in her eyes betrayed her. After a brief pause, she took a deep breath and forced herself to continue. The end result was that my dad became completely paralyzed from the waist down and could only lie in bed at home. The subsequent medical expenses were astronomical. We borrowed from all our relatives, but it still wasn't enough. My mom had to sell our house and take on several jobs to make ends meet. But not long after, my mom fell ill from exhaustion. After going to the hospital for a checkup, the doctor said it was a meningioma, but fortunately, it was a benign tumor that could be removed through surgery. However, the surgery and subsequent treatment would cost 800,000. As Ren Ningxuan said this, tears welled up in her eyes, and she bit her lip, trying hard to hold back the tears. Her slender fingers clenched the hem of her clothes, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. The wind howled past, stirring her hair. Yet she seemed oblivious, pausing for a moment before continuing with a choked voice, It's a very cliché story, right? Ran Ningxuang slightly tilted her head back, gazing at the vast, boundless night sky. She blinked desperately, trying to hold back the tears that were about to overflow. But the hot tears still rolled down her cheeks uncontrollably. The savings at home added up to less than 30,000. At that moment, I felt like the sky had fallen. I borrowed money everywhere, reaching out to all the relatives and friends I could find, but because of the money borrowed for my dad's illness that hadn't been repaid, they were unwilling to lend me anything. Looking at my weak mother on the hospital bed, I felt so powerless for the first time, not knowing what to do. At that moment, it was my mom who comforted me. She told me that when a person is born, fate has already arranged everything. She said not to worry, to study well, and not to stress over money. She even said she didn't want me to sell my body for money, otherwise, she would rather die right away. Ren Ningxuang was silent for a moment before saying, "From then on, I understood. I must find a rich person. I want to get my mom surgery. I don't want my mom to die. I've had enough of this kind of life. I don't want to be powerless when my family needs money. I don't want to work multiple part-time jobs every day, ending up with less than 6 hours of sleep. I also don't want to eat that free white rice in the cafeteria, just having vegetable soup for a month just to save money. Actually, my days working in the restaurant were quite good, at least I could eat delicious meals, and I felt particularly happy." Ren Ningxuan looked at Wang Chen and said, "In fact, the watermelon I brought you and the sweet soup I made, I couldn't bear to eat myself. Watching you eat, I secretly swallowed several times. If it weren't for the fact that you're different from those rich people, I wouldn't even bother with you. If I really had to go after those uncles, I'd be afraid I'd be sick to death." Ran Yang continued, rationally, "I know I have no right to bargain. But perhaps a girl's thoughts are just this complicated and contradictory. I'm greedy and a bit pretentious. I've said too much, hee. My story is over, don't you think it's quite boring?" Wang Chen fell silent for a moment. The rope of fate always breaks at its thinnest point, and misfortune seeks out the unfortunate. A flicker of emotion passed through Wang Chen's eyes as he looked at Ren Yangshuang and softly asked, "Is this why you pursued me?" "Yes." Ren Yangshuang's eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled and said, "I saw your photo on the school forum for the first time. I was a bit moved. I thought you were really handsome and driving an Apollo IE, so rich. I thought to myself, you're so young, you must be easy to fool. And with my looks, it would be a piece of cake to handle you." At this point, Ren Yangshuang pouted slightly, a hint of frustration in her expression. "Who would have thought you wouldn't play by the rules and actually rejected my pursuit? Although I felt a bit disheartened, I still developed a tiny bit of curiosity about you. After I went back, I kept thinking that I had to win you over. You're different from other men, not after my looks, which is quite special. So, I showed up in front of you every day, bringing you food. After doing this for so many days, suddenly saying I want to give up feels quite strange. Since you've persisted for so long, why suddenly give up now?" Wang Qin raised an eyebrow and said lightly, "Don't you want the 800,000 for the surgery? You also want to live the life of the rich. Maybe if you hold on for a few more days, I might be moved, and I could give you the 800,000. These are all trivial matters to me. I do want the money, but you're just too wealthy." Ren Yangshuang shook her head, smiling bitterly as she said, "This dinner today made me feel the gap between us is so vast. And apart from this skin, I have nothing. I think no rich man would be willing to accept me. After all, my family is a bottomless pit, and being entangled with me would be quite troublesome. There are so many beautiful girls, why would anyone spend their money and time on me? Right? You're handsome and wealthy, and your heart is kind. In my eyes, you're a shining existence. Even if I tried my best, I could only look up to you. You deserve better." A smile reappeared on Ren Yangshuang's face, filled with a mix of longing and relief as she said, "Honestly, even if it weren't for the money, I think if I spent more time with you, I might also develop feelings for you, and then have a sweet romance with you." Wang Chen remained indifferent, speaking in a flat tone, "I have many girlfriends, I might not be able to give you that sweet romance." Upon hearing this, Ren Yangshuang shot Wang Chen a glare and said irritably, "I knew it, a rich person like you must have plenty of women flocking to you. You're quite nice being straightforward with me." Wang Chen gazed at the distant night view, remaining silent. Ran Nangshuang nodded and continued, "Before I actively pursued you, I had thought about all this and prepared myself mentally. A rich person like you being devoted to just me, how could I dare to dream of such good fortune? But now, I'm afraid of being kept. I don't even dare to hope for such a sordid thing." Ran Nangshuang's head hung slightly. A few strands of hair fell beside her cheek, just enough to cover the redness in the corners of her eyes. She bit her lower lip tightly, the color of her lips turning slightly pale from the pressure, trying to suppress her slightly trembling chin. "Since middle school, I've encountered so many things in my life. When I worked part-time at a restaurant, I was always confident and never felt inferior. I ate a month's worth of free white rice in the school cafeteria, and even when my classmates pointed and whispered, I never felt inferior. But now, in front of you, I feel inferior. You've shown me the gap between people, a gap that cannot be bridged by mere effort." Ren Nangshuang said, "But don't worry, I apologize for the little schemes I played to get closer to you before. From now on, I'll live my life honestly, working hard to earn a living. After Ren Yangshuang finished speaking, she paused and gently exhaled, as if trying to blow away the entanglements and hopes of these days. I thought I could endure the darkness until I encountered that ray of light. When a person is in front of someone they like, it's easy to feel inferior. People fear no difficulties, but in front of their beloved, they easily lose their composure and ruin their charm. I hope that in the future I won't meet anyone too stunning. Wishing my lovely readers, may you encounter only good people in the rest of your life. What about your mother's surgery fees? Wang Chen suddenly asked. The doctor said it's a benign tumor. I still have a few years and I will work hard to save money. Ren Yangshuang slightly raised her head, her eyes filled with determination, but the corners of her mouth instinctively revealed a bitter smile. I'll cover your mother's surgery fees, Wang Chen said. Ah! Ren Yangshuang was momentarily taken aback, instinctively responding. Anyway, you have the same thought, and this amount of money isn't much for me, so I might as well support you. After all, I can't let your hard work these past few days go to waste, right? Wang Chen looked at Ren Yangshuang's reaction, saying with a hint of amusement. At first, he was somewhat wary of Ren Yangshuang, mainly because he couldn't understand what she was thinking. After all, this was different from the trajectory of his previous life. It was only now, with Ren Yangshuang opening her heart in front of him, that Wang Chen understood her thoughts and he felt relieved. Wang Chen didn't want to comment too much on Ren Yangshuang's past experiences. From his perspective, Ren Yangshuang had done very well. If it were an ordinary girl, she wouldn't have done better than Ren Yangshuang. She might have already fallen into despair and resorted to selling her body. 800,000 for the surgery. For an average family, that's an astronomical figure, something that would take 10 or 20 years of not eating or drinking to save up. This kind of pressure is enough to break most people's psychological defenses. But Ren Yangshuang managed so well. She took care of her mother, didn't abandon her studies, and even got into a prestigious university. Although she worked part-time at several places every day, her life still had hope. That was already impressive. 800,000, in Wang Chen's eyes, was just a trivial amount of money, but it could save a life, which made it worthwhile. Moreover, he could also gain such a beautiful girl, and she was his senior. That was just too good. Not to mention 800,000, even 8 million would be worth it. In fact, these days, Ren Yangshuang often brought him food and checked on him. When he felt hot, she would thoughtfully hand him a tissue. When he was hungry, she would bring him fruit. Having such a charming and good-tempered senior who revolves around him every day, it would be a lie to say Wang Chen wasn't moved. Rather than watching Ren Yangshuang end up with no way out and bowing to others, it would be better to bow to himself first. Wang Chen had the ability and didn't lack this little money. Why not? Are you pitying me? The smile on Ren Yangshuang's face vanished as she calmly looked at Wang Chen and said, Not really. If you pity me, then forget it, I don't need it. Ren Yangshuang shook her head and said, Over the years, no matter how difficult it was, I managed to get through it, right? I'm still living quite well. I don't think I'm pitiful, nor do I need anyone's pity. The only valuable thing I have is my body. Beyond that, I really can't think of any way to make such a large sum of money. Wang Chen, I've said so much tonight, everything that should and shouldn't be said has been said. In the end, please allow me to keep a little bit of my dignity. Ren Yangshuang was usually generous and lively, radiating youthful energy, but at this moment, her tone carried a hint of pleading. Feelings change with circumstances, and time breeds affection. This old saying holds true. After spending these days with Wang Chen, who was tall, handsome, kind-hearted, and easygoing, it was no wonder that no girl could resist his charm. Ren Yangshuang was no exception. Feeling the stirrings of young love, she revealed her most vulnerable side in front of Wang Chen, and she already felt quite self-conscious. She tried hard not to appear too sad. She was also afraid that Wang Chen would dislike her, so she was reluctant to lose the last shred of her dignity in front of him. After dinner tonight, realizing the gap between herself and Wang Chen, she felt so inferior that she made the decision to give up this 800,000, although part of it is because I want to help you. Wang Chen paused and continued, but part of it is for you. What do you mean? Ren Yangshuang asked, somewhat confused. You're so beautiful, it's hard not to be moved. Wang Chen looked into Ren Yangshuang's eyes and said seriously, You're not saying this just to spare my feelings, are you? Ren Yangshuang said incredulously. Why would I lie to you? Do you really have so little confidence in yourself? Then why have you been ignoring me these past few days? Ren Yangshuang tilted her head slightly, her eyes wide open, asking with some confusion, Didn't you already know? Wang Chen chuckled lightly. Ren Yangshuang suddenly understood, Wang Chen was wary of her. It was only after she revealed the reason tonight that his attitude towards her softened. Why are you like this? Are all rich people as cautious as you? Ren Yangshuang pouted her pink lips slightly and said softly, Well, I can't be blamed. You were the one who acted too eagerly. Wang Chen smiled at Ren Yangshuang and said, Everyone knows that the campus goddess Ren Yangshuang from Kai University, who has been the top for 3 years, has never been interested in boys. Yet you are so proactive towards me. If I didn't have some defenses in my heart, that wouldn't make sense, right? Do you have some misunderstanding about your looks? I think you're quite handsome, and I really like you. Ren Ningxuan covered her forehead and said speechlessly, so many girls at Kai University like you. If they all pursued you, wouldn't you have to be on guard? Wang Chen just smiled and said nothing. At this moment, Ren Ningxuan felt a bit guilty and lowered her head, weakly saying, "Oh, please don't look at me like that. I admit that at first, I approached you for the money. But later, I really developed feelings for you. Even though you always ignored me, I felt very comfortable being around you, and you're so handsome. Otherwise, if you keep rejecting me, I would lose face. I feel bad too. I'm not a masochist." Wang Chen's lips, which had originally held a hint of a smile, stiffened slightly, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. But that surprise was fleeting, and a complex expression emerged in his gaze. This woman is a bit foolish, yet somewhat endearing. Ren Ningxuan noticed Wang Chen's silence and shyly said, "So am I being supported by you now? It feels a bit unreal. If you regret it now, it's not too late." Wang Chen raised an eyebrow and replied. Ren Ningxuan said earnestly, "I don't regret it." After pondering for a moment, Wang Chen said to Ren Ningxuan, who was leaning against the railing, "Come with me." "Where to?" Ren Ningxuan asked, somewhat puzzled, but she still followed Wang Chen's steps along the street by the Bund. The Bund was lined with a dazzling array of shops, all beautifully decorated in trendy flagship stores. Wang Chen stopped in front of a Chanel store and led Ren Ningxuan inside. The sales assistant in the store quickly approached, slightly bowing, and politely said, "Hello, welcome to the Chanel flagship store. How may I assist you?" Wang Chen pointed at Ren Ningxuan and said to the sales assistant, "Pick out a few outfits for her." Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Ren Ningxuan frowned slightly, instinctively wanting to refuse. But seeing his unyielding gaze, she swallowed her words. The sales assistant's eyes lit up, and her smile grew even brighter. As she quickly responded, "You two have come at the perfect time. We just received several new designs for this season, all crafted by top designers in the fashion industry. I see that this lady has an elegant demeanor and an outstanding figure. She will definitely look stunning in these." Ren Ningxuan felt a bit helpless, her cheeks slightly flushed and her eyes revealed a hint of discomfort. The sales assistant, keenly sensing her emotions, skillfully changed the subject, holding up a piece of clothing in front of her and saying, "Ma'am, don't feel pressured, just think of it as trying on new clothes to find a bit of freshness for yourself. Look at this one, it's our highlight piece for this season, made from the finest mulberry silk. Not only is it incredibly soft to the touch, but the natural sheen of the fabric makes the entire outfit look exceptionally high-end. Its design is also unique, with a tailored cut that perfectly outlines your figure, making it especially suitable for a lady of your caliber to attend events like banquets." As Ren Ningxuan looked at the dress, a flicker of desire crossed her mind. She hesitated and glanced at Wang Chen, but ultimately followed the sales assistant into the fitting room. Once inside the fitting room, Ren Ningxuan gently closed the door. Leaning against the door panel and letting out a long breath, she looked at the exquisite dress in her hands, her fingers lightly brushing over the smooth fabric, and a ripple of excitement stirred within her. She rarely visited such high-end women's clothing stores. Most of her shopping was done at budget malls or online. Faced with such luxurious and expensive clothing, she felt both curious and nervous. Ren Ningxuan slowly took off her clothes and carefully put on the white mulberry silk dress. Through the mirror in the fitting room, she saw a slightly unfamiliar yet stunningly beautiful version of herself. The fitted design perfectly showcased her slender waist and long, graceful legs, while the lace trim at the neckline added just the right touch of allure. Unconsciously, she twirled a few times in front of the mirror, the hem of the dress gently swaying. Just as she was lost in self-appreciation, a gentle voice from outside the door called out, "Ma'am, are you ready? If you need any assistance, please feel free to call me." "Almost done," Ren Ningxuan replied, coming back to her senses. She carefully examined her reflection once more, took a deep breath, and reached out to open the fitting room door. Stepping outside, Wang Chen was sitting on the sofa in the lounge area, casually flipping through a magazine when he heard some noise. He instinctively looked up. That glance left him momentarily stunned. Ren Ningxiang before him looked like a fairy who had stepped out of a painting. The white dress she wore accentuated her elegance to perfection. The fitted style clung closely to her figure, outlining her graceful curves. It seemed as if every inch of her silhouette had been meticulously sculpted. The lace trim at the neckline was playful yet alluring, contrasting with her originally cool demeanor, adding a touch of earthly charm. Wang Chen slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping from bottom to top, inch by inch, over Ren Ningxiang's body, his eyes filled with amazement and admiration. He nodded slightly and said softly, "You look really beautiful in that dress." The sales assistant, watching from the side, wore a beaming smile and chimed in at the right moment, "Sir, see, I told you, this lady is a natural model. Wearing our new seasonal collection, she's simply a perfect match." Hearing their compliments, Ren Ningxiang's cheeks flushed slightly. and she shyly lowered her head, murmuring, "It's not as exaggerated as you say." Wang Chen pointed to several other new seasonal outfits in the store and told the sales assistant, "Wrap up all these new arrivals that fit her size. I'll take the one she's wearing as well." Ren Ningxiang was taken aback, her eyes wide with astonishment. She quickly waved her hands and said, "No, Wang Chen, that's too wasteful. I really don't need so many, just the one I'm wearing is enough." Wang Chen merely raised the corners of his mouth slightly, gently holding her hand, and said softly, "Just consider it a little gift from me. You're always so frugal, let yourself indulge. Just this once, okay?" The sales assistant, witnessing this scene, hurriedly chimed in, "Ma'am, please don't refuse. The gentleman is being sincere, and you really look stunning in these clothes. Look at this one." As she spoke, the sales assistant picked up another outfit, gesturing and introducing it, trying to help Wang Chen persuade Ren Ningxiang. Ren Ningxiang bit her lip slightly, feeling conflicted, but ultimately nodded gently, as if giving her silent consent. Seeing this, Wang Chen said to the sales assistant, "Let's check out." "Alright, sir, the total is 118,600 yuan. Please wait a moment while I pack it up for you." The sales assistant's cheeks flushed with excitement. Customers who were this straightforward were rare. She quickly took the bank card Wang Chen handed her and hurried to the front desk to pack. In no time, the sales assistant returned, holding the carefully packed clothes, her face beaming as she handed the shopping bag and bank card back to Wang Chen. "Welcome to visit the Chanel flagship store again. Ding. The system detected that the host spent 118,600, double cashback 237,200 ding. Congratulations to the host for earning 11 system points as they stepped out of the store, a sea breeze brushed against them, bringing a hint of coolness. Ren Ningxiang instinctively hugged the clothes in her arms, as if to confirm that this sudden luxury was indeed real. Clothes worth over 100,000 yuan. This was something she had never even dared to dream of before. Wang Chen noticed her small gesture and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Under Wang Chen's lead, the two arrived at the entrance of another store. This was a leading specialty shop. Wang Chen then took Ren Ningxiang, who was still in a daze, inside. He directly told the sales assistant, "Give me 3 sets of your leading family bucket. 1 set is enough." Ren Ningxiang snapped back to reality and tried to stop him. Wang Chen replied nonchalantly, "Uncle and Auntie have been using their phones for quite a while now. It's time for an upgrade." "Alright, sir, do you need the P20 Pro, Mate 20 Pro, MateBook X Pro, and Watch GT?" The sales assistant was a bit taken aback and confirmed again. "That's right." Wang Chen nodded and said lightly, "Then please confirm the color and memory configuration. I'll prepare them for you." The sales assistant said respectfully, "What color do you like for the phone?" Wang Chen turned to Ren Ningxiang and asked, "White is fine." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen told the sales assistant, "I want 1 set of phones in white, the laptop and watch in silver. The remaining 2 sets should be black with the largest memory." "Alright, sir, please wait a moment. My colleague will get the items for you right away. Please proceed to make the payment." The sales assistant led Wang Chen to the front desk. She said to Wang Chen, "Hello, sir, the total for the models you've chosen is 108,890 yuan. Card payment." Wang Chen took out his bank card and handed it over directly. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 108,890 with double cashback of 217,780. Ding! Congratulations, the host has earned 10 system points. After the card was processed, another staff member had already brought over the phones Wang Chen selected. "Sir, here are the phones you chose. Please take a look, and if everything is fine, I'll wrap them up for you." Wang Chen looked at the phones and laptop on the table, nodded, his expression somewhat complex. 2018 was a challenging year for the company. That year, it faced comprehensive sanctions from the United States, supply chain disruptions, and difficulties in expanding into international markets. Yet, despite this, the company persevered in innovation and stubbornly pursued technology, showing no signs of retreat. This led to the continuous iteration and upgrade of the Kirin chip, which excelled in the 5G field. The sales assistant quickly and carefully packaged the phones, laptop, and other items thoughtfully, including various accessories and user manuals. "What are you still dawdling for? Just take the stuff and go," Wang Chen said to the distracted Ren Ningxiang. He then picked up a bag and turned to walk outside. Ren Ningxiang looked at Wang Chen, then at another bag prepared by the sales assistant, reaching out to pick it up. It wasn't too heavy. It seemed that the heavier items were all in Wang Chen's hands. Holding the shopping bag, Ren Ningxiang jogged to catch up with Wang Chen. "You're so nice to me," Ren Ningxiang said playfully. "Why did you suddenly buy me a phone? My phone is still usable. I noticed your phone is several years old, so I thought I'd get you a new one. I figured you'd be happy for quite a while. So, how does it feel to be taken shopping like this? Do you feel like you're being spoiled?" Wang Chen said with a mischievous smile. "Oh." Ren Ningxiang looked at the bustling crowds along the bund and instinctively exclaimed, covering Wang Chen's mouth with her hand. She stomped her foot in annoyance and pouted softly. Why did you say that out loud? It sounds so bad. If someone else hears it, how embarrassing would that be? Ren Ningxuan looked at the clothes and the latest phone and laptop in her hands, somewhat speechless. Spoiling someone isn't like this. I haven't contributed anything, and you're spending so much money on these expensive things. Aren't you afraid I'll just run away? You were just saying how you're different from other rich people, being very cautious. But now, look at you. Good thing it's me. If it were another bad woman, you'd be waiting for your money to go down the drain. Run. Ningxuan giggled as she said, if you get tricked by some other bad woman and end up broke, I won't pity you. Wang Chen touched his phone upon hearing this. Broke? 3 billion in his bank account. How many women would it take to spend that money if he spent 500,000 like tonight? One woman wouldn't be enough. At least 2 women would be needed for a lifetime of scams to deplete that 3 billion. And that doesn't even account for bank interest and system rebates. What if he added his dad Wang Jiangwo's assets? Wang Chen frowned. His dad had too much money. It was hard to calculate. He shook his head, dismissing the ridiculous thought. No one had been born yet who dared to deceive him. Just be careful. Don't let bad women trick you, Ren Ningxuan casually said. Oh, right. Can I ask how many women are around you? How many women? Wang Chen thought for a moment and replied, including you, there are 4. Ah. Ren Ningxuan immediately frowned and said, that's too many. I thought you only had 1 or 2. I can't even be a mistress. What, are you having regrets? It's too late to backtrack now. No. Ren Ningxuan shook her head. She fluttered her beautiful, watery big eyes and said, can't you just flatter me and say I'm the only one? You asked me, Wang Chen replied calmly. A real man never lies. Poof. A straight man who doesn't understand a girl's feelings at all, Ren Ningxuan pouted playfully. Girls are such strange creatures. They know you're lying, but sometimes they just want to hear sweet nothings. Even if they know it's just flattery, hearing it can still make them happy and at ease. At least you could lie to me a little to make me happy. Wang Chen smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting. I never deceive people, especially in front of my women. I've told them, and now I'm telling you. If one day you want to leave me, if you don't want to stay by my side anymore, I will let you go anytime. We can part on good terms. Ren Ningxuan listened quietly, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but Wang Chen gently raised his hand to stop her and continued, and I will give you a large sum of money, enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. We both get what we need. I will be honest with you and won't hide anything. Ren Ningxuan pouted her soft, pink lips, feeling a bit gloomy, but she quickly returned to normal. Suddenly, Ren Ningxuan asked expectantly, then tell me, besides me, do you have any other women at school? No, why are you suddenly asking this? Wang Chen asked curiously. That's good. Ren Ningxuan sighed in relief. At least that means I'm your only girlfriend at school, and that makes me very satisfied. The slight furrow in her brow instantly relaxed. Her lips curled up, revealing a row of white, neat teeth, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. She couldn't help but bounce a little, her cheeks slightly flushed. Then, Ren Ningxuan grabbed Wang Chen's arm and snuggled closely beside him. She affectionately rubbed her head against Wang Chen's chest, her voice tinged with playful excitement. I knew it. I knew I was the only one at school. I was just overthinking it earlier, feeling all anxious, but now I can finally relax. Hee hee, can I tell everyone at school that I'm your girlfriend from now on? Anyway, I spend most of my time at school, so I can't control what you do outside with other women, nor can I see it. Wang Chen said with a hint of amusement, are you playing ostrich? Deceiving yourself? I don't care. Ren Ningxuan shook Wang Chen's arm vigorously, acting coy as she said, Brother Wang Chen, just agree to me. Since there are no other women at school, just agree to me. Otherwise, if it gets out that I'm your mistress, how embarrassing would that be? I thought you didn't care about these things. Wang Chen replied lightly. Ren Ningxuan had been scolded so harshly on the campus for him back then, yet she appeared so nonchalant. Did she really care about it now? Who really doesn't care? I'm just pretending. Ren Ningxuan gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a self-mocking smile playing at the corners of her mouth, a glint of cunning in her eyes. Think about it, when I was being scolded on the campus for him, if I had immediately cried and whined, how unremarkable would that have been? Those people clearly just wanted to see me make a fool of myself, and I wasn't going to give them that satisfaction. She slightly raised her chin, puffing out her ample chest as she continued, just agree to me, so I can have a breath of relief and show those shameless women that even though I'm just a little wife, in school, I'm your legitimate girlfriend. Ha, do whatever you want. Wang Chen couldn't help but laugh at Ren Ningxuan's optimistic attitude. He could only go along with her. You agreed, Ren Ningxuan said with some surprise. I never refused, did I? Wang Chen didn't care about the title of girlfriend. He always acted with integrity and couldn't hide things. Besides, he had so many girlfriends that adding Ren Ningxuan as one wouldn't make a difference. Some might worry that after having a girlfriend, other women would stop approaching Wang Chen. Such worries were completely unnecessary. Even if Wang Chen got married, as long as he wanted, he could have women. Lining up from the magic city to the beautiful country. He. Ren Yangshuang immediately perked up, hugging Wang Chen's arm. As she said, I don't care what others think, as long as you are sincere with me now, that's enough. Saying this, she tilted her head against Wang Chen's shoulder, a smile on her lips, her eyes sparkling with a hint of pride. Didn't you say that being with you means no sweet romance? Isn't this it? Wang Chen glanced at Ren Yangshuang. Her charming and lovely appearance stirred a ripple in his heart. He smiled slightly, raised his hand to gently ruffle her hair, and said softly, you really are easily satisfied. Run. Yangshuang blinked her eyes, gazing intently at Wang Chen, and said seriously, of course, I don't ask for much, just that you treat me sincerely, accompany me for meals, stroll around, and occasionally surprise me. As for those mistress matters, I can't be bothered. Ren Yangshuang patted her chest, exuding an air of complete trust in Wang Chen. Wang Chen was slightly taken aback, seemingly not expecting her to be so candid. The two walked leisurely along the streets of the Bund. Ren Yangshuang, what are you doing? You disappoint me so much. Suddenly, an angry voice rang out. A yellow sports car screeched to a halt in front of Wang Chen and Ren Yangshuang. A young man in his 20s got out, holding a cup of milk tea. He wore a yellow Meituan t-shirt and black shorts. Standing about 1.7 meters tall, he looked average but was somewhat overweight, the kind of person you wouldn't notice in a crowd. Run. Ningxuan looked at the man before her, and her smile instantly faded. A hint of impatience flashed in her eyes as she said flatly, Xia Yunfan, do you have something to say? What is there to say? Run Ningxuan, I want you to give me an explanation. The delivery. Guy named Xia Yunfan glared at Ren Ningxuan, his eyes filled with anger. What am I to you that I need to explain myself? Run. Ningxuan replied somewhat impatiently, besides, we hardly know each other. Hardly know each other? Xia Yunfan laughed in anger, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Run Ningxuan, you really are something. I've been pursuing you for 4 whole years. And now you're telling me we're not familiar? He stepped forward, his Meituan delivery uniform trembling slightly with excitement. And the summer heat seemed to intensify with his fury. Xia Yunfan looked at Ren Ningxuang in disbelief and said, I've been chasing you since sophomore year, but you said you just wanted to study hard and weren't planning to date before the college entrance exam. So what? Ren Ningxuang frowned, her impatience becoming more evident. What's in the past is in the past. After graduation, we all go our separate ways. We should not interfere with each other. Didn't you feel anything for me all these years? Yes, I didn't get into the same university as you, but I've been working hard just to be with you in the future, so you won't be wronged. The more Xia Yunfan spoke, the more agitated he became, his emotions pouring out like a flood breaking through a dam. He shouted at Ren Ningxuang, we haven't seen each other for a while, and you found a rich second-generation guy? Is this what you mean by not wanting to date? Xia Yunfan had just received a delivery order and had walked out of a milk tea shop when he witnessed a scene that shattered his heart. His unattainable goddess, the one he had liked for 6 whole years since high school, Ren Ningxuan, who claimed she wasn't interested in boys and didn't want to date, was hugging a man intimately on the street. It was even Ren Ningxuan who initiated the hug. Xia Yunfan felt as if the sky was collapsing, and he became dizzy. When he regained his senses, he angrily blocked Ren Ningxuan, hoping she would give him an explanation. Feelings cannot be forced. No matter how much you give, it doesn't mean I have to respond. I've always regarded you as just an ordinary classmate, with no other intentions. Ren Ningxuan looked at Xia Yunfan coldly and said, it has always been you who were self-deluded. I have never responded to you, nor have I ever taken anything from you. And I've told you before, I don't like you. I have a boyfriend now, that's my freedom, and I love him very much. You have no reason to question me, and I don't need to explain myself to you. If you have nothing else, just leave quickly. Don't waste my time, and your delivery is about to be late. Wang Chen stood quietly to the side, watching everything unfold. He felt a bit of sympathy for Xia Yunfan. As a man himself, he understood the bitterness of unrequited love. But feelings cannot be one-sided. Xia Yunfan felt as if all his strength had been drained, and the milk tea in his hand fell to the ground. With a bang, splashing everywhere, the pearls scattering all around. Just like his shattered heart at that moment. His lips trembled slightly, and after a long pause, he hoarsely said, Ningxuan, I know I might not be worthy of you, but after all these years, you really won't give me a single chance? Not even to try to understand me a little? Ren Ningxuan firmly replied, no possibility means no possibility. Don't keep entangling like this, it's not good for either of us. At that moment, Xia Yunfan's phone suddenly rang with an urgent order notification. He lowered his head to glance at his phone, a flicker of struggle crossing his eyes, but in the end, he raised his hand to silence the notification. Ren Ningxuan turned to look at Wang Chen, fearing that he might misunderstand her. She then prepared to pull Wang Chen around Xia Yunfan. However, Xia Yunfan once again blocked her path. What exactly do you want? Run. Ningxuang's face turned completely cold, her expression blank as she stared at Xia Yunfan. I originally thought you were different from other girls, but I was wrong. You're just like those women, so materialistic. You're with this man for money, you really disappoint me. Xia Yunfan's face was filled with disappointment. Xia Yunfan, you are going too far. You don't understand me at all. What right do you have to say that about me? Ran Ningxuang's voice trembled slightly with anger, her grip on Wang Chen's hand tightening unconsciously. Wang Chen patted Ran Ningxuang's hand to signal her to calm down. Ran Ningxuang looked at Wang Chen and said, he and I were high school classmates. I've made it clear to him, but he still keeps pestering me. No matter how many times I reject him, he remains indifferent. Actually, I'm not close to him, we were just classmates in high school. Wang Chen reached out to wrap his arm around Ran Ningxuang's waist and said, it's okay, I understand. Leave this to me. Ran Ningxuang nodded obediently, then said somewhat anxiously, be careful, I'm afraid he might hurt you. Don't worry. The conversation between Wang Chen and Ran Ningxuang reached Xia Yunfan's ears word for word. He looked at the two embracing each other, feeling as if his heart was being stabbed by a knife. The inner pain surged like a tidal wave, completely drowning him. Xia Yunfan's breathing became rapid and heavy, his chest rising and falling violently, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists, the knuckles turning pale to the point of near transparency. Do you think you can take her away just because you have some money? Xia Yunfan suddenly shouted loudly, his voice hoarse from anger and pain. Wang Chen smiled faintly, turning to look at Xia Yunfan, shaking his head involuntarily. This was the classic image of a desperate suitor, but in the end, he had nothing. A true desperate suitor. He had no time to waste on such a person, and immediately said to Xia Yunfan, we are all adults now, you should understand that Ran Ningxuang is my girlfriend. Stay away from her. And stop pestering her. What do you mean, your girlfriend? Xia Yunfan's face instantly turned red, he said angrily, I've known Ningxuang for 6 years, pursued her for 4 years, taking care of her meticulously and loving her. What about you? What have you done? Wang Chen felt somewhat helpless. There was simply no way to communicate with such a person. Let's go, we don't need to pay attention to him. Wang Chen wrapped his arm around Ran Ningxuang's waist and walked forward. Naturally, Ran Ningxuang would not object, obediently saying, From now on, Xia Yunfan and Ran Ningxuang would have no further interactions. Continuing to argue with such a fool would only waste time, completely unnecessary. Don't try to convince someone with a low level of understanding, otherwise they will drag your intelligence down to their level. Get out of the way. Xia Yunfan was still trying to block Wang Chen. Wang Chen looked at Xia Yunfan, who was significantly shorter than him, a hint of speechlessness flashing in his eyes. Standing at 1.88 meters tall, he looked down at him, and although Wang Chen's tone was calm, it was filled with a sense of oppression. Xia Yunfan instinctively stepped aside. Wang Chen brushed past him with Ran Ningxuang and walked ahead. It was as if Xia Yunfan suddenly realized something. Feeling embarrassed, he turned to shout at Ran Ningxuang, what makes him better than me? You only like him because he's rich, you're too naive. People like you just play around, and when they get tired of you, they'll kick you away. By then, it'll be too late for you to regret. Ningxuang, give me a chance. I'm the only one who is sincere to you. As long as you are with me, I'll give you whatever you want. Ningxuang. The two did not stop walking. Seeing this, Xia Yunfan became even more frantic. Ran Ningxuang, you will regret it. While you keep me hanging, you're out looking for a rich second generation. Don't come crying to me when you're abandoned later. Wang Chen stopped in his tracks. He hadn't wanted to argue with someone like this, but hearing Xia Yunfan speak so harshly to Ran Ningxuang, he couldn't hold back. Wang Chen's expression darkened as he released his hold on Ran Ningxuang and turned back to face Xia Yunfan. When Xia Yunfan saw Wang Chen return, he instinctively took a step back and asked, what do you want? Nothing. Wang Chen looked at him calmly and said, do you think you're so deep in love? Do you think that without you, Ran Ningxuang won't find a man who loves her as much? Xia Yunfan was taken aback. Wang Chen glanced at him disdainfully and continued, look at yourself, poor and fat. What do you have to offer Ningxuang happiness? Since you can't give Ningxuang happiness, why are you stopping her from living a better life? Out of jealousy? This society is very realistic. You're an adult now, wake up. I can give Ran Ningxuang the life she wants. A house, a car, bags, none of these are a problem. If she doesn't want to work, she doesn't have to. If she wants to travel, she can go wherever she wants. What can you give her? Delivering takeout in the wind and rain, earning just enough to barely get by? Living in a cramped rental with you, worrying about daily expenses? Or will she have to hesitate for a long time just to buy a piece of clothing she likes at the mall, calculating whether she has enough money? Wang Chen's words were like sharp blades, piercing directly into Xia Yunfan's heart. Among the crowd of onlookers, some whispered to each other. Although Wang Chen's words were blunt and hurtful, they also revealed the helplessness of reality. Xia Yunfan unconsciously clenched his fists and retorted, I can give her love. Ridiculous, how much is love worth? Wang Chen shook his head, chuckling lightly as he said, love without a material foundation is fragile and easily shattered. You keep saying you can give her love. But when she's sick in the hospital and needs a large sum of money for treatment, can your love turn into life-saving medical expenses? When she wants a stable home, a shelter from the storm, can your love conjure up a house? It's important to have self-awareness. When life is at a low point, don't think about how to chase girls. You should think about how to improve yourself and earn the life and girl you want through your own efforts. Instead of clinging on here, wallowing in self-pity, putting on a pathetic act of a lovesick fool. Feelings can't be obtained through entanglement. And reality isn't like a movie. A princess can't just run away with a commoner because of a moment of hormonal explosion. To put it bluntly, if you can't even support yourself, what right do you have to talk about love? Wang Chen's words made Xia Yunfan feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, a bone-chilling cold enveloping him. Xia Yunfan swayed slightly as if he had been struck hard, nearly losing his balance. The gazes of the onlookers felt like needles piercing into him, and the whispers turned into sharp mockery that drilled into his ears. Xia Yunfan's eyes reddened, his teeth grinding together. What do you mean? Say that again. What? Realizing your own inadequacy makes you want to throw a punch. Wang Chen mocked. I hit you once, and then I can walk away unscathed, with no consequences. And what about you? And what about you? Wang Chen smiled, a smile full of disdain and contempt. If you lay a finger on me, even if you go bankrupt, you won't be able to afford it. Kid, grow up and accept reality. In this game of reality, it's not just about who is stronger. If you don't believe me, you can certainly give it a try. Although Wang Chen didn't have bodyguards with him tonight, his superhuman physical abilities meant that Xia Yunfan couldn't even land a single blow on him. Xia Yunfan was gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently, his face flushed red. Even though he was furious, the last shred of rationality in his mind told him not to act, because he knew that Wang Chen was not someone he could provoke. Wang Chen looked at him coldly, reached out and patted Xia Yunfan's face, saying, "This time I'm talking to you nicely, next time, it might be different. You're really pushing your luck." Xia Yunfan didn't expect Wang Chen to humiliate him like this. Although Wang Chen had only patted his face, Xia Yunfan felt a sharp, stinging pain on his cheek. He stood there, frozen, the burning sensation on his face constantly reminding him of the humiliation he was enduring. Xia Yunfan wished he could rush up and fight Wang Chen to the death. However, reason ultimately triumphed over impulse. He slowly relaxed his tightly clenched fist, leaving crescent-shaped imprints from his nails in his palm. After Wang Chen finished speaking, he turned and left with Ren Ningxuang. The two of them gradually walked away, chatting and laughing, as if what had just happened was merely a trivial incident. Wang Chen put everything in the car, checked the time, and it was already midnight. He decided to go to the nearby Bulgari Hotel tonight to give Ren Ningxuang an unforgettable evening. Then Wang Chen called for a designated driver and hailed a taxi by the roadside. "Driver, to the Bulgari Hotel," Wang Chen said to the driver. In the back seat of the taxi, Ren Ningxuang instinctively tightened her grip on Wang Chen's hand upon hearing they were going to the hotel. She hadn't spoken for a while, only feeling her heart rate gradually quickening. After a while, the taxi stopped at the entrance of the Bulgari Hotel. The designated driver parked the car and handed the keys to Wang Chen. The total fare was 135 yuan. After taking the keys, Wang Chen held Ren Ningxuang's hand and walked into the Bulgari Hotel. "Hello, Mr. Wang, your room is ready. Here is your room card." As soon as they entered, Butler Lin was already waiting, bowing slightly and handing over the room card. Wang Chen had called Butler Lin before coming, asking him to book a Bulgari suite. "Thank you for your trouble," Wang Chen said, taking out his bank card. "Mr. Wang, you are too polite. You are our most distinguished guest at the Bulgari Hotel. This is what we should do," Butler Lin replied respectfully as he took the bank card. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 280,088 with a double cashback of 560,176. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 28 system points. Wang Chen smiled, took the bank card, and led Ren Ningxuang towards the elevator. Butler Lin, understanding the situation, did not follow them, only watching Wang Chen from the lobby. Ding! After a while, the elevator doors opened. It was the same room that Wang Chen had opened last time. Wang Chen stopped in front of the room, swiped the card, and opened all the lights in the room. For a moment, Ren Ningxuang was stunned by the luxurious scene inside the room. She stared with wide eyes, filled with amazement and disbelief. What caught her eye was the floor-to-ceiling windows that occupied an entire wall. Outside the window was the dazzling view of the Bund. The shimmering waves of the Huangpu River reflected the towering skyscrapers of Lujiazui across the way, with neon lights flickering and traffic bustling. Beneath her feet lay a soft and thick custom-made carpet, so plush that each step felt like walking on clouds, making her reluctant to tread upon it. At the bar nearby, a variety of rare wines from around the world were displayed. From top French reds to Scottish whiskies, everything one could desire. The glass doors of the wine cabinet sparkled under the light. Ren Ningxuang strolled slowly around the room, her fingers gently brushing against each piece of decor, marveling at this luxurious lifestyle. "How much does this evening cost?" Ren Ningxuang couldn't help but exclaim. Not much, Wang Chen replied casually. I don't believe that. You can spend over 200,000 on a meal. How could this luxurious hotel cost so little? Almost 300,000, I suppose. Ah! Run Ningxuan gasped, instinctively, covering her mouth with her hands. You should go take a shower first, Wang Chen said lazily, reclining on the sofa. What do I need a shower for? Run Ningxuan's face flushed, her heart racing like a little rabbit. She understood Wang Chen's implication, but the thought of what might happen next made her heart race even faster. Don't be nervous, Wang Chen seemed to sense her thoughts, his tone softening further. It's just a simple shower. To relax, I promise. Didn't you say you learned dance since childhood? I want to appreciate your dancing. Well, okay then. Run Ningxuan bit her lip slightly and walked toward the bathroom with small, somewhat awkward steps. Once inside, she gently closed the door and leaned against it, her hand resting on her chest, trying to calm her heart that was racing like a startled deer. After her shower, Ren Ningxuan wrapped herself in a towel and looked at her reflection in the mirror. The steam made her skin appear even more fair and smooth, with a faint pink hue. The towel was tightly wrapped around her chest, yet it still couldn't conceal her full and perky curves. Her long, straight legs peeked out slightly from beneath the towel, their lines smooth and graceful, the skin flawless and delicate. Her slender ankles were exquisite, like a fine piece of art, making one want to gaze a little longer. Come on, Run Ningxuan, isn't this what you've been looking forward to? Taking a deep breath, she opened the bathroom door and stepped out slowly. Wang Chen was sitting on the sofa, holding a glass of red wine, his gaze casually fixed on the television screen. Hearing the noise, he turned his head and was instantly captivated by the sight of Ren Ningxuan. Ningxuan, you look beautiful, Wang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes filled with awe. He stepped forward and embraced her tightly. Run Ningxuan's body stiffened slightly, the blush on her face spreading to her ears. Her hands instinctively pressed against Wang Chen's chest as if wanting to push him away, but she didn't exert much force, merely resting them there. Wang Chen, I'm so happy to have met you. Wang Chen slowly released her, cupping Ren Ningxuan's face in his hands, gazing into her eyes with deep affection. Ningxuan, I will always treat you well, trust me. With that, Wang Chen gradually lowered his head, leaning toward Ren Ningxuan's lips. Her heart raced suddenly, and her eyes fluttered shut. For a moment, the entire world seemed to quiet down, leaving only the intertwined sounds of their breathing and Ren Ningxuan's rapid heartbeat. The air was thick with intoxicating scents. Soft light bathed them, outlining their ambiguous silhouettes. Boom! Boom! The next day, Wang Chen arrived at school in his cool Apollo, i.e. it's Wang Chen. Is that Ren Ningxuan sitting next to him? It was just the end of class, and there were quite a few students on campus, pointing and whispering at the car. However, they all consciously made way for the vehicle, their gazes towards the Apollo, i.e. filled with envy. Under the admiring eyes of her classmates, the car drove straight towards the girls' dormitory. In no time, Wang Chen parked the Apollo, i.e. at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. At that moment, there were girls just returning from class and some students chatting downstairs in the dormitory building. As Wang Chen slowly brought the cool Apollo, i.e. to a stop, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. The roar of the engine gradually quieted. Wang Chen turned off the car and stepped out. Many girls around were buzzing with excitement. Wow, it's Wang Chen, he's so handsome. This is the Apollo, i.e. a globally limited supercar. I still think this car is even cooler. Wang Chen, can you not be so handsome? I just did my nails. If I could date Wang Chen, I'd be willing to win 5 million in the lottery. A girl with black-rimmed glasses and a ponytail was so nervous that her hands trembled slightly. She tightly grasped her best friend's arm, her voice shaking noticeably. I'm not dreaming, am I? This is really Wang Chen. If I could just say one word to him, I'd do anything. The girls were making all sorts of impactful comments. As the main force of the school forum, they were far more aware of the events of the past few days than the boys. A man like Wang Chen was usually just a figure they fantasized about in their dreams. Seeing him in person today naturally made them ecstatic, each one turning into a fangirl, excited like they were chasing a star. Wang Chen could only smile helplessly. He could only blame his own charm. Not only was he wealthy and handsome, but he also single-handedly sent the dean and department head to prison, bringing peace to the campus. Naturally, he became the perfect idol in the hearts of the girls. Ren Ningxiang, her legs weak, got out of the passenger seat. Looking at the crowd gathered around, her brows furrowed slightly. After getting out of the car, she walked over to Wang Chen and naturally linked her arm with his. What's this? In an instant, the girls fell silent. The gazes of the surrounding girls shot towards Ren Ningxiang in unison. In those looks, there was jealousy, unwillingness, and an unmistakable hostility. How did Ren Ningxiang end up with Wang Chen? Moreover, she was holding onto his arm. If Wang Chen had taken Ren Ningxiang back to the girls' dormitory, didn't that mean they were together last night too? Whispers began to circulate in the crowd, with various speculations and discussions rising and falling. How can Ren Ningxiang be worthy of Wang Chen? I refuse to accept it. One girl muttered, her face full of discontent. Exactly, she usually seems indifferent to boys. How? Did she end up flirting with Wang Chen? Another girl chimed in, her tone full of disdain. The girls' hearts were shattered. They wished they could take her place. Why did Ren Ningxiang get to flirt with Wang Chen? It should be noted that many of the posts cursing Ren Ningxiang on the school forum were written by them. Now seeing her with Wang Chen was more painful than being killed. Listening to these harsh words, Ren Ningxiang still wore a faint smile on her face, showing no signs of panic or fear. She gently tightened her grip on Wang Chen's arm. Her posture was natural and intimate, as if declaring to the world her close relationship with Wang Chen. Ren Ningxiang smiled proudly and stood on her tiptoes to kiss Wang Chen on the cheek. Then she glanced around at the other girls, opened the storage compartment of the Apollo IE, and took out the clothes and notebook that Wang Chen had bought for her last night. I'll head up first, Ren Ningxiang said to Wang Chen in a delicate voice. Okay. Wang Chen nodded slightly and replied calmly. He watched Ren Ningxiang's figure walking towards the dormitory and opened his true eye. In an instant, a layer of golden light flashed in Wang Chen's eyes, and Ren Ningxiang's personal information immediately appeared before him. Name, Ren Ningxiang, age, 23 years, height, 172 centimeters, charm, 98, physique, 90, favorability, 99, skills. Advanced yoga, advanced dance, advanced business English, intermediate violin, intermediate calligraphy and painting. Wang Chen saw that Ren Ningxiang's favorability towards him had reached 99 points, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a barely noticeable smile as he softly murmured, "This silly woman, it seems last night's efforts were not in vain. It was worth it to dance with her for a few hours." Then Wang Chen turned and returned to the car. Under the gaze of the surrounding ladies, Ren Ningxiang remained composed, showing no intention of acknowledging them. She simply carried her shopping bags and walked towards the dormitory building. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught glimpses of their envious and jealous looks. Ren Ningxiang had never felt this exhilarated before. All of this was brought to her by Wang Chen. She slightly lifted her head, her posture becoming even more upright as she walked. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ren Ningxiang's roommates were all there, some reading, others staring blankly at their phones with green screens. They saw Ren Ningxiang coming back with large bags and immediately widened their eyes in disbelief, saying, "Ningxiang, how did you buy so many things? Oh my gosh, this is the latest model of the phone, and there's a notebook too. Ningxiang, did you win the lottery?" Ren Ningxiang took out the clothes from the bags, organized them, and put them in the wardrobe, saying, "I didn't win anything, these are all gifts from Wang Chen." Wang Chen? Wow, this is Chanel clothing, it must be very expensive. It's not too bad, just over 100,000. Upon hearing that the clothes were worth over 100,000, the roommates immediately put down what they were holding and surrounded Ren Ningxiang, asking, "Ningxiang, what's going on? Did Wang Chen agree to your pursuit?" "Yeah. Now Wang Chen is my boyfriend." Ren Ningxiang smiled brightly, her face full of happiness. After getting Wang Chen's consent, she felt no burden in revealing that she was Wang Chen's girlfriend. Wow! Oh my gosh! The roommates instinctively exclaimed, their eyes filled with unabashed envy. "No wonder you didn't come back last night, turns out you went on a date with Wang Chen. Wang Chen has such a good figure, he must be amazing in other aspects too. Ningxiang, tell us, how was it last night?" "Yeah. Ningxiang, you're killing me with curiosity. Especially amazing." Ren Ningxiang looked at them helplessly, speechless. How amazing. The roommates, like curious little kids, widened their eyes and looked at Ren Ningxiang with anticipation. Ren Ningxiang's cheeks flushed slightly, and her previously helpless expression now held a hint of shyness and sweetness. "Look at you all acting so lewd. If the three of you teamed up, you probably wouldn't be a match for Wang Chen, he's really impressive. Wow. Ningxiang, you're going to be happy from now on." "Yeah, Ningxiang, when are you going to bring Wang Chen out to have a meal with us? We want to meet the school's most handsome idol. Then I'll talk to Wang Chen and see when he has time," Ren Ningxiang said with a smile. As soon as the roommates heard this, they instantly erupted with excitement. "You have to make it happen soon, we can't wait." One of the roommates grabbed Ren Ningxiang's hand and shook it vigorously. "Ningxiang, you really have hit the jackpot. Wang Chen is so handsome and so rich, and on top of that he treats you so well. He's impressive in that regard too. We are so envious of you. It must be so happy to be in a relationship with Wang Chen, right?" another roommate asked. With a sigh. "You guys, stop teasing me. Being with him is indeed very happy. He is very considerate and cares about my feelings," Ren Ningxiang said, her cheeks flushing again as she playfully swatted at that roommate's hand. "Just look at you, as soon as you return to the dorm, you can't hide that smile on your face. If only I had a boyfriend like Wang Chen," the girl who had been staring at her phone screen earlier said with some emotion. Ren Ningxiang smiled slightly and fell silent. She quietly took out her phone. She opened the banking app and stared blankly at the long string of numbers in her balance. It clearly showed 1 million Huaxia coins. This was what Wang Chen had transferred to her this morning. Not the 800,000 she wanted, but 1 million. According to Wang Chen, how could my woman be short on money? If it's not enough, just ask him for more. Ran Ning Shuang felt very happy. Being with Wang Chen was the best choice she had ever made in her life. From now on, she wouldn't have to scrimp and save just to save a few bucks. She wouldn't have to work multiple part-time jobs every day. She could enjoy sweet milk tea like other girls and sell the dresses she liked. Most importantly, her mother's surgery could finally be done. Wang Chen drove the Apollo IE and parked downstairs at the classroom building. After parking, he walked towards the junior classroom. Today, there was a public course on business management titled Marketing, Mysticism or Science. In his previous life, Wang Chen never missed these classes. He was quite familiar with them. Now that he was back, it felt like a nostalgic trip to relive the experience of attentively listening to lectures. Soon, Wang Chen arrived at the classroom on the second floor. However, he was a bit late. On the podium, a professor in his 40s was lecturing. Seeing all the eyes in the classroom focused on him, Wang Chen could only helplessly knock on the door and say, "Sorry, I'm late." The professor noticed him and immediately stopped speaking. When he realized it was Wang Chen, the expression of mild anger on his face instantly vanished, and he said, somewhat flattered, "It's fine, it's fine. Wang, just find a seat and sit down. If you're late next time, you don't need to knock, just come in." As a professor at the school, he was well aware of Wang Chen's powerful background. He was someone even the dean and department head had sent in. Wang Chen's name was widely known among the school's leaders and faculty. When he first learned he would be teaching Wang Chen's grade, he was quite worried, fearing he might accidentally offend Wang Chen and bring trouble upon himself. However, Wang Chen's demeanor today was not as intimidating as rumored. He was quite a nice kid. This made the professor feel a sense of goodwill. Despite Wang Chen's status and identity, he was still so polite and respectful to an ordinary professor like him. This eased his worries about the days to come. Wang Chen nodded at the professor. As he walked into the classroom, ready to find a seat, he noticed someone in the last row waving at him. "Wang Chen, over here, I have a spot." Wang Chen focused and saw it was Yao Jinglong. He walked to the last row and sat down next to Yao Jinglong. Curiously, he asked, "Aren't you a freshman? Why are you here for a junior public course?" "I've already self-studied all of this. These courses are too easy. I was just thinking of coming here to try my luck to see if I could run into you." "What a coincidence. You just happened to come to class." Yao Jinglong smiled, revealing a set of big white teeth as he spoke. "All right, classmates, let me introduce myself again. My name is Du Yuanqing, and I am your instructor for this class. At the same time, I am also a professor in the marketing department of our school's School of Business Administration. If you have any questions after class, feel free to come to me privately." Professor Du Yuanqing pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose, his gaze gently sweeping over each student in the classroom as he continued. "I have been deeply involved in the field of marketing for many years, participating in numerous marketing projects for businesses of all sizes. Marketing is by no means a theoretical discipline. It is a subject that closely connects theory and practice, while also being full of innovative vitality." Buzz buzz buzz. As Professor Du Yuanqing's lecture reached a good rhythm, a sudden ring of a mobile phone echoed in the classroom. In the silent classroom, it sounded so jarring. Professor Du's gaze immediately turned towards the source of the ringing. It turned out to be coming from Wang Chen. Wang Chen felt his phone vibrating in his pocket and felt a bit embarrassed. He quickly took out his phone and opened it. It displayed a call from Wang Sikong. Wang Chen paused, his hand about to hang up, and raised his head to gesture to Professor Du with a slight bow. Professor Du's face was full of smiles, nodding to indicate it was fine. This charming demeanor was fully on display. Wang Chen stood up and walked out of the classroom. Once in the corridor outside the classroom, he answered the call. "Hello, Lao Wang, what's up? I'm in class right now." "Wang Chen, just wanted to let you know that the Yanla Dadian and Lantingi Su I borrowed from you earlier have been delivered to your house. Check them out when you get home tonight, and if there are any issues, let me know right away," Wang Sikong said on the other end of the line. "It's fine, as long as they are returned," Wang Chen replied casually. Ever since they returned to the Magic City, Wang Sikong had borrowed the Yanla Dadian and Lantingi Su, saying he wanted to show off in front of his father. "You have no idea, I've always been scolded at home for not staying more than a few minutes, but this time I finally have some peace and quiet," Wang Sikong said, his tone filled with ease. Wang Chen's lips curled slightly, revealing a barely noticeable faint smile as he said, "Looks like these two treasures are quite effective, giving you a few days of comfort." "You bet." When my dad saw these two items, his eyes nearly popped out. His attitude towards me has done a complete 180 these past few days. Taking this opportunity, I managed to extort a good sum from him. Wang Sikong became more and more excited as he spoke, his voice rising a few notches. "All right, then you treat next time." Wang Chen listened while subconsciously tapping his fingers lightly on the railing of the corridor, admiring the scenery of the campus. "Absolutely." Wang Sikong readily agreed, his tone full of enthusiasm as he said, "How about tomorrow night? I'll invite Qin Fun and a few others, and we can all have a blast at my bar. I'm not sure if I'll have time tomorrow. How about the day after?" Wang Chen frowned as he replied, "What's wrong? If you need help, just let me know, Wang Sikong asked with concern. It's nothing much, Wang Chen said helplessly. Ever since I returned from the high seas, the news about me taking the Yongle Dadayan and Lantingi Su seems to have spread. These past few days, museums in the capital and some unknown institutions have been calling me every day asking me to donate the Yongle Dadayan and Lantingi Su to them. I figured the Yongle Dadayan isn't of much use to me, so I might as well donate it to the state. That way, they won't keep bothering me every day. Wang Chen felt deep admiration for those scholars studying history. At least the enthusiasm he had for the Yongle Encyclopedia was something that ordinary people couldn't match. The Yongle Encyclopedia was of no use to him. Instead, it would attract the attention of various parties. Although he wasn't afraid of their covetousness, too many flies could be bothersome, so he simply decided to donate it to the National Museum. He would keep the Lantingi Su for himself. This was a treasure that emperors throughout history had sought but could not obtain, and Wang Chen was quite fond of it. Moreover, aside from the envy of that group from the Calligraphy Association, it only had a bit of collectible value. It wasn't of much use for historical research. He planned to send it to his old man at home when he had the chance, believing he would appreciate the gift. This is the Yongle Encyclopedia. Are you really going to donate it? Wang Sikong exclaimed on the other end of the phone, his eyes wide with disbelief. Do you know how precious the Yongle Encyclopedia is? So many people would break their necks just to get their hands on it for private collection, and you want to donate it? If I had known earlier, I would have let my dad enjoy it for a few more days. It won't be easy to see it again in the future. This thing is useless to me. So let those experts and scholars study it. Once they finish their research, it can be displayed in the museum for more people to see, fulfilling its rightful value. Wang Chen's tone was calm, but his attitude was very firm. You really are something. Wang Sikong was momentarily speechless, then paused before saying, just one page of the Yongle Encyclopedia is worth a fortune. How many collectors dream of having it? And you just donate it to the state. If it were me, I couldn't bear to part with it. Wang Sikong was astonished and secretly admired Wang Chen's generosity. These material possessions are not something you can take with you when you die. Keeping it just to display it isn't as good as letting it contribute to the country's cultural research, and putting it in the museum allows more people to understand our historical culture. How wonderful is that? Can't compare, your awareness is just higher. Wang Sikong sighed and said with a hint of teasing, but with this donation, you might become famous overnight. The media will definitely report on it, and you'll be known all over the internet. I've already contacted the museum in the capital. This matter will be handled internally with a small ceremony, and we won't invite the media for extensive coverage, Wang Chen said lightly. Upon hearing this, Wang Sikong was first taken aback, then burst into laughter. You really are Loki. If it were someone else, who knows how they would exploit this opportunity to hype themselves up. But you, on the other hand, seem afraid that others will find out. Being Loki is the way to go. Wang Chen smiled helplessly. I really don't have that mindset. I just want to donate the cultural relics without too much external interference. Fame can be a burden. Having lived a second life, Wang Chen now just wanted to enjoy life properly. He didn't want too many people focusing on him for the time being. If he were like Wang Sikong, constantly under the media spotlight, every word and action would have to be cautious. That would be too uncomfortable. Alright, I understand what you mean. Wang Sikong nodded on the other end of the phone. He understood Wang Chen's worries all too well, as he himself had suffered from the media's troubles. Those cameras were always pointed at him, and with the slightest misstep, a word or action could be taken out of context, causing a huge uproar online. Just a few days ago, he had merely gathered with friends at a bar. But the next day, the entertainment news headline read, Wang Sikong splurges late at night. Luxurious nightlife exposed. It was exhausting for him. Let's leave it at that for now. We'll talk again at the bar the day after tomorrow. Okay, then I'll hang up. Wang Chen ended the call, and before he could return to the classroom, his phone rang again. Seeing it was a call from Lung Feng, he answered directly. Hello, what's up? Boss, we have received the Yongle Dadayan and Lantingi Su sent by Mr. Wang Sikong, and they are in perfect condition. They are now securely stored in the safe in the study. Lung Feng's respectful voice came through the phone. Good, thank you for your hard work. During this time, we must strengthen the security at home, especially in the area where these two items are stored. We cannot afford any mistakes, Wang Chen said with a serious tone. Rest assured, boss. I have arranged for double the manpower, with 24-hour shifts to ensure everything is foolproof. Also, the people from the National Museum will be coming to Modu tomorrow. You will need to cooperate during the handover, so please prepare in advance. Understood, boss. I will conduct a thorough check again before the handover tomorrow to ensure there are no issues, Lung Feng quickly responded. Alright, report to me immediately if anything comes up. Wang Chen hung up the phone and then walked towards the classroom. Meanwhile, in a room beneath the Tianmu Palace, Lung Feng was methodically carrying out the final preparations. He gathered all personnel involved in the security work and reiterated the importance of the task and the precautions to take.
The people from the National Museum will come to receive the young Le Dian tomorrow.
This is a national treasure, Lang Feng said, his gaze sharp as he scanned each team member.
Everyone must be fully alert. No minor anomaly can be overlooked.
The team members stood in a neat row and responded in unison, received.
As Wang Chen entered
the classroom, he found that the lesson had already ended. Wow, Wang Chen, I didn't expect to be in the same class as you. I'm so lucky.
Before Wang Chen could
react, a group of girls surged towards him like a tide.
You're so handsome. You're even better looking in person than the rumors say.
A girl with a ponytail said, her face flushed with excitement.
Wang Chen, what club activities do you usually participate in? Is there anything fun? Take us along. Wang Chen was taken
aback by the sudden enthusiasm, and after a moment of hesitation, he managed to force a smile and said, I don't participate in any clubs, I just exercise
occasionally.
No wonder you're in such good shape. A girl in tight yoga pants looked at Wang Chen boldly and provocatively, even intentionally pushing out her chest.
Wang Chen, how do you usually work out? Can you teach me? I've been struggling to find a good fitness method lately.
As she spoke, she casually twirled her long hair with her fingers. Yao Jinglong stood outside the crowd, shrugging his shoulders at Wang Chen with a helpless expression that seemed to say, I can't help
you either. Wang Chen, just teach me.
The girl in the tight yoga pants persisted, leaning in closer. The surrounding girls chimed in agreement.
This. Wang Chen felt as if he had fallen into an encirclement with no way to escape. Honey, what are you doing here?
At that moment, Ren Ningxuang stood at the classroom door, looking at Wang Chen with a radiant smile. That word honey was like a heavy bomb, instantly causing an uproar among the girls. The girls who had
been chattering around Wang Chen suddenly froze, their smiles vanishing in an instant.
In their place was a look of disappointment and disbelief.
The girl in the
tight yoga pants, who had been boldly staring at Wang Chen, now wore a face of incredulity.
How could it be? Wang Chen actually has a girlfriend.
Yeah.
Why is it Ren Ningxuang? Didn't Wang Chen already reject her?
The surrounding girls began to murmur among themselves. Seeing this, Wang Chen quickly ran out of the classroom.
Ling Shuang, thank you for coming in time. That was so scary.
Wang Chen let out a sigh of relief, patting his chest with lingering fear, and continued, I didn't know how to deal with those girls.
I felt like if I had been any later, they would have eaten me. Look at you, so scared. Is it really that exaggerated? Ren Ling Shuang couldn't help but chuckle.
As she laughed, she gently punched Wang Chen's shoulder. You have no idea, their eyes were
like they were going to devour me. I'm really impressed. Wang Chen shook his head helplessly and poured out his recent experiences. It seems you have quite
the charm, with so many girls surrounding you. Ren Ling Shuang teased, but a hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes. She stepped forward, wrapped her arms around Wang Chen's, and stood on her tiptoes to give him a kiss on the cheek, saying, It's time for dinner, let's go eat together.
Hey, Yao Jinglong, you're here too. Want to join us?
Yao Jinglong crossed his arms, scanning Wang Chen and Ren Ling Shuang from head to toe. After a moment, he said with a mournful face, When did
you two start dating behind my back? Wang Chen, you're really dead.
This is worse than being killed.
Psi, epsilon equals omicron asterisk, you two go ahead, I won't join. Yao
Jinglong sighed, waving his hand with a somewhat dejected expression. Then he turned and left the teaching building alone. His back looked a bit lonely, and he muttered, How did Wang Chen find a girlfriend? Why doesn't any girl come after me? I'm not bad, I'm handsome and have money. What's the problem here? Under the gaze of Wang Chen and Ren Ling Shuang, Yao Jinglong's figure disappeared from sight. What's wrong with Yao Jinglong? Ren Ling Shuang asked, looking at his departing figure with a puzzled expression. Wang Chen shrugged helplessly, smiled, and didn't reply. This guy is usually carefree and spontaneous, who knows what he's up to now. Let's go, it's time to eat. Wang Chen turned and asked, What do you want to eat? I'm fine with anything. Whatever you eat, husband, I'll eat too. Ren Ling Shuang snuggled up to Wang Chen with a sweet smile, saying playfully, Then let's go home now and I'll eat you. Wang Chen couldn't help but grin mischievously. Oh, how about we change it up? I danced all night yesterday, and my legs are still weak. Maybe I should rest a bit and see if I can dance later. Alright then. Wang Chen felt a bit disappointed. Hee, you're so nice, husband. I'll reward you with a kiss, Epsilon. By the way, husband, my roommates are eager to meet you and want to have a meal together. Do you think it's convenient to have a meal? Wang Chen thought for a moment and said, I don't have any free time these days, let's talk about it later. Okay, I'll listen to you. Then let's go eat hot pot. Alright. The next day, the sun poured down without reservation. The sky was as blue as a sapphire. Wang Chen drove his Ferrari LaFerrari and parked steadily in front of the Museum of Magic City. He turned off the engine and got out of the car. Dressed in a simple yet stylish casual outfit, he exuded a low-key luxury. The bodyguard, Lung Feng, in the passenger seat, also got out, carrying a briefcase and scanning the surroundings vigilantly. As the two approached the museum entrance, a staff member greeted them warmly, saying respectfully, Are you Mr. Wang Chen? Please come this way. Director Gao has been waiting for you inside for a long time.
Wang Chen nodded and, guided
by the staff, stepped into the museum. Lung Feng followed closely behind him, carrying the safe without leaving his side.
Wang Chen entered a spacious exhibition hall.
The entire hall soared nearly 10 meters high, making the space feel exceptionally open. The ceiling was smooth and white, with hidden light strips cleverly
embedded along the edges, illuminating the entire area brightly without being glaring.
The director of the National Museum of the capital, Director Gao, and
the director of the Museum of Magic City, Yang Xiaobo, had long been waiting there.
Director Gao, in his 50s, had a slightly plump figure, wore black-framed glasses, and had a warm smile on his face. Yang Xiaobo appeared younger and more capable, dressed in a sharp suit, with a wise look in his eyes. Beside them stood an elderly man with graying hair but a spirited demeanor. The old man wore a somewhat faded Zhongshan suit and old-fashioned black-framed glasses, his eyes revealing
a hint of anxiety. Mr. Wang.
Director Gao hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Wang Chen's hands tightly, his tone filled with enthusiasm as he said, "We
have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. On behalf of the National Museum of the Capital, I sincerely thank you for your generous donation. Director Gao, you are
too kind," Wang Chen replied with a smile. The Yongle Encyclopedia should be seen by more people, placing it in the National Museum as its best home. At this moment, Yang Xiaobo also stepped forward, extending his hand with a smile, saying, "Mr. Wang, I have long admired your name.
I am Yang Xiaobo from the Museum of Magic City.
It is a great honor to witness this historic moment today." After some pleasantries, Director Gao turned to the elderly man beside him and said, "Mr. Wang, this is a leading figure in the field of history, Professor Wei Qiming. Professor Wei has dedicated his life to studying ancient texts and came specifically
to meet you upon hearing about your donation of the Yongle Encyclopedia.
Little Wang, we meet again." Professor Wei Qiming stepped forward, extending his hand
with a smile.
"Professor Wei, long time no see," Wang Chen quickly responded. This was indeed the Tsinghua University professor Wang Chen had met on the ocean
symphony. In my years of studying history, I have always hoped to see more materials from the Yongle Encyclopedia come to light. I never expected you would donate
it directly, allowing me to fulfill this wish in my lifetime, Professor Wei said with deep emotion.
Since their last parting, after returning to the Magic City, he
had wanted to borrow the Yongle Encyclopedia for in-depth research. However, just back from international waters, he feared time was too tight and hadn't had the
chance to contact Wang Chen. Little did he expect that Wang Chen would directly donate the Yongle Encyclopedia to the state.
This truly filled him with admiration. The 68 volumes of the Yongle Encyclopedia that Mr. Wang is donating this time are indeed a timely gift. Director Gao nodded in agreement.
As long
as it helps your research, that's all that matters, Wang Chen replied with a smile.
Wang Chen subtly gestured to Long Feng. Long Feng understood, gently placing the
safe on the nearby wooden table, carefully turning the combination lock and slowly opening the lid. In an instant, all eyes focused on the 68 ancient and heavy volumes of the Yongle Encyclopedia. Director Gao, Yang Xiaobo, and Professor Wei immediately stepped forward to take a closer look.
When they saw the
ancient, yellowed pages, Wei Qiming's eyes reddened, and he excitedly said, "Finally, I have seen it.
This is the crystallization of countless ancestors' wisdom."
Wei Qiming's hands trembled slightly. He wanted to touch it but hesitated, ultimately only brushing gently above the pages. His voice choked with emotion as he said, "This is a testament to history, a culmination of so many people's hard work. With it, our understanding of the ancient world can advance significantly." Yang Xiaobo said with great emotion, "Mr. Wang, your act of kindness today is immeasurable."
"Mr. Wang, thank you so much."
Director Gao's eyes were filled with awe as he expressed his gratitude to Wang Chen. In the past, researching ancient culture often meant dealing with scattered and incomplete materials. With these 68 volumes of the Yongle Encyclopedia, it feels like we've found the key piece of the puzzle. Many academic challenges might be easily resolved. Our Imperial Capital Museum has always wanted to plan a large exhibition tracing the origins of ancient culture, and this text will undoubtedly be the centerpiece,
allowing the public to appreciate the wisdom of our ancestors.
I also hope it will help more people understand our historical culture, Wang Chen replied with a
smile and a nod.
Mr. Wang, we originally planned to hold a grand donation ceremony, inviting many cultural figures, media friends, and enthusiastic individuals from all walks of life to witness this great moment together. Director Gao looked at Wang Chen with deep appreciation and continued, "After all, this donation is of great significance and deserves to be celebrated properly. Why don't you reconsider?" "Yes, Mr. Wang, your kind act should be known by more people," Yang Xiaobo chimed in from the side. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen smiled and waved his hand, saying, "I appreciate the intentions of both directors. I truly thank you. You three are all my elders, so please just call me Xiao Wang. I'm not fond of too much fuss. Let's skip the ceremony." Director Gao and Yang Xiaobo exchanged
glances, their eyes filled with admiration for Wang Chen.
It was indeed rare for someone so young to possess such a detached attitude towards fame and fortune. Nowadays, young people rush to seize opportunities for recognition, fearing that the spotlight won't shine on them enough.
But Wang Chen only thought of acting discreetly.
At such a young age, he could calmly acquire antiques worth billions and then unhesitatingly choose to donate them.
His background must be extraordinary.
Moreover, his humble and polite demeanor when speaking, addressing both him and Yang Xiaobo as elders, showed no hint of arrogance due to his wealth. This was in stark contrast to those young people who, at the slightest opportunity, would want to flaunt themselves in front of the media.
True aristocrats do not need a donation ceremony to showcase their good deeds.
They care more about the significance of the act itself.
Wang Chen's low-key style of doing things perfectly reflected his extraordinary identity.
Then I'll take the liberty to call you Xiao Wang.
Your maturity and style at such a young age put us old-timers who
have been floating in this circle for so long to shame. It's truly humbling, Director Gao said with a look of emotion.
So many young people, at the first
chance to stand out, wish the whole world would revolve around them. Your composure and detachment are indeed rare.
Yang Xiaobo nodded in agreement, a gentle
smile on his face. Having such awareness at a young age bodes well for the future. Professor Wei Qiming stepped forward and gently patted Wang Chen's shoulder, saying, "Good kid, if you ever encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to me, this old man. I may not be able to say much, but I can still hold
my own in the cultural world."
"You three seniors flatter me," Wang Chen humbly replied. These seniors clearly did not know his background, but Wang Chen had no
intention of boasting about it.
However, he genuinely felt their concern for him.
Wang Chen slightly bowed and sincerely said, "To receive such praise from the three
seniors is truly more than I deserve."
Director Gao waved his hand with a smile. "Xiao Wang, don't be so modest."
At that moment, Professor Wei suddenly said to Director Gao, "Old Gao, I see some pages are already showing signs of damage, with issues like insect damage and yellowing from moisture.
We need to handle this as soon as possible."
When Gao Zhang heard this, his expression became serious. "Professor Wei, you need to call the ancient book restoration team at the organization immediately, along with the relevant experts, to formulate a restoration and protection plan right away." Gao Zhang then looked at Wang Chen, apologetically saying, "I'm really sorry, I originally wanted to have a meal with you, but given the situation, I have to rush back to the capital to handle this."
Director Gao,
"There's no need to say that. Protecting the Yangla Encyclopedia is the most important thing. You go ahead with your work." Wang Chen quickly waved his hand and said. Gao Zhang immediately turned around and shouted to the staff outside, "Contact the head of museum security right away, have him select the best security
personnel to form a special escort team to ensure safety." The staff quickly took their orders and left. Gao Zhang then took out his phone and quickly dialed a number. "Hello, it's me, Gao Zhang.
There's an emergency. The Yangla Encyclopedia needs to be escorted back to the capital immediately. Arrange a private jet and
prepare for takeoff as soon as possible, the faster the better."
After hanging up, Gao Zhang reminded Professor Wei again, "Professor Wei, when the security personnel arrive, make sure to pack the Yangla Encyclopedia properly, use the best protective materials to ensure it doesn't suffer any damage during transport."
"Don't
worry, Lao Gao, I'll personally oversee it," Professor Wei replied. Before long, the head of security arrived with a team of fully armed security personnel.
Gao
Zhang looked at them seriously and said, "This mission is extremely important. You must protect the Yangla Encyclopedia as if it were your own life.
If anything goes wrong, no one can bear the consequences." The security personnel shouted in unison, "We guarantee to complete the mission." Then, Professor Li and the staff carefully placed the Yangla Encyclopedia back into the safe.
They filled the surrounding area with soft, cushioning protective materials to ensure each volume was securely fixed. Gao Zhang stood by, keeping a close watch, occasionally reminding them, "Be gentle, check again to ensure there are no gaps, and make sure it can't move." Once everything was ready, Gao Zhang and Professor Li, under the tight escort of the security personnel, walked towards the museum exit.
Wang Chen and Yang Xiaobo followed behind, their expressions concerned.
At the museum entrance, an armored vehicle had been waiting for a long time.
The security personnel
carefully placed the safe containing the Yangla Encyclopedia inside the vehicle, and then Gao Zhang and Professor Wei also got in.
Gao Zhang rolled down the window
and said to Wang Chen, "Thanks to you this time, the Capital Museum welcomes your visit anytime."
"Director Gao, you're too polite, I won't hesitate to bother you."
"In the future," Wang Chen replied with a smile. After saying this, Director Gao waved his hand to Wang Chen and Yang Xiaobo again and rolled up the window. As the roar of the engine sounded, the armored vehicle slowly started moving, escorted by a convoy of security vehicles gradually leaving the museum.
Wang Chen and
Yang Xiaobo stood in place, watching the convoy disappear at the end of the street.
"Ah." Yang Xiaobo let out a long breath and said, "I hope the journey goes smoothly." At this moment, Wang Chen turned to Yang Xiaobo and smiled, "Director Yang, I'm heading back now. If anything comes up later, feel free to contact me." "Okay, you take care on the road too."
Yang Xiaobo nodded with a smile, patting Wang Chen on the shoulder.
Wang Chen acknowledged and walked towards his Ferrari. La Ferrari with his bodyguard, Lung Feng. Lang Feng quickly stepped forward, opened the car door, and Wang Chen sat in the driver's seat, skillfully starting the car. V-room. With a deep and powerful engine sound, the LaFerrari slowly drove out of the museum parking lot. As soon as it entered the streets of the Magic City, the LaFerrari burst forth like a released cheetah, instantly showcasing its powerful acceleration. The car sped down the road like a red lightning bolt. The tires screeched against the pavement, leaving fleeting marks behind. The scenery on both sides of the street seemed to be fast-forwarding, rushing away in a blur. Passers-by turned their heads in curiosity. The wind whistled through the open window, tousling Wang Chen's hair. While waiting for the traffic light to change, he opened his phone to scroll through the news. A headline about a mysterious billionaire donating the Youngla Encyclopedia caught his eye. This mysterious billionaire is incredible. It's the Youngla Encyclopedia. I heard it was bought at an auction overseas. Yeah, apparently this billionaire spent 6 billion to acquire the Youngla Encyclopedia. Oh my god, 6 billion. I could never earn even a fraction of that in my lifetime. To donate 6 billion just like that. The scale of this is simply astonishing. I used to think these rich people only knew how to indulge in pleasure, but I didn't expect someone to have such a big heart. It's really surprising. Spending 6 billion on the Youngla Encyclopedia and then donating it, this series of moves is too shocking. No words needed. I love it. When the museum exhibits the Youngla Encyclopedia, I must go see it. It's a chance to bask in the glory of our national treasure. These wealthy people finally did something meaningful, unlike Wang Xikong, who only knows how to play with women. The news detailed the events surrounding the donation. It also mentioned the significant cultural research implications of the Youngla Encyclopedia, but did not mention Wang Chen's name, referring to him only as the mysterious billionaire. In the comments section, netizens were fervently discussing, liking, and sharing the news. Wang Chen looked at these comments, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Although he didn't want people to know his name, seeing so many praises directed at him instantly lifted his spirits. When the red light turned green, Wang Chen started the car. The LaFerrari darted through the bustling streets like a nimble red sprite. 40 minutes later, he arrived outside the Kofco Haijing No. 1 building. After sending a message to Long Lily, he turned to Lung Feng and said, "You can head back first." "Okay, boss." Lung Feng replied, opening the car door and getting out. A moment later, the entrance of Kofco Haijing No. 1 swayed slightly. Long Lily's tall and curvaceous figure appeared at the door. Standing at 168 centimeters, her proportions were nearly perfect, and every move she made exuded a unique charm. She wore a black professional suit. The collar of her white shirt was slightly open, adorned with a delicate tie that perfectly showcased her professionalism and competence as a secretary. The fitted jacket accentuated her slender waist, while the form-fitting skirt revealed her straight legs encased in nude stockings. She had just received a call from Wang Chen, needing to finalize the office location for the company and assist in registering it. Long Lily had just contacted and organized the relevant materials, not expecting Wang Chen to arrive downstairs so quickly. Holding the documents, she walked gracefully to the car. Wang Chen had already gotten out and smiled as he opened the door for her. "Thank you." Long Lily nodded slightly in gratitude and elegantly took her seat in the passenger side. "I need you to run an errand with me." Wang Chen returned to the driver's seat, starting the car while speaking to Long Lily. "It's no trouble, serving you is my duty," Long Lily replied respectfully. "No need to be so formal." Wang Chen said lightly, "We've known each other for so long, feel free to relax around me, I'm not that strict." Long Lily replied shyly. Since that intimate encounter at the Tianmu Palace, Long Lily had moved her things to live beneath Wang Chen's Tianmu Palace. She lay on the luxurious big bed, her mind constantly replaying Wang Chen's handsome face and deep, affectionate gaze. The feeling of their embrace that made her heart race lingered in her thoughts. Her heart was filled with contradictions and struggles. On one hand, she longed for a deeper relationship with Wang Chen, to live a wealthy life. On the other hand, she was acutely aware that Wang Chen had multiple girlfriends, and her actions would undoubtedly entangle her in a complex emotional web. In the following days, while Wang Chen was out at sea, she, as his personal housekeeper, found herself with nothing to do. Long Lily thought she could take this time to sort out her thoughts, to cast aside everything related to Wang Chen and return to her originally peaceful life. However, when life suddenly became so free, she realized she couldn't do it at all. Memories of her time with Wang Chen kept flooding her mind. Wang Chen was tall and handsome, with a strong physique, and a scent filled with masculine hormones, all of which played in her mind like a movie on repeat. Long Lily knew she was done, completely lost. "Have you had lunch yet?" Wang Chen glanced at Long Lily and asked when he saw her in a daze. "Not yet." Long Lily snapped back to reality and replied, "Alright, let's go. Have lunch first." More than 10 minutes later, Wang Chen parked the car in front of a 3-story small villa. Long Lily looked up in confusion and realized Wang Chen had already stopped the car. "Let's go." Wang Chen unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the car door, and got out. As soon as Long Lily stepped out of the car, she saw a villa with a historical charm, its mottled walls seemingly telling stories of the years gone by. It stood in stark contrast to the surrounding modern high-rises, yet somehow harmonized with them. Linjiang Banquet? The dishes at this restaurant are quite unique. It's said to be the pinnacle of Jiangsu and Zhejiang cuisine. I believe you'll definitely like it, Wang Chen said naturally as he walked beside Long Lily, speaking softly. With that, he led her into the villa. Long Lily nodded slightly and followed Wang Chen's footsteps into Linjiang Banquet. Upon entering the restaurant, a strong retro atmosphere enveloped her. The wooden floor exuded a warm sheen, making a slight sound as she stepped on it. On the walls hung paintings depicting the charm of old Shanghai. The images of women in kipaos gracefully moving and rickshaw pullers weaving through the streets silently narrated the city's past prosperity and stories. The air was filled with a faint sandalwood scent mixed with the aroma of delicious food, making one feel pleasantly uplifted. Long Lily couldn't help but be amazed by the luxurious, yet elegant environment inside. At that moment, a waitress in a black uniform, her face beaming with a warm smile, quickly approached. She slightly bowed and politely said, "Welcome to Linjiang Banquet. May I ask if you have a reservation?" "No," Wang Chen replied calmly. "I'm very sorry, sir. Our restaurant is currently quite busy and you may need to wait a moment. I'll check to see if there are any suitable available seats," the waitress said before quickly heading to the front desk. Long Lily nervously glanced around and then at Wang Chen, whispering, "Maybe we should go to another place. Without a reservation, we might have to wait a long time." But Wang Chen remained calm, gently patting Long Lily's shoulder and saying, "Don't worry, it won't be long." Wang Chen's tone carried a reassuring confidence that made Long Lily unconsciously relax. Before long, the waiter hurriedly returned, still wearing a polite smile on his face. "Sir, you are very lucky. We just had a riverside booth become available. Although it's not a private room, the location is quite nice. What do you think?" "Alright, let's go with this one." Wang Chen nodded and said. The waiter led the way, and Wang Chen and Long Lily followed behind. As they walked, Long Lily continued to observe the restaurant's interior. She noticed that every detail here exuded an extraordinary quality. From the magnificent crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling to the mirror-like polished marble tiles on the floor, everything revealed an air of luxury. Upon reaching the booth, Long Lily sat down and immediately saw the beautiful river view through the large floor-to-ceiling windows. Boats were coming and going on the river, and the distant skyline looked particularly spectacular under the sunlight. Looking at the elegant decor of the restaurant, Long Lily knew that the prices here were not cheap. The last time the bank president treated Wang Chen, the expenses were all covered by the company account. She felt no burden regardless of how much was spent. Now that Wang Chen was treating her to a meal alone, it felt different. Long Lily opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, she swallowed her words. "This is our menu. Please take a look," the waiter said, as he handed over the menu. Our restaurant specializes in Jiangsu and Zhejiang cuisine, with many signature dishes such as braised eel, steamed salmon crabs with marinated pork bones, and scallion beef tongue, all of which are very popular among our guests. Wang Chen took the menu, glanced at it briefly, and casually ordered a few signature dishes. He also remembered to ask about Long Lily's preferences, ordering a few lighter dishes that she might enjoy. After Wang Chen finished ordering, the waiter smiled and said, "We prepare complimentary appetizers and specialty tea for every table. They will be served shortly. If you need anything else, feel free to call me." With that, she slightly bowed and turned to leave. Long Lily looked at the menu in her hands, unable to help but marvel at the high prices of the dishes. She raised her head to look at Wang Chen and said, "Isn't this a bit extravagant?" "It's nothing to me," Wang Chen replied lightly, shaking his head. His tone was calm and assured, as if the expenses here were merely trivial matters. Hearing his words, Long Lily felt a complex ripple in her heart. Before she could continue to dwell in her thoughts, the waiter approached with the appetizers and tea. She placed the appetizers and tea on the table one by one. Introducing them, "These are our appetizers, including refreshing pickled radish, sweet candied fruits, and our special pickled cucumbers. This is our specialty, Longjing tea. The leaves are freshly picked this year, with a refreshing taste that pairs perfectly with our dishes." Long Lily nodded slightly in thanks to the waiter, her gaze falling on the exquisite appetizers. She gently picked up a piece of pickled cucumber with her chopsticks and placed it in her mouth. The crisp texture instantly burst in her mouth, and the perfectly balanced sweet and sour flavors stimulated her taste buds, making her involuntarily squint her eyes. Wang Chen picked up his teacup and took a sip of Longjing tea, his gaze drifting through the rising steam to Long Lily. "Try this tea, it has a unique flavor," Wang Chen said lightly. Long Lily lifted her teacup and took a small sip. The fresh aroma of the tea immediately spread in her mouth, and the tip of her tongue touched the slightly sweet tea soup, prompting her to take a few more sips. "It's indeed very good," Long Lily said, a slight smile appearing on her lips. It was the first time she had smiled so relaxedly today. Just then, soft music began to play in the restaurant. It turned out that the resident band had started performing, featuring Louis Armstrong. The soothing melody flowed like a gentle stream, meandering through every corner and adding a touch of romance to the entire restaurant. The waiter steadily carried exquisite plates with both hands, presenting dish after dish on the table. The first thing that caught the eye was the meticulously prepared braised eel. The fish was cooked to a bright, enticing red, with a rich sauce evenly enveloping every inch of the fish meat. Even before getting close, the deep, savory aroma wafted through the air. Next came the steamed blue crab with fermented pork bones. The blue crab's shell displayed a deep, glossy brownish green, standing out prominently on the plate. The unique fragrance of the fermented pork bones intertwined with the crab's own freshness, creating an irresistibly complex flavor. Although Long Lily felt a bit of a psychological burden regarding the prices here, as each dish was presented, she couldn't help but be drawn in by the appealing colors, aromas, and flavors of the food. Braised ecological eel, steamed blue crab with fermented pork bones, caviar drunken crab avocado tartare, jasmine tea smoked cod, black truffle three treasures, matsutake wensi tofu soup, fermented river catfish lion's head. The waiter methodically presented each signature dish, the plating resembling works of art. Caviar drunken crab avocado tartare, with tender drunken crab meat nestled in avocado, adorned with caviar, offering a rich layering of textures. Jasmine tea smoked cod, with a golden crust and tender flesh, bursting with the fragrance of floral tea. Black truffle three treasures, where black truffle melded with mushrooms, exuding a rich and deep aroma. Matsutake wensi tofu soup, the broth displayed a faint amber color, clear and translucent. Served in a delicate white porcelain bowl, it resembled a piece of art. Upon closer inspection, the fine strands of tofu floated in the soup like a delicate ink wash painting. The air was filled with the essence of culinary delights, each dish radiating the unique charm of Jiangsu and Zhejiang cuisine. Long Lily instinctively wanted to take out her phone to snap a picture, but she suddenly remembered that Wang Chen was sitting across from her, and quickly withdrew her phone. She was just a bank employee, dealing with money daily, occasionally helping clients book services at high-end venues, but she had never truly been the protagonist in such luxurious settings. Even when she had the opportunity to enter, it was usually to host bank VIPs like Wang Chen. To avoid being rude or appearing timid in front of guests, she generally refrained from using her chopsticks, let alone taking out her phone to take pictures. In front of Wang Chen, Long Lily worried that her desire to take photos would seem too petty, disrupting the delicate atmosphere of the moment. Wang Chen noticed her little gesture, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he said, "Don't be so restrained. If you want to take pictures, go ahead." "No need, that would be impolite," she quickly declined. "I'm your personal secretary. Being out in public could affect how others perceive you." Long Lily insisted. "Aren't we just having a meal? No one will pay attention to us." Wang Chen chuckled lightly. "It's not work time now. Taking pictures is a hobby for you girls. I don't mind if you do it freely." Hearing this, Long Lily felt a faint blush rise to her cheeks. A bit flustered and hesitant, she slowly took out her phone. After casually snapping a few pictures, she hurriedly put her phone away. In front of Wang Chen, it was not easy for her to completely let go of her reservations. She still couldn't be as casual as when dining with colleagues or friends. Seeing this, Wang Chen didn't say much more. He picked up his chopsticks and served Long Lily a piece of jasmine tea smoked cod, saying, "Try this, it's the house specialty." "Thank you." Long Lily nodded slightly, softly expressing her gratitude before carefully picking up the piece of cod and bringing it to her mouth. She couldn't help but brighten her eyes and sincerely exclaim, "It's really delicious, such a special flavor." "I'm glad you like it," Wang Chen smiled. Although Wang Chen had asked Long Lily not to be so distant when they were together, she still instinctively prioritized him during meals. She rarely picked up her own chopsticks, mostly serving tea and water for Wang Chen. He didn't push her too hard. As time went by, feelings would develop. He believed that Long Lily would gradually relax as they spent more time together. Most importantly, Long Lily's attentive service made Wang Chen feel at ease and joyful. Wang Chen inadvertently glanced at Long Lily and noticed her hair was a bit messy, a strand playfully hanging at the corner of her mouth. "Don't move," he said with a smile, and without hesitation, he reached out, tucking the stray hair behind her ear. Long Lily's body instantly tensed as if struck by electricity, her already fair face turning a deep shade of red, like a ripe apple. Her eyes widened in surprise and panic, and she nearly dropped the chopsticks in her hand. She never expected Wang Chen would suddenly make such an intimate gesture. "Your hair is messy." Wang Chen's voice was low and magnetic. Thank you." Long Lily slightly lowered her head, her long eyelashes fluttering like startled butterfly wings above her flushed cheeks. She dared not meet Wang Chen's gaze, her heart racing wildly in her chest as if it were about to burst. The meal ended amidst Long Lily's shyness. Wang Chen raised his hand to check the time. It was about time to go. He signaled for the waiter to bring the bill. In a moment, a uniformed waiter hurried over, holding a card machine in the bill. The waiter slightly bent down, gently placing the bill in front of Wang Chen, politely saying, "Sir, here is your bill. Today, your total is 8,890 yuan. We currently have a membership recharge promotion. If you recharge for this consumption, you can enjoy a 20% discount and we will also give you a gift. No need, just settle the bill, Wang Chen replied. Card, please. Alright, sir, please wait a moment. The waiter took the card with both hands, bending slightly again, and said, please enter your password. Wang Chen raised his hand to input the password. Payment successful. The waiter returned the card to Wang Chen with both hands, smiling, Mr. Wang, thank you for your visit. We look forward to seeing you again. The two stood up and walked towards the restaurant entrance. Wang Chen led Long Lily to the car, gently pressing the key. With a soft click, the car door slowly lifted like a butterfly spreading its wings. The unique way of opening the door instantly attracted the attention of those around. Wang Chen first sat in the driver's seat and then Long Lily carefully followed him into the car. He gently pressed the accelerator. The LaFerrari shot out like a red lightning bolt. The car smoothly merged into the bustling street, weaving through the flow of traffic. Beautiful cars and beautiful women have always been a romance uniquely belonging to men. As they chatted, the LaFerrari arrived at their destination, stopping in front of a tall building. This was the center building of the Magic City. The center building is the tallest in Huagua and the third tallest in the world. Under the brilliant sunlight, the Magic City center building pierced the clouds. Its unique spiral design resembled a giant dragon, poised to soar. The building's glass curtain wall sparkled in the sunlight like countless tiny diamonds embedded within. When Wang Chen got out of the car, the property manager he had arranged to meet with Long Lily was already waiting outside. Hello, Mr. Wang, Miss Long, I am the property manager here, Lei Hui. You can call me Xiao Lei. A middle-aged man in a black suit, around 40, quickly approached and slightly bowed as he spoke. He warmly extended his hands to shake with Wang Chen. Wang Chen nodded and said, hello, Manager Lei. Lei Hui smiled in response, Mr. Wang, you are too polite. Just call me Xiao Lei, it's easier. Please, follow me, I'll take you to see the office area of our central building. With that he turned and led the way, the three of them entering the building together. The spacious and bright lobby immediately came into view. The high ceiling was magnificent, with a huge crystal chandelier radiating dazzling light, reflecting off the mirror-like marble floor. Wang Chen nodded in praise, this lobby is nicely decorated. Mr. Wang, your taste is exceptional. The design of this lobby was done by an internationally renowned design team, incorporating various cutting-edge design concepts, all to leave a deep impression on everyone who enters the building. Lei Hui responded, nodding repeatedly. Long Lily, while looking around, said, not only is the design good, but the maintenance is also on point. The floor and the crystal chandelier are spotless. Upon hearing this, Lei Hui's face showed a proud expression. The companies operating here are all world-renowned, such as JP Morgan Chase, Deshang Law Firm. To provide everyone with the highest quality office environment, we have assembled an experienced property maintenance team. They conduct comprehensive cleaning and maintenance of the entire building every day, ensuring that the building remains in optimal condition 24 hours a day. Arriving at the elevator, Manager Lei pressed the button. Ding! The elevator opened. Manager Lei stood outside the door, waiting for Wang Chen and Long Lily to enter before stepping inside himself. Then he said to Wang Chen, Mr. Wang, shall we go to the upper floors first? Sure. Wang Chen had no objections. The reputation of the Magic City Central Building is known overseas, claimed to be the tallest building in Huagua, and he had heard of it. Since they were going to rent an office in the Central Building, it would be better to rent on a higher floor. Being in the clouds, overlooking the entire Magic City, he believed that working here would surely lift one's spirits. All right. Manager Lei pressed the button for the 118th floor, and the elevator rapidly ascended. The elevator began to rise quickly, yet it was so smooth that one could hardly feel the movement, and it was very quiet. After more than 30 seconds, the elevator came to a steady stop, and the doors slowly opened. A rush of fresh air greeted them, carrying the unique coolness and clarity of over 500 meters above ground. Long Lily involuntarily took a deep breath, feeling invigorated. Mr. Wang, thank you for your support of our central building. Let me introduce you to some details. Manager Long stood outside the elevator, smiling at Wang Chen. Our central building is located in the financial center of Lujiazui in the Magic City, which is the core hub of the financial sector for the entire Magic City and even the whole country. Countless banks, securities institutions, and multinational corporate headquarters are gathered around here. Here, you can capture the most cutting-edge financial information and business dynamics in real time, and engage in close communication and cooperation with top talents and companies in the industry. This unique geographical advantage is hard to match elsewhere. Moreover, our central building is not only the tallest among the three iconic buildings in the Magic City, but it is also the tallest in Huagua and the second tallest in the world, with a total height of 632 meters and a structural height of 580 meters. This height is truly like standing on the clouds, with everything in sight at your feet. As Manager Long spoke, he entered a password to open the glass door, leading Wang Chen and Long Lily into the office building. Take a look at the decoration and facilities of our office building, which are also of top-notch quality. The various facilities are fully equipped, with the front desk providing daily reception services, along with high-end multifunctional conference rooms, tea rooms, entertainment rooms, lounges, and smoking rooms, among others. Working here, you can gaze over the entire Magic City and enjoy the stunning scenery. Manager Lei smiled, his gaze shifting back and forth between Wang Chen and Long Lily. Wang Chen slowly walked to the window, his hands clasped behind his back. As far as the eye could see, the walls were almost entirely made of glass curtain walls. Standing by the glass curtain wall, the mist swirled outside, as if he were standing on a cloud. Outside the window, sunlight spilled over the towering skyscrapers, reflecting dazzling light and weaving a magnificent tapestry of a bustling metropolis. The Huangpu River shimmered, with boats weaving in and out beneath the bridges, connecting the two banks. This scene made him nod slightly, secretly admiring it in his heart. Indeed, working here was a delightful experience. Manager Lei had been observing Wang Chen's movements, and seeing that Wang Chen was intrigued, a more enthusiastic smile immediately appeared on his face. He continued, "The transportation here is also very convenient. Our center building's underground second floor connects to Metro Line 2, as well as the under-construction Line 14. Once Line 14 opens, commuting will be even more convenient, allowing employees to easily reach various parts of the city for both commuting and business travel. Moreover, the building is equipped with ample parking spaces, so you need not worry about parking difficulties." Wang Chen listened with interest, nodding slightly in agreement. "Why isn't this floor rented out?" Wang Chen asked curiously. "Given the prime location of the center building and its complete facilities, it shouldn't be that an entire floor was vacant. I learned before coming here that the previous company moved out recently due to poor management, and this place hasn't had a chance to be rented out yet," Long Lily replied. "Miss Long is quite well informed." Manager Lei was momentarily taken aback, then a polite yet awkward smile appeared on his face as he said, "Indeed, as you mentioned, the previous company encountered some financial issues and just completed the lease termination procedures last week." As he spoke, he spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness and continued, "Actually, this presents a rare opportunity for Mr. Wang. This floor has just become vacant and no other potential tenants have intervened yet, so you two can have the first choice and plan the office space according to your preferences." "What is the area of this floor?" Wang Chen asked Manager Lei. "Mr. Wang, this floor has an area of 2,600 square meters." Wang Chen nodded. A 2,600 square meter office would be barely sufficient for a startup company. Once the company developed further and had more employees, they could consider purchasing a larger building. "What is the rent?" Wang Chen asked casually. "As for the rent, since you are a VIP of the Industrial and Commercial Bank, we will definitely offer you the most favorable price," Manager Lei said with a perfectly timed smile. "Under normal circumstances, this floor's rent is around 600 yuan per square meter per month according to market rates, which totals 18,720,000 yuan for a one-year lease. The property management fee is 50 yuan per square meter per month, totaling 1,560,000 yuan for the year. If you can secure the entire floor, we can offer you a discount of 15% off, bringing the annual rent down to 15,900,000 yuan, and the property fee for the first year will only be 1,200,000 yuan. This price is already the highest discount our company can offer." Manager Lei smiled. "I wonder if Mr. Wang has any objections to this price?" Wang Chen pondered for a moment, not answering immediately as his gaze slowly swept across the empty office floor. The space was indeed a bit small. The annual rent plus property fees amounts to over 17 million, which is quite reasonable. After all, this is one of the top buildings in the Magic City. Whether it's the location, the surrounding environment, or the supporting facilities and attentive property services, everything is impeccable. Wang Chen didn't think too much and said, "I'll take the whole floor, let's rent it for a year." "Alright, Mr. Wang, I'll prepare the contract for you right away." Manager Lei's face showed a hint of joy, and he respectfully added, "Please wait a moment, I'll take you to the lounge downstairs for a brief rest." "No need, just go prepare the contract. I'll stand here for a bit." Wang Chen replied lightly. "Okay, please wait, I'll be back soon." Manager Lei naturally had no objections and quickly turned to head towards the elevator. "How's the place I picked? Is it alright?" Long Lily asked Wang Chen. Wang Chen's lips curled slightly as he said, "It's indeed quite good. It seems I'll have to trouble you more in the future." Long Lily felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey upon hearing Wang Chen's praise, but she feigned modesty and said, "This is what I should do. As long as I can help the company help you, I'm willing to do anything." Wang Chen smiled and nodded, his gaze inadvertently meeting Long Lily's. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze. At that moment, Manager Lei approached with the rental contract in hand. He wore a broad smile and respectfully stood in front of Wang Chen, saying, "Mr. Wang, here is the rental contract, please take a look." Wang Chen glanced at Manager Lei and took the contract. He only skimmed it briefly before handing it to Long Lily. Long Lily turned and sat on a stool, carefully examining the terms of the contract. After a moment, she nodded at Wang Chen. Wang Chen didn't pay much attention. Generally, rental contracts like this are quite simple, and it's hard to pull any tricks. Wang Chen also believed that Manager Lei didn't have the guts to try anything in front of him, a VIP of the Industrial and Commercial Bank. Wang Chen took the neutral pen handed to him by Manager Lei and signed his name on each rental contract, then pressed his thumbprint. Under Manager Lei's guidance, the two of them arrived at the company's finance office. Please enter your password. Wang Chen took out his bank card and entered the password. Over 17 million, paid in full at once. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 17,100,000, double cashback 34,200,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1710 system points. As Wang Chen successfully completed the payment, Manager Lei handed the contract along with the keys and passwords to the company gate to Wang Chen. Mr. Wang, welcome to the Magic City Central Building. Our property team will provide you with comprehensive, high-quality service 24/7. Manager Lei's face beamed with a warm smile as he continued, you can have the company moving now. Okay. Wang Chen nodded. Long Lily, with keen insight, took everything over. Under Manager Lei's enthusiastic send-off, they made their way to the parking lot. Let's go, get in the car. All right. Wang Chen opened the door of the LaFerrari and got in. Long Lily also took the contract and sat in the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt. Wang Chen gently pressed the accelerator. The LaFerrari smoothly drove out of the central building. Before long, Wang Chen parked the car at the parking area of the Lujiazui Riverside Center. He took Long Lily to a Starbucks and sat down. After casually ordering 2 cups of coffee, Wang Chen said to Long Lily, now that the office is rented, the next thing is to trouble you to help me register a company. Not a problem, I'll go help you with that shortly. Long Lily listened and said seriously, I can help you register the company as an employee of ICBC, which will take about 3 days. After that, the business license and tax registration, well, the whole process should be completed in about a week. No problem, I'm not in a hurry. Just take your time to handle it, Wang Chen smiled. So, what name are you planning to give the company? Long Lily looked at Wang Chen with anticipation. Wang Chen slightly tilted his head, his gaze passing through the glass curtain wall of Starbucks, looking towards the shimmering Huangpu River in the distance, lost in brief thought. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze, a confident smile forming at the corner of his mouth as he slowly said, let's call it Whale Swallow Capital Investment Company, Ltd. Whale Swallow Capital Investment Company, Ltd.? Long Lily was a bit curious about such a name. The name Whale Swallow is quite imposing. However, it seems to carry a sense of fierce predation. This is quite different from the elegant style of investment companies she had in mind. Wang Chen nodded slightly, a faint smile on his lips. A whale. Although it is a fish, it belongs to the class of mammals. Moreover, it is the largest animal currently existing in the world, reigning in the ocean like an invincible overlord. Since he was venturing into venture capital, Wang Chen naturally would not settle for mediocrity. The world of capital is a war without smoke, filled with bloodshed and cruelty. In this survival of the fittest capital market, one needs the momentum of a whale, bold and fearless, swallowing the world. Traditional investment styles may achieve modest success in a stable market environment. But now, with the world changing dramatically, clinging to tradition will only lead to ruthless elimination. Wang Chen's gaze was piercing, fixed tightly on the outside. In his previous life, after 2018, the investment market was like a lake surface disturbed by a giant stone, never to calm again. Global trade protectionism was on the rise, with many countries calling for anti-globalization trade. This led to intensified trade frictions and a sharp increase in uncertainty regarding global economic growth. The growth space in traditional investment sectors was continuously compressed. Those investment companies relying on traditional industries and adhering to conservative strategies struggled to survive amid the market's violent fluctuations, many suffering heavy losses. However, destruction often heralds rebirth. The original financial market had been controlled by giants for hundreds of years. Only through turmoil and chaos could Wang Chen have the opportunity to swallow these behemoths. To put it more broadly, only in a chaotic and turbulent world could Huagua have the chance to return to the pinnacle of the world. This is both a challenge and an opportunity of the times. The beautiful country has been at the top of the world for too long, so long that it has developed problems of its own without realizing it. Politically, the two-party conflict is incessant, with policies changing daily. Economically, the gap between the rich and the poor continues to widen, with severe hollowing out of industries and financial bubbles piling up like mountains. Culturally, the values once exported are gradually revealing their hypocritical side under the impact of multiculturalism, party strife, ethnic conflicts, militarism, wealth disparity. There is nothing new under the sun. The current beautiful country has gathered many of the typical problems of dynasties in Huagua's history, transitioning from prosperity to decline. However, these issues are a deep-rooted dilemma for the beautiful country. and even Washington cannot save it. It can only watch as it falls into the abyss. For Huaguo, however, this is a once-in-a-century opportunity. Hundreds of years ago, the Ming dynasty collapsed and disintegrated under the iron hooves of Li Zicheng's Shun army. In the end, it allowed foreign tribes to reap the benefits. A nomadic tribal group far behind the Central Plains occupied the land of China. It did not carry forward the thousands of years of heritage of the Chinese nation. There has been no reckoning of the thousands of years of Chinese civilization, nor the creation of a new civilizational system. Instead, the system has become even more closed and backward than before. The torrent of the times rolls forward relentlessly, while we are ruthlessly left behind. We can only stumble forward in solitude. Yet, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. After all, there is a cultural accumulation of thousands of years, and a streak of colorful clouds appeared during the prosperous Kangqian era. However, when the evening glow fades, it is our nation that faces endless darkness. The fate of Huaxia has reached its historical low point in the hands of foreign powers. Meanwhile, the West is experiencing the last darkness before dawn as the people gradually awaken and begin to challenge the theocracy that weighs upon them. Dante's Divine Comedy dares to leave a place for the Pope in hell. Da Vinci boldly chooses an ordinary rural housewife as the subject of his painting, pulling angels and the Virgin Mary from the distant heavenly realm into the human world, creating the Mona Lisa's smile. How incredible it is! On this land, since ancient times, only angels and the Virgin Mary could be painted, yet Da Vinci now grants this sacred status to a rural woman. Westerners begin to break free from the shackles of theocracy, starting to shout for human dignity and freedom. The Renaissance, the Enlightenment, the Reformation. It is like two intersecting lines of national fate. After that, the West rapidly rose amidst the waves of the Industrial Revolution, ushering in an era of global colonial expansion. Meanwhile, Huaguo struggled painfully under the twilight of feudal rule and the invasion of great powers. In the 18th century, Huaguo was under the rule of the Qing dynasty. Behind the seemingly prosperous Kangqian era, there were actually undercurrents and numerous difficulties. In terms of political system, feudal monarchical despotism reached its peak, with imperial power highly centralized and the bureaucratic system bloated and corrupt. In the 19th century, Huaguo's plight further intensified, plunging into the abyss of a semi-colonial and semi-feudal society. Under the coercion of Western powers, Huaguo was forced to sign a series of unequal treaties. These treaties not only resulted in Huaguo ceding vast territories, with places like Hong Kong and Macau being successively occupied by foreign powers, but also required the payment of enormous reparations, leading the national finances to the brink of collapse and the economy to suffer devastating blows. On the social level, due to the destruction of war, the heavy burden of reparations, and the frequent occurrence of natural disasters, the lives of the common people are unbearable. In the cultural realm, Western culture aggressively invaded, delivering a huge blow to traditional Confucian culture. Churches, schools, and hospitals were established in large numbers in Huaguo, and Western values and lifestyles gradually permeated the land of Huaxia. Many young people began to blindly pursue Western culture, developing doubts and rejection of their own traditional culture. National cultural confidence suffered a severe blow. Today, history seems to have once again reached a critical turning point. The tides of history are always fluctuating. There are no eternal peaks, nor eternal valleys. Especially for the post-90s and post-00s generations in Huaguo, there is an innate sense of identity with their country and nation. They stand under a grand historical coordinate, shouldering a special historical mission. They are the generation that will uphold the national fate. Today, most of them are in their teens and 20s, full of vigor and hope. In 10 or 20 years, when history converges and divides again, they will step into the golden period of their lives, in their prime, full of strength and brilliance. At that time, they will have taken over the responsibilities of their predecessors, shining in their workplaces. We are well versed in both ancient and modern knowledge, integrating Eastern and Western cultures, not feudal, not arrogant, not conceited. We take history as a mirror, drawing wisdom and strength from the long history of Huaxia spanning thousands of years. In the West, we have learned everything they have, and with our 5,000 years of heritage and culture, combined with the creativity of our nation, we have absorbed all beneficial things from around the world, while also experiencing and witnessing the bad. We will integrate all advantages and lay a foundation based on 5,000 years of civilization. Accumulate thickly and release thinly. Let the Chinese nation create a new civilization that is far superior to the so-called civilized forms represented by the West today. History will be created by our generation. This is our mission. I accidentally digressed, but upon reflection, this is quite good. Maslow's hierarchy of needs categorizes human needs from low to high into 5 levels, with self-actualization being the highest need. The pursuit of realizing one's abilities or potential, unleashing one's full potential, and becoming the person one aspires to be is a fundamental need. I believe that faith and mission are the core driving forces for a person to continuously seek and realize their self-worth throughout their life. If one can find their faith and mission, then this life is not in vain. Swallowing whole. Long Lily nodded thoughtfully and then asked, "What is the registered capital of the company?" Wang Chen directly extended one finger. 100 million? Long Lily nodded and said, 100 million in registered capital seems a bit much, doesn't it? Actually, a few tens of millions would be enough. Wang Chen shook his head and smiled lightly. 10 million? That would be enough too. No, Wang Chen spread his hands and said, it's not 10 million, nor 100 million, but 10 billion Huaxia coins, and it's fully paid. 10 billion. Long Lily couldn't help but exclaim, and it's fully paid. Company registered capital is generally divided into paid-in and subscribed systems. In the subscribed system, shareholders only promise to pay the corresponding amount within a certain period. They do not directly transfer the money into the company's public account. As long as the company exists, when to transfer this money into the company is entirely up to the shareholders. Many companies exaggerate their capital during registration to appear more powerful. A registered capital of 10 million might mean that the company's account could barely have 100,000. The fully paid system is entirely different. When registering a company, shareholders need to transfer this capital into the company's public account in one go. This means that the enterprise must have real financial strength to complete the registration. Although companies with low paid-in capital cannot be said to lack strength, those with high paid-in capital are certainly strong entities. In various large project bids, the amount of paid-in capital often becomes a key factor in whether a company can participate in the competition. Long Lily, having worked in the bank for many years, has seen many wealthy individuals. She has also helped many bosses register companies. And generally, a few hundred million in paid-in capital is considered a lot. Wang Chen suddenly fully pays 100 billion, which is simply unheard of. It cannot even be described as strong. Long Lily stood there in shock, taking a long time to regain her voice. Her eyes were filled with astonishment and confusion as she murmured, Wang Chen, are you joking? This is not a small amount, 100 billion fully paid, you need to think it through. Wang Chen shook his head, his expression serious, and did not elaborate further. He slightly squinted, gazing into the distance. There are many ways to find out the registered capital of a company, whether it is fully paid or subscribed can be easily checked. When Whale Capital was just established, not many people knew about it, and naturally, no one would choose to trust a newly established company to compete with others. But Wang Chen directly fully paid 100 billion, which made all the difference. A newly established company can put together 100 billion in capital to deposit into its account. What a formidable strength that is. Even if it's just a newly formed company, no one would underestimate its power. Since Wang Chen is prepared to fight in the capital market, he will naturally be armed to the teeth and won't be stingy with funds. Moreover, with the system at his disposal, the money will never run out. Wang Chen felt confident in his heart. Long Lily's heart raced violently, and it took her a while to let out a long breath, her face filled with shock and daze. 100 billion. This was an astronomical figure she wouldn't even dare to imagine. Just thinking about it made her feel dizzy. I understand, Long Lily replied. Next, I will quickly handle the relevant processes. At that time, I will need you to transfer the money into the account in advance, and I will report to you once the company is registered. All right, Wang Chen said lightly. He then said to Long Lily, I'll trouble you these next few days. Please work a bit harder these days and find someone to redecorate the office. The computers, desks, and chairs should all be the best, according to the highest specifications. Also, help me find a reliable headhunting company to select a few management and financial talents. The more professional, the better. The company hasn't even been registered yet, and the office is still empty. Wang Chen is currently just a lone commander. Apart from a bank steward, Long Lily, he has no one to command, let alone starting a business. Wang Chen cannot handle everything himself in the company. He naturally needs to recruit a few top talents to help him manage it. Moreover, as an investment company, aside from having a grasp on which companies to invest in, he is a novice when it comes to the specifics of operations and business negotiations. As the owner of the company, Wang Chen doesn't need to understand these things, he just needs to know how to use people wisely. A boss who won't delegate authority will exhaust himself without achieving results. Taking history as a lesson, Li Shimin was adept at discerning the strengths of his ministers. Fang Xinling was meticulous and good at planning. Du Ruhuai was decisive and excelled in making decisions. The two worked hand in hand, complementing each other. Together, they created the prosperous era of Jingwan, achieving a timeless tale. With a discerning eye, Wang Chen is not afraid of anyone committing fraud under his nose. This is the way of kings. No problem, Long Lily nodded in response. She was not surprised by Wang Chen's requests. This was one of the privileges of being a bank VIP. As Wang Chen's private bank steward, such matters were within her responsibilities. Meeting all of the client's needs is her duty. For office decoration and recruiting related talents, these tasks were truly a bit of an overkill for Long Lily. Long Lily continued to ask, do you have any specific requirements for the talents you want to recruit? There are indeed some requirements. After pondering for a moment, Wang Chen said, first, there are no restrictions on gender, as long as they have the ability. Being younger is preferable. It's best to recruit some who have worked in large companies, especially financial talents, who should have impressive achievements. Okay, I'll note down your requirements. I'll contact the headhunting companies we've worked with at ICBC shortly. I'll help you screen them first, and then I'll send you the list. You can interview them specifically, and if you're not satisfied, we can replace them. Long Lily noted down Wang Chen's requests and then said, additionally, considering that the company's future development may involve some legal and financial issues, do you think we need to recruit some related talents as well? Wang Chen nodded slightly and said, sure, I'll trouble you with that. You're too polite, this is all part of my duties. Serving you is what I should do. Long Lily smiled as well. Alright, then let's go. Wang Chen stood up, raised his hand to glance at the Patek Philippe on his wrist, and said to Long Lily, alright. Long Lily also stood up. Wang Chen walked towards the cashier, scanning the QR code to pay. 2 iced Americanos cost a total of 60 yuan. The two walked out of Starbucks side by side. Wang Chen approached the car, pressed the key to unlock it, opened the door, and sat in the driver's seat. Long Lily also walked around to the other side and elegantly sat in the passenger seat. Wang Chen fastened his seatbelt, pressed the button to start the engine, and the LaFerrari let out a deep and powerful roar. Then, he pressed the accelerator, and the car shot out like an arrow, weaving through the streets of the Magic City. Along the way, tall buildings rapidly receded behind them. Wang Chen drove the LaFerrari, skillfully steering with one hand, while casually asking, I haven't asked you in a while. You're from Jincheng too, right? No, I'm from Leshan. Long Lily waved her hand and smiled. Leshan is a great place. Speaking of which, it's because of me that you were transferred to work in the Magic City. I wonder if you've gotten used to it during this time. Long Lily gently waved her hand and smiled. Although the pace here in the Magic City is fast, everything is very convenient, and I haven't had any issues adjusting. I actually quite like it here. And now I only have to serve you, so most of the time I'm pretty free. It's just that the food doesn't quite suit my taste. When Long Lily said this, a hint of nostalgia for her hometown's cuisine and a touch of embarrassment flickered in her eyes, as if she felt a bit awkward for bringing up this small concern. Different places have different flavors, it's perfectly normal for tastes to vary. After hearing this, Wang Chen slightly turned his head to look at her, a gentle smile curving at the corners of his mouth. I know a few good Sichuan restaurants, very authentic. Once things settle down, I'll take you to try them to satisfy your cravings. He, thank you, boss. Long Lily giggled. Wang Chen smiled, his tone relaxed. Don't be so formal. You've put a lot of effort into handling the company's preparations. A meal is nothing. By the way, you just mentioned that the food doesn't suit your taste. Are there a lot of snacks and delicacies in Leshan? As soon as Long Lily heard this, her eyes sparkled with excitement and she eagerly said, oh, there are so many. Like my favorite xiaojia beef, bobo chicken, kakor, and cabbie. So delicious. Especially kakor. Long Lily squinted her eyes, reminiscing about the flavors, her face filled with happiness. It uses sweet and sour shredded radish, stuffed in crispy tofu puffs. When you take a bite, you first taste the crispiness of the tofu puff, followed by the crunch and sweet-sour flavor of the radish. It's explosively delicious. I can never stop once I start eating. Long Lily's face lit up with excitement as she talked about snacks, her words flowing like a rapid-fire barrage. But it was no wonder. Leshan, known for its food and tourism, has its unique culture recognized by the world to some extent. In recent years, with the rapid development of the internet and social media, Leshan's beautiful scenery and tempting cuisine have been widely spread globally through various short video platforms and social media. More and more international friends come to Leshan to experience its unique food culture firsthand, especially Mount Ame and the Leshan Giant Buddha, which enjoy high recognition and influence internationally. Mount Ame, one of the 4 famous Buddhist mountains in China, is renowned for its unique features of majestic, beautiful, strange, perilous, and secluded. The Leshan Giant Buddha, standing at a height of 71 meters, is the largest stone-carved Maitreya Buddha statue in the world. Its grand and spectacular posture attracts countless tourists to admire it. Sounds pretty good. Next time I return to Rong Province, I guess I'll have to trouble you. Wang Chen nodded and smiled. Please don't say that. I'm actually very happy to introduce you to my hometown. Long Lily quickly waved her hand, her face beaming with a warm smile. When you go to Leshan, I'll make sure to arrange the itinerary clearly in advance. On the first day, we'll head straight to the Leshan Giant Buddha and then we'll visit the nearby Lingyun Temple to burn incense and pray for peace and smoothness. Wang Chen nodded slightly, curiosity filling his eyes as he asked, what about the second day? On the second day, we'll go to Mount Ame. Long Lily said enthusiastically. We can choose to hike up the mountain, slowly appreciating the unique scenery of Mount Ame and its Taoist and Buddhist culture. Along the way, we can see dense rainforests, encounter cute and mischievous little monkeys, and enjoy the breathtaking sunrise over the sea of clouds from the golden summit. The view is simply stunning. Those must be the adorable Ame monkeys. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow and said half-jokingly. Long Lily was momentarily taken aback, then quickly reacted and couldn't help but chuckle, her face radiating a brilliant smile. She reached out and gently patted Wang Chen's shoulder, playfully scolding. Actually, these little monkeys are quite cute, aside from being a bit mischievous and loving to snatch things. As long as you don't provoke them, they're mostly very adorable, fluffy, with round, bright eyes. A smile lingered at the corner of Wang Chen's mouth. He nodded in agreement with Long Lily's words and said, "Then it seems I need to prepare in advance for being robbed. I can't let these cute little fellows catch me off guard." Long Lily covered her mouth and laughed, again, waving her hand and saying, "It's not that exaggerated. As long as you hide your food well, they won't be able to do anything to you. Besides, outsmarting them is also a big feature of Mount May. Ha ha ha. Actually, I'm quite worried that after you're transferred to the Magic City, leaving the familiar environment of your hometown, you might feel lonely here all by yourself." "Not at all," Long Lily said. "Coming to the Magic City is actually quite good. Compared to my colleagues in Jincheng, my treatment and position have both improved. I have to thank you for that. If it weren't for you, it might have taken me a long time to get a promotion. Especially in a big city like the Magic City, ordinary people might never come here in their lifetime. It's because of you that I have this opportunity. So you should thank me then." Wang Chen smiled. "Yes." Long Lily nodded, her eyes filled with gratitude as she said, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know when I could come to the Magic City to see the world. Can I make a request?" "What request?" "Just keep it like this in front of me from now on. We've known each other for quite a while, and I believe you know I'm not that serious of a person. It's better for us to interact as friends," Wang Chen said, controlling the steering wheel with one hand, smiling. "Wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate?" Long Lily said hesitantly. After all, Wang Chen was her client, and her every word and action represented the industrial and commercial bank and Wang Chen's reputation. If they really interacted like friends, Long Lily worried it might lead to losing her sense of propriety and affect her work. Wang Chen turned to look at Long Lily and said, "It's fine, I don't mind. What do you care about? Besides, if we meet more often in the future, I wouldn't want you to be overly cautious in front of me because of your status. That would be so boring." Wang Chen paused and continued, "I believe with your professional quality, you know how to behave appropriately in different situations. Being friends doesn't mean your work will suffer." "Well, as long as you don't mind," Long Lily said hesitantly after listening to Wang Chen's words. Wang Chen smiled slightly when he heard Long Lily agree. In the evening, the car drove back to the Tianmu Palace, smoothly parking in the underground garage of his mansion. He and Long Lily got out together and walked into the exclusive elevator. The elevator ascended slowly, the numbers flickering, and soon arrived at the 44th floor. The elevator door opened with a ding, just as Long Lily was about to step out. "Do you want to come up and sit for a while?" Wang Chen suddenly said. "I still don't quite understand the process of registering a company. Can you explain it to me again?" Long Lily paused. After a brief hesitation, she said, somewhat flustered, "Well, then I'll explain it to you again." As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted it, secretly blaming herself for agreeing. But it was too late now. Long Lily could only grit her teeth and follow Wang Chen. Upon reaching the top floor, Wang Chen stepped out of the elevator first, leading Long Lily to his front door. "Hello, boss," the bodyguard said, with a slight bow. Wang Chen nodded. Then, the bodyguard stepped forward to input the password, opening the heavy door. Wang Chen turned to Long Lily and said, "Please, come in." Once inside, Long Lily instinctively lightened her steps, afraid of dirtying the spotless floor. Zhang Ro had long been arranged to stay at Tangcheng Yipin, otherwise he wouldn't have brought Long Lily up with him. "Make yourself at home, don't be polite," Wang Chen said as he walked toward the wine cabinet. "What would you like to drink? Red wine, beer, juice, or coffee?" Long Lily stood still, her hands tightly clenched together, her eyes filled with awkwardness and unease. Hearing Wang Chen's question, her throat felt choked, and it took her a while to respond. Anything is fine, you don't need to go to any trouble." Wang Chen looked at her nervous demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't be so formal, being at my place is just like being at home." Saying this, he took out a bottle of red wine and poured 2 glasses. He handed one to Long Lily and sat down on the sofa with his glass. Long Lily took the red wine, carefully sitting on the edge of the sofa. Her fingers gently traced the rim of the glass, her gaze wandering around the room but not daring to linger too long. After a moment, Long Lily awkwardly said, "You are a VIP at our industrial and commercial bank. I need to make sure you understand the process of registering a company." Actually, the process of registering a company mainly consists of several major steps. First, you need to determine the company name, which is crucial. It must comply with relevant regulations and not be the same as any existing company, and it should reflect the business direction or corporate culture. It's best to prepare several backup names in case the verification doesn't go through. Long Lily tried to make her tone sound professional and calm, attempting to ease her inner tension with work-related topics. However, her voice grew increasingly frantic. Wang Chen nodded slightly, pretending to listen attentively, taking a sip of his wine and saying, I see, that sounds quite troublesome. Long Lily took a deep breath and continued to explain. Wang Chen listened with interest, occasionally asking questions. Finally, he downed the wine in his glass and said, I'm going to take a shower first. You can sit here for a while and we can chat. After I'm done. Long Lily had been to Tianmu Palace before, so she was somewhat familiar with the place. Wang Chen wasn't worried that she would feel uncomfortable. Alone, he had even told her the password to the main door of Tianmu Palace. This was enough to prove Wang Chen's trust in her. This was already the same treatment he afforded to Zhang Ro and the other women in his life. Actually, I've pretty much covered the process of registering a company. I've explained all the important points to you. It's getting late, so I'll head back now. You should rest early. Long Lily's heart suddenly tightened at his words. She understood that if she continued to stay here, in this intimate space, alone with a man, it was extremely dangerous. After she finished speaking, she fixed her gaze on Wang Chen, both hoping he would keep her there and wishing he would let her go. Her heart a mix of emotions. She bit her lower lip slightly, her fingers nervously tugging at the hem of her clothes, trying to calm the turmoil within her. Why don't you rest here tonight? I can show you the telescope on the terrace. They say it can see stars from dozens of light years away. Wang Chen glanced at Long Lily, knowing she just wanted a way out. He continued, besides, you are the private banker of my bank and I believe you are quite professional in financial matters. I would like to consult you about something later. Wang Chen's words made Long Lily's heart tremble, a blush rising to her cheeks, her inner conflict deepening. She was afraid that staying would lead to something she couldn't handle. Yet, his invitation also brought her a hint of secret delight. In the end, she nodded and sat back down on the sofa. Seeing this, Wang Chen went to the master bedroom to fetch a set of pajamas and walked into the shower room. As the sound of water splashing came from the shower, Long Lily sat alone on the sofa, the air around her seeming to thicken. She instinctively picked up the wine glass on the coffee table and drank it all in one go, trying to calm herself with the help of alcohol. The cold liquid slid down her throat but failed to dispel the heat in her heart. To distract herself, she stood up, walked to the window, and pulled back the curtains, gazing at the dazzling night view of the magical city. Just as her mind wandered, the sound of water in the shower abruptly stopped. She turned nervously, her eyes fixed on the shower door. Wang Chen emerged wrapped in a towel, droplets of water glistening on his hair, sliding down his cheeks and dripping onto his solid chest. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback when he saw Long Lily standing by the window. While drying his hair, he said to her, I'm done showering, you should wash up too. Ah! Long Lily was instantly stunned, her face turning bright red. She bit her lip, her hands twisting together, her heart racing even faster. Her mind went blank. After a moment, she stammered, but aren't we supposed to look at the stars? Why do I have to shower? You've been running around with me all day. I believe you're tired too. Go take a bath to relieve your fatigue first. Then we can go to the terrace, enjoy some wine, watch the stars, and talk about company matters. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled. Okay. Long Lily hesitantly walked toward the shower room. She secretly sniffed her own scent and indeed detected a hint of sweat. Although she had spent most of the day in air-conditioned rooms or cars, sweating was inevitable in the hot summer of the magical city. Plus, wearing sheer stockings and high heels all day had left her not only exhausted but also somewhat uncomfortable. A hot bath would be incredibly soothing right now, she thought to herself, her steps unconsciously quickening. Entering the shower room, she gently closed the glass door, as if isolating herself from the ambiguous and unsettling atmosphere outside. Long Lily hung her bathrobe on a hook nearby, her gaze sweeping over the array of bathing products before her. Finally, she chose a bottle of rose-scented shower gel. Warm water cascaded down from the shower head, fine droplets hitting her skin, both tingling and pleasant. She tilted her head back slightly, closed her eyes, and let the water wash over her. Yet, Wang Chen's image, wrapped in a towel with his solid chest, involuntarily surfaced in her mind, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. What is happening to me? Long Lily murmured softly, he's my client, my boss. At this moment, Wang Chen was lying on the sofa in the living room, turning on the TV and casually switching to CCTV1. The news report came through. The State Administration of Taxation has legally punished celebrity Fan Bingbing for tax evasion, with Fan Bingbing and the company she represents being ordered to pay back taxes of 255 million, along with a late fee of 33 million. Fan Bingbing's agent has been criminally detained by the public security authorities for destroying accounting documents and books. Damn, such a beautiful star ends up like this. A hint of regret flashed across Wang Chen's face. He picked up his wine glass, took a small sip of red wine, shook his head slightly, and muttered to himself, with such a high income, yet still taking risks with taxes, I really don't know what she was thinking at the time. Wang Chen comfortably lay on the sofa, gently swirling the wine glass in his hand. The ice cubes clinked against the glass, producing a crisp sound, mingling with the rich aroma of the red wine that filled the entire living room. He took another sip of the wine, waiting for Long Lily to come out. Girls, usually take longer to shower, and Wang Chen wasn't in a hurry, his thoughts drifting back to the news he had just seen. As Wang Chen expected, an hour later, Long Lily finally emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe. Her hair was still damp, with a few strands sticking to her fair, dewy cheeks. The collar of the bathrobe was slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone. The belt at her waist was loosely tied, outlining her slender figure, exuding a unique charm and shyness. Long Lily instinctively tightened her bathrobe. Wang Chen's gaze was unconsciously drawn to her, momentarily unable to look away. Long Lily came to Wang Chen's side, sitting on the sofa next to him, speaking naturally. Let's first talk about the company's finances, and then we can look at the stars. I roughly organized the company's financial framework before, but some details are still uncertain. Although I work at a bank, I don't know much about the company's finances. If you need, I can ask my university professor tomorrow. Wang Chen glanced at Long Lily lightly. This woman really knows how to act, pretending to be confused while fully aware. In the art of feigning ignorance, she was simply at the pinnacle. Even the Oscars owe her a little golden statue. Wang Chen didn't say anything. Some things lose their meaning when stated too plainly, lacking a bit of charm. Some matters don't need to be pointed out. It's enough for them to understand each other silently. A subtle smile appeared at the corner of Wang Chen's mouth, revealing a meaningful expression. He set down his glass and stood up. He stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Long Lily's slender waist. Her body felt light, like a feather. Holding her was effortless for Wang Chen. The fragrance that lingered around her was so close, it instantly captivated him. Ah, what are you doing? Long Lily couldn't help but exclaim, instinctively pushing against Wang Chen's chest with both hands. Before she could react, Wang Chen held her and strode toward the bedroom. Wang Chen. In Wang Chen's increasingly strong embrace, her pushes felt soft and powerless. She shrank her head and weakly said, "Aren't we supposed to look at the stars? Why are we going to the bedroom? I forgot to tell you, the telescope is in my bedroom. We need to go there to see the stars." Wang Chen raised an eyebrow and said, "After all, the stars are tens of light years away. It's not easy to see them clearly from such a distance. We might need to observe for a long time, and lying in bed might be more comfortable." After speaking, Wang Chen arrived at the bedroom door and kicked it open. He strode into the room, holding Long Lily, and walked straight to the bedside. Long Lily leaned against Wang Chen's shoulder, her eyes still carrying a hint of tension and shyness. The curtains slowly closed. In this quiet night, the room was filled only with their hurried breaths and the increasingly intense love between them. The next day, in the afternoon, sunlight gently spilled onto the big bed through the gaps in the curtains. Wang Chen woke up first, feeling an unusual softness in his palm, instinctively grasping it. His gaze fell on Long Lily, who was still fast asleep beside him. Her hair was messily scattered on the pillow, and her fair cheeks bore a faint blush, making her look exceptionally charming. Wang Chen couldn't help but reach out, gently brushing the hair from her face. This subtle movement still startled Long Lily awake. She slowly opened her eyes and met Wang Chen's affectionate gaze. In that instant, memories of last night surged back like a tide. Her face instantly flushed, and she instinctively pulled the blanket over her face. Wang Chen looked at Long Lily's shy appearance, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and then he activated his true sight to look at Long Lily. Name: Long Lily, age 26, height 168 centimeters, charm 93, physique 81, affection level 92, skills senior accountant, senior butler, senior etiquette. Seeing that Long Lily's affection level was as high as 92 points, the smile on Wang Chen's face became more pronounced, his eyes filled with indulgence as he looked at Long Lily, who was still hiding under the blanket. Wang Chen gently patted the blanket and said softly, "Don't be shy, it seems my performance last night was quite good." Long Lily let out a playful protest from under the blanket. "You're just teasing me." Despite saying this, she felt sweet inside. Everything from last night had completely immersed her in Wang Chen's tenderness. After a while, she emerged from the blanket, took out her phone to check the time, and suddenly panicked as she got out of bed to look for her clothes. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Wang Chen asked, puzzled. He lay on the bed, watching Long Lily frantically put on her clothes. Why did it look like she had been caught in an affair? Long Lily had also experienced this for the first time last night, and he hadn't heard that she had a boyfriend. Oh no, it's already afternoon, I'm late for work," Long Lily exclaimed anxiously while fumbling to button her clothes. "Did I leave you dazed last night?" Wang Chen laughed heartily and teased, "You are my bank's private butler, serving me is your job, so where does being late come from? Isn't it work time now?" Hearing Wang Chen's teasing, Long Lily paused her movements, her expression momentarily blank. She reached up to pat her head, finally coming to her senses, and sighed in relief. "You're right, I'm just not used to it." Long Lily took off her clothes and returned to bed, snuggling into Wang Chen's arms and playfully said, "It's all your fault. You said you wanted to look at the stars at night, that's why I stayed, big liar." Long Lily knew very well why she had stayed here last night. It was just that her modesty as a girl made it hard for her to say it outright. Wang Chen also cooperated by not exposing her. Most girls would appear very shy at such times. What boys need to do is find an excuse to keep the girl around. Never be foolish enough to state the purpose directly. Otherwise, you will likely be disappointed to find that the girl will come up with various reasons to leave. Besides feeling secretly annoyed, there's nothing else to do. Wang Chen looked at Long Lily's playful demeanor, filled with joy in his heart. He reached out and gently pinched her cheek, smiling as he said, "Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Since it's work time now, tell me, Boss Wang, how should I arrange your tasks for today?" Boss Wang is busy with 1,000 affairs. It's rare to have some leisure today. Why don't we take a good rest instead? Long Lily rolled her eyes and thought seriously for a moment before speaking. But I noticed your performance last night wasn't very good. Your business skills still need improvement. Wang Chen smiled. As my personal butler, I need to give you some proper training. Since we have time now, let's review last night's business. Last night, Wang Chen realized that Long Lily's business level was clearly insufficient. She was obviously still a novice. As her boss, Wang Chen had the responsibility to help her become more proficient. Since it was still early, they naturally needed to review well to prepare for the upcoming high-intensity work. Time is money. Young people can't waste time. Wang Chen, we shouldn't work too hard today, Long Lily said. Her face flushed, pleading, I really can't do it anymore. The knowledge I absorbed last night is already enough for me to digest for a while. Besides, I still need to register the company, and there are many processes I haven't completed. I don't have the time. Hearing this, Wang Chen didn't force Long Lily. He gently stroked her and said, Alright, seeing how hard you've been working, you can take a break for now. But once you're done with this busy period, you must come back and continue learning. Your business skills can't fall behind. Long Lily felt relieved upon hearing this and quickly nodded. Once I handle the company's matters, I will definitely devote myself to improving my business skills. Next time, I will make sure to satisfy you. Wang Chen didn't push further. They had already been honest with each other. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. There was no need to rush. I'll go make you a heartfelt lunch. Then I'll wait and see. After resting for a moment, Long Lily got up, put on her pajamas, tidied her makeup, and went to the kitchen. She opened the refrigerator, which was filled with ingredients. These were all purchased by the butler that Wang Chen had arranged through Kofko Haijing No. 1. Although he rarely cooked, he would occasionally feel inspired to make a simple meal for himself. Eating out too often could become tiresome. Long Lily skillfully tied on an apron, took out the steak from the refrigerator to thaw, and then began washing and cutting vegetables, her movements quick and smooth. Before long, the sound of chopping filled the kitchen, accompanied by enticing aromas wafting through the air. By the time Wang Chen came out of the bedroom, the dining table in the living room was already filled with a sumptuous spread. In addition to the previously prepared pan-fried steak, there was a plate of bright red braised pork, spicy and fragrant mapo tofu, and a plate of fresh, tender stir-fried vegetables. In the center was a large bowl of steaming corn, carrot, and rib soup. The aroma was mouth-watering. Just the smell made one drool. Long Lily had also thoughtfully served rice for Wang Chen, with chopsticks placed neatly beside it. Dang, the final dish is here. At that moment, Long Lily came out of the kitchen holding a plate of cola chicken wings and said, These cola chicken wings are something I put a lot of effort into, you should try them. She carefully placed the chicken wings on the dining table. The wings were coated with a thick sauce, glistening enticingly under the light. Their bright color made one's fingers itch with desire. Wang Chen picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of chicken wing, and took a bite. The taste surprised him. It was quite good. Wang Chen gave a thumbs up and mumbled, delicious. It's a shame you don't open a restaurant with your cooking skills. You're just good at flattering. As long as you like it, that's enough. Long Lily couldn't help but smile widely at his praise, her face beaming with joy. As she spoke, she picked up a chicken wing and placed it in Wang Chen's bowl. Eat more, look how thin you are, you need to replenish yourself. Wang Chen happily ate and said, With you cooking for me, I'm sure I'll gain a few pounds. But for your cooking, gaining weight is worth it. Long Lily nestled beside Wang Chen, occasionally helping him with his food and wiping the grease from the corners of his mouth. From the beginning of the meal to the end, Long Lily's thoughts were entirely on Wang Chen. She attended to him meticulously, resembling a personal secretary. She didn't let their intimate contact make her arrogant. She maintained her usual gentleness and thoughtfulness. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Wang Chen drove his LaFerrari to the campus of the Finance University. He slowly parked the car under the girls' dormitory, turned off the engine, and took out his phone to send a message to Ren Yangxiang. Just as he was about to get out of the car, someone suddenly knocked on the window. Wang Chen turned his head to see Yao Jinglong. Yao Jinglong had a big smile on his face as he opened the passenger door and plopped down inside, leaning on Wang Chen's shoulder and saying, You're still so righteous, remembering to call me for tonight's gathering. I saw your car from far away and knew you must be waiting for me here. You're overthinking it. I didn't come specifically to pick you up. I'm here to get Nyangxiang. What? Come on, buddy. Yao Jinglong said with a face full of grievance. Can you really bear to let your good brother take a taxi to the bar all alone? Wang Chen looked at Yao Jinglong's pitiful expression, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he teased, "Oh, the way you say that, what, if I don't take you to the bar, I'll be a historical sinner?" Before Wang Chen could wait for Yao Jinglong's response, he saw Ran Nangxian quickly walking down the stairs of the girls' dormitory, heading towards the car. Run! Nangxian was wearing a light blue dress, jogging over. Her long, shiny black hair casually draped over her shoulders, the ends slightly curled, swaying gently. With her movements, her straight, long legs, accentuated by a pair of white flat shoes, made each step graceful, drawing the attention of passing boys. When Run Nangxian reached the car, Wang Chen opened the door to greet her. "Hubby, I missed you so much," Run Nangxian whispered as she hugged Wang Chen tightly. Having just become a couple with Wang Chen, she felt a void in her heart after not seeing him for a day. Now, she held him tightly, as if wanting to pour out all her longing from the day. Wang Chen wrapped his arms around her slender waist and gently said, "I missed you too, why are you running so fast?" Run Nangxian looked up, her cheeks slightly flushed, and playfully said, "Of course I'm in a hurry, it's all your fault for taking so long to find me. I've been waiting since this afternoon." She lightly poked Wang Chen's chest with her finger, her face full of grievance. At that moment, Yao Jinglong poked his head out of the car, deliberately, coughing a few times, and joked, "Ahem, you two are about done, right? Consider the feelings of a single guy like me, I'm about to be stuffed with dog food. Only." Then did Ren Nangxiang notice that there was someone in the car, and feeling a bit embarrassed, she released Wang Chen, her cheeks turning even redder, like a ripe apple. She slightly lowered her head and softly said, "Yao Jinglong, you're here too, sorry, I didn't notice you just now." Yao Jinglong waved his hand with a smile, saying with a wry grin, "It's fine, sister-in-law, I'm used to it." Wang Chen looked at Yao Jinglong still lingering in the passenger seat, pointed outside the car, and pretended to be angry. "I say, Jinglong, can't you see what kind of car this is? It's a two-seater LaFerrari. How long do you plan to be a third wheel?" Yao Jinglong, looking helpless, spread his hands and said, all right, you guy who forgets friends when there are women around, I'm used to you prioritizing romance over friendship." While speaking, he pushed open the car door and said, "Ah, poor me, abandoned by friends, I can only take a taxi all alone." Ran Ningxue covered her mouth and chuckled, waving at Yao Jinglong, "Jinglong, I'm really sorry." Yao Jinglong feigned a sad sigh and said, "Since my sister-in-law has said that, how can I have any complaints? You two just enjoy your world together." After saying that, he didn't forget to wink at Wang Chen. "Wang Chen, you better take good care of my sister-in-law. If she gets wronged, I won't let you off the hook first. Come on, just go on with your business, stop worrying about this." Wang Chen rolled his eyes. Yao Jinglong closed the car door and stood by the roadside, watching as the LaFerrari slowly started. The bodyguard convoy not far away immediately followed suit. Just as Wang Chen's car had not gone far, Yao Jinglong suddenly slapped his forehead and ran after the car, shouting, "Wang Chen, you haven't told me who will be at the bar tonight." Wang Chen slowed down, rolled down the window, and shouted, "You'll know when you get there, hurry up and take a taxi, don't waste time." After saying that, he stepped on the gas, and the LaFerrari instantly disappeared around the corner of the street. Yao Jinglong stopped, looked in the direction the car had gone, and shook his head with a smile, muttering, "Damn, a guy who prioritizes romance over friendship. What's so fun about hanging out with girls? It's way more enjoyable to hang out with guys." He then took out his phone to call a taxi, not forgetting to post a status on his social media, "Abandoned by a brother who prioritizes romance over friendship, heading to the bar alone at midnight. Is there anyone who can save my lonely soul?" Not long after posting, he received several teasing replies from friends. He looked at his phone and grinned, showing no signs of feeling abandoned. Meanwhile, inside the car, Ran Ningxue was curiously examining the interior of the LaFerrari. However, her brows gradually furrowed. This was somewhat different from the luxury car she had imagined. The interior was a bit too simple. The last time she rode in an Apollo IE, it was like this, and now the LaFerrari was the same. It completely lacked the appearance one would expect from a multi-million luxury car. The seats were also quite hard, making it uncomfortable to sit in. It was even less comfortable than her father's old Audi from her childhood. Ren Ningxue finally couldn't help but speak up, a hint of confusion in her voice. "Honey, why does the interior of the LaFerrari look so simple? It lacks the luxury feel I imagined for a multi-million luxury car. Why is that? Are you wondering why the LaFerrari's interior isn't as luxurious as you expected, but rather a bit plain?" Wang Chen looked at Ren Ningxue's strange expression and couldn't help but laugh. "It's uncomfortable to sit in, even less so than cars worth hundreds of thousands?" Ran Ningxue nodded a bit shyly, her cheeks slightly flushed, and softly said, "I'm just a bit curious. In my impression, a multi-million luxury car should be very luxurious and comfortable, but this LaFerrari is different from what I thought. This kind of top-tier supercar is like that. It doesn't just pursue luxurious interiors. They focus more on extreme performance and lightweight design. The interior is kept simple, and the materials used are lighter, which helps reduce the car's weight, allowing it to run faster and handle better. The seats are hard because they use special materials that provide better support and protection for the driver during high-speed driving and intense maneuvers." Wang Chen chuckled. This results in it being incomparable to other cars in terms of comfort and interior. So that's how it is. Ren Ningxue nodded, somewhat understanding, gently, stroking the seat, and said, I didn't know that before. But I still think it would be better if the interior were a bit more comfortable. After all, not every time. Do you need to drive that fast? Ren Ningxuan looked at Wang Chen with some curiosity and said, why do you guys like supercars so much? They aren't comfortable to sit in. You wouldn't know this. Wang Chen smiled and replied, generally, those who like to drive sports cars either do it because they look cool or because they think the car's air conditioning is bad. Bad air conditioning? Ren Ningxuan said, her face full of confusion. The air conditioning is pretty good. I think the cooling effect is fine. Wang Chen held back a laugh, deliberately keeping her in suspense. Once he had piqued Ren Ningxuan's curiosity to its peak, he slowly said, when I said the air conditioning is bad, I didn't mean it literally, it was just a joke. You're still in school, so there are some things you might not understand. Some wealthy people buy sports cars purely to show off. To put it bluntly, sports cars are also a symbol of status. Ren Ningxuan nodded, suddenly understanding. She deeply resonated with Wang Chen's words. There were so many rich second-generation kids at school flaunting their sports cars and trying to impress young girls. During her years at the university, she had seen many girls, under the lure of money, throw themselves into the arms of wealthy men. Some even willingly became mistresses to middle-aged men. Wealthy people aren't really different from ordinary folks, they just have a bit more money. Wang Chen continued, but money is something you can't take with you when you die. Excessively chasing external vanity can easily lead to losing true happiness within. Take sports cars, for example. Driving one does attract attention, but if it's only used as a means to show off, how exhausting it must be to pretend every day. In the end, it's still human nature. Wang Chen shrugged, a teasing smile on his face. Wealthy people, in essence, are no different from ordinary people. Instead of wasting time on that, they might as well think more about how to live more comfortably. Ha ha. Ren Ningxuan couldn't help but laugh, her eyes crescent-shaped, her face radiating a lively glow. What you said is really funny. I used to think those who drove sports cars were particularly glamorous, but now that I think about it, maybe they are quite tired themselves. She tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. What about you? Why do you like sports cars? It can't be just to show off, right? I'm no exception. My purpose is actually no different from theirs. Wang Chen said lightly. Ren Ningxuan was a bit surprised and glanced at Wang Chen. She had seen many wealthy people at the university, most of whom were quite hypocritical. It was her first time encountering someone as candid as Wang Chen. Don't be so surprised. At first, I liked sports cars because I thought they looked cool and made me feel prestigious when I drove them. Occasionally, satisfying a little vanity isn't much different from those who show off. Wang Chen shrugged, appearing nonchalant. Time passed quietly as the two chatted. Before long, Wang Chen drove the car to the entrance of the master bar. The bar entrance was bustling with activity. Colorful lights streamed through the glass walls onto the street outside. The dynamic music was deafening, mingling with the laughter and chatter of the crowd, creating a cacophony. Young Master Wang, you're here. As soon as Wang Chen parked the car, a young security guard in uniform approached him. It's you, young Master Wang, do you remember me? Wang Chen nodded, handed him the car keys, and patted his shoulder, saying, how could I forget? Just like last time, help me wash the car. The young security guard took the keys, his face showing a look of surprise, and hurriedly nodded. Of course, young Master Wang, you can rest assured, I will definitely wash the car thoroughly. His eyes were filled with excitement. After washing Wang Chen's car last time, he received a generous tip which left a deep impression on him. Wang Chen recognized him as soon as he arrived at the entrance. He hurried over, thinking about how to please this wealthy young master and make some money. Wang Chen and Ren Ningxiang were just about to enter the bar. A rideshare car stopped not far away, and Yao Jinglong jumped out of the car in a hurry. While fixing his slightly messy hair, he shouted, Wang Chen, wait for me. He ran a few steps to Wang Chen, his face full of excitement, his eyes wide open like a curious child, taking in everything. At the bar entrance, Yao Jinglong kept mumbling, wow, this bar is so lively, I finally made it. As he spoke, he took a deep sniff as if trying to inhale the unique blend of alcohol, perfume, and hormones that filled the bar. Let me tell you, my parents are really strict with me. This is my first time in a place like this. Yao Jinglong leaned closer to Wang Chen and Ren Ningxiang, shouting, if it weren't for you guys being here today, I really wouldn't have had the chance to come. His face was brimming with uncontainable excitement. As a second-generation rich kid, he had failed. His previous 18 years of life were no different from an ordinary person's. Growing up, the only difference was that he had a bit more pocket money than others. His life was filled with various family rules and academic pressures, and his parents always said he should wait until he was older to engage in so-called social occasions. At this moment, Yao Jinglong was like a bird released from a cage, excited to the point of being a bit lost. Let's go, we'll head in first, Wang Chen said lightly. He had already made sure to check Yao Jinglong's background thoroughly. It was no wonder Yao Jinglong was so exhilarated. Families like his were very strict. If it were an ordinary person, they would have cracked long ago. Wang Chen took Ren Ningxiang's hand and led the way into the bar. Ren Ningxiang nervously followed behind Wang Chen, her palms slightly sweating as she tightly gripped his hand. It was also her first time in a bar. The noisy voices, deafening music, and the dazzling, flickering lights made her feel a bit out of place. She instinctively leaned closer to Wang Chen as if seeking a sense of security. "Look at that person on stage," Yao Jinglong exclaimed, looking around excitedly, pointing at the spotlighted stage, his eyes wide with curiosity and excitement. "I've only seen live performances like this online before. I didn't expect it to be so shocking. Wow, that woman is stunning. I've really wasted my life. What the heck? What are those two doing? What kind of game is this?" Yao Jinglong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked around, not missing any intriguing corner. His voice unconsciously rose with excitement, drawing glances from those around him, but he was completely oblivious. As they passed the dance floor, he stopped in his tracks, watching the crowd dancing freely to the music, his face filled with envy and eagerness to join in. "Let's get hyped up." At that moment, the atmosphere in the bar became even more intense. A strong electronic music video began playing on the big screen. The crowd in the dance floor instantly erupted, everyone swaying wildly to the rhythm of the music. Yao Jinglong could no longer hold back, shouting, "I can't take it anymore. I have to jump into the dance floor. This atmosphere is too intoxicating." Saying this, he dashed into the crowd without caring about Wang Chen and Ren Ningxiang's reactions, bouncing after the girls. Wang Chen watched Yao Jinglong rush into the dance floor, shaking his head helplessly, but a smile couldn't help but appear at the corners of his mouth. He turned to Ren Ningxiang and asked loudly in her ear, "Ningxiang, are you adapting to this place?" Ren Ningxiang bit her lip slightly, her gaze drifting between the dance floor and the lively surroundings. She gently shook her head and then nodded, saying, "It's a bit too lively, very different from where I used to stay, but I find it quite novel. Let's go, forget about him, we'll head up first," Wang Chen said. He then pulled Ren Ningxiang towards the booth in the middle of the stage. Just as they approached, they heard Wang Sikong shouting at the top of his lungs, "Wang Chen, you finally made it. We've been waiting for you to start." Qinfen, Chinsu, and the chubby Li Xiang also got up, waving at Wang Chen. The few beautiful women sitting nearby quickly stood up as well. Wang Chen glanced around and saw only the four of them there. It seemed that Su Yuza, Lin Hao, and Wei Jinglan had been excluded from their little circle. "There was a bit of traffic on the way, so I arrived late," Wang Chen replied with a smile, pulling Ren Ningxiang to their side. "Who's this?" Qinfen's gaze fell on Ren Ningxiang as he asked Wang Chen. "This is my girlfriend, Ren Ningxiang," Wang Chen said, wrapping an arm around Ren Ningxiang's shoulder and introducing her to the others. "Ningxiang, you've probably seen Wang Sikong and Qinfen online. And this chubby guy is Li Xiang, and he's Chinsu." "Hello, sister-in-law," Chinsu and Li Xiang almost simultaneously exclaimed, their faces beaming with enthusiastic smiles. Li Xiang even stood up to make the space next to him more spacious for Wang Chen and Ren Ningxiang to sit down. "Wang Chen, you've been hiding pretty deep, huh? Such a beautiful girlfriend, and you never let the brothers in on it," Wang Sikong said, holding up his glass with a mischievous grin. As he spoke, he handed his glass to Wang Chen and teased Ren Ningxiang, "You'd better keep an eye on him. With such a beautiful girlfriend, he's out there flirting every day." Ren Ningxiang's cheeks flushed slightly, and she smiled shyly, saying softly, "Hello everyone, it's nice to meet you all. My name is Ren Ningxiang." Ren Ningxiang felt a surge of emotions within her, her heart racing a bit. She knew Wang Chen was either rich or noble, not on the same level as ordinary wealthy people. But she hadn't expected Wang Chen to know someone like Wang Sikong and Qinfen, who were among the top second-generation rich in the whole of Huaguo. Moreover, it seemed they had a very good relationship, close friends. Li Xiang and Shan Su even showed a hint of respect towards Wang Chen in their eyes. Wang Chen smiled as he took the glass, clinked it with Wang Sitsong's, and took a sip, saying, "I was just afraid you guys would get jealous. Old Wang, look at what a natural beauty is. You just know how to find internet celebrities. After all these years, your taste hasn't improved at all," Qinfen said, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, revealing a sly smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Sitsong's eyes widened instantly. He pretended to be dissatisfied, glaring at Qinfen, and reached out as if to punch his shoulder, saying, "What do you know? What's wrong with internet celebrities? They each have their own charm. I'm just keeping up with the aesthetic of the times. So don't critique me here. Besides, Wang Chen is just lucky to meet such a beautiful Ningxiang. I just haven't encountered a natural beauty that moves my heart, otherwise, I could definitely find one too." Immediately, Wang Sikong raised a finger and waved it in the air, adding seriously, "And you know, internet celebrities are different from other women. I'm experiencing different lives, enriching my life experiences. Don't think of me as so shallow." Alright, old Wang, stop making excuses for yourself." Chinsu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wang Sikong wasn't annoyed by Chinsu's teasing. He laughed heartily and shouted, "Let's stop chatting about all this nonsense. Everyone, let's have a drink. Tonight, we won't go home until we're drunk." He grabbed the liquor on the table and took a big gulp. The drink spilled from the corner of his mouth, but he didn't care, casually wiping it with the back of his hand before slamming the glass heavily on the table. Old wine, don't drink too fast, or you'll end up passed out on the dance floor, and that would be quite the spectacle, Wang Chen teased with a smile as he set down his glass. Wang Song waved his hand dismissively, burping from the alcohol. Can I get drunk? What a joke. By the way, Wang Chen, didn't you say you brought a friend to meet us? Where is he? Don't hide him away. Qin Fen suddenly interjected. Just as Wang Chen was about to respond, he spotted Yao Jinglong pushing his way through the crowd, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. His hair was matted to his forehead, but his face was lit up with an excited grin, humming a tune that was completely off-key. Finally found you guys. Yao Jinglong plopped down into an empty seat and grabbed a glass of wine from the table, gulping it down. Wang Chen pointed at Yao Jinglong with a smile and said to Wang Song, "This is him, Yao Jinglong. Jinglong, come here, let me introduce you." Wang Chen said, proceeding to introduce Yao Jinglong to the others present. Upon hearing the names Wang Song and Qin Fen, Yao Jinglong's eyes widened in shock, and he nearly dropped his glass. Stammering, he said, You are Wang Song and Qin Fen? I see you all the time in the news and online." His face was filled with excitement and disbelief. His hands fidgeted on his clothes, as if he wanted to wipe the sweat off but didn't know where to put them. Seeing Yao Jinglong's reaction, Wang Song burst into laughter. "What's with the excitement? Now that we're all brothers, don't be so formal." He then curiously asked, "What does your family do?" Wang Song was a bit curious about Yao Jinglong's background. After all, he was brought by Wang Chen, so his background must be impressive. However, he knew most of the wealthy young men in Huagua, and this one didn't ring a bell. Yao Jinglong, feeling a bit more relaxed after Wang Song's comment, still had a rosy face. He scratched his head, a bit shy, and said, "My family, we do a bit of steel business, not very big, but somewhat well known locally." Wang Song replied, "Steel business? Old Wang, don't listen to his nonsense. This kid is quite low-key," Wang Chen said with annoyance. "Oh, somewhat well known. Locally? It must be quite large then," Chen Su chimed in. "This kid is from the northeast, and his uncle is the chairman of a large steel group." Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, implying something. His dad is in the military, and his family background is not simple. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, the expressions on everyone's faces changed instantly, filled with surprise and curiosity. Wang Song, who had been casually lounging on the sofa, straightened his back unconsciously. He looked at Yao Jinglong with great interest, his smile growing warmer. "Wow, brother, you really are hiding your light under a bushel. A large steel group is not something just anyone can manage." Qin Fen's eyes widened slightly, a faint smile on his lips as he softly said, "No wonder, I thought so. This is a large steel group. Jinglong, you really are low-key." "I knew it, Jinglong, you really know how to keep a low profile," Chen Su exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "Military background. And your family has an impressive elder." He leaned closer to Yao Jinglong, eagerly saying, "If there are any fun projects in the future, don't forget to bring me along. Maybe I can ride your coattails and share in the benefits." Li Xiang, sitting nearby with a simple smile, didn't say anything, but his eyes were full of admiration. He raised his glass, gesturing silently to Yao Jinglong to express his respect. Yao Jinglong was somewhat at a loss due to everyone's reactions. His face flushed red as he repeatedly waved his hands, saying, "Everyone, please don't say that." "Alright, everyone stop being so surprised. This is a rare opportunity. Knowing Jinglong, we must have a drink," Wang Song said with a smile at the corner of his mouth, standing up and raising his glass high. "Don't be shy either. Everyone truly considers you a brother. If you have any issues in the future, just speak up. If we can help, we definitely won't hold back." Qin Fen also stood up, one hand holding a glass and the other resting on his shoulder, speaking boldly, "That's right, let's drink. Tonight, we won't go home until we're drunk." He even deliberately raised an eyebrow and looked at Yao Jinglong, saying, "Jinglong, don't spoil everyone's fun." Yao Jinglong took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and said loudly, "I was too reserved before. Today, this drink, Yao Jinglong, will have it. Everyone treats me sincerely, and if I keep being shy, what kind of man would I be? In the future, whether it's business matters or troubles in life, as long as you call on me, Yao Jinglong, will go through fire and water without hesitation." After saying this, he tilted his head back and downed the drink in one go, instantly turning his face a deep shade of red. After finishing, he even showed the bottom of his glass, with the liquor sliding down the corner of his mouth and dripping onto his clothes, but he didn't mind at all. "Refreshing." Qin Fen's eyes lit up. "Today's drink is the beginning of our brotherhood. From now on, we will have a bond that is worth our lives." Wang Chen looked at Yao Jinglong's excited expression and couldn't help but say, "Alright, you guys stop persuading him to drink. This kid is young and doesn't know his limits. Don't let him get drunk. I'll have to take him home later." Qin Fen waved his hand dismissively, a carefree smile on his face. "It's rare to be so happy today. And Jinglong is so generous. If we don't drink to our heart's content, wouldn't that be wasting this wonderful atmosphere tonight?" He picked up another bottle of wine and filled his and Yao Jinglong's glasses, saying, "Come on, Jinglong, let's have another one." At this moment, Yao Jinglong's cheeks were flushed, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Without saying a word, he raised his glass again, clinked it with Chinfun's, and took another big gulp. As the liquor went down his throat, he couldn't help but cough a few times, but the smile on his face grew even brighter. Wang Chen shook his head helplessly, watching the group's spirits rise even higher, and he didn't want to dampen their enthusiasm. You all can leave now. Wang Xikong suddenly waved to a few girls nearby, signaling them to step back. Okay, boss. The girls stood up in response and walked down from the booth one by one. By the way, Wang Xikong turned and sat next to Wang Chen, saying, company you mentioned to me before, the one you were optimistic about, has news. ByteDance? Wang Chen raised his glass and clinked it with Wang Xizong's, saying, lightly, yes. Wang Xikong smiled. According to internal news, ByteDance has a funding gap. They will likely conduct pre-IPO financing next month. This company is having a tough time. According to my people, ByteDance has only recently found some profitable models since its establishment. I don't know why you have your eye on this company. Wang Xikong took a sip of his drink and continued. Although they now have revenue channels like advertising and e-commerce, the initial investment is huge, and it's not easy to fill the funding gap. This pre-IPO financing has indeed caused quite a stir in the industry. You might have to go through a lot of trouble. Wang Chen's expression remained unchanged as he gently swirled his glass, watching the ripples in the liquid. He then slowly spoke. It's precisely because of their large initial investment and that they have just begun to explore profitable models that they have more potential. Don't keep me in suspense. Get to the point. Don't listen to old Wang. What good ideas can he come up with? Chinfun interjected. I've heard some news too. It seems that in this round of financing, ByteDance is releasing quite a bit of stock and many investment firms are interested. Have you found out how much stock is being released? Wang Chen leaned forward slightly and asked. This is ByteDance we're talking about. The future commercial empire. The most dazzling company in the world, which was still a small firm in 2018. Although ByteDance has no plans to go public, its valuation in the market has already exceeded 3 trillion. There may be some exaggeration in that figure, but among all the internet companies, it is indeed a giant. Especially with DY's ability to generate revenue through sales, it has reshaped the e-commerce landscape in just a few years. Now is a great time to get on board. How could Wang Chen, who has been given a second chance at life, miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? He wants to acquire all the shares released by ByteDance this time. If he misses this round of financing, there will never be another chance to obtain so many shares. The exact amount of shares being released is still unclear, Wang Xizong continued, but given the commotion ByteDance is making, it has attracted many companies in the industry, so there should be a significant amount. The value should be in the tens of billions of dollars. Old institutions like Sequoia and SoftBank are already itching to get in. It's not easy to snatch shares from them. Even if it's not easy, we have to try. Wang Chen's gaze was firm, leaving no room for doubt. You really want to invest? Are you crazy? This is not a small sum, and the risks are huge. Although ByteDance looks promising. Now, who can guarantee its future success? If the investment goes down the drain, it won't be a joke. Wang Xizong's eyes widened, and his surprise was evident on his face. He had initially approached this with a joking attitude, just casually checking out the company. Although ByteDance has found a profitable model, Wang Xizong wasn't too optimistic about its future. In his view, this company falls into the category of high investment with low returns. With that money, it would be better to invest in his own live streaming platform. At least that could still earn some profit. It's just tens of billions of dollars, I can still come up with that. Wang Chen chuckled lightly. No, buddy, do you really have that much money? Chinfun's eyes widened like saucers, his mouth slightly agape, his face filled with disbelief. It's just a mere tens of billions of dollars, and my old man is backing me up, Wang Chen replied casually. He currently has 300 billion RMB in his bank account, and he doesn't even need to ask his father for money. He hadn't told Chinfun and the others, fearing it would scare them. Ran Ningxuang had been quietly sitting next to Wang Chen like a quiet little deer, listening to their discussion about investments. At that moment, hearing the words tens of billions of dollars, she felt her head buzz as if struck by a heavy hammer. Her eyes widened, and a few drops of wine spilled from her glass, completely unnoticed. Her eyes were filled with disbelief, her mouth slightly open, forming a small O shape, her expression frozen. It was as if she had been hit by the Monkey King's immobilization spell. She turned to look at Wang Chen, her eyes filled with shock and confusion, as if confirming she hadn't misheard. She couldn't help but sigh. In her heart, grateful that she had seized the opportunity to be with Wang Chen. This is just too extravagant. Are you crazy? Wang Xizong exclaimed. Are you planning to acquire all the shares released by ByteDance? This is tens of billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of yuan. If this investment fails, hundreds of billions will be gone. Your dad will definitely whip you with a belt. I've told you before, ByteDance is the best project I've seen in recent years. Wang Chen said. I don't think it will fail, rather, I see it as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If I miss this chance, it will be hard to find another investment. Opportunity that can compare for the next 10 or even 20 years. The development speed of ByteDance is evident to all. Its products have deeply rooted themselves in people's lives, and the user base is incredibly vast, something many companies dream of. Wang Xikong still looked worried, shaking his head repeatedly. That may be true, but the business world changes rapidly. Established investment firms like Sequoia and SoftBank are getting involved, their professional teams and resources are not something we can easily compete with. Why would ByteDance accept our investment? Wang Chen chuckled lightly, his expression confident. They have a team, and we have no shortage of funds. They have resources, and we can integrate them. Don't forget, we have advantages in the domestic market that they don't. Policies, connections, resources. Can they compare with us? If ByteDance wants to further expand its business domestically, it can't do without our support. Wang Chen smiled, not elaborating further. At that time, apart from a few real big shots, not many believed ByteDance was a company with limitless potential. It was normal for Wang Xikong and the others to be worried. Wang Chen chuckled and continued, my investment company is already in the process of registration. Are you interested in taking a stake? I guarantee that within the next 3 years, your assets will multiply several times over, and the returns will far exceed your expectations. After hearing this, a hint of hesitation flashed in Wang Xikong's eyes. But thinking of Wang Chen's terrifying background, he gritted his teeth and said firmly, all right, count me in. I believe you this time. If it really turns out like you said, you'll be my financial god from now on. Xin Fan slapped his thigh and exclaimed, I've been wanting to follow you into a big venture for a long time. I must invest. At this moment, Chen Su and the chubby guy also came over. Chen Su's eyes sparkled with anticipation. We can't be left out. We want to make some money with you too. The chubby guy nodded repeatedly, his round face full of eagerness. Yeah, I've brought out all my savings. How much is the initial investment for the company? How much funding do you need? Wang Xikong asked curiously. I'm planning to start with 100 billion for fun, Wang Chen said with a smile, casually. 100 billion? Everyone exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide and faces filled with shock. That's 100 billion Huaxia coins. Real cash. How many people in Huagua can come up with that? Even Wang Xikong's father probably couldn't produce that much cash in a short time. This was back in 2018, at the peak of Yida Group. Wang Xikong nearly choked on his own saliva, coughing a few times before incredulously saying, your ambition is too great. You just say you'll invest 100 billion like it's nothing. You really don't treat money as money. Chen Su swallowed hard, stammering, Wang Chen, this is too extravagant. I thought preparing to invest a few tens of millions would be enough. But compared to you, it's like a small fry facing a giant. Xin Fan also looked astonished. 100 billion is no small amount. Are you really confident about this investment? You're still impressive. The chubby guy opened his mouth wide, taking a long time to finally say, I feel like this rich second generation is no different from an ordinary person compared to you. Ren Ningxuang had already become numb from shock. The numbers Wang Chen mentioned were astronomical to her. Did tens of billions of dollars and 100 billion Huaxia coins make a difference to her? No difference. Wang Chen looked at the surprised expressions of everyone and smiled as he waved his hand, saying, everyone, don't be surprised. Since we've decided to do this, we need to have enough courage. Moreover, I am confident that this investment will bring unimaginable returns. He paused for a moment and continued, as for your investment amounts, just invest what you can afford. The shareholding will be determined by how much you invest. Wang Xikong took a deep breath, trying to recover from the shock, his eyes sparkling with eagerness as he said, all right, since you've said that, I won't hold back. I'll invest 300 million. I'm betting on your courage and vision. Xin Fan pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said, I'll invest 100 million. Although it's not as much as you two, it's most of my savings, so I'm counting on you. I don't have that much liquidity, so I'll invest 50 million for now. I hope to at least get a taste of the soup, Chen Su said somewhat nervously. I'll also invest 50 million. As long as I can have a taste of the soup, that's good enough, the chubby guy said, patting his chest loudly. What about you? Wang Chen turned to look at Yao Jinglong. Me? Yao Jinglong pointed to himself and asked, can I invest too? What are you talking about? We're all brothers here. If there's a profitable project, of course, you won't be left out, Wang Chen said with a slight frown. Yao Jinglong came from a strong background and was an indispensable force. No one could afford to lose his investment. With Yao Jinglong's addition, the company had an extra layer of solid firewall. Coupled with his family connections and those of Wang Xikong, Xin Fan, and others, they had woven a vast and sturdy network of relationships. They believed that in Huagua, no one could snatch the sweet cake from their hands. In that case, I'll invest 20 million. Yao Jinglong said emotionally, this is all my pocket money, so don't think it's too little. Xin Fan punched him on the shoulder and said, you're being too modest. Exactly, this 20 million is not a small amount. Plus, with everyone's connections, it's a slaughter in Huagua. Wang Xikong said meaningfully. All right, brothers should be clear about accounts. I'll lay it out first. Wang Chen paused and said directly. Based on the investment ratio, Lao Wang will give you 3% of the shares, Lao Qin will get 1%, and Shen Su, Li Xiang, and Jinglong, you three, will each get 0.5%. Any problems? The few of them exchanged glances and said in unison, no, we have no objections. The bar was filled with flashing lights and deafening music. Yet they were completely oblivious, fully immersed in the discussion of this business investment, getting more and more excited. Many times, some actions that seemed crazy to others led to the creation of a great company. The gears of fate quietly turned in such unintentional moments. Like a deeply buried seed, it took root, sprouted, and thrived under the nourishment of time. Who would have thought that years later, Whale Capital would become an undisputed giant in the investment world? Aggressively expanding outward while investing wildly inward, it was described by the West as an invincible beast. From the eastern battlefield, reshaping the industry landscape wherever it went. Its investment map continued to expand from Asia to Europe and then to America. Every move it made could trigger a strong market reaction. Those Western investment institutions that once looked down on Whale Capital had no choice but to re-evaluate it. Whenever Whale Capital announced an investment in a certain field, the Western capital giants would nervously monitor its every move, fearing they might miss any potential industry shift. Wang Xitsun's life trajectory was also changed by this 300 million investment, avoiding the gradual decline of the family assets. Unlike in my previous life, where I spent my days mingling with various internet celebrities, aimlessly wasting time and causing quite a few laughs online. As time gradually approached midnight, the noise in the bar faded along with the night. The colorful lights dimmed one by one, leaving only a few bright lamps illuminating the slightly messy booths. Empty bottles and crumpled tissues were scattered everywhere on the floor, and the air was thick with the mixed scent of alcohol and tobacco. The staff wore tired expressions, mechanically tidying up the tables and chairs, cleaning up the traces left by last night's revelry. At 3 a.m, the streets of the Magic City were shrouded in darkness, carrying a hint of coolness. A chilly night breeze swept over, causing Ren Ningxiang to tighten her clothes. Wang Chen stood beside her, his gaze clear. Ren Ningxiang leaned against his shoulder, yawning from time to time, though tired, she hadn't drunk too much. Wang Xikong rubbed his temples, trying to wake himself up. He walked over to Wang Chen, patted his shoulder, and said with a carefree smile, "It's been a long time since we've had such a good chat." In his signature rebellious gaze, there was a hint of excitement and satisfaction. You know, with our group of brothers coming together, we're bound to shake up the skies of Huagua, right? Qinfen strolled over leisurely, holding half a bottle of mineral water. He took a sip, cleared his throat, and said, "I've staked my entire fortune on this. If we lose this time, you guys will have to take turns treating me to meals. I'll be relying on you to support me. This has to succeed. Once it does, we need to celebrate properly," Wang Xikong continued, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "I'll book a luxury cruise ship and we can throw a grand party on the sea for 3 days and nights, inviting 100 or so models. And let's get a few top bands to perform live, just us brothers, enjoying ourselves to the fullest." Qinfen's eyes lit up, slapping his thigh, and he exclaimed excitedly, "You're the best, old Wang. You really know how to think. Alright, it's settled then. Once we make a fortune, we'll go out to sea and live it up." On the other side, Yao, Jinglong, Chen Su, and the chubby Li Xiang were being helped by security, acting tipsy. Chen Su was grinning foolishly. "Ha, I'm going to get rich. I'm going to get rich. That's 20 million. How many girls can I date with that?" Yao Jinglong shouted, his tongue thick. After saying that, he started counting on his fingers. "Alright, we'll be leaving first." Wang Chen shook his head at the group, smiling. "I'll take care of Jinglong, you guys go ahead," Wang Xikong said. "Okay," Wang Chen replied lightly. At that moment, a young security guard approached Wang Chen, handing him the keys with respect. "Young Master Wang, here are your car keys. I've already washed the car." "Thank you," Wang Chen nodded, opening the storage compartment of the LaFerrari to take out a stack of cash and toss it to the guard. The young guard caught the cash with both hands, hurriedly thanking him. "Thank you, young Master Wang. Thank you, young Master Wang. You're too kind. This is what I should do." Wang Chen simply patted his shoulder. He then got into a Bentley Mulsanne arranged by Wang Xikong, while the LaFerrari was driven back by Wang Chen's bodyguard. Tianmu Palace. Unique geometric chandeliers emitted a soft and subtle light. The light was filtered through special lampshades, resembling a misty warm golden smoke, gently diffusing in the air without any aggressiveness. In the luxurious master bedroom, Ren Ningxian lay naked, tightly hugging Wang Chen, resting on his solid chest, her eyes blankly staring at the ceiling. Wang Chen was like a machine that knew no fatigue, not quite human. He was nothing less than a devil. Heaven knows how she spent these few hours. She had almost wanted to escape several times, but her body felt as if all strength had been drained away, leaving her to weakly nestle in Wang Chen's embrace, unable to move. In the end, she could only let Wang Chen do as he pleased. After a while, Ren Yangshuan finally caught her breath. She moved her sore limbs a bit, her brows slightly furrowing as she softly chided, "You bad guy, you're almost going to wear me out." Wang Chen's lips curled into a satisfied and indulgent smile, his arms gently tightening around her, holding her close. He rubbed his chin against the top of her head and chuckled softly. Who told you to be so charming? I just can't help myself when I'm close to you. Wang Chen's fingers lightly traced along her spine, finally resting on a soft, rounded spot. He toyed with it delicately. Ren Yangshuang's cheeks flushed and she lightly punched his chest, saying, "You just know how to make me happy." But the corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift slightly, her eyes filled with uncontainable sweetness. Seeing Ren Yangshuang's shy appearance, Wang Chen's smile deepened. "Have you rested well? Then let's go another round." "Ah, again. Honey, please spare me." Ren Yangshuang's delicate lips slightly pouted, carrying a hint of a spoiled and reproachful tone. She instinctively clutched the blanket tightly, half covering herself, as if this thin cover could become her sanctuary. Ren Yangshuang's head burrowed deeper into Wang Chen's embrace, her voice soft and trembling, almost pitiful. "Honey, please spare me, I really have no strength left." She tilted her head slightly, her big eyes looking at Wang Chen with a pitiful gaze, sparkling and enchanting. It made Wang Chen's heart melt instantly. He could only helplessly say, "Alright, I'll let you off this time." Upon hearing this, Ren Yangshuang's previously pitiful face instantly blossomed with a surprised smile, her eyes curving into crescent moons. "Honey, you're so good, I love you." Her delicate lips slightly lifted, pressing against Wang Chen's lips. Wang Chen was momentarily stunned by her sudden enthusiasm, his lips involuntarily curling up. He reached out to gently wrap his arms around her head, reciprocating her affection. Their breaths intertwined. After a long while, they slowly parted, Ren Yangshuang's eyes still carrying a hint of daze. Once she came to her senses, she finally had time to take in the luxurious penthouse before her. The genuine leather sofa imported from Italy. The coffee table in front of the sofa was carved from a single piece of natural crystal. The chandelier above resembled the stars in the night sky, the crystal facets scattering light, illuminating every corner of the room. In every detail of the room, the utmost luxury was evident. But the most eye-catching feature was the panoramic glass that surrounded them. Looking out, the entire city unfolded before her without reservation. The towering buildings sparkled brilliantly in the night. In the distance, boats glided slowly across the river, leaving trails of golden ripples that reflected the neon lights along the shore. Ren Yangshuang was left in awe. She realized that houses could be this luxurious. When she first arrived at the Tianmu Palace, Wang Chen had pulled her into a game, leaving her no time to carefully observe. There was no time to pay attention to these details. Ren Yangshuang shifted her gaze from the panoramic glass, her eyes filled with wonder as she said, "Honey, I never imagined there could be such a beautiful place. It's just like a palace from a fairy tale." Wang Chen's lips curled up, revealing a hint of pride as he gently brushed her hair and said, "Actually, after living here for a while, it's just like that." Ren Yangshuang couldn't help but curiously ask, "How much did this place cost?" "In such a prime location, it must be quite expensive." "Not much, nearly 200 million, Wang Chen said. His indifferent tone made it seem as if he were discussing not a sum of money that most people could only dream of, but rather an everyday trivial matter. Ren Yangshuang's eyes widened in disbelief at his words, her face filled with incredulity. She felt a wave of dizziness, her already weak body seeming to lose its last bit of strength, becoming even more limp, almost sliding off Wang Chen. After a long while, she stammered, 200 million? That's just two." The astronomical figure echoed repeatedly in her mind, like a never-ending tape recorder resonating and swirling. She marveled at Wang Chen's wealth and felt fortunate to be by his side. Before her family faced turmoil, Ren Yangshuang's background was considered quite good in Magic City, firmly placing her in the middle class. Locals typically owned their homes, and her family's assets were worth over 10 million. Yet even so, a house worth 200 million was still an unattainable existence for her. Wang Chen's level of wealth far exceeded her imagination. Although last night at the bar, the men had boasted about investments in the hundreds of billions, she had thought there was some exaggeration involved. But now it seemed that Wang Chen's extravagance was far greater than she had heard or imagined. "Honey, what you guys talked about last night at the bar, those investments in the hundreds of billions, were they all true? I thought." Ren Yangshuang paused, a bit embarrassed, and smiled. "I thought you were just bragging to impress." "It's not surprising you think that." Wang Chen raised an eyebrow. "After all, there aren't many in the whole of Huagua who can casually pull out hundreds of billions. It does sound like bragging." Ren Yangshuang looked at the extremely luxurious house before her. Then she gazed out the window. The night view of Magic City unfolded before her eyes, with towering skyscrapers and flickering neon lights. She took a deep breath and slowly said, "No wonder it's a 200 million house. Living here feels completely different from an ordinary house. Honey, I used to think I had seen a lot, but now that I'm here, I realize how shallow my experiences are." Her voice carried a hint of emotion and confusion. Wang Chen gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder and said, "Don't say that. Following me, you'll see a more wonderful world. If you want, you can move in and live with me." Upon hearing this, Ren Yangshuang was instantly surprised and said, "Honey, you want me to move in here?" Of course, you're my girlfriend. If I don't let you live here, who else would? I let? Wang Chen looked at the sparkle in her eyes and couldn't help but smile, reaching out to gently poke her nose. He had said this to several women before. But Ran Ningxuan was completely unaware. Wang Chen admitted he was a scumbag. However, he wasn't lying when he said this to Ren Ningxuan. One woman can live here, and so can two. Ideally, all his women would be willing to live with him. Then he would probably be the happiest man in the world. Honey, what's wrong? Wang Chen looked down at Ren Ningxuan, puzzled. Her eyes were slightly red, filled with emotion, and large tears rolled down her cheeks. She gently bit her lower lip, her voice soft and a bit playful. It's nothing, I just feel so lucky to meet someone as wonderful as you and to live in such a beautiful house. She wrapped her arms around Wang Chen's waist, burying her face in his chest, feeling his warm body and strong heartbeat. The tears that kept flowing soaked Wang Chen's chest. Ren Ningxuan was deeply moved. Although she was being kept by Wang Chen and she didn't even know if she was the third or fourth mistress, she truly felt Wang Chen's kindness towards her, which was no different from a normal couple in love. She was really happy. Wang Chen wore a gentle smile on his face, gently stroking Ren Ningxuan's hair as he said, I'm also very lucky to have met someone as wonderful as you. Ren Ningxuan looked up and planted a heavy kiss on Wang Chen's lips. The shimmering light in her moist eyes sparkled with a captivating allure. She stared intently at Wang Chen, her gaze filled with love and affection, as if her eyes could draw him in. Honey, I've rested well, let's battle it out for another 300 rounds. Wang Chen looked at Ren Ningxuan in surprise. How could this little girl be so eager for a fight at this moment? Are you provoking me? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to get out of bed later? You can try and see who can't get out of bed later. Ren Ningxuan tilted her head slightly, gently rubbing her nose against Wang Chen's chin. Then, she deliberately exhaled a warm breath in his ear, giggling as she said, What's wrong? Are you afraid to accept my challenge? Although the first half of the battle had left Ren Ningxuan exhausted, she now had only one thought, to completely melt into Wang Chen, inseparable from each other. Wang Chen felt his heart race from her series of little actions. Looking at Ren Ningxuan's flushed cheeks and her provocative gaze, he couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Faced with Ren Ningxuan's proactive declaration of war, he naturally wouldn't back down. Alright, since you're so interested, I won't hold back. As he spoke, Wang Chen suddenly exerted his strength, pinning Ren Ningxuan beneath him, their breaths intertwining once again. The air was filled with an ambiguous and passionate atmosphere. Hormones overflowing. A night of joy passed swiftly. When Wang Chen woke up again, it was already 3 in the afternoon. He moved his slightly sore arm that had been resting under Ren Ningxuan's head. Beside him, Ren Ningxuan was still asleep, her cheeks rosy and the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, as if she were having a sweet dream. He hadn't expected that Ren Ningxuan would be so proactive later on, consciously unlocking several positions. He got up quietly, put on a bathrobe, and walked into the bathroom. The warm water washed over his body, gradually waking him up. Recalling the madness of last night, a smile crept onto his lips. Ren Ningxuan's enthusiasm and boldness deepened his infatuation with this woman. After washing up, Wang Chen went to the kitchen, planning to prepare a belated lunch for Ren Ningxuan. He skillfully opened the refrigerator, took out the ingredients, and busied himself in the kitchen. Before long, the aroma of food filled the kitchen. Meanwhile, Ren Ningxuan slowly woke up. She stretched lazily, opened her eyes to find the space beside her empty, and felt a twinge of disappointment. But soon, she was drawn by the enticing smell coming from the kitchen. She slipped on one of Wang Chen's shirts, slid into her slippers, and followed the scent outside. You're awake, Wang Chen said, turning around with a smile as he saw Ren Ningxuan. Come and taste my cooking, see if it suits your taste. Ren Ningxuan walked up behind Wang Chen, hugged him from behind, pressed her face against his back, and softly said, You're so good. Wang Chen turned around and kissed her forehead, saying, Sit down, it will be ready soon. After Ren Ningxuan finished washing up in the bathroom, she obediently sat at the dining table, her eyes fixed on Wang Chen's busy figure, her heart filled with sweetness. Before long, Wang Chen finished cooking. The two enjoyed their sweet, belated lunch together. After dinner, Ren Ningxuan continued to rest in bed. Facing her resentful gaze, Wang Chen helplessly said, Don't blame me, it was you who insisted on continuing the fight last night. That's true, but what about you? You don't have any compassion for me at all. Ren Ningxuan's cheeks instantly flushed with a hint of red, and she pretended to glare at Wang Chen, lacking the boldness she had shown when she declared war the night before. Her pink lips slightly pouted, resembling a cute little bun. She reached out and gently tapped Wang Chen's shoulder, appearing to use force, but in reality, it was soft and tender. You still dare to say something? Look at you, now you can talk so coolly, but where was your mercy last night when we were in the heat of it? Now I'm all sore and can't even get out of bed. Can't you just comfort me a little instead of teasing me here? Ren Ningxuan lifted her head, her big watery eyes sparkling. She looked as if she had suffered a great injustice. Alright, it's my fault, my mistake, Wang Chen smiled and said. Seeing her like this, he quickly sat on the edge of the bed and gently pulled Run Yangshuang into his arms. Once you've rested well, we'll go out for a bit. Go out for what? Run Yangshuang asked, puzzled. We'll go out to eat later, and after dinner, I'll buy you something. Wang Chen smiled. You worked so hard last night, of course, I have to reward you properly. As soon as Ren Yangshuang heard this, her eyes lit up. She sat up straight, gripping Wang Chen's arm tightly. The look of grievance on her face was replaced by anticipation, and her lips couldn't help but curl up. Really? You can't be lying to me. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? First, we'll go eat and then we can stroll around the mall. Whatever you want to eat or play, I'll go along with you, okay? Ran Yangshuang's cheeks flushed with excitement. She jumped into Wang Chen's arms, hugging him tightly. Hubby, you're the best. In the evening, with Ran Yangshuang's strong willpower, she made her sore body understand who the real master was. It's a woman's nature. Shopping is one of their greatest hobbies. Dressed up and ready, Ran Yangshuang gracefully walked out of the bedroom. She wore a simple yet elegant floral dress that perfectly outlined her slender waist, the hem swaying gently with her steps. She reached out and linked her arm with Wang Chen's, saying, Hubby, let's go. Wang Chen nodded. The two of them went downstairs and got into a LaFerrari, heading to a restaurant for dinner. The meal cost 6,888 yuan. Afterward, Wang Chen took Ren Yangshuang to Qiantan Taikuli. Qiantan Taikuli is located in the Qiantan area of the Pudong New District. It is home to numerous brand-name stores covering fashion, jewelry, beauty, and gourmet food. In the center of the mall is a spacious square, adorned with uniquely shaped art installations that add an artistic atmosphere to the space. Surrounding it are several outdoor cafes and dessert shops. The air is filled with the aroma of coffee and the tempting scent of food, blending with the fashionable ambience to create a unique charm. Each store here has its own distinct character. They are not just places for shopping but stages showcasing fashion and culture. Wow, hubby, this place really lives up to its reputation. There are so many big-name stores. Ran Yangshuang exclaimed, pulling Wang Chen along excitedly. Let's go in and take a look, Wang Chen said with a smile. The two of them walked hand in hand into the Dior flagship store. A sales associate dressed in a sharp professional outfit immediately greeted them warmly, her face adorned with a professional yet friendly smile. Welcome to Dior. Please let us know if you need anything. Just looking around for now, Wang Chen said. All right. The sales assistant smiled and nodded, stepping back. Maintaining just the right distance, she neither disturbed the two nor hesitated to offer her services. Ren Yangshuang's gaze was drawn to a row of new dresses hanging prominently, and she quickly walked over, her fingers gently gliding over the fabric of each piece. Honey, what do you think of this pink one? Ren Yangshuang picked up a puff-sleeve dress, gesturing in front of her. Wang Chen stepped forward, examining it seriously. The color suits you, but do you think the puff sleeves might be a bit too exaggerated? The sales assistant, seeing this, stepped forward at the right moment to introduce, this is our main design for the season. Puff sleeves are the most popular element right now, adding sweetness and fashion to the overall look. Moreover, its waist-cinching design beautifully shapes the figure, highlighting this young lady's slender waist. Ren Yangshuang thought for a moment and decided to try it on. After she entered the fitting room, Wang Chen sat down in the resting area. The sales assistant thoughtfully handed him a glass of lemonade, saying, Sir, please take a moment to rest, just call me if you need anything. Before long, Ren Yangshuang emerged wearing the pink dress, the hem swaying gently with her steps. Honey, do you think it looks good? Ren Yangshuang looked at Wang Chen with some anticipation. Wang Chen stood up, walked around her, and smiled. It looks quite nice. The sales assistant beamed, quickly stepping forward, her eyes filled with genuine admiration. Miss, when you put this on, you look just like a model stepping off a fashion runway. This dress seems tailor-made for you. This pink complements your skin beautifully, and with the lively puff sleeves and the waist-cinching design highlighting your perfect curves, it's truly stunning. It is very pretty, but Ren Yangshuang gently touched the hem of the dress, slightly frowning as she spoke. She listened to the sales assistant's praise, her face showing a happy smile, but a hint of hesitation flickered in her eyes. The price of this dress was quite steep. The habit of being frugal developed over the years had already seeped into her bones, making it difficult for her to make a decision. In that moment, Wang Chen noticed Ren Yangshuang's hesitation. He gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders and turned to the sales assistant, saying, We'll take this one, please wrap it up for us. Ren Yangshuang opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but was interrupted by Wang Chen's next words. If you like something, just buy it. Wang Chen gently pinched her cheek, smiling as he said, Don't forget, you're my girlfriend, you deserve the best. And since I rarely get to accompany you, go ahead and pick a few more, we'll buy whatever you like. Upon hearing this, the sales assistant's smile grew even brighter, and she quickly responded, Sir, you are so considerate. Miss, we have many more styles in the store, I'm sure you'll find more that you love. This way, please, we have some new arrivals that would suit you perfectly. Saying this, she enthusiastically guided Ren Yangshuang deeper into the store. Ren Yangshuang felt particularly touched, as Wang Chen half pushed, half led her along. This feeling of being cherished made her feel like the happiest person in the world. Under the sales assistant's guidance, she arrived at the back of the store. The new dresses hanging there shimmered under the lights, exuding a captivating luster. Ran Ningxuan's attention was caught by a black-fitted dress, adorned with exquisite rhinestones at the neckline, simple yet elegant. She gently took it down and posed in front of the mirror, looking at Wang Chen with a questioning gaze. "Go for it." Wang Chen nodded. Encouraged by Wang Chen, Ran Ningxuan began to weave through the racks again, selecting clothes she liked. Before long, several pieces of clothing in different styles were draped over her arm. Wang Chen turned to the enthusiastic sales assistant and said, "I'll take all of these, including the ones I tried on earlier, all in the same size. Please wrap them up." A glimmer of surprise flashed in the sales assistant's eyes, and her smile grew even more radiant as she hurriedly replied, "Of course, sir. Please wait a moment, I'll arrange that for you right away." Before long, the sales assistant pushed a shopping cart filled with clothes over. Inside, neatly packed dresses were arranged, each adorned with Dior's signature ribbon. Wang Chen arrived at the checkout counter. The sales assistant skillfully scanned each item into the system, and with the crisp sound of the scanner, the numbers on the screen kept climbing. "Sir, the total comes to 128,890 yuan. How would you like to pay?" "By card," Wang Chen said casually, taking out his bank card. The sales assistant took the card with both hands and began to operate the card machine. Soon, she handed the purchase receipt and a pen to Wang Chen. "Sir, please sign here." Wang Chen took the pen and signed his name in a flourish. Payment successful. Ding. The system detected that the host spent 128,890, double cashback. 257,780. Ding. Congratulations to the host for earning 12 system points. The sales assistant returned the bank card and receipt to Wang Chen with both hands, not forgetting to present a delicate Dior gift bag. "This is a small gift we prepared for our esteemed customers. We hope you like it. Thank you very much for your visit and support. If you have any issues while wearing the items, such as needing alterations or cleaning advice, feel free to contact us anytime." The sales assistant carefully organized the shopping bag and handed over her business card. A customer as generous as Wang Chen was indeed rare, and she naturally wanted to maintain this relationship. Wang Chen took the card, glanced at the back, and casually put it in his pocket. Then he and Ren Ningxuan picked up the shopping bags and walked out of the Dior store. In the bright corridor of the mall, Ren Ningxuan linked her arm with Wang Chen's, her face glowing with happiness. The two strolled leisurely, passing by a dessert shop. The sweet aroma wafting from inside instantly caught Ren Ningxuan's attention. She stopped in her tracks, gazing longingly at the exquisite cakes inside. "Let's go pick out something you love," Wang Chen said, understanding her unspoken desire, and pulled her inside. Upon entering, the array of desserts was dazzling. Ren Ningxuan chose a signature half-baked cheesecake and a chocolate roll. The total came to 89 yuan. Afterward, Wang Chen took Ren Ningxuan to buy a lot of cosmetics and clothes, as well as a Cartier watch and some accessories, making her extremely happy. No woman could resist such temptations. If there were any who could, it would only mean the items weren't expensive enough. Of course, a perfect match like Balenciaga stockings and Valentino high heels was essential. In the end, the total expenditure was 786,800 yuan. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 786,800, double cashback. 1,573,600. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 78 system points. Wang Chen heard the continuous system notifications ringing in his mind, feeling utterly unfazed. After experiencing countless cashback and point rewards, the increase in money was merely a number dancing on the screen, no longer able to stir even the slightest ripple of emotion within him. Ren Ningxuan, of course, felt a wave of emotion again, having accompanied Wang Chen at the Tianmu Palace for several days. Wang Chen was immersed in this gentle haven, blissfully unaware of the outside world. Shen Xingya and Shen Mengyao occasionally flew to the Magic City, spending a few days with Wang Chen whenever they had time. Unfortunately, their reunions were always brief. As flight attendants, their lives were spent shuttling between the clouds and various airports. A week later, Long Lily arrived at the Tianmu Palace. "The company has been registered," Long Lily organized the documents in her hands and said, "The business license and official seal are here, and your personal seal is ready as well. The 100 billion that the company has actually paid in has already been transferred to the company's public account under your instructions. The funds from shareholders Wang Sikong and Qin Fan have also been arriving one after another. I've also had the office renovated and the computers and some basic equipment have been purchased. In total, it cost 3,200,000. Here's the bill for you to check. If there are no issues, I'll transfer the money to them." Long Lily rummaged through a pile of documents and handed the relevant bill to Wang Chen. Wang Chen casually took the bill, quickly scanned the details, and nodded slightly, saying, "All right, no problem, go ahead and transfer it." After saying that, he placed the bill on the coffee table beside him. "Okay," Long Lily continued, "once the company bylaws are drafted, the company can operate normally. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Chen nodded in response. He reached out to pull Long Lily onto his lap, his right hand naturally resting on her silky black leg, gently caressing it. Long Lily's face quickly flushed with a hint of red, and she instinctively shifted her body, saying, "It's not hard at all. These processes seem complicated, but I just need to communicate through the industrial and commercial bank. Most of the time, I'm quite free. What about the headhunting company?" Wang Chen nodded, continuing to stroke her leg. Long Lily's legs were already long and straight, and with the black stockings, the texture felt even more delicate and smooth. Beneath the thin black fabric, Wang Chen could clearly feel Long Lily's slightly warm skin. It was tender and full of elasticity. This made Wang Chen increasingly captivated, unable to extricate himself. Long Lily's breath hitched, and her face turned an even deeper shade of red. She instinctively squeezed her legs together but dared not move too much, fearing it would provoke Wang Chen. They still had to go to the company later. Long Lily awkwardly shifted her body a bit, trying hard to redirect her attention to the documents in front of her. She took a deep breath and continued, "The headhunting company provided a list, and I've done a preliminary screening. Don't pose like that, your stockings are snagged." Long Lily's voice trembled slightly as she steadied her nerves and said, "When we go to the company later, take a look at the list. If you think it's suitable, I'll contact them for interviews." "All right." Wang Chen responded nonchalantly, yet his hand did not stop its distracting movements on Long Lily's leg. "Have the headhunting company help me recruit another batch of employees. The requirements aren't high, we just need to set up the basic structure of the company first." Wang Chen said to Long Lily. All the company's procedures had been completed. However, it was still just an empty shell. There were no management talents, let alone a single basic employee. "Yes, I've already discussed the relevant talents with the headhunting company. For mid-level positions like finance and HR, the headhunting company has also provided a list. You can confirm it together later. Thank you for your hard work. With your help, I feel much more at ease." Wang Chen gently kissed her cheek and said, Long Lily truly was a private banker. So professional. Whatever Wang Chen could think of, Long Lily had already taken care of in advance. And for what he hadn't thought of, she had also considered it for him. Indeed, it was a wise decision for Wang Chen to have Long Lily handle the company's affairs. If he had to deal with it himself, who knows when he would have been able to finish all these tasks. With Long Lily around, Wang Chen's little life was easy and pleasant. There was no sign of the busyness typical of a startup. "This is what I should be doing." Long Lily lightly tapped Wang Chen's chest and pouted. "Actually, most of it was done by my colleagues. I just conveyed your requests to them." Although Long Lily claimed she was merely passing on his intentions, receiving Wang Chen's affirmation still made her heart flutter with joy. "Let's leave it at that for now. We'll handle the rest once the company staff are on board." Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction. There were many tasks in a startup, and everything required time. Wang Chen was not in a hurry. "Shall we go to the company now?" Long Lily asked. "Sure, I was just thinking about checking on the preparations," Wang Chen replied, releasing one arm that was wrapped around Long Lily. Long Lily hurriedly stood up from Wang Chen's side, flustered as she tidied her wrinkled clothes, each movement radiating shyness. Wang Chen couldn't help but chuckle at her adorable demeanor, which only made Long Lily feel more embarrassed as she shot him a playful glare. Wang Chen smiled and walked towards the key storage area by the entrance. It was an exquisite cabinet made of black walnut, with a row of luxury car keys hanging inside. His gaze wandered among the keys until it landed on the key for the Porsche 918. He hadn't driven that car since winning it in a lottery. He picked up the key, weighed it in his hand, and casually slipped it into his pocket. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 3,200,000 with a double cashback of 6,400,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 320 system points. They arrived at the underground parking garage. A black Porsche 918 was quietly parked there. The streamlined body, the unique low profile of a supercar, and the tech-savvy interior all made his heart race. Wang Chen walked up to the Porsche 918. Pressing the key, the car door slowly lifted upwards. Long Lily settled into the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. Wang Chen pressed the accelerator, and the Porsche 918 shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Soon, they arrived at the central building. Wang Chen parked the car and walked into the elevator with Long Lily, reaching the 118th floor. Pushing open the glass door, they were greeted by a spacious and bright office area. Brand new computers were neatly arranged, and each desk had a small potted green plant, with tender green leaves shimmering under the soft light. On the walls hung several abstract paintings full of artistic flair, adding a touch of liveliness and energy to the office space. The 2,600 square meters of the company finally felt less empty. It was clear that Long Lily had found a good renovation company. Everything was arranged in an orderly manner. Entering the break area, there were soft sofas paired with several brightly colored cushions, making it inviting to sink into and relax. Opposite the sofas was a refined coffee corner. An imported coffee machine, a dazzling array of coffee beans, and various exquisite coffee cups were neatly displayed in a glass cabinet. Exiting the break area, they walked down a corridor lined with deep gray carpet. At the end was Wang Chen's office. It was also refreshed and new. The office included a reception area, a lounge, and a restroom. The surface of the desk was spotless, with a sleek, cutting-edge laptop placed on it. It was also equipped with a sofa and a beautiful tea set. In the corner, there were several potted green plants. Each leaf was meticulously cleaned, vibrant and layered, full of life. Clearly, they had been well cared for, otherwise they wouldn't be so pristine. Next to the computer was a small crystal ornament. The office now had no other employees, and it was clear that this was all the result of Long Lily's careful management. Very thoughtful, Wang Chen remarked as he surveyed the office, addressing Long Lily. A faint smile played on Long Lily's lips as she gently waved her hand and said, "It's just a small matter. I had some free time, so I tidied this place up a bit to make your work more comfortable. If you're not quite satisfied, I can arrange for someone to redecorate later," she added. "That's enough." Wang Chen nodded and smiled. "It looks great already, no need for a redo. Have you thought about what I mentioned last time?" Wang Chen wrapped his arms around Long Lily's slender waist and casually sat down on the sofa. I haven't made up my mind yet," Long Lily replied, a bit conflicted. "What's there to think about? Why not quit your job at the bank and focus on being my secretary?" Wang Chen smiled. "Now you've raised my expectations for a secretary quite a bit. If you don't come to be my secretary, I don't know if I can find anyone else who fits my needs like you do. With your help, I believe my future work will definitely be much easier," Long Lily said, rolling her eyes. She didn't care that Wang Chen was still holding her. She playfully retorted, "Don't flatter me, you just want to trick me into being your free labor. You're not satisfied with what I've given you and are thinking of exploiting me," he teased. "You bad guy. Always with your mischievous thoughts, I won't fall for it." Her cheeks flushed slightly as she gently punched Wang Chen's chest, her eyes filled with affection. "Who said it was free labor?" Wang Chen immediately countered. "On the surface, you're my secretary, but privately, you're the boss lady. Having you as my secretary is also so I can be with you every day. How wonderful is that? And the better the company does, the more you, as the boss lady, will gain, right?" Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, a wave of warmth rushed to Long Lily's face, spreading all the way to her ears. She couldn't help but smile slightly, playfully saying, "You just know how to say sweet things to coax me." Long Lily gently freed herself from Wang Chen's embrace, stood up, and walked over to the desk, retrieving a document from her exquisite handbag. "This is the list of candidates provided by the headhunting company. Take a look first. If you find someone suitable, I'll send them an interview invitation." Long Lily organized the document and handed it to Wang Chen. "There are 6 candidates in here that I think are quite good. They all have impressive professional backgrounds and meet your requirements." Wang Chen took the document, sat back on the sofa, and began reviewing the resumes. "Originally, our company is new, so attracting these high-end talents is quite challenging. But once the headhunters learned that our capital registration for whale capital is 100 billion, their attitude changed immediately. They proactively contacted many top talents in the industry, and many expressed strong interest." A hint of pride flashed in Long Lily's eyes as her lips curled slightly. He. Wang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. So what if it was a new company? What investment firms value most is strength, not some ethereal history or qualifications. 100 billion in paid-in capital is the most substantial stepping stone. It's enough to attract any top talent. Wang Chen leaned back on the sofa, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest as he continued to look through the resumes. Chun Yu, 29 years old. Job intention, Chief Operating Officer. Graduated from Tsinghua University, Master of Business Administration. Previously served as COO of the leading industry company, SoftBank. Lin Xia, 30 years old. Job intention, Human Resources Director. Graduated from Beijing University, Master of Human Resource Management. Zhang Hui, 35 years old. Job intention, Marketing Director. Graduated from Fudan University with a Master's in Marketing. Previously worked at major internet companies like Alibaba and Tencent. Zhao Yang, 27 years old. Job intention, Investment Manager. Graduated from MIT with a Master's in Finance. Previously served as an investment manager at a well-known private equity fund. Sun Yuewan, 29 years old. Job intention, Financial Analyst. Graduated from Renmin University of China with a Master's in Financial Engineering. Previously worked as a Senior Financial Analyst at a securities company. Li Kai, 28 years old. Job intention, Investment Manager. Graduated from Capital University with a Master's in Finance. Previously worked as an investment manager at a financial company. Wang Chen examined the resumes in his hand one by one, his expression gradually becoming focused and serious. These individuals could be considered top talents in the industry. They all graduated from prestigious universities, and their academic backgrounds and work experiences were impeccable. Wang Chen was very satisfied with each of their resumes. If possible, he wanted to recruit all of them to join Whale Capital and serve him. Are these people currently employed? Wang Chen asked Long Lily. A flicker of thought crossed Long Lily's eyes, and then she responded methodically, I've discussed this in detail with the headhunting company. Except for Chen Yu, who is currently employed, the others are all unemployed. Wang Chen nodded. He wasn't surprised. People strive for higher positions, just as water flows downward. In ordinary companies, employees pursue better treatment and choose to switch jobs. Not to mention these top talents. Although their previous experiences were all at renowned companies, for truly ambitious individuals, the potential and development space of a platform are far more important than current stability. Although Whale Capital was just newly established, it had a solid capital base of billions, and its strength was beyond doubt. This was undoubtedly an attractive golden signboard, enough to entice them. Is the one who was employed facing limitations in his current company? Long Lily quickly flipped through the materials in her hand and replied, Chen Yu has already reached the position of Chief Operating Officer at his original company, and there is indeed not much room for advancement. Moreover, recent personnel changes within the company have left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He is also considering a more challenging work environment. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen said to Long Lily, contact them and see if they can come for an interview now. If possible, have them come right away. The interview location will be in my office. Now, Long Lily said, somewhat surprised, isn't that a bit rushed? And I haven't had time to prepare detailed company information and interview processes. It's fine, let's do it this way. These top talents are already scarce and opportunities are fleeting. I just want to get a preliminary understanding of their thoughts and abilities. Everything else is not important. Wang Chen raised his hand to check the time. It was only 10 in the morning. There was plenty of time for the interviews. Okay, I'll contact them now. After Long Lily finished speaking, she walked out of the office. Arriving at the front desk, she picked up the company phone and began to contact each of these individuals one by one. 25 minutes later, Long Lily walked back in. I've contacted all of them, except for Chen Yu. The others have indicated they are available and can come for the interview now. The fastest should arrive at the company in half an hour. Li Kai is handling some matters and will arrive in about an hour and a half. Chen Yu, because he is still employed, needs to ask for leave from his company, so he will be a bit later, possibly around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Wang Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. A last-minute notice for an interview could be reached in as little as half an hour, which was quite fast. Waiting a little while was no big deal. After all, it was a two-way selection. Top talents were hard to come by. The ruler chooses his ministers, and the ministers also choose their ruler. Such talents often look down on ordinary companies, and their requirements are naturally very high. Half an hour later, the phone at the front desk suddenly rang. Long Lily trembled slightly. In Wang Chen's arms, slowly opening her eyes as if waking from a dream, her gaze still lingering with a hint of confusion and reluctance, Long Lily cast a flirtatious glance at Wang Chen, reluctantly rising from his embrace. She tidied her somewhat disheveled hair and tugged at the hem of her clothes, trying to make herself look more presentable. Then, Long Lily took a deep breath, stopping Wang Chen's hand from causing further mischief, and walked towards the front desk. Hello, this is Whale Capital. A few minutes later, Long Lily walked back in. She gently closed the office door and quickly sat down next to Wang Chen. Long Lily said, seriously, Zhang Hui has arrived at the central building and is registering downstairs. Calculating the time, he should be arriving at the company entrance soon. Should we let him come in for the interview directly or just let him come straight to my office when he arrives? Wang Chen nodded, leaning back slightly against the sofa. His fingers rhythmically tapped on the armrest as he quickly sorted through the information about Zhang Hui in his mind. Let me tidy up a bit first. After saying this, Long Lily took out her lipstick from her bag to touch up her makeup since there was still time. She gently applied it in front of a small mirror. The lipstick that Wang Chen had kissed off earlier was now being reapplied, making her lips look exquisite and full. After finishing with the lipstick, she took out a compact powder and lightly pressed it on her cheeks to set her makeup. Then she pulled out a sealed pair of black stockings from her bag and changed into them. She also tidied up her slightly messy hair, tucking a few strands behind her ears. Instantly, she transformed back into the polished and sophisticated professional woman. No wonder you're my secretary, you always manage to maintain a perfect state. Wang Chen looked at Long Lily and nodded slightly, casting an approving glance. Long Lily smiled lightly. Isn't this representing the company's image? I have to pay attention at all times. She then stepped out of the office to greet the interviewee. After a while, there was a knock on Wang Chen's office door. Come in, Wang Chen said. Long Lily pushed the door open, followed by a middle-aged man. He was wearing a black short-sleeved shirt, slightly plump, and sporting black-framed glasses. President Wang, the interviewee has arrived. Long Lily stood in front of Wang Chen, speaking earnestly. Wang Chen found it somewhat amusing to see Long Lily in this serious demeanor. He couldn't help but wink at her, his eyes full of teasing, as if to say, why so serious all of a sudden? Long Lily struggled to suppress a smile, almost breaking her composure. She felt a bit helpless. Most of the time, Wang Chen displayed a calmness that was not typical for someone his age. Long Lily had always been led by Wang Chen. The maturity and composure he exhibited firmly attracted Long Lily, but occasionally, his childlike side made her feel particularly close to him. Just like now, her effort to maintain professionalism was almost undone by Wang Chen. Fortunately, he only winked at her before quickly regaining his serious expression and shifting his attention to the interviewee, Zhang Hui. This relieved Long Lily. Wang Chen stood up, extended his hand, and said, "Hello, welcome to Whale Capital for the interview. I am Wang Chen, please have a seat." "Hello, Mr. Wang, I am Zhang Hui. Thank you very much for giving me this interview opportunity." Zhang Hui hurriedly stepped forward to shake Wang Chen's hand, slightly bowing. The look in his eyes held a hint of surprise. Before coming, Zhang Hui had learned about this company. Although it was newly registered, it had a paid-in capital of 100 billion. The strength was formidable, and the boss's background was extraordinary. Many people in the Magic City were paying attention to Whale Capital. They were all speculating about who the boss behind Whale Capital was to have such audacity to have a paid-in capital of 100 billion. Zhang Hui had been guessing before he arrived, but he never expected that the boss of Whale Capital would be so young. Once they were seated, Wang Chen looked Zhang Hui up and down. He noticed that although Zhang Hui's figure was slightly plump, there was a steadiness and ambition in his gaze. That ambition was not a reckless arrogance but a readiness to spring forth based on years of professional accumulation, just waiting for a suitable opportunity to burst forth. "I've looked over your information, you're 35 this year, looking quite young. I must say, you don't look it at all." Wang Chen's lips curled up slightly, breaking the silence with a hint of a smile. What seemed like casual words actually served to quietly bridge the gap between them. At the same time, he was subtly observing Zhang Hui's reaction. Zhang Hui was slightly taken aback, then quickly understood and smiled in response. "Mr. Wang, you flatter me. Perhaps it's because I've been through many ups and downs in the workplace over the years. My mindset remains relatively youthful, and I also pay attention to exercise and maintenance, so I don't look as old." Mr. Wang is the truly young one, achieving such success at this age, with Whale Capital's 100 billion paid-in capital, creating such a stir in the financial circle of the Magic City is truly admirable. His response was neither servile nor overbearing. It cleverly diffused the slight awkwardness of the age mention while subtly showcasing his positive attitude towards life. He also appropriately complimented Wang Chen. His words expressed respect for Wang Chen's abilities and decisiveness without coming off as sycophantic. Wang Chen's smile deepened, and his first impression of Zhang Hui improved further. This Zhang Hui had high emotional intelligence and quick reactions. If his abilities matched, he would be a valuable asset to the team. However, he maintained a calm demeanor. Long Lily brought in the prepared tea for the two and then left the office, gently closing the door behind her. Wang Chen took a sip of his tea and then said to Zhang Hui, let's get straight to the point. From your resume, I see you graduated from Fudan University. You've held executive positions at major internet companies like Alibaba and Tencent. You once reached the position of marketing director and you resigned from Alibaba this August, currently unemployed. Yes, Zhang Hui affirmed. What's the reason? Working at a major internet company like Alibaba is certainly better than coming to Whale Capital. After a moment of silence, Zhang Hui said, to be honest, I was optimized at my last company. The business adjustments and strategic contractions at Alibaba affected my department. The entire business line was cut and I had to seek other opportunities. Wang Chen nodded slightly. Job changes are common. This is the norm in the industry. However, being able to reach the position of marketing director at Alibaba, I believe your abilities must be solid. Wang Chen paused, looking intently at Zhang Hui. Whale Capital is currently in a rapid development phase and is eager for talent. Your rich experience in internet marketing is exactly what we need. So, we welcome you to join Whale Capital. Mr. Wang, thank you very much for your recognition. Rest assured, I will devote all my energy and effort to my work and will not let you down. Zhang Hui's eyes instantly filled with surprise and emotion as he slightly leaned forward and said sincerely. Wang Chen nodded slightly and said, since that's the case, let's not beat around the bush. The position of marketing director will be handed over to you. Zhang Hui straightened his back, overjoyed, and replied without hesitation, thank you for your trust, Mr. Wang. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Next, I will quickly familiarize myself with the company's business and start formulating a comprehensive marketing plan. Good, I hope you won't let me down, Wang Chen said. Otherwise, your position as director might not last long. Zhang Hui's heart tightened and the joy on his face instantly faded. He nodded solemnly and said with determination, Mr. Wang, you can rest assured. I will hold myself to the highest standards. If I don't do well, you won't need to say anything. I will voluntarily give up this director position. Alright, you said it yourself. Wang Chen's expression softened slightly. Now let's talk about your Annual salary. Considering your rich experience and outstanding resume in the marketing field, we are offering an annual salary of 2 million. This 2 million is divided into two parts. 800,000 is the base salary, which will be paid out evenly over 12 months to ensure your daily living expenses. The remaining 120,000 will be performance-based, distributed according to quarterly assessment results. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hui's heart jolted. Although he tried to maintain calm on his face, a hint of surprise still flashed in his eyes. The salary level far exceeded his expectations. In the fiercely competitive job market of the Magic City, it was undoubtedly a very sincere offer. Zhang Hui took a deep breath, trying to calm the excitement within. He revealed a humble and grateful smile and said, "Mr. Wang, this treatment really took me by surprise, and I can feel the company's sincerity. I am truly honored to receive your recognition." "Good, as long as you're satisfied. As long as you have real skills, money is not a problem," Wang Chen said. "When can you start working?" "Anytime." Zhang Hui straightened his back, his eyes filled with determination and eagerness. "Mr. Wang, I can't wait to dive into work." "Great, you can go sign the contract now. Starting today is no problem, right?" Wang Chen said. "Absolutely no problem. Then go find my secretary outside and she'll take you to sign the contract." "Okay, Mr. Wang." Zhang Hui stood up and walked steadily toward the office door. The moment he opened the door, he let out a sigh of relief. The pressure of being unemployed for several months instantly dissipated. In its place was a sense of relief and an infinite yearning for the future of capital expansion. "Mr. Wang, the interviewees have arrived." Long Lily knocked on the office door again. Following her were Zhao Yan, Lin Xia, and Sun Yuan. For these three, Wang Chen decided to take them all in. As for their specific positions, he would assign them appropriate roles and treatment once the company was running smoothly. What mattered most to him now was to set up the company's framework. The more people, the better. Lin Xia and Sun Yuan, attracted by Wang Chen's promise of managerial positions and salaries above industry standards, decided to join the company without hesitation. Only Zhao Yang was not too satisfied with the current state of the company and chose to leave. Wang Chen watched Zhao Yang's departing figure with a hint of regret in his heart but did not insist. He was preparing to continue pondering the recruitment plan to bring in more talent. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open and Wang Xikong and Qin Fen walked in. Wang Xikong plopped down on the sofa, crossing his legs and said, "Wang Chen, I heard you started hiring here. It seems quite lively." "It's all right." Wang Chen stood up with a smile and greeted, "There are only a few people in the company right now, and you, as shareholders, don't even come to help out." Wang Xisong immediately sat up straight, patting his chest and said, "Hey, what are you talking about? We're here, aren't we? Let me tell you, I have experience in hiring. Just look at those executives in big companies. If they want someone, they just throw money at them. There's no talent that can't be poached." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's face darkened. "What kind of experience is that?" Wang Chen rubbed his chin, pondering for a moment. It seems that throwing money isn't a bad idea. After all, he has more than enough money. During the company's early days when it had no reputation, this could be a good approach. Qin Fen looked at Wang Chen, who seemed deep in thought, and said, "Old Wang, although this idea is simple and crude, if you think about it carefully, it does make sense. However, having money alone isn't enough. We also need to provide people with positions and space to showcase their talents." Wang Xisong perked up again, his eyebrows dancing as he said, "Of course. Positions are up for grabs. Projects can be led freely. As long as they can bring benefits to the company, we'll give them whatever they want." Wang Chen smiled and said, "Alright, since we've decided to go with this method, we need a detailed target list. You have a wide network. First, list out those influential executives in the industry and see who we can pursue." "I'll take care of this. I'll have someone investigate as soon as I get back," Wang Xisong said confidently. Qin Fen added, "I'll contact some headhunter friends on my end to help keep an eye out for suitable candidates. With multiple approaches, we'll definitely be able to dig up quite a few talents. Then I'll trouble you too. Once the list is out, we'll discuss how to approach these people and what kind of conditions to offer. By the way, we can't just focus on executives for recruitment. Grassroots employees are also very important. We need to ensure we can find suitable talents for all positions." Wang Chen nodded in agreement. Old Wang may seem unreliable most of the time, but he's quite clever when it matters. This way, his initial workload would be minimal and the remaining tasks could be handed over to the newly hired HR manager. Wang Chen only needed to make the final decision. "President Wang, Li Kai has arrived." Long Lily walked in directly, looking at the open door. Behind her was a young man in his 20s, wearing a somewhat faded gray suit. He paired it with a light blue shirt, the collar slightly yellowed, and the cuffs had some wrinkles, but the buttons were still neatly fastened, meticulously cared for. Although the style was classic, the slight wear at the corners revealed his current financial struggles. As soon as he stepped into the office, Li Kai's gaze was instantly drawn to Wang Xisong and Qin Fen. As a professional in the finance industry, he immediately recognized these two well-known rich second-generation individuals online. Before he could collect himself, his eyes met Wang Chen's. He was momentarily stunned, then his eyes slightly reddened as he excitedly said, "Brother Wang, it's really you. I finally see you again." Long Lily was a bit surprised and couldn't help but look at Wang Chen. Li Kai couldn't hide his gratitude, quickly stepping forward and saying, "Brother Wang, do you remember me? Before, I was short 30,000 for my wife's surgery, and you lent it to me. You're Li Kai." Wang Chen was both surprised and delighted, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. "Goodness, I thought it was a namesake when I saw your name on the resume. How's Mang Mang? And how is your wife doing now?" The memory was instantly pulled back to 2 months ago. At that time, Li Kai was full of anxiety and helplessness, working part-time selling balloons at the bund to raise money for his wife's surgery, and that image was still vivid in his mind. Wang Chen clearly remembered that his daughter's name was Meng Meng. That lovely face was still imprinted in his mind. Li Kai took a deep breath, trying to calm his excited heart, and said, "Brother Wan, my wife is recovering quite well. She has been discharged and is resting at home now. Meng Meng is still the same, though sometimes she insists on seeing Brother Shuai." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen revealed a comforting smile and said, "That's good, as long as she's fine, nothing else matters." "Does that little rascal still remember me?" Li Kai scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment in his smile as he replied, "She definitely remembers you. She talks about you every day, saying she wants to thank the handsome brother who saved her mom." Wang Chen chuckled and teased, "That little mouth is really sweet. Brother Wang, last time you transferred the money to me and left, we didn't even get to exchange contact information." Li Kai expressed his gratitude. "I've been wanting to find a chance to thank you in person, but with so many people around, I had no idea where to start. Don't worry, I will definitely pay back that 300,000. Wang Chen waved his hand and said, "Let's not mention that money. I didn't think about having you pay it back when I helped you. Now that your wife is better and your family is safe and sound, I consider that money well spent." At that moment, Wang Sikong, who had been standing aside, couldn't contain his curiosity, and asked with a gossiping expression, "Wang Chen, what's going on here? Your story is quite touching. Come on, tell us about it." "Yeah, let's hear it." Xin Fun nodded along, his eyes full of curiosity. "I'm curious too, President Wang, just share it with us." Long Lily blinked her big eyes and chimed in. Wang Chen smiled and recounted how he had met Li Kai 2 months ago at the bund, when he was working part-time selling balloons to raise money for his wife's surgery, and how he had given him 300,000. After listening, Wang Sikong couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Wang Chen, you handled this beautifully. If it were me, I would definitely help too. Wonderful, wonderful, so wonderful. Today, Li Kai came to our company for an interview. Isn't this fate?" Xinfen shook his head, still marveling. Just then, Xinfen seemed to suddenly remember something, his gaze darting back and forth between Wang Chen and Long Lily, and he curiously asked, "Wang Chen, who is this?" Wang Chen smiled and introduced directly, "This is Long Lily, my girlfriend and also my secretary. Lily, this is Wang Sikong and Xinfen. I believe you know them as they are shareholders in our company." As soon as Wang Chen said this, Xinfen's gaze towards Long Lily immediately became more restrained. A hint of surprise flashed across his face, and then he smiled at Wang Chen, saying, "Wow, you really are something. You kept this hidden so well, such a beautiful girlfriend, and she's your secretary too. Talk about mixing work and romance." Wang Xizong's eyes widened in disbelief. "I really can't believe you, man. Is being handsome really that appealing to girls?" Wang Sikong looked utterly disheartened. Last time Wang Chen was at the bar, he brought along such a beautiful girlfriend, and now it's another one. He thought about how he had navigated through the flower beds for decades, surrounded by many beautiful women, but most were just internet celebrities with plastic faces. Those girls who approached him were more interested in his wealth than in genuine feelings. Long Lily's gaze towards Wang Chen clearly carried an undeniable affection. This made Wang Sikong feel even more uncomfortable. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Wang Sikong slumped on the sofa, looking dejected as he said, "I finally understand. All those so-called romantic encounters I had before were just fleeting moments. Looking at the way Lily looks at you, I now know what true affection is." Wang Chen walked over to Wang Sikong, handed him a bottle of water, and said, "Old Wang, matters of the heart can't be rushed. Don't just focus on superficial things. Try to meet some genuine girls, and maybe fate will come knocking." "I hope so." Wang Sikong sighed deeply and suddenly said seriously, "A decent girl is worth getting to know, but a bad girl shouldn't be wasted either." As soon as Wang Sikong said this, Xinfen almost spat out the mouthful of water he had just taken. Cough cough, he coughed violently a few times, his eyes wide as he stared at Wang Sikong. "I say, old Wang, can you think a little more normally? You were just acting all reformed. How come you're back to your old tricks already?" Wang Chen smiled helplessly, sitting back down in his chair and pointing at Wang Sikong. "Truly, it's easier to change a country than to change one's nature. Still thinking about not letting good girls go and not wasting bad girls. Your thoughts are really something." Master Tong only came to this realization in 2023. Wang Sikong truly deserves to be a top-tier second generation. He already has such high awareness about life. High, really high. Wang Sikong spread his hands innocently and said, "I was just joking. Look how tense you all are." By the way, do you guys waste? No. Chin-Fen shook his head repeatedly. Seeing Chin-Fen shake his head, Wang Sikong turned his gaze to Wang Chen. He raised an eyebrow and asked, Wang Chen, what about you? Wang Chen chuckled lightly and said seriously, of course not. Ha 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 ha. Wang Sikong laughed heartily, mocking, alright then, consider my question wasted. I knew you two weren't decent gentlemen. Long Lily stood beside Wang Chen, still in a daze. She had no idea what they were talking about. She never expected that Wang Chen would admit to being her boyfriend. Before getting involved with Wang Chen, Long Lily already knew he had a girlfriend, and not just one. But in the end, she couldn't resist Wang Chen's temptation. Wang Chen was handsome, tall, and exuded a unique aura. During their frequent interactions, combined with her own desires, she ended up in a half-push, half-pull situation with Wang Chen. This relationship was inherently different from that of a normal couple. She didn't expect Wang Chen to give her a title. In front of others, she always tried to maintain a distance from Wang Chen, afraid to show any signs of crossing boundaries. She was terrified that others would see the secret and special relationship between her and Wang Chen. She originally thought that when Wang Chen called her boss lady in private, it was just a joke to make her happy. Long Lily didn't take it seriously at all. But now, Wang Chen had actively acknowledged their relationship in front of everyone. Not only did he give her a title, but it also elevated her status within the company. The status of boss lady. This changed everything. The underground romance between a secretary and her boss couldn't be exposed. But now she was Wang Chen's officially acknowledged girlfriend. This identity instantly put Long Lily in the spotlight. Feeling the gazes of everyone, looking at Wang Chen's handsome face, her heart was filled with emotion. Her eyes instantly turned slightly red, and a layer of glistening tears quickly gathered at the bottom of her eyes. But, worried about embarrassing Wang Chen, she could only hold back her tears and force a smile. She took a deep breath, trying to appear calm and composed. But, her slightly trembling shoulders betrayed her inner tension and excitement. Wang Chen keenly sensed Long Lily's emotions. He subtly moved closer to her, wrapping his arms around her waist. Then he gently held her hand, softly rubbing her palm. Wang Chen changed the subject and said to Li Kai, stop standing, let's sit down and chat. Brother Wang, congratulations on finding such a good girlfriend, you two look perfect together, Li Kai said somewhat awkwardly as he sat on the nearby sofa, addressing Wang Chen. Wang Chen smiled and nodded in thanks. Then he looked at Li Kai, his expression becoming serious. Li Kai, since you're here for the interview today, I want to set aside our previous friendship and talk purely from a work perspective. I see that your job intention is for the position of investment manager? Upon hearing this, Li Kai straightened up, the awkwardness on his face instantly replaced by a serious demeanor. He nodded slightly, his gaze firm as he replied, yes, Mr. Wang. I am passionate about the investment manager position and believe I have the capability to excel in it. After listening to Li Kai's detailed explanation of his past project experiences, investment strategies, and risk management, the admiration in Wang Chen's eyes became increasingly evident. After consulting with Wang Sitsong and Chin-Fen, he smiled and nodded, saying, very good, congratulations on joining Jingtuan Capital. We have decided to hire you as the company's investment manager. The base annual salary for the investment manager position is 800,000, and the subsequent earnings will depend on your performance. Li Kai's eyes instantly reddened upon hearing this news, emotions of excitement and gratitude surging within him. He swallowed hard, suppressing the turmoil inside, and with a voice slightly choked yet incredibly firm, he said, Mr. Wang, I truly appreciate the opportunity you have given me. Joining Jingtuan Capital is an incredibly precious starting point for my career. Thank you for your recognition. He slightly calmed his emotions, stood up, and bowed slightly. Wang Chen smiled, stood up, and extended his hand to shake Li Kai's firmly. Welcome aboard, from now on we are all family, no need to be so polite. Li Kai looked at Wang Chen, sincerity filling his eyes as he said, Mr. Wang, during my most difficult times, it was you who extended a helping hand, and now you have given me this job. I cannot repay your kindness. From now on, I will do my utmost to contribute all my strength to the development of Jingtuan Capital, and I will not let your trust down. Wang Sitsong also leaned over, patting Li Kai on the shoulder, saying, kid, work hard, follow us, and your future will be limitless. Chin-Fen nodded with a smile, looking forward to your performance. You can go handle the onboarding procedures now, Wang Chen said, nodding. Li Kai's eyes were red, and he solemnly nodded, his voice carrying a hint of choking. Okay, Mr. Wang, I will go right away. At noon, 12 o'clock, Wang Chen and a few others were on the third floor of the central building, enjoying a meal from a well-known local restaurant in the city. The unique flavor of rich oil and red sauce spread across their tongues, adding a strong Shanghai flair to the lunch. The five of them spent a total of 6,880 yuan on the meal. After eating, Wang Sitsong and Chin-Fen left first. Li Kai initially wanted to stay and help at the company, but Wang Chen waved his hand, telling him to come back to work tomorrow and to go home to take care of the sick and the child. Li Kai was extremely grateful, hurriedly thanking them before leaving. Wang Chen and Long Lily returned to the company side by sighed, and along the way, Long Lily's mood was particularly sweet. Upon returning to the company, Wang Chen took Long Lily's hand and led her to his private break room. As soon as they entered, Long Lily turned around, actively wrapping her arms around Wang Chen's neck and kissing his lips. Her kiss was passionate and urgent, filled with long-accumulated love and joy, her soft lips trembling slightly. It seemed to express the emotions deep within her that were like a volcanic eruption. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback, but then ignited by her enthusiasm, he tightly wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her into his embrace and deepening the kiss. Their breaths gradually became rapid, and Wang Chen's kisses traveled from her lips down to her cheeks and neck, causing Long Lily to shiver, gently, letting out soft whimpers. It was unclear how long they had been lost in each other, but eventually, they slowly parted. Long Lily's cheeks were flushed, like a ripe apple, her eyes misty with a layer of moisture, looking at Wang Chen filled with love. Her chest rose and fell slightly as she softly said, "Wang Chen, I really love you so much. Thank you for making me the happiest person in the world today." Wang Chen raised his hand and gently wiped away the tears that had spilled from the corners of her eyes due to excitement, his voice deep and tender. "Baby, I love you too. I want to." Long Lily's enchanting eyes, like silk, gazed at Wang Chen. Wang Chen no longer hesitated and picked up Long Lily, walking towards the bed. She couldn't help but let out a soft gasp, instinctively tightening her arms around his neck, her legs unconsciously curling slightly. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Company break room. Wang Chen picked up his cup and took a sip of tea, then said to the man in front of him, "Why don't you introduce yourself first?" Chen Yu stood tall, a calm and confident smile on his face. He spoke with neither arrogance nor servility. "Hello, Mr. Wang. My name is Chen Yu. I am 29 years old. I graduated from Tsinghua University with a master's degree in business administration. I have served as COO at a leading company in the industry, SoftBank. Over the past few years, I have led the strategic planning and execution of several major projects at SoftBank. From your resume, it seems you joined SoftBank right after graduation, and your performance has been remarkable over the years. Logically, you should have been promoted to general manager, but now you are here interviewing with us at Jingtuan Capital." Wang Chen looked at Chen Yu with curiosity. Chen Yu fell silent for a moment. "Can you tell me the reason?" After a brief silence, Chen Yang replied to Wang Chen, "Actually, it's nothing much, just some colleagues' exclusion." Wang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, signaling him to continue. Chen Yu took a deep breath and slowly said, "At SoftBank, the projects I led achieved good results, but perhaps my brilliance caused some dissatisfaction among colleagues. What's worse is that during the promotion evaluation, those who were undermining me joined forces to distort my work achievements in front of the leaders, claiming I was too radical and disregarded the overall interests of the company. Clearly, they were the ones making moves behind the scenes, yet they painted me as someone who didn't fit in and didn't understand teamwork." Chen Yu shook his head with a bitter smile. "Over time, my situation in the company became increasingly difficult. Even if I was capable, it was hard to showcase my talents." He raised his head, looking firmly at Wang Chen. "Mr. Wang, I will be 30 this year. At this age, one increasingly understands the preciousness of time and opportunity. I don't want to waste my energy on meaningless workplace infighting anymore. Instead, I yearn to showcase my talents on a platform where I can truly make a difference in my career." Chen Yu smiled self-deprecatingly. "I studied business administration in college, and I know about those famous investment figures in the world who have created countless legendary stories in the capital market. You might think I'm a bit of an idealist, but my life goal is to become someone like that." Wang Chen nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. "It's rare to have such thoughts. I don't see you as an idealist." Chen Yu's previously tense shoulders relaxed instantly. "Mr. Wang, thank you for your understanding and recognition." He took a deep breath and continued. "Later, after graduating from college, the first company I joined was SoftBank. What happened afterward was completely different from what I had imagined. As a newcomer, I had neither the ability nor the qualifications to decide which company to invest in. Even when I later became COO, my work was filled with constraints and helplessness. I was very distressed. I was busy every day, yet I was only dealing with trivial and meaningless matters. So while I still consider myself young, I want to be a little willful this time." Chen Yu's face broke into a smile, his eyes filled with determination as he said, "As the saying goes, people strive for higher places while water flows to lower grounds. I don't want to continue wasting my days at SoftBank until I saw your company whale capital registered and immediately paid in over 10 billion. Such strength and scale are indeed rare, enough to make my heart race. I came for this interview today to give myself a chance." Wang Chen's lips curled slightly upward as he nodded. The investment industry is quite unique. There's no so-called midlife crisis. Instead, the older one gets, the more sought after they become. The more projects one handles, the more experience one accumulates, which proves one's outstanding abilities. It's entirely normal for a high-end talent like Chen Yu, unwilling to be buried at SoftBank, to come to Whale Capital. "What position are you applying for?" Wang Chen asked directly. "I wonder if there is a candidate for the position of general manager in your esteemed company?" Not at the moment, Wang Chen replied. Chen Yu confidently said, I believe that my rich experience accumulated at SoftBank, along with my keen market insight and strategic planning abilities, are sufficient to qualify me for this position. Moreover, I am only 30 this year, and I have the energy and capability to tackle high-intensity work challenges. Wang Chen lightly tapped the table, pondering for a moment before saying, You just mentioned that you haven't been solely responsible for anything. How can I trust you? With the position of general manager? Chen Yu's expression stiffened and he responded without hesitation, Mr. Wang, although I haven't held the title of general manager before, during my time as COO at SoftBank, the scope of my responsibilities has already exceeded mere operational management. Furthermore, I have been deeply involved in investment projects, personally leading several companies to IPO, achieving successful listings, and doubling their stock value on the first day. Very impressive, but still not enough, Wang Chen said lightly. The position of general manager is too important for the company. He couldn't always be there to oversee everything. The investment industry is ever-changing. A single misstep in decision-making could lead to significant losses for the company. Whale Capital had just been established and was in a critical period of rapid development. It needed a leader who could comprehensively control the situation with enough courage and wisdom to lead. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu thought for a moment and gritted his teeth, saying, I can sign a long-term contract with the company, I can forego my salary, and my income can be entirely performance-based. Whether it's a lot or a little depends entirely on my abilities. Wang Chen opened his true vision to look at Chen Yu. Name, Chen Yu, age, 29, height, 175 centimeters, charm, 83, physique, 78, favorability, 50, skills, in-depth industry insight, precise risk assessment, strategic investment planning, crisis public relations handling. Seeing these skills, Wang Chen nodded inwardly. These skills were like a precise business operation system, complementing each other, giving Chen Yu comprehensive competitiveness in the investment field. The skills he possessed were exactly the kind of talent Wang Chen needed. Among these candidates, Wang Chen was already leaning towards Chen Yu for the position of general manager. After all, he had been at SoftBank for so long and had reached the position of COO. There were no issues with his capabilities, and his education and experience were nearly perfect. How could Wang Chen let go of such top talent? What he had just said was merely to further test Chen Yu's determination. He hadn't expected Chen Yu to be so ruthless with himself, willing to forego his salary. This made Wang Chen feel a bit guilty. Was this too capitalist? Wang Chen stood up and extended his hand to Chen Yu, saying, Welcome to Whale Capital. Chen Yu's eyes flashed with surprise and excitement as he quickly stood up, firmly grasping Wang Chen's hand and saying, Mr. Wang, thank you for your recognition. When can you start working? Wang Chen asked. Give me a week, and I'll go back to resign immediately. Chen Yu felt a long-lost surge of passion. The feeling of being trusted and entrusted with important responsibilities made him eager to dive into work right away. All right, first sign the contract and you can start after you resign, Wang Chen nodded and said. Don't worry, Mr. Wang, I will wrap up my work at SoftBank as soon as possible and take up my position, Chen Yu replied. Wang Chen had Long Lily bring over the contract. After carefully reviewing it, Chen Yu signed his name. I won't shortchange you. It wouldn't be fair not to give you an annual salary. For now, I'll give you $1 million as your annual salary, and as for the bonuses and other benefits, that will depend on your own abilities, Wang Chen said, patting Chen Yu on the shoulder. In the Magic City, a general manager in the financial sector with $1 million annual salary is considered relatively low. Some senior investment managers can earn several million or even tens of millions a year. Wang Chen wouldn't start Chen Yu off with an exorbitant salary. After all, salary growth needs to match performance and capability. But at the same time, a company that is stingy with its subordinates is destined not to last long. As long as Chen Yu delivers results, what's wrong with Wang Chen offering him a salary that exceeds industry standards? Rest assured, Mr. Wang, I will give it my all and not let your trust down. Chen Yu was somewhat moved. He proactively suggested not to take a salary, letting the company's profits determine his pay. He thought Wang Chen would agree to this. But unexpectedly, he was still given $1 million annual salary. Those in this line of work are capitalists, and he knew well the ruthlessness of capital. In Chen Yu's understanding, capitalists are mostly meticulous and prioritize profit. Yet Wang Chen still offered a decent annual salary, which not only recognized his abilities but also represented a rare respect and trust. Chen Yu then took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and left the company. The next day, around noon, in the Huangpu district of the Magic City at the Four Seasons He Mansion, Wang Chen parked his car at the entrance, took the elevator to the 5th floor. Just as he exited the elevator, a server in a black uniform immediately approached with a smile. Walking briskly towards him, she slightly bowed and respectfully said, Sir, welcome to the Four Seasons He Mansion. Do you have a reservation? Yes, I believe. It's for the Ruixiang Pavilion. Wang Chen nodded slightly. The server quickly checked the reservation book, her smile growing wider as she straightened up and made an elegant gesture, saying, All right, this way please. The server led the way, her high heels making almost no sound on the soft carpet. Wang Chen followed, leisurely behind, casually surveying his surroundings. His gaze briefly lingered on a painting of a summer lotus pond. The blooming lotus flowers in the painting were lifelike, the lotus leaves swaying in the wind as if he could hear the croaking of frogs. He nodded slightly and murmured, "This painting indeed matches the restaurant's name, Spring All Year Round? Mr. Wang, you have a good eye. These are famous paintings related to the 4 seasons that our boss specially collected, hoping to create an immersive dining experience for guests, awakening your senses from sight to smell." The server responded with a smile upon hearing this. As they spoke, they arrived at the entrance of the Ruishan Pavilion. The server gently pushed open the door to the private room, and a soothing classical music flowed out, intertwining with the subtle scent of sandalwood inside. As soon as Wang Chen stepped into the room, he saw Li Xiang rise from his chair. With a beaming smile, he quickly approached, opening his arms enthusiastically. "Wang Chen, you finally made it." Li Xiang had a round figure, and his smile squinted his already small eyes into slits. His well-tailored suit was filled to the brim, yet it couldn't hide his innate charm. Before Wang Chen could respond, Li Xiang turned to the woman behind him and pulled her to the front, saying, "Come, let me introduce you. This is my sister, Li Meng. Meng, this is Wang Chen, the one I often mention." Wang Chen's gaze naturally fell on Li Meng. She was tall, with long, straight legs. Her waist was slender, and the fitted white dress perfectly outlined her graceful curves. The dress had an exquisite square neckline that slightly revealed her fair collarbone. Standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, she wore a pair of silver high heels. Her long, shiny black hair casually draped over her shoulders, with a few strands falling beside her fair cheeks, making her skin look even more snow-like. Her eyes were large and bright, with slightly upturned corners, carrying a hint of innate pride. Below her high nose bridge was a cherry-red mouth that seemed to be pouting slightly, as if she were a bit displeased. Name, Li Meng. Age, 22. Height, 169 cm. Charm, 94. Physique, 83. Favorability, 56. Skills, Advanced Equestrian, Jewelry Appraisal, Advanced Driving. Li Meng had originally been reluctant to join her brother for this dinner, but the moment she saw Wang Chen, her gaze was drawn to his tall and handsome figure. The slight resistance in her heart dissipated almost instantly. "Hello." Due to her proud nature, she merely nodded slightly. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, yet carried a hint of deliberate coldness. Wang Chen keenly caught the fleeting oddity in Li Meng's eyes and paid no mind to her intentional aloofness. He simply nodded and politely greeted her. "Miss Li, hello. Is this your biological sister?" Wang Chen looked at the chubby guy with some confusion. The difference was too stark. One was as beautiful as a flower, while the other was round and plump with a big head and ears. It was hard not to think otherwise. 100% biological sister. I just have a bit of a chubby face. Li Xiang chuckled awkwardly while ushering everyone to take their seats. "Don't just stand there, please sit down." He turned to the waiter beside him and said, "You can serve the dishes now." Everyone took their seats. Wang Chen sat in the main seat at the invitation of the chubby guy. Li Meng wanted to sit next to her brother but was pulled to Wang Chen's side instead. Meng, you sit here. You young people should communicate more." A hint of embarrassment flashed across Li Meng's face, but she couldn't express her displeasure and could only sit down reluctantly. Her heart, however, inexplicably raced. The waiters filed in, bringing exquisite dishes to the table. Steamed little lobster with huadiao, egg white, roast duck from Yifu, steamed crab with black pork, steamed sea grouper, lotus seed and lily soup with snow fungus, cherry glutinous rice, cake. Li Xiang beamed with a smile, enthusiastically introducing, "This steamed little lobster with huadiao egg white is their signature dish. The little lobsters are caught fresh from the deep sea that morning, incredibly fresh." He picked up the serving chopsticks and placed a large piece of shrimp meat on Wang Chen's and Li Meng's plates. The tender shrimp lay on the glistening egg white, surrounded by green scallions and golden crab roe, with steam wafting the rich aroma of huadiao wine into the air. Wang Chen nodded in thanks, savoring it before praising, "It's indeed good. The meat is firm and bouncy, and the fragrance of the huadiao wine is perfectly infused, just right." Li Meng stole a glance at Wang Chen's eating posture, unconsciously slowing her own movements, and gently took a bite of the shrimp. The delicious flavor burst on her tongue in an instant. She slightly squinted her eyes, her inner joy nearly spilling over. She quickly realized she was losing her composure, coughed lightly to regain her calm, and deliberately put down her chopsticks. Li Meng picked up a glass of lemonade beside her and took a sip, trying to cover the slight blush that had risen on her face. The little chubby boy watched with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, a glint of cunning in his eyes. "Wang Chen, you should try this. Their family combines wagyu beef with cheese, such a novel idea, and the taste is absolutely amazing." As he spoke, he picked up a knife and fork, cutting the wagyu cheese tart into even small pieces, first handing one to Wang Chen, then turning to Li Meng. Li Meng took the small piece of wagyu cheese tart her brother offered, cautiously tasting a bite. The rich flavors spread in her mouth, and she secretly marveled, but still insisted, "It's just okay, not as exaggerated as you say." Li Xiang, well aware of his sister's thoughts, pointedly said, "Oh, Meng Meng, you really are picky, something this delicious can't catch your eye?" Li Meng shot her brother a glare and retorted, "You talk too much, if you love it so much, eat more." Wang Chen watched the siblings bicker and couldn't help but laugh. This laughter made Li Meng's face turn even redder. She turned her head away, pretending to look elsewhere. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, Li Xiang cleared his throat and said, "My sister has been spoiled by the family since she was little. Although she has a bit of a temper and a strong personality, her abilities are not lacking. She has been going on about wanting to find a good platform to showcase her skills. After thinking it over, our company is the perfect fit, and with you keeping an eye on her, just consider it a favor for a brother and give her a chance." Upon hearing this, Li Meng's heart tightened, and she unconsciously clenched the tablecloth. Originally, Li Meng didn't want to go to Wang Chen's company, but now she had changed her mind. Working wasn't a big deal. If she could see this tall and handsome man every day, it didn't seem so bad. She lowered her head slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering, trying to hide the fleeting expectation in her eyes, and mumbled, "Brother, don't make decisions for me." But her tone no longer held the previous resistance. Wang Chen found Li Meng's demeanor quite amusing. He smiled faintly, "Since Miss Li is unwilling, there's no need to force it. If Miss Li ever changes her mind, Jingtuan Capital will always welcome you." Li Meng's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Her previously lowered head shot up instantly, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes as she said eagerly, I didn't say I was unwilling. It's just that the decision to work came a bit too suddenly." After saying this, she felt her reaction was too obvious. Her cheeks quickly flushed, and she had to lower her head again, her hands nervously tugging at the hem of her clothes. Li Xiang watched all of this unfold, nearly unable to contain his laughter. A few days ago, he and Wang Xikong had invested in Wang Chen's company, and somehow, this news reached their father. Unexpectedly, this time he didn't scold Li Xiang for spending money recklessly as usual. Instead, he rarely sat down for a heart-to-heart talk with him. He even mentioned that if money ran short, he could ask him for more. Li Xiang's father, Li Chongqing, had been navigating the business world for decades, with a keen eye for opportunity. How could he not know the significance of Pioneer Heavy Industry Group? Wang Chen was the only son of the chairman of Pioneer Heavy Industry Group, with family businesses spanning energy, machinery manufacturing, highways, docks, and high-end technology. They held a crucial position in the global business landscape. Even when Li Chongqing wanted to investigate the Wang family's background, it was like looking through a fog. The information before him seemed obscured by a thick mist. He used his years of connections in the business world to contact various powerful informants. He even went so far as to hire a top international business investigation team at great expense. Yet the results were far from satisfactory. A family whose background is so difficult to discern must surely hide unimaginable power behind it, which made him feel both apprehensive and excited. That night, Li Chongqing called Li Xiang into the study. With a serious expression that barely concealed his excitement, he said, "Your investment in Wang Chen's company is simply a godsend." Wang Chen is the only son of the chairman of Pioneer Heavy Industries Group, and his family's business spans the globe with immense influence. If we can form a marriage alliance with their family, our business will rise several levels. How do we do that? Li Xiang asked, puzzled. Li Chongqing continued, "From now on, you must spend more time with Wang Chen and find opportunities to deepen your relationship. Also, introduce your sister to him. It would be best if Meng Meng could work at his company. Given time, feelings will develop, and I doubt they won't hit it off." Li Xiang scratched his head, hesitating as he said, "Dad, isn't this a bit too deliberate? Meng Meng and Wang Chen don't even know each other, and with Meng Meng's temperament, would she even agree?" Li Chongqing shot him a glare, exasperated. "What do you know? This is a rare opportunity. If your sister can develop further with Wang Chen, it would be a tremendous blessing for our family. As for your sister, you, as the older brother, should persuade her. She will understand." "What about the Kong family? In front of Pioneer Heavy Industries Group, what does the Kong family count for? Don't worry about them." "All right." Li Xiang could only nod in resignation. It seems that his little sister has taken a liking to Wang Chen. Li Xiang immediately felt relieved. He wouldn't have to be caught in a dilemma. He didn't want to sacrifice his sister's happiness by forcing her to be with someone she didn't like. As long as the two spent time together, he believed they would eventually come together. He quickly cleared his throat and smoothed things over, saying, "Wang Chen, you see, she's just a stubborn duck. Deep down, she might already be willing. Meng Meng, would I harm you? There are so many people in our company who would break their necks to get in." He winked at Li Meng, teasing, "Aren't you going to express your stance?" Upon hearing this, Wang Chen said softly, "In that case, I happen to need an assistant. What do you think?" "That sounds great. The assistant position can be a good training opportunity, and you can learn closely from him." Li Xiang's eyes instantly lit up. An assistant position is good. When there's work, the assistant can handle it, and when there's none, it's relatively relaxed. Li Meng's heart blossomed at this suggestion. She huffed and turned her head away, pretending to be indifferent as she said, Don't get me wrong. I just think this job is a bit challenging and I'm considering it, not because of anything else that would lead me to your company.
Oh my dear sister, don't be so stubborn. I can't see through your little thoughts.
Seeing this, Li Xiang deliberately teased her from the moment Wang Chen walked in. Your eyes haven't
left him. Now you say you're only interested in the challenge of the job. Who are you trying to fool? Li Meng's face instantly turned beet red and she stomped
her foot in embarrassment and anger, saying, Li Xiang,
if you keep talking nonsense, I won't let you off. I'm just genuinely interested in the job. What does it have to do with him?
As she spoke, she pretended to hit Li Xiang, who quickly laughed and dodged.
Wang Chen watched the siblings playfully bickering and couldn't help but find it amusing.
He understood why the little chubby guy had invited him here for dinner. It turned out the intention was not just about the meal. He somewhat grasped the little chubby guy's meaning. Although it was a bit helpless, it was also unavoidable. The scions of wealthy families enjoy a privileged life from a young age, which ordinary people cannot experience, and naturally, they must bear the responsibilities and expectations bestowed by their families.
The halo of the family is both an honor and a constraint.
Marriages in their circle are quite common, a means to consolidate family power.
The meal lasted almost 2 hours.
During that time, the conversation was lively, and when it came time to settle the bill, the total came to over 10,000 yuan.
Of course, it was the chubby guy who paid.
As they walked out of the Four Seasons Inn mansion, the afternoon sun bathed them in warmth, and a gentle breeze carried the unique heat of
summer. Li Xiang patted Wang Chen on the shoulder, a meaningful smile on his face.
His gaze shifted back and forth between Wang Chen and Li Meng. I just remembered.
I have an important meeting to attend, so I won't be joining you. Wang Chen, could you please take Meng around? It's a good chance for you two to get to know each other. You, the rich second generation who hangs out at brothels every day, what meeting do you have? Wang Chen replied, speechless.
Li Xiang, however, was not annoyed. He waved his hand with a cheeky grin and said, I must have remembered wrong. It's my dog that's about to give birth. I need to go check on it.
Without
waiting for Wang Chen and Li Meng to react, he quickly hopped into his flashy Lamborghini, stepped on the gas, and kicked up dust, leaving only the roar of the
engine behind.
Li Meng stood there, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger, and stomped her foot, saying that Li Xiang is really too much.
How could he leave me here all alone?
She glanced at Wang Chen and then muttered softly, Mr. Wang, don't listen to my brother's nonsense.
If you have something to do, you can. Go ahead, I can go back by myself. Wang Chen looked at Li Meng's blushing face and smiled gently, saying, I don't have any plans this afternoon anyway. How about I accompany you for a walk? It'll be nice to enjoy the scenery.
Li Meng hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. Well, okay, sorry to trouble you, Mr. Wang. Call me Mr. Wang at work, but just my name in private. Wang Chen smiled.
All right,
then I'll call you Wang Chen, Li Meng said, lifting her chin slightly. The two strolled along the street, with shops lining the sides and boats coming and going.
On the river in the distance.
You don't look very old. You must have just graduated not long ago, right?
Wang Chen broke the silence first. Li Meng huffed, pretending to be displeased. What, are you questioning my abilities?
I graduated from Stanford University last year. Don't underestimate me.
Wang Chen waved
his hand with a smile. I didn't mean to underestimate you, just curious. I'm a few years younger than you.
Then aren't you still in school?
That's right. I'm still in my junior year.
Li Meng looked shocked. You're only a junior? My brother didn't even tell me. How come you're so impressive, running a company while still in school?
It's all thanks to my family's support, Wang Chen chuckled. Li Meng shook her head in disagreement, a hint of envy in her voice. That just proves your ability, otherwise, your family wouldn't trust you to start a business.
Unlike me, my family still sees me as a child. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be working at the family company right now. Whenever I go out with friends, they always want to know everything, what time I'll be back, who I'm with. I'm already this old, and I feel like I have no freedom at all. They're so afraid I'll go astray, keeping a tight watch on me. A trace of loneliness flashed in her eyes, but she quickly looked up at Wang Chen and asked, what about you? Your family supports your entrepreneurship, so they don't impose any restrictions on you? None at all. Wang Chen just smiled. Li Meng looked puzzled and pressed. How can there be no requirements at all? Don't try to fool me.
Really, there aren't any, Wang Chen shrugged.
All right then.
As they talked, they walked back to the Four Seasons Inn mansion.
Wang Chen arrived
at the parking area. He pressed the key, and the lights of the Apollo IE flashed, emitting a crisp unlocking sound. He turned to Li Meng and said, it's getting
late. How about I give you a ride home? I'm not too comfortable with you going back alone. Apollo IE.
Li Meng's eyes lit up instantly when she saw Wang
Chen's car.
She quickly walked over to the car, circling it and examining it while muttering, this is a top-tier supercar, limited to just 10 units worldwide. I've only seen it in magazines. I never expected to see the real thing today. Then, feeling a bit shy, she said to Wang Chen, can you let me drive this Apollo IE for a bit? Do you like supercars?
Wang Chen asked, surprised by Li Meng's excitement.
Generally, it's boys who are into supercars, girls usually prefer sedans or coupes, focusing on attractive interiors and comfortable driving experiences. It's rare to find a girl who likes supercars. No wonder. There was a high-level driving skill listed in Li Meng's profile. Not just like. Li Meng nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I've always loved supercars and motorcycles. Every time I see them, I feel my adrenaline rush. The perfect combination of speed and passion is just so cool. Li Meng pouted, a hint of helplessness in her voice. Unfortunately, my family won't let me buy these cars. They always think they're too dangerous, and they say it's unsafe for a girl like me to drive them. They just won't agree, no matter what. To avoid getting shorter after adulthood, I can only admire them from afar. Wang Chen wasn't surprised. That's how the older generation thinks. To avoid getting shorter after adulthood? That sounds like a broken leg. As a girl, if she likes riding motorcycles and supercars, her family must think she's crazy. In the older generation's view, these are not things girls should be doing, and they would definitely not approve. This car is yours for today. Wang Chen took out the keys and handed them to Li Meng. Thanks. Li Meng took the keys, her expression betraying her uncontainable joy. She pressed the unlock button. The classic butterfly doors of the Apollo IE slowly lifted upwards. Li Meng's eyes sparkled instantly. So cool, she couldn't help but murmur to herself. She gently stroked the edge of the car door, then took a deep breath and sat in the driver's seat. Isn't it a bit inconvenient to drive in high heels? Wang Chen, sitting in the passenger seat, frowned slightly. He pointed to her silver high heels and said, although he was an experienced driver, he strictly followed traffic rules. Driving in high heels is clearly a big no-no. There are countless roads, but safety comes first. Driving unsafely can lead to tears for loved ones. Wang Chen had lived another life and gained a system. His wonderful life was just beginning. It would be such a waste if something happened because Li Meng was driving in high heels. Sorry. Li Meng glanced at her high heels and quickly responded, I got so excited seeing the car that I almost forgot I was still wearing these. A hint of embarrassment flashed across her face, and then she had a sudden idea. I'll go buy a pair of shoes from the shop nearby. Just wait a moment. After saying that, Li Meng quickly opened the car door and walked briskly towards the store by the street. Usually, she kept a pair of flat shoes in her own car for driving. Today, she came in her brother's car and got a bit too excited to think straight. Before long, Li Meng returned to the car wearing a pair of white sneakers. All set. Now I can drive. She firmly grasped the steering wheel with both hands, feeling the unique texture of the supercar's steering wheel, her heartbeat quickening. Wang Chen smiled at her but said nothing, simply fastening his seatbelt. Vroom as the engine roared to life, the Apollo IE slowly pulled out of the parking space. Li Meng was initially a bit cautious. After all, it was her first time driving such a top-tier supercar. But soon, she was captivated by the powerful performance and precise handling of the supercar, gradually loosening up. Wow, this is amazing. Wang Chen, hold on tight, I'm going to accelerate, Li Meng shouted excitedly, pressing the gas pedal down, and the supercar shot forward like an arrow, the scenery on both sides quickly receding. Wang Chen felt a jolt in his heart, inexplicably sensing something ominous rising within him. As expected, when the car exited the 60 km/h speed limit zone, a smile crept onto Li Meng's lips, her excitement fully ignited, her eyes burning with a desire for speed. She glanced at Wang Chen and slammed the gas pedal to the floor. The powerful engine instantly propelled the Apollo IE forward. The speedometer's needle jumped wildly, and in the blink of an eye, it surpassed 120 miles per hour. Wind rushed in through the windows, causing the items inside the car to rattle, and Li Meng shouted with excitement, this is the feeling, wow, the damn pushback sensation. Wang Chen's body was pressed firmly against the seat back due to the sudden acceleration. He gripped the armrest tightly, his heart racing, shouting loudly, Li Meng, slow down. This is too dangerous. This is the city. However, Li Meng had no intention of slowing down. The road ahead began to curve continuously, and the car sped toward the bends, the tires screeching against the pavement. So thrilling. Ha ha ha. Li Meng yelled at the top of her lungs, pressing the gas pedal down again. The engine roared deafeningly, like an enraged beast charging forward recklessly. Slow down. Only Wang Chen's terrified voice echoed in the air. Half an hour later, the car stopped on an unfamiliar street. Wang Chen and Li Meng walked toward a Mishui city on the roadside. Li Meng returned the car keys to Wang Chen, saying somewhat reluctantly, no wonder it's a globally limited top supercar. The driving experience is simply incredible. It's a pity that it can only be driven on the road, unable to unleash its true performance. After taking the keys, Wang Chen fell silent, not wanting to speak. He felt a tumult in his stomach. As soon as he sat down on a high stool at Mishui City, he quickly covered his mouth, trying to suppress his discomfort. Seeing this, Li Meng's excitement instantly vanished, replaced by deep concern. Wang Chen, are you okay? Did you get carsick from driving so recklessly just now? Li Meng hurriedly leaned closer to Wang Chen, her eyes filled with worry. She quickly got up and jogged to the counter, telling the staff, "Please hurry, get me a glass of room temperature lemon water, ice is fine too, he's not feeling well." In a short while, Li Meng rushed back with the lemon water, carefully handing it to Wang Chen. "Drink some water, slowly. It's all my fault, I was too impulsive just now and didn't consider your feelings." Her voice carried a hint of guilt, and her eyes were slightly red. Wang Chen took the lemon water, drank a few sips, and felt a bit of relief in his stomach. He waved his hand at Li Meng, smiling. "It's fine, just take a moment." Wang Chen finally understood why her family threatened her. If she dared to buy a motorcycle or supercar, they would break her legs. If their daughter drove like this, they would be furious enough to want to break her legs. Li Meng usually looked so beautiful and ladylike, but once she got behind the wheel, it was as if she had transformed into a different person. Driving in the urban area felt like racing. If she were on a track, she would surely take off. Wang Chen couldn't help but imagine. Li Meng Ruai truly stood on the professional racing track, dressed in a racing suit and wearing a helmet. Li Meng looked at Wang Chen, whose expression had improved quite a bit, and said earnestly, "How about I take you to the track for a few laps? You just need to get used to it. A few more laps will do the trick." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's hand holding the lemonade trembled slightly, and the smile on his face instantly froze. His lips twitched unnaturally as he hurriedly waved his hands in refusal, saying, "No, please don't. I'm still shaken from that last ride. You want to take me to the track? My poor heart can't handle it." Wang Chen forced a smile, recalling the scene earlier in the city when Li Meng had him speeding like the wind, and he still felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Seeing Wang Chen react so strongly, Li Meng couldn't help but chuckle. "Come on, I'm begging you. I'll just drive slower. I know a place where the track is really nice and not too crowded. I usually sneak out here alone without telling my parents." Li Meng opened her big, watery eyes, pleading pitifully. Her long eyelashes fluttered like little fans, gently quivering with her blinks, the corners of her eyes slightly raised, carrying a hint of playfulness and charm. At this moment, she looked at Wang Chen with great anticipation. Her face was small and delicate, with soft, flowing lines, like a carefully crafted work of art. Her fair skin had a faint blush, and beneath her high nose bridge was a slightly pouting, cherry-like mouth. Looking at Li Meng's pitiful yet adorable appearance, Wang Chen's heart softened instantly. He sighed helplessly and said with a wry smile, "All right then. Remember you said you'd drive slowly." Upon hearing this, Li Meng's eyes sparkled like brilliant stars, and she excitedly jumped up, saying, "Wang Chen, you're the best." In fact, Wang Chen also wanted to see the track. In his previous life, he never had the chance to visit such places. This was a paradise, exclusive to the wealthy. After all, no boy could refuse the thrill of racing on a real racetrack. Supercars were born for the track. Only on the track could the car's performance be perfectly showcased. Wang Chen had so many supercars, yet he had always been weaving through the streets and alleys of the Magic City. To be honest, it was truly a waste for these supercars. Wang Chen had nothing much to do in the afternoon and planned to take the wheel for a few laps himself. If Li Meng wanted to drive, let her do it. Anyway, Wang Chen wouldn't be in the passenger seat with her. If something happened and she crashed the car, that would be even better. Li Meng would just have to compensate Wang Chen. Trading an Apollo IE for the company of a beautiful girl was a deal that couldn't be considered a loss, no matter how you looked at it. Wang Chen sat in the passenger seat of the Apollo IE, watching as the car headed towards the suburbs. He couldn't help but ask, "Where are we going?" They had been driving out of the Magic City for half an hour and had now reached the suburbs. Tianma Mountain Cemetery. Li Meng's lips curled slightly, and a glint of mischief flashed in her eyes. "What? Hee, look how scared you are." Li Meng couldn't help but laugh. Then explained, "Next to Tianma Mountain Cemetery is the famous Tianma Mountain racetrack in the Magic City. Because building such a professional racetrack is very expensive. If it were built in the Magic City, the cost would be astronomical, so this track was built at Tianma Mountain. The Tianma Mountain racetrack is considered a substitute for the Magic City International Racetrack. I used to come here to practice driving secretly." Li Meng continued, "Unfortunately, the Magic City International Racetrack is generally not open to the public, otherwise, driving there would be even more thrilling. But fortunately, the Tianma Mountain Racetrack is also quite good. Although its scale and facilities can't compare to the International Racetrack, it has the advantage of being open at any time." Wang Chen hadn't thought of this, but thinking about it, such a professional track would have sky-high construction costs, and the maintenance expenses would also be ridiculously high. Receiving individual customers, earning a little money might not even cover the maintenance costs. Only this kind of small racetrack is open to the public on a daily basis. Wang Chen nodded slightly and then asked, "Is there usually a lot of people at the Tianma Mountain racetrack? I don't want to just stand in line and not get to drive much." Li Meng pouted and said helplessly, "After all, there are only a few people who play racing. Generally, there aren't many." Soon, the car slowly drove into the Tianma Mountain racetrack in the Magic City. "We've arrived." Before Wang Chen could take a good look around, Li Meng had already parked the car at the entrance of the racetrack. A staff member wearing a work badge and uniform approached with a smile on his face. He bent slightly, glanced into the car, and immediately said enthusiastically, "Miss Lee, it's been a while since you came. This time you brought a friend along?" "I've been too busy lately, I just came as soon as I had some free time," Li Meng said with a smile, waving her hand. As she spoke, Li Meng took a membership card out of her bag and handed it over. The staff member took the membership card, skillfully swiped it on a nearby machine, and respectfully said, "Miss Lee, you've accumulated quite a few points on your membership card. You can exchange them for small gifts next time you come. But your friend is here for the first time, right? According to the rules, new customers must first participate in his safety training, which takes about 20 minutes, and then you can go out on the track." Li Meng nodded, pointed to the parking lot, and asked, "Still park in the usual place?" "Yes, just park there," the staff member quickly replied. After registering, he returned the membership card to Li Meng and raised the barrier. Wang Chen glanced at Li Meng. This woman even had a membership card here. How deep is her addiction? Li Meng noticed Wang Chen's gaze and playfully nudged him with her elbow, saying, "Don't just stand there. Once you experience it, you'll definitely want to get one too." Li Meng then drove the car into the racetrack. She parked and turned off the engine. Wang Chen opened the car door and was instantly captivated by the scene before him. The large racetrack appeared somewhat desolate, with not a single person in sight. Moreover, this racetrack was clearly a bit small. Wang Chen examined it closely and felt that this racetrack was at most only 2 kilometers long. Just this distance. And there were 7 or 8 turns. This was completely different from what he had imagined before coming. It was too shabby. Wang Chen looked puzzled and turned to Li Meng, slightly furrowing his brows. "This is quite a gap from what I imagined. With such a small track, what can we do?" "You might have to hit the brakes before you even floor the accelerator," Li Meng said helplessly. "Although it's a bit small here, this is the only racetrack open to the public around the Magic City besides the international circuits. Don't underestimate this place. Such a track has been recognized by the International Automobile Federation and meets international standards." Wang Chen nodded upon hearing this. Guided by the staff, he arrived at the safe driving training room. After 30 minutes of training, Li Meng said to Wang Chen, "Why don't you take advantage of the fact that there's no one around and run a couple of laps on the track?" Wang Chen looked at the track and felt a surge of excitement. Although the Tianma racetrack was relatively small, it was still a racetrack. Moreover, it was just right for a beginner like him. He might not be able to handle a more advanced track. He took a deep breath, nodded, suppressing his inner tension and excitement, and sat in the driver's seat of the Apollo IE. As soon as Wang Chen touched the steering wheel, he felt something was off. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the seat position had changed. After adjusting the seat, Wang Chen started the engine and gently pressed the accelerator. He smoothly drove onto the track. "Accelerate, let me see your skills." Li Meng sat in the passenger seat, the corners of her mouth curling up with a hint of eager excitement. Wang Chen looked at the racetrack ahead, feeling his blood boil. With the term mechanical soul delight in play, he had nothing to fear. He slammed the accelerator to the floor. V-room. The engine of the Apollo IE let out a deep and powerful roar, the car leaping forward like a cheetah. Wang Chen watched the speedometers needle rocket up like a lit rocket, rapidly climbing towards the right side of the dial. In the blink of an eye, the speed broke through 100 km per hour, then 110 km/h, 130 km per hour, 160 km per hour, 200 km per hour. The intense push against his back pressed him firmly into the seat as if he were merging with it. The wind whistled sharply in his ears. Wang Chen felt his brain swell, his ears ringing as if he were deaf. He couldn't even hear Li Meng's shouts beside him, but his eyes were fixed ahead, revealing an almost mad confidence. This confidence was bestowed upon him by the mechanical soul delight. Even with his heart racing and blood surging through his veins, he firmly believed he could perfectly control this car. The Apollo IE seemed to be completely awakened, its speed steadily increasing. It felt like this was its true form. Even through the curves, Wang Chen didn't slow down. Yet the Apollo IE remained stable, showcasing its excellent balance. System. After the curve, a long straight stretch lay ahead. Accelerate again. Accelerate. V-room. A powerful sound wave surged past his ears. In an instant, the entire racetrack was enveloped by this overwhelming sound wave. In just a few seconds, Wang Chen completed a lap. Without a moment's pause, he turned the steering wheel, and the Apollo IE shot off like lightning towards the next lap. After several laps, Wang Chen finally came to a stop, feeling a bit unsatisfied. Indeed, driving a supercar required a professional racetrack. That was the real thrill. After parking the car, Wang Chen removed his helmet and let out a long breath. "Wang Chen, I didn't expect your skills to be so good, almost on par with a professional racer," Li Meng said, looking at him in surprise. "You didn't even slow down for the curves. Is this your first time at a racetrack?" Wang Chen smiled and replied, "It really is my first time." Li Meng's eyes widened. Her face filled with disbelief. "That's too exaggerated. To perform like this on your first try, have you secretly practiced?" "Maybe I just have a knack for the racetrack. It felt particularly smooth right from the start. Wang Chen shrugged and said with a mysterious smile. He knew very well that the mechanical soul delight played a crucial role in this. However, he didn't want anyone to know about the system's existence. Then Wang Chen unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the car door, and got out. Li Meng also got out from the passenger seat. She looked at Wang Chen standing still beside her, puzzled, and said, "Aren't you going to be the passenger? I can show you my true skills." "No need, you drive, I just want to get some fresh air." Wang Chen waved his hand and directly refused. He must have been out of his mind to ride in her car. He had already driven so fast in the city. Who knew how wild he would get on the racetrack? Although they had only known each other for less than a day, he was going to be Li Meng's boss in the future. He didn't want to embarrass himself again. "Alright then," Li Meng said, nodding helplessly. "I've run this track countless times, but it's my first time driving such a top supercar." Li Meng took the keys from Wang Chen's hand. She smoothly slid into the driver's seat, closed the door, and her movements were seamless. The engine roared again. The sound was even more frenzied than when Wang Chen was driving. The Apollo IE shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Wang Chen stood by the racetrack, arms crossed over his chest, his eyes quickly darting as the cars sped by. After a few laps, Li Meng skillfully downshifted and braked, bringing the car to a steady stop in front of Wang Chen. Just as she got out of the car, a voice suddenly called out from behind. "Li Meng." Hearing the voice, Li Meng turned around and saw a group of people approaching. From a distance, there were 8 of them in total. At the forefront was a tall, somewhat lanky man, appearing to be in his 20s, dressed in a white casual outfit. He stood tall, with sharp eyes, exuding an aura of authority. The lanky man walked up to the two, a faint smile playing on his lips. Meng, what brings you here today? You didn't even give me a heads up." "If it weren't for the staff telling me, I wouldn't have known you were here," Li Meng replied, her brow slightly furrowed, a hint of annoyance flashing across her face. "Do you need something? If not, please don't disturb me while I'm driving." He. The smile on the lanky man's face froze for a moment before he quickly regained his composure. His gaze fell on Wang Chen, then shifted to the Apollo IE and the local 88,888 license plate behind him. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, and he said nonchalantly, "This friend looks a bit unfamiliar." Meng, is this your new friend? You didn't even introduce him to us old friends." "He's not just my friend, he's also my boss," Li Meng replied coolly. The lanky man maintained his casual smile but asked with curiosity, "Didn't your uncle want you to work at his company? Aren't you afraid he'll blame you when he finds out?" "Kong Jin Yuan," Li Meng said, a bit irritated. "My own affairs don't require your concern, and it's not your place to inquire. And please call me Li Meng. You're not anyone to me, always meddling." Meng, that's not quite right," Kong Jin Yuan said with a smile. "We grew up together, and your uncle has always treated me like a half-son. Our families have a long-standing friendship. I'm just looking out for you. How can that be called meddling?" Kong Jin Yuan fixed his gaze on Wang Chen's face. "After all, you haven't experienced the harshness of society and can easily be deceived by appearances. Just because someone is handsome doesn't mean they're a good person. I'm just looking out for you, checking on your new boss. It can only benefit you, not harm you. Otherwise, if you encounter someone unscrupulous with bad intentions." Kong Jin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a barely perceptible coldness flashing in them. "I can't explain that to your uncle." At his words, Li Meng felt a surge of anger rise within her. She retorted furiously, "Don't be so shameless. My dad is my dad. We just have some connections, but you and I have nothing to do with each other. I warn you to show some respect. This is my boss, Wang Chen, not some unscrupulous person." Wang Chen started his own business at this age, unlike you, who spends all day with your shady friends thinking you're so capable. Mind your own business and stop pointing fingers. Li Meng's words left no room for Kong Jin Yuan's pride. She found his facade of concern utterly disgusting. The veins on Kong Jin Yuan's forehead throbbed, and a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes as he looked at Wang Chen. He suppressed his anger and chose not to argue with Li Meng any further. Maintaining his smile, Kong Jin Yuan turned to Wang Chen and said, "Let's get acquainted. I'm Kong Jin Yuan. You're probably not a local, right? Getting a magic A88888 license plate shows you have some clout." "No need to get acquainted," Wang Chen replied coldly, his expression devoid of any desire for friendship. Just now, what Kong Jin Yuan said didn't shy away from himself at all. On the surface, it seemed like concern for Li Meng. In reality, every word was a belittlement and provocation directed at himself. He even specifically pointed out Wang Chen's license plate. Clearly, the local leopard number plate in the Magic City meant nothing to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident. Presumably, his background is also not simple. Plus, with the surname Kong, this name doesn't mean much elsewhere. But in the Magic City, it becomes somewhat sensitive. However, while others might fear him a little, Wang Chen was not afraid. Not to mention, just in this small area of the Magic City, there aren't many people who can make Wang Chen bow his head. Does he really think the Wang family is easy to mess with? Climbing snow-capped mountains and crossing grasslands back in the day, the horses he rode were not just for show. Kong Jinyuan? What a joke! The smile on Kong Jinyuan's face gradually faded, replaced by a sullen expression. Wang Chen no longer paid attention to her and turned to Li Meng, saying, "You guys chat, I'll go for a few more laps." He then returned to the car and started the engine. "Wait for me, I'm going too." Li Meng quickly ran towards Wang Chen's car, deftly opened the door, and sat in the passenger seat. Wang Chen skillfully maneuvered the car, speeding towards the racetrack. He didn't want to deal with such people and didn't care about the relationship between Kong Jinyuan and Li Meng. Today, only the racetrack could pique his interest. "Damn, Brother Kong, this kid is a bit arrogant." "Yeah, your reputation seems to be lacking. I didn't expect Brother Kong to be looked down upon in the Magic City." "Exactly, we've never seen someone so cocky on our turf. Master Kong, say the word and we'll rush over and show him what's what." Someone who can get a Magic A88888 license plate at such a young age must be no simple character. A young man wearing black-framed glasses, looking relatively composed, pushed up his glasses and furrowed his brow as he analyzed. "Who cares if he's simple or not?" A blonde guy next to Kong Jinyuan said, "Everyone knows the power Brother Kong has here. Even if he has some background, he better think twice. Offending us is just asking for trouble." Kong Jinyuan heard their discussion, and his expression gradually darkened. "Shut up," he suddenly shouted. Everyone was startled by his sudden outburst, exchanging glances and daring not to speak. "Again. Looks like I've been too low-key lately. It's been a long time since anyone dared to disrespect me." Kong Jinyuan's face was grim as he turned and walked towards a yellow Lamborghini Huracan LP Spider parked nearby. "Brother Kong, what are you going to do?" The bespectacled young man sensed something was off and immediately stepped forward to block Kong Jinyuan. "Brother Kong, don't act impulsively. It'll be troublesome if something happens. This racetrack is crowded and full of eyes, with cameras everywhere. It's easy to get caught on tape. If the video gets online, public opinion won't be in our favor." At this moment, the blonde guy also chimed in. "Brother Kong, this Wang Chen can get that kind of license plate. He might have some backing. If we hurt him, his people definitely won't let it go, and we'll all be in trouble." Kong Jinyuan frowned, ignoring their advice. After getting into the Lamborghini, he started the car. He slammed the accelerator to the floor. The tires screeched against the ground, producing a piercing sound and kicking up a cloud of dust. The car charged forward like a frenzied beast, heading in the direction where Wang Chen and Li Meng had gone. Wang Chen drove the car, looking at the upcoming curve, showing no intention of slowing down. Just as he was about to cut into the turn with perfect speed and angle, a flash of bright yellow suddenly streaked across the rearview mirror. Immediately after, a deafening roar of an engine approached from afar. Li Meng also sensed something unusual. She turned her head to look back and exclaimed, "Wang Chen, it's Kong Jinyuan, he's catching up." Whoosh! A bright yellow shadow zipped past Wang Chen like lightning. Wang Chen frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flickering in his eyes. Hiss! A sharp, piercing sound tore through the air in an instant. Kong Jinyuan's Lamborghini unexpectedly slowed down without warning. The brake discs and pads screeched violently, emitting a pungent burnt smell. Kong Jinyuan controlled the vehicle, deliberately driving at a speed significantly lower than Wang Chen's, brazenly blocking the way in front of him. The same roadblock loomed ahead, openly flaunting its provocation. Wang Chen instinctively slowed down and turned the steering wheel to the side, then pressed the brake to come to a gradual stop. Fortunately, the Apollo IE's brake discs were made of ceramic material, and after a few laps, they had already heated up, fully demonstrating their excellent braking performance. With a sharp screech, he came to a steady halt. Wang Chen looked at the Lamborghini ahead, his expression as dark as water. Li Meng screamed in terror, then, with a face full of anger, leaned out of the window and shouted at Kong Jinyuan's car. "Kong Jinyuan, are you crazy? You reckless bastard, just drive properly. What kind of skill is it to block the road on purpose? Do you think you can scare us like this? You complete scoundrel." Kong Jinyuan seemed to be deliberately provoking him. After Wang Chen stopped, he also slowed down and stopped in front. He even extended his hand out of the window, giving a middle finger. Wang Chen pressed the gas pedal again, and the Apollo IE began to accelerate. The Lamborghini in front also started up. Kong Jinyuan occupied the lane, not giving Wang Chen a chance to overtake. The two cars were very close enough that Wang Chen only needed to press the gas a little harder for the two vehicles to collide. Wang Chen lightly tapped the brakes, reducing his speed slightly. The Lamborghini in front also slowed down. Wang Chen accelerated again, and the Lamborghini followed suit. They maintained a certain distance at all times. "Damn it, what an idiot!" Wang Chen cursed under his breath. "Is Kong Jinyuan out of his mind?" Li Meng, sitting in the passenger seat, said with some fear, "Why don't we pull over and stop? Let's not get entangled with him." Wang Chen took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the steering wheel, and then slammed the gas pedal to the floor. Bang! With a loud crash, the Apollo IE slammed into the rear of the Lamborghini like a cannonball. The tremendous impact caused the Lamborghini to lurch forward violently. The rear of the car was severely deformed, the metal twisting with a sharp, piercing sound. The strong collision sent the Lamborghini uncontrollably careening off the track. Kong Jinyuan was also jolted by the sudden impact, his head nearly hitting the steering wheel. He stared wide-eyed in terror, his hands frantically spinning the steering wheel, trying to regain control of the vehicle. Screech! The tires spun on the ground, continuously emitting smoke. The tires screeched against the surface, leaving a long, black mark at the edge of the track. No! Kong Jinyuan screamed in despair. The Lamborghini crashed straight into the guardrail beside the track. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as metal collided with metal, creating a massive shockwave. The guardrail twisted and deformed from the impact. The front of the Lamborghini was severely damaged, and the airbags deployed instantly, wrapping Kong Jinyuan tightly. At the same time, Wang Chen was also affected by the reaction force of the collision, causing the front of the Apollo IE to crumple inward. The bumper was already twisted beyond recognition, with part of it hanging down. Beneath the front, the headlights shattered into a pile of glass shards. Kong Jinyuan was tightly pinned to the driver's seat by the airbag. His head was violently thrust forward by the airbag, then slammed back against the seat. The corner of his eye, caught off guard, struck the edge of the steering wheel, instantly splitting open a gash, with bright red blood trickling down his cheek. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, his eyes filled with terror and rage. Wang Chen, how dare you crash my car? Kong Jinyuan temporarily ignored the wound at the corner of his eye, staring at his beloved car in such a state. He clenched his fists and pounded the already deflated airbag with all his might. This isn't over. Damn! Kong Jinyuan had few hobbies, and street racing was one of them. He had loved cars since he was a child. As he grew up, he mingled in various racing circuits, and by his 20s he had the skills of a professional racer. Lamborghini Huracan LP Spider. To acquire it, he pulled countless strings and waited for over half a year before finally getting the car. The second-generation elite of the entire Magic City knew that Kong Jinyuan cherished his car like life itself. This Lamborghini Huracan LP Spider was even more dear to him. Due to family reasons, he needed to keep a low profile. The higher the position, the more cautious one had to be. His family originally forbade him from buying luxury cars, but he couldn't resist and secretly bought it under a friend's name, hiding it from his parents. He refused to let any of his friends drive it. He took meticulous care of it, wiping down the body before every drive, not allowing even a speck of dust, let alone Wang Chen wrecking his car. Even a minor scratch would make Kong Jinyuan demand compensation. Wang Chen's expression was indifferent. Ignoring Li Meng's terrified shouts beside him, he turned the steering wheel, aiming the front of his car at the Lamborghini. V-room! 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 The Apollo IE roared to life under Wang Chen's command. Ready to launch. Trying to scare me? Kong Jinyuan watched Wang Chen's actions, sneering as he shouted, "Dare to hit me again and see what happens." Kong Jinyuan sat firmly in his car, unyielding. He didn't believe Wang Chen would dare to crash into him again. Did he think he was just a scarecrow? Based on his experience, given the level of power Wang Chen was building up, even if he was in the car, he wouldn't just walk away unscathed. Come on, if you have the guts, hit me again. Let's see if you want to spend the rest of your life in prison today. You spineless coward, I wonder if you have the guts. Kong Jinyuan's car had been crashed and he was seething with anger with no outlet for it. He directly confronted Wang Chen. With his status, who in the Magic City would dare to touch him? If anything happened to Kong Jinyuan, no matter how strong Wang Chen's background was, he would still be skinned alive. Thinking of this, Kong Jinyuan felt even more confident, and his expression grew increasingly arrogant. But in the next moment, the smile on Kong Jinyuan's face froze. He had been playing with cars since childhood. He knew everything about their performance. Just hearing the increasingly frantic engine sound of Wang Chen's car, he realized Wang Chen was not joking. This was serious. Damn it! Kong Jinyuan cursed loudly. The color drained from his face, and in a panic he unbuckled his seatbelt. Rolling and scrambling to open the car door and jump out, Kong Jinyuan fell to the ground. His body was pierced with shards of glass, and a sharp pain surged through him, making him cry out in agony. He struggled to get up, wanting to escape from there. Just as he managed to stand upright, he saw Wang Chen's Apollo IE crash into his Lamborghini again. Boom! The entire racetrack erupted with a deafening sound, accompanied by gasps and screams from the crowd. After this collision, the Lamborghini was completely totaled. The entire front of the car was obliterated. The whole vehicle was crumpled together, with only the middle section still somewhat intact. At this moment, Wang Chen's expression was cold, clearly not intending to let this car go so easily. He stepped back a bit, the tires screeching against the ground, producing a harsh sound. Then the car accelerated again, crashing into the mangled remains of the Lamborghini. Wang Chen! Stop it! Calm down! Li Meng shouted, gripping the handle inside the car tightly, her voice trembling with tears. Wang Chen ignored her, repeating the action over and over. It wasn't until the Lamborghini was reduced to a pile of scrap metal that he finally relented. The spectators in the arena watched the Lamborghini with wide eyes, their expressions varied. The Lamborghini before them was beyond repair, completely a heap of junk. There was no need for repairs anymore. With that money, it would be more cost-effective to buy a new car. And Wang Chen's Apollo IE wasn't in much better shape. The front was severely deformed. But Wang Chen didn't care, it was just a car worth tens of millions. He felt it was worth it to spend that much just to vent his frustration. Trapped in the severely deformed Apollo IE, the door was twisted and jammed shut from the impact, refusing to budge. Without hesitation, he lifted his foot and kicked the door hard. With a bang, the door flew open, shattered glass scattering everywhere. Wang Chen stepped out of the car with an indifferent expression. It was just a pity he hadn't brought a bodyguard today, otherwise, it wouldn't have been just a simple car crash. He brushed off the dust that had settled on him. Aside from that, he had no injuries at all. Wang Chen stood still, his gaze sweeping over the crowd around him, finally landing on Kong Jinyuan not far away. Kong Jinyuan was slumped on the ground, looking utterly disheveled. Shattered glass was embedded in his clothes and skin, blood oozing from his wounds, staining his clothes a deep red. Still shaken, Kong Jinyuan slowly regained his composure. He stormed toward Wang Chen, fury radiating from him. A few friends, seeing this, followed closely behind Kong Jinyuan, surrounding Wang Chen. Li Meng struggled to crawl out of the deformed Apollo IE. She didn't even bother to fix her messy hair or dust off her clothes. She stumbled over to Wang Chen's side, shouting at Kong Jinyuan and the others, "Don't be impulsive. Let's talk this out. Kong Jinyuan, you were in the wrong first. It's not Wang Chen's fault. If you dare to lay a hand on him, I'll go to your grandfather and have him deal with you." Kong Jinyuan ignored Li Meng, disregarding her attempts to intervene, his gaze fixed on Wang Chen. "How dare you?" His eyes were bloodshot, his face contorted with rage as he yelled at Wang Chen. "Do you have any idea what the consequences of this are?" His beloved car was destroyed. He had jumped out of the car in fright, injured and humiliated in front of his friends. Kong Jinyuan had never felt so embarrassed in his life. "Consequences? Since I did it, I've never been afraid." Wang Chen's expression was calm, a hint of disdain in his eyes as he mocked. "You can't be upset about your car, can you? No way. No way. Just a few million for a broken car. If it's gone, it's gone. I don't care if my tens of millions car is scrapped. As an outsider, I wouldn't be upset over a car. You, a local from Magic City, shouldn't be so humiliated over a car, right?" Wang Chen crossed his arms, tilting his head slightly as he looked at Kong Jinyuan, his eyes full of mockery. "If you're really upset, I'll be generous. I'll compensate you with a toy car, how about that? If you think that's too little, my Apollo IE should still be worth something, you can take it and sell it for scrap, then add some money to buy a new car." Wang Chen glanced at the wrecked Lamborghini and said, "Next time you drive, be careful, you just happened to run into me. If you encounter someone with a bad temper, it won't just be the car that's scrapped." As Wang Chen finished speaking, the surroundings gradually fell silent. Kong Jinyuan's friends exchanged glances, looking at each other in disbelief. Has he always been this bold? Does he not realize that this will only infuriate Kong Jinyuan completely? The few friends with Kong Jinyuan were stunned by Wang Chen's words, their jaws nearly dropping in shock. Their eyes were filled with regret. As Kong Jinyuan's friends, they knew all too well the power his family wielded. In the past, there had been no shortage of rich second-generation individuals who had thought about provoking Kong Jinyuan. But someone like Wang Chen, who had crashed his car and nearly taken Kong Jinyuan's life, was a first for them. Li Meng also looked at Wang Chen in surprise. She knew that Wang Chen's company had a registered capital of 100 billion and his family's influence must be considerable, otherwise, her brother wouldn't be trying to curry favor with Wang Chen and introduce himself. After this brief interaction, Li Meng also realized that Wang Chen was not the kind of person who acted without thinking. He possessed a calmness and composure that was rare for someone his age. Yet Wang Chen still acted this way. This indicated that he clearly did not regard Kong Jinyuan at all. His actions must be backed by substantial confidence. Watching Wang Chen's calm demeanor, Li Meng couldn't help but feel a wave of unease. Kong Jinyuan's background was not simple at all. Li Meng took a deep breath and anxiously said to Wang Chen, "Don't take this lightly. Kong Jinyuan's background is truly formidable. His family has significant connections in both political and business circles, with a wide network. Today, you've offended him like this, and he definitely won't let it go. Now you're scared? It's too late." Kong Jinyuan shouted, his voice hoarse. "Wang Chen, do you think you can run wild in Magic City just because you have some money? You're too naive. Do you believe that with just a snap of my fingers, I can make you disappear in this city? Your company will also be under my name. You should kneel and beg for mercy right now. Maybe out of mercy, I'll let you off the hook." "Oh?" Wang Chen listened to Kong Jinyuan's bluster, and the smile on his face grew wider. "Make me disappear and want my company too? Just you? You think I'll kneel and beg for mercy? You must still be dreaming." Wang Chen slightly tilted his head, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "I'm curious, how? Do you plan to make me disappear? With your few friends, or your family's so-called connections?" "Kong Jinyuan, let's end this matter here today." Continuing will only be bad for everyone? Li Meng hurriedly stepped forward, arms outstretched in an attempt to separate the two. Let's all calm down, escalating this won't benefit anyone. Besides, you were at fault first, and Wang Chen was just momentarily angry. Li Meng, stop speaking for him. Kong Jinyuan glared fiercely at Li Meng and said, I was at fault first? He crashed my car and humiliated me. If I hadn't reacted quickly, we would already be calling an ambulance. If this matter is just brushed aside, how will I survive in Magic City in the future? What will others think of me? What will they think of the Kong family? As soon as Kong Jinyuan finished speaking, a young man with yellow hair jumped out, pointing at Wang Chen's nose and cursing, You outsider, don't think that just because you have some money you can act recklessly here. You must give us a satisfactory explanation today, or you'll regret it. Li Meng took a deep breath and said, Wang Chen is with me. If you have a problem, come at me. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was taken aback. Kong Jinyuan was first stunned, then a flicker of anger crossed his face. Li Meng, what are you doing? Are you opposing me for this guy? I almost died at his hands, and after knowing you for so many years, you actually help an outsider. This matter has nothing to do with you. Don't meddle. Kong Jinyuan vented his anger on Wang Chen. He crashed my car, and out of respect for you, I could let it go. But he wants my life. This matter is far from over. I don't take lives lightly. If I let him go, who knows how many people will suffer in the future. A glint of cold light flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. Kong Jinyuan, don't turn the tables on me. The responsibility for the accident hasn't been determined yet, and you already insist that I want your life? If you think you can use this to control me, you're not qualified. Li Meng wanted to say something more, but Wang Chen raised his hand to stop her. He continued, Did you ever think about the consequences? When you borrowed my car? Stop disgusting me here. Your worthless life isn't worth mourning. Don't bring harm to others. Kong Jinyuan's teeth ground together. With a sharp sound, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. With a sullen face, he squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. Being young and reckless is fine, but if you go too far, you won't even know how you died. Money isn't everything. Some people are not worth offending. The price of being overly arrogant is not something you can bear. With just a word from me, I can make it impossible for you to move an inch in the Magic City. Kong Jinyuan snorted coldly. This is the Magic City. It's not your place to act wild. Apologize to me now, and it's not too late. Ha! Wang Chen let out a cold laugh, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You're already an adult, and you're still playing these games? You can only rely on your family background to threaten others. That's all you're capable of. Today, I want to see what you can do to make me apologize. I don't believe that someone who treasures a car so much can have any great abilities. Kong Jinyuan's face instantly turned red, veins bulging on his forehead, completely enraged. He said angrily, This is what you brought upon yourself. I was originally thinking of giving you a chance, but since you're hellbent on seeking death, I'll satisfy you today. After saying this, Kong Jinyuan took out his phone and dialed a number. Seeing both sides getting heated, Li Meng felt increasingly anxious. If this escalated, wouldn't the Magic City be turned upside down? Kong Jinyuan, Li Meng said, Can you calm down? What good does it do you to let things get to this point? Do you want your father's career to be affected too? Kong Jinyuan ignored her, sneering at Li Meng. What do you know? If I don't vent this anger today, how will I survive in this circle in the future? Nobody is stopping me today. I must make him pay the price. Wang Chen, let's go. Li Meng turned and grabbed Wang Chen's hand, wanting to leave first. This matter started because of me. I'll handle the rest. You don't need to worry about it. Don't get angry with him. Kong Jinyuan has gone mad. Let's leave, okay? Kong Jinyuan was on the phone. Suddenly, he saw Li Meng actively reach for Wang Chen's hand. He became anxious. Kong Jinyuan and Li Meng had been childhood friends, and in his heart, Li Meng had always been the one he recognized. He had never even held Li Meng's hand. At this moment, Kong Jinyuan felt a rush of blood to his head, intense jealousy and anger completely drowning his reason. Surround these two. For me, this matter isn't over today. Kong Jinyuan shouted to a few friends. Kong Jinyuan, do you really want to go to the end? Li Meng said, I'm calling my dad right now. Do you really want to make things unmanageable and embarrass the elders? After saying this, Li Meng took out her phone, just about to dial. Wang Chen reached out to stop her. Li Meng looked at Wang Chen in confusion, not understanding why he was stopping her. You don't need to intervene. Wang Chen said lightly, since I dare to stand here, it proves I have confidence. Just when I was getting a bit bored, playing with him is also a good choice. No matter what his background is, I'll take it on and accompany him to the end. Let's see if you die today, or I live. If he doesn't kneel and beg for mercy today, I'll roll out of the Magic City. As soon as Wang Chen finished speaking, a few of Kong Jinyuan's friends almost burst out laughing. They truly admired Wang Chen's courage. To dare provoke Kong Jinyuan in the Magic City, he must have the guts of a bear and the heart of a leopard. He even said he would make Kong Jinyuan kneel and beg for mercy. Originally, they were worried that Wang Chen had an impressive background, but now it seemed that Wang Chen was Just a reckless youth, unaware of the dangers around him. Did he think the Magic City was some small place? That he could be so arrogant? Is this kid living in a dream? Huang Ma laughed while slapping his thigh. He still wants Kong Xiao to kneel and beg for mercy. I think he doesn't know his own weight. Another overweight man chimed in. Exactly, in the Magic City, if Kong Xiao stomps his foot, the ground will shake. He still dares to talk big, just wait until he cries. Later, hearing his friend's mockery, Kong Jinyuan's smile grew even wider. He showed no concealment of his disdain and then said into the phone, I'm at the Tianma Mountain Racetrack. Bring some people over right away. After hanging up, Kong Jinyuan walked over to his beloved car. Looking at the now wrecked Lamborghini, his expression darkened. He instinctively tightened his grip on the phone. Wang Chen watched Kong Jinyuan call for help, his expression calm. However, Li Meng beside him was a bit anxious. She looked at Wang Chen, who showed no signs of action, and couldn't help but whisper, Wang Chen, I know your family is not simple, but Kong Jinyuan is not as easy to deal with as you think. Kong Jinyuan's father is the deputy mayor of the Magic City. He has connections in both political and business circles. How can we compete with him? You need to contact someone quickly. This is the Magic City. After all, your family is limited in influence. Li Meng's forehead was beaded with fine sweat as she nervously said, if your family can't do anything, I'll notify my dad. Our families have some connections, it might help a bit. Don't rush, let's wait a bit longer. Wang Chen gently shook his head. His nonchalant demeanor clearly indicated that he didn't take Li Meng's words seriously. Seeing this, Li Meng looked at Wang Chen with a mix of belief and doubt, wanting to say something but hesitating. She suspected that Wang Chen was just saving face by resisting like this. But the situation was urgent. She had no other options and could only silently pray that Wang Chen truly had a plan. If Wang Chen couldn't handle it, she would contact her family to intervene. Wang Chen was targeted by Kong Jinyuan because of her. She absolutely couldn't let him get hurt. Just as Li Meng was filled with anxiety and Kong Jinyuan was becoming increasingly arrogant, several police cars, accompanied by sirens, drove into the racetrack. Leading the way was a Santana. The car came to a steady stop. The door opened and a man in a white shirt got out first. He looked to be in his 30s, holding a delicate briefcase. After getting out, he quickly scanned the area, his gaze landing precisely on Wang Chen. He then walked straight towards Kong Jinyuan. The two began to converse quietly. 5 men in police uniforms got out of the police cars behind them. They first glanced towards Wang Chen, then shifted their focus to the chaotic racetrack. The Apollo IE and Lamborghini were already deformed and twisted, losing their former grandeur. They ignored Wang Chen and walked over to take a few photos of the scene. Then they carefully examined the traces left on the racetrack and collected some items to put into evidence bags. What are you doing? Suddenly, Kong Jinyuan's voice came through. Everyone's gaze turned towards Kong Jinyuan. They saw him looking at the man beside him with an unfriendly expression. The man felt a bit intimidated under Kong Jinyuan's gaze and lowered his head, continuously explaining. Kong Jinyuan glanced over at Wang Chen and said in a lowered voice, how could we not find any information on this kid? Doesn't he have a company? Can't we find the registration information? Did you even check? The man pulled out a stack of documents from his briefcase, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he hurriedly said, Young Master Kong, I checked all of this. But it seems like his company's registration information has been deliberately tampered with. All the key details are vague, and even the legal representative's contact number is a deadline. Young Master Kong, how could I dare to deceive you? I used all my connections and even asked friends from the underworld for help. But this Wang Chen seems to have appeared out of nowhere. All leads just stop at a certain point. I know nothing about his family situation either. Kong Jinyuan furrowed his brows, a bad feeling rising within him. After pondering for a moment, he sneered, it seems this kid has some skills. No wonder he dares to speak so arrogantly. He was mentally prepared for not being able to find Wang Chen's information. After all, the man in front of him was just a small team leader. His position wasn't very high, so it was normal not to find anything. It wouldn't make sense if Wang Chen, being so arrogant, could be easily investigated. However, even if Wang Chen had some background, Kong Jinyuan didn't take it to heart. In Magic City, whether you were a dragon or a tiger, you had to abide by his rules. No one could do anything about it. Young Master Kong, why don't we wait a bit? Let's talk after we clarify the investigation, the man cautiously suggested. What if this kid's identity and background are not ordinary? That could be troublesome. What kind of background could he possibly have? Kong Jinyuan chuckled lightly. Even if he has a powerful background, he must follow my rules on my turf. My rules are the rules. Besides, if he really had some big shot backing him, I wouldn't not know him. I suspect this kid is just a nouveau riche who has latched onto some big shot's leg. It's normal that you can't find anything. Kong Jinyuan didn't care. Although the Kong family wasn't much in Huagua, just a small fry, in Magic City, after years of accumulation, they had already reached a point where they could cover the sky with one hand. Like a net tightly woven with the political and business circles. Those prominent figures in the business and political realms had to respectfully address Kong Jinyuan as young Master Kong. There were many families in the capital that he couldn't afford to offend. But a nouveau riche from a small place Kong Jinyuan didn't take seriously at all. What if he was rich? In Huagua, power is the pinnacle of everything. With just a flick of his finger, Kong Jinyuan could decide the life and death of a company. Alright. Seeing Kong Jinyuan's firm attitude, the man didn't dare to persuade further and could only turn to walk towards the few police officers. He approached them and whispered in conversation. The officers nodded slightly, indicating they understood. Then they walked over to Wang Chen and said, Wang Chen, right? Based on the clues we currently have, this incident has many suspicious points. We suspect you may have intent to commit murder, and we need you to come with us to the police station for further investigation. Kong Jinyuan stood aside, a smug smile appearing on his face. Up to now, Wang Chen was still sitting there, waiting for his fate. Clearly, he was in a state of panic, not knowing what to do. Kong Jinyuan crossed his arms, adopting a posture of watching a show, ready to enjoy the sight of Wang Chen being taken away in a fluster. He still has some composure. He's managed to stay calm until now. Ha ha. Kong Jinyuan's smile grew more pronounced, mocking, what's wrong? Still trying to hold on? Let's see if you can remain so calm once you're in the police station. I want to see how long you can hold on. Wang Chen looked at Kong Jinyuan's arrogant demeanor and sighed in disappointment. He had thought Kong Jinyuan had some thunderous means, but it turned out to be just these few police officers. Wang Chen felt a bit let down. Was it really not good to trouble his family over such trivial matters? He shook his head. Slowly, he took out a mobile phone from his pocket and dialed a number. The phone rang briefly before being answered. A deep voice came from the other end. Xiaoyu, why are you calling all of a sudden? Wang Chen took a deep breath, trying to keep his tone calm. Dad, someone is framing me for intentional homicide. Intentional homicide? Wang Jianguo on the other end sounded somewhat speechless. As long as you don't provoke trouble, no one can bully you. Whatever it is, I'll take care of it for you. They even dared to bully my son, who has such audacity? Wang Chen briefly explained the conflict with Kong Jinyuan. This guy's family isn't simple, I heard. He's the deputy mayor of the Demon City and now he wants to take me away. Wang Chen smiled. Deputy mayor of the Demon City? Yes. Tell me the specifics. Wang Jianguo said seriously upon hearing this. Kong Xiao, this. The man in a short shirt beside him hesitated and looked at Kong Jinyuan, signaling whether to interrupt Wang Chen's call. What are you panicking about? Let's see what tricks he can pull. Kong Jinyuan shook his head. I just want to see who his backer is and how powerful they are to dare provoke me. Once Kong Jinyuan started using the power of the state, the nature of this matter changed. This was no longer a conflict between Wang Chen and him. It was a contest between two families. In this circle of power, taking action is the most primitive approach. Power struggles are common among the privileged class. Various forces swirl beneath the surface, while everything appears calm on the surface. It seems Wang Chen was just holding on. Wang Chen no longer paid attention to Kong Jinyuan and clarified the situation to Wang Jianguo on the phone. There was a system rationalizing the cognitive level. Wang Chen disclosed everything without any concealment about his company with 100 billion in actual capital and Apollo. I.e., he blocked your car, and then what? Wang Jianguo's tone was very flat, showing no surprise at Wang Chen having so much money. He assumed it was money given by Wang Chen's grandfather or maternal grandfather. Although it was a lot, it wasn't a big deal. After all, he was his son, a little pampering was to be expected. He blocked my car, causing me to almost not brake in time and crash into him. Then, in my excitement, I mistook the accelerator for the brake, resulting in a rear-end collision. Now he has contacted several police officers, preparing to arrest me and frame me for intentional homicide. He is also investigating my background, planning to take you down with him. Wang Chen stroked his chin and said, that's the situation, these few people are surrounding me right now. He didn't embellish the story. Aside from the fact that he had intentionally pressed the accelerator, everything else had genuinely happened. With Wang Jianguo's capabilities, he could uncover the truth of this matter in less than half an hour. Wang Chen had no need to hide anything. He wants to rebel. Wang Jianguo instinctively blurted out, I want to see who dares to be so audacious. He even plans to take me down with him? Leave this matter to me, you don't need to worry. Wang Jianguo sighed. However, your grandfather treats you quite well. He really spoils you. A company with 100 billion in actual capital, and those sports cars. Back then, when I asked him for some money, it was really a hassle and I had to watch his expression. However, you did well in this matter by not directly calling your grandfather. Remember, don't let your grandfather know, otherwise this matter won't be so easy to settle. Alright, I understand. At this moment, Wang Chen was also a bit confused, just agreeing casually. Why call grandpa? He's just a retired old man, what use is he? After Wang Jianguo understood the ins and outs of the situation, he hung up the phone. So, have you finished your distress call? Let's see what tricks you can pull. Kong Jinyuan stood not far away, arms crossed, disdainfully saying, "Let's see what your old man can do, otherwise, you might end up in the station." Today. After Wang Chen hung up the phone, he looked at Kong Jinyuan and revealed a meaningful smile. Playing tricks. Kong Jinyuan shot a cold glance at Wang Chen. Even bringing out his dad was just a desperate struggle. Fine. Use whatever means necessary, just catch them all in one net. If Wang Chen didn't end up ruined, Kong Jinyuan would find it hard to swallow this anger. He wouldn't be able to mix in the Magic City anymore. He would be laughed at for being bullied by a kid from out of town. Take him away, Kong Jinyuan said to the man in the short shirt. He hesitated and looked at Wang Chen. Should we put him in handcuffs? Forget it, let's do it this way. After hesitating for a moment, Kong Jinyuan waved his hand. Wang Chen didn't resist and voluntarily walked towards the police car. Li Meng followed closely, looking anxious as she said, "Wang Chen, be careful. I'll call home right away. I'll be out soon, don't worry. No need to trouble your family, I can handle this little matter." Wang Chen chuckled lightly. But, Li Meng hesitated, "Should I still make a call?" "Don't worry, just keep your mind at ease." Bang! Just as Wang Chen finished speaking, the car door was slammed shut violently. Li Meng watched the police car drive away with concern. Who brings up their dad right away? It was clear he had no other choice but to do so. Wang Chen was obviously trying to maintain his manhood's dignity by not letting her interfere. But Li Meng couldn't just turn a blind eye. After all, this matter arose because of her. Thinking of this, Li Meng no longer hesitated and took out her phone to call her dad, telling him everything as it was. On the other end of the line, Li's father, after listening, was filled with concern in his voice. Meng, are you okay?" "Dad, I'm fine. It's just that Wang Chen was taken away." "As long as you're okay." Li Changcheng pondered for a moment and said, "Since Wang Chen said not to interfere, I won't take action. I'll have someone keep an eye on it secretly." Li Meng still looked worried and said anxiously, "Dad, but I can't help but worry. What if something really happens to Wang Chen?" Li Changqing smiled and comforted her. Meng, just keep your mind at ease. Wang Chen's family isn't that simple. Even 10 Kong families wouldn't be enough for him to handle. Wang Chen's family is that powerful? Li Meng couldn't help but ask curiously. "The Wang family is quite something." As he spoke, Li Changqing changed the subject. Meng, how did you get along with Wang Chen today?" Li Meng was slightly taken aback, a blush quietly rising on her cheeks. "Dad, alright, I won't ask anymore." Li Changqing immediately laughed. It seemed these two young people were getting along quite well. As for the Wang family's background, Li Changqing had always seen it through a fog, unable to understand it clearly. It was just the right opportunity to see what Wang Chen's family was really up to. This way, he could place his bets. In the police car, Wang Chen was contemplating Wang Jiangwo's words. Indeed, everything he had done during this time had not escaped Wang Jiangwo's eyes. Wang Chen was not surprised by this. With Wang Jiangwo's capabilities, his every move in the Magic City was naturally under his control. If he had a slight issue, it would probably take less than half an hour for the news to appear on Wang Jiangwo's desk. Wang Jiangwo did not delve deeply into the fact that he had so much funding. It seemed there was some misunderstanding. He thought this money was given to him by his grandfather. There were definitely some things he was unaware of. In Wang Chen's memory, this grandfather in this life was just a retired old man. When did he have the energy to give him so much money? It seemed that his grandfather was not simple after all. When Wang Chen was reborn, the system optimized his family background. He could clearly feel the changes in his parents. It was just that his grandfather and maternal grandfather seemed a bit mysterious. Wang Chen shook his head, no longer thinking about these things. He would ask his dad about it after this matter was resolved. When Wang Chen came back to his senses, he found that the police car had already entered the city center of the Magic City. Soon, the car arrived at a police station in the Songjiang district. Wang Chen got out of the car. Under the guidance of the police, he walked into a lounge inside the police station. The office of the Songjiang police station was filled with smoke. Several police officers were gathered around a table, their brows furrowed. The table was piled high with case files and ashtrays, with cigarette butts densely inserted among them. Team Lee, a police officer, approached and called out. Team Lee looked up at him and said, "Is the person brought back?" The officer quickly reported to Team Lee, "He's back, currently in the lounge." Based on the situation at the scene, the suspect Wang Chen had a conflict with Kong Jinyuan at the Tianma Mountain racetrack, then drove a white Apollo IE to crash into Kong's Lamborghini Huracan LP Spider, hitting it more than 10 times, causing severe damage to both vehicles, rendering them completely scrapped. When we arrived at the Tianma racetrack, we immediately controlled the scene and collected relevant physical evidence. Preliminary judgment indicates that Wang Chen is suspected of intentional destruction of property and intentional injury. Here are the photos from the scene. Team Lee, take a look first. Team Lee took the photos and examined them carefully. The impact was quite significant, more than 10 hits. This is going to be troublesome. Team Lee frowned and asked without looking up, "Where is Kong Jinyuan? Didn't you bring him back?" Kong Jinyuan had some abrasions, so we sent him to the hospital first. The officer paused and added, however, we have already arranged for personnel to guard the hospital, and once he finishes his examination, we will bring him back to the police station for a statement. Team Lee nodded slightly and looked up at the officer in front of him, saying, once he finishes the examination, bring him back immediately. Understood. Have the video materials from the Tianma racetrack been brought back? Not yet. A colleague is staying there waiting for the relevant person in charge. They should be able to get it in about an hour. Team Lee nodded and said, let Wang Chen stay in the lounge for now. We'll interrogate him together when Kong Jinyuan arrives. You go check his personal information and family background. Again, the more detailed, the better. Understood. After Team Lee finished speaking, he stood up and walked towards the lounge. He opened the door and immediately saw Wang Chen sitting on the sofa playing with his phone. He filled a cup of water from the water dispenser and placed it in front of Wang Chen. Then, Team Lee sat down in a chair, flipping through the documents in his hand. He rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. This matter was originally just a very ordinary case, but when it involved Kong Jinyuan and the unknown Wang Chen in front of him, it was a different story. Team Leader Lee looked up at Wang Chen, who was sitting there, his expression somewhat complicated. Although there wasn't much information available about Wang Chen, it was clear he was very wealthy. The fact that he didn't seem the least bit distressed over a luxury car worth tens of millions being totaled was evident. He sighed and muttered under his breath, when gods fight, mortals suffer. What Team Leader Lee could do now was to try to mediate between both parties. If Kong Jinyuan chose not to hold Wang Chen accountable, and since a formal case hadn't been filed yet, a little compensation from Wang Chen would suffice. However, if Kong Jinyuan decided to pursue the matter and apply pressure from above, the case could escalate significantly. That would spell trouble for Wang Chen. Although Wang Chen's background was somewhat mysterious, Kong Jinyuan's father was the deputy mayor of the Magic City. That was not someone you could easily offend. If multiple charges were pressed, this overly handsome young man in front of him would be completely ruined. Team Leader Lee sighed slightly. There was no way around it. Now it all depended on the forces behind both of them and the outcome of their game. Wang Chen, tell me what happened, Team Leader Lee said, putting down the documents in his hand and crossing his arms on the table. All he could do now was to handle the matter officially to avoid trouble from these two young masters later. Neither of them was someone he could afford to offend. At most, he could try to lean a bit in Wang Chen's favor. After all, it would be a shame for someone so young to end up in prison. It was just an ordinary traffic accident, Wang Chen replied, shrugging his shoulders and speaking nonchalantly. Team Leader Lee frowned slightly, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. An ordinary traffic accident? Ding ding ding. Team Leader Lee's phone suddenly rang. It was a colleague from the racetrack. Team Leader Lee, we have a situation here. The person in charge of the racetrack said the surveillance equipment happened to malfunction earlier today and is currently under repair. Malfunction? Team Leader Lee's brows instantly knitted together into a shape, his tone unconsciously growing heavier. How could it be so coincidental? Check again carefully and see if you can recover the data. Wang Chen, hearing Team Leader Lee's conversation with his colleague, maintained a calm expression on the surface. He instantly understood that this was most likely the doing of his father, Wang Jianguo. Was it really possible to handle the surveillance footage in just a few minutes? That was impressively quick. At that moment, there was a knock on the door of the lounge. Come in, Team Leader Lee called out. The police officer who had just entered reported, Team Leader Lee, a woman has arrived outside, accompanied by more than 10 lawyers from the Jintian City law firm, claiming they want to see Wang Chen. More than 10 lawyers? Team Leader Lee's voice suddenly rose. Why bring so many lawyers? Did they want to resolve the case outside of court? Or were they trying to pressure the police station with this powerful legal team? Or perhaps they aimed to control the direction of the case entirely, ensuring Wang Chen's acquittal? Various speculations swirled in Team Leader Lee's mind, but none provided him with any clarity. They have submitted a request, all claiming to be Wang Chen's defense lawyers, demanding to see him immediately, the officer continued while Team Leader Lee was still brainstorming. Team Leader Lee, speechless, said, let them wait in the reception room, I'll be there shortly. He adjusted his police uniform and strode toward the reception room. As he pushed the door open, the room fell silent and all eyes turned to him. Inside stood a total of 18 impeccably dressed lawyers and a young girl. They stood there, holding briefcases, their backs straight. These individuals were all top lawyers from the Jintian City law firm in the Magic City. The golden badge on their chests was proof of their status. Team Leader Lee was somewhat taken aback. What could all these top lawyers from the Jintian City law firm possibly want? The case hasn't even been established yet. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Lee Meng looked at Captain Lee as he walked in, her expression anxious as she stepped forward and said, Captain Lin, hello. How is Wang Chen doing now? Can I see him? Ma'am, Wang Chen is currently in the lounge, and his physical condition is good, but the case is still under investigation, Captain Lee replied. According to regulations, no one else can meet with him for the time being. As he spoke, he discreetly assessed the anxious Li Meng in front of him, as well as the formidable team of lawyers behind her. Li Meng's eyes were filled with worry and urgency, her tone almost pleading as she said, "Captain Lin, I am a friend of Wang Chen. I'm just worried about him. Please help me, let me see him." Although Li Changqing had told Li Meng not to worry, the Wang family was not that simple. However, after hanging up the phone, Li Meng couldn't shake off her concerns and immediately sought out the best law firm in Magic City, Jintianqing. In her panic, she didn't care about anything else and managed to gather all the top lawyers from the firm. That was how the current situation came to be. "Captain." Li furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat troubled. Just then, a figure stepped out from the crowd. He looked to be in his 50s, with some gray at his temples, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He carried a briefcase in his hand. What was particularly eye-catching was the ring on his right hand's ring finger. It had an ancient style, with a unique family crest carved on the face of the ring, a token passed down through generations in the legal profession. Only those families who had upheld legal justice for generations, taking it upon themselves to maintain fairness and had built up a reputation and prestige, were qualified to possess this ring, symbolizing supreme honor and deep heritage. "Hello, Captain Li. I am Wang Yeding, a top lawyer from Jintianqing law firm." "Captain." Li slightly furrowed his brow and shook hands with Wang Yeding. It's believed that no police officer enjoys dealing with lawyers. In Huagua, this group of people is often seen as troublemakers. Besides following procedures, they don't play a crucial role, but they can be quite bothersome. Of course, there are some lawyers with extensive connections and significant influence. However, even so, they often don't play a decisive role in cases, merely maneuvering through with their connections. "Captain Li, I am here as Wang Chen's defense lawyer, hoping to provide him with legal and professional assistance." Wang Yeding's tone was calm, but the gaze behind his glasses was sharp and resolute. "I understand the rigorous procedures of the police in handling cases and respect your work. However, as Wang Chen's attorney, I have a responsibility to ensure that his legal rights are fully protected." Wang Yeding's words were reasonable and well-founded. Captain Li was left speechless, unable to find a reason to refuse, and could only nod in agreement. "Then I will trouble Captain Li. I would like to see my client now. He is in the lounge, please follow me. I want to go too." Captain Li did not refuse and led Li Meng, Wang Yeding, and others toward the lounge. After so many years on the front lines, he had seen enough of these young masters' open and covert struggles. A slight misstep could see him, a small police officer handling the case, caught in the eye of the storm, becoming an innocent victim. He arranged for Wang Chen to be in the lounge to facilitate visits, also leaving himself a lifeline. If he treated Wang Chen as an ordinary suspect and locked him up in a detention room, and if Kong Jinyuan and Wang Chen ended up in a showdown, with Wang Chen winning, then he would be in trouble. Moreover, it was the lawyer's legal right to visit their clients. Compared to dealing with ordinary lawyers, Wang Yeding was clearly very professional and polite. He didn't use legal jargon to pressure anyone. This made Captain Li feel no resistance in his heart. Just consider it a convenience. In the lounge, at that moment, more than 10 lawyers surged in. They chose not to sit down but to stand behind Wang Chen. As Li Meng walked into the lounge, her gaze was instantly drawn to Wang Chen, who was sitting on the sofa. She hurried over, her voice choked with emotion as she said, "Wang Chen, I'm so glad you're okay. I was worried sick." "I'm fine, sorry to make you worry." Wang Chen raised his hand and gently patted Li Meng's shoulder. His eyes swept over the row of lawyers standing straight behind him, filled with gratitude. Yet, he felt that this display was somewhat exaggerated, and a hint of helplessness and speechlessness arose within him. "Why did you hire so many lawyers? I know you're worried about me, but this is a bit over the top, isn't it?" Li Meng sniffed, feeling a bit embarrassed as she said, "I just didn't want you to suffer any losses. You were taken to the police station, and I couldn't think of much else, just figured having more people is better than having fewer." "Hello, Mr. Wang, I am Wang Yeding, a top lawyer from Jintianqing law firm. On behalf of Miss Li Meng, I will act as your legal advisor and handle your case in full." Wang Yeding introduced himself to Wang Chen while handing over a well-crafted business card. "From now on, my team and I will do our utmost to provide you with professional legal services and strive to help you resolve this incident properly. Thank you for your trouble." Wang Chen took the business card and casually tucked it into his pocket, expressing his gratitude to Wang Yeding. "No need to be polite, this is what we should do." Wang Yeding nodded slightly and continued, "In order to defend you more comprehensively and accurately, I have the obligation and necessity to be present when the police question you. This not only ensures your legal rights but also allows me to provide you with timely advice." After Wang Yeding finished speaking, all the lawyers turned their attention to Captain Li. Under the gaze of the lawyers, Captain Li felt overwhelmed. He cleared his throat to steady himself and looked at Wang Chen, saying, "Let's continue with the previous question and discuss what happened at that time." "Wait a moment, Captain Li." Wang Yeding, who was beside Wang Chen, suddenly said, "Why is the other party in this case, Kong Jinyuan, not here? May I ask where he is now?" Captain Lee frowned slightly and explained, Kong Jinyuan has some injuries and is currently being treated in the hospital. He will cooperate with the subsequent investigation once he is done. Since Kong Jinyuan is not at the scene, my client can completely refuse your request. According to relevant legal provisions, when a case involves multiple parties and key parties cannot be present to be questioned simultaneously, my client has the right to remain silent until all relevant parties can participate in the investigation. Wang Yeting smiled and said, before the case is completely clarified, the questions you are asking and any incorrect descriptions may cause trouble for my client. Captain Lee felt both helpless and somewhat irritated. He had been a police officer for many years, handling all sorts of cases, yet he rarely encountered such a tricky lawyer. Based on the situation at the scene, Wang Chen and Kong Jinyuan had a conflict and the other party's vehicle suffered serious damage, with Kong Jinyuan also sustaining significant injuries. Wang Chen cannot escape the charge of intentional destruction of property. I am just trying to understand the situation. If you do not cooperate with my investigation, it will only make your client's situation more difficult. Captain Lee, as a frontline criminal investigator, you should know that handling a case requires evidence. Wang Yeting said calmly and unhurriedly, without conclusive evidence, any speculation could lead to wrongful convictions. Evidence is the key to supporting the direction of the case, rather than hastily determining the nature of the incident based solely on preliminary judgments at the scene. Moreover, according to my client's description, he was driving normally with Miss Li Meng at the racetrack when he was maliciously cut off by Kong Jinyuan. In a moment of panic, my client mistakenly pressed the accelerator instead of the brake, which led to the collision of the two vehicles. According to traffic laws, my client did not engage in dangerous driving behavior, let alone intentionally damaging property. On the contrary, it seems that Kong Jinyuan has a tendency for dangerous driving, doesn't he? Wang Yeting adjusted his glasses and continued, Captain Lee, we have already spoken to several eyewitnesses at the scene, and they can all confirm that Kong Jinyuan exhibited dangerous driving behavior multiple times before the incident, frequently cutting off other cars and speeding, posing a serious threat to other drivers on the track. If you, Captain Lee, continue to be so arbitrary, I have the right to question the fairness of your law enforcement, and I will report the situation to the relevant authorities, and I will file a lawsuit against the entire police station. Captain Lee's face instantly turned ashen. Wang Yeting's calm tone, however, struck directly at the core of the matter, leaving no room for rebuttal. Captain Lee unconsciously rubbed the handle of his thermos cup, about to say something. A knock came at the door again. Come in, Captain Lee shouted irritably. The door was gently pushed open, and the same police officer cautiously peeked in. Upon seeing him, Captain Lee impatiently said before he could speak, What now? Can't you see I'm busy? The officer's face flashed with a hint of difficulty. After hesitating for a moment, he quickly walked to Captain Lee's side, leaned in close, and whispered, Captain Lee, the mayor is here, just outside. What? Captain Lee's eyes widened at this, instinctively exclaiming, Why has the mayor suddenly come? Captain Lee, the chief has already gone out to greet him. You see, the officer quietly reminded. Damn, Lawyer Wang, I'm really sorry, but I have to handle something first. Captain Lee stood up and said to Wang Yeting. He then quickly walked towards the door, glancing at Wang Chen. Instinctively before exiting, his gaze was filled with trepidation. Wang Chen's influence was clearly beyond his imagination. The mayor had evidently come for Wang Chen. Fortunately, he had not done anything out of line towards Wang Chen, adhering to the principle of handling matters in an official capacity throughout. It now seemed that the contest between the two sides had already determined a victor. Outside the police station, a black Audi S6L came to a stop. The car door opened and the mayor's secretary quickly got out from the passenger seat. He hurried to the rear door, slightly bent down, and pulled it open with both hands. A man dressed in an administrative jacket stepped out. He appeared to be in his 60s. His hair was neatly combed back, with a few strands of white at the temples. Yet this did not detract from his authority, rather, it added a touch of calmness that comes with years of experience. The visitor was none other than the mayor of Modu City, Duan Wenjun. The police station's chief, Ma Jile, had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Upon seeing the mayor get out, Chief Ma immediately approached with a beaming smile, slightly bending forward to shake the mayor's hand tightly, saying with a broad smile, Hello, Mayor. I am Ma Jile, the chief of this police station. Welcome to our humble establishment. It truly brings us great honor. You must be tired from your journey. It's not really guidance, just a coincidence that I have time to come and take a look. Duan Wenjun chuckled lightly. As an important engine for our economic development, Modu must not only advance in economic construction but also prioritize social order and the rule of law. You, as the grassroots force maintaining social order, carry a heavy burden. Your contributions are indispensable. Duan Wenjun paused slightly, his gaze piercing as it swept over Director Ma. Oh, not at all. This is what we should do. As public servants, it is our duty to safeguard the peace of our community. Director Ma's face was still filled with smiles, but his humble demeanor carried a hint of tension and anticipation. Director Ma's mind raced, and his heart was in his throat. The mayor personally visiting their police station was certainly not a routine inspection. At the very least, it wasn't to commend them. Although there had been quite a few cases recently, everything had been handled methodically, with no major oversights. Could it be that some link had gone wrong, involving some big figure, while he remained oblivious? As Director Ma pondered this, he discreetly observed the mayor's expression, trying to catch a hint of a clue from his demeanor. Mayor Duan nodded and said, "It's good that you have this awareness. The uniform we wear is bestowed upon us by the people. It represents trust and, more importantly, a heavy responsibility. The only thing we can do is to devote ourselves wholeheartedly to serving the public. Director Ma, you must never distance yourself from the masses, always remember to prioritize the interests of the people." Mayor Duan looked at Director Ma meaningfully and spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Ma Jilei's expression changed instantly. After decades of navigating the political arena, he had honed the skill of reading between the lines. In an instant, he realized that Mayor Duan's words carried deeper implications. This was not a routine inspection. Mayor Duan was clearly here to hold them accountable. Ma Jilei's mind raced like a revolving lantern, quickly retracing the recent work of the station to figure out where the mistake had occurred that warranted the mayor's personal visit. Ma Jilei forced himself to remain calm, but cold sweat broke out on his back. He struggled to muster a smile that was more painful than tears, his voice trembling slightly as he said, "Mayor, rest assured, I have always kept the people's matters at the forefront of my mind." Ma Jilei paused for a moment and cautiously added, "Mayor, have I done something wrong? If there's anything I've mishandled in my work, please feel free to criticize and correct me. I will definitely rectify it immediately and will not be dismissive." Mayor Duan squinted at Ma Jilei, and after a moment, he smiled and said, "It's not that serious, don't be so tense. I'm here this time because someone reported to me that two young people had a bit of a conflict and it just so happened to be in your jurisdiction. This is a minor issue. Young people can be hot-headed and impulsive, which is quite normal. A little mediation should suffice. After all, everyone was young once. We must give young people a chance." Director Ma wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead and said, "Mayor, thanks to your timely reminder, we will definitely treat this matter as a current priority. It's quite normal for young people to make mistakes, very normal." Mayor Duan nodded and continued, "As far as I know, your station only brought back one of them, while neglecting the other, who is still out there enjoying themselves. What's going on? Director Ma, can you explain this to me?" Mayor Duan's words struck like a heavy hammer, landing hard on Director Ma's heart. Director Ma's smile froze instantly, his face alternating between shades of green and white. He was momentarily dumbfounded. What was going on? Ma Jilei had no idea. However, the meaning behind Mayor Duan's words was already very clear. Their police station had failed in its duties. Clearly, they had apprehended the wrong person. If this matter is not handled well, his position as director will come to an end. Director Ma swallowed hard, calming his tense emotions as he said, "Mayor, this is indeed a serious dereliction of our duties. Don't worry, I'm not here to hold you accountable." Mayor Duan waved his hand slightly, a gentle expression appearing on his face, and his tone softened. "The urgent task now is to resolve the issue and handle this conflict properly. If we manage the young people's affairs well, it's a small matter. If not, it could lead to a major disaster. Wearing this uniform, every move we make affects the public's trust in us. We must not let them down." Ma Jilei nodded repeatedly. He silently lamented that if this matter was not handled well, he might really be dismissed. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Rest assured, Mayor, I will investigate this matter thoroughly and provide you and the public with a satisfactory response." At that moment, Captain Lee hurriedly ran out from the break room. When he saw Mayor Duan and the director standing at the door, Captain Lee froze in place for a moment, a look of panic flashing across his face. He quickly straightened his police uniform, stepped forward, stood at attention, and shouted loudly, "Good day, Mayor." Mayor Duan nodded slightly. "Captain Lee, you arrived just in time." Director Ma was troubled about how to handle what Mayor Duan had mentioned. After all, he didn't know the specific details, so when he saw Captain Lee come out, he waved at him. "Director, is there something you need?" Captain Lee asked, somewhat puzzled. At this moment, he certainly knew that Mayor Duan was most likely looking for Wang Chen, but that didn't stop him from playing dumb. Director Ma directly asked in front of the mayor, "Did we receive a report today about a conflict between two young people in our jurisdiction?" "Yes, there is such a case," Captain Lee replied. "I heard that only one was arrested and the other is still outside?" "Yes," Captain Lee nodded. Director Ma's eyes widened in anger as he questioned, "Then why wasn't the other one brought back?" Captain Lee's heart tightened, but he still maintained an innocent expression. As he said, "Director, the other party was injured and my colleague is currently taking him to the hospital for treatment." "Are you still pretending to be confused?" Director Ma sneered. "I heard he's not in the hospital, but out having fun?" Upon hearing this, Captain Lee displayed a shocked expression and repeatedly, waved his hands. How is that possible, Director? The information I received was that he was in the hospital. I've been busy handling related matters, and haven't had the chance to confirm it personally. It must be a problem down the line that allowed him to escape. I'll verify it immediately. Are you brainless? Can't you assign a few more people to keep watch? Now that he's run away, you don't even know. I give you 1 hour to find him and bring him back. If you dare to pull any more tricks, be prepared to pack your things and leave. Director Ma glared at Captain Lee angrily. This fool, usually sharp, made such a stupid mistake at a critical moment. And now they didn't even notify him when they arrested someone? Director Ma was seething with anger and didn't spare Captain Lee any leniency. He was struggling to save himself, so how could he care about him? Director Ma, don't be too anxious. Mayor Duan raised his hand to gesture, speaking in a gentle tone. Since the incident has already occurred, our priority is to resolve the problem. Grassroots work is inherently complex and trivial, and it's inevitable that some unexpected situations and mistakes will arise. I understand your difficulties. His gaze turned to Captain Lee, and he continued, this incident is indeed a lesson, but I believe you also overlooked something. Youth makes mistakes, and that's not scary. What's important is to learn from them. Consider this an experience, and I hope you can resolve this matter properly. Captain Lee, upon hearing this, realized that keeping the matter from Kong Jinyuan at this point would not benefit him. He took the initiative to confess, Mayor, the incident started with Vice Mayor Kong's son, Kong Jinyuan, having a conflict with another party, Wang Chen. Because Kong Jinyuan had some injuries, my colleagues took him to the hospital first. Then how did he run away? Director Ma frowned, secretly lamenting. No wonder Mayor Duan was concerned about this minor case. It turned out to involve Vice Mayor Kong. That made sense. Captain Lee's face showed difficulty, feeling somewhat at a loss. Mayor Duan chuckled lightly. Vice Mayor Kong? I suppose we can't call him that anymore. Where is Wang Chen detained? Not detained. I arranged for Wang Chen to be in the lounge. Captain Lee wiped the sweat from his brow and hurriedly said. Upon hearing this, Mayor Duan no longer paid attention to Director Ma and Captain Lee, striding directly into the police station. What the hell are you still doing here? Hurry up and catch him. Director Ma was furious at seeing Captain Lee still in a daze. He kicked him in the rear and shouted, doesn't matter who he is, in front of the law, everyone is equal, you know? If you don't bring him back within an hour, you can pack your things and get out. Captain Lee stumbled from the kick, not daring to delay any further. He didn't bother to brush off the footprints on his back and immediately rushed back to the office, shouting, everyone assemble. In the blink of an eye, the officers quickly lined up in front of him and then jumped into their cars, speeding away. In the lounge, Mayor Duan entered with his secretary, followed by a grinning Director Ma. You must be Wang Chen? Mayor Duan's gaze swept over the crowd before landing on Wang Chen. Wang Chen looked up at Mayor Duan, somewhat puzzled. Who are you? I am Duan Wenjun, sent by your father to check on you. Mayor Duan smiled, his eyes filled with warmth and concern. Mayor Duan, what brings you here? Li Meng stood up from the sofa in the lounge, her eyes wide with disbelief. Mayor Duan turned his head at the sound, noticing a hint of surprise in Li Meng's eyes, but he quickly regained his gentle smile. The girl from the Li family. What are you doing here? Li Meng's cheeks flushed slightly as she nervously replied, I'm a friend of Wang Chen's. I heard he got into trouble, so I came to see. I didn't expect to see you here. I'm so surprised. Mayor Duan? Wang Chen was taken aback. His dad was that impressive, even calling the mayor. I've been old classmates with your father for many years. Just call me Uncle Duan. Duan Wenjun smiled. Your father cares a lot about you, worried you might be wronged, and called me several times, giving me quite an earful. He was concerned you might be bullied at the police station, repeatedly urging me to come and check on you, even threatening me that if I didn't handle it well, you wouldn't have any classmates left. As he spoke, Duan Wenjun shook his head helplessly, yet a smile lingered on his face. It was clear that he had a very close relationship with Wang Chen's father. As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent. What kind of background did Wang Chen's father have that even Mayor Duan dared to scold him? They looked at Wang Chen with a mix of awe. Wang Chen stood up upon hearing this, scratching his head and saying, Then I'll call you Uncle Duan. I really appreciate you taking the trouble for this small matter. Li Meng looked at Wang Chen beside her, her expression somewhat complex. It turns out that what my father said was true. The Wang family has such great influence that even the mayor can be summoned. Thinking back to just a moment ago when I was comforting Wang Chen not to worry, my face flushed with embarrassment. My toes were practically digging into the soles of my shoes. How awkward. Director Ma, who was standing at the door on standby, was also drenched in cold sweat. Damn it! Who did they catch here? Captain Lee has brought back a living Yama. Mayor Duan's earlier words had already revealed a lot. Not to mention the relationship with Wang Chen's father as a classmate. Just the fact that he was scolded is unusual. This is the mayor of Magic City, a leader at the ministerial level. For ordinary people, not to mention being classmates, even their own father would be treated with great respect, not daring to offend easily. But Wang Chen's dad just scolded him without any leniency. Mayor Duan seemed quite pleased. Is this the kind of person that Kong Jinyuan can provoke? He must have eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard. It looks like Vice Mayor Kong is really going to be finished this time. This troublesome situation. Director Ma shook his head inwardly, his face full of helplessness and regret. Mayor Duan smiled and gestured for Wang Chen to sit down, speaking in a kind tone, "Don't worry too much, this matter will have a result soon. If you have suffered any grievances while you were inside, you can tell me. Uncle Duan will stand up for you." As soon as these words were spoken, Director Ma's face turned pale, and beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on his forehead. "Captain Lee, please don't do anything excessive. Otherwise, the entire police station will suffer." He looked at Wang Chen with eyes full of pleading. "I'm sorry to worry you, I haven't suffered any grievances." Wang Chen smiled slightly, saying, "Captain Lee, who is in charge of this case, is quite fair and hasn't favored him just because Kong Jinyuan's father is the vice mayor." Wang Chen actually appreciated Captain Lee. At least he didn't target him due to the pressure from Kong Jinyuan. Instead, he let him stay in the lounge. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be excessive to cuff him in the detention room. Completely legal and compliant. Upon hearing this, Ma Jilei immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He felt as if he had walked through the gates of hell, his legs weak, almost unable to stand. He raised his hand to wipe the beads of sweat on his forehead, which were still trembling slightly. Director Ma looked at Wang Chen with gratitude. If he had said something slightly negative just now, he wouldn't be able to continue as the director. What a good young man, thick eyebrows and big eyes full of righteousness, clearly a good kid. Captain Lee must have been blind to have brought him back. It's good that you haven't suffered any grievances, otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain it to your father. Speaking of which, it's still my responsibility. As the mayor of Magic City, such a thing happening and making you feel anxious in the police station is a dereliction of my duty. Mayor Duan said sincerely. No, the main responsibility lies with me. I didn't manage my subordinates well. Upon hearing this, Director Ma quickly stepped forward, almost bending at a 90-degree angle, saying, 1,000 mistakes, 10,000 mistakes, all are my fault. It is my failure as the director to not fulfill my leadership role, almost causing a major mistake. I truly deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Seeing this, Wang Chen smiled gently and said, Uncle Duan, Director Ma, please don't say that. This is just a conflict between me and Kong Jinyuan. You mustn't take the blame upon yourselves. Captain Lee and the others are just fulfilling their duties. Misunderstandings are inevitable and quite normal. After all, it's not easy for Captain Lee to withstand the pressure from Kong Jinyuan. Upon hearing this, Mayor Duan said dismissively, Kong Jinyuan is just a spoiled rich kid who acts recklessly, relying on his father's power. In recent years, his father has been quite powerful in the officialdom, and the people below him have started to become a bit reckless. Mayor Duan smiled and continued, I just transferred to the Magic City and hadn't had the chance to deal with him yet, and now he hands me the evidence. Isn't that a coincidence? Don't worry, since you've been wronged, Uncle Duan will definitely help you seek justice. He looked at Wang Chen with a smile and said, a junior dares to be so arrogant. If we continue to let this go, won't it turn the entire Magic City upside down? It's also time for the Kong family to settle down. The Magic City isn't a place for a small Kong family to stir up trouble. Wang Chen nodded thoughtfully. It seems Mayor Duan has his own ideas. After all, it's also about backing himself up, and Wang Chen would not hesitate to cooperate. Just as everyone was conversing, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Wang Chen? Damn it! How can such a big police station have no one around? Why is it so hard to find someone? The voice was loud and carried a hint of displeasure. It sounded particularly jarring in the quiet corridor. Immediately after, with a loud bang, the lounge door was kicked open. A general in a crisp military uniform, with shining gold stars on his epaulets, walked in. Behind him followed several tall and upright guards. He appeared to be in his 40s, with a square face and a tall, sturdy build. In an instant, all eyes in the room were focused on him. Gao Xiong, seeing Mayor Duan in the room, was momentarily taken aback, his face showing surprise. Oh, Lao Duan, you're actually here? Mayor Duan, upon seeing Gao Xiong, slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a somewhat meaningful smile. Lao Gao, what are you doing, making such a big fuss as soon as you come in? Ha, I'm not in a hurry. Gao Xiong laughed heartily. As he spoke, he scanned the room with his eyes, finally landing on Wang Chen. You must be Wang Chen? Wang Chen was filled with confusion and instinctively nodded. Yes, may I ask who you are? Gao Xiong took a couple of steps forward, patted Wang Chen's shoulder, and said with a smile, I'm Gao Xiong, the commander of the garrison in the Magic City. Your grandfather sent me. That old man heard you got into trouble here and was extremely anxious, specifically instructing me to bring you back safely. I was actually outside training new recruits, and I rushed back as soon as I got the call. Li Meng was already somewhat numb. Her delicate, moist lips slightly parted, as if She wanted to say something, but she still held back. Wang Chen's background was more than just simple. It was probably connected to the heavens. Director Ma, standing nearby, felt his scalp tingle at this scene. Every hair on his body stood on end. Wang Chen's background was actually so terrifying. It was simply frightening. It was one thing for the mayor to personally intervene, but now even the garrison commander came because of him. He silently lamented, "Did I poke a hornet's nest? This is never ending." It should be known that the commander of the garrison in the Magic City holds the rank of Major General. Wang Chen's father's close relationship with Mayor Duan had already shocked Director Ma. Now, a Commander Xiong had appeared. Moreover, judging by his tone, he was very respectful towards Wang Chen's grandfather. This was no small matter. It should be known that in Huagua there is a separation of J and Z, unless one becomes a backer. Otherwise, who would dare to touch that Wang Chen's family is? Ma Jile thought of this and immediately shivered, not daring to think any further. Oh heavens, this is a child of H. Director Ma wanted to cry but had no tears. Damn it, why did he have to encounter such a situation? A group of lawyers had lost the proud demeanor they had when they first arrived. Now, they were huddled in a corner, trembling. Wang Yeding stroked his chin and murmured, "What am I doing here? I could still make it home for dinner, right?" Mayor Duan looked at Gao Xiong and then at Wang Chen, a gentle smile on his face. As he said, "The old man even called Commander Gao here. He really is worried you might have been wronged. That kid from the Kong family has really gotten bold, daring to bully you. I won't let him off easily." Commander Gao nodded in agreement from the side. Wang Chen sighed inwardly, realizing that his grandfather was quite something. After all, he was the commander of the Magic City's garrison. With him backing Wang Chen, he could walk through the Magic City with confidence. This is troublesome. Wang Chen didn't know what else to say and could only offer a polite remark. Gao Xiong laughed heartily. "What? Trouble? Why be polite with me? Your matters are my matters." He patted Wang Chen on the shoulder, his tone full of camaraderie. "Seeing you safe puts me at ease. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain it to your grandfather." Mayor Duan stood up, looking at Director Ma Jile. Under that gaze, Director Ma instinctively shivered, his head drooping immediately. Mayor Duan slowly said, "Director Ma, Wang Chen hasn't blamed you, but you must understand, this is not a reason for you to relax. It's a favor you should remember. You must not let fairness slip away. You need to understand what should be done and what shouldn't." "Understood." Director Ma straightened up, nodding vigorously. "I will personally follow up on the case details, ensuring absolute fairness and justice, not wronging a good person nor letting a bad one escape." This was the opportunity Mayor Duan had given him, a chance to make amends. If he still didn't understand, he would have wasted decades in the political arena. It would be a shame for Mayor Duan's efforts to be in vain, completely ruining his future. Ma Jile felt even more grateful to Wang Chen. Without his words, he might not even have had the chance to make amends. Good. Mayor Duan sat back down on the sofa, looking at Ma Jile and saying, "Then Commander Gao and I will wait here. The rest depends on your performance." Wang Chen looked at Mayor Duan and Gao Xiong, sincerely saying, "Uncle Duan, Commander Gao, I really can't thank you enough today. If you hadn't arrived in time, I wouldn't know what to do. Don't take these matters to heart. Maintaining good order in the Magic City and safeguarding the rights of every citizen is our duty. Today's incident was just an accident, don't take it too seriously." Mayor Duan smiled gently, speaking earnestly. Commander Gao's eyes widened, pretending to be angry. "Hey, I say, you brat, you call Duan Wenjun Uncle Duan but call me Commander Gao? Why so distant? From now on, you're not allowed to be so formal. Call me Uncle Gao." Saying this, Gao Xiong stepped forward and gave Wang Chen a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Uncle Gao, Uncle Gao." Wang Chen winced from the slap, hurriedly changing his address. Only then did Gao Xiong smile in satisfaction, the wrinkles on his face radiating warmth. "That's more like it. In the future, no matter what difficulties you face, just tell your Uncle Gao. My words still carry weight in this little corner of the Magic City." "What's going on? What are you all doing? How long has it been? You can't even find information on a stranger. Am I feeding you all just to sit around?" Kong Jin Yuan said, slamming his phone down on the tea table. The phone's casing cracked instantly, parts scattering everywhere. He paced back and forth in the room, growing increasingly anxious. After sending Wang Chen to the police station, Kong Jin Yuan still felt uneasy and had been trying to pull strings. While continuing to investigate Wang Chen's identity, he also instructed someone to transfer Wang Chen's company into his own name. However, what he did not expect was that there was still no useful information about Wang Chen's background. The company seemed to be protected by an invisible shield. The people he sent were immediately blocked by various procedures and inexplicable obstacles as soon as they made contact. "Useless, all of you are useless." Kong Jin Yuan roared in anger, kicking over a chair beside him. "Young master, why don't we take a step back? The movements from all sides are too great right now. If we push too hard, it might cause even bigger trouble," the old butler of the Kong family advised cautiously, standing by. He had followed the Kong family for many years, but this situation clearly exceeded his expectations, and he felt a vague sense of unease in his heart. Take a step back? Kong Jinyuan turned his head, glaring at the old butler with a nearly mad look. How can I take a step back? Now the whole city knows that I, Kong Jinyuan, am going after that Wang Chen, and yet I can't even find a single hair of his, and I'm being countered by the people behind him. How am I supposed to survive in Magic City from now on? The old butler opened his mouth but didn't know how to respond. He knew very well that this time Kong Jinyuan had truly hit a hard wall, but he didn't dare to say it directly, fearing to anger the young master. Kong Jinyuan, feeling a bit restless, ran his fingers through his hair. Should he notify his father? But if he did that, his father would definitely not let him off the hook. He knew his father's temper too well. Usually, he turned a blind eye to his reckless behavior outside, but that was only because he hadn't caused any major trouble. But this time, he had provoked someone whose background he couldn't even investigate, and it had stirred up a storm in the city. His father would surely explode in fury when he found out. At that point, even skinning him alive would be considered light punishment. Just then, a series of urgent doorbell rings sounded from outside the villa. Can't you see I'm already annoyed? Who is it? Kong Jinyuan shouted irritably. The old butler hurriedly jogged to the door to check. Through the display screen, he saw several people in police uniforms, with the leader being Captain Lee from the criminal investigation team of the police station. The old butler's heart sank, a sense of ominous premonition washing over him. He trembled as he called out to Kong Jinyuan, "Young master, it's the police." Upon hearing this, Kong Jinyuan was first taken aback, then a hint of panic flashed across his face. But he quickly forced himself to appear calm and said, "Police? What do they want?" "Don't panic, I'll go take a look." He took a deep breath to steady his emotions. After tidying up his somewhat disheveled clothes, he strode toward the door. Kong Jinyuan looked at Captain Lee and pretended to be relaxed, saying, "Oh, Captain Lee, what brings you here?" Captain Lee ignored his pleasantries and directly presented the arrest warrant, speaking in a cold tone. "Kong Jinyuan, you are formally arrested for suspected malicious injury, dangerous driving, and obstructing judicial investigation. Please come with us." Upon hearing this, a flash of panic crossed Kong Jinyuan's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a fierce glare. A mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "You think you can arrest me with just these pieces of paper? Captain Lee, are you sure I'm someone you can afford to offend? The evidence is conclusive, and I'm following legal procedures." "I hope, young master, Kong will not resist unnecessarily," Captain Lee said, unfazed. Kong Jinyuan crossed his arms, showing no intention of cooperating, and said, "My father is Kong Zongyao. Even the leaders of your city bureau have to treat me with some respect. You should weigh your options and see if you dare to touch me." Captain Lee frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "In front of the law, everyone is equal, no one can stand above it." "Equal?" Kong Jinyuan burst into laughter as if he had heard the biggest joke. "Don't preach to me about principles. If you dare to take me away, this arrest warrant will be revoked in less than half an hour. By then, don't say you won't regret it." Captain Lee said no more and turned to his colleague beside him. "Cuff him and take him back." Two police officers quickly stepped forward, swiftly subduing Kong Jinyuan and putting handcuffs on him. Kong Jinyuan was instantly stunned. He never expected that Captain Lee would actually dare to ignore his threat and cuff him. After a while, Kong Jinyuan finally came to his senses. He was suddenly furious, thrashing his body and shouting loudly, "Do you know who I am? I am Kong Jinyuan. My father is Kong Zongyao. We know, that's why we're arresting you." Captain Lee replied irritably, "Behave yourself, we'll talk more when we get back to the station." It was because of this Kong Jinyuan that he had been scolded by the director. Naturally, Captain Lee had no good feelings towards him. He didn't take the opportunity to use a major memory recovery technique on him. That was already considered professional conduct. "Just wait, when I get out, I will make you all pay the price." "Get him in the car." Captain Lee took out a hood he always carried and put it on Kong Jinyuan. Just as Kong Jinyuan was being escorted to the police car, hurried footsteps approached. The old butler of the Kong family ran over, panting, and upon seeing Kong Jinyuan handcuffed and wearing a black hood, "Wait!" His face instantly turned pale, and he hurriedly shouted, "Don't take the young master away." Captain Lee stopped and coldly looked at the old butler. "What else is there?" The old butler trembled as he took out his phone from his pocket and said, "Vice Mayor Kong is on the line. He wants to speak with you." Captain Lee hesitated for a moment but still reached out to take the phone. On the other end, a deep voice came through. "Captain Lee, this is Kong Zongyao. I know my son has made a mistake and I will not favor him, but this matter is significant, and I hope you can handle it according to the proper procedures and give me a chance to understand the situation." "Vice Mayor Kong, we are acting according to the law. All procedures will be open and transparent, so you can rest assured," Captain Lee replied, his expression softening slightly. After hanging up, Captain Lee said to the old butler, "You can inform Vice Mayor Kong to keep an eye on the case's progress." After saying that, he signaled to his colleagues to take Kong Jinyuan to the police car. Sitting in the police car, Kong Jinyuan felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding rising in his heart. He had thought that with his father intervening, Captain Lee would surely release him immediately. However, judging from his father's attitude just now, this matter seemed far from simple. Upon arriving at the police station, 2 police officers nearly dragged Kong Jinyuan inside, one on each side. Captain Lee led Kong Jinyuan straight to the lounge and knocked on the door. "Come in." As Kong Jinyuan walked in and focused his gaze, he saw Wang Chen and Li Meng sitting on the sofa, along with 18 lawyers and 2 somewhat familiar middle-aged men. "Wait, this is the mayor and General Gao." Kong Jinyuan's face instantly turned pale. "Mayor, General Gao, what are you doing here?" Duan Wenjun turned to look at Kong Jinyuan, his expression imposing without anger. "Kong Jinyuan, you have some nerve." General Gao crossed his arms and snorted coldly. "Kid, do you dare to stir up trouble in Magic City? Is this how your father usually teaches you?" Kong Jinyuan's lips trembled slightly. He wanted to speak but was choked by fear. His legs felt weak, and he could barely stand. At that moment, he was filled with regret. The arrogance he had before completely vanished. He certainly recognized Duan Wenjun and Gao Xiong. Duan Wenjun is his father's superior and enemy. Gao Xiong is the commander of the security zone in the Magic City. These two are precisely the figures his father repeatedly warned him not to provoke, especially Commander Gao, who is a powerful major general. If Commander Gao wanted to deal with their family, he could easily use his power to interfere in some key matters. The Kong family's shady businesses and under-the-table operations would collapse like a house of cards. The Kong family would be uprooted, without any chance of recovery. Even if his retired grandfather spoke up, it would be of no use. Kong Jinyuan never expected that Duan Wenjun and Commander Gao would appear here together. Moreover, judging by their expressions, they were clearly extremely dissatisfied with him. "Mayor, Commander Gao, what brings you here?" Kong Jinyuan shrank his neck and asked cautiously. Mayor Duan snorted coldly and said, "What are we doing here? You should know in your heart, Commander." Gao slammed the table suddenly, causing the teacups on it to rattle and emit a crisp sound. "You brat, running rampant in the Magic City, relying on your father being the deputy mayor, recklessly endangering others' lives. Do you have any regard for the law? Do you have any respect for the king's law, Commander?" Gao's voice echoed in the lounge, making Kong Jinyuan's ears buzz. The sudden sound of the table slamming startled Kong Jinyuan, causing him to tremble all over, his legs going weak, and he collapsed to the ground. His face was filled with terror, cold sweat continuously dripping from his forehead, and his back was already soaked. With a sobbing tone, Kong Jinyuan trembled as he pleaded, "Gao, Commander Gao, Mayor, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please, spare me this time." Even the dullest person would realize. Mayor Duan and Commander Gao were standing up for Wang Chen. Kong Jinyuan couldn't understand. Wang Chen was just a young man from a small place studying in the Magic City. How could he possibly have these 2 big shots backing him? His mind was in chaos, filled with confusion and fear. Kong Jinyuan was scared. Wang Chen had Mayor Duan and Commander Gao backing him. Today, it wasn't just him who was doomed. Even his father might be implicated. Just thinking about this made Kong Jinyuan shiver. He slumped on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Kong Jinyuan, unwilling to give up, looked up at them and said, "Commander Gao, Mayor Duan, this is just a small conflict. You two don't need to intervene, right?" "Small conflict? You maliciously endanger others' lives. Is that a small conflict? You abuse your power to interfere with the police's normal law enforcement, sending Wang Chen here. Is that a small conflict?" Hearing this, Commander Gao's anger flared even more. "I see you are lawless and reckless. Today, you must receive a profound lesson." Mayor Duan spoke lightly. "Wang Chen has just been sent here by you, and you are already eager to take over the companies under his name. Is that what you call a small conflict? I also heard that you are particularly concerned about Wang Chen's family information. What, do you want to catch them all in one net?" Kong Jinyuan's lips trembled slightly, wanting to refute but finding no reason. His face turned increasingly pale, his eyes filled with despair and helplessness. Kong Jinyuan stammered, cold sweat rolling down from his forehead, soaking the ground in front of him. "Mayor, Commander Gao, I really know I was wrong. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. My dad has done a lot for the Magic City. Please spare me and my family." Kong Jinyuan cried, his voice hoarse from excessive agitation. "From the moment you used your connections, this matter is no longer something you can just back out of. All these years, you've relied on being Kong Zhongyao's son to bully quite a few people in the Magic City. Why didn't you think that disaster wouldn't reach your family back then?" Mayor Duan said. Commander Gao looked at him with disgust and said, "Now you know to beg us? When you were reckless, did you ever think about the consequences? Do you think a single plea for mercy can make it all go away? Aren't you investigating Wang Chen's family background, planning to take them all down in one go? Fine, call your dad right now and have them all dealt with. I want to see what kind of joke a deputy mayor from the Kong family and a retired old man can make." I dare not." Kong Jinyuan finally squeezed out a few words, his voice as weak as a mosquito's buzz. At this moment, he was no longer the arrogant and domineering person he once was. All that remained was endless regret and worry about his future and fate. You dare not? Duan. When Jun looked at Kong Jinyuan's disheveled appearance, his expression cold and unmoved. I see you're quite bold. Now you know fear? It's too late. Commander. Jo, are you feeling unconvinced? Do you think Wang Chen only got to this point because of our relationship? Let me tell you, Wang Chen's father is the chairman of the Pioneer Heavy Industry Group. That might not mean much to you, a playboy. But what if I add that his mother is the founder of the Huayao Group? By the way, you probably don't know who Wang Chen's grandfather is, right? After all, he's just a retired old man, but in the Central Y he is a highly respected figure. Kid, how dare you? Commander Gao shook his head, looking at him with pity, and continued, you think you can act recklessly just because of your father's little power, but you don't realize who you've provoked. Kong Jinyuan's eyes widened, his originally pale face now devoid of color. Like a blank sheet of paper, the words of Commander Gao echoed repeatedly in his mind. Descriptions of Wang Chen's family background sounded like thunderclaps in his ears. The son of the chairman of the Pioneer Heavy Industry Group, the founder of the Huayao Group is his mother, and his grandfather is a highly respected figure in the Central. These phrases swirled in his mind, causing his thoughts to spiral into chaos. No, how is this possible? Impossible. He muttered to himself, his voice weak and trembling, filled with disbelief and deep fear. Kong Jinyuan finally understood why he had never been able to uncover Wang Chen's family background. The Pioneer Heavy Industry Group, let alone him, even these two big shots in front of him, wouldn't dare to underestimate. It is a significant presence in the national industrial sector, capable of stirring up waves in the industry with every move. As for the Huayao Group, it concerns the national economy and people's livelihood, and the influence of its founder is unfathomable. Regarding Wang Chen's grandfather being highly respected in the Central, this means he has immeasurable influence on the political stage of the entire Huagua. A retired old man with such power only indicates that he must have held important positions in the past or reached the pinnacle of success. In front of such figures, he and his father were like ants. A single finger could crush them to dust. Kong Jinyuan thought of his actions towards Wang Chen, and in extreme fear, his stomach churned violently, nearly making him vomit. He finally understood why Wang Chen always appeared so calm and collected. Meanwhile, he had been boasting about taking down Wang Chen's entire family. Kong Jinyuan looked at the people in front of him, opened his mouth to argue. It was Wang Chen who had crashed his car. If he hadn't reacted quickly and jumped out of the car in time, he would probably still be lying in the hospital now. This is clearly Wang Chen's fault. Why is it that now it all seems to be his problem? But the words of Kong Jinyuan were swallowed back down. Is there any point in saying these things now? Besides making himself look even more ridiculous and unreasonable. It can't change any facts at all. The right and wrong of the matter is no longer something that Kong Jinyuan's one-sided words can turn around. He knows this in his heart. Even if the car accident is true, it is his subsequent abuse of power and malicious retaliation that truly put him in a desperate situation. He treated Wang Chen as one of those people he could bully at will. But he often didn't consider that today, just a friend brought by Li Meng, had put him in such an irretrievable predicament. Once, as the son of the vice mayor, the fearful gazes and flattering smiles from others inflated his vanity and arrogance to an infinite degree. In his eyes, his father's power was his golden ticket to immunity. It was the capital that allowed him to trample on rules and do as he pleased. Each time he smoothed over a situation using his connections, it made him more convinced of his superiority. Law and morality were merely shackles, binding ordinary people, irrelevant to him. Those he bullied could only dare to be angry but not speak out against his misdeeds, which further fueled his arrogance. In his eyes, these wealthy yet powerless people were nothing but lambs to the slaughter, at his mercy. He felt high and mighty, able to manipulate their lives at will. The wealth of those people was merely something he could take at any time using his father's power. In his limited understanding, as long as his father's position remained intact, he could walk freely in this small corner of the Magic City. Even if he made a huge mistake, there would always be a way to downplay it. This distorted perception led him deeper into the abyss of sin, until today, when he faced consequences he could not bear. Truly, the cycle of heaven's justice is unerring. Everything is fate, not up to man. Kong Jinyuan raised his head, his eyes filled with pleading and helplessness. His voice trembled to the point of being almost inaudible. Commander Gao, Mayor Duan, I really know I was wrong. I won't dare again. I won't dare anymore. I beg you for one chance. I am willing to take all the responsibility. I only ask you to spare my family. They are innocent. I beg you to show mercy. Kong Jinyuan's gaze was fixed on Commander Gao and Mayor Duan, his eyes full of desperation. At this moment, he was like a traveler in the desert, parched to the extreme. On the brink of collapse, he caught a glimpse of the last mirage in the distance, knowing it might be an illusory hope. Yet he still tried with all his might to grasp it, even if it was in vain. What happened between him and Wang Chen was just a small matter. If Mayor Duan and Commander Gao were willing to let him off the hook, perhaps everything could still turn around. This thought echoed in Kong Jinyuan's mind as if it were his only lifeline. At the very least, he needed to keep his father's position safe. His father's position was not only the foundation of the Kong family but also the source of his arrogance. Over the years, if he couldn't even protect that, then the Kong family would truly be finished. Kong Jinyuan, do you still not understand? Mayor Duan looked at Kong Jinyuan before him, shaking his head, his eyes filled with a complex emotion. The Kong family had taken root in the Magic City a century ago, weathering storms for 100 years, and had once been prominent. Yet, who would have thought that in this generation there would emerge such a useless and debauched scion as Kong Jinyuan, causing such a disaster? The century-old foundation of the Kong family was likely to be destroyed by his hands. Provoking Wang Chen is equivalent to provoking one of the most powerful groups in Huadhua. Moreover, Kong Jinyuan still cannot see the situation clearly. Is it useful to beg him and Commander Gao? Even if he and Gao Xiong are willing to help the Kong family, they are like ants trying to shake a tree in front of the colossal Wang family. Furthermore, before Wang Chen speaks, Mayor Duan and Commander Gao would never dare to make any decisions on their own. With Wang Chen's background, not to mention them, even higher-ranking figures would not easily intervene. After all, he is just as small as city leader in the Magic City, and Commander Gao is merely the head of the local Jade district. If the old man of the Wang family has spoken, if he dares to speak on behalf of Kong Jinyuan, tonight he will have to clear out the office. Kong Jinyuan listened to Mayor Duan's words, his body suddenly shuddering as if doused with a bucket of ice water from head to toe. The last glimmer of hope in his heart was shattered. Kong Jinyuan slowly raised his head, his gaze passing over Mayor Duan and Commander Gao, landing on Wang Chen, who stood to the side. Wang Chen still wore a calm and indifferent expression, his eyes carrying a hint of detachment, as if everything before him had nothing to do with him. This composure and tranquility stirred a complex emotion within Kong Jinyuan, both unwillingness and anger, but more so a profound sense of powerlessness. Kong Jinyuan's lips trembled slightly, his voice hoarse and low, carrying a suppressed emotion. Wang Chen, I admit defeat in this matter. I apologize to you. Kong Jinyuan lowered his proud head. He had completely lost his former pride and dignity, but he had no other choice. Wang Chen glanced at him and stood up. He spoke lightly, his tone frivolous and somewhat mocking. Oh, young Master Kong, you're bowing your head now? What happened to that arrogance from earlier? Didn't you say you wanted to ruin my whole family? What's this, changing your tune now? Weren't you the one saying I was just a nouveau riche, that I didn't know how I climbed up the social ladder? Wang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, his tone dripping with undisguised sarcasm. He leisurely walked in front of Kong Jinyuan, looking down at him with eyes full of mockery and disdain. Now do you know which high branch I've climbed? I preferred your previous rebellious demeanor. Please revert to that. Kong Jinyuan clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, yet he felt no pain. Wang Chen's frivolous tone and mocking gaze pierced his pride like a sharp knife. He felt a surge of anger burning in his chest, almost bursting forth from his throat. Wang Chen, you. His voice was low and hoarse, as if squeezed out from between his teeth. Kong Jinyuan took a deep breath, trying to suppress the anger in his heart. Wang Chen, I was wrong from the start. I've admitted my mistake. What more do you want? Do you have to force me to ruin my family before you're satisfied? I will compensate you for all your losses, and I will also post a video online to apologize to you. Wang Chen, I know you have great power behind you. I admit defeat. Can you calm down and let me off the hook? Wang Chen quietly listened to Kong Jinyuan's words, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked in front of Kong Jinyuan, looking down at him, the mockery in his eyes diminished, replaced by an extremely indifferent gaze. Now you know to follow the rules? Wang Chen chuckled lightly, his voice low. What you did before cannot simply be brushed aside with an apology. If I remember correctly, you were the one who broke the rules first, right? Haha, when you meet someone less powerful than you, you don't follow the rules. When you meet someone more powerful, you just let me go so easily? So this rule is set by you? Kong Jinyuan appeared to be completely subdued and genuinely remorseful. But in reality, he just felt unlucky to have encountered someone stronger, Wang Chen, rather than realizing the error of his own actions. He displayed his hypocritical facade to the fullest. If you have any other demands, feel free to bring them up. I will satisfy you. Kong Jinyuan secretly raised his eyes to observe Wang Chen's expression, wearing a flattering smile. Yet, a trace of barely perceptible resentment flashed in his eyes. What can you give me? Wang Chen replied indifferently, I lack neither money nor power. Do you think I want your worthless apology? You can use any means you have. I'm afraid you won't even have a chance to regret it afterward. Wang Chen. Kong Jinyuan stood up, staring fiercely at Wang Chen. Are you really going to go to the end with me? Go to the end? You think you deserve that? Wang Chen looked at Kong Jinyuan calmly. It seems you still haven't grasped the situation. Right now, you are the one begging me and you have this attitude? One should spare others when possible. In magic, city, everyone sees each other often, and making things absolute won't do you any good. Why not take a step back and leave a way out for each other? Kong. Shen Yuan gritted his teeth and said, you can humiliate me, hit me, do whatever you want, but if you dare to lay a hand on my family, my Kong family will never let you go, even if it means we both perish. Naive, where do you get the confidence to threaten me? Wang Chen shook his head. He found it laughable that Kong Shen Yuan was still so defiant. Facing disaster and still unaware he dared to threaten him, Wang Chen had never seen such a foolish rich second generation. Logically, rich second generations receive the best education from a young age. They shouldn't say such irrational things. I thought you could at least recognize the situation, but it seems I overestimated you. Wang Chen suppressed a laugh, his disdain becoming more apparent. Your so-called mutual destruction is just a joke to me. With your Kong family's little influence, you think you can oppose me? Just as Kong Shen Yuan was about to speak, his phone rang. He pulled out his phone from his pocket and saw that it was a call from his father. In an instant, his expression turned even uglier, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. His hand holding the phone trembled slightly, and after hesitating for a moment, he answered his father's call. Hello, Dad, what's the matter? He said stiffly while holding the phone. You ungrateful son. What good thing have you done? What kind of trouble have you gotten into? I've pulled all the strings, and I can't even find anyone to help you. On the other end of the line, Kong Zhongyao's furious roar came through. In Kong Shen Yuan's memory, his father was the kind of person who remained unflappable even in the face of disaster. He always maintained absolute composure at all times. Since childhood, his father had taught him to stay calm in the face of adversity. But at this moment, the roar of his father on the phone completely threw him into a panic. Dad, don't call me Dad, I have no son like you. Kong Shen Yuan was interrupted by Kong Zhongyao's angry voice as soon as he opened his mouth. His voice became hoarse from extreme anger. After all these years, have you forgotten how I taught you? To act low-key, not to act recklessly just because you have a bit of power at home. Did you think it was just a passing breeze? Now look, you've dragged yourself and the entire family into the abyss. I'm done for. The Kong family is done for, and the old man has been so angered by you that he's been hospitalized. I can't manage you anymore. Don't say you're my son in the future. The Kong family can't take any more turmoil. The call was forcefully ended on the other end. Kong Shen Yuan stood there in a daze, holding his phone. Meanwhile, at Rinji Hospital in the Magic City, the old master of the Kong family, Kong Deshan, lay on the hospital bed, his aged hand trembling as he picked up the phone and dialed a few old friends' numbers. These people had been honored guests of the Kong family during his peak years, often receiving his support and care. After a few rings, the call was finally answered. Shaoli, it's me, Kong Deshan. His voice was somewhat weak but still carried an undeniable authority. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a somewhat awkward voice. Oh, old master, why are you personally calling? How's your health? Kong Deshan ignored the pleasantries and said directly, Oldly, you must have heard about my grandson's situation, right? I hope you can help this time. Another silence followed on the line. Then, the other side chuckled dryly, with a tone of evasion. Old master, it's not that I don't want to help, but this matter is too big. I also feel powerless. Kong Deshan's brows furrowed tightly, and he gripped the phone harder, his knuckles turning white. He suppressed the anger rising within him and said in a deep voice, Shaoli, back when you were just starting out, I helped you a lot. Now that the Kong family is in trouble, you just stand by and watch? Old master, please don't say that. I really have no choice. The higher-ups are watching closely. No one dares to act rashly. Xiao Li continued. You should think of another way. The call was directly hung up. Kong Deshan's hand fell weakly, the phone dropping onto the blanket of the hospital bed. His chest heaved violently, breathing becoming increasingly rapid, his face growing paler. These people, he muttered to himself, his voice filled with disappointment and anger. He gritted his teeth and picked up the phone again, dialing another number. This time, the person on the other end answered more quickly, their tone more respectful. Old master, why are you personally calling? Just let me know what you need. The other party's voice carried a hint of flattery. Kong Deshan sighed in relief and said coldly, Xiao Zhang, you should know about my grandson's situation, right? I hope you can step in and help negotiate. Xiao Zhang on the other end fell silent for a moment, then his tone became somewhat troubled. Old master, this matter, it's really difficult to handle. If I rashly intervene, I might end up in trouble myself. Kong Deshan's expression darkened further, his voice laced with anger. Xiao Zhang, when you worked under me, I promoted you a lot. Now that the Kong family is in trouble, this is how you repay me? Old master, please don't be angry. Xiao Zhang's voice became somewhat flustered. I also have no control over this. This matter is really too big. I truly feel powerless. The call was hung up again. Kong Deshan's finger pressed heavily on the hang-up button, the light from the phone screen reflecting his increasingly ashen face. He suddenly began to cough. His emaciated shoulders shook violently, the cough sounding as if it would tear his insides apart. Kong Zongyao hurriedly stepped forward to support his father but was pushed away by the old man. Get away! Kong Desan gasped for breath, his murky eyes fixed on his son. What a good son you've raised. Now the whole city is laughing at the Kong family. He grabbed the medicine bottle by the pillow and smashed it against the wall, shards of glass exploding on the floor. Even Xiao Zhang dares to hang up on me now. Back when he was begging me on his knees for a favor, his pants were soaked. Kong. Zhongmiao silently crouched down, picking up the pieces of glass one by one. Dad, I've contacted the higher-ups. His voice was hoarse, as if it had been sanded down. He said it's beyond saving, and told me not to contact him again. Kong Desan slumped on the bed, his gaze hollow as he stared out the window. The once gentle sunlight now felt unbearably harsh to him. Back in the day, our Kong family could shake the city with a stomp. His voice was low and hoarse, as if squeezed out from between his teeth. I've worked diligently my whole life, and all the connections and family business I've built up have been destroyed by this calamity. Dad, it's my failure to discipline Jin Yuan. I'm sorry to the ancestors of the Kong family. Kong Zhongyao's voice was filled with endless regret and self-blame. Each word felt like a slap to his own face. Those who called me brother for a lifetime are now avoiding me more than anyone else. Kong Desan smiled bitterly, the wrinkles on his face etched with the passage of time. The warmth of human relationships is just like this. When things were good, they flattered him. Now that he's fallen, they scatter like birds and beasts. Kong Zhongyao walked to his father's side, wanting to comfort him, but found his throat blocked, unable to say a word. Dad, what should we do next? Kong Zhongyao finally broke the silence, his voice filled with helplessness. What else can we do? Kong Desan slowly turned his head, his gaze towards his son filled with exhaustion and resignation. Our Kong family is completely finished. This time, this breath can only be swallowed. Don't think about getting revenge on Wang Chen. As long as we can keep the lives of the Kong family safe, that would be a blessing in misfortune. He paused and added, I hope Shen Yuan can learn from this. If he remains stubborn, our Kong family will truly be done. 4. Dad, I understand. Kong Zhongyao nodded silently and turned to leave the room. He reached the end of the hospital corridor, looking out at the bustling street, his heart a mix of emotions. Before today, how glorious the Kong family was in this city. And now, they had to humbly seek forgiveness from others. At the police station, Wang Chen heard the roar coming from Kong Jinyuan's phone and glanced at Duan Wenjun and Gao Xiong. He found them both looking puzzled, exchanging glances. Wang Chen frowned slightly, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. He had thought these two were helping him pressure the Kong family, but judging by their reactions, it wasn't them. It was likely his father or grandfather who had taken action from another angle. Since the matter was mostly handled, Wang Chen would take care of the rest. Someone would deal with the Kong Jinyuan family. Wang Chen looked at Director Ma, who was standing dumbfounded at the door, and said, Director Ma, I should be able to leave now, right? Director Ma nodded eagerly, his face filled with a fawning smile, saying, Of course, young Master Wang, you can leave any time. Today's incident was completely a misunderstanding. We almost offended you. I'm truly sorry. I'll come by later to apologize. As he spoke, he kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, his eyes filled with panic. Director Ma couldn't wait for Wang Chen to leave. This red-haired boy was a bomb. Whoever touched him would die. If Wang Chen stayed here any longer, it would be a big trouble. And it was clear he wasn't planning to let him go. Either he or the hat on his head would have to go. Wang Chen looked at the fearful expression on Director Ma's face, nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and then turned to walk towards the police station's entrance. Duan Wenjun and Gao Xiong also stood up upon seeing this. Li Meng stood to the side, witnessing it all, her gaze complex as she looked at Kong Jinyuan. Since childhood, the frequent interactions between their families had intertwined their lives. However, in Li Meng's heart, those moments spent together were nothing but unpleasant memories. Kong Jinyuan always relied on his privileged background, arrogant and overbearing, often bullying other children, including Li Meng, when they were young. His unreasonable antics and reckless behavior only fueled Li Meng's growing disdain for him. Looking at the disheveled Kong Jinyuan at this moment, Li Meng felt not a shred of pity, but rather a sense of satisfaction that he finally got his comeuppance. But soon, this satisfaction was replaced by a tinge of sentimentality. She couldn't help but lament the unpredictability of life. Once, the Kong family had flourished in this city, but now, due to Kong Jinyuan's impulsiveness and foolishness, they faced impending disaster. The flattery and bustling crowds that once surrounded the Kong family had now vanished, leaving only the present desolation and despair. Li Meng shifted her gaze away from Kong Jinyuan, secretly relieved that she had never been entangled with him more deeply. At the same time, she felt fortunate to be on Wang Chen's side. The downfall of the Kong family was self-inflicted, and her future must never be associated with such a person. Wang Chen had just reached the door of the lounge when a sudden sound of stumbling footsteps came from behind. Kong Jinyuan abruptly scrambled up from the ground, his knees crashing heavily onto the tile floor, and he lunged towards Wang Chen's legs. His hair was disheveled, sticking to his sweaty forehead, and his tear-streaked face resembled that of a beaten dog that had lost its backbone. Young Master Wang, I beg you, he clung desperately to Wang Chen's calf, his voice trembling with a sobbing plea. I'll bow to you. I'll be your dog. I'll do whatever you want. I was wrong, please show mercy and let me go. Without the protection of the Kong family, the days when Kong Jinyuan could act tyrannically were gone forever. Wang Chen looked down at him, the tip of his shoe pressing against his chin. Let go. Wang Chen frowned in disgust, trying to shake him off, but Kong Jinyuan held on tighter. At that moment, Kong Jinyuan's mind was filled with thoughts of those he had bullied. Now that the Kong family was on the brink of collapse, how could they possibly let this opportunity for revenge slip away? They would repay him for the humiliations he had inflicted on them over the years, doubling the suffering he had caused. He might end up beaten and bruised, lying in a dark corner, ignored by everyone. He could also lose all his wealth and become destitute, unable to stand in this city again. At this moment, Kong Jinyuan could no longer maintain his proud self-esteem and face. Wang Chen looked down at Kong Jinyuan, a mocking cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Do you think pretending to be pitiful will save you now? Now that the Kong family is about to fall, you're scared? It's too late. You brought this upon yourself and you deserve to die. After saying this, Wang Chen kicked away Kong Jinyuan's hands that were clutching his calf and walked straight out of the lounge. It was absurd and ridiculous to act pitiful only at this point. Kong Jinyuan didn't truly realize his mistakes, he only knew that he was doomed. The pressure of power forced him to lower his proud head. Until the very last moment, Kong Jinyuan still clung to a glimmer of hope, attempting to threaten Wang Chen. It was only when he lost all his support that he chose to beg Wang Chen for mercy, trying to grasp at that slim chance of survival. But it was too late. Wang Chen ignored Kong Jinyuan's pleas for mercy, showing no intention of letting him off the hook. Kong Jinyuan had been arrogant and overbearing, thinking he could act however he pleased just because he had a vice mayor for a father, treating the lives of ordinary people as a joke. Now, the powerful are crushed by even greater powers. It can be considered a clear manifestation of justice, a fitting retribution. As for the fate of Kong Jinyuan and the Kong family afterward, it is no longer within Wang Chen's consideration. Director Ma escorted Wang Chen to the entrance of the police station. Mayor Duan and Commander Gao had long been waiting there. Upon seeing Wang Chen come out, both of them displayed gentle smiles. Mayor Duan kindly said, "The matter has been mostly resolved. I still have official business to attend to, so I'll be heading back first." Hearing this, Wang Chen hurried a few steps forward and smiled. "Thanks to Uncle Duan and Uncle Gao's help, otherwise I really wouldn't know how much trouble I would have gone through alone. Thank you both. If there's ever a place where I can be of assistance, don't hesitate to ask. You're too polite, kid. In this city of magic, just treat it like your own home. If there's anything, feel free to speak up." Mayor Duan waved his hand, a warm smile on his face. "Your choice to study in our magic city is a sign of trust in the organization. As the mayor of Magic City, I naturally have to ensure your personal safety. Given that such a thing happened, I'm just glad you didn't blame me. Rest assured, I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation for this incident. I will also strengthen organizational management to completely prevent such things from happening," Mayor Duan said sincerely. Commander Gao laughed heartily. "Maintaining public order in Magic City is indeed our duty. Besides, with such an outstanding young man studying here, we must ensure your safety. Nowadays, most children from the top families in Huadhua are sent abroad for studies, but your choice to study in our Magic City shows your trust in us. We certainly cannot let you suffer any grievances, nor can we allow any negative influences to affect you." Wang Chen felt a warmth in his heart and smiled. "You're being too serious. If there's ever a need for me, please don't hesitate to ask." Uncles. Even now, Wang Chen still didn't know much about his grandfather's situation. He only learned from bits and pieces that he held a high position. He had quite a background. At the same time, it made Wang Chen curious. Since his grandfather once held a high position, why did he always appear as an ordinary, retired old man? On ordinary days, he would either tend to flowers and plants or occasionally play chess with others, never mentioning his past glories. It was only after this incident that he began to understand his grandfather's influence a bit. Commander Gao smiled and waved his hand, pulling out a business card from his jacket pocket and handing it to Wang Chen, saying, "This is my contact information. In the future, if you encounter any tricky matters, just give me a call." Wang Chen received it with both hands, examining it carefully. He saw that besides a phone number and a name, there was no other information on the card. At this moment, Mayor Duan also took out his business card and handed it to Wang Chen, saying with concern, "This is my personal phone number. If you have any issues in the future, just call me directly." Wang Chen thanked him repeatedly and carefully put the card away. After Wang Chen received the business cards, Mayor Duan and his secretary turned to walk towards the black Audi S6L at the entrance. The car slowly started and smoothly drove away from the police station. Wang Chen's gaze shifted to the imposing armored vehicle at the entrance. The armored vehicle was heavy, its black paint reflecting a cold, hard sheen under the sunlight, the steel texture showcasing power and authority. Commander Gao strode over, with several guards marching in step behind him. Commander Gao reached the car door, turned around to wave goodbye to Wang Chen, and called out loudly, "I'm leaving. If you need anything, just speak up." Wang Chen waved back and shouted, "Uncle Gao, take care. Thank you for your support." Then, Commander Gao boarded the armored vehicle, and the door slowly closed. The armored vehicle gradually started, its wheels rolling as it drove off into the distance. Wang Yeting and the 18 lawyers, along with Wang Chen and Li Meng, approached and said, "Young Master Wang, Miss Li, we're sorry we couldn't be of much help. If there's nothing else, we'll head back to the firm," Wang Yeting added. From what had just happened, Wang Yeting understood that Wang Chen was not an ordinary person. The power behind him was beyond his imagination. With Mayor Duan and Commander Gao present, this matter could be resolved perfectly without the need for their lawyers to intervene. "Thank you for your trouble," Wang Chen nodded and said, "I have quite a few properties under my name, so I'm sure I'll be needing your help with legal matters in the future. Young Master Wang, you're too polite." Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Wang Yeting's previously somewhat reserved expression was instantly filled with a smile. The other lawyers also nodded in agreement, their faces beaming with excitement as they chimed in. After exchanging pleasantries with them, Wang Chen watched as Wang Yeting and the others drove away from the police station. At the entrance of the station, only Wang Chen, Li Meng, and the somewhat nervous Director Ma Jile remained. Wang Chen nodded to Director Ma and then said to Li Meng, "Shall we go?" Li Meng nodded, took out her car keys from her bag and pointed to the white Porsche 718 across the street, saying, "I drove here, so let's take my car. I'll give you a ride." Wang Chen's expression changed immediately and he quickly replied, "Wait, let me drive instead." "Fine," Li Meng pouted slightly, pretending to be dissatisfied as she handed the car keys to Wang Chen. Wang Chen took the keys with a helpless smile, then pressed the unlock button. He opened the door of the Porsche 718 and got in, with Li Meng following him into the passenger seat. With a press of the accelerator, the Porsche 718 drove out of the police station. Director Ma Jile stood in place, watching their figures fade away, a smile on his face as he shouted, "Young Master Wang, Miss Li, take care. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. I'm always at your service." Wang Chen waved his hand in response. As Director Ma watched Wang Chen's car drive away, he let out a sigh of relief. He felt as if he had deflated like a punctured balloon, instantly feeling drained. There was no doubt that today was the most perilous scene he had encountered in decades. A slight misstep could have cost him his position. He had never been this scared even when he was freshly graduated and clashed with major drug lords. Ma Jile wiped the sweat from his forehead, only to realize that his police uniform was already soaked with cold sweat. He staggered and leaned against the glass door of the duty room, leaving 5 blurry sweat marks on the tempered glass with his fingertips. Damn it! The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, kicking the nearby trash can. The trash can fell with a loud clang, echoing sharply in the quiet police station entrance. He felt that he had truly run into bad luck today, suffering this unwarranted disaster for no reason. It was all because Captain Li acted recklessly, arresting people without notifying him in advance, leading to such a chaotic scene. He felt he had to give him a good scolding. How could he justify the effort he put into bringing Wang Chen back otherwise? And that Kong Jinyuan, Ma Jile had long found him displeasing. Previously, he had been wary of the Kong family and Vice Mayor Kong behind him. Now, however, with the Kong family on the verge of collapse and Kong Jinyuan no longer having his former arrogance, he had become a drowning dog that everyone wanted to beat. Ma Jile was determined to charge him with dangerous driving and provoking trouble. As he thought of this, a cold smile appeared on his face. After all, this matter was entirely Kong Jinyuan's responsibility. He turned and strode into the police station, heading straight for Captain Li's office. Pushing open the door, Captain Li was sitting at his desk, looking dejected as he flipped through documents. Upon seeing Director Ma enter, Captain Li instinctively stood up, a hint of tension flashing across his face. "Director, is there something you need?" Captain Li was about to speak when he was interrupted by Director Ma. "You still know I'm the director." Director Ma glared, slamming his hand on the table. "Do you even see me as your leader? With such a big issue as arresting someone, you didn't report to me and acted on your own, almost causing a disaster. Do you know who you've offended this time?" Captain Li lowered his head, not daring to breathe. I just received the news and was anxious." "So anxious?" Director Ma snorted coldly. "Your anxiety almost cost our police station everything. If it weren't for Wang Xiao being magnanimous today, and Mayor Duan and Commander Gao stepping in, we would have been in deep trouble." "Director, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake." Captain Li showed a look of regret, repeatedly apologizing. Wasn't this how things were usually handled? Director Ma had specifically instructed that Kong Jinyuan's matter should be prioritized. Now he was being blamed. Who could have imagined Wang Chen had such a powerful background? Even the Kong family got dragged into it. Looking at Captain Li's expression, Director Ma's anger subsided slightly. "You write a thorough self-reflection and read it at the assembly of all police officers. During this time, you reflect well, and if there's a next time, don't think you can stay here." Captain Li hurriedly nodded, yes, I will definitely comply. Wang Chen drove the Porsche 718 with one hand, smoothly cruising down the road. The speed remained below the limit. Not too fast, not too slow. At this moment, Li Meng had no mind to pay attention to whether Wang Chen was driving fast or slow. She occasionally turned her head towards Wang Chen, her lips parting slightly a few times, only to quickly close again. She looked as if she wanted to say something, but held back. Her fingers subconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes, wrinkling it into creases. After a while, Li Meng took a deep breath, her gaze shifting from initial avoidance and hesitation to determination. She fixed her eyes on Wang Chen's profile and said, I'm sorry. Wang Chen was somewhat surprised, glancing at her and asking, why the sudden apology? This incident was entirely because of me that Kong Jinyuan targeted you. I didn't expect him to be so extreme, causing such a big issue. Li Meng lowered her head, her voice filled with deep self-reproach and regret. If I hadn't insisted on taking you to the Tianma racetrack, you wouldn't have encountered Kong Jinyuan, and he wouldn't have come to mess with your car, and there wouldn't have been the subsequent events. I didn't expect him to be so crazy, even wanting to target your family. And your Apollo IE is also total. I'm really sorry. Wang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. This has nothing to do with you, don't take it to heart. He gently rested one hand on the steering wheel, his fingers tapping lightly to the rhythm of the music. Wang Chen gazed at the vehicles ahead, lost in thought. In fact, for Wang Chen, such an incident was also a good thing. Even if today there was no clown like Kong Jinyuan to provoke him, tomorrow there would surely be others like Chen Jinyuan and Huang Jinyuan making their appearances in similar ways. Wang Chen had already considered this when he called Wang Jiangluo. He had no intention of hiding his identity at all. Aside from his grandfather's influence, which was beyond Wang Chen's imagination, everything else was within his expectations. There's no wall that doesn't let the wind through. How could there be a shadow that can be hidden in this world? The events that occurred today at the Songshan police station must have already spread in certain circles in the Magic City. His name has likely become a topic of conversation after meals. Wang Chen's background must have sparked countless curiosities and speculations. This is fine, it is precisely the result Wang Chen wanted. A single punch thrown prevents 100 punches coming, appropriately revealing. Some background can both intimidate those with ulterior motives and clear some obstacles for his future actions. It prevents small fries like Kong Jinyuan from coming to trouble him again. A faint smile lingered at the corner of Wang Chen's mouth as he turned to look at the guilt-ridden Li Meng and softly said, although the Apollo IE is totaled, I still have a Ferrari LaFerrari and a Porsche 918 in my garage. Let's go to the racetrack again after some time. Mentioning the racetrack, Wang Chen's eyes instantly ignited with fervent light. Although he didn't spend much time on the track today, he couldn't forget that brief thrill of speed. The roar of the engine, the burnt rubber smell from the tires against the ground, and the sensation of the wind howling past his ears all seemed to possess a special magic that made his blood boil. Wow! Li Meng's eyes widened, filled with disbelief as she exclaimed, you actually have a LaFerrari and a Porsche 918? She quickly realized she had cursed and shyly glanced at Wang Chen. Wang Chen smiled and nodded slightly. Li Meng was so excited that her hands trembled slightly, her gaze fixed on Wang Chen. Those cars have always existed only in my dreams. I never expected you really had them. Then, let's go to the racetrack next time we get the chance. Li Meng's mind was constantly sketching those images, swallowing hard. Wang Chen drove the Porsche 718 back to the Sky Pavilion. The car slowly entered the underground garage, and the lights in the exclusive parking spaces lit up one by one. Under the soft and bright lights, top-tier supercars were neatly arranged, resembling a luxurious car museum. The metallic shells of the cars reflected the light. Li Meng's gaze was first drawn to the Ferrari LaFerrari. The vibrant red paint was striking, and the smooth lines of the car seemed ready to cut through the wind at any moment. Li Meng slowly approached, gently touching the car's body, feeling the cold yet powerful metallic texture, murmuring, this is the LaFerrari. Not far away, the Porsche 918 and McLaren P1 stood quietly. Their unique shapes exuded a strong sense of technology. Li Meng walked around the car slowly, unable to tear her eyes away, her breathing becoming rapid. These smooth lines are simply perfect, Li Meng whispered in admiration. If you like it, I'll let you drive it next time. Wang Chen had somehow walked up behind her, smiling as he spoke. Li Meng turned her head sharply, her eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. Really? Can I? Of course, as long as you want to. Wang Chen nodded affirmatively. She reluctantly took one last look at the Porsche 918 before turning to face Wang Chen. Thank you so much. Today, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't know when I'd get the chance to be this close to these supercars. Li Meng said sincerely. Wang Chen waved his hand. Don't mention it, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I'll be leaving now, goodbye. Li Meng waved at Wang Chen, then drove away from the Sky Pavilion. Wang Chen turned to look at the cars in the garage, deep in thought. He then walked towards the elevator. It seemed he needed to buy some more cars. With the Apollo IE wrecked, the only cars left in his garage were the McLaren P1, Porsche 918, and LaFerrari. When he purchased the Sky Pavilion, he was given quite a few parking spaces. Now, more than half of them were still empty. Moreover, there's the matter of the parking spaces that come with the units purchased under the Tianmu Palace. I need to find an opportunity to fill those empty parking spots, otherwise, it would be a waste. Wang Chen stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. Exiting the elevator, he arrived at the door. The bodyguard stood dutifully there, and upon seeing Wang Chen, respectfully said, "Good evening, boss." Wang Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement and continued walking into the room. Upon returning to the room, he was somewhat surprised to find that Ren Yangshuan was not there tonight. This left Wang Chen feeling a bit regretful. He had been looking forward to enjoying Ren Yangshuan's exquisite dance once more. Wang Chen let out a soft sigh. He casually hung his coat on the rack and strolled to the window, overlooking the bustling night scene below, his thoughts drifting far away. At that moment, Wang Chen's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up to see it was his father, Wang Jiangwo, calling. "Dad, what's up?" Wang Chen answered the call. On the other end, Wang Jiangwo's steady voice came through. "Xiaoyu, you did well with this matter, you didn't bring shame to our Wang family. However, a tall tree catches the wind, so you need to be more cautious in your future actions to avoid getting hurt." Wang Chen replied seriously, "Dad, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'm aware of the situation and I will definitely be more vigilant in my future endeavors, ensuring that the family's reputation remains intact and that I don't find myself in dangerous situations." Wang Jiangwo paused for a moment before continuing, "You're back at school now, right?" "No. I bought a small apartment at Zhongliang Haijing No. 1 to live in." Wang Chen hesitated for a moment but decided to answer truthfully. Once the words left his mouth, he felt at ease. After all, with the system's ability to modify perceptions, Wang Chen wasn't worried at all about his father questioning the source of his funds. Anyway, Wang Jiangwo had naturally attributed the origin of this money to his grandfather's gifts. This way, many matters could be easily handled without Wang Chen needing to think of excuses. Zhongliang Haijing No. 1, that's the community in Lujiazui, right? Yes. After a moment of silence on the phone, Wang Jiangwo continued, "If you don't want to stay at school, that's fine. I remember I have quite a few properties in Modu. It would be a waste for them to sit empty. I'll have the butler organize the information and send it over to you shortly, so you can pick out what you like." Wang Jiangwo said indulgently. "No need, Dad, this apartment is quite good, it's just enough for me." Wang Chen smiled helplessly, knowing his father's good intentions. He had to say, "Actually, I've also bought several properties nearby, with various locations and layouts, so it's really sufficient." "You rascal," Wang Jiangwo chuckled upon hearing this, his laughter tinged with a hint of teasing. "Since they're just sitting there, consider these gifts from Dad for your little girlfriends to stay in, so they won't have nowhere to go and you won't have to arrange everything." "Ah!" Wang Chen exclaimed in surprise. "Dad, how did you know?" "Ha!" Wang Jiangwo's hearty laughter came through the receiver again. "You're my son, how could I not understand you? Young people, full of vigor, it's normal to have a few romantic flings. I won't interfere with the rest. But there's one thing you need to pay attention to." Wang Jiangwo's tone suddenly turned serious. "No matter who you're with, you must understand the importance of respect and responsibility. Relationships are not a game. Don't hurt a girl out of a moment of impulse, and if it gets out, it won't reflect well on our Wang family's reputation. Also, if you feel it's right, don't drag it out." Wang Jiangwo chuckled lightly and changed the subject, saying, "Your grandparents keep mentioning how they want to hold their great-grandchildren. You should bring a few kids back home when you have the time to liven things up for the old folks. I see you're quite fast at finding a girlfriend too. If you're willing, bringing back more kids is fine. Your dad can still support them. If it really comes to it, there's your grandpa and your maternal grandpa, especially your grandpa. He can't wait for you to hurry up and have a few chubby little ones." Wang Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry and could only helplessly respond, "Dad, please don't tease me. It's not as easy as you say. Having more kids? That takes time." Wang Jiangwo chuckled, "You little rascal, don't make excuses. I see you just haven't had enough fun yet. By the way, Dad, what's going on with Grandpa?" Seeing this, Wang Chen quickly changed the topic. Today at the police station, Grandpa had Commander Gao from the Magic City Garrison come over. "From what I heard from Commander Gao." Before Wang Chen could finish, he was directly interrupted by Wang Jiangwo. "About your grandpa, don't ask too much. When it's time for you to know, you'll naturally find out. But I warn you, don't use your grandpa's name to cause trouble outside. If you have any issues, just tell me. Also, if your grandpa gives you anything again, just accept it yourself." "Got it." Wang Chen nodded. Wang Jiangwo continued, "That old man from the Kong family still has some connections and came to me to plead for mercy. I see he's getting on in years, so I just had his son step down, and that's the end of it. From now on, they won't be able to stir up any trouble in the Magic City." Wang Jiangwo said, "I've resolved this matter for you, but don't think you can act recklessly like Kong Jinyuan. If I find out you're out there bullying others or breaking the law, I'll be the first to deal with you." Wang Chen chuckled and said, "Dad, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. How could I be like someone like Kong Jinyuan? You know me, I'm very devoted, only interested in pretty girls. Besides that, no one bothers me, and I'm quite honest. I know. I still trust my son. On the other end of the line, Wang Jiangwo's voice was filled with pride. His hearty laughter came through the phone. Over the years, he and Wang Chen's mother had strictly disciplined him. He didn't have the slightest hint of a spoiled rich kid's arrogance or capriciousness. Instead, he was humble and polite. Wang Jiangwo didn't expect Wang Chen to have extraordinary abilities. As long as he didn't go down the wrong path and kept pace, that was enough. He observed Wang Chen's performance during his time studying in the Magic City, and it was still fine. At least he didn't have the bad habits of other rich second-generation kids. In terms of character and conduct, he was steady and organized. As for having multiple girlfriends, for a family like theirs, that was hardly a flaw. In fact, it was a great thing. If you don't help me, I guess I could just go directly to Grandpa. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiangwo pretended to be annoyed and said, "You little rascal, you've even learned to use your grandpa to pressure me. After all, Grandpa seems to be more formidable than you," Wang Chen said with a hint of melancholy. Beep beep, 2 crisp busy signals rang out, and Wang Jiangwo hung up the phone directly. This abrupt busy tone was like applause in the father-son sparring. Wang Chen held the phone, a smirk of triumph on his face. Usually, when facing Wang Jiangwo, he was the one getting scolded. Today, he finally managed to turn the tables. This long-lost feeling of victory made him feel elated, and he found it quite amusing. Wang Chen put down his phone and stood by the window, looking at Lu Jiazui at that moment. Under the cover of night, the streets were bustling with traffic, and pedestrians flowed like a river. The noise and liveliness intertwined, forming the unique vitality of this city. Wang Chen was still somewhat puzzled as to how his father, starting from scratch, could establish such a large pioneer-heavy industry group. Moreover, it was involved in key sectors such as energy, aerospace, and equipment manufacturing. This was not an industry that could be entered just by having the capability. It seemed that his grandfather's help was undoubtedly indispensable in this matter. While Wang Chen was still pondering, his phone in his pocket rang again. He took out his phone and gasped in shock. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell is this? Is it a virus?" It was no wonder Wang Chen reacted so strongly. On the phone screen, there was no specific caller ID displayed. Instead, 2 lines of text floated on the screen. "Emergency call from JW dedicated line. Please answer immediately. It's urgent. Hello? The call you are receiving is an emergency call from the Strategic Core Department of the G family. Please confirm immediately whether your environment is safe and private. Stay away from crowded areas. Avoid all possible eavesdropping risks, and answer immediately." A scam call? Wang Chen's mind instantly fell into chaos. The thought of it being a scam flickered in his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. The wording in the situation were simply not something an ordinary scammer could concoct. They didn't have the guts for that. But if it wasn't a scam, how could it be so bizarre? It was not unusual for an ordinary person to get a special number. As long as they had money, it was possible. If Wang Chen wanted, he could buy a bunch of special numbers from the 3 major telecom operators. Those numbers were just a string of symbols that could be easily obtained in his eyes, not worth mentioning at all. However, Wang Chen clearly wasn't that bored. With his status, he didn't need to rely on these external things to make a show. But the call that appeared on his phone now did not display a number. Instead, it showed text. This situation was something Wang Chen had never encountered in 2 lifetimes. He thought for a moment and had some guesses about the call. Wang Chen steadied his mind and answered the call. "Hello? What's wrong, grandson? Can't even recognize your grandfather's voice?" An old voice came from the other end of the line. "Grandpa, is that really you?" Wang Chen said, somewhat surprised. "Ha ha ha." Just as Wang Chen finished speaking, a hearty laugh came from the other side of the phone. "As expected of my eldest grandson, I didn't scare you, did I?" No, he had never seen his grandfather so furious. That cold tone seemed to come from a judgment in hell. Wang Chen seriously suspected that his grandfather had killed someone in his youth. Otherwise, how could there be such a murderous aura? Wang Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within. He steadied his mind and tentatively spoke. "Grandpa, I know you care about me, but the Kong family has been operating in this area for many years, deeply rooted. If we push things to the extreme, won't it cause unnecessary trouble?" "Trouble?" The old man snorted coldly. "Did they think about trouble when they provoked you? I've fought through half my life. Am I afraid of them?" As he spoke, the glorious years of the past seemed to flash before the old man's eyes. He slowly said, You are still young. There are some things you don't understand. Back in those chaotic times, I carved out a place for myself. What hardships and dangers did I not encounter? Those who wanted to step on me, which one of them didn't return defeated? Grandpa, you back then?" Wang Chen couldn't help but be curious, wanting to explore more. The old man paused, then his tone softened. "Those are all things of the past, long gone, better left unmentioned." Although Wang Chen was filled with curiosity, he felt it inappropriate to continue probing. He could only bury this curiosity deep in his heart for now. Actually, I feel quite embarrassed because I've been reckless and foolish outside, bringing shame to you, Grandpa. Wang Chen smiled. My good grandson, where have you been reckless? I've looked into the matter. It was entirely the other party who provoked you. If a young person doesn't have a bit of fire, are they still a young person? Grandpa retorted. Who hasn't made mistakes when they were young? No wonder you are my good grandson. Your character is just like mine when I was young. The Wang family must have this kind of blood. We must never back down in the face of challenges. You have your father behind you, and I am here to support you. Don't be afraid. Our Wang family has what we have today because we dared to draw our swords at critical moments. I see everything you do outside. Your youthful vigor is a good thing. Don't deny yourself because of a momentary mistake. Grandpa has never thought you were a disgrace. On the contrary, I have always been proud of you. You were able to bring back the Youngling encyclopedia that has brought me great comfort, allowing me to hold my head high in front of those old geezers. That said, your grandpa has worked hard for the country and the people all his life, just to pave a way for the next generation. My good grandson, have you done anything excessive? Who can do anything to you? I'll see who has the guts to pull this tiger's whiskers. Although the old man's voice was aged, it was filled with authority at this moment. Wang Chen took a deep breath, calming the surging emotions within him. With such a powerful grandfather protecting him, Wang Chen suddenly felt very reassured, very grounded. It could be said that as long as Wang Chen wanted, there was no one in Huagua that he would dare not provoke. Before him, no matter how noble or distinguished the identity, even the mighty dragon had to obediently lie low. Even the king of the mountains, the fierce tiger, could only remain docile and hidden. Originally, I planned to have someone bring you some living expenses since you came to Modu for university. But I didn't expect your father, that stingy man, to be so generous this time. The old man's hearty laughter came through the receiver, and he continued, but it's good. He rarely has such insight and knows how to care for his son now. Although it's not much, it should be enough for your living expenses. If you find yourself short of money in Modu, don't hold back. Tell Grandpa, and I'll send you some. Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit amused. With hundreds of billions in his bank account, too. Grandpa, it was just enough for living. Wang Jiangwo misunderstood that his money came from Grandpa. Now Grandpa thought this money was given by Wang Jiangwo. It's quite interesting. However, Wang Chen clearly had no intention of explaining. They were mutually misunderstanding each other. Wang Chen also spared himself the trouble of explaining. You kid, I can tell at a glance that you're not a well-behaved one. As soon as you arrived in the Magic City, you found quite a few little girlfriends. No wonder you're my eldest grandson. You have your grandfather's style from back in the day. The old man's aged laughter came from the other end of the phone. Wang Chen's face instantly darkened, followed by a flush of embarrassment. He had thought that no one would know about his actions in the Magic City. As it turned out, not only did Wang Jiangwo know, but even his grandfather was aware that he had found several girlfriends. Even with Wang Chen's 2 lifetimes, he couldn't help but feel a burning shame. Wang Chen stammered, Grandpa, who told you this? It's not as exaggerated as you say. You kid, still trying to hide it from Grandpa? Every move you make in the Magic City has reached my ears. The old man's laughter grew louder. Good grandson, work hard and strive to have a few more chubby little ones next year so I can hold my great-grandson. Soon, then I'll have no regrets in this life. Wang Chen's face darkened even more. He helplessly said, Grandpa, you're really pushing me here. Next year? That's too soon. I'm still just a student. What's wrong with being a student? Grandpa snorted, justifying himself. When I was your age, I already had your dad. People should do what they need to do at the right age. You have many girls around you now. That's a good thing. It shows that the Wang family's genes are good and charming. As long as you're willing, having a few more kids would be great. Cough cough. Grandpa wanted to say something more but suddenly broke into a severe cough. Grandpa, are you okay? Hearing his grandfather's cough sounded off, Wang Chen asked anxiously. I'm fine, cough cough. Grandpa coughed while reassuring Wang Chen, I'm okay, just an old problem, it will pass. After a while, Grandpa gradually caught his breath and helplessly said, you know, as people age, they become less useful. Once I start coughing, it just doesn't stop. Grandpa, your health? Wang Chen asked with some concern. Don't worry, Grandpa's health can last another 10 years or so without a problem. I have medical staff taking care of me every day. It's just that I'm getting old, so there are always some minor issues. The old man's voice returned to normal. This old body of mine is sturdier than you think. Your grandpa has been through storms and waves in his life. What difficulties hasn't he seen? These little ailments are nothing at all. At the rate you're finding girlfriends, I should still be able to hold my great-grandson. Hearing this, Wang Chen finally felt relieved. After all, this was his own grandfather. Blood is thicker than water, and Wang Chen certainly didn't want anything to happen to his grandfather's health. But why does Grandpa keep bringing up his girlfriends? With Grandpa's personality, it probably won't be long before the entire upper echelon of the imperial capital knows about his affairs. Just thinking about it made Wang Chen's face darken even more. He couldn't help but ponder if there was any way to keep Grandpa and Wang Jiangwo from finding out. In the end, he still dejectedly gave up on that idea. Given Wang Jiangwo and Grandpa's status, there are very few things in Huagua that they can't uncover. As long as they want to, they could find out anything Wang Chen did in the Magic City within half an hour. Who knows, there might even be people arranged by Grandpa and Wang Jiangwo in the community where he currently lives. Wang Chen sighed helplessly. Although he didn't want to be monitored, this was also the love of his family. After all, Wang Chen's identity was indeed somewhat sensitive. Even in the renowned safe haven of Huagua, one must remain vigilant at all times. He could only wait for the system's follow-up, hoping to draw some special effect entries. Wang Chen silently prayed in his heart for entries that could enhance his personal combat power. That way, Grandpa and Wang Jiangwo would have no reason to send people to monitor and protect him anymore. I won't disturb you any longer, my dear. You must find me a bit tedious, right? The old man's aged voice came through the phone, a hint of reluctance in his words. You young people have your own ideas, and I have nothing more to say. Grandpa, what are you talking about? How could I ever find you tedious? Wang Chen quickly replied. The old man had been an ordinary civil servant in his past life, and though he held a high position in this life, in front of Wang Chen he was no different from an ordinary old man. He wanted to chat more with him but feared that Wang Chen would find him talkative. No matter how high Grandpa's status was or how respected he was outside, in front of Wang Chen he was just an old man longing for companionship and afraid of being disliked. They were both mere mortals, and familial affection had nothing to do with status. This feeling of being cared for by a family member warmed Wang Chen's heart. If you can think this way, Grandpa is very happy. Come visit me and Grandma in the capital when you have time. The old man chuckled again, saying, Your grandma and I sometimes find it quite boring in the capital. Every day we just watch TV and take walks, nothing new to talk about. Your grandma misses you a lot too. She has been saying lately that she wants to make you your favorite mapo tofu. Wang Chen's eyes instantly moistened. He nodded and said, I'll make a trip to the capital in a while. Even if Grandpa didn't mention it, Wang Chen planned to find time to see them. In this new life he hadn't seen his grandparents yet. He wondered if their health was still as robust as in his past life. Alright, I'll have your grandma make you something delicious then. Grandpa's voice was filled with anticipation. He paused for a moment and continued, My eldest grandson, I still have a few more things to remind you. You must focus on your studies while you're alone in the Magic City. This is the age for you to strive. Knowledge changes destiny, and that saying is always true. Although our Wang family doesn't need you to carry it forward, you can't let it fall into ruin in your hands. Grandpa took a breath and continued earnestly, Also, young people are bound to be curious about relationships, and I understand that, but you mustn't get lost in it. The men of our Wang family are all people in high positions, with the people's welfare in their hearts, and you mustn't let romantic entanglements hinder your progress. I see. You have your own plans, and your company is doing quite well. Grandpa is very happy. If you encounter any problems with the company, ask your dad more. After all, he manages such a large company, and his experience is certainly richer than yours. Listen to his advice, and you can avoid many detours. Grandpa's voice carried the wisdom of years, speaking slowly and deliberately. If anyone dares to make things difficult for you, remember to call me right away. While I can still speak, I can still lend a hand. Grandpa hopes you can gradually catch up and not let our Wang family's status slip away. I can't count on your dad anymore. You are the only male heir of our Wang family in this generation, and Grandpa is counting on you. Your second uncle is now in a crucial position too. If I help him a bit more in these years, it will be secure, and then I can rest easy. I understand, Grandpa, Wang Chen said seriously. On the other end of the phone, Grandpa continued, If you encounter anyone trying to cause you trouble out there, don't be afraid, just report my name. If they still don't understand, just let your bodyguards handle it. They wouldn't dare to do anything to you. As Wang Chen listened to his grandfather's domineering words, a warm current surged in his heart, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. Grandpa was still the same as in his past life, unwaveringly protecting him. Even in a high position, he still supported him from behind. After hanging up, Wang Chen looked at the nearly hour-long call duration, pondered for a moment, and tucked his phone into his pocket. He stretched lazily. After a day of hustle, he felt utterly exhausted. He decided to take a hot shower to relax. Wang Chen walked into the bathroom, turned on the Hansgrohe showerhead, and warm water cascaded over him. He comfortably squinted his eyes. The fatigue of the day gradually dissipated with the flowing water. After a while, Wang Chen finished his shower and casually wrapped a towel around himself. As he stepped out, just as he picked up a towel to dry his hair, the door to the room suddenly swung open. Long Lily walked in. Their eyes met. Long Lily instinctively glanced over. She saw Wang Chen's broad shoulders supporting one corner of the towel. His solid chest muscles were faintly visible. Below were clearly defined 8-pack abs. Each one was tight and exuded a sense of strength, as if they were meticulously sculpted works of art. Coupled with Wang Chen's height of 1 meter 88, it created a tremendous visual impact. Just standing there, Wang Chen radiated an irresistible aura of hormones. Long Lily was momentarily taken aback, then a blush crept onto her face as she playfully scolded, "Why aren't you wearing any clothes? You just come out like this? This is my own home, right?" Wang Chen chuckled, shrugged, and puffed out his chest, nonchalantly saying, "What, are you shy seeing your boyfriend looking this handsome? You're such a smooth talker." Long Lily rolled her eyes at him, stepped forward, and lightly punched him, saying, "I passed by a cake shop today and bought you a slice of cheesecake. It's quite delicious. I left it on the table. Remember to eat it later." Long Lily looked at Wang Chen with concern, her eyes filled with care. "By the way, I heard you had a conflict with someone this afternoon and it even went to the police station? Are you okay?" Wang Chen felt a warmth in his heart, grabbed her hand, and smiled. "I'm really fine, just a small misunderstanding. Going to the police station was just to take a statement." Long Lily still looked worried, frowning as she said, "I'm just afraid they hurt you. What if you got injured? I'd be so worried." "I know you're worried about me. See, I'm fine." Wang Chen pulled her into his embrace and kissed her forehead. "As long as you're not hurt, that's good." Long Lily sighed in relief, her worry slightly fading. "You don't know how anxious I was this afternoon." A group of fierce-looking people barged into the company, demanding I hand over the company's accounts, saying you were taken to the police station. She patted her chest, still shaken, and continued, "I was at a loss for what to do when one of their phones suddenly rang. After the call, that group immediately started apologizing to me, completely different from their previous arrogant demeanor. After apologizing, they hurriedly left. It's all over now, it won't happen again, I promise." Wang Chen gently reassured her. Although today's incident was instigated by Li Meng, the final outcome was the complete downfall of the Kong family. Wang Chen didn't have the time to deal with those small fries below. They were merely acting under Kong Jinyuan's orders. "Lily, you've really worked hard." He gently cupped Long Lily's face, his fingers tenderly stroking her cheek as he spoke with deep affection. Long Lily looked up, her eyes sparkling with a captivating light, and with a hint of reproach said, "As long as you know, you mustn't make me worry like this again. It's so late, let's stay here tonight," Wang Chen said, a hint of irresistible heat flashing in his gaze. Before Long Lily could respond, he suddenly bent down, his strong arms sweeping under her legs and around her back, lifting her up effortlessly. "Ah!" Long Lily exclaimed, instinctively wrapping her arms around Wang Chen's neck, her face a mix of surprise and shyness. "What are you doing?" Wang Chen, however, did not answer, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he strode purposefully toward the bedroom. The dim yellow light in the bedroom cast a warm glow over them, outlining their intimate silhouettes. "What are you doing?" The next night fell. As the night deepened, the city's nightlife officially began. Near the financial district, the snack street was alive with the sounds of vendors calling out. The aroma of grilled skewers, the unique scent of stinky tofu, and the sweet fragrance of milk tea mingled together, attracting wave after wave of food lovers. Nearby, groups of students laughed and played as they wove through the crowd, holding freshly made snacks and enjoying the delightful moments. As Wang Chen and a few roommates arrived, they immediately spotted several groups of youthful and beautiful girls. Some were dressed simply, while others wore JK black stockings and ultra-short skirts. Their simple outfits were filled with the essence of youth. Zheng Jin's eyes lit up instantly. He nudged Wang Chen's shoulder and whispered excitedly, "Look at all the beauties on this snack street. Come on, you guy, your eyes are about to pop out. Are you brave enough to go up and ask for their WeChat?" Wang Chen replied with a slight smirk, teasing him back. He couldn't help but glance around at the girls as well. It was undeniable. College life was indeed great. Just a glance, and there were several pretty girls right in front of them. Zheng Jin scratched his head, giving a sheepish smile, and fell silent. Nyoben clearly agreed, grinning as he said, "Why don't we see them dressed like this at school? Turns out they saved the black stockings for outside." The tall guy beside them chuckled in agreement. "Exactly, they look so much better like this." The four of them chatted as they walked. They casually found a barbecue stall not far away and sat down. Zhang Jin had recently started dating a girl who studied at Fudan University, not far from the financial university. After Nyo Ben and the tall guy found out, they had been complaining in the dorm about not being able to find a partner. Thinking that his girlfriend's roommate was still single, Zhang Jin organized this gathering for tonight. He had already spoken to his girlfriend, and they were on their way. As for Wang Chen, he was being dragged along by the others to pay the bill, as a way to make up for the years of secrecy he had kept from them. Wang Chen didn't mind treating it as a meal for his dorm brothers. He just didn't expect that after all the deliberation, they would end up choosing to eat at a barbecue stall outside the school. Nyo Ben was still immersed in the excitement of the upcoming gathering, occasionally glancing toward the entrance. "I wonder what Zhang Jin's girlfriend's roommate looks like. It would be great if she liked me," he kept muttering. The tall guy chuckled beside him, chiming in, "Yeah, I'm curious too." Just then, Zhang Jin's phone rang again. He answered, his smile growing even brighter. "Almost there? Great, we'll be waiting for you at this barbecue stall up front." A few minutes later, a few youthful and beautiful girls walked over from a distance. "Shiryun, over here." Zhang Jin excitedly waved in the direction of the girls. Nyoben spotted the leading girl from afar. She was quite good-looking. Tall and fair-skinned, she wore a fitted white floral dress and black stiletto sandals. Her elegance made her particularly youthful and adorable. Two other girls followed closely behind her, walking towards them. As they approached, Nyoben's eyes brightened even more. Old Zhang, this beauty is impressive. She's not your girlfriend, right? Wang Chen turned to look upon hearing this. The leading girl was indeed attractive, dressed in a white floral dress that revealed a pair of long, straight legs. Her arms and legs, exposed to the air, glowed white, particularly eye-catching. Wang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, truly, a fair complexion hides a multitude of flaws. The ancients did not deceive me. With a face that could score at most 80, she had already entered the ranks of goddesses. With beauty filters online, who knows how many young boys and girls she would captivate. Zhang Jin shot Nyoben a glare and said, "This is my girlfriend, where are you looking?" "What? This is your girlfriend?" Nyoben couldn't help but exclaim. The big guy's eyes widened in disbelief, his face written with incredulity, his gaze darting back and forth between Zhang Jin and the girl, as if confirming whether Zhang Jin was joking. "Old Zhang, don't tease your brother. This kid, usually don't look like someone who could attract a goddess like her," Nyoben said in surprise. If Wang Chen had such a beautiful girlfriend, Nyoben wouldn't be so shocked. After all, Wang Chen was tall and handsome, and a rich second generation. Having such a beautiful girlfriend was quite normal. But Zhang Jin looked about the same as him, just finding a girlfriend was already impressive, let alone one with such high looks. Lin Shiyun and her two roommates walked up to them. Looking at the dirty and chaotic environment of the barbecue stall, she frowned. She was quite unhappy. After all her effort to call her roommates out for a meal, Zhang Jin chose such a place. How could he be so shameless? This was a social gathering. Who comes to a barbecue stall for that? She hadn't been to a barbecue stall since middle school. Now that her roommates were already here, wasn't this embarrassing? Her in front of them? Lin Shiyun felt a bit displeased, her face even heating up. She felt she had lost face in front of her roommates. "Shiyun, you have another roommate?" Zhang Jin asked, noticing only the three of them. The mentor called her for something last minute. She might be a bit late, Lin Shiyun replied flatly. Her enthusiasm was not high. The big guy scratched his head, wanting to greet her and say a few flirty words to her roommate. But as the words reached his lips, his tongue got tied. The big guy could only blush and say to Lin Shiyun, "Sister-in-law." Among them, they usually referred to each other as father and son, their relationship so close they could share a pair of pants. Calling her sister-in-law wasn't a big deal. Who knew Lin Shiyun would suddenly be unhappy? "What did you call me? Don't call me that randomly." Lin Shiyun, already displeased with the poor environment of the barbecue stall, instantly turned even gloomier. Her brows furrowed tightly and a clear annoyance flashed in her eyes. Zhang Jin rubbed his nose, awkwardly smiling. "Just call me by my name. Actually, I'm just a temporary boyfriend." Lin Shiyun coldly replied, "You haven't passed my test yet. Don't go around promoting it every day. If people misunderstand, it won't be good." Upon hearing this, Nyoben was left dumbfounded. He couldn't help but say, "What the heck? Boyfriend is just a boyfriend. Is there such a thing as a temporary one? You city folks really know how to have fun. We country folks wouldn't do that." Zhang Jin shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "It's a long story. I really haven't passed Shiyun's test yet." Wang Chen and the others exchanged glances, nearly bursting into laughter. Over the past few days, they had listened to Zhang Jin bragging about how beautiful his girlfriend was and how great their relationship was. It turned out he was just a temporary boyfriend. Suddenly, Lin Shiyun's roommate, Zhang Wanwan, crossed her arms and wore a mocking smile on her face. She walked up to Lin Shiyun. Her sharp voice instantly broke the already awkward atmosphere. "Oh, I say Shiyun, is this your flower protector? Choosing such a shabby place to eat? You really don't take us seriously, do you? Isn't this clearly lowering your standards?" Zhang Wanwan glanced at Zhang Jin and the others from the corner of her eye, her gaze filled with disdain. She usually envied Lin Shiyun for being more attractive and having more admirers, and now she finally found an opportunity to mock her. Lin Shiyun's expression grew increasingly unpleasant. She bit her lip, a hint of frustration flashing in her eyes, but she didn't know how to respond. She could only remain silent on the side. Upon hearing this, Nyoben immediately felt displeased. He stepped forward, furrowing his brow and said loudly, "What do you mean by that? How does this barbecue stall lower the standards? The taste is good, and having fun is the most important thing. Why so many pretensions?" Zhang Wanwan, upon hearing this, instantly resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Our Shiyun is a goddess-level figure. She should go to those high-end restaurants and enjoy the best service. How can she settle for a place like this, filled with smoke and chaos?" Zhang Wanwan said loudly. She placed her hands on her hips, her demeanor aggressive, showing no regard for anyone's feelings. She was completely in a position of being unreasonable. Wang Chen couldn't stand it any longer. He spoke up, "We're all friends. We came out to eat just to have a good time. There's no need to be so confrontational. We chose this place out of goodwill, thinking it would be more relaxed." If you really don't like eating here, we can change places. Wang Chen's words expressed his stance while leaving some room for both sides, hoping the other party wouldn't be ungrateful. However, Jiang Wanwan was ungrateful. She rolled her eyes and snorted coldly. You men don't respect our feelings at all. You only think about your convenience. Have you considered Shiryun's face? The tall guy standing by was anxious, scratching his head. He blushed and stammered, You don't go too far. Why make things difficult for people? Su Xingyao tugged at Jiang Wanwan's hand and said softly, Wanwan, don't be angry. It's rare for everyone to get together. I've been to this place several times, and the food is really good, plus the atmosphere is lively. I think it's quite nice. Let's sit down first. Her voice was gentle, like a spring breeze, trying to dispel the tension in the air. Jiang Wanwan was pulled along, her anger not completely dissipated. But under Su Xingyao's persuasion, she found it hard to continue her outburst, only muttering under her breath, If it weren't for your sake, I wouldn't eat here. Lin Shiryun looked gratefully at Su Xingyao, her eyes filled with appreciation. She sighed slightly and said to Zhang Jin and the others, I'm really sorry, my roommate is also thinking of me. She might have spoken a bit too hastily. Since Xingyao thinks this place is good, let's sit down and eat. Lin Shiryun's change in attitude eased the previously tense atmosphere considerably. It's fine, we didn't consider it well. Zhang Jin quickly nodded, a relieved smile appearing on his face. Since everyone is willing to stay, let's sit down quickly. I'll go order some skewers to make sure you all are satisfied. After saying that, he hurried over to the barbecue stall owner to place his order. Su Xingyao returned a sweet smile. We're all friends here. When we go out to have fun, we should be happy. Lin Shiryun's two roommates initially wanted to see if Zhang Jin's friends were handsome. If they met the criteria in various aspects, they planned to add them on Feishin to chat. However, they were greatly disappointed. The guys had dark skin and wore ordinary clothes. One was as strong as an ox, a bit of a clumsy giant. The two of them wore expressions of disappointment. It wasn't until they sat down and looked closely at the group that they discovered Wang Chen's looks were surprisingly high. He was so handsome. The clothes he wore were clearly from high-end brands, either rich or noble. Their gazes frequently swept over Wang Chen, and even Lin Shiryun stole a few glances. Among Lin Shiryun's two roommates, Jiang Wanwan, though a bit chubby, was also a cute girl. Su Xingyao was clearly a girl who had lived in the city since childhood. Her clothing style and makeup showed her exquisite taste. She wore a light blue floral dress. Her hair was carefully styled into large waves, cascading smoothly over her shoulders. Her makeup was light and fresh. The one with the least looks was Jiang Wanwan, though her face still had some cuteness. However, after what had just happened, Wang Chen and the others realized how terrifying this girl could be. She was not to be trifled with. Everyone introduced themselves, marking a preliminary acquaintance. Jiang Wanwan saw Wang Chen's handsomeness, and her heart felt like a little rabbit hopping around, unable to contain herself. She secretly tidied her hair and tugged at her pink t-shirt, trying to make herself look prettier. Taking a deep breath, she put on what she thought was her sweetest smile and leaned towards Wang Chen, her voice carrying a hint of a pout. Wang Chen, what's your major? Upon hearing Jiang Wanwan's question, Wang Chen politely replied, finance. After saying that, he turned back to continue the interrupted conversation with Niu Ben beside him. Jiang Wanwan hit a soft wall but remained undeterred. She cleared her throat and spoke again, wow, finance is so impressive. You must be able to make a lot of money in the future. I, on the other hand, am studying something quite ordinary and I feel lost about my future. As she spoke, she played with her hair by her ear, her eyes fixed on Wang Chen, eagerly awaiting his response. However, Wang Chen merely responded with a casual his attention completely elsewhere. When Zhang Jin returned with the order and saw this scene, he felt a bit awkward and smiled to ease the tension. Everyone has their own strengths, Wanwan. Don't underestimate yourself. Let's have a drink first, Jiang Wanwan said, raising her cup for a toast. She forced a smile in response to Zhang Jin, but her thoughts were still entirely on Wang Chen. She bit her lip, her eyes darting. By the way, Wang Chen, you're so handsome, you must have a girlfriend, right? Wang Chen frowned slightly, feeling a bit helpless at Jiang Wanwan's persistent questioning. He set down his cup and said calmly, I do. Jiang Wanwan's face instantly fell, alternating between pale and flushed. The hopeful look in her eyes dimmed, replaced by a mix of unwillingness and resentment. She slammed her cup down on the table with a loud bang, drawing the attention of everyone around. Today's boys really don't know what they want. They think finding a girlfriend means everything is settled, without caring if they can go on in the future. Jiang Wanwan raised her voice, her tone laced with obvious sarcasm, while her eyes occasionally darted towards Wang Chen, as if she were deliberately speaking for him to hear. Take Shiryun and Zhang Jin, for example. Shiryun has such great conditions, with so many rich second-generation suitors around her. Yet she chose an ordinary Zhang Jin. A mocking smile curled at the corners of Jiang Wanwan's mouth as she continued, when it comes to romance, who can't sweet-talk? But when it comes to marriage, with the daily necessities, how can one manage without money? Zhang Jin's family isn't wealthy. What can he offer Shiryun for happiness? No matter how passionate their romance is, in the end, they'll still break up. Lin Shuryun's face instantly darkened and she bit her lip tightly. Zhang Jin also clenched his fists, his face burning, struggling to contain his inner anger. Zhang Wanwan seemed to have opened a floodgate, unable to stop. With her hands on her hips, she continued to speak incessantly. Women must be independent, otherwise, they'll be trapped in the family for life, raising children and serving a whole family, and in the end, they won't have anything good. Shuryun, you need to think clearly, don't let love cloud your judgment. As for me, I'm determined to rely on myself and won't pin my future on a man. Unlike some people, who have rich second-generation suitors by their side but choose someone with no prospects. Zhang Wanwan's gaze swept once more towards Lin Shuryun. And Zhang Jin, her tone as if she stood at the pinnacle of worldly truth. My feelings for Shuryun are as clear as day. I will definitely make her happy, and I don't need you here to point fingers. Zhang Jin's chest heaved violently, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet Zhang Wanwan was like a lit powder keg, growing more reckless. It's useless for you to say anything now, you'll regret it later. A woman can only have real confidence if she has her own abilities. Relying on a man is just dreaming. She raised her voice. Enough. Just as the atmosphere became tense, Wang Chen looked at Zhang Wanwan and said, you keep saying women should be independent, which is true, but you're completely wrong to oppose independence to love and family. True independence is about mental autonomy and economic self-sufficiency, but that doesn't mean one has to abandon love and family. Tonight is a gathering of friends. If you want to fight, take it home. Zhang Wanwan was taken aback by Wang Chen's words, opening her mouth, but unable to speak for a moment. Niu Ben, seeing this, quickly chimed in, exactly. Wang Chen is absolutely right. How can you hurt Shuryun and Zhang Jin like this? Su Xingyao also stepped forward, taking Zhang Wanwan's hand and gently advising, Wanwan, stop talking now, let's all calm down. The noise from the snack street surged like a tide, with various shouts and laughter intertwining. Yet in this small circle, the atmosphere had turned icy. The smoke from the barbecue stall rose on its own, and the aroma of grilled skewers filled the air, but it couldn't dispel the rift between everyone. Hey, you guys are here, I finally found you. Suddenly, a unique shout came from the crowd. Everyone turned to look. A tall, exquisite-looking mixed-race girl was striding towards them. She stood about 1.8 meters tall, her figure long and upright. Her golden wavy hair cascaded casually over her shoulders. She wore a white crop top that perfectly showcased her slender waist. Below, she paired it with light blue denim shorts, her long, straight legs fully exposed to the air. Her skin was almost translucent, glowing softly under the lights of the snack street. It was even fairer than Lin Shuryun's, a unique charm bestowed by her foreign lineage. Her deep blue eyes resembled a pool of azure water. The corners of her eyes lifted slightly, carrying the unique gentleness of a Chinese person. Beneath her high nose bridge was a mouth that always wore a radiant smile. Everyone's gaze was firmly drawn to her, their astonishment evident on their faces. The tall guy, who had his mouth wide open, now found it even harder to close. The skewer in his hand hovered in midair, held up in a daze, his eyes fixated on this mixed-race beauty, as if he had been hit by a spell of paralysis. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. He instinctively activated his mysterious true eye. In an instant, the information about this mixed-race beauty appeared before him. Name, Karina Jean Xian/Lu Ruyan. Age, 20 height, 181 cm charm, 96 physique, 90 favorability, 45 skills, language proficiency, advanced dance, bartending, firearm proficiency. In the brief seconds that Wang Chen was checking the data, those around him remained immersed in their astonishment at Anna's stunning appearance. Even the entire barbecue stall fell silent. Many boys had their eyes wide open, forgetting to chew the skewers at their mouths, their Adam's apples bobbing unconsciously, their faces filled with awe and infatuation. A few bolder ones quietly took out their phones, wanting to capture this rare moment. Yet, fearing being discovered, their movements were cautious, their gazes darting between the phone screen and Anna. Some boys began to whisper among themselves, their voices were low, but in the sudden quiet of the barbecue stall, a few phrases could still be faintly heard. This girl is too beautiful, is she a model with that height? That figure, that face, simply stunning. Mom, I'm in love, she's gorgeous, but who taught her that Northeast accent? It's too abstinent, my princess, I must find you the best aphrodisiac in the world. As they spoke, they occasionally nudged their companions with their elbows, seemingly wanting to confirm they weren't dreaming. Some even stood up, wanting to see her more clearly, completely disregarding their own lack of decorum. Their eyes closely followed her every move. The once lively and noisy barbecue stall seemed to freeze in time due to her presence. Everyone was captivated by her beauty, immersed in this brief yet unforgettable moment of astonishment. Just as everyone was lost in their surprise, the mixed-race girl had walked closer. Still wearing her radiant smile, she spoke in Chinese with a unique accent. I finally found you all. I was almost lost in this snack street. Lin Shuryun quickly grabbed Lu Mingyan's hand and enthusiastically said, sit down, we've been waiting for you. After introducing a few people to Karina, she turned to everyone and said, this is my last roommate, isn't she beautiful? Karina stood up gracefully, speaking in her uniquely accented Chinese. Hello everyone, I'm a junior at Fudan University. I grew up in Russia and only returned to China for school after high school. I'm of Chinese-Russian descent. My Russian name is Karina Jean Xian, and my Chinese name is Lu Ruyen. You can call me Lu Ruyen or Karina. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel speechless. Yet, he had to admire the beauty of Lu Ruyen. There were no ugly girls associated with the name Lu Ruyen. The novel does not deceive me. Nyoben's eyes widened in curiosity as he asked, "Wow, you're of Chinese-Russian descent? No wonder you're so beautiful. When you lived in Russia, did you eat rye bread and red sausage every day?" Karina burst into laughter at his question, her eyes crescent-shaped. We do often eat big bread and red sausage, but there are so many delicious things in Russia, like blini and borscht, which I absolutely love. Wang Chen also became interested and asked, "Did you feel out of place when you first returned to China?" At first, it was definitely a bit strange. Although I can speak Chinese, I couldn't understand some dialects and slang, and the lifestyle habits were quite different. But slowly, I fell in love with China. There are so many fun places and an incredible variety of delicious food. Karina nodded gently and replied earnestly. She looked at Wang Chen, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. He was the most handsome guy she had ever seen, and she couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart. Her face turned slightly red, and she instinctively tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, trying to make her tone sound more natural. The tall guy scratched his head and asked with a silly grin, "You can speak Russian too. Can you say a few words for us to hear?" Karina replied cheerfully. Then she spoke a passage in fluent Russian, her unique pronunciation and intonation leaving everyone puzzled. Su Xingyao smiled, stood up, and walked over to Karina, explaining to everyone. What Karina just said was, "Hello everyone, I am now a citizen of China. I have Chinese nationality." It was normal for her to understand since she was majoring in Russian. Karina's gaze inadvertently swept towards Wang Chen. Their eyes met, and Wang Chen was slightly taken aback, then politely smiled and said, "When you started speaking, I thought it was some international superstar giving an acceptance speech. Your Russian sounds so impressive, I almost wanted to ask for your autograph." Karina couldn't help but laugh out loud at Wang Chen's words, her eyes crescent-shaped again. Her face radiated a brilliant smile as she said, "You really know how to joke. My level is far from that of an international superstar. But if you really want an autograph, I can give you one right now. I guarantee it will appreciate in value later." Nyoben laughed so hard he nearly fell over. "Wang Chen, you really can talk. Karina, don't be fooled by him. He just wants to chat with you more." Wang Chen shot Nyoben a glance and laughed. "I'm being sincere, Karina. You don't know, I've always been very interested in Russian. I just never had the chance to learn. It feels like any word in Russian sounds particularly powerful." I don't believe you. My mom says all men are big pig trotters," Karina said proudly. Everyone burst into laughter again. Halfway through the drinks, Karina suddenly asked Wang Chen, "Wang Chen, do you often go to the gym?" "Why do you say that?" Wang Chen took a sip of beer and asked, "Go to the gym?" Not to mention this life, Wang Chen hadn't been to a gym even in his past life. Karina tilted her head, her eyes sizing up Wang Chen, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "I see you keep your figure so well, and your muscle lines are quite obvious, so I guessed you must often hang out at the gym. And I saw your abs." Earlier, while chatting and drinking, Wang Chen's shirt had inadvertently lifted a bit, revealing a glimpse of his abs, which Karina had caught perfectly. Wang Chen couldn't say it was due to the system. He could only smile and say, "You noticed that? I do go to the gym often." Karina's eyes lit up, excitedly saying, "What a coincidence. I also really love working out. Whenever I have free time, I rush to the gym. Next time you go, can you call me? We can guide each other," she said. "Sure, I'd love that," Wang Chen smiled. "Wow, Karina, you're too much. You're already trying to flirt with the handsome Wang Chen," Lin Shiyun teased, giggling and deliberately winking at Karina. She leaned in close to Karina's ear and whispered, "You're practically glued to him. If you like him, go for it before someone else snatches him away." Karina, hearing Lin Shiyun's teasing, not only didn't feel shy but burst into laughter. She wrapped her arm around Lin Shiyun's shoulder and unabashedly said, "So what if you figured it out? Wang Chen is so charming, I'm not ashamed to like him." After saying that, she threw a playful wink at Wang Chen, her eyes full of boldness and straightforwardness. Wang Chen was a bit surprised by Karina's frank and passionate response. He immediately smiled and said, "In that case, let's exchange contact information for easier communication later." As soon as Karina heard this, she happily took out her phone, eagerly exchanging messages with Wang Chen. She even made a point to add a little heart emoji next to his contact name right in front of him. Her unabashed affection was almost spilling out of the screen. Wang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Foreign girls were indeed different. They loved boldly. When they liked someone, they went straight for it. Zhengjin, Nyoben, and the tall guy looked on with envy. Old Wang was impressive. He was being actively pursued for his contact information by such a beautiful girl. And a foreign girl at that. Was this the difference? Wang Chen was tall, wealthy, and handsome. If they were girls, they would definitely like him too. Just as the two were adding each other as friends, Jiang Wanwan, who had been quietly watching everything from the corner, flashed a hint of jealousy and unwillingness. She snorted lightly, stood up, and deliberately raised her voice, saying, "Some people really know how to show off. It's just adding a contact and planning a workout, but it feels like they're about to start a romance. I wonder if he's really that charming." As soon as she said this, the previously lively atmosphere cooled down a few degrees, and everyone awkwardly looked at Jiang Wanwan. Karina, however, didn't care at all. She turned her head, a confident smile on her lips, and said to Jiang Wanwan, "If you like someone, you should express it. Hiding it is so boring. Besides, we're just having a normal conversation. If you're so interested, you can join us too. You're not jealous that I added Wang Chen, are you? Jealous of you? What a joke." Jiang Wanwan was taken aback by Karina's words, her face alternating between white and red. She coldly huffed, "I, Jiang Wanwan, can add anyone's contact information I want. I don't care about your little affair. I just think it's a bit much for you to be so forward in public. Aren't you afraid of losing face? Wang Chen is just a bit handsome. Why are you so eager to stick to him? Who knows what you're after?" After saying this, she shot a sideways glance at Wang Chen, her face showing a hint of disdain. "Maybe he thinks you're too frivolous and is just too polite to refuse. I'm not like you, getting all hot and bothered over anyone I meet without considering myself." Jiang Wanwan finished her tirade, feeling a sense of relief, her nostrils flaring slightly as she provocatively looked at Karina. The people around couldn't help but gasp. They didn't expect Jiang Wanwan to be so sharp-tongued. The tension in the air instantly thickened. Nyo Ben frowned, wanting to mediate. "Let's all tone it down a bit. We're friends here. Let's not ruin the mood." Lin Shiyun also tugged at Karina's sleeve, signaling her not to take it to heart. "What I'm after, I know very well. Unlike some people who clearly care deeply but insist on putting on a facade of superiority." But Karina was not one to show weakness. She gently brushed aside Lin Shiyun's hand, a mocking smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "If you truly didn't care, why bother with such cold sarcasm? Stop slandering me. I see you are just blinded by love, thinking that you can find true love with anyone without considering your own identity, a foreigner, meddling in things that don't concern you." Jiang Wanwan stepped forward, her finger nearly poking Karina's face, her voice trembling slightly with anger. Karina's gaze instantly sharpened like a knife. She fearlessly met Jiang Wanwan's eyes and stepped closer. The distance between them was so close that they could almost hear each other's breaths. "Identity? All I know is that loving someone is my freedom, unlike you, who doesn't even have the courage to express your feelings and can only hide in the corner to say some sour words. Though I am a foreigner, I dare to love and hate, unlike you, who cowers and can't even face your own heart." At that moment, the air around them seemed to freeze. Everyone was nervously watching the tense standoff between the two. "Stop arguing. What does this look like?" Zhang Jin exclaimed, stamping his foot in frustration, urging them loudly again. Wang Chen frowned, a hint of dissatisfaction in his gaze. "Jiang Wanwan, enough. Karina is also your roommate. It's excessive to say such things." Wang Chen had experienced so many people and events after his rebirth. Keeping his emotions in check had long been a basic skill he mastered, and he rarely showed such obvious feelings. But Jiang Wanwan's baseless targeting still made him unable to refrain from speaking out. After that, Wang Chen ignored Jiang Wanwan and turned to face Karina. He gently took Karina's hand, his thumb softly stroking the back of her hand. With a light laugh, he said, "Don't be angry, it's not worth ruining your health over someone like that. Let's leave first, we shouldn't spoil the mood here." Karina looked up at Wang Chen, her eyes still holding remnants of anger. But upon meeting Wang Chen's concerned gaze, that fire gradually diminished, replaced by a hint of cunning. What followed was a full expression of grievance. She bit her lower lip, her eyes slightly reddening, as if she was holding back tears. At that moment, Zhang Jin quickly said, "It's getting late, how about we call it a night? Everyone should cool off." The crowd nodded in agreement. "Then let's gather another day," Wang Chen said to Zhang Jin and the others. Wang Chen released Karina's hand and walked over to the barbecue stall owner to settle the bill. The owner's fingers danced rapidly over the calculator, quickly calculating the total. "It's 3,500 yuan. Wang Chen's expression remained calm, without a hint of hesitation, as he took out his phone to scan the payment, completing the action smoothly. Payment successful. After settling the bill, Wang Chen walked back to Karina's side. He slightly turned his body and naturally took Karina's delicate little hand, as if they had been close for a long time. Karina's cheeks flushed slightly, a hint of shyness flashing in her eyes, but she did not resist. She allowed Wang Chen to lead her as they turned to walk outside. Exiting the food street, Wang Chen brought Karina to the roadside, where a sleek Ferrari LaFerrari was quietly parked. The car's lines were smooth, radiating a cold and charming sheen under the moonlight. Karina's gaze was instantly drawn to the luxury car. She raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise crossing her face, and couldn't help but say, "I didn't expect you to be quite wealthy. Just a small thing, it's getting late, so let me take you back to school." Wang Chen smiled, opening the car door. "Thank you." Karina returned irradiant. smile, bending down to sit in the passenger seat of the LaFerrari. She reached for the seatbelt and fastened it. The car slowly started and smoothly drove along the city streets. Along the way, Karina curiously examined the car's interior decorations, occasionally gasping in surprise. Before long, Wang Chen drove the car into Fudan University. The campus was tranquil and serene, with moonlight spilling over the trees lining the road, casting dappled shadows. The car gradually came to a stop beneath the girls' dormitory. Karina unbuckled her seatbelt, turned to Wang Chen, her eyes filled with mischief. "Tonight, I owe you for your heroic rescue. How should I thank you? How about I treat you to some traditional Russian cuisine next time? I guarantee you haven't tried it." Her fingers lightly traced the edge of her long, fair legs, her gaze fixed intently on Wang Chen, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Wang Chen's lips curled up, forming a slightly playful arc. This was the vibe. Karina still wanted to play the game of feigned indifference with him. He looked at Karina, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes, but deliberately kept his tone neutral. "Well, I look forward to it." Karina, pleased with his response, smiled and pushed the car door open to get out. She walked towards the girls' dormitory, glancing back to wave at Wang Chen. Her golden hair swayed gently with her movements, shimmering with an enchanting luster under the moonlight. Wang Chen sat in the driver's seat, watching Karina's retreating figure. He leaned back slightly in his seat, his fingers lightly tapping the steering wheel, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his face as he murmured, "Interesting." After a long while, Wang Chen finally started the car and slowly drove away from Fudan University. 40 minutes later, the car arrived at Zhonglian Haijing. Number 1. Wang Chen skillfully drove into the underground parking garage, found his parking space, and parked. He opened the car door and got out just as he was about to head towards the elevator. At that moment, a nanny car slowly stopped not far away. Meanwhile, a tall and beautiful woman stepped out of the nearby elevator. She had a graceful figure, long, straight legs, and a waist so slim it seemed it could be grasped with one hand. Dressed in a fitted black dress, it perfectly accentuated her curvaceous silhouette. Although she wore a mask, revealing only her bright and deep-set eyes, her unique aura and outstanding figure still caught Wang Chen's attention. Wang Chen was drawn to her. For some reason, he felt that the person in front of him looked very familiar, but he couldn't quite recall where he had seen her before. He furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the beauty. She seemed to sense Wang Chen's stare, turning her head slightly to glance at him, a hint of barely perceptible wariness flashing in her eyes. Before quickly walking towards the nanny car, she deftly opened the car door, got inside, and the nanny car soon drove away. Wang Chen watched the departing vehicle, filled with confusion, his mind racing to recall any memories related to this beauty, but to no avail. He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it any longer. Turning towards his own elevator, he pressed the button for the top floor. Ding! The elevator door slowly opened. As the door swung wide, Wang Chen immediately spotted 2 bodyguards and Uncle Li, the butler, standing at the entrance. "Uncle Li, what brings you here? Why didn't you come in and sit?" Wang Chen quickly approached, a hint of surprise on his face. The 2 bodyguards, standing tall, nodded slightly in acknowledgement upon seeing Wang Chen. "I just arrived not long ago. I figured you would be back soon, so I waited for you at the door," Uncle Li smiled. Wang Chen hurriedly said, "Uncle Li, it must be tiring standing outside. Come in." Wang Jiangwo was indeed well aware of Wang Chen's whereabouts. He even knew exactly when he would return. Although it was somewhat frustrating, it was also a form of protection from Wang Jiangwo for Wang Chen. Top families place great importance on their heirs, and Wang Chen was no exception. He opened the door, and the 2 of them walked into the room together. Uncle Li placed the computer he was holding on the coffee table in the living room before sitting down. With a hint of emotion in his expression, he said, "Young master, it's been a long time since we last met, and you look even more handsome." Wang Chen casually tossed the car keys onto the cabinet at the entrance and turned to pour a cup of tea for Uncle Li. "Uncle Li, you're still so polite. Did you come this time for something specific? It shouldn't just be to see me, right?" Uncle Li took the tea and took a small sip before saying, "Well, the head of the family asked me to bring you some information." He opened the computer and a series of real estate listings instantly appeared on the screen. "These are some properties that the old master has in the Magic City. He said you could choose any you like." Wang Chen looked at the property information on the computer, somewhat surprised, and said, "Why are there so many? I remember our family didn't engage in real estate business, did we?" The computer in front of him displayed over 100 houses and villas. He had thought his father only had a few properties in the Magic City, but he didn't expect there to be so many. And this was just Wang Jiangwo's properties in the Magic City. What about nationwide? How many properties must Wang Jiangwo have? A faint smile appeared on Uncle Li's face. "Young master, some of these houses were purchased by the head of the family in the early years, and some were acquired as debt assets during business dealings. The head of the family said you could choose freely. These are the properties closest to you, all right here." Wang Chen's eyes widened as he stared at the computer screen, his fingers slowly gliding over the mouse. His gaze swept over the detailed information of each property, his heart filled with shock. He thought these houses were all of Wang Jiangwo's properties in the Magic City. He didn't expect this to be just the ones closest to him. Wang Jiangwo is impressive. I didn't see this depth before. If he has so many houses, how many canaries could he raise? Wang Chen took a deep breath, leaned back against the sofa, and waved his hand, saying, "Uncle Li, tell my dad that I want all of these." Uncle Li was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting Wang Chen to want them all. However, he quickly reacted, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. "Young master, your ambition truly has a bit of the head of the family's style from back in the day." With a pleased smile on his face, Uncle Li said, "Since you've made your decision, I'll go back to report to the head of the family. I'll arrange for these properties to be transferred to your name as soon as possible, and I'll urge them to expedite the relevant procedures." After saying this, Uncle Li began to pack up the computer, preparing to take his leave. Wang Chen watched Uncle Li's actions and suddenly spoke up, "Uncle Li, wait a moment." Uncle Li stopped his movements and turned to look at Wang Chen with a puzzled expression. Wang Chen frowned slightly, a thoughtful look on his face. "There's someone I need you to help me investigate." Uncle Li sat back down on the sofa and said earnestly, "Young master, just say the word. As long as it's within my capabilities, I will definitely help you. The Russian woman who had barbecue with me tonight, can you help me check if there's any problem?" Wang Chen set down his teacup and spoke. Uncle Li immediately understood. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The young master seemed carefree, yet he was actually quite meticulous. He was cautious even about the Russian female classmate he had dinner with tonight. Uncle Li nodded and said seriously, "Young master, actually, as soon as you had contact with this Russian girl, the people below reported it to the head of the family. The head of the family has already instructed them to investigate her background. So far, it seems this girl has no issues. Her parents are decent people, doing ordinary jobs in Russia, and her family background is clean. She returned to China to study, and her performance at school has been normal. She gets along well with her classmates." Uncle Li paused for a moment, a look of relief appearing on his face as he continued, "Young master, I didn't expect you to be so meticulous in your thoughts now, keeping an eye out. If the master knew, he would definitely be proud of you." Wang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, a faint smile curving his lips. It seems dad is still quite thoughtful. A beautiful girl from a foreign land approached him without warning, and Wang Chen couldn't help but feel layers of doubt rising in his heart, making it hard to completely let down his guard. The human heart is hard to fathom. It's always wise to keep an eye out for everything. Uncle Li's smile of relief became even more pronounced as he straightened his back and looked at Wang Chen, his eyes filled with admiration. "Young master, with this kind of thoughtfulness, you will surely walk a steadier path in the future. Since you have no other instructions, I will return to report to the master." Wang Chen stood up and personally escorted Uncle Li to the door, saying, "Uncle Li, thank you for making this trip and for your efforts in helping me investigate these matters. Please take care of yourself on your way back." Uncle Li turned back, smiling and waving his hand. "Young master, you are too polite. This is all part of my duty. If there is any news, I will inform you at the first opportunity." After Uncle Li left, he strolled back to the living room and sat back down on the sofa. The image of Karina involuntarily resurfaced in his mind. The meat was right there, so Wang Chen had no reason to let it go. He wanted to see if foreign women were as wild as the rumors suggested. Wang Chen sat on the sofa, a determined smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ding-a-ling. Just then, a sudden, urgent ringtone shattered the tranquility of the room. Wang Chen picked up his phone and saw the name Qin Fan flashing on the screen. He frowned slightly and pressed the answer button. "Hello, Lao Qin, what's up so late?" On the other end, Qin Fan's signature loud voice came through. "Yo, Wang Chen, what time is it? You're already complaining about me disturbing you? You're not with some pretty girl, are you? Stop talking nonsense, you know me, I'm not that charming. Come on, just tell me what's going on, don't keep me in suspense." Wang Chen scolded with a smile. "I really have good news for you." Qin Fan chuckled. "I recently found out about a super luxurious luxury auction happening this weekend." Luxury auction? He deliberately paused to build Wang Chen's anticipation before continuing. "Yes, this luxury auction is something else, with many limited editions and unique items on display. There will be globally limited luxury watches and high-end designer jewelry guaranteed to be an eye-opener for you." Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Sounds interesting, but such auctions must have a high threshold, right?" Qin Fan said nonchalantly, "Hey, with our status, how could we not get in? I've already secured the invitation for you. Just waiting for your word." "Sure, send me the address later," Wang Chen replied casually. Upon hearing Wang Chen's agreement, Qin Fan immediately said, "Great, I knew you'd be interested. I'll send you the address in a couple of days." "Alright, it's settled then. By the way, do you have the auction catalog? Send me a copy, I want to study it first." Qin Fan replied, "No problem, I'll send it to you right away. This auction is the biggest event in the wealthy circle of Magic City lately, and many people are keeping an eye on it." After hanging up, Wang Chen lazily leaned back on the sofa, looking at the auction catalog that Qin Fan had sent him. His long fingers gently swiped across the screen, his gaze scanning the various items up for bid. The first thing that caught his eye was a limited edition Patek Philippe watch. Only 5 pieces were released worldwide. He continued scrolling down. A piece of Van Cleef & Arpels high-end jewelry caught his attention. It was a necklace embedded with top-quality sapphires and diamonds, dazzling and radiant. Karina returned to the dormitory shortly after. She hummed a little tune as she walked into the bathroom, clearly in high spirits. Before long, she emerged wrapped in a pink towel. Her damp golden hair fell casually over her shoulders as she faced the mirror, drying her hair. Creak! At that moment, the dormitory door was pushed open, and her roommates walked in, chatting and laughing. Karina, you're back pretty early today. Why didn't you go home with Wang Chen? Lin Shiyun asked, a hint of surprise on her face as she teased. Karina's cheeks instantly flushed, and she smiled. I'm not that kind of casual woman, we just met. Come on, spill it. How far have you two gone? I refuse to believe you haven't done anything, Su Xingyao said, walking over to her, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. While drying her hair with a towel, Karina feigned calmness and replied with a smile, please, don't think too much. After we left, he just took me home. Russian girls may be passionate, but we're not that easy, okay? Su Xingyao was relentless, tugging at Karina's arm and gently shaking it. Oh, stop hiding it. The corners of Karina's mouth lifted, her eyes betraying an uncontainable smile. Alright, I have to admit, he is quite charming. It's easy to chat with him, he's humorous and very much a gentleman. But it's only the first meeting, what progress could there be? Don't think of me as some lovesick fool. She playfully blinked and looked innocently at the others. Lin Shiyun, with a gossiping expression, asked, did he say when you'll meet again? Or did he ask you out to do something? I really can't deal with you guys. Karina patted Lin Shiyun's hand, pretending to be helpless. He didn't say, but I did mention inviting him to try Russian cuisine next time. I wonder if he'll be interested. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Karina's eyes as Wang Chen's figure appeared in her mind. The moment she saw Wang Chen, she was captivated by his handsome figure. Young, handsome, and wealthy, especially with that multi-million-dollar Vacheron Constantin watch on his wrist. It's perfectly normal for rich people to spend millions on luxury cars and mansions. But spending millions on a watch? That's enough to prove Wang Chen's extraordinary family background. He was no ordinary wealthy person to compare with. Just as Karina was lost in her beautiful imaginings of Wang Chen, Zhang Wanwan suddenly sneered, speaking in a sarcastic tone, is it just knowing a rich man? Why be so excited? Maybe he's just playing around and doesn't take you seriously at all. Su Xingyao couldn't stand it anymore, frowning as she said, don't say that. Karina and Wang Chen get along quite well, why do you have to rain on her parade? I'm just speaking the truth so she doesn't get hurt too deeply later. Just wait and see, it won't be long before Wang Chen forgets her completely. Zhang Wanwan rolled her eyes dismissively. Karina shook her head, remaining silent. She dried her hair and returned to her bed. Looking at her long, straight legs, she couldn't help but reach out to touch them. He should like this, right? But why hasn't Wang Chen sent a message yet, even though it's so late? After a while, she couldn't hold back any longer and took the initiative to send Wang Chen a message. Are you there? After sending the message, Karina's eyes were glued to the phone screen, the light illuminating her face filled with anticipation. Every passing second felt like torture, her fingers unconsciously gliding lightly over the bedspread. Time ticked by, and the phone screen remained eerily silent. There were no new message notifications. Karina sighed in disappointment, placing her phone beside her pillow and lying on her side. But her thoughts raced like wild horses, impossible to rein in. The more she thought, the more agitated she became, tossing and turning in bed. One moment she pulled the blanket up to her chin, the next she kicked it off, trying to find a comfortable position, but sleep eluded her. This was nothing like she had imagined. Usually, those rich second-generation students at school would reply to her messages in a heartbeat. Like eager puppies, they would go out of their way to please her. As soon as she showed even a hint of interest, they would bend over backward to win her favor, showering her with gifts and inviting her out to eat. Their attentiveness was relentless. And Wang Chen? Since their parting, he had never taken the initiative to contact her. Now that she had reached out, he still hadn't replied. Karina couldn't help but start to reflect, was there something she had done wrong? Or was it that Wang Chen simply had no interest in her, and their previous interactions were merely out of gentlemanly courtesy? She recalled Zhang Wanwan's sharp and cutting remarks. Could it be that she was right? Karina was unwilling to be underestimated like this. She bit her lip and decided to wait a little longer. Perhaps Wang Chen was just busy, and maybe he would reply soon. She opened her phone, looking at the chat interface with Wang Chen, her finger gently gliding over the screen, her eyes fixed on the message, "Are you there?" She then typed another message and sent it. Wang Chen was looking at the details of the auction items on his phone when suddenly a video call request from Karina popped up. He paused for a moment, then a smile crept onto his face as he pressed the answer button. On the screen, Karina appeared, her face a mix of nervousness and anticipation. The moment she saw Wang Chen, her eyes lit up but she cautiously asked, You finally answered the call. Were you busy just now? Wang Chen looked at Karina, a bit puzzled, and said, I'm really sorry, I was on the phone with a friend. Is there something you needed at this late hour? Hearing Wang Chen's response, Karina replied directly, Actually, it's nothing particularly important. It's just, I don't have classes tomorrow, and I was wondering if you'd like to go out and have some fun if you're free? She lifted her head, her eyes full of expectation, staring at Wang Chen on the screen, afraid to miss any change in his expression. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, a look of interest appearing on his face. After a moment of thought, he said, Tomorrow, huh? Let me think. Sure, I'm free tomorrow. Upon hearing Wang Chen's agreement, Karina's face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile. She excitedly said, That's great. I'll wait for your message tomorrow. No problem, Wang Chen replied with a smile. After hanging up, Karina tightly gripped her phone, pressing it against her chest, her whole body frozen in place as if under a spell, lying dazed on the bed. After a while, she finally came to her senses. Shyly covering her face, she dove into the blanket, rolling around on the bed, which drew laughter from her roommates. Lin Shiyun leaned over, teasingly asking, What's going on with you? Did you win the lottery? Karina poked her head out from the blanket, her face flushed. Wang Chen agreed to go on a date with me tomorrow. Wow! Su Xingyao exclaimed excitedly, I knew he was interested in you. Although Jiang Wanwan still wore a nonchalant expression, she couldn't help but chime in, It seems you're serious this time, but don't get too deep into it. Karina waved her hand dismissively, Oh, let's not worry about that. Let's just enjoy tomorrow's date first. She began bustling in front of the wardrobe, rummaging through clothes while discussing outfits and date plans with her roommates. Wang Chen looked at the dozens of messages Karina had sent earlier and couldn't help but chuckle softly. After Karina sent the first message, Wang Chen had set his phone to Do Not Disturb mode. Sometimes, letting things sit for a while is quite nice. Maybe the next date would be even better. He just never expected that this girl, who grew up in Russia, would be so proactive. Wang Chen reached out and clicked in. At first, there was a selfie with the caption, Back to the dorm today, suddenly wanted to show you my little space. Then came a series of food pictures. All traditional Russian dishes she had made herself, from the rich red borscht to the delicate blini. Scrolling down, there were some photos of Karina on campus. Wang Chen's attention was suddenly caught by one photo. She was wearing a fitted black dress with black stockings hugging her long, straight legs paired with exquisite stiletto heels. Below, there were photos of her in a black silk JK outfit, especially the photo of Karina in burgundy fishnet stockings. She was half reclining on a soft sofa, one hand casually resting on the armrest, the other playing with her hair, her gaze lazy yet alluring. The caption read, A spontaneous outfit, feeling a bit shy. Scrolling further down, there was a series of photos of Karina in white lace thigh-high stockings, silver glittery over-the-knee stockings. He sat up slightly, his gaze firmly captured by those photos, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Wang Chen was already accustomed to various beauties. Yet, these photos of Karina stirred different waves in his heart. A true leg show series. He swiped the screen while exclaiming, No wonder she's a Sino-Russian mix, this figure is absolutely stunning. Looking at Karina's sweet and sexy photos on his phone, he felt a surge of heat rising within him. His blood began to flow faster, and indescribable excitement enveloping him. Damn, what a fairy! Wang Chen muttered under his breath, his fingers hurriedly swiping across the phone screen, dialing Long Lily's number. As soon as the call connected, he couldn't wait to say, Lily, come up right now. It's so late, what do you need me for? Long Lily's playful voice came from the other end of the line. I miss you. Wang Chen's tone grew more urgent, his gaze still lingering on Karina's photos. Images of Long Lily began to surface in his mind. He desperately needed another kind of stimulation to calm the restlessness within him. Really? Then I'll come right away. Although Long Lily was a bit puzzled, she obediently agreed. After hanging up, Wang Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Before long, Long Lily walked in. You were so eager to find me, did you miss me? Long Lily giggled as she leaped into Wang Chen's arms, her arms skillfully wrapping around his neck. Her soft voice was full of a teasing tone. She was wearing a tight short skirt, paired with black stockings, perfectly outlining her curvy figure. Her long wavy hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, and she exuded a faint scent of perfume. Wang Chen instinctively embraced her. But images of Karina in various stockings kept flashing in his mind, those alluring and innocent poses firmly capturing his attention. Honey, I specially wore the black stockings you like the most. Long Lily snuggled in Wang Chen's arms, cooing. Wang Chen took a deep breath, trying hard to dispel the image of Karina from his mind, slowly bringing his thoughts back to the beautiful girl in his arms. His gaze gradually focused, seriously examining the beauty before him. Long Lily's delicate little face was close at hand, her slightly flushed cheeks carrying a hint of innocence, and her big watery eyes were filled with affection for him. Baby, you look absolutely enchanting today. Wang Chen's voice was deep and magnetic, filled with sincerity. He then gently supported Long Lily's waist, pulling her closer as if he wanted to merge her into his body. His lips traced from Long Lily's forehead, slowly sliding down to her cheek, finally resting on her lips as he kissed her passionately. Long Lily responded fervently to Wang Chen's kiss, her hands gripping his back tightly, her nails almost digging into his skin. Her breath became rapid and hot, fanning against Wang Chen's face. Wang Chen's hands began to wander restlessly, slowly moving up from Long Lily's waist, gently caressing her back, sending shivers through her. Long Lily let out a soft moan, her voice filled with intoxication and desire, her body instinctively pressing closer to Wang Chen, as if seeking more. Wang Chen scooped Long Lily up in his arms and strode toward the bedroom. Long Lily's long wavy hair spread out wildly on the pillow, her gaze hazy, filled with a misty allure as she looked at Wang Chen. Wang Chen's lips left Long Lily's mouth, trailing down her neck, leaving a series of heated kisses. In an instant, the entire room echoed with Long Lily's soft gasps and Wang Chen's deep breaths. 10,000 words omitted here. Omega? The next day, at 5 in the afternoon, the sun was still blazing. He walked to the window, pulled back the curtains, and the glaring sunlight instantly flooded the room, causing him to squint slightly. He glanced at the time, it was getting late. Karina must be getting anxious. Wang Chen walked into the bathroom, tidied his hair in front of the mirror after washing up, then headed downstairs toward the garage. Wang Chen opened the door of the Lamborghini and sat in the driver's seat. The roar of the engine instantly shattered the silence of the garage. Wang Chen sent a message to Karina, then skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel, driving toward Fudan University. On the other side, Fudan University girls' dormitory. Karina glanced at her phone from time to time, her eyes filled with anxiety and unease. She had gotten up early today to get ready, but she had yet to receive a message from Wang Chen. Ding! The crisp notification sound from her phone was particularly jarring in the quiet dormitory, causing Karina to jump. When she saw that the message was from Wang Chen, her tense shoulders instantly relaxed, and she let out a heavy sigh. The frown that had been tightly knit from worry unfurled, replaced by an uncontrollable smile at the corners of her mouth. She quickly replied to Wang Chen's message. Then she stood in front of the mirror, quickly assessing her appearance. Taking a deep breath to calm her excited heart, she stepped out of the dormitory with a light stride. Soon, Karina arrived at the entrance of Fudan University. She wore a short off-the-shoulder top in a goose yellow color. Below, she had on a high-waisted white A-line skirt, looking playful and cute. Her legs were tightly wrapped in skin-colored ultra-thin stockings, exuding a hint of temptation. In the sunlight, on her feet were a pair of beige flats. Her long golden hair was casually tied into a high ponytail, with a few strands falling beside her cheeks, adding to her allure. She stood by the steps at the entrance, her eyes fixed on the intersection, not missing any passing cars. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would blow, stirring her golden ponytail. A few strands of hair lightly brushed against her cheeks. She instinctively tucked the hair behind her ear, her gaze never leaving the intersection. At this moment, it was the end of class, and the flow of people at the school gate gradually increased. The passing boys were all captivated by Karina's beauty. Some boys would just steal a quick glance and then shyly lower their heads, hurrying past. Others would openly stare at her, their eyes filled with admiration and infatuation. They would even forget the path beneath their feet, nearly colliding with a nearby utility pole, causing laughter among the onlookers. Just as Karina was eagerly anticipating Wang Chen's arrival, a black BMW M5 slowly came to a stop in front of her. The window rolled down, revealing a familiar face, her former suitor, Li, a freshman at Fudan University. He had a bit of money and had pursued Karina since the start of the semester. Karina had rejected him many times, but he clung to her like a stubborn adhesive. Li was dressed in designer casual wear, his hair meticulously styled. He wore a self-satisfied smile, completely ignoring Karina's cold demeanor, and got out of the car, saying, "Nana, long time no see. What are you doing standing here? Do you want a ride?" "No, thank you. I'm waiting for someone," Karina replied, slightly furrowing her brow and offering a polite smile. Curious glances from passing classmates made Karina feel extremely awkward. She just wanted to shake off Li as quickly as possible. However, Li remained undeterred, even trying to pull Karina closer. "Nana, don't be so distant. I know a restaurant with great food, just do me a favor." Karina's face twisted in disgust as she quickly sidestepped and shouted, "Don't go too far. I said I'm waiting for my boyfriend. If you keep this up, I'll call security." More and more classmates passed by, forming a small circle around them. Whispers began to circulate. "What's wrong with this guy? She's already rejected him, yet he won't give up. Seriously, he has no class. I know him, he's a freshman who got into a conflict with the instructor right after school started and almost got into a fight." These whispers reached Li's ears, causing his face to alternate between white and red. "Boyfriend? I think you're just making excuses to brush me off." Li shouted, his neck veins bulging. "Look at me. I just bought this BMW M5 as a freshman, worth nearly 2 million. What man can compare to me? Your so-called boyfriend isn't driving some beat-up car to pick you up, is he? You'll be embarrassed then." He slammed his hand on the BMW's hood, the sharp sound cutting through the noisy crowd. "I don't believe you can find a man better than me. If you keep this up, I really will call the police, Karina said impatiently. The surrounding classmates began to point and whisper, making Lee E feel even more humiliated. Is he a student at Fudan University? I want to see who dares to steal my woman. Lee E scoffed. Karina felt a wave of irritation but was at a loss for what to do. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a deep and imposing engine roar approached from afar. An orange Lamborghini Aventador, like a beast, slowly entered the crowd's view. The car's lines were sleek and aggressive. The exaggerated air intakes and large wheels spoke of its immense power. The surrounding students were instantly captivated by the sudden appearance of the luxury car. Those who had been pointing at Lee now gaped in awe. Wow, this Lamborghini is so cool. How much does this cost? It's like a dream car. This is a Lamborghini Aventador. I heard it costs tens of millions. Various exclamations echoed around. The Lamborghini came to a steady stop. Not far from Karina and Lee. The doors opened in a unique scissor style, causing another stir among the crowd. Wang Chen stepped out of the car. Standing at a height of 1.88 meters, he appeared even more imposing. Wang Chen wore a blue limited edition casual blazer from Gucci's Spring/Summer collection with the iconic double G embroidery on the chest, intricate and exquisite, showcasing the brand's unique charm. Underneath, he had on a fitted white Givenchy base layer. It hugged his form, accentuating his toned muscle lines. On the bottom, he paired it with a pair of black distressed Dior jeans. The treatment of the rips was just right, combining a sense of fashion with an air of sophistication. The unique stitching details further hinted at a high price tag. On his feet, he sported a pair of Off-White X Nike collaboration sneakers.